The man was originally a math teacher in a school, but he was expelled from the school because of the accidental death of a student. The boss's words were like a knife. You can go to arbitration, you can sue. But can you, an unemployed poor guy, afford it? These words left him speechless. In just 6 months, he had gone from a young teacher to a social laughingstock. But thinking of his parents back home, he held back. Forget it, let's eat first. Chu Sheng boiled some water and took out a bucket of the remaining instant noodles. But suddenly, his vision went dark and he felt a tearing pain in his heart. He fell directly to the ground, but he protected the instant noodle bucket in his hand. He woke up but was stunned. Instead of a rental house, I was in a pitch-black cave. The firelight flickered, and the air was damp and bloody. Has this happened? Chu Sheng was startled and walked in following the faint light. The crackling of the campfire could be heard, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! Don't come any closer. Chu Sheng looked towards the shadows behind the campfire. There, a woman was curled up. She is tall, with blonde hair that falls to her waist, dazzling white skin, and delicate and flawless features. Chu Sheng immediately raised his hands and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions. The woman held a wooden stick in her hand. She was wearing a torn white robe, and her snow-white skin was covered with scars and blood scabs. What shocked Chu Sheng even more was that her ears were long, thin, and pointed, typical elf features. Fuck, an elf girl. The elf woman stood up suddenly, holding the stick high. The flames in the campfire suddenly surged, transforming into a fiery wolf, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Unfortunately, she was extremely weak and her magic power was exhausted. The fire wolf dissipated as soon as it took shape, and she herself fell to the ground. Chu Sheng wasn't frightened by the flames, but rather by her height, which he estimated to be at least 1.85 meters. He approached tentatively, took away her stick, and gently helped her to the stone wall. The alertness in the elf girl's eyes dissipated slightly. After all, he had just arrived in another world and urgently needed a guide. Just then, a sound of stomach growling was heard in the quiet cave. Chu Sheng looked down and found that the elf girl was staring at the instant noodles in his hand. He thought for a moment, Do you want to eat? The elf girl's nose twitched slightly, but she finally shook her head. It's too precious. I can't afford it. Chu Sheng was stunned. It was just a bucket of instant noodles, and she actually called it precious? Looking at her torn robe, it was clear that it was made of fine material. She could use magic, so she was probably not an ordinary person. Just as he was wondering, his vision went dark and a flash of white light flashed through his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the rental house. He hurriedly checked the wall clock. It was still 5:20. So, when you go to that world, time here stands still. He immediately moved his mind again, and the cave and the elf girl reappeared. Chu Sheng said softly, Eat. You need to replenish your energy now. If instant noodles were truly precious in this world, then he could very well escape poverty through them. The elf girl was clearly tempted, but she still shook her head. Chu Sheng smiled and passed the instant noodles forward. If you can't pay, you can repay it in other ways. She is now weak and her magic power is exhausted. If she doesn't have nutrition, she won't last more than 2 days. But he only had a few hundred gold coins, which was far from enough. In that case, what he meant by other means was not sexual recompense. She raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. In terms of appearance alone, he was not bad. Chu Sheng was like this, except for his handsome appearance, he had nothing else. Chu Sheng stirred the instant noodles with a fork, and the aroma became even stronger. Miss Elf, you don't really want to starve to death here, do you? Chapter 2. The elf girl had a complicated expression. If she didn't have more food to replenish her body, the life force in her body would continue to dissipate. As an immortal, she has never been afraid of death, but she still can't let go of her people. Thinking of the future of her companions and her tribe, the elf girl gritted her teeth and said, I have gold coins. Consider it a thank you gift. She reluctantly added, I can agree to the terms, but you must promise to let me eat first and not take the opportunity to hurt me. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard the word gold coins. Deal. After saying that, he excitedly reached his hand under the elf girl's robe and fumbled around her waist, but he still couldn't find any trace of the gold coin. His eyes slowly moved upwards, and the exaggerated curve made him suspect that perhaps that was where something was hidden. The elf girl felt the burning sensation and cried out in panic. Wait a minute. Who would hide the gold coins there? Chu Sheng withdrew his hand and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I saw that you were too exaggerated and I really thought you were hiding something. The elf girl glared at him and said coldly, The gold coin is next to my right leg. Chu Sheng looked down and saw a slender, snow-white thighs exposed in the torn white robe. He followed the direction and soon found a cloth bag hanging on the leg ring. He picked up the bag and weighed it. It was several kilograms heavy. A smile immediately broke out on his face. I'm rich. Even if the purity was low, it was still worth tens of thousands. Chu Sheng's breathing became rapid, and he couldn't help but switch back to the real world. He poured the gold coins from the cloth bag onto the table and counted them carefully. There were actually 110 of them, and the table was full of golden coins. Chu Sheng packed up the gold coins, went out, and came to a dim alley, where he found an old gold recycling shop. He pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked in. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged shopkeeper, fiddling with jewelry. Chu Sheng stepped forward and said as if nothing had happened, "Boss, how much is the current price per gram of gold?" The boss looked him up and down, then said slowly, 502. Chu Sheng almost jumped up. The international gold price is already 620, and this old guy just opened his mouth and said 100. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. If the quantity is large, 580. The boss's eyes darkened, and he put down his work. His voice became more serious. Anything over 500 grams will be charged 550. How much do you have? Chu Sheng didn't waste any words and placed the bag directly on the counter, making a heavy, dull sound. Weigh it yourself. Wow. He could no longer suppress his excitement and immediately stood up and closed the shop door. Chu Sheng's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. 580. If that doesn't work, I'll go to another place. The boss quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, little brother. I need to check the goods first. If they are real, everything will be fine." He picked up a gold coin and examined it carefully. The pattern on it was exquisite and did not look like the currency of any known country. How about this, 110 pieces, and I'll charge you 1,100 grams, so 580. Is that okay? Chu Sheng felt relieved, but remained calm on the surface. All right. After the boss counted the money and confirmed it was correct, he transferred the money without hesitation. As the notification sounded, Chu Sheng's WeChat balance skyrocketed to 638,000. This was the first time he had seen so much money. After walking out of the alley, he immediately paid the rent to the landlord and then went to a big restaurant for a nice meal. After eating, he ran to the pharmacy and bought some medicine and bandages to treat the wound. After all, the elf girl was still injured. In addition, he also bought some cooked food, meatballs and sausages, intending to make a meal for the elf girl when he returned. Back at the rental house, when he opened his eyes again, a thought moved, and his figure reappeared in the cave. The elf girl's posture remained the same, as if time had not moved. Chu Sheng took out the ham and meatballs from his arms, put them into the instant noodle bucket, and held it in front of the elf girl. Here, eat some of this first. The elf girl watched him conjure up all kinds of food out of thin air. A hint of shock flashed across her blue eyes, and her heart felt slightly warm. Chu Sheng rolled up a mouthful of noodles with a fork and brought it to her lips. Be good, open your mouth and swallow it. Although the elf girl was weak, she did not refuse and opened her mouth gently. Slurp. She didn't even let go of the soup, completely losing her cold look. When she finally finished eating, Chu Sheng put down the instant noodle bucket and said with a smile, "Now that you're full, shouldn't we talk about the deal?" The elf girl licked the remaining soup at the corner of her lips. A complex look flashed across her beautiful eyes, and a feeling of uneasiness and grievance arose in her heart. This man is already impatient after just filling his stomach? Is he really planning to do this? She hesitated for a moment, then finally closed her eyes and whispered, "You, do it, but be gentle." Chapter 3. The great elf girl closed her eyes and turned her pretty face away, with an expression as calm as if she were going to die, and her whole body exuded a sense of tragedy. Xian Nuyan knew that she had no choice. If Chu Sheng really wanted to use force, her weak body would not be able to resist. Chu Sheng stared at her blankly, feeling a little confused for a moment, not understanding why she had such an expression as if she was about to be martyred. He took out a bunch of bottles and jars, as well as gauze bandages from his arms, intending to treat her wound first to avoid leaving ugly scars. It would be a shame if such fair and delicate skin were disfigured. He thought to himself, the elf girl doesn't know healing magic? Xian Nuya still had her eyes closed, thinking that Chu Sheng was undressing her. Is it about to start? She whispered in her heart, and her round and slender legs subconsciously closed tightly. She spoke softly, her voice trembling. My name is Xian Nuya. Can you tell me your name? She thought, since her fate was already decided, before giving herself up, she should at least know the other person's name. This was the last bit of dignity. Chu Sheng smiled and nodded. Xian Nuya, my name is Chu Sheng. Please take care of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and tore open a corner of Xiaonuya's robe. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. The sound of the fabric tearing was harsh, and Xiaonuya felt her body go cold, and a cool touch came on her skin. Xiaonuya couldn't help but let out a low hum. It turned out that medicine was applied on the wound. Chu Sheng was squatting beside her, carefully cleaning the blood off her body with a cotton ball, spraying medicine carefully, and finally bandaging her with gauze. Xiaonuya's face flushed red for a moment. She originally thought Chu Sheng had bad intentions, but it turned out that he was seriously treating her wounds. Xiaonuya's body was wrapped in white gauze in many places, and her skin was stained with a bit of blood, which made her look even more charming, like a sick beauty. Chu Sheng suddenly asked, "You were planning to use fire magic to attack me before, right?" Xiaonuya's heart tightened. She lowered her head and said in a weak voice, "I'm sorry." Chu Sheng waved his hand. "No need to apologize. Everyone will be wary when meeting a stranger." He spoke again thoughtfully, "But I am very interested in your magic. Can you teach me in the future?" Xiaonuya raised her eyes, hesitated, and then replied softly, "I will teach you when I recover, but I don't know if you have a talent for magic." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly sneezed from the cold. Her robe was badly damaged and could not keep out the night chill at all. Chu Sheng took off his coat and put it on her shoulders without saying a word, saying softly, "Don't be so stubborn. You will recover faster this way." Chu Sheng asked tentatively, "Can you tell me why you are alone in this cave?" He wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the world and perhaps find a way to resell things. When Xiaonuya heard the question, the distress in her heart suddenly surged up, as if she had found an outlet to vent, and her eyes unconsciously turned red. The elven forest was attacked by the orc army. I was heading to the human kingdom with my guards for help, but we were ambushed on the way. The guards all dispersed to protect me, and I fled to this cave alone. I still don't know if they are safe. If the elves were captured by orcs, their fate would often be more cruel than death. She talked about the elf forest, the orc empire, and the human kingdom. Chu Sheng gradually pieced together the power structure of this continent. It turns out that the north is a powerful orc empire, which governs countless tribes and rules half of the country. Its strength is extremely terrifying. The south is an alliance between the human kingdom and various subraces. The elf forest is located in the center of the continent, serving as a buffer zone between the two sides. Humans, demi-humans, and elves have maintained a fragile strategic alliance and have been resisting the oppression of the orc empire. Xiaonuya also mentioned the eastern continent. Many years ago, there were shipping routes back and forth, but then natural disasters continued and all the ships disappeared. Since then, the two continents have been completely cut off from each other. It is for this reason that spices, glass, silk, and other items have become extremely valuable. As the conversation deepened, the atmosphere between the two gradually softened, and Chu Sheng unknowingly sat next to Xiaonuya. He gently put his arm around her shoulders, and seeing her shivering slightly from the cold, a trace of pity rose in his heart. Xiaonuya also leaned lightly on his shoulder. Her tall figure did not have the sense of dependence of a petite figure, but it made Chu Sheng even more excited. "You said you wanted to go to the human kingdom for help. I can help you with this," Chu Sheng said in a low voice, "but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Xiaonuya's body stiffened noticeably, and a blush crept up her cheeks again. She was nervous, but this time she did not resist strongly. She thought, after eating and chatting, should she face the final honesty? In the end, is it still going to come to this? Chapter 4. Chu Sheng stared at Xiaonuya, watching her lower her head, looking unable to refute. She understood that she not only ate his food but also asked him to help treat her wounds, so she had no right to refuse. Chu Sheng said softly that her injuries had not yet healed and she had no money on her. If he turned around and left at this moment, it would be difficult for her to go to the human kingdom alone. Xiaonuya nodded, her heart still resolute. No matter how difficult the road ahead, she would go to the human kingdom to seek help. If she didn't have this belief, how could she be willing to exchange her body for food? Chu Sheng then spoke, saying that he was willing to go with her and that he would take care of her food, clothing, housing, and transportation along the way, but on the condition that he wanted her to agree to one request. She thought that if he continued to be so considerate, maybe being with him wouldn't be a bad idea. However, elves have a very long lifespan. If her partner dies, she's afraid she'll have to be alone for hundreds of years. Furthermore, elves can't have offspring, so Chu Sheng wonders if he'll mind. Just as she was ready, Chu Sheng suddenly said, "I want you to give me 10,000 gold coins as compensation after you return to the elf forest." Xiaonuya was stunned, with a look of disbelief on her face. Chu Sheng saw her strange reaction and scratched his head, thinking that he had asked for too high a price. After all, this big elf probably only has 100 or so gold coins on him, so he can't be considered a wealthy family. He added that if it was too much, he could offset it in other ways. Unexpectedly, Xian Nuya snorted coldly and turned around angrily. She felt furious. She was ready to give her body to him, but this guy only wanted money. She gritted her teeth secretly. Could it be that I, an elf girl with a beautiful figure, am not worth a mere 10,000 gold coins? Thinking of this, she was so angry that she broke free from Chu Sheng's arms and turned her back to him. She even added an extra ounce of anger. I'll give you 20,000 gold coins when we return to the elf forest, as long as you come back with me. Chu Sheng was stunned. He didn't understand this change of mood at all. Why was it so hard to guess what a woman was thinking? She had been fine just a moment ago, but now she was as quick as turning the pages of a book. Although the person before her wasn't an ordinary woman, but a female elf, her change in temper was too inexplicable. He reached out to comfort Xian Nuya, but she struggled to avoid him. His excessive movement pulled at her wound, causing her to gasp in pain, but she still didn't turn around to respond. Chu Xing noticed that her pointed ears and cheeks were stained with red, and he was secretly puzzled. But when he went to see Xian Nuya again, he saw that she was sulking like a little girlfriend, ignoring him and humming softly. Chu Xing couldn't help but wonder if this wasn't an illusion. Remembering the times she'd blushed shyly and subconsciously closed her legs, he grew even more uneasy. He said tentatively, "Do you really want me to take your virginity?" As soon as the words fell, Shen Yuoya's body suddenly stiffened. She turned her head, glared at him, and denied it stiffly. Who wants it? However, that look was filled with coquettishness, and no matter how you looked at it, it looked like she was acting like a spoiled child. Chu Xing couldn't help but smile, and he understood. It turned out that she mistakenly thought that I would use instant noodles to blackmail her into doing that kind of thing, so she got angry. But when I asked for gold coins, she felt that I was not worth as much as money. Chu Sheng called out to her softly, but she just snorted coldly, refusing to respond. In his heart, however, he became more certain of his suspicions. So he moved to her side and put his arms around her waist from behind. Xian Nuya only struggled symbolically twice and then stopped resisting. Chu Sheng said softly that he hoped that the two of them could settle accounts clearly. Money is money and feelings are feelings, and they should not be mixed up. He took the opportunity to get close to her ear and spoke gently. You don't want your man to be the kind of jerk who forces a woman with small favors, right? Although I miss you, I will never take advantage of someone in distress. She finally turned around, hugged Chu Sheng's shoulders with her backhand, and apologized softly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper. She lowered her head, and because of the height difference, she could only gently rub Chu Sheng's forehead with her chin, with a bit of coquettishness. Chu Sheng's breath suddenly stopped, and he didn't know where to look. She was wearing a loose white robe before, and her figure was not very clear. But only when he looked at her up close did he truly realize the perfect curves of this elf girl. Chapter 5. Xian Nuya leaned in Chu Sheng's arms. Her tone became gentle, and she softly apologized to him, saying that she shouldn't have misunderstood him just now. Chu Sheng listened to her soft and sincere tone, and his heart warmed. He decided that this simple girl was worth protecting for his whole life. The reason why Xian Nuya bowed her head was because Chu Sheng had no hypocrisy, and all his words were sincere, which moved her. It turned out that this man didn't want to take advantage of her directly, but wanted to slowly build up feelings first, which made her happy. She began to re-examine Chu Sheng and found that he was perfect in terms of strength, character, and appearance. Then she asked softly, You want to learn magic? Haven't you ever been exposed to it before? Chu Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying that if he had learned magic earlier, he would have already cast 2 fireballs on that bastard leader. Shinoya didn't ask any more questions, but gestured for him to hand over his staff, which was a wooden stick that he had casually placed in the corner. She said that her magic power had recovered a little bit, and now she could barely guide Chu Sheng into the door. Chu Sheng looked at the seemingly inconspicuous branch and jokingly said in surprise, This shape is quite unique. After handing her the stick, he sat down cross-legged, followed her instructions, closed his eyes, and tried to feel the magic in the air. The moment he entered a state of meditation, a warm breath slowly flowed into his body from his limbs. This power gathered in his dantian, and then miraculously ignited a small flame. He knew that this was the legendary magic power. Xian Nuya, who was standing next to them, was almost stunned. Her pink lips opened so wide that a whole bottle of drink could be stuffed into them. As the most powerful genius in the history of the elves, it took her a full 2.5 minutes to comprehend magic power. Chu Sheng only took a few seconds to complete the basics that others might not be able to do in months. Could I be a magic genius? Chu Sheng teased with his eyes open, looking at the shocked elf girl with a playful expression. As soon as he thought about it, the flame in his dantian immediately rushed out along his arm and finally condensed into a ball of dancing flame in the palm of his hand. Xia Nuya was completely dumbfounded and couldn't even speak clearly. This is magical transformation. She herself couldn't even transform at the beginning. This guy is simply a monster in the magic world. This put him in a good mood, and he pulled her into his arms again, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Xia Nuya did not resist. She snuggled up to Chu Sheng's shoulder, closed her eyes, and fell asleep peacefully against him. She whispered, "Once I'm rested, I'll teach you more magic tomorrow, okay?" Chu Sheng whispered, "Good night," and watched her breathing gradually become steady, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. He remembered that he was still starving a day ago, but now he was hugging a beautiful elf girl. It felt like a dream. He thought to himself, life changes so quickly, it really catches you off guard. He returned to the real world and planned to buy a quilt for Xia Nuya, as the environment in the cave was too cold. But he was secretly happy in his heart. If she had a fever, maybe he could still stick to her. After coming back to his senses, Chu Sheng immediately tried to release the magic power he had just mastered. The next second, a flash of fire suddenly shot out from his fingertips, making him so excited that he almost cried out. Damn, this otherworldly magic can actually be used in the real world. He was ecstatic. He kept trying to control the flames, but found that the flames condensed by this magic power could hardly be extinguished by water or sand. It seems that only magic of the same attributes can restrain each other, which gave him a new understanding of magic. With the income, Chu Sheng naturally did not forget his parents far away in his hometown, and immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother. He said it was a company bonus to avoid his mother worrying or suspecting that he had done something wrong. Chu Sheng came to the mall humming a song and was about to buy some daily necessities for Xia Nuya, but he ran into an unpleasant acquaintance. He was a middle-aged bald man, the same dog leader who had made him take the blame. When the other party saw Chu Sheng, he smiled with contempt. Hey, isn't this Chu Sheng? How can you be so messed up? In the original falling incident, he smashed the student's phone, causing the tragedy, and he also put the blame on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was blamed for this and was fired from the school. He couldn't even pay the rent, and his reputation plummeted. This bastard even dared to mock him now. Chu Sheng suppressed his anger and responded coldly. What a coincidence, meeting you here, an idiot. But Chu Sheng didn't get angry, nor did he even look at him. He just replied coldly. Don't worry about my business. You should worry about whether you will suffer retribution. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back, too lazy to waste time talking to this kind of trash. However, he didn't really leave. Instead, he quietly stared at the greasy man's back in the crowd. It was not convenient to take action in real life, but as a mage, Chu Sheng had his own way. He stared at the other person's crotch, and the magic power in his palm began to quietly condense, and the temperature rose little by little. You beastly leader, today I will let you taste the power of Flame Fist. I'll treat you to a meal of grilled chicken. He chuckled softly, his eyes burning as he aimed at the target and unleashed the first fist of justice. Chapter 6. Suddenly there was a terrible howl on the street. In the crowd, a greasy male leader fell to the ground holding his crotch and rolled over, screaming, "My crotch is on fire." The onlookers were all stunned for a moment, thinking that he was performing performance art, but they were soon startled by the burning smell that hit them. I saw that his crotch was burning fiercely, and no matter how I tried to put out the flames, they wouldn't go out. Instead, they burned more and more vigorously. Someone reacted and shouted in a panic, asking someone to get a fire extinguisher. The owner of the roadside shop was impatient at first, but thinking that as a man he could empathize with such pain, he brought a fire extinguisher. Accompanied by the spray of white powder, the greasy man's head was covered with dust, looking like a gray man. But even so, the flames were still not completely extinguished, and the air was still filled with the smell of barbecue. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but complain, saying that the animal was probably cooked and that they would have to cut it open even if the ambulance arrived. After more than 10 minutes, paramedics finally pushed through the crowd and lifted the greasy man onto a stretcher. By then, the flames were out, but the man's face was distorted and he was completely unconscious. The men present watched in terror, clutching their crotches and gasping for air. Chu Sheng watched from afar, a flicker of delight in his eyes. He thought to himself, finally, I've gotten my revenge. The thought of this guy being left with nothing but sighs and groans while he could have fun with the elf lady anytime filled him with joy. Since his magic power was already depleted, Chu Sheng simply found a fried chicken shop to recharge. The fastest way to restore physical strength was naturally fried food and carbohydrate drinks. He secretly decided to carry more Snickers and candies with him in the future so that he could replenish sugar at critical moments and restore his magic power. He ate 5 whole pieces of fried chicken and 2 large bottles of Coke, and only stopped when he was so full that he burped. The lady at the cashier was stunned. It was rare to see someone who could eat so much. Chu Sheng felt the magic power in his body gradually filling up. He knew that although the power of magic was tempting, it could not be used on innocent people. He must not do anything that violates the law. He has no intention of becoming a citizen of the motherland. He just wants to be a happy Superman. Besides, at his current level, he was just a novice mage, so he might be able to roast a chicken with his flame fist, but if he wanted to cause large-scale destruction, that was completely wishful thinking. After all, the mage profession is often referred to as a glass cannon in games and movies. Chu Sheng's body is no different from that of an ordinary person. If he were ever in danger, a blow to the head would send him sprawling to the ground. Even a fireball 7 steps away, no matter how fast it flies, can't outpace a bullet within 7 steps. He secretly thought that he would ask the Great Elf sometime to see if he could learn some skills to strengthen his body. Since magic existed, a similar power system must also exist. After eating and drinking, he packed up some fried chicken and a drink and stopped by the supermarket to buy some Snickers and candy. These high-calorie foods were extremely helpful in restoring strength, and he planned to always have them on hand. After buying a set of quilts, Chu Sheng returned to the cave in the other world. He gently pushed open the cave entrance and saw Xian Nuya still sleeping, her beautiful eyes closed and her breathing steady. Chu Sheng carefully pulled out his arm, spread the quilt, picked up the elf girl, and wrapped her tightly in the quilt. Xian Nuya was tall and voluptuous, weighing at least 150 pounds in his arms. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh, thinking he needed to improve his physical fitness quickly. Otherwise, if he really did move on with her in the future, he would probably be drained dry. He covered the 2 of them with the quilt. The warmth of the cotton mixed with the faint fragrance of Xian Nuya's body, making him feel more and more satisfied. Unconsciously, her palm began to explore the warmth subconsciously. Xian Nuya trembled slightly, but did not stop. In fact, she had already woken up and was just pretending to be asleep. She saw Chu Sheng conjure up a quilt out of thin air through the slits of her eyes, and her doubts about his mysterious ability became even more intense. But she could sense that this man from the east was very considerate of her. Thinking about how to repay him, a hint of shyness washed over her. She knew her features were too obvious, and she'd always covered them up when she went out, but she still couldn't resist the greedy gazes of the outside world. At this moment, recalling Chu Sheng's occasional sneak glances, her pretty face couldn't help but heat up. So, she gently turned over, from her back to facing him, and took the initiative to bring Wenran closer to Chu Sheng's face. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She didn't expect herself to be so proactive. Since she would be his widow for centuries to come, these intimate gestures were only a matter of time. Chu Sheng naturally didn't fall asleep either. He clearly felt Xian Nuya's small movements. This sudden benefit almost made him hold his breath, and his heartbeat was out of rhythm. In the cave, it was impossible to tell day from night. The only way to tell time was by temperature fluctuations. Shan Yuoya felt his movements, and, though her face flushed with embarrassment, she remained silent. The 2 of them cuddled together, the bonfire burning quietly and crackling beside them. Chapter 7. It felt like a whole day and night before Xian Nuya slowly woke up. Her injuries hadn't healed, and she was drained of both her magic power and physical strength, so she needed a long rest to recover. At this moment, she looked weak and dazed. Chu Sheng saw that she had woken up and immediately handed her food. He said gently, "You must be hungry. Eat something first." In contrast, Chu Sheng was full of energy. He slept peacefully all night holding the big elf. It was a rare feeling for him to feel so at ease. Xian Nuya supported herself and sat up, saying softly, "My magic power hasn't recovered much yet." She subconsciously glanced down. A hint of resentment flashed in her eyes, and when she looked up at Chu Sheng again, her eyes were full of subtle emotions. I secretly complained to myself, "You are too exaggerated. You actually hugged me and kissed me all night long, which made me unable to sleep well. But then I thought, this might just mean that he really cares about me, so I didn't make a fuss about it anymore." Chu Sheng tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. "Come, try this." The fragrant aroma immediately made Xian Nuya's eyes light up. Chu Sheng smiled without saying a word and directly put the chicken leg to her mouth. Xian Nuya gently pinched the bone and took a bite. Her pupils suddenly dilated. The crispy skin was mixed with rich spices, and the tender and juicy meat burst in her mouth. She was completely stunned. Her mouth was full of grease, so Chu Sheng tore off some chicken wings and nuggets for her and brought them to her mouth. Then, he handed her a glass of bubbling drink. Try this, it's called happy water. Xian Nuya took a sip out of curiosity, and the next second her pupils dilated again. The cool, sweet liquid swirled in her mouth, and small bubbles burst on the tip of her tongue, bringing an unprecedented stimulation. She exclaimed, sweet with a strange taste, and bubbles dancing in my mouth. She immediately concluded that it must contain a lot of sugar. Sugar is very scarce in the elf forest, and only a small amount can be imported from the human kingdom. Xian Nuya couldn't help but ask, Chu Sheng, can people on your continent eat this every day? Or is it only for the nobles? Chu Sheng shook his head and smiled. This is a delicacy that every one of us can eat. In addition to fried chicken, there are also grilled lamb chops, braised pork, and sweet and sour fish. You can taste them every day. Xian Nuya listened attentively, licked the oil stains from the corners of her lips, and her yearning for the eastern continent became stronger. Chu Sheng handed over another white rabbit milk candy and asked softly, do you feel that your magic power has recovered a little faster? Xian Nuya nodded repeatedly, her eyes flashing with excitement. This kind of food is inestimable. While not as valuable as rare medicinal herbs, it's still considered a strategic resource. She couldn't help but ask, Chu Sheng, do you have a lot of this stuff? Can you sell it to the elf forest? If it becomes widespread, we'll have a much better chance of defeating the orc tribe. Chu Sheng said seriously, don't worry, I have plenty. When we get to the elf forest, I'll talk to your leader in person. Xian Nuya's eyes flashed with deep gratitude. She ate even more happily, stuffing her cheeks. Chu Sheng laughed and patted her. Eat slowly. No one's trying to steal it from you. After devouring all the food like a whirlwind, Xian Nuya's still slender figure made Chu Sheng marvel at the physical fitness of the elves. No wonder she was so tall. Her appetite was truly astonishing. After eating and drinking her fill, Xian Nuya regained some energy and continued with the magic lesson from last night. She used her staff to write a few lines of text on the ground. It was a language Chu Sheng had never seen before. But the amazing thing was that he could automatically understand its meaning, as if his brain had a built-in translation function. Xian Nuya patiently explained, there are 7 types of magic in the world: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, life, and death. She added, there were also 2 attributes, space and time, but they've long been lost, with only sporadic records in ancient texts. At this point, she couldn't help but look at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, you can conjure those things out of thin air because you've mastered the magic of space, right? It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I'm just curious. Chu Sheng was secretly delighted. He had been trying to come up with an excuse, but it just came to him. He said seriously, I'm not sure if it's spatial magic, but it's a natural ability. I can pull out those things with ease, all thanks to hard work and sweat. It's just that I don't fully understand this talent myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suddenly come to this cave and met you. Xian Nuya's heart was filled with emotion. If it weren't for this out-of-control talent, they would never have met. She whispered, you already felt the fire attribute magic yesterday. Today, see if you can touch other attributes. She drew another circle on the ground, with 7 colors corresponding to 7 attributes. The more attributes a mage can control, the stronger they are compared to their peers, because there are restraining relationships between attributes. Her expression changed slightly, and although her tone was humble, it revealed an unconcealed pride. Ordinary mages can only master 2 attributes at most, while those with exceptional talent can control 3. Now, I can master all 7. Chu Sheng was stunned, then noticed that the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up, and her eyes were full of pride. That expression clearly shouted, hurry up and praise me. Chapter 8. In Xian Nuya's original opinion, Chu Sheng was at most a beginner, an outsider with decent talent. But she never expected that in front of this cheater, her talent was just a small matter. Those properties you mentioned, I think I can use them all. Chu Sheng spread his hands, and magic power suddenly surged within him. Flames, water droplets, whirlwinds, electricity, and stones appeared one after another on his palms, even light and darkness. In the middle, there is a strange silver polyhedron, transparent, yet constantly changing shape, very mysterious. Xian Nuya's eyes almost popped out. You can control all 7 attributes. Wait, that silver is the space attribute. Before she could finish her shock, Chu Sheng smiled faintly. Actually, there's another attribute. He placed his hand on Xian Nuya's shoulder, and the mysterious magic within him quietly released, a time attribute that was invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, the world around Xian Nuya seemed to have been paused, and the flames froze in midair. Although this state lasted only a fraction of a second, she felt as if she had experienced an hour. Chu Sheng withdrew his hand, and time resumed its flow. Xian Nuya remained where she was, unable to utter a single word for a long time. She knew that Chu Sheng not only mastered all conventional magical attributes, but could also use lost abilities such as space and time. Chu Shengyu. She realized that with Chu Sheng's terrifying talent, he would be a key training target no matter which country he went to. Whether it was the human empire or the powerful demi-humans, they would hold him in their hands like a treasure. Given his demonstrated abilities, even if he wanted to become the Elf King, the Queen would probably offer him the throne. Xian Nuya's eyes were complicated, but she forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Did you feel tired after releasing your magic power just now?" Chu Sheng scratched his head. "It's okay, just a little mentally exhausted." Xian Nuya began to become serious, like a gentle yet serious teacher, preparing to formally explain the magic system. She also wanted to use the teaching to strengthen their relationship and, by the way, tie Chu Sheng to the elf camp. But Xian Nuya had secretly thought of a more thoughtful solution, a key strategy that could capture Chu Sheng's heart. Last night when they slept together, this man clung to a certain part of her body like a child cuddling a pillow. Perhaps, if she took the initiative a little more, could she make him completely inseparable from her? She decided to wait until Chu Sheng was tired tonight, then take the initiative again and turn Xiao Tuanshuan into his spiritual comfort station. Shen Yuoya chuckled to herself, what a genius. She put away her distracting thoughts, picked up her staff again, and drew complex magic symbols on the ground. Magicians are divided into 10 levels, from apprentices all the way to the legendary gods of magic, and each level corresponds to corresponding abilities and spells. Only those who have mastered and passed the Association Certification of Magic can obtain the corresponding class title. Magic is mainly divided into two major systems, spells and incantations. Incantations are more powerful, but the cost is extremely high, and the requirements for the magician's mental strength are also more stringent. For example, a third-tier spell can be as powerful as a fourth-tier spell, but the learning threshold is extremely high. Although the explanation was complex, Xian Nuya explained it clearly, and Chu Sheng listened very attentively. Over time, many advanced aspects of spells have been lost. Nowadays, the 7th tier is the limit. As she finished her words, she stood up, ready to personally demonstrate the power of a first-level spell. It was something like, Great Lord of Fire, please grant me the power of burning, a summoning spell. As Shinoya finished her words, a red flame suddenly rose, roaring like a dragon and crashing into the cave wall. Boom! The cave shook, sending dust flying. When the smoke cleared, a hole deep enough to reveal bone appeared in the wall. The hole was over 10 centimeters in diameter and at least 7 or 8 centimeters deep, comparable to the size of a real-world sniper rifle. And this was just the most basic first-order spell. Chu Sheng marveled, wondering, if it were a 10th-order spell, could it flatten an entire city? If I could get a nuclear bomb and test it in another world, would I be able to ascend directly to the level of a magic god? After releasing the spell, Xian Nuya felt a little tired and sat down to recover. She looked at Chu Sheng and said seriously, although the spell is difficult, you will definitely be able to learn it. But Chu Sheng was now thinking about something deeper, language. He suddenly realized that he had never learned the language of another world, yet he could always understand everything, and everything was automatically converted into the universal language of that world. Was this the function of the system? Since language can be converted, what about magic? Can magic directly understand his thoughts? Chu Sheng immediately began to experiment. He closed his eyes and sensed the magical elements floating in the air. He conjured a flaming spear in his mind, attempting to direct his magical power through his thoughts. Sure enough, the bonfire erupted like a lit fuse, transforming into a massive 2-meter-long musket. Boom! The musket suddenly fired, smashing fiercely into the cave wall. A blazing light burst out, and the stone wall instantly charred black. Xian Nuya was stunned, and only one word came to her mind, a spell without chanting. She had just demonstrated a first-level spell, but this guy had skipped the chanting and instantly unleashed a more powerful move. Casting without chanting is practically a bug in actual combat. While others were still chanting spells and gathering power, he had already launched a fireball, completely unstoppable. Xian Nuya looked at Chu Sheng, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. She realized that she had probably picked up an invincible Eastern freak. Chapter 9. Chu Sheng saw Xian Nuya's stunned expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, feeling a little proud. Although he relied on the system's plug-in blessing, he had also been working hard and focusing on studying. Xian Nuya's expression gradually changed from shock to seriousness. She whispered to Chu Sheng, "The matter of all attribute magic must not be leaked to outsiders." Chu Sheng nodded slightly. He certainly understood the principle of the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and now was not the time to be high profile. He is just a novice in magic now, and there are many beings in the entire other world who can easily crush him. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't stay in this cave any longer. "Xianyuo, how are you recovering? I think we should set off to the human kingdom. Her people are still waiting. The flame of hope cannot be delayed for too long." The two walked out of the cave hand in hand. The sun was bright and dazzling. "How far is it from here to the human kingdom?" Chu Sheng asked, narrowing his eyes. "About 100 miles. At our pace, we'll be there in a few days," Xian Nuya replied calmly. 100 miles? Chu Sheng nearly exploded on the spot. Wasn't this asking him to take the number 11 bus over the mountains and hills on foot? Without a word, he immediately returned to the real world. He planned to get a car suitable for off-road driving. The bigger and more stable the better. After all, there were no highways or asphalt roads in the other world. At a loss of what to do, Chu Sheng opened WeChat and found the name he hadn't contacted for a long time, Brother Bei. His roommate in college was a rich second generation whose family owned a factory. They had a very close relationship and usually called each other father and son. After graduation, he went abroad to take over the family business. "Holy crap, Sheng, you're actually buying a car? You're doing pretty well, what a surprise," Bei Gu said exaggeratedly. "Don't be ridiculous. Help me find a car that can handle the mountains without flipping over." Chu Sheng got straight to the point. Brother Bei thought about it and asked what his budget was. Chu Sheng replied, "Under 600,000, don't exceed that. Less than 600,000. And you can still go up the mountains and down the ditches." Brother Bei pondered for a moment. "Do you want to come abroad to have a look?" "Abroad?" Chu Sheng immediately became alert, but then he thought that Bei Ji's family was in this business, and maybe he could get some channel resources. If it were anyone else, he would have worried about being sold to have his kidney removed, but he trusted Brother Bei's character. "I have some clients from the north who can get anything for you if you're willing to pay," Brother Bei said confidently. Chu Sheng muttered, "You're not going to get me an armored vehicle, are you? You're overthinking it. At most, they'll convert it into an off-road vehicle." Bei Gu laughed. "Don't kid me. This has to be reliable." Chu Sheng was still a little worried. "When has your father ever lied to you?" Brother Bei patted his chest and assured, as nonchalant and reassuring as ever. "Then you'll have to lead the way. I don't want to be caught alone abroad." Chu Sheng joked. "No problem, leave it to me." Bei Gu agreed swiftly. Chu Sheng finally felt relieved. After all, he was no longer the unarmed laborer. 3 days later, Brother Bei returned and waited for Chu Sheng at the door of his shabby rental house. "You're about to buy a car, and you're still living here?" Brother Bei frowned. "I'll move when I get rich. By then, I'll have to rely on your father to help me pick a good house." Chu Sheng said with a smile. He transferred 600,000 yuan on the spot. His trust in his brother was self-evident. Without hesitation, Brother Bei immediately booked a flight to take him abroad and had already arranged a visa for him, saving him a lot of trouble. After getting off the plane, 2 burly foreign men speaking linguistic English met them and took them all the way to the warehouse. Chu Sheng was shocked when he saw the car. The vehicle stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body constructed of black metal, and every punch echoed deafeningly. "Are you sure this isn't an armored vehicle?" Chu Sheng exclaimed. "I told you, this is civilian." Brother Bei waved his hand calmly. Despite his complaints, Chu Sheng could still sense his brother's sincerity. Just looking at the exterior, one could tell there was no way a car like this could be had for 600,000 yuan. Brother Bei had indeed put a lot of thought into this, and he remembered the favor. But now, not only could he travel between the two worlds, he also had magic to rely on, which gave him confidence. The transaction was completed smoothly, and the seller even gave him a semi-automatic pistol as a gift, saying it was a model. But as soon as Chu Sheng picked it up, he knew that this thing was definitely not just a model. Considering various procedures and transportation arrangements, Chu Sheng simply rented a small house with a garage to stay. After pushing the armored vehicle into the garage, he began to try to carry it through the other world. However, he failed several times. It was impossible for him to carry a multi-ton armored vehicle with his bare hands, but he had space magic. With a thought, Chu Sheng completely enveloped the car body in the magic of space, and then took it into the space of his palm. Success! The next moment, a huge black iron object suddenly fell from the ground somewhere in the other world. Chapter 10. The sudden appearance of an armored vehicle startled Xian Nuya, and she subconsciously hugged Chu Sheng's arms tightly, pressing her soft heart tightly against him. "Chu Sheng, what kind of monster is this?" She stared wide-eyed like a frightened deer, full of confusion and anxiety. Chu Sheng chuckled. This is my car, don't worry. The two stood side by side, the tall elf princess and the black-haired young man forming a sharp contrast, like a combination of Ethan and Mrs. Dimitrescu. Is this really a car? Xian Nuya looked bewildered. You'll know once you sit in it. Chu Sheng opened the passenger seat and gently helped her into the seat. Although Xian Nuya was curious, she still sat down obediently, not daring to move her hands. Chu Sheng fastened her seat belt, which crossed her chest, making her voluptuous figure more prominent. Shan Yuoya held onto her seatbelt, her beautiful eyes lighting up. It would normally take several days to reach the human kingdom, but now it would probably arrive very quickly. The wind whistled and slapped against her face. For the first time, Xian Nuya felt the thrill of speed. She excitedly shouted, Chu Sheng, go faster. Chu Sheng helplessly replied, too fast. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Under her guidance, the two sped along, reaching the border of the human kingdom in just 2 hours. Chu Sheng stopped the car, pulled Xian Nuya out of the passenger seat, and then used his ability to return the armored vehicle to the real world. He checked his pistol and magazine once more before leading her towards the border. The majestic city walls soared into the sky, guarded by soldiers every 10 meters, a solemn and awe-inspiring scene. Faced with interrogation, Xian Nuya produced a certificate from the elf forest and passed through the city gate smoothly. Chu Sheng observed these soldiers and found that their heights were similar to his own. Only then did he realize that not all people from the other world were tall, but Xian Nuya was just too outstanding. Led by guards, they were ushered into the city lord's mansion. Your Highness, how great it is that you have returned safely. A middle-aged man, elegantly dressed and with a dignified demeanor, hurried to greet them. His eyes were filled with concern, and he treated Chu Sheng as nothing more than an attendant, barely glancing at him. Chu Sheng was shocked. Her Royal Highness? He had originally thought that Xian Nuya was just a gifted mage, but now he knew she was actually an elven princess. What had happened in the elven forest that had the princess personally seeking help? Chu Sheng secretly speculated that perhaps the clan leaders wanted to preserve the flame. Xian Nuya looked anxious. Marquis Peter, did any of my companions arrive alive? She was referring to the escort that had set out with her, but was ambushed by orcs. Marquis Pitt nodded. Don't worry, several of our companions arrived a few days ago, and we've already arranged accommodation and provided them with medical treatment. Xianyuo thanked him softly and rushed to the elves' residence with the Marquis. As soon as she entered, a familiar shout rang out. Xianyuo, are you really okay? A tall elf girl rushed over and hugged Xian Nuya. She had long gray hair, amber eyes, and wheat-colored skin that exuded a healthy and wild nature. Her muscles were smooth and her temperament was heroic. Although she was not as delicate as Xian Nuya, she was still the most beautiful among the girls. Chu Sheng was shocked. It seemed that the women of the elven tribe were generally tall, and the shortest was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Especially Shan Yuoya and the dark-skinned elf in front of him, who was half a head taller than him. Shan Yuoya hugged her tightly and asked anxiously, Erlin, are you the only ones left? The elves at the base were few in number, and Shanoya's heart sank. The delegation, originally numbering hundreds, was now reduced to just 5. She reached for Erlin's arm, only to find that only half of it remained. Eileen lowered her head, her voice trembling. They all died. Some were captured by the orcs and committed suicide to protect their innocence. Aaron added in a low voice. The originium we originally brought was also snatched away by the orcs. As soon as these words came out, Shanoya's face suddenly changed, and she almost collapsed. She took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. It's not your fault. It's a miracle that you are alive. As for the originium, I'll find another way. But she knew in her heart that without the originium, it would be almost impossible to get Marquis Peter to send troops to support them. After all, while the human kingdom was an ally, they prioritized self-interest. Their walls were towering, their garrison exceeded 10,000, their armor was sophisticated, and their provisions plentiful. In contrast, the elven forest defenses consisted of little more than trees, their weaponry even more rudimentary. Without external support, they could not withstand the Orcish horde. Seeing their heavy expressions, Chu Sheng couldn't help but interrupt. What is originium? The dark-skinned elf Erlin glanced at Chu Sheng and noticed this strange man. She asked doubtfully, Xian Nuya, who is this? Xian Nuya hesitated slightly and replied softly, he is Chu Sheng, from the eastern continent, and he is my good friend. Chu Sheng followed up by asking, Xian Nuya, what exactly does originium do? Xian Nuya explained that originium is a crystal stone that can store magic power, and the higher its purity, the greater its value. Even a piece the size of a pigeon egg was worth thousands of gold coins. This time, she had originally brought a basketball-sized originium, enough to exchange for human military aid. That originium was incredibly precious, capable of being crafted into several powerful magical devices, and was the very foundation of the elven forest. Now being plundered by orcs, the situation is precarious. Chu Sheng frowned. If there is no source stone, will Marquis Peter really ignore it? Xianoya nodded bitterly. It is very likely so. Although the Holy Ronya Empire is allied with the elves, the gap in strength is huge, and the relationship is like that of vassal and suzerain. After hearing this, Chu Sheng thought to himself, wow, this is a high-end game. He suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and said, let me try. In a flash, he returned to the real world, his answer already in mind. Originium, isn't it pure crystal? A perfect artificial gemstone, far superior to its natural counterpart. Chapter 11 Reasons for Choosing the Elf Forest. Chu Sheng returned to the small house he rented abroad and called Brother Bei. Brother Bei, do you know where I can buy those artificial gemstones? The bigger the better. Why do you want that kind of stuff? It's all junk. I just wanted to play with it. Can I get it? That's what I said. I'll help you arrange it right away, and I won't charge you for this kind of rubbish. Brother Bei is worthy of being called Brother Fu. He always does what he says. Chu Sheng had just sent him some pictures when a courier package was delivered to his door the next day. After opening the package, Chu Sheng was shocked by the gems inside that were bigger than his head. I thought Brother Bei would at most send some egg-sized things, but I didn't expect there would be such a huge thing. According to Brother Bei, these were all made by his customers in the gem business. Now no one wants them in the warehouse, so he specially went to pick some out and had them delivered. Chu Sheng had to be thankful that he had such an awesome brother. Without Brother Bei's connections, he would have been able to get these things, but it would undoubtedly have been much more troublesome. Picking up the gem as big as a human head, Chu Sheng returned to the other world. The gem is very big. Please move aside. Xiannuya and AI Erlin moved aside as they were told, and were stunned when they saw the huge gem suddenly appear in Chu Sheng's hand. The gem is transparent in color, like a regular and beautiful polygon, sparkling with brilliant light. How can this be used to store magic power? Shanoya and Aaron's mouths opened wide, and their eyes almost popped out. The purity and quality are much better than the original one in the elf forest. Xiannuya tried to inject magic power into it, and was surprised to find that both the amount of magic power stored and the storage speed were at least twice as fast as ordinary source stones. This can be regarded as a national treasure. Xiannuya's heart was pounding. If this thing could be processed into a magic device, it would probably be sold at a sky-high price. But unfortunately, the Forest of Elves does not know the processing technology of magic devices. She felt that she had lost out by using this priceless treasure in exchange for Marquis Pitt's troops. Chu Sheng seemed to see her hesitation and said with a smile, it's okay. I'll give you something better when we return to the elf forest. Xiannuya understood the other party's implication, which was that he still had a lot of this kind of originium. Thinking of this, her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude, and the look she gave Chu Sheng seemed to be dripping with water. Chu Sheng took out such a valuable item without saying a word. I am afraid I will never be able to repay this favor in my lifetime. I only gave him a little over 100 gold coins and a bottle of facial cleanser. At this moment, Shanoya began to hate her identity as an elf. If she were also a human, she could give birth to a lot of children as a reward for him. I cannot repay this kindness. After returning to the elf forest, I will have Her Majesty the Queen give you the highest level of compensation. As an elf princess, this is all the reward Shanoya can think of. It's not that she is unwilling to come up with something better, but given the current situation of the elf forest, it is really poor. I wonder how Her Majesty the Queen will repay such kindness. Chu Sheng handed the gem to AI Erlin and gently took Xiannuya's little hand. Don't take it so seriously. We don't need this. To the Forest of Elves, this gem may be a priceless treasure, but to Chu Sheng, it is just a stone picked up from the roadside. If it can be used to gain the goodwill and support of the entire elf forest, it will be a worthwhile deal. Chu Sheng certainly knew that this gem might allow him to gain prestige, status, and power in the human kingdom. But compared to the intrigues among humans, he prefers to have in-depth communication with the simple elf girls. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made these elf girls so tall and so kind-hearted? My life has been harmed by decay and delay. Chu Sheng said it was okay, but Xiannuya didn't dare to accept it so comfortably in her heart. She held Chu Sheng's hand with a complicated look in her eyes. Thank you, Chu Sheng. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I have something for you. After leaving these words, Shanoya and Erlin went to do their business. They need to work out a specific plan as soon as possible to get the most support from Marquis Pitt. At night, Chu Sheng lay on the large bed. This room was the best of all the residences that Marquis Pitt had prepared for the elves, but Chu Sheng had trouble falling asleep. After all, how can I sleep soundly without the familiar big elf girl around? Besides, Xiao Nuya said during the day that she had something to give him at night. What could it be? Snap! There was a gentle sound of the door being pushed open, and Xiao Nuya tiptoed in under the cover of darkness. She walked to the bed and got into the quilt very naturally, and the familiar fragrance drifted into her nostrils. Chu Sheng, you shouldn't be asleep, right? Feeling the embrace of the great elf lady and the softness on his back, Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. What's so mysterious about it? Chu Sheng turned around and hugged the other person, his face consciously leaning against the warm gem. I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? Xiao Nuya felt the breath of Chu Sheng, and her pretty face flushed unconsciously. That's what happened between us. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, what is there to worry about between us? Do you really want to escape from my palm? No. Xiao Nuya struggled to sit up from Chu Sheng's arms, her pretty face more serious than ever. Her beautiful eyes were full of complexity, and she considered for a moment before speaking. The elves were born from the tree of life and cannot conceive. We will never have offspring. Chu Sheng thought it was something else, but it turned out that the big elf lady was worried about this kind of thing. Is it really a bad thing to not be able to give birth to offspring? In the real world, the number of newborns is decreasing year by year, which shows that young people do not attach as much importance to getting married and having children as before. Besides, I won't have to take any safety measures from now on. Can you just set up a kitchen? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng lay directly on the legs of the big elf lady and experienced the joy of brain pad waves. Oh, this is so itchy. Feeling Chu Sheng's little movements, Xiao Nuya blushed and gently hit him a few times. Judging from the other party's reaction, I guess he doesn't mind this kind of thing? Chu Sheng, are you really okay? Shan Yuoya couldn't help but speak out her inner thoughts. With your ability, you can marry even a human princess or a demi-human queen. Why do you have to be so nice to me? This question, seeing Chu Sheng really start to think about this, Xiao Nuya immediately began to regret it again. It would be better to just stay in this muddle with him, and then go back to the elf forest and let him enjoy himself every day without wanting to leave. But Xiao Nuya also felt that doing so was a deception and irresponsible act towards Chu Sheng. She didn't want Chu Sheng to have a bad impression or misunderstanding of her, even if doing so might really cause Chu Sheng and the elf forest to drift further apart. If I have to give a reason, it's that they persuaded him, right? The two of them. Xiao Nuya didn't react at first, but after seeing Chu Sheng's extremely infatuated eyes, she suddenly understood. Hate it. I'm talking to you about serious matters, and they can't talk. Chu Sheng felt the trembling hearts and said with a smile, in addition to my talent for conjuring things, I actually have another innate ability. You must not tell anyone. What ability? Chu Sheng said seriously. I can communicate with them. Xiao Nuya was skeptical. Is it really possible to communicate with Fat? Chu Sheng, do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know. They are telling me about their reluctance to leave, their desire to stay, their heartache and sadness. The reason why Chu Sheng chose the Forest of Elves instead of the human kingdom or other demi-human kingdoms. The elf girl's body shape and human heart are certainly one of the reasons, but in the final analysis, they are not all. After all, the other world is so big, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a woman with a similar appearance and figure to the elf girl. Chu Sheng's abilities are powerful, but he cannot be seen in public. If he were not a simple elf, he might not be so friendly to him. He comes from the Eastern continent, knows space magic, and has various magical items. With all these buffs added together, it is hard not to attract the attention of those who are truly in power and strong. At that time, he might be able to gain fame, fortune, and status, but there is a high probability that he will become a sharp knife in the hands of the noble lords and be inexplicably involved in various disputes. On the contrary, the elf forest has reached a critical juncture of life and death. Chu Sheng chose to stand in the camp of the elves at this moment, which at least guaranteed absolute freedom. And if he could help the elf forest overcome this difficulty, he might even be able to take over the elf forest. Afterwards, they used this as a base to gradually expand their influence and gain a firm foothold. It's like giving you two choices. Would you rather be the son of the peninsula or the president of the Eagle Sauce? One is to manage the family business, and the other is to work as an employee. I believe anyone with brains would choose that. Listening to Chu Sheng's weird words, Xiao Nuya rolled her eyes in annoyance. You're a love addict. She knew Chu Sheng had his own plans and would not be thrown off by her words. Since he chose to respond with such a joke, it means that this guy intends to stay in the elf forest. Thinking of this, Xian Nuya's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. Chu Sheng was already the only one she had in her life. Since he likes these two so much, let him be so happy that he will be short of oxygen. Chapter 12 Crisis Resolved. Chu Sheng, I have a meeting tomorrow, slow down. Hearing this, Chu Sheng was stunned. Yes, the big elf lady has some important things to do tomorrow, and it would not be good if she appeared listless. It would not be very decent if someone could tell something from your walking posture. Xian Nuya mustered up her courage. What she said during the day that she would give to Chu Sheng was the precious thing on her body. Although the process and atmosphere were not quite what I expected, at least the result was good. At this moment, she is full of hope for her and Chu Sheng's future. I am also full of hope for the future of the elf forest. Since you have something important to do tomorrow, let's try something else. There was a hint of confusion in Xian Nuya's beautiful eyes, and she looked at Chu Sheng with some doubt and confusion. Ahem, that's it. Chu Sheng whispered a few words into the big elf's ear, which immediately made her slender ears turn red. Xian Nuya's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but glance down. Is this really okay? Her pretty face was full of blush. These two can actually be used. This night is destined to be a night of pioneering creation. It was not until noon the next day that Xian Nuya woke up with renewed energy, and she looked at Chu Sheng with a mixture of amusement and love. This guy is like a little baby. Fortunately, the discussion meeting was held in the afternoon, otherwise I would have been in big trouble. Xian Nuya got up and went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. He focused on cleaning the area near his heart to prevent his childhood friend, Aaron, from noticing any strange aura. Chu Sheng was still lying in bed, but in fact he had already returned to the real world. After learning a little about the prices of artificial gemstones, I realized that the gemstone the size of a human head that Brother Bei gave me was actually not cheap. Although it is man-made, it is not worthless like those waste materials. So Chu Sheng went to a roadside gift shop and bought some crystal glass balls, intending to use them as gifts for Marquis Peter. Anyway, people in the other world won't know the value of it. So let's keep the big gem and give it to the elf queen in the elf forest. Looking at the big elf lady coming out of the bath, Chu Sheng slowly got up. It was really hard for Xian Nuya, who used all the skills she learned from movies and TV series. Xianoya, I don't plan to give that big originium to Marquis Peter. Let's exchange it for these spherical originiums. I'll give you the big one when we get back to the elf forest. Well, of course you have the final say on your own things. Xian Nuya had no objection to this. If it weren't for Chu Sheng's help, she would have been in despair by now. After packing up, the two set out to find Aaron and told her about this matter. Of course, Ellen had no objection, and even expressed her gratitude to Chu Sheng for leaving the good originium for the elf forest. It was not until the afternoon that the negotiation meeting between the Forest of Elves and Marquis Pete was officially held. Shanyoya took out a bag of crystal glass balls, a total of 100, and gave them all to Marquis Peter. Next to Marquis Pete sat an old man over 50 years old, wearing a magician's robe. He seemed to be quite powerful. The moment the old man saw the glass ball, his eyes widened, and he picked up a glass ball and looked at it carefully. Such a pure crystal is the best material for storing magic power. Lao Deng's hands were shaking, and he held the glass ball as if it were a treasure. In fact, these were just marbles that Chu Sheng bought, 5 yuan a box. Only children would play with it. It is a useless thing. However, this thing is actually a top-level originium material in another world. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It seems that my future reselling business will have one more product in reserve. At the meeting, Marquis Pit was very satisfied with the sincerity shown by Shanoya and immediately promised to send troops to support. A special group of knights will also be dispatched to escort Shanoya back to the Forest of Elves safely. This is going too smoothly. After returning to the elves' base, Shanoya was still not awake. The crisis that had been hanging over his head during this period was resolved so easily. All this is thanks to the man who claims he can talk to Fat. Thinking of this, Xian Nuya looked at Chu Sheng with her beautiful eyes. Thank you. If you hadn't been here this time. Xianuo, if you feel guilty, let me see them more often in the future. Hearing Chu Sheng's joke, Xian Nuya's pretty face immediately blushed, and she punched the other person with her pink fist. Really? I don't want you to think that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be grateful and only knows how to take things. I'll have Erlin give you the 20,000 gold coins I promised you later. Xian Nuya held Chu Sheng's hand and mustered up the courage to look him in the eyes. Chu Sheng, are you really willing to go back to the elf forest with me? You are from the eastern continent, and you are free to go wherever you want. I won't force you, but the elf forest really needs you, and so do I. Seeing that the big elf lady was so serious, Chu Sheng wanted to tease her a little. If I say I don't want to go back with you, will you still stay with me? Hearing Chu Sheng's response, Xian Nuya lowered her head and stammered. The elf forest is considered the weakest force on this continent. It's normal that you don't want to go. But then I might not be able to see you every day. I can only sneak out to accompany you occasionally. Xian Nuya's voice became lower and lower as she spoke, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hoped Chu Sheng could stay, but she hoped it was Chu Sheng's own will, not out of pity for her. Compared to the Holy Ronia Empire or other forces, there is probably nothing in the elf forest that can impress Chu Sheng. Even if I don't go to the elf forest, are you willing to sneak out to see me? Chu Sheng pinched Xian Nuya's chin and looked at her pouting pink little mouth, feeling quite amused. Well, we're already like that. Do you think I'll look for someone else? Chu Sheng pretended to be a little sad and sighed. So it's because of this and that between us that you have to be with me. I thought it was because you liked me. Of course I like you. I didn't say I had to. Seeing the big elf lady wanting to explain but unable to, her face turned red with anxiety. Chu Sheng shook his head. This big elf girl was so cute and innocent. When he treated himself to an American hot dog last night, he asked Xian Nuya to look up at him the whole time. Her little face was so cute and rosy. Such a cute elf girl would probably cry for a long time if she punched her, right? Chapter 13 Promotion to Junior Level. Chu Sheng stroked the giant elf's long, smooth hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. I was planning to go to the Forest of Elves for a big fight, so why would I choose to go to another camp?" When he thought of the various elf girls waiting for his patronage, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, with 3 parts of the confidence of the crooked mouth Dragon King and 7 parts of the frivolity of Jack Shiba Inu. Shinoya and Marquis Peter have already discussed the subsequent procedures and will send the knights to escort a few people back to the Forest of Elf tomorrow. There was still about a day of rest left, so Xian Nuya suggested taking Chu Sheng to the city to take a look at the markets on this continent. Compared to the bustling and glittering modern cities, the towns in the other world are much simpler. But the coming and going of people, the various down-to-earth vendors, and the classical architectural style also make this shopping trip unique. The two of them walked around and attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, one is an elf and is so tall, while the other has black hair and black eyes, an appearance that only exists in legends. Chu Sheng, let's go to the Magicians Association. I want to pick out a staff for you. Staff? Chu Sheng remembered the wooden stick that Xian Nuya always used when casting spells, but it seemed that his own non-chanting spells did not require such a medium. However, he naturally would not reject the kindness of the elf lady in a disappointing way. Then let's go and take a look together. Although Chu Sheng had no intention of buying anything, he planned to take a look at various magical devices and tools, perhaps reselling them in the real world. On the way to the Magicians Association, Shinoya explained to him the origin and background of this force. The Magicians Association is one of the neutral forces independent of the country and has branches in various races. It is a place dedicated to magicians accepting commissions, buying and selling magic tools, and learning spells. Similar forces include the Adventurers Guild, and so on. The two came to the Magicians Association in the territory of Marquis Pete, and as soon as they entered, they were faced with a wide variety of magical devices and magic crystals. Various styles of staffs are placed on the shelves, including wooden, steel, jade, and even vibrating ones. It can be said that it meets the unique needs of various magicians. Welcome to the Magicians Association. How can you help me? A sweet-looking staff member came over and introduced the two of them enthusiastically. Chu Sheng, let's get you a magician certification first, then you can get discounts on your purchases. The Magicians Association also provides a venue for testing qualifications and can issue magician certificates at any time. Under Xian Nuya's guidance, Chu Sheng came to the test site and casually released the flame spear spell he had cast in the cave before. Then he obtained the 3rd-level magician certificate at the speed of light and was promoted to a junior magician. I also got a set of gray magician robes, but at first glance it was the most ordinary stuff, without any enhancement. Seeing Chu Sheng, who had only been lifting magic for 2 or 3 days, directly become a 3rd-level magician, Xian Nuya felt both shocked and happy. What hit him hard was that although he was an immortal and had unprecedented talent, he was only a 5th-level magician now. Maybe it won't be long before Chu Sheng surpasses him. But when she thought of the relationship between Chu Sheng and herself, Xian Nuya became happy again. The stronger the opponent is, the more powerful the elf forest will be in the future. Sir, the staff and magical device you selected cost a total of 1,500 gold coins. How would you like to pay? The salesgirl smiled professionally and looked like she had received special training. These two little things cost 1,500 gold coins. Chu Sheng muttered to himself. He had just received 20,000 gold coins from Xia Nuya and thought he was already rich enough. I didn't expect the purchasing power of gold coins to be so low. I'll help him out. Xia Nuya took out a bag from her arms, which looked heavy. There was no change in her expression, as if it was natural to do so. No, can you see if this can be paid? Chu Sheng stopped Xia Nuya's hand from taking out the gold coins. Although it was indeed nice to be kept by a rich older sister, he wanted to try something else. He handed one of the remaining glass balls to the salesperson, who was stunned for a moment. As a staff member of the Magicians Association, the other party must be knowledgeable. This kind of crystal with pure texture is definitely the best for storing magic power. Dear guest, I need to ask the president for instructions. Please wait a moment. The young lady hurried to the backstage to inquire, and changed her address to Chu Sheng from Mr. to Distinguished Guest, which shows the value of this glass ball. Chu Sheng, why don't you let me pay? When Xia Nuya saw the glass ball, she felt that Chu Sheng was a bit too wasteful. It was really a waste to use such a good thing to offset the gold coins. It's like no one would exchange 1 gold coin for 100 silver coins. Although they have the same value, their rarity is very different. Chu Sheng smiled and did not explain. Glass beads were just a few dollars to him. He just wanted to see the specific price positioning of this thing. After a while, a white-haired old man wearing a blue magician's robe came out. He wore a badge with 7 patterns on his chest, so he must be the president of the local Magicians Association. A 7th-level magician is considered a pillar-level powerhouse in the entire human kingdom. Young man, how many originium stones do you have left? I'll take them all. Excuse me, old man, this is the last piece. How much is it worth in gold coins? The old man stroked his graying beard and held up 2 fingers. How about I give you 20,000 gold coins? When Chu Sheng heard the price, he was a little surprised. A glass bead is worth 20,000? I saved the elf princess, and it only cost 20,000. Why do I feel like the gold coins in this world are not that valuable? Is there any currency with greater purchasing power? Then let's make it 20,000. Minus my staff and magic device, give me the rest in cash. The old man didn't say much, and directly asked the staff to count out 18,500 gold coins and pile them in a big bag. Each gold coin weighs 20 grams, and the total weight of 18,500 coins is as high as 370 kilograms. Fortunately, Chu Sheng can control the magic of space attributes. Otherwise, he would have to ask a few elf girls to help him carry it back. Chu Sheng, why did you exchange originium for gold coins? You're losing so much. Chu Sheng had no way of explaining this to Xia Nuya, so he could only resort to making up stories. Xianyuo, I actually have a trace of dragon blood in my body, and I like shiny things like this. Aren't these 2 your favorites? Shanhuoya rarely complained, and put her hands on her chest to support it. Seeing Chu Sheng's happy face, she didn't say anything to spoil the fun. I now have a total of 38,500 gold coins on me. According to the previous measurement at the gold shop, the content is about 50%, 581 grams. Chu Sheng did a quick calculation and found that there were 2 small goals. I am such a naughty guy. He didn't even have time to look at the newly bought magic device. He went straight back to the real world and piled the gold coins in his hut. Looking at the pile of gold coins, Chu Sheng's smile was harder than Barrett's. But unfortunately, there are no storage rings like those in fantasy novels in the other world. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would not feel at ease leaving so many gold coins in this small house. The amount of gold coins in this pile is too large to be sold now. The best we can do is sell them in small batches. Even with the power and channels of Brother Bay's family, they probably don't have the courage to handle such a large amount of gold. Wait, there are no storage magic devices in the other world because the magic of space attributes has been lost. Chu Sheng came up with an idea and went straight back to the other world to study the newly bought magic device. This thing is everywhere in the world, which means that the technical content of the magic device is not too high. As long as I learn how to make magic devices, can I make a storage ring using space magic? Emma, I'm such a beat. The magic device in his hand is a 3rd-level magic device, which is a defensive device. By injecting magic power into the body, a magic barrier with a radius of 2 meters can be generated around itself to block magic attacks below the 3rd level. It is a defensive device that almost every magician has. For a fragile guy like Chu Sheng, it is of great use. After all, the power of 3rd-level magic is almost equivalent to a sniper rifle in the real world. As long as Chu Sheng wasn't shot in the face by a bazooka, he would be able to dominate the real world now. Chapter 14, Another Ambush. Chu Sheng didn't feel reluctant at all and directly disassembled the magic device to examine it. without caring whether he could put it back together later. After studying the internal structure of the magic device, Chu Sheng found that it was much simpler than he had imagined. I thought it was at least advanced mathematics, but it turned out to be just solving a one-variable equation. The core of the magic device is a magic storage crystal similar to the Source Stone. The operating logic of the magic circle is engraved with magic symbols on the outside, and finally it is put on the outer shell, and it is done. Although Chu Sheng couldn't understand the symbols on the magic circle, he didn't need to understand them at all. After all, he can directly communicate with the magical elements in the air. Wouldn't it be enough to just let those magical elements form a magic circle with corresponding functions? Maybe the structure of the magic device will be more stable and durable than that of ordinary magic devices. Without saying anything, Chu Sheng took out a small glass ball and began to guide the spatial attribute magic to attach to it. After a while, the magic elements formed an extremely clear magic circle by themselves, which had a sense of beauty of returning to nature. In just a few seconds, a brand new space magic device was made. Chu Sheng's thoughts sank into the glass ball. The internal storage space was about 1 cubic meter, which had met his expectations. Then he made 20 in one go and put all his gold coins into them. In the future, if you have any valuables, you can put them all in for safekeeping. It seems that the long-lost space magic device in the other world is about to become bigger and stronger in my hands. Chu Sheng's mouth curled up for who knows how many times. A glass ball could be sold for 20,000 gold coins. Now that it has been converted into a space magic device, how many times will its value increase? With these small balls, Chu Sheng can now be said to have achieved financial freedom. I have so many gold coins that I don't know how to spend them. But when you have too much money, it becomes just a string of numbers. Chu Sheng couldn't help but think of Ma's classic saying, "I don't love money." If you have so much money that you can't spend it in a lifetime, then he may really be unable to love you. Now, Chu Sheng can try to pursue things that money cannot buy, such as reputation, power, strength, etc. Among these, the most important thing is strength. In this strange world dominated by supernatural powers, if you don't have strength, no matter how much money you have, it will only be robbed. Chu Sheng urgently needs to improve his personal strength. Only with strength can he do things that he could only dream of before. At night, Chu Sheng and Xia Nuya slept in each other's arms. "Chu Sheng, we can go back tomorrow. When we get to the elf forest, we'll..." As she spoke, Xia Nuya's pretty face gradually turned red, and her eyes kept moving towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng naturally understood the big elf lady's thoughts. Isn't it just that she wants to? Of course, he was also full of expectations for the elf forest and wanted to see what the world where the elves lived was like. Both of them suppressed the heat in their hearts. After all, this was not their territory, and they both wanted to keep the beautiful memories in the right place. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Chu Sheng, Xia Nuya, and several other elf girls got on the carriage arranged by Marquis Peter and headed to the elf forest. There were hundreds of logistics teams and dozens of armored knights guarding the carriage, so its safety was guaranteed. For 7 consecutive days, Chu Sheng did not get off the carriage, and the team arrived at the territory of the elf forest. The team stopped at the border between the Holy Ranian Empire and the Forest of Elves. "Everyone, as agreed, our escort ends here." The knight commander dismounted, spoke politely to Chu Sheng and the others, and then led a group of knights to mount their horses and leave. Chu Sheng looked at Xia Nuya in confusion. Why don't they escort us inside? According to the alliance agreement, they are not allowed to enter the elf forest. Shanoya briefly explained that the armies of the elves, humans, demi-humans, and other races cannot enter the sphere of influence of other races. Although the knights could not enter, the logistics personnel arranged by Marquis Pitt could still enter. Since they were not wearing weapons or armor, it was not considered a breach of contract. On this trip, Marquis Pitt not only sent a group of knights to escort them, but also gave back a lot of supplies to the elf forest. It seemed that he was very satisfied with the glass beads. A rare smile appeared on Xia Nuya's face. With this batch of supplies, the defense of the elf forest will be easier. Because of her height, she couldn't snuggle in Chu Sheng's arms when sitting, so she had to lie on Chu Sheng's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that the pressure and burden I had carried along the way had been relieved, I couldn't help but feel my shoulders were no longer sore. There should be some kind of fortification where you live, or do you live directly in the trees? Chu Sheng looked at the endless towering trees not far away. To a certain extent, this terrain was equivalent to a city wall. It's just a leaky city wall. The only advantage is that it can prevent large equipment and vehicles from entering, but it is also easy for people to be killed by a fire. Hearing Chu Sheng's question, Xia Nuya blushed. Well, there are fortifications, but the elves are not good at building them, so. The implication is that there are no defensive fortifications at all. Chushing nodded. It seemed that different races had their own strengths. The elves are all suitable to be magicians, but asking them to move bricks would be putting them in a difficult position. Just as the two of them were leaning comfortably in the carriage, there was a burst of commotion and screams outside the window. It's an orc. Run. The orcs are coming. Soon, screams were heard one after another, and hundreds of logistics personnel were in chaos, running in all directions. Chushing opened the window and saw a dozen tall figures rushing towards the crowd not far away. Each of them is at least 3 meters tall, covered with thick hair, and has green skin. His face was hideous and ferocious, with 2 long fangs protruding from his mouth, and his muscles were well-developed and terrifying. Is this an orc? Chusheng counted and found that there were 12 orcs attacking this side. They look very similar to the orcs in World of Warcraft, but they are taller and stronger. Although their number was small, for the unarmed logistics personnel, it was like a wolf among a flock of sheep. Spare my life. I am willing to be abandoned by the Beastman Sama. A captured woman begged desperately, but the tall orc did not respond at all. He simply grabbed her legs and tore her in half. Blood splattered in the air, frightening the horses pulling the cart so much that they started to run away. There were even cases of people trampling on each other and getting injured before being caught by the orcs. Erin ran over from the side, drew out a sharp sword with her only remaining left hand, and protected Shinoya in front of her. Your Highness, Chusheng, you guys retreat first. We're not far from the elf forest here. We'll cover your rear. Her eyes were firm and her tone was without any fear. As she looked at the orcs being slaughtered not far away, she felt an eagerness to try. Shanyuoya's face darkened, and she pulled Erlin without saying anything. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's leave together. A staff appeared in her hand, and she chanted a spell at a rapid speed, and a fierce flame condensed at the front end of the staff. Erin was already injured and had only one arm. If she continued to fight the orcs, she would probably die. She is not only Shanyuoya's personal bodyguard, but also Shanyuoya's friend since childhood. How could Shanyuoya let her die in vain? Chusheng noticed that an orc was rushing towards him, and he immediately raised his hand and cast a lightning spell. Boom. The blinding lightning struck the orc, only singeing his hair a little, without even causing a scratch. Chusheng was surprised. He thought that this would at least paralyze the orc and control it for a few seconds, but he didn't expect the orc's resistance to be so outrageous. Roar! The orcs were enraged by Chusheng's thunder and lightning. They roared and rushed forward at a faster speed, causing the ground to shake continuously under their feet. Shinoya had finished chanting the spell at this moment, and a ball of fire turned into a giant dragon, rushing towards the carriage that the few people had been riding in. The carriage was instantly set on fire, forming a fierce wall of fire between the elves and orcs. Orcs have extremely strong magic resistance, making them immune to almost all magical damage below level 5. While explaining to Chusheng, Xian Nuya called on several other elf girls and prepared to evacuate. Most of them were injured, and they would only die if they fought the orcs head-on. Everyone, hurry up and leave. This wall of fire won't hold for long. Magic immunity? Chusheng was slightly shocked. There were actually carbon-based creatures that were immune to magical damage below level 5. How high must the muscle density be? However, I can be immune to the magic in this world, but I wonder if I can be immune to the magic in the real world? Chusheng touched the pistol on his waist. This was the magic known as the equality of all beings. Chapter 15, Magical Device of Equality for All. Chusheng did not panic. He went straight back to the real world and brought the armored vehicle over. Everyone come up. He greeted them and, ignoring the shocked expressions of the other elf girls, pushed Erin and the other 2 elf girls into the back seat. Xian Nuya also decisively opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, and Chusheng stepped on the accelerator. According to Xian Nuya, orcs are immune to magic attacks below level 5, and Chusheng's current attack methods are completely unable to break through their defense. He planned to drive to create distance between himself and the other party, and then try to attack with a pistol. Let these brainless orcs see the Chinese server shooters walking a. However, the surrounding environment is not suitable for a giant like an armored vehicle to move around, as it is filled with densely packed trees. But Chusheng quickly thought of a solution. Xian Nuya, you will feed me a piece of white rabbit candy every 10 seconds. He threw a bag of candy to Xian Nuya, and then mobilized all his mental strength to control the earth attribute magic around the armored vehicle. Earth magic, forge a barrier-breaking sharp knife for me. The ground continued to shake, and soon hard rocks rolled out, forming a triangular wall of earth in front of the armored vehicle. The pointed end is pointed straight ahead. As long as the armored vehicle moves at full speed, All obstacles along the way will be torn apart to both sides by the pointed end. This requires a very high hardness of the earth wall, so Chu Sheng asked Xia Nuya to continuously feed him candy to ensure a continuous supply of magic power. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator hard, and the armored vehicle rushed through the environment full of big trees. Big trees were knocked down one after another, but it did not affect the speed at all. He controlled the steering wheel with his right hand and picked up the pistol with his left hand. He kept moving around the orcs and looking for an opportunity to shoot. Snap, snap, snap. Chu Sheng emptied the magazine in one breath, but since this was his first time using a gun, several rounds were empty. Ouch! An orc covered his crotch in pain, and his strong body, which was more than 3 meters tall, fell to the ground. Damn human! How dare you hurt my Ikuin? When I catch you, I will eat you alive to make you better. The orc made a gibberish roar, but Chu Sheng, with his golden finger, could clearly sense the other party's thoughts. Seeing that the orcs could be hurt by bullets, Chu Sheng was delighted and returned directly to the real world. It seems that as long as it is a carbon-based organism, it will be afraid of American II. Moreover, he just used a pistol with the least lethality and was not too close to the orcs. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng quickly called Brother Bei. He planned to get some equipment so that the orcs could experience the exclusive magic of the real world. After Brother Bei answered the phone, Chu Sheng told him his thoughts, including but not limited to automatic rifles, shotguns, grenades, and various weapons of mass destruction. Of course, Chu Sheng asked about the model on the phone and didn't directly ask for the real thing. Nobody, are you going to play real people and give him love? Brother Bei on the other end of the phone was also shocked, but only agreed to help after Chu Sheng repeatedly emphasized that he would not mess around. 2 days later, Brother Bei drove to the small house that Chu Sheng rented. He carried a large wooden box from the car and looked at Chu Sheng with a bit of curiosity. Hey Sheng, what on earth do you want these for? Although Brother Bei's family also has businesses in this area, in his impression, Chu Sheng would not want to get involved in such things. Although we are in a foreign country, if any trouble occurs, it will cost a lot to settle it. Don't worry, I'm just collecting it. I won't mess with it or take it back home. Chu Sheng spoke with an innocent look on his face. He couldn't say that he was going to kill orcs from another world, right? Then you better be careful and don't cause any trouble. Brother Bei didn't say much. He could tell Chu Sheng was hiding something from him. But given their long-term friendship, he also believed that Chu Sheng would not do anything bad that would make him have to clean up the mess. Chu Sheng transferred his only remaining 100,000 yuan to Brother Bei, and now he is penniless again. So poor that all I have left is gold coins. Last time when he bought the armored vehicle, Brother Bei only charged him a friendly price of 500,000. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would not even be able to afford the money to buy the equipment this time. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to sell that pile of gold coins. Even if I only sell a small part of it, it will allow me to be generous for a while. Chu Sheng planned to ask Brother Bei later to see what the upper limit of gold he could consume was. Without thinking too much, the most important thing right now is to deal with the orcs from the other world. He opened the large wooden box on the ground, which contained 2 AKs, 10 RGD grenades, some scattered stun grenades, smoke bombs, and hundreds of 7.62 bullets. Chu Sheng loaded the bullets, recalled his driving posture a few days ago, and returned to the other world. The violent, bumpy feeling came again, and the armored vehicle rushed through the woods, constantly moving around the orc team. Erlen, take these things. Chu Sheng threw the grenade and stun grenade to Erin in the back row and briefly told her how to use them. Then he placed the barrel of the AK on the window, drove the car to a place about 50 meters away from the orcs, and pulled the trigger. Data. Sparks flew from the muzzle of the gun, shaking Chu Sheng so much that he doubted his life, and he almost shot the roof of the car. It seems that AK is really difficult to suppress, not to mention that I am only using one hand now. Chu Sheng's shoulder was sore from being hit by the butt of the gun, and he couldn't help but think of his spatial magic. Since I can't suppress the AK with one hand, I might as well let the space help me suppress it. Space magic, tie the AK to the car window. The AK was directly pinned to the car window by an invisible force, with the entire gun body in a semi-suspended state. Chu Sheng only needs to control the crosshairs of the gun, and he doesn't even need to hold the butt of the gun. Brother Orc, look what this is. Several orcs were attracted by Chu Sheng's provocative words. When they turned around, they were greeted by intensive gunfire. Data. An entire magazine was emptied, and blood-red holes appeared on the orc's body, turning it into a hornet's nest. Roar. Several orcs roared in pain and were forced back by bullets. They were terrified, not understanding what kind of magic this human had used that not only ignored their immunity, but was also invisible and traceless. Before they could recover, Aaron threw out a few more grenades, which rolled to their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The violent noise echoed through the woods, making Chu Sheng's ears hurt. He continued to drive and reload, giving the orcs no room to breathe. After firing 200 rounds of bullets, he stopped the car and prepared to observe the battle situation. Erlin also threw all the 10 grenades and stun bombs given by Chu Sheng, and billowing smoke and dust obscured the center of the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the orcs who had been so aggressive just now were now in a very miserable state. Their hands and feet were blown off by the grenades, and they lay on the ground in pain, without even the strength to wail. Some unlucky ones had their entire heads blown off and hanged themselves on the spot. Chu Sheng pushed open the car door and walked over. Without saying a word, he started to finish off the enemy. Duh, duh, duh. All the orcs who were still struggling to survive were fed well by 7.62. Their heads were flying all over the place, and Chu Sheng stopped. Xian Nuya followed and said with a look of surprise, Chu Sheng, what kind of magic is this? She remembered that Chu Sheng was only a third-level magician, so how could he kill the orcs alive? And judging from the other person's appearance, he didn't even break a sweat. This isn't magic. In our place, it's called the magical device that makes all beings equal. Chu Sheng patted the smoking barrel of the gun and laughed. Although what he had in his hands were retired goods from the real world, and they might even be low-quality products made privately by some arms dealers. But in another world, it is a powerful weapon. You orcs are immune to magic below level 5, and you seem very strong, but in front of my seaweed egg drop soup, you can only sweat profusely. Of course, it is also possible that these orcs had never seen hot weapons and did not know how to deal with them, so they were defeated. Just like when Erlin threw a grenade before, an orc picked it up with his hands disdainfully. Then he was fried into a dough twist on the spot. If there's a chance, I'll also equip each of your elven fighters with a magical device like this. Chu Sheng was just about to explain to Xian Nuya the usage and principles of thermal weapons when something strange happened to the orc corpse on the ground. A white spot of light appeared on the bodies of the orcs who were killed by Chu Sheng just now, just like the death drops in Dark Souls. Chapter 16, Elf Forest. Out of curiosity, Chu Sheng reached out and gently touched the white spots of light. The next moment, the white light turned into a moth and flew directly into Chu Sheng's forehead. Chu Sheng hummed unconsciously, and a tingling and refreshing feeling swept through his body. Seeing Chu Sheng's sudden abnormality, Xian Nuya thought he was injured and hurriedly supported him. What's wrong with you, Chu Sheng? Are you injured? Hang in there. When we get back to the elf forest, the tree of life will heal you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Sheng waved his hands and broke free from Xian Nuya's arms. It took him a while to get used to the restless feeling in his body, as if his whole body was filled with strength. In layman's terms, it was more comfortable than a snake. Xianyuo, did you see the bright spots on these orc corpses? What's the highlight? Xian Nuya tilted her head, not knowing what Chu Sheng was talking about. Can only you see it? Chu Sheng immediately understood that the items dropped by these orcs were also produced by his golden finger. Is this to encourage yourself to kill more monsters and get more equipment? Chu Sheng picked up the orc's half-body, weighed it in his hand, and it weighed at least 200 pounds. I was able to lift it up easily with one hand, which was something I had never dared to imagine before. Moreover, it does not rely on the support of spatial magic, but relies entirely on the physical body. Chu Sheng touched the bright spots on the bodies of the other 2 orcs, and 2 more sour and refreshing feelings appeared. As for the other orc corpses, Chu Sheng remembered that they were killed by the grenades thrown by Erlin. The bright spots of the items dropped from their bodies were dimmer than those killed by Chu Sheng. It appears a light gray. Chu Sheng also touched them one by one, and the pleasure of power he gained was obviously weaker than before. To describe it, if you kill a creature with your own hands, getting the drops feels like washing the big head, while if you kill it with your own hands, getting the drops feels like washing the small head. From a superficial feeling, the improvement brought to Chu Sheng by the 2 is more than double. In the past, Chu Sheng could only lift about 50 kilograms with one hand. His physical fitness was just average, and he couldn't even do 10 pull-ups. And now, Chu Sheng felt that he could kill with one punch those Shura, Dragon King, Mad Young Master, and Soldier King in those brainless and cool novels. This kind of strength increase is much more natural than Trenbolone, Anadrol, and Stanozolol. Chu Sheng walked around the battlefield, removing the piles of earth along the way. Before, when he was driving his armored vehicle and ramming into people, he also used Earth Attribute magic to cast airtight protective shields for the fleeing humans passing by. At present, apart from those who were directly killed by the orc team at the beginning, there are about 80 logistics humans left. Chu Shang continued to drive the armored vehicle, carrying the elf women to the elf forest first, while the rest of the humans continued to be responsible for transporting the supplies. The knights had just left when they were attacked by the orc army. This accident couldn't have come at a worse time. In the car, Shanoya had a worried look on her face. Her team had been attacked twice by orcs. She had managed to escape last time, but if Chu Shang hadn't been there this time, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Is it really an accident? Chu Shang spoke with a meaningful look on his face, and at the same time used space magic to unfold an invisible barrier around the two of them. Shanoya was attacked on the way to the human empire, and now she was attacked again on the way back to the elf forest, and both times when the human army was not around. Even an idiot can see there's a problem. Either there is a traitor in the elf forest, or there is a traitor on the side of Marquis Pete. Or maybe, Marquis Pete himself is the mole. After hearing Chu Shang's words, Xian Nuya's expression became serious. It seems that this matter is not that simple. Well, we'll talk about it in detail when we get back to the elf forest. In this way, after several hours of journey, the few of them arrived at the Forest of Elves without any obstruction. This place is hidden by countless towering trees, and there are no obvious urban buildings. Houses and places are often built on giant trees. It is simply a kingdom of trees. As soon as you enter the elf forest, you will be greeted by a welcoming team consisting of dozens of fair-skinned and beautiful elf girls. Some have white hair, some have yellow hair, some have blue hair, and some have red hair. They are all tall and slender. Chu Shang stared intently and could not help but sigh once again that the elves were so well-nourished. There were hardly any who were shorter than him, and few who were smaller than C either. The most important thing is that these elf girls are all natural. They are so much better than those people on the internet who are so beautified that even their own mothers can't recognize them, and all kinds of photo-cheating people. If these elf girls go to the real world, they can make money every month just by doing some marginal work on short video websites. We elves are all beauties. If you like, I'll have 2 of them serve you every night. Just when Chu Shang was dazzled, a bland voice sounded in his ears. Really? That's 2. Chu Shang pressed the corners of his upturned mouth, turned his head, and saw Xian Nuya with a resentful look on her face. That's pretty immoral. Snort. Xian Nuya's cheeks were puffed up, and she regretted bringing Chu Shang to the elf forest. Because every elf is born beautiful and there are no males, in the eyes of outsiders, it is a country of women. The elf forest has suffered many invasions and covetousnesses in history, but fortunately the elves occupy advantageous terrain and have powerful magical talents, so they have maintained their independence to this day. Xian Nuya hugged Chu Shang's arms with both hands, squeezing and deforming the big cup and small ball, as if declaring her sovereignty. Chu Shang didn't say anything. After all, the great elf mother was the one who taught him Confucianism, so it was normal for him to feel a little jealous. If the other party was not jealous, Chu Shang would doubt his own charm and Xian Nuya's feelings. Anyway, the big elf girl is easy to coax. At most, you can feed her some candy and her anger will subside. Xian Nuya led Chu Shang to a wooden house on a tree. The space was quite large, but the decoration style was indeed a bit simple. Fortunately, Chu Shang was not a picky person. He had lived in a small, shabby house for 300 yuan a month for a long time. Chu Shang, you rest here for a while. I'll go report our itinerary to the queen. AI Erlin, you should also hurry to the Tree of Life to heal your wounds. It's really boring to stay in such a small wooden house with nothing in it, but it's not good to wander around alone in an unfamiliar place. Xianyuo, can I go with Erlin and the others to see the Tree of Life? Shanoya was a little embarrassed. The Tree of Life, as the core of the elf forest, has never been open to outsiders. But given her relationship with Chu Shang, she naturally didn't mind Chu Shang going to take a look. Of course you can, but don't watch Aaron and the others' treatment process. As soon as these words came out, the dark-skinned elf girl Aaron immediately shook her head. Xian Nuya, Chu Shang saved our lives and made great contributions to the elf forest. I don't mind if he wants to see it. You don't mind, but I do. Shanyuoya was very angry. The Tree of Life could heal the injuries of the elves, but the treatment process required the elves to be naked. On the surface, she and Irene were in a relationship of princess and personal guard, but in reality, they were playmates and best friends since childhood. The kind that they are so close that they can talk about anything and even wear each other's clothes. Xian Nuya, who was extremely perceptive about her childhood friend, also noticed that along the way, there was something wrong with the way Erlin looked at Chu Shang. There are more things besides admiration. Snort. Even if it's AI Erlin, I won't let Chu Shang go. Chapter 17 Elf Queen. Chu Shang was confused, not knowing why Xian Nuya started to become jealous. We're just going to take a look at the Tree of Life, not to engage in group sex. The Tree of Life grows in the center of the elf forest. It is the birthplace of all elves. On the way to the Tree of Life, Erlen kept introducing the various functions of the Tree of Life to Chu Sheng. The Tree of Life can heal all injuries of the elves. As long as they don't die on the spot, they can recover within the sacred leaves. As she spoke, Erlen raised the remaining half of her right arm and said with a smile, "Just like my arm, as long as it lies in the leaves of the sacred tree for a while, it will grow back. And the newly grown arm won't be in any way inconsistent. It's even better than the original one." Hearing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but become more curious about the Tree of Life. As long as you are not dead, you can fully recover. Even broken limbs can be regenerated. I don't know whether the healing effect of the sacred tree is only effective for the elves or for all races. If it works on all races, then if you just pick a few leaves and sell them, I'm afraid they will fetch a sky-high price. When Chu Sheng followed Ellen to the bottom of the Tree of Life, he was completely shocked by the scene before him. It was a towering tree, taller than any skyscraper Chu Sheng had ever seen in the real world. The trunk of the tree is wider than a football field, and the branches above it block out the sun, covering the sky in green. Countless leaves swayed in the wind, and each one was as big as a round bed. Beneath the tree trunk are a series of elevator-like lifting and transportation devices, but unlike elevators, they are powered by magic. It seems as if an elven city is built on this huge, sacred tree. If the elf forest is the kingdom of the elves, then the place above the Tree of Life is the capital of this kingdom. Chu Sheng and AI Erlen took the magic elevator and came to a smaller branch. Even though it looks like just a small branch from a distance, it looks like a 6-story house up close. Erin followed the branch and slowly jumped onto a large, tender green leaf. As she stepped in, the leaves seemed to come alive, slowly closing up and gently wrapping her whole body. Chu Sheng finally understood why Xian Nuya suddenly became jealous. It turned out that when stepping onto the divine leaf of life, one needed to take off all clothes. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should continue looking. Erin's weak-colored skin was full of wild temptation. The muscles are clear but not bulky, with both a healthy fullness and soft feminine curves. Especially that pair of long legs, which made Chu Sheng feel like he was seeing Chun-Li. If Erin's long, dark-skinned legs were clamped so hard, even rebar would be broken into 2 pieces. Chu Sheng had this thought for no reason and immediately shook his head, focusing on the other party's recovery from his injuries. Erin's powerful figure was covered with tiny wounds of varying sizes, forming scarlet blood scabs. But at this moment, the wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new skin grew in the blink of an eye. The broken right arm also rapidly grew bones and flesh, and the scene was weird yet wonderful. I'm afraid this isn't the kind of thing you'd see in fantasy novels where people die and their flesh and bones are turned into flesh. Seeing the miracle of the broken limbs regenerating right before his eyes, Chu Sheng couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of heaven-defying thing is unscientific and impossible in the real world, but in this alien world, it may not be a big deal. Could it be that the reason why the elf forest was attacked and coveted by orcs was because of this sacred tree? Chu Sheng recalled the journey through the elf forest. It seemed that the entire elf tribe had a small population, but this race occupied such a large territory and such a sacred tree. It is a miracle that it can survive independently until now. Chu Sheng watched the entire process of Erlen's injury healing. Her expression looked very comfortable, as if she was getting a massage. "Hey, Chu Sheng." I don't remember how long I watched, but suddenly I heard a familiar voice behind me. When he turned around, he saw Xian Nuya looking at him with resentment, and beside her was a mature and charming elf girl. Originally, with a height of at least 1.85 meters, Shanoya was considered tall among the elves. But according to Chu Sheng's observation, the elf girl next to her was taller, at least over 1.9 meters. She wore an exquisite crown woven from trees on her head, and her long, slightly curly, dark red hair fell to her hips. She looks somewhat similar to Xian Nuya, but is more mature and has a fuller figure. Her emerald green pupils sparkled like gems, her delicate facial features were natural, and her every glance and smile radiated endless maternal radiance. She is an older beauty who makes you want to act coquettishly in her arms at first sight. Is Erlen's figure really that good-looking? Xian Nuya's slightly depressed voice brought Chu Sheng back to his senses. It was a close call, as he almost got lost in the gentle gaze of the red-haired elf mature woman. "Xian Nuya, I think Mr. Chu Sheng is just curious about the healing power of the Tree of Life." The elf mature woman had a magnetic and pleasant voice, and she explained for Chu Sheng with a chuckle. Xiaonuya looked at Chu Sheng carefully for a few times and found that his expression was indeed not as bright as when he looked at her little girl. I thought you were staring at Aaron. Although she didn't finish her words, Chu Sheng could guess what she wanted to say. Who in the family would understand? The elf girl misunderstood him as a superficial man who only knew how to stare at Xiao Tuanshuan. What? No misunderstanding? That's okay. Chu Sheng coughed lightly and said, I was just a little surprised by the healing effect of the life divine leaf. I didn't mean to stare at it. Although Erlin was also very majestic, not much worse than Shinoya, he swore to God that he only took one look at her, and if he looked at her again, he would explode. It can be said that they are worthy of being playmates since childhood, and their talents in certain areas are so comparable. Mr. Chu Sheng, I am Tiffany, the queen of the elf forest. Tiffany made a brief introduction and then extended her fair jade hand towards Chu Sheng. The elf forest is honored by your arrival. I am aware of your selfless help to Shinoya and the others. Chu Sheng smiled and shook hands gently with the other person. Due to the height difference between them, he had to politely turn his head away. It was just a quick glance, but he felt a fear that surpassed Shinoya's under the elf queen's loose long skirt. Xiaonuya is already considered a super cup existence, and among all the women Chu Sheng has met in the real world, she is hard to rival. And the elf queen in front of him is the legendary Holy Grail. Good guy. Annie, you are Neza from another world. You also have the three-headed magical power, right? Of course, if we talk about age, the elf queen in front of him might be old enough to be Chu Sheng's ancestor. Even the young Xiaonuya is actually much older than him. After shaking hands, Tiffany spoke in an extremely polite tone. Xiaonuya said that Mr. Chu Sheng has many magical things. I wonder if you can let me appreciate some of the wonders of the Eastern continent. The other person's words showed the kindness of a clan leader and the gentleness and thoughtfulness of an elder, but they lacked the seriousness and earnestness of a ruler. This made Chu Sheng wonder why the other party, the elf queen, would come to see him in person. Shouldn't I let Xiaonuya ask me to come over for an audience? However, what Chu Sheng didn't know was that the situation in the elf forest was becoming increasingly dangerous. With the continuous invasion of the orc tribe, the elf forest defense measures gradually became unable to hold up. Around where they were, there were many elves receiving treatment on the divine leaves. They were all those who had been injured on the front lines and had returned to recuperate and replenish supplies. After the treatment, he had to return to the front line to fight against the orcs again. If the situation was not really dire, Tiffany would not have sent Princess Shinoya out to seek support. Although the Tree of Life is powerful, it can only repair injuries and cannot resurrect elves. In the battle with the orcs, there will still be inevitable casualties. The speed at which the elves were born was far less than their speed at which they perished in the war. Under this vicious cycle, the elf forest seemed peaceful, but in fact it was already halfway on the edge of a cliff. After Xiaonuya came back, she immediately told Tiffany about Chu Sheng's various magical items and all attribute magic talents. They praised him highly and compared Chu Sheng to the hope of reviving the elf forest. This is also the reason why Tiffany ignored etiquette and showed up to meet Chu Sheng directly. She planned to see if Chu Sheng was really, as Xiaonuya said, able to easily defeat the orc army and possess all kinds of magical abilities. If this was true, she would keep Chu Sheng no matter what and tie him up on the boat in the elf forest. No matter what the cost. Even if Chu Sheng wants the throne, it is not impossible for him to. Chapter 18 Elf Girl is shocked. Your Majesty, thank you for your kind words. I do have some small things, and I hope your Majesty will not dislike them. Chu Sheng was very polite to Tiffany. He took out a glass ball, made into a space magic device from his arms, and handed it to her. In that 1 cubic meter of space, he also put a lot of Snickers bars, White Rabbit milk candies, large bottles of happy water, and various delicious and high-calorie snacks. Just now on the way to the Tree of Life, Chu Sheng heard Ellen talk about the birth of the elves. The elves were all born from the Tree of Life, and the entire race consists of only females, so there is no kinship at all. But Shanyuoya is a princess and Tiffany is the queen. From a legal point of view, Tiffany can be regarded as Shanyuoya's mother. Then he can be regarded as your elder, so the first impression is still very important. Tiffany took the glass ball. As the most powerful magician in the entire elf forest, she could naturally see the magic fluctuations on the glass ball. Such a pure texture is the best for use as source stone. Tiffany's beautiful eyes became solemn and serious, and she gently released a trace of magic to communicate with the glass ball and immediately discovered the storage space inside. Her eyes widened instantly, and she lost her composure. This small source stone in front of me not only has fluctuations of space magic, but has also been made into a space magic device. If this was made by Chu Sheng himself, then its importance can be imagined. Mr. Chu Sheng, did you make this magic device yourself? Tiffany looked over with a pair of beautiful eyes, so gentle that it seemed as if water could drip out of them. I wonder how many of these magical devices you have left? Can you mass produce them? If so, the elf forest is willing to exchange them with you at any price. She was so excited that she took a step forward, and her plump body trembled violently. Chu Sheng's eyeballs also moved up and down unconsciously, and it was only with his tenacious will that he turned off the automatic mind-sweeping program in his eyes. Noticing Chu Sheng's gaze, Tiffany's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly, and her eyes became more gentle. Even if you want me to pay you back, I can help you convince Xian Nuya. Shanoya, Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Chu Sheng would never propose such a condition. Xian Nuya's pretty face flushed, and she glared at Tiffany with some anger. She didn't understand why Her Majesty, who was usually mature and steady, would suddenly say such a thing. Although Tiffany and she are in a relationship of queen and crown prince, she not only provides her with various conveniences in life, but is also her guide in magic. In Shan Yuoya's heart, Tiffany is like her mother or elder, and also a friend. She is an object of great respect. Xian Nuya, it was just a joke. Mr. Chu Sheng didn't say anything. Why do you mind so much? Seeing that Xian Nuya was almost blushing with anxiety, Tiffany was delighted, but also had a hint of worry in her eyes. Chu Sheng's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to reply. It's not good to say that I want to, as I might offend the big elf lady. It's not good to say that I don't want to, as I might cause dissatisfaction from the giant elf lady. This magical device was indeed made by me, and I can also mass produce it, but I don't want the elf forest to pay any price. A fair trade with gold coins will suffice. As for the value of a magic device, I'm not sure. Your Majesty, please make an offer. The magic power that can freely control the properties of space makes it easy to mass produce this kind of magic device. It takes less than half a minute to make one. What's more, this kind of glass ball material is very rare in the other world, but in the real world it costs $5 a box. Chu Sheng could buy enough in minutes for everyone in the elf forest to have one. Even unprocessed glass balls are sold for 20,000 gold coins in the Magicians Association. If the price Tiffany offered was lower than this number, it would mean that this giant elf girl was not as kind as she appeared. Chu Sheng didn't want to do business at a loss and work for others for free in another world. However, if a large number of glass balls flow into the other world, the value of this material that can be used as source stone will definitely be weakened. Therefore, Chu Sheng did not intend to provide too much to the elf forest at once, just an appropriate amount. If the elf forest fully develops into its own force in the future, then everyone can have one of these things. When selling to foreigners, use hunger marketing and control the quantity. Your Majesty, I don't know the exact population of the elf forest, so that I can determine your needs. Tiffany didn't hide anything and directly stated, the population of the elf forest has been fluctuating around 50,000. So how many troops do you have? In fact, Chu Sheng shouldn't ask this kind of question. After all, knowing the number of troops can infer a lot of important information. But Tiffany showed enough sincerity. There is no standing army in the elf forest. There are only wartime combatants, totaling about 35,000 people. No army. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. With only more than 30,000 combat personnel, they occupied the entire elf forest? Converted to the real world, it is like more than 30,000 militiamen occupying the peninsula and establishing a country with a population of about 50,000. It's amazing that he can survive until now. Alas, due to the population of the elf forest, we can't train an army that's always ready for battle like other races. Every elf has their own daily work and affairs. Chu Sheng asked curiously, is it impossible to control the birth rate of the elves? Tiffany nodded. It's impossible to control it. The elves have been the followers of the goddess of life since ancient times. They were born from the tree of life. Only when the old elves die can new elves be born. The tree of life has a maximum of 50,000 leaves from the beginning, so the elf population cannot exceed this limit. Moreover, it takes a long time to breed new elves. Chu Sheng remained silent. The population was small, and the speed of reproduction was slower than the speed of death in the war. If the orcs' offensive does not stop, the elf population will only decrease. But even so, Chu Sheng felt that the elves should cultivate a well-trained army that does not exceed 10% of the total population. It can not only guarantee basic needs in wartime, but also ensure that there is enough to support people in peacetime. With the help of my magic device, the elf forest can quickly build a complete army, and the logistical requirements are very low. Chu Sheng briefly told Tiffany his thoughts. As the leader of the elf forest, she must have a better understanding of the situation of her tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited after seeing the space magic device. The reason for restricting the elven army is basically the population. If you want to form an army of 10,000 people, then the logistics force must be at least not less than this number. So how can the remaining people in the elf forest afford the daily expenses of this group of people? So to this day, the elf forest still follows the old model of working during normal times and joining together when there is a war. But this situation will be completely changed with the help of space magic devices. Your Majesty, I can provide you with all kinds of magical devices and military equipment, as well as daily necessities, and even help you organize and train an army. But Chu Sheng crossed his arms across his chest, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. But I need the unconditional support and obedience of the elf forest. You cannot oppose or reject my decision at any time. Also, I need a complete training system for magicians and other supernatural powers, as well as all the information about the gods you mentioned. Chu Sheng threw out all his conditions in one breath, and finally, it did not exceed Tiffany's expectations. She even breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that there was nothing in the elf forest that could impress Chu Sheng. If these demands put forward by Chu Sheng were placed in the Holy Ronin Empire or other demi-human countries, they would probably be difficult to obtain. After all, everything else is easy to say, but expecting the entire race to obey unconditionally is probably just a dream. But for the elf forest, which is already on the edge of a cliff, such conditions are acceptable. Perhaps this is also the reason why Chu Sheng chose to stay in the Forest of Elves. Thinking of this, Tiffany's tense mood suddenly relaxed a lot, but she still spoke solemnly. I, on behalf of all the elves, can agree to Mr. Chu Sheng's conditions. But Mr. Chu Sheng cannot let them do something immoral against their will, such as committing suicide. Chapter 19 Critical House. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will certainly not do such a stupid thing. Chu Sheng solemnly promised that if the elves could guarantee their loyalty to him, he would naturally love and care for them. He is not Inkaka, who can reduce the cost of military food to 14 yuan a day. Chu Sheng would naturally try his best to provide the best conditions for his own people. This would not only help the elf forest overcome the current difficulties, but also serve as the cornerstone for Chu Sheng to gain a foothold in the other world. With the agreement between Chu Sheng and Tiffany, the elf forest has now become Chu Sheng's base. As long as it is not a matter of life and death for the race, even the elf queen has to listen to him. By the way, Your Majesty, do the leaves of the Tree of Life have any healing effect on other races? Will they still be useful if I pick them? Chu Sheng was very interested in this magical healing leaf. Not only was it a good thing to resell between the two worlds, but it could also be used to great effect under the control of space magic. Yes, you can, but the healing effect will be weakened after the leaves are removed, and after a certain period of time, they will turn into ordinary leaves. Tiffany told the truth that it was because of the existence of the life leaf that the elves were able to resist the orcs with as little loss as possible. Is there a time limit? Chu Sheng muttered to himself, thinking about picking some leaves so that the elves could store them in a space magic device. In this way, if you get injured, you can recover directly on the spot, which is comparable to having a mobile fountain with you. As long as you can't kill me in 1 second, I'm immortal. But now Tiffany said that there is a time limit for picking leaves, so I may have to combine my own time attribute magic. Chu Sheng is not very proficient in time attribute magic at present. He plans to practice a little later and add an internal time-stopping function to the glass ball. Mr. Chu Sheng, since you plan to stay in the elf forest for a long time, why don't you let me take you to see the residence specially prepared for you? Tiffany gently extended her jade hand and made an invitation gesture to Chu Sheng. How can we trouble Her Majesty with such a matter? Xian Nuya pushed Tiffany's hand aside, grabbed Chu Sheng's hand, and pulled him away without looking back. Chu Sheng looked at the elf queen with a hint of apology, but found that her eyes were full of tenderness and smiles. Did Her Majesty deliberately say this to bring the two together? Xian Nuya pulled Chu Sheng to 3 large trees connected together and pointed to the fence not far away. This is it. Her Majesty the Queen and I live nearby, just a few dozen meters away. In front of the two of them was a spacious yard surrounded by a vine-woven fence. A huge space was dug out in the trunks of the 3 big trees, and from a distance they looked like 3 small Western-style buildings. Chu Sheng walked into the yard and looked around. Each tree house had 3 floors, and each floor was about the same size as the cross-section of the tree trunk, less than 100 square meters. The decoration style still maintains the usual simplicity of the elf forest, without too many gorgeous decorations and furniture, but all kinds of magical equipment are available. This was far beyond Chu Sheng's expectations. He thought that Tiffany might have prepared a luxurious tree trunk for him, but he didn't expect it to be a small manor. Seeing Chu Sheng was quite happy, Xiao Nuya couldn't help but feel much better. Her Majesty the Queen said that people in the Eastern continent like big yards and like to plant some flowers and plants in the yard. She took out a special scroll made of sheepskin, which had some magical fluctuations on it. This is the proof of ownership of this courtyard. Use your magic to sign it, and the courtyard will belong completely to you. Chu Sheng took the parchment scroll, communicated with the magic in the air, and then left his name on it. The moment his magic power was absorbed by the parchment, a mechanical sound rang out in his mind. Bite. Chu Sheng was stunned. Is there any update on the golden finger? But after waiting for a few seconds and seeing no changes, I simply stopped thinking about it. Looking at his big yard, he was overwhelmed with emotions. A few days ago, Chu Sheng was still a teacher in a private high school. Although his salary was decent, it would take decades for him to buy a house in a place like Longzhou. I never expected that the first property in my life would be located in another world, and it would be so big. As a native of Chonghua, housing is an obsession engraved in our genes. How about you take your time to look at it while I leave for a while? No problem. Chu Sheng did not try to keep Xiao Nuya. As the princess of the elf forest, she must have various matters waiting for her to deal with. He sat on a large wooden bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people. The brand new bedding had the unique fragrance of the elves. Chu Sheng took off his shoes and lay down directly. Then he returned to the real world with a thought. Just now, a ding sound suddenly appeared in his mind, and he wanted to see if something happened in the real world. But when Chu Sheng opened his eyes again, he found that he was not back in the small house abroad. What the hell? Chu Sheng looked around and found that he was still in the wooden house in the elf forest. He suddenly panicked. If he couldn't travel back and forth between the two worlds, many of his ideas would become empty. The difficulty of helping the elf forest resist the orcs will instantly increase from bronze to king level. However, Chu Sheng quickly calmed down because he found an open door on each side of the wooden house. Chu Sheng walked to one of the doors and looked behind it. This is the elf forest. He was a little stunned. Outside the door was his tree house in the elf forest. So where was he now? Chu Sheng walked to the door on the other side and took another look. It turned out to be the small house he rented abroad. After he stepped through the door, he immediately returned to the real world. Oh my god, how come there's a tree house between the two worlds? Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden change almost made him sweat profusely. I don't know what the use of this tree house that suddenly appeared between the two worlds is. It started from the moment I signed the house ownership certificate. Chu Sheng opened a can of happy water and began to think while drinking. From the moment you own a house in the other world, there will be a critical house between the two worlds. If I buy a house in the real world, will that house also become a critical house? How will the houses in the other world and the houses in the real world be connected? For some reason, Chu Sheng suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart. Only when he owned his own property in both worlds could the critical house show its true role. In that case, let's buy a house. Once the thought came up, it could no longer be suppressed. If Chu Sheng didn't understand the function of this critical room, he would feel very uncomfortable. He opened WeChat and checked his balance. Not even enough to buy a toilet. It seems that I have to cash in that pile of gold coins first. But this time is different from last time. Last time there were only more than 100 gold coins, and those roadside gold shops could afford them. After much deliberation, Chu Sheng decided to ask Brother Bei to resolve the issue. But you can't sell too much at one time. Probably 200 gold coins will be enough, which is equivalent to more than 1 million in cash. Brother Bei's family can definitely afford it. Chu Sheng took out 200 gold coins from the space magic device and used fire magic to melt them all into a lump of gold. Afterwards, he called Brother Bei and sent him the photo of the gold nugget. Brother Bei on the other end of the phone didn't ask any further questions, but directly told Chu Sheng that the price they were buying back was 590, which was quite reasonable. Chu Sheng was not surprised by Brother Bei's calmness. As long as he didn't ask about the source of the gold, everything would be fine. Chu Sheng doesn't care even if the price is lower, since he has plenty of them anyway. After the two of them finished communicating, Brother Bei suddenly sent an invitation to Chu Sheng. It is said that he had a party with some important clients at his home. Brother Bei, are you planning to recruit me into your group? Chu Sheng had a blank expression on his face. He didn't explicitly refuse, but it was difficult for him to refuse. In the past, Brother Bei and I were just roommates and brothers. But I have asked him for so many favors during this period, most of which were things that could not be made public. Brother Bei has done his utmost to be kind to his brother. Then let's go and have a look at it when the time comes. Chu Sheng was actually quite interested in Brother Bei's business and operations. He didn't want to join them. He was just simply curious. Anyway, he now has magic on his side, and as long as he is prepared, he can avoid hot weapons. Moreover, After absorbing the items dropped by the orcs, Chu Sheng's body functions have exceeded the scope of ordinary people. Maybe not as exaggerated as Homelander, but at least it's on Captain America's level. Chapter 20, Heaven-Defying Copy. After finishing his business, Chu Sheng tested his current physical strength in his own little room. Even without any protection, it would be difficult to cut his skin with a kitchen knife. If Chu Sheng applied another layer of magic barrier on the surface of the skin, he would only be able to leave some shallow marks by simply chopping it with a kitchen knife. This is too hard. Chu Sheng estimated that with his current full defense, even an ordinary pistol would not be able to break his defense. As long as you don't fire at it with a rifle like an AK, there shouldn't be any fatal injuries. At the same time, Chu Sheng's vision, hearing, smell, and other senses have improved accordingly, as if he had completed a transformation in his life level. According to his own estimation, when his magic level reaches level 5, and after absorbing the dead objects dropped by dozens of orcs, he might be able to withstand a sniper rifle. When going to the toilet, Chu Sheng also pinched it with his hands to feel it. If it was a cucumber before, it is now a steel bar. It seems that the power of orcs is not only reflected in their muscles, but also in their chicken. 2 days later, Brother Bei received the gold nugget sent by Chu Sheng. Within a few minutes, a huge sum of more than 1 million yuan was transferred into the bank card. 1 million is the life savings of many workers, but it is still a bit unrealistic to use this money to buy a house in a first-tier city like Longzhou. But Chu Sheng just planned to buy a house to verify whether there would be any changes in the critical house. Just a house would be fine. It would be much more affordable to buy a small house in his hometown county. At most, it's only about 500,000 or 600,000. Chu Sheng bought the plane ticket and put all his armored vehicles, rifles, gold, and other valuables in the critical house. Then he embarked on his journey back home. Chu Sheng's hometown is a county town in an industrial city with a large population, but the economic and consumption levels are not high. The house price is less than 5,100 yuan per square meter. Chu Sheng did not go home, but went straight to the sales office of a residential complex and asked if there were any fully furnished houses for sale. "Hello, sir. How many square meters of house do you want to buy?" The sales lady saw Chu Sheng wearing cheap clothes, but she didn't look at him with any prejudice. Instead, she asked with a professional smile and attitude. She handed Chu Sheng a document and pointed to a picture on it. "What do you think of this house? It covers an area of 300 square meters, has a swimming pool and a garage, and is luxuriously decorated. You can move in right away. More importantly, this house only costs 800,000 yuan. You will definitely not find a villa cheaper than this," etc. Chu Sheng interrupted the salesman's chatter and looked at him with a strange expression. "A villa of over 800,300 square meters with a swimming pool. How could I be the one to get such a good deal? Sir, the owner of this villa is in a hurry to sell it, and there are some minor problems with the house." Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. What kind of minor problem could reduce the price of a small villa worth millions to 800,000? Has anyone died in the house? All Chu Sheng could think of was that this was a haunted house. Perhaps a murder had occurred recently, or there might have been some supernatural incident. Otherwise, the homeowner must be crazy to sell it at a low price. "Well, we can't disclose the details. The owner said it was because of bad feng shui, so." Chu Sheng curled his lips. Things like feng shui and bad luck were just tricks to fool laymen. The actual situation must be much more serious. If it were in the past, Chu Sheng would definitely not dare to touch such a strange house. Although he did not believe in ghosts and monsters, he did not want to be contaminated by bad luck. But now, I am a magician. How dare someone so blind as to cause trouble for me? What's more, Chu Sheng didn't plan to live in this house. He just bought it to see the changes in Critical House. "I want this house." "Okay, sir. Do you need to go over and inspect it now?" "No need. Just help me with the paperwork. The sooner the better." Chu Sheng paid the deposit and went home to wait for notification. Even if there really are monsters and demons in this villa that he can't deal with, the worst that can happen is that he can ask Tiffany to get him the protection of the goddess of life or something. After all, gods really do exist in the other world. After just 2 days of waiting, all the procedures for the house were completed. The owner of the house was probably smiling, knowing that someone could take over the haunted house. The moment he got the property certificate, Chu Sheng's mind really made another buzzing sound. When he arrived at the Critical House, the scene before him suddenly changed. I actually appeared directly in the villa. The interior decoration was indeed luxurious, and all kinds of high-end facilities were available. It has a garage, a yard, and a swimming pool. Isn't this a great deal? Chu Sheng looked around the house and was very satisfied. The original elf forest tree house was located next to the villa. There is an invisible boundary between the houses of the two worlds, and Chu Sheng can move freely across both sides. At the same time, a huge percentage number appeared in the sky, currently showing 1%. The next moment, the specific function of the critical house emerged in Chu Sheng's mind, and he immediately looked at the numbers in the sky with curiosity. It took him about 15 minutes from activating the critical room to entering here, and the progress bar had only passed 1%. It takes about 25 hours to reach 100%. This progress bar will only start to grow when Chu Sheng spends time in the outside world. As for its function, it is to copy and create. For example, Chu Sheng placed a glass ball into the critical room and then spent 25 hours in the outside world, allowing the progress bar of the critical room to rise to 100%. A new glass ball will be refreshed here, exactly the same as the original one. The moment Chu Sheng learned about this function, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth that turned up. This is simply against the will of heaven. Looking at the 1% progress bar in the sky, as long as Chu Sheng spends 25 hours in the outside world, he will be able to get a new armored vehicle, a new rifle, and a new pile of gold coins when he comes back. Chu Sheng could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth. The feeling of money, and things making things fills his mind. It feels better than a snake. As long as the items put in are not so big that the whole house cannot fit them, they can be copied. The most amazing thing is that the critical house does not stipulate that the replica must belong to Chu Sheng himself. In other words, he could simply borrow 1 million from someone else, put it in for 25 hours, and then copy out 1 million. It seems that the elf forest will soon be fully armed. Chu Sheng's goal is to train an elf army of 10,000 people, each of whom is equipped with a set of his specially made space magic devices and modern equipment. Now he doesn't even need to spend money to buy them. He just needs to borrow and copy them to continuously get enough weapons. The same goes for the space magic device. I only need to make 5,000 copies, and the rest can be completed by simply copying, which greatly reduces my workload. Chapter 21. It's time. After returning to the real world, Chu Sheng immediately ordered a batch of glass balls online. During the 3 days he waited for the express delivery to arrive, he stayed in his new home and did not go anywhere. The things in the critical room have undergone 3 rounds of replication. The original 1 AK has now become 8, and there are thousands more bullets. When the gold coins had been copied to 150,000, Chu Sheng transferred them all from the critical house to the tree house in the other world. If we continue to copy it, I'm afraid the entire critical house will not be able to accommodate it. I never thought that there would be a day when I would feel that I had too much money. As for the armored vehicle, Chu Sheng moved it out at the beginning. It was too big, and it would easily fill up the entire critical room if it was copied twice. Right now, he wanted to free up as much space as possible in the critical house to copy weapons and equipment so that every fighter in the elf forest could have a set as soon as possible. Chu Sheng returned to the tree house in the other world and looked at the gold coins that filled the entire room. If someone didn't know better, they would think they had entered a dragon's lair. There was no place to stand in his room, and the floor was covered with shiny gold coins. Chu Sheng took out a large number of glass balls and prepared to make them all into space magic devices at once. He communicated with the spatial magic in the air and poured it all into the glass ball. A trace of time attribute magic was injected into it, making the storage space inside the glass ball able to keep fresh like a refrigerator. This was the method of using time magic that he had figured out during these 3 days. This way, when he put food in the glass ball in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about it spoiling. After just a few minutes, the first batch of storage magic devices was completed. Chu Sheng put them all into the critical house, and then wait for a few days before he could harvest them. Snap! Just when Chu Sheng had finished his work, a tall figure pushed open the door and walked in. Xian Nuya was wearing cool pajamas, and her long golden hair was wet, probably because she had just taken a shower. She hugged a pillow, her pretty face slightly red as she murmured, "I can't sleep alone." What a coincidence. I just couldn't sleep either. Chu Sheng walked over to Xian Nuya on the gold coins on the ground, gently picked her up, and put her on the big bed. Thanks to absorbing the orc's death drops, his physique is now extremely strong. The giant elf girl's weight of 140 to 150 kilograms seemed like an inflatable doll in his hands, and he had no problem lifting her weights. Xian Nuya looked at the gold coins scattered all over the floor and asked in surprise, "You're not planning to use these gold coins as a carpet, are you?" She couldn't help but wonder, does Chu Sheng really have dragon blood? Does he like shiny things so much? There's just too much and no place to put it. Returning to the warm and sweet embrace of the great elf lady, Chu Sheng felt unprecedented peace of mind. He spent the entire journey to the elf forest in the carriage, and with Aaron by his side, so he missed this feeling particularly. Long time no see, you two guys. Feeling Chu Sheng's attachment to her, Xiaonuya gently stroked his forehead, as caringly as if she were coaxing a child. What a baby who never grows up. The reason why Xiaonuya chose to attack Chu Sheng at night was to fulfill the agreement between the two. After arriving in the Forest of Elves, she felt the various crises firsthand. Not only did Ellen show no resistance to Chu Sheng, even the usually steady queen seemed to have other thoughts about Chu Sheng. As a woman, Xiaonuya's sixth sense told her that if she didn't take the initiative, her position would be in jeopardy. Moreover, Xiaonuya also had her own little plan in mind, which was that she wanted to have Chu Sheng all to herself. But when she thought about the situation in the elf forest and the fact that Chu Sheng's own conditions were much better than hers, she felt that such a thing might just be a luxury. Feeling Chu Sheng's passion, Xiaonuya decided not to back down. Chu Sheng, you haven't forgotten our previous agreement, right? Certainly. Chu Sheng raised his head from Xiaonuya's arms and looked at the big elf girl in front of him who was eager to try, and couldn't help but smile. Since the woman has taken the initiative, there is no need for Chu Sheng to be timid anymore. However, a sudden call came from outside the door. Mr. Chu Sheng, are you asleep? The voice was melodious and gentle, and Chu Sheng knew it was the giant elf girl Tiffany as soon as he heard it. Both people in the room were subconsciously stunned, wondering why the elf queen would suddenly visit at night. Mr. Chu Sheng, I brought you some specialties from the elf forest. Are you inside? Excuse me, I'm going in now, okay? Chu Sheng was about to ask Tiffany to wait outside, but Xiaonuya covered his mouth and kept shaking his head. Go out and send Her Majesty away quickly, and don't tell anyone that I was here. Xiaonuya whispered so that only the two of them could hear each other, and then she crawled into the bed and hid. She didn't want Tiffany to know that she had come here secretly. If they were discovered, it would be embarrassing for both of them. Moreover, Xiaonuya felt that Tiffany would come to see Chu Sheng to say a few words, and then leave. She would not stay for long, so she just needed to hide for a while. After Her Majesty left, she continued to shamelessly. Chu Sheng put on his clothes and hurried out of the room to the living room. Just at this moment, Tiffany also opened the door, and the two looked at each other. Tiffany noticed that Chu Sheng's face was a little red, and his clothes were a little messy, with the buttons even buttoned crookedly. She was curious and subconsciously sent out a trace of mental power to wander around the house, and found Xiaonuya hiding in the quilt in the inner room. Tiffany's beautiful eyes showed a hint of amusement, and she chuckled and said, Mr. Chu Sheng, perhaps I'm not here at the right time? She was carrying a fruit basket in her hand and walked to Chu Sheng naturally with her long legs, her face showing concern. No, you came just in time. Chu Sheng pretended to be calm and tried his best to control his raised head. This giant elf girl didn't come earlier or later, but came at this time. Could it be intentional? But the other party was the queen after all, and Chu Sheng was embarrassed to chase her away. Your Majesty, it's just right that you've come. I was just wondering what to have for supper. These are rare fruits from the elf forest, growing around the tree of life. They are not only delicious and sweet, but also have the effect of strengthening the body. Chu Sheng looked at the fruit basket in Tiffany's hand, which was filled with colorful fruits with water droplets hanging on them. And there were some water stains on Tiffany's fair and tender hands. TSK, the elf queen washed the fruit for herself. It seems that I have to eat it. Tiffany calmly set up a barrier around the two of them that could block out sounds and thoughts. Mr. Chu Sheng, are the living conditions in the elf forest to your liking? Tiffany smiled and slowly moved closer to Chu Sheng with her fragrant body. For this man who can bring hope to the elf forest, she decided to make him fall in love with the elf forest. It could be the scenery here or the people here. As long as Chu Sheng can stay, she is willing to give everything. Chu Sheng politely turned his head away. The extremely shocking Holy Grail-level existence made his heart surge, and he almost couldn't control himself and lowered his head. It's great here, the scenery is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the elves are all warm and hospitable, and their words are pleasant. Chu Sheng had an illusion that the elf queen in front of him was inexplicably familiar and too proactive towards him. It seems that in order to stay in the Forest of Elves wholeheartedly, no matter the cost. Could this be the reason why she came to see me tonight? Mr. Chu Sheng, if you need anything, please feel free to ask me. Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your home. Tiffany's tone was exceptionally gentle, as caring and doting as that of a lady next door. Your Majesty, I will be happy to help you. It's getting late, and it's almost time to rest. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid rumors will spread. However, before Chu Sheng could finish his words, he was embraced by Tiffany in her plump arms. That was a warmth and tenderness that was even more unforgettable than Xiaonuya's. Chu Sheng, as the leader of the elf forest, I am like an elder and a mother to the elves. Coming to a foreign country alone, you must be feeling anxious and lonely. From now on, you can treat me as your mother and rely on me. It's okay. I will take care of everything for you. Now, can you show your sincerity to Mom? Chapter 22 Confused. Tiffany suddenly started addressing him more intimately, no longer using words like sir or you. Chu Sheng wondered in his heart, is this giant elf lady so willing to let him stay in the elf forest? According to the time in the other world, this is only the second time they have met. Your Majesty, do your people know that you are playing such a trick? Chu Sheng raised his eyes and looked at the elf girl with long crimson hair, his tone like a kind little lamb. Your Majesty, I will do my best to help the Forest of Elves. You don't have to do this. I've already told you you're welcome. Mom is happy you said that, but you should also learn to accept the kindness and rewards of the elf forest. The mature and beautiful giant elf girl spoke softly and gently stroked Chu Sheng's head with her slender hands. Chu Sheng felt particularly at ease. If he and Xian Nuya were together, they would only look like a young mother and a baby based on their figures. At this moment in Tiffany's arms, the other person, whether in figure, tone, or behavior, looked like a real mother. Tiffany, this isn't right. Xian Nuya will be angry if she finds out. Tiffany stretched out a finger and put it to his lips, chuckled, and said, didn't I say that I would help you convince Xian Nuya? But there's nothing wrong with that. A good child should be as honest with his mouth as with his body. Chu Sheng blinked, feeling Tiffany's advancing little hand, thinking that this giant elf girl is not pretending anymore, right? But for some reason, he felt powerless all over, as if he had drunk some sleep-inducing black tea. Good boy, don't be afraid. Just leave everything to me. When Chu Sheng regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and saw Tiffany looking at him with a smile. You sleep like a real baby. Tiffany's eyes were filled with endless tenderness, like a mother taking care of a child with a fever at the bedside. Her goal this time had been achieved, but she was not in a hurry to leave. The giant elf girl wanted Chu Sheng to experience meticulous care, so she changed him into a shape that made it impossible for him to leave the elf forest. Tiffany thought that this kind of thing could not be accomplished by Xian Nuya alone. In her opinion, a big part of the reason Chu Sheng chose the elf forest was because of Xian Nuya. However, this bond maintained by emotional relationship becomes fragile and unreliable once it rises to the racial level. Who knows when the couple had a quarrel and Chu Sheng left in anger? Wouldn't the elf forest suffer a huge loss? Therefore, Tiffany wanted Chu Sheng to see the sincerity and reward of the elf forest. After all, with Chu Sheng's ability, coming to the Forest of Elves is a waste of his talent. He can get more in the Holy Ronia Empire and other demi-human countries. Chu Sheng keenly sensed that Tiffany might have cast some kind of spell on him. It wasn't some kind of compulsory magic like an aphrodisiac, but rather some kind of suggestive instruction that allowed him to release his true nature. Chu Sheng was very clear about his true feelings. As a pure-blooded Hun, he naturally had no resistance to Tiffany. In a daze, Tiffany this. Chu Sheng's eyes were a little complicated. Things had already happened, and there was no point in saying anything now. I have been chatting with the Elf Queen for such a long time, and I don't know what Shen Yuoya will think. I'm sorry, Shen Yuoya, I made a mistake towards your elders. What are you thinking about, kid? I wonder if I can continue. Tiffany's beautiful eyes curved, and she opened her arms wide again. Of course, dear boy. Fortunately, the elves grew out of the tree of life and cannot combine with other races to produce offspring. So Chu Sheng was relieved about this accident. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Tiffany left under the cover of darkness. Chu Sheng returned to the room and saw Xian Nuya curled up in the quilt. The big elf girl's eyes were very complicated, and it seemed that she already knew everything that had just happened. Shen Yuoya waited in the room for a long time, but could not hear any sound from the living room outside. Out of curiosity, she came to the door and was shocked when she saw it. Shen Yuoya felt that she should not hide in the quilt, but under the bed. Her Majesty had never shown such a charming expression before, which made her feel envious and sympathetic. Obviously, I was here first. Chu Sheng's eyes were a little evasive, and he spoke cautiously. Xian Nuya? He regretted his impulsiveness just now. He was originally planning to have some fun with Xian Nuya, but why did he fall into Tiffany's trap? Come to think of it, in Xian Nuya's heart, I must be a bastard who abandons her after having fun with her and forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Listen to my explanation. It was Her Majesty the Queen who gave me a magical hint. However, the imagined cold violence or rage did not occur. Xian Nuya put on her clothes angrily and said unhappily, "You must be exhausted. Let's do it another day." After that, she walked straight towards the door. From her perspective, humans' physical fitness is not even as good as that of the elves. What's more, Her Majesty the Queen is taller than himself, and Chu Sheng is probably at the end of his strength now. This wonderful experience should have belonged to her, but now it has been taken away by Tiffany. As a princess, she couldn't blame her queen, nor did she want to blame Chu Sheng, so she could only leave like a bullied daughter-in-law. Seeing Xia Nuya sulking, Chu Sheng felt a little panicked and hugged her from behind. I'm sorry, Xia Nuya, it's all my fault. Although with Chu Sheng's current ability, there is actually no need to care about an elf girl. But Shanoya was the first woman with whom he had physical intimacy, and also the first person he met in the other world. The other party holds a unique weight in Chu Sheng's heart. Xia Nuya struggled symbolically twice, then turned her body and pulled the soft flesh on Chu Sheng's waist without much force and rotated it. This time she didn't dare to use too much force, firstly because she was reluctant, and secondly because she was afraid of losing Chu Sheng. You idiot, do you still have the strength? What? I'm asking you, do you still have enough strength? Chapter 23 Living Animal Experiments. Shan Yuoya said this unhappily, feeling a strong sense of unease in her heart. I didn't expect that what I worried about would happen in just one night. You don't want me anymore now that you have Her Majesty the Queen? Xia Nuya stared straight into Chu Sheng's eyes, with worry and hope in them. If Chu Sheng really has such plans, how should she face him and Her Majesty the Queen in the future? How is this possible? Chu Sheng hugged Xia Nuya tighter, constantly saying words of comfort and reassurance. Xia Nuya snorted lightly. What's the use of just talking? I want you to prove it to me. She intended to let Chu Sheng understand that whatever Her Majesty the Queen could do, she could do too, and even do it better. However, the facts proved that Shanoya was just a big talker. Chu Sheng looked at the weak Xia Nuya with a bit of amusement. This big elf lady seemed to be even weaker than Tiffany. They talk a lot of theoretical knowledge, but in practice they surrender faster than the Japanese. I'm sorry, I'm such a jerk. Xia Nuya huddled in the quilt with a shy look on her face, feeling embarrassed for the outrageous words she had just spoken. In Chu Sheng's heart, Xia Nuya has been with him for quite some time, and the feeling is completely different from that with other elf girls like Tiffany and Erin. It's okay, go to sleep. After Chu Sheng coaxed Xia Nuya, he returned to the critical room on a whim. If he really gets exhausted in the future, he can just go back to the critical house and have a good rest for a few days before going out. In this way, in the eyes of others, you are like a perpetual motion machine. After resting in the critical house for a while and recovering almost completely, Chu Sheng returned to the other world. At this time, Shanoya was still awake and asked with her big gem-like eyes. Chu Sheng, you won't abandon me, right? Looking at the big elf lady who was lost in thought, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel pity for her. Why do you have such concerns? I'm scared. The big elf girl just felt insecure, and Chu Sheng didn't say much, just hugged her tightly. When it comes to your girlfriend, many times you don't need to say much, just do more. Go to sleep now and stop thinking about it. Even if you want to leave, I won't let you go. Well, good night. The atmosphere was more peaceful than ever before, and Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea. He wanted to record the beautiful memories of the moment. He returned to the real world and took his phone. Although there is no network signal in the other world, it does not affect the basic functions of the mobile phone. Shanoya, look here. Chu Sheng turned on his phone's camera and pointed it at the two of them. With a click, the figures of both of them appeared on the phone screen. Hey, what is this? This is too amazing. Xia Nuya, who was almost asleep, couldn't help but feel curious when she saw the glowing object in Chu Sheng's hand printed out the appearance of the two people. This is something I have over there. It can record some scenes. Chu Sheng smiled and explained to Xia Nuya the functions and usage of the mobile phone, but the other party didn't understand many real-world words at all. The science and technology of the real world are as magical and incomprehensible to people in another world as magic is to people in the real world. Chu Sheng didn't say much, but just taught Xia Nuya some simple usage. As for the photo they took just now, Chu Sheng planned to show it to his parents when he returned home for the new year. Otherwise, you will be urged to get married by your relatives and friends. Xia Nuya is so beautiful and cute, her parents will definitely like her. As for why Shanoya's ears are pointed. As a young person, it's normal to do some cosplay, right? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng suddenly had a bolder idea. I wonder if I can bring people from another world with me on my journey through time? He hadn't yet tried to see if he could bring a living creature into the critical house. Chu Sheng thought that when he had free time, he would go to the vegetable market and buy a kuan to try it out. If a live chicken could travel through time, then an elf girl should be able to do it as well. And even if he could really do that, Chu Sheng would not take Xia Nuya to the real world at this stage. It is better not to reveal the ability to travel between two worlds until you have absolute strength. The next morning, Chu Sheng rubbed his numb arm. After being used as a pillow by Shanoya for a whole night, even the strengthened arms could no longer hold on. He got up quietly without waking up the giant elf lady, and prepared to prepare some delicious food for her. After all, Shinoya used the chantless water magic for so long last night, so she needed to replenish it. Chu Sheng returned to the real world and bought a lot of fresh seasonal fruits. He cut them into a fruit platter and sprinkled some seasoning on it. There are also many top-quality ingredients in the other world, such as the fruits Tiffany brought last night, which are more delicious than those in the real world. However, due to the limitations of seasonings and backward cooking techniques, it seems like a food desert. Otherwise, Xian Nuya, the elf princess, would not regard a bucket of instant noodles as a treasure. If Chu Sheng wants to train an army in the elf forest, he must ensure that all the elf girls can get enough nutrition every day. If you only eat some fruits and plants every day, you won't be able to sustain high-intensity work and training. Chu Sheng went to the supermarket and bought a large amount of high-calorie food and put it in the critical room waiting for replication. He also did not forget to buy a live chicken to test whether he could bring a living thing through time. However, the poor Kuan became hard the moment he entered the critical room. It seems that no living thing except Chu Sheng himself can survive in the critical house. If you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat in the future, you can just bring the enemy into the critical room and kill them instantly, right? Chu Sheng returned to the other world with satisfaction and processed the fruit that Tiffany had sent him yesterday. A beautiful fruit platter is ready. I also prepared a glass of mixed juice, which is very appetizing to drink in the morning. Chapter 24. First Taste of Alchemy. Xian Nuya's expression was a little resistant, but when she thought that this was Chu Sheng's kindness, she felt embarrassed to refuse. She picked up the yogurt and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious, sour and sweet. Seeing the big elf lady enjoying herself, Chu Sheng also felt happy. Only after he had finished breakfast with Xian Nuya did Chu Sheng leave his treehouse and prepare to start doing some serious work. After all, he had just promised the elf queen yesterday that he would build the elf forest well. Now that it has been revealed, he has to show some expression. The first step now is for Chu Sheng to find Tiffany to learn more about the various extraordinary knowledge in this world. Chu child, what do you want from me? Ever since last night, Tiffany's attitude towards Chu Sheng has completely changed. From the original enthusiasm to super enthusiasm. It was as if he really regarded himself as Chu Sheng's elder. Tiffany, I want to learn more about the various situations in the elf forest so that I can formulate detailed policies and plans. Before Chu Sheng could finish his words, a holy grail-level embrace came towards him, almost taking his breath away. But after experiencing a series of hard battles last night, Chu Sheng was now as holy as a Buddha and could not create many stars at all. At this moment, his inner thought was to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, let alone the elf forest, he would not even be able to protect his own woman. After finally breaking free from Tiffany's gentle embrace, Chu Sheng put on a serious look and let the other party speak properly. According to Tiffany, there are two major supernatural systems in this world. One of them is the magic system. The elves' magical talent is unrivaled among all races, and most of the combatants in the elf forest are magicians. In addition, there is the fighting spirit system, or the fighter system. Magic requires a person to have extremely strong control over their mental strength, while being a fighter requires them to hone their energy, blood, and physique. When the chi and blood power is condensed enough, it can be transformed into Do Chi, and the difficulty of practicing it is simpler than magic. The practice of magic requires more understanding and talent, while fighting spirit requires more persistence and hard work. Although race also has a big influence. For example, the orcs are naturally strong, and a first-level fighter can crush a second-level human fighter. This is normal. This is why orcs have become the most powerful race on this continent. Of course, the gods gave the orcs a strong physique, but also closed another window for them. The entire orc race has absolutely no magical talent, and some are simply immune to magic below level 5. As for magic above level 5, it will be slightly weakened as the level increases. Only by becoming a 9th level Emperor Magician can you inflict 100% magic damage to orcs. After understanding the basic situation of each major race, Chu Sheng was no longer surprised that humans, elves and other races were suppressed by the orcs. Chu Sheng planned to pursue both cultivation paths simultaneously and not just be a glass cannon like a magician. Fatten is the answer that fits the version of the other world. But unfortunately, after absorbing the power of the orcs, Chu Sheng did not feel the existence of fighting spirit. He simply gained attribute enhancement. It seems that professional matters still need to be guided by professionals later. In addition to the two major cultivation systems, there is also a unique system called alchemy. It is probably equivalent to the alchemist in Do Chi Hua Ma and the talisman master in Wudong Kuan Kuan. The alchemy in this world is not like the purely funny alchemy in the real world. but it can really replace and change matter. Advanced alchemists can turn sand and stone into real gold, which is why the purchasing power of gold coins is not very high. Because this thing is really not rare. If gold did not have some additional uses, it would have long since depreciated into scrap metal. After getting a basic explanation of alchemy from Tiffany, Chu Sheng tried to tinker with it on his own for a while. He melted the 3 gold coins with magic power and solidified them with alchemy, and then obtained a thumb-sized dark blue metal block. Tiffany, do you know anything about this? As the queen of the elf forest, Tiffany has a long lifespan. Chu Sheng could tell from the short conversation that she was very knowledgeable. In fact, Chu Sheng had this guess last night. It was obviously her first time, but Tiffany acted very skilled. Tiffany took the blue metal block and sensed it with her magic for a moment. This is the deep-sea blue gold of elemental metals. Tiffany's beautiful eyes lit up, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Chu Sheng was once again filled with hope and shock. Deep-sea blue gold is a top-grade material for making water attribute staffs. It significantly enhances water magic. I thought I had recognized Chu Sheng's ability enough, but now it seems that I underestimated him. Most people can't even understand alchemy books, let alone practice alchemy for the first time. Anyone who can forge a lump of iron is considered a genius. But Chu Sheng not only got it right the first time, he also directly refined the elemental metal. Who on earth is this man? Then it seems this thing is still useful. Chu Sheng seemed unaware of his terrifying talent in alchemy and thought it was just a common occurrence. Just now, when he was doing alchemy, the process was as smooth as cooking, as if he had already planned the process in his mind. Now that I think about it, maybe it was because of the golden finger. It's more than just useful, it's extremely useful. Tiffany excitedly explained to Chu Sheng the preciousness of elemental metals. Wands made of elemental metals often have a percentage increasing effect on spells and incantations, and this increase ignores the user's rank. In other words, if you are just a first-level magician apprentice, you can get a 10% increase when using a staff made of elemental metal. But even if you are a 9th-rank imperial magician, it will still increase the power by 10%. The difference in growth between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. This is also the reason why elemental metals are so priceless. Any magician would like to have a staff made of suitable elemental metals. Tiffany, do you have an elemental metal staff that suits your attributes? Chu Sheng looked at the beautiful elf girl beside him. As the leader of the elf forest, she should be able to afford such a thing. Unexpectedly, Tiffany shook her head slightly. The mineral resources in the elf forest are very limited, and elemental metals can only be imported. However, these are extremely scarce, and there is not enough to share among the various tribes. Naturally, we can obtain even less. The alchemy level in the elven forest is not high enough to create elemental metals that meet the requirements. Naturally, I don't have a suitable staff. The more Tiffany spoke, the more frustrated her tone became. The conditions in the elf forest were far behind those of other races. However, when she thought of the talent Chu Sheng had just displayed, she couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. It seems that what I paid last night was totally worth it. As long as Chu Sheng is willing, the elf forest will one day have a stable supply of elemental metal resources. At that time, all the elven magicians will be given an amplification wand. When that day really comes, Tiffany feels that even if all the elf girls take turns serving Chu Sheng, they will still make a profit. Is this thing so useful? Chu Sheng took the deep-sea blue gold in his hand and played with it for a while, then handed it to Tiffany. Then give it to Her Majesty the Queen. Before sending it, he had placed it in the critical room, which recorded the initial state of the deep-sea blue gold. As long as he wanted, he could obtain enough mineral resources in a few days. Tiffany took the deep-sea blue gold and looked at Chu Sheng with some surprise. She remembered that she had just told the other party how precious this thing was, but the other party gave it to her directly, as if it were candy. Without any hesitation. This is the elemental metal you successfully made through alchemy for the first time. Are you just going to give it to me like that? Chu Sheng said seriously. If you don't like it, just give it back to me. I'll give it to another elf girl later. Hearing this, Tiffany immediately gave him a coquettish look and sank the deep-sea blue gold directly into the bottomless snow-white trench. What a dishonest child. Chapter 25, Killing Intentions Against the Elf Lady. Chu Sheng enjoyed Tiffany's grateful facial cleanser and began to ponder more alchemy. He dug up a pile of soil at random and used alchemy to smelt it continuously. The soil slowly condensed into an irregular polyhedron of metal. Chu Sheng continued to smelt the metal using alchemy, and the surface of the metal gradually emitted a blood-red light and flowed with traces of magic power. Another piece of elemental metal. I feel like I can go further. Chu Sheng did not stop the smelting process and used alchemy on the elemental metal again. However, the metal evolution he imagined did not occur, and the blood-red metal turned into dust with a puff. TSK, I actually failed. Chu Sheng blinked. It seemed that at this stage he could only refine things at the elemental metal level, and he couldn't produce higher-level materials. Tiffany on the side breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little worried that if Chu Sheng continued to be successful, he would refine some god-level materials, which would not be fun. After all, if such a thing really appeared, it would attract the attention of the gods. Tiffany, can you help me find a teacher to train my fighting spirit? I have Xia Nuya to teach me magic, but I have no idea about fighting. Now that we know there are different systems of supernatural powers, there is no reason not to practice them. When I become an emperor magician in magic and a fighting emperor in fighting spirit, I should be invincible in the world, right? By then, it wouldn't matter even if the fact that I could travel between the two worlds was made public. I'm afraid that just when I'm invincible, some enemy will appear from the sky in the next chapter. After all, Tiffany said that gods really exist in this world. I don't know what conditions are needed to become a god. Reach the pinnacle of transcendence, or master the laws of attributes, or gather the faith of the masses. Forget it, let's not be too ambitious. Tiffany naturally had no reason to refuse Chu Sheng's request. She arranged a teacher for Chu Sheng who was both suitable and familiar. Shinoya's personal guard, Aaron. Seeing that Chu Sheng had finished his work and was about to leave, Tiffany hurriedly pulled him into her arms. My child, you gave me such a valuable gift. Let me thank you. Whenever Tiffany called herself mother, Chu Sheng knew that this giant elf lady was about to do something bad. Well, it's still broad daylight. Don't worry, no one will bother us. Tiffany tied up her hair in front of her forehead and squatted down gently with a smile on her face. She had in her mind some fantastic illustrations from books that were said to bring great satisfaction to men. Tiffany used her fingertips to draw out some magic power and gently stroked it below her heart. Kid, relax. You don't want Shinoya to know what's going on between us, do you? Chu Sheng really wanted to say that the big elf lady had known about their relationship a long time ago. Not only did they know it, they even acquiesced to it. But at this moment he didn't think too much, followed the guidance of the elf queen, and relaxed completely. On the other side, the Holy Ronian Empire. The Marquis of Pit. You were trapped by a wall of earth, and when you came out, all the orcs were killed? Marquis Pete did not expect that most of the old, weak, sick, and disabled logistics team he carefully selected for the elf princess would be able to come back in good health. With the abilities of those injured elves, it is impossible for them to escape from the orc group. The only variable is the man from the eastern continent. Thinking of this, Marquis Pitt immediately dismissed the logistics personnel and promised to give them a generous reward later. After finishing the job, he went to the basement of the castle alone and dismissed all the guards along the way. In the basement, there is a huge transparent metal ball. Marquis Pete injected a bit of magic power into the metal ball, and it immediately emitted a crystal light. A blurry human figure emerged in the middle of the metal sphere. Marquis Peter whispered respectfully, Your Highness, there has been a change of plan. The elf forest has found someone from the eastern continent from somewhere. They relied on each other's support to escape the orcs' attack. The blurry figure in the metal ball pondered for a moment before speaking softly. People from the eastern continent. Ignore him for now. Send troops as agreed to contain the main force of the orc tribe. Of course, just do it for show. We need to convince the elf forest that we had nothing to do with their attack by orcs. Do you understand? Understood, Your Highness. After receiving the other party's instructions, Marquis Pitt also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as His Highness doesn't hold me accountable for my poor performance, everything will be fine. It seems that choosing to join the other side's camp was indeed a wise move. On the eve of the transformation of the Holy Ronian Empire, Marquis Pitt had to consider his own way out. Only by taking sides early can we ensure the greatest vested interests. Thousands of miles away, the capital of the Holy Ronian Empire. His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince of the Empire had a gloomy expression on his face at this moment, and he slammed his fist on the table in anger. What a complete loser. Can't even handle a little elf princess. His handsome face twisted instantly, and he felt so painful that it seemed as if all the bones in his hand were broken. Who the hell purchased this table that's so hard? The fifth prince covered his hands for a long time before he recovered and his anger subsided. He took out another transparent glass ball and injected magic power into it. Marquis Pitt has failed. Now it's your turn to act. On the other side of the metal ball screen, there was a pitch-black night, and no human figure could be seen. After a few seconds, a low and hoarse voice came from the other side. How much is the bid? How about 1/3 of the rare source stone from the elf forest? TSK, the elf forest is a beloved friend of my human empire. The fifth prince frowned and said calmly, what do you mean? You have to pay more. Half of the originium. Thank you for your patronage. The fifth prince agreed expressionlessly. The source stone in the elf forest that was supposed to be given to Pete was not stolen by the orcs, but was in his hands. Although the elf forest later got a bunch of small, top-quality originium balls from somewhere, these were just making things difficult for themselves. With this batch of source stones, his own magic legion can be formed quickly. That will be the day for this decadent empire to see its transformation. As for failure, it doesn't exist at all in the eyes of the fifth prince. Even an important border official like Marquis Pitt has joined his camp, so how can he lose? If it fails, it is called rebellion. If it succeeds, it is called reform. It's called wearing a yellow robe. The only threat to his cause is the peerless genius Shanoia from the Forest of Elves. As long as she is killed, the elf forest will soon be incorporated into the territory of the Holy Ronia Empire. To this end, the fifth prince spared no expense. He invited the strongest killer organization in the entire continent, which has never been defeated so far. Moreover, his greatest achievement was killing a powerful beast emperor of the orcs, equivalent to the 9th level of human beings. In the entire elf forest, there is only one 9th level emperor magician, Tiffany, and she is a support type who is not good at combat. This time, Xian Nuya is definitely going to die. Chapter 26, Fighting Chi Training. Your Majesty, I believe that if we want the elf forest to become stronger, the first priority is to provide all combatants with a set of appropriate equipment. The orcs' attack is imminent. Only by repelling their vanguard can we buy more time for subsequent development. Chu Sheng spoke seriously and eloquently, sharing his plans and modern militarization theories. However, what he got in return was the resentful roll of eyes from the beautiful elf girl. You kid, it's not too late to talk about this after your mother has cleaned you up. Tiffany looked at Chu Sheng with some amusement. He was clinging like a baby just now, but now he suddenly became like a serious person. She took Chu Sheng's hand and led him into the hot spring at the back of the room. Come, let me wash your hair. Tiffany forced Chu Sheng into the spring water and silenced him with her warm words. Chu Sheng tactfully stopped his long talk and closed his eyes to enjoy the meticulous care of his elders. Tiffany's movements were gentle and careful, and she cleaned up every speck of dirt. I don't know why, but this round of shower lasted the whole afternoon. After Chu Sheng left Tiffany, he simply returned to the real world and had lunch. In the afternoon, he was going to learn how to practice Do Chi from Erlin, so he had better make a good impression on his teacher. The elf forest has a sparse population, but its territory is vast, so it has a phenomenon of vast land and sparse population. Chu Sheng arrived at the training ground and couldn't see even a single elf girl. The training ground is very spacious and is equipped with various simulation venues and training equipment. In the center of the venue, the white-haired, black-skinned elf girl Erlin stood there, her heroic and muscular figure extremely dashing. She was wearing a tight combat training suit that showed off her beautiful curves to the fullest, but her expression was a little nervous. Mr. Chu Sheng, I will be your fighter teacher for the next period of time. AI Erlin looked at Chu Sheng, who was walking towards her, with a complicated look in her eyes. She was well aware of the close relationship between him and Xian Nuya, and had been saved by him. She had been attacked by orcs before, and if Chu Sheng had not intervened, she would not be able to stand here now. Even though she had a subtle affection for Chu Sheng, AI Erlin did not dare to show it, and chose to keep it hidden in her heart. Mr. Chu Sheng is a human being, and his lifespan is not that long. After 100 years, I might forget about him. Erlin, I'll trouble you for your guidance in the future. Chu Sheng sat down next to her, signaling with his eyes that she didn't need to be so restrained. According to what I learned from Tiffany, the most important thing for a fighter's training is to sense the power of chi and blood, and then condense it into fighting spirit. The simplest and most effective method for this step is to let someone who has already mastered the fighting spirit release his fighting spirit to Chu Sheng for enlightenment. It was exactly the same as when Xian Nuya taught Chu Sheng to comprehend magic power. Well, shall we get started now? Erlin, this is my first time. If I do anything wrong, I'll need your help to correct it. After saying that, Chu Sheng closed his eyes, waiting to sense Erlin's fighting spirit. Fighting chi is different from magic power. Magic power can flow freely in the air, but fighting chi cannot leave the body too far. That's why Chu Sheng was standing next to AI Erlin, and the two of them were almost touching. As a top fighter in the elf forest, Erin was naturally very clear about this step. She raised her right hand and pressed it on Chu Sheng's heart. For the human body, the place where the chi and blood are most concentrated is of course where the blood flows the most. One is the heart, and the other is some place that can constantly be filled with blood. AI Erlin quietly circulated a trace of fighting spirit in her body, slowly touching Chu Sheng's heart along her arm. Chu Sheng closed his eyes and felt it. This was a special energy that was completely different from magic. Compared to the gentleness of magic, the power of qi and blood is hotter and more ferocious. Chu Sheng felt that the blood in his body was flowing slightly faster, and his entire senses were constantly intensifying, as if he had received 2 shots of adrenaline. Erlin, what should I do to create my own qi and blood power? While releasing her fighting spirit, Erlin patiently explained, you must imitate my fighting spirit. Continuously refine the qi and blood in your body, condense it into an energy body, and then further condense it into fighting spirit. Chu Sheng nodded slightly. It seemed that the cultivation of Do Qi basically relied on developing oneself, unlike magic power which could be absorbed from the air. For ordinary people, it would be great if they could practice one of these 2 completely different ways of cultivation. After all, energy is limited, and it is impossible to take care of both and do multiple things at the same time. There are very few people who can truly take both paths and achieve some success. Even a peerless genius like Shinoya chose to specialize in magic instead of practicing both. A lot of time has to be spent every day to cultivate mental strength, and to constantly review and consolidate various spells and incantations, leaving no time to cultivate fighting spirit. But these problems are naturally not difficult for a cheater like Chu Sheng. He didn't need to memorize any incantations or spells, and all the magic he cast was a direct, chantless version of magic power. Following Aaron's instructions, Chu Sheng immediately stood up and tried to condense the power of qi and blood through body movements. The best way to exercise your body is to fight. Erlin, who was half a head taller than Chu Sheng, took a defensive stance, signaling Chu Sheng with her eyes that he didn't need to be polite. Come on, release yourself on me. Chu Sheng naturally would not be polite. He wanted to try how strong his body, which had been strengthened by the power of the orcs, was. Can I have a chance to fight a real fighter like Aaron? He took a step forward and punched Aaron's pretty face with his right straight punch. I thought that even if I couldn't repel the opponent, I could at least make him tremble a few times. Who would have thought that Chu Sheng's powerful punch was caught so easily by Erlin, without even a sway? This huge force of hundreds of pounds was blocked by the opponent with just a raise of his hand. Before Chu Sheng could react, AI Erlin stretched out her right leg to the ground, brought her right arm to her chest, and used her strong legs and waist to exert force together, and her whole body rushed towards him. Puff! A terrifying force came, and Chu Sheng was directly knocked away by the impact. He flew out for more than 10 meters and rolled on the ground several times before he stopped retreating. Chu Sheng felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. His throat felt sweet, and faint blood foam oozed from the corners of his mouth. This is the power of qi and blood. Although I was hit hard, the pain was not as severe as I had imagined. A weak hot energy flowed through the body's limbs, alleviating some of the injuries. Chu Sheng felt that he had become more excited and wanted to be beaten by the elf girl again. The power in the body has begun to take shape, but it is not solid enough and should not be considered fighting spirit. Chu Sheng, are you okay? Aaron hurried over, her eyes full of concern and self-blame. Sorry, I lost my strength. Chu Sheng shook his head. If he wanted to cultivate his fighting spirit and physical strength, how could he do so without getting beaten? Not only was he not angry, but he wanted Erlin to hit him harder. Erlin, that move you just used, isn't it called Taizhan Lin? The moment Chu Sheng was knocked away by the black-skinned elf girl, he seemed to see the figure of an old friend. It is obviously the Iron Mountain Backrest in Bajiquan. After 2.5 years of development by trainees, this move has become a powerful move known to everyone. Aaron clearly didn't use much strength just now, but she was able to push herself up easily. Therein lies the secret of her movements. What is Taishenko? Aaron was confused. She was just improvising a move from defense to offense, so there was no such thing as a trick. These are just some little tricks I came up with during my training. I see. It seems that excellent people always think alike. Chu Sheng nodded. Close combat techniques are similar in many ways whether in the real world or in another world. Since Taizhan is so powerful with the help of fighting spirit, will some other moves I have seen on the internet also have this effect? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but look at his elbow. Chapter 27, Whoever lies down first wins. Erlin, let's continue. Don't show me mercy just because I'm a macho man. Use force. Aaron nodded obediently, and this time chose to take the initiative to attack. Chu Sheng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, dodging the opponent's first straight punch, then grabbed the opponent's arm with his backhand and prepared to elbow him. Erlin, take my blow. Mamba elbow. However, Erlin seemed to have anticipated this and dodged Chu Sheng's powerful blow by lowering her head. He hugged Chu Sheng's waist with both hands, suddenly took a horse stance, and burst out with all his strength. With a 360-degree shoulder throw, Chu Sheng took off directly on the spot. Bang! Chu Sheng gasped in pain and couldn't help but sigh that this dark-skinned elf girl was also a simple person. When I ask you to use force, you really use force. But along with the pain, the faint energy and blood in the body became a little more condensed and began to slowly transform into fighting spirit. Chu Sheng was secretly delighted and ignored the pain. He got up and continued to fight with Eren. The result was that he was knocked down by Eren again and again, and each time he could not hold out for more than 5 seconds. Chu Sheng clearly felt that the strength Erlin used was always restrained and did not exceed his own, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not even grab the corner of her clothes. From this we can see that the difference in skills between the two is like that between a soldier king and a spirited young man on the street. After being beaten for a while, the energy of his blood became more and more condensed. Chu Sheng found that his movements were too obvious and were always detected by Erlin, so he planned to hide his intention to attack. Erlin, watch me use my 18 dragon subduing kicks. Chu Sheng jumped high, raised his right leg slightly, and pretended to kick and attack. Eren's eyes naturally focused on his legs. But Chu Sheng suddenly retracted his legs, leaned forward, and made claws with his hands, aiming at Eren's shoulders. You've been fooled, Erlin. Look at my dragon claw hand. However, he underestimated Erlin's reaction as a fighter. She took a step back and Chu Sheng's palm brushed her shoulder. Then it hit. Chu Sheng. Eren. At this moment, both of them froze in place. Erlin's pointed ears instantly turned red, but she did not push Chu Sheng away. Chu Sheng, you hurt me. Feel sorry. Chu Sheng swore that he didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. This kind of move is still difficult to defend against. I'm sorry, it's not my fault. Chu Sheng repeatedly stated that he had no bad intentions. If he really wanted to, he could just go and ask Tiffany. It would only take a word to ask which elf girl to serve him. Ahem, Chu Sheng, your combat skills and experience are almost non-existent. You should polish your basic skills first. Eren was also a little confused. Chu Sheng could obviously deal with those powerful orcs easily, but why did he behave like a novice with no experience? Just like kids who have never fought before. I really don't know how to fight. On my side, once a fight breaks out, whoever lies down first wins. The one who lies down first wins. Ellen was shocked. Is the fighting style of the Eastern continent so special? Chu Sheng nodded. In the real world, if someone got beaten up, for many people it would be like meeting a noble person when they went out. As long as you don't have weapons and aren't the type who wants to kill, whoever strikes first will suffer. A few years ago, a rich second-generation man in China paid 5 million yuan in compensation just because he slapped someone on the street. The news instantly became a hot topic. Chu Sheng only fought with other kids when he was in elementary school, and he never did that again after he entered junior high school. After all, he is a poor guy and doesn't deserve to cause trouble. On my side, if a real fight breaks out, we won't engage in close combat. We'll always be at least several dozen meters away. Is that so? Then let's start from the basics. After learning some of the situation, Erlin prepared to take Chu Sheng from the initial stage of fighter. That was the training she had been doing every day since she was young, and it was very helpful in condensing the energy of chi and blood into fighting spirit. You have absolutely no idea how to control your chi and blood and your own strength. Every movement you make lacks the correct force, which leads to the loss of chi and blood. Eren regained her usual composure and tried to ignore the strange feeling lingering on her chest. She knew that the other party did not mean it, so she naturally would not blame him. After all, fighter training inevitably involves some unavoidable physical contact. AI Erlin grabbed Chu Sheng's hand and let him feel the flow and fluctuation of the fighting spirit in her body. Chu Sheng didn't say much. In fact, as a magician, he had a strong mental power and could feel the flow of fighting spirit without holding hands. He discovered a very strange phenomenon. A fighter like Erlin who trained hard every day should have rough hands. Not to mention any old calluses, at least the skin will be thicker. But Eren's hands were as fair and tender as those of Shinoya and Tiffany, with no difference except that they were a little more powerful. Could this be the power of fighting spirit? How is it? Can you feel it clearly? Chu Sheng nodded. Eren's fighting spirit was very condensed, and it was dispersed from the heart. After experiencing it for a while, he discovered several main functions of Do Chi. First of all, it can enhance the basic attributes of the body, endurance, resistance to impact, explosive power, and so on. Secondly, fighting spirit can attach to the surface of the body, forming an existence similar to invisible armor or weapons. This point is exactly the same as Do Qi turning into a horse. There is another powerful effect. Fighting Qi can spontaneously repair damage to the body and continuously replenish physical strength. But the recovery effect is not great. It is just like adrenaline, which can relieve pain. At most, it can accelerate wound healing and flesh growth. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Chu Sheng has been immersed in the training of a fighter and gradually forgot about the things around him. The qi and blood in his body have become solid enough, and part of it has turned into fighting spirit. I think it won't take a few days before I can become a basic fighter. After leaving the training ground, my stomach was rumbling with hunger. Back in her treehouse, Shinoya was sitting in the bedroom, meditating with her eyes closed. She is surrounded by magic of various attributes and seems to be practicing diligently. Chu Sheng did not disturb the other person. He sat down next to him and began to practice magic. According to Erin, her fighting spirit realm is very close to that of a first-level fighter, but because of her powerful strength and various attributes, her overall strength may be about the level of a third-level fighter. In a short time, my fighter level is almost catching up with the magician level. On the other side, Erin also returned to her residence. Her impression of Chu Sheng changed drastically. Before, in her mind, Chu Sheng was a powerful and mysterious strong man from the eastern continent who could kill orcs with ease and was covered with treasures. But when I really get to know him, I find that he is no different from ordinary people. Even as a fighter, he is so bad that it is worrying. Looking at the two obvious handprints on her heart, Erin's pointed ears turned red involuntarily. She subconsciously reached out and imitated it twice, but she didn't have the same wonderful feeling as before. Olin, what are you thinking about? That's Xian Nuya's man. How can you have such improper thoughts about your best friend's baby? Even though I know it's wrong to think this way, for some reason my heart is so restless that I can't stop. Erin shook her head and prepared to take a cold shower to calm down. Chu Sheng came to the critical house and had a good sleep, restoring his spirit to full state. When returning to the other world, Shinoya happened to have finished her training. The two looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Chapter 28, Flash Magic Device. Chu Sheng covered Xian Nuya with a blanket and got up to prepare some magical devices for protection. He anticipated that, apart from the combatants in the elf forest, there would be no need for logistics. All wartime supplies will be packed in a space magic device, one for each person. On the offensive side, each person is equipped with a rifle and hundreds of bullets to ensure that the orcs have a great time. What is still lacking now is defensive equipment. By communicating with the spatial magic in the air, he quickly made a batch of space protection magic devices. The raw materials are still glass balls that cost $5 a box. The triggering method is very simple. Just inject a little magic power to create a defensive barrier with a diameter of about 2 meters. The strength is also good, and it can withstand magic and physical attacks below level 4. If you encounter ordinary orcs, you can hold on for a while. Chu Sheng put a batch of protective magic devices into the critical house, and they will be copied after a while. There was no need to worry about the equipment, and Chu Sheng turned his attention to the defensive fortifications of the elf forest. Chu Sheng found these infrastructure issues the most difficult to deal with. Because the population of the elf forest is too small, even if a part of the elves are urgently mobilized to participate in the construction, it is impossible to build qualified defensive buildings in a short time. Even if Chu Sheng bought various ready-made materials from the real world, it would take them years to assemble them according to the blueprint. After all, elves are not born to carry bricks. But the orcs' attack will not last too long, so there is no time to build defensive fortifications. What's more, Chu Sheng has already regarded the human kingdom and other demi-human kingdoms as enemies. There is no way around it. The geographical location of the elf forest is too good. It is located in the center of the entire continent and is a place that strategists must fight for. If the elf forest experiences an outbreak in a short period of time, not only will the orc empire be likely to strengthen its military strength, but other races may also stab it in the back. It is too early for Chu Sheng to build the elf forest into an impenetrable fortress. The Marquise Pit. It was late at night, and Marquis Pit was sleeping soundly with a beautiful maid in his arms. He was woken up by a chill in his sleep, and when he opened his eyes he saw a mysterious man covered in a black robe. The other person was sitting beside the bed, staring at him with cold eyes. Who are you?" Marquis Pit was startled, and all his sleepiness disappeared. He looked around and found that none of the guards were alarmed. Either they are all dead, or the man in black is so skilled in stealth that no one can detect him. "Don't be nervous. The fifth prince said you have news about the elf princess." Hearing the hoarse voice of the man in black, Marquis Pitt finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you're not my friend, you should have said so earlier. I'll give you all the information about Shinoya tomorrow morning. Now let me have a good rest. Give it to me now. This. Right now, right now. The man in black didn't waste any words. An extremely condensed fighting spirit surged out of his body, causing the space to slightly distort. Marquis Pitt felt a terrifying pressure that prevented him from having the slightest intention of resisting. He was startled. The person in front of him was at least an 8th rank Dozun. There are not many strong men of this level in the entire Holy Ronin Empire. They can flatten a hill with just a wave of their hands. They are far superior to him. Judging from the opponent's appearance and clothing, the strong man in front of him seems to be specialized in assassination and burst. This type of Dozun may have slightly weaker destructive power, but the means of killing are extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, Marquis Pitt no longer dared to be arrogant. Please wait a moment, sir. I will get you the information right away. He jumped out of bed and rummaged through the documents at his desk. Even though Marquis Pitt is an important official at the border, he must show enough respect to the Dozun strongman. This kind of strong man is a one-on-one enemy on the battlefield. He was sent to deal with a little elf princess. The elf named Shinoya is probably dead. Chu Sheng made a space defense magic device for several hours, during which time he also cultivated his mental power. The 9 types of magic power in the body gathered at the Dantian, slowly forming a magic vortex. Chu Sheng learned from Xian Nuya that this was a sign of entering the 4th level intermediate magician. As long as you master one more 4th level spell, you can go to the Magicians Association for certification. I didn't expect that in such a short time, I would surpass the elf lady. Chu Sheng sighed, thinking that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the peerless genius Xian Nuya would be surpassed by him. At present, the strength of his magic power and the magic barrier he created can block the attack of the automatic rifle. He planned to try to make a more powerful space magic device. Teleportation magic device. As he became more familiar with the magic of spatial attributes, Chu Sheng felt that he could try to jump through space. Let me try it on you. He picked up a stone from the ground, and the next moment the stone was swallowed by the magic of space attribute. Then it reappeared several meters away from the original place. Is it possible to succeed in just one try? After conducting experiments on dead objects, Chu Sheng returned to the real world and bought a live chicken to conduct another experiment. As expected, the live chicken was still alive and kicking after being teleported 7 or 8 meters away. Chu Sheng checked carefully and found that the live chicken had no injuries and no internal injuries caused by the space squeezing. He was very satisfied and put Kuan directly into the pot to braise it. After eating and drinking his fill, Chu Sheng then treated himself as the experimental subject, and in the end no accidents happened. But the transmission distance cannot exceed 10 meters. Although the distance doesn't seem long, an ordinary fighter can catch up with it by taking a strong step. But if used instantly, it can avoid many fatal attacks. It's like the Flash in MOBA games. Do you think it's powerful? Chu Sheng immediately decided to engrave this new space magic on a glass ball and make it into a magic device that every elf girl could use. Set 2 trigger modes. One is active trigger, and the other is directly triggered by a certain intensity of attack. With the Flash magic device and the Protective Shield magic device, the safety of the elves is definitely a qualitative leap compared to before. There is no need to worry anymore that the war will consume more people than the birth rate of the Tree of Life. Chu Sheng continued to spend several hours to make the first batch of Flash magic devices. After throwing them all into the critical room, everyone will have one after a while. It's a pity that my current rank is not high enough to create any powerful space magic devices. With Chu Sheng's current strength, the most he can do is manipulate the spatial magic to form a wall to suppress people, and he has not yet developed more means. When you reach a higher level in the future, the magic devices you can make will probably be comparable to howitzers and rocket launchers in the real world. After working all night, Chu Sheng didn't feel very sleepy. He returned to the tree house and saw that Shinoya was still sleeping soundly, so he carefully laid down in the quilt. Unconsciously, my hands began to automatically seek out warm places again. Ugh, disgusting. Xian Nuya woke up in a daze. Looking at Chu Sheng's malicious eyes, she knew that she couldn't sleep this sleep. Chapter 29, I Can Beat You. Xianyuo, stop being so angry. You'll become ugly if you're angry. The next day, it was not until noon that the two of them slowly got up. As soon as she woke up, Xian Nuya pouted and stared at Chu Sheng with resentment, without saying a word. Chu Sheng looked at the other person helplessly, thinking that he had indeed had too much fun last night. Yesterday, he was extremely excited because he mastered the skill of space teleportation, also known as Flash. It was a bit hard to fall asleep when I lay in bed. Holding the warm and soft body of the elf girl, I couldn't help but want to do something. Although Xiaonuya was a little resentful about being woken up, she was not angry with Chu Sheng. But then Chu Sheng tied her long hair into 2 ponytails and said he wanted to play a horse-riding game with her. Later, I didn't know where I got a large floor-length mirror from. Thinking back to her shameful appearance last night, Shinoya couldn't help but her ears turned red. If you do this again, I'll ignore you for an hour. Shinoya wasn't really angry. She was just ashamed of the extremely embarrassing look she saw in the mirror. Seriously, next time you want to play this kind of game, can you please tell me in advance? Don't be angry, this is for you. Seeing that the big elf lady seemed to have calmed down a little, Chu Sheng immediately took out a necklace with glass beads and put it on her from behind. The glass beads on the necklace are storage magic devices, which contain 100 flash magic devices and 100 protective shield magic devices. Although these magical devices are very useful, they are all disposable consumables. With the magic device inside, I am relieved for your safety. After hearing Chu Sheng's introduction, Xiaonuya's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she almost jumped out of the bed. Take less. 100 copies. Xiaonuya was shocked. This small glass bead was actually filled with 200 space magic devices. Chu Sheng did so much for himself in one night. In an instant, a huge sense of guilt swept over Xiaonuya, and she couldn't help feeling extremely ashamed of her previous quarrel. Chu Sheng was busy all night preparing a gift for himself, but he just put on a face because he was embarrassed for a few times in front of the mirror. How ignorant. Shinoya released a trace of magic power, feeling the full items in the storage magic device, and felt warm in her heart. She turned her head to look at Chu Sheng, but found that his eyes were as affectionate as if he was looking at a dog. But this deep affection is not directed at her, but at her heart. Shinoya. The clothes she had just put on were quietly taken off by her. Xiaonuya leaned close to Chu Sheng's ear and said in a sweet voice, "How about we play that horseback riding game again?" This isn't good, is it? It's okay. I was ignorant just now. Let me reward you well. 200 space magic devices, and the raw materials used to make them are top-grade source stones worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of these magic devices is enough to buy Shinoya's life from the killer organization. Realizing Chu Sheng's good intentions, Xiaonuya decided to repay him. Forget it, just have a good rest and don't get too tired. Chu Sheng smiled and touched the elf girl's head. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but he also had to understand the other person's feelings. If you only care about your own happiness, such a relationship will not last long. Chu Sheng left the tree house and went to find Tiffany first, and also gave her a space magic device. Naturally, I received the heartfelt thanks from my elders. With the powerful replication ability of the critical house, he will be able to arm all the fighters in the elf forest in less than a week. Time quickly came to the afternoon, and Chu Sheng also set off for the training ground to continue his training as a fighter. Because his body has absorbed the power of orcs, he is very good at taking beatings. Chu Sheng planned to condense his fighting spirit today and become a formal fighter. On the other side, far away in the Marquative Pit, members of the killer organization gathered together. They are studying various intelligence about the elf forest, including its fortifications and geographical location. The man in black at the head is the strongest. Besides him, there are 10 other top experts in the organization. Each of them is a 7th level Dozong, and they are all elite. There is no way. The 5th prince gave too much, and the superiors demanded that it must be completed without any failure. The strongest fighter in the elf forest is Tiffany, the 9th rank imperial magician. A head-on confrontation would have almost no chance of winning. To do this, we must kill Shinoya before Tiffany reacts, and be prepared to become an enemy of the entire elf forest at any time. Because the elves were born from the Tree of Life, their beliefs are extremely pure, and they will never reveal useful information to outsiders. Therefore, the man in black knew very limited information at the moment, so he spent a lot of money to find an alchemist. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe came up to the killers, and everyone showed respect to him. The middle-aged man raised his hand slightly, and a blue-gray cat suddenly ran out from his arms. My kitten can easily sneak into the elf forest, but it will take about 10 days in total. 10 days from now, it will be time for you to take action. The blue-gray kitten looked particularly well-behaved, with big, lively eyes. But all the killers present knew that it was just a dead object made by an alchemist from flesh and blood. The reason why the kitten appeared to be conscious was because the alchemist used a trace of his mental power to control it. Alchemy of flesh and blood is so magical. We will certainly wait for good news from you, sir. The leading man in black had a blank expression on his face. It would take about 8 or 9 days for the cat to travel from the human kingdom to the elf forest. After collecting the information, it will take another day or so. This period of time is the last calm before the storm. Chu Sheng, how come your qi and blood power is even more condensed than yesterday? It's almost completely transformed into Do Qi. Were you exercising last night? The dark-skinned elf girl was very curious. This growth rate was a bit beyond common sense. She stretched out a hand and placed it on Chu Sheng's chest, feeling the rich energy and blood, which was much faster than her own. When Erlin first started practicing Do Qi, it took her a full week to complete the transformation of her qi and blood power. And the other party almost finished it in one night. I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses me as a teacher. I can't help it. Maybe I'm just a genius. Chu Sheng looked calm. Of course, this performance was entirely due to his own hard work and sweat. Erlin, let's compete again today. I feel I can beat you. Chu Sheng knew that his fighting spirit was far inferior to his opponents, but he was still a mage. With the help of space jumping, if you flash in an instant when Erlin can't react, it is very likely to achieve the effect of killing at first sight. Are you sure? Aaron took 2 steps back, feeling the energy and magic power in Chu Sheng's body, and carefully assessed the gap between the two sides. If I get serious, you can't even scratch me. Ellen's judgment was actually correct. Although Chu Sheng had decent strength, his fighting skills were almost zero. In close combat, even if the opponent is a magician, he will hardly be able to use his magic. Let's make a bet. If I can scratch you, I win. How about that? The dark-skinned elf girl shook her head. During combat, physical contact is inevitable, and minor scrapes are unavoidable. It's not considered a skill. You only win if you can hit my vital points. Hit the mark? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. For a fighter, there are usually only 2 vital parts, namely the heart and the head. And facing that bright and beautiful face, I would definitely feel embarrassed to use too much force. Isn't that only? If Erlin hadn't looked so serious, Chu Sheng would have suspected that she was seducing him. This is good, as the airbag protects her and the dark-skinned elf girl won't be hurt. Then here I come. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he took a step forward and started with the classic Mamba elbow. Erlin got ready, preparing to retaliate like yesterday, but Chu Sheng suddenly disappeared in a flash. What's going on? Chapter 30 Success. AI Erlin was startled, and Chu Sheng's figure appeared on her right in the blink of an eye. A big palm hit her heart, etc. The sudden closeness almost made Aaron subconsciously release the surging fighting spirit in her body. But fearing that doing so would hurt the other person, she forcibly suppressed her fighting spirit. But the blush on her cheeks and the tips of her ears could not be suppressed. You, how did you suddenly appear on my right? Aaron asked with a blushing face, pretending not to care. Chu Sheng pinched it subconsciously, then let go of his hand as if nothing had happened and coughed lightly. This is the space magic I just learned. It can instantly move within a range of 10 meters. You will be able to do it later. As he spoke, Chu Sheng gave the other party a set of magic devices and demonstrated how to use various magic devices. I still have a lot of this stuff. Just come back to me when you're done. With the help of the space magic device to divert her attention, Aaron also ignored Chu Sheng's little action just now. People have given me so many treasures, it's okay to let him feel it for a while. Otherwise, it would seem that you are too stingy. Moreover, his life was saved by him. If Chu Sheng really asked him to sacrifice himself in return, he would not be able to refuse. Although Erlin specializes in the way of a fighter, she still has the magic power to activate magic devices because of the elves' innate magical talent. After receiving Chu Sheng's magic device set, she began to teach Chu Sheng the basic knowledge of fighters very seriously. Chu Sheng benefited a lot from learning the simplest things like how to exert force and how to swing arms. In just one afternoon, Chu Sheng's fighting skills had made great progress. If his fighting level before was only that of a street fighter, now it may have reached the level of an amateur boxer. Of course, this is all due to the powerful physique that has absorbed the power of orcs. Otherwise, with the original crispy chicken body, it would definitely not be able to withstand such high-intensity training. The fighting spirit that Chu Sheng had been longing for was finally transformed, and he was promoted to a glorious fighter. It's no longer a fighting spirit, a certain period. After learning how to use Do Qi, Chu Sheng finally understood why he had killed those orcs with his rifle and grenades. Do Qi can attach to the surface of the body and form an invisible armor. But the disadvantage is that it cannot exist for a long time, and it cannot be too far away from the body. The bullets and grenades themselves are not products of this world. Without any fluctuations of fighting spirit or magic power, the orcs subconsciously thought they were just small toys. If those orcs had used all their strength to activate their fighting spirit for protection from the beginning, Chu Sheng would not have been able to kill them so easily. It was not until the evening that today's fighting training finally came to an end. Chu Sheng dragged his slightly tired body back to the treehouse. He wanted to hug the big elf girl and lie down comfortably for a while, but he found that she was not there at all. Where's Shinoya? After searching for a while without finding it, Chu Sheng didn't think much about it. After all, she is the princess of the elf forest. She might have to deal with some political affairs. It would be strange for her to stay in the room all day and serve as her own pillow. Chu Sheng returned to the critical house and slowly waited for his strength to recover. After a good rest, he started to make matching space magic devices for the elf girls. Even with the help of the copy of the critical house, Chu Sheng still has to work hard to equip it as soon as possible. While Chu Sheng was busy, AI Erlin also returned to her cabin. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the smiling Shinoya. A moment of panic appeared in Erin's eyes, and she stretched out a hand to cover her chest. There was a barely noticeable handprint at the location of the heart, and she was afraid that Xian Nuya would be angry if she saw it. Erlin, how was training today? Very good. Chu Sheng is very serious. Erlin felt a little guilty. Chu Sheng pressed her handprint again during training today, and she ran into Xian Nuya as soon as she got home. This made her feel guilty, as if she had been caught cheating by her ex-wife. Seeing Erin's actions, Xian Nuya's beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly, and she inexplicably had a bad feeling. So she stood up and walked to Erin's side, pulling away her blocking hand. The faint handprint suddenly came into view. Erlin, did Chu Sheng bully you? No. Really? Did you put this handprint yourself? Xian Nuya, Chu Sheng didn't do it on purpose. It was just an unavoidable contact during training. He was careless. The more Erlin spoke, the redder her face became, and she looked at Xian Nuya with evasive eyes. Erlin, don't be afraid. Chu Sheng dared to bully you. I will go and seek justice for you right now. Shen Yuoya spoke sternly, but in fact, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. I thought I would have to spend some time talking to her, but I didn't expect Erlin to be so sensible. No, that's not necessary. He really didn't bully me. Irene resisted repeatedly. She felt that this was such a small matter that she didn't need to seek justice. But as the princess's personal guard, he had close contact with the princess's lover, which was really inappropriate. There was a bit of confusion on Erlin's face. Judging from Xian Nuya's attitude, she was afraid that she was going to make the matter clear. Then how can I survive in the forest of elves in the future? Erlin, as a princess, how could I let my guard suffer any harm? Just follow me. Xian Nuya dragged Erlin out without saying anything, not giving her a chance to refuse. Besides, Shinoya was her childhood friend and her boss, so Erin didn't dare to resist at all. She was led to Chu Sheng's door with a red face, and she felt more and more uneasy. Xian Nuya stood outside the door and shouted at the top of her voice, Chu Sheng, come out quickly. Inside the house, Chu Sheng was making a magic device. He was stunned when he heard the sound outside the door. What is this big elf lady doing? He put down the glass ball and walked out the door. He saw the aggressive Xian Nuya and the shy Erlin, and he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Chu Sheng looked at the dark-skinned elf girl with her head down with a strange look on his face. I just pinched your little girl twice. Is it necessary to complain? Chu Sheng, did you bully AI Erlin while I wasn't looking? Xian Nuya put her hands on her waist and looked at Chu Sheng pretending to be angry. Forehead. Chu Sheng smacked his lips, not quite sure what to say. If you say it's bullying, it shouldn't be considered as such, but if you say it's not bullying, I did it on purpose. Erlin looked shy, pulled Xian Nuya, and spoke helplessly. Xian Nuya, Chu Sheng really didn't mean it. I think he was being careless on purpose. Shinoya ignored Erlin's pleading eyes and raised a triumphant smile at the corner of her mouth. Chu Sheng, since you bullied AI Erlin, you should take responsibility. After saying that, Xian Nuya pushed the bewildered Erlin into Chu Sheng's arms and ran away swiftly. When he slipped away, he also helped the two of them to close the door. Chu Sheng. Erin. Chu Sheng looked at the dark-skinned elf girl in his arms with a confused look on her face, feeling a little at a loss. As Erlin's best friend, shouldn't you stand up for her when you find out she's being bullied by her man? Why did you send your best friend into the arms of your man? Chu Sheng, does Xian Nuya have any unspeakable secrets? Erin blinked her beautiful big eyes, and for a moment, she couldn't understand Shinoya's train of thought. Outside the door, Shinoya was ecstatic and admired her own intelligence. Great. I thought it would be difficult to convince Erin, but now I can openly ask her to help me share my sexual happiness. Shen Yuoya returned to her own cabin and pounced onto the bed, feeling as comfortable as a salted fish. She reached out and rubbed her slender waist, then rubbed her shoulders, which were so sore. The reason for resorting to this desperate measure was that Xian Nuya was a little overwhelmed. There are too many troubles in happiness, and sometimes it is not a good thing. Every night, She would spend time with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was so energetic that he didn't seem like a human being. He would always keep her busy until noon the next day. Although Shinoya also likes this kind of thing, it consumes too much physical energy. In addition, a certain amount of time must be spent on cleaning every morning, so the remaining time for rest and practice is very limited. Now with Erin's help, he could finally have a good rest. She originally thought that Erin would disagree or show resistance, but judging from her reaction just now, she definitely didn't mind. Even when being bullied by Chu Sheng, she still spoke up for him. Maybe she is smiling in her heart now. Moreover, Xiaonuya had long discovered that Erlin had a special affection for Chu Sheng, so it was now perfectly legitimate for the two of them to be together. Chapter 31, Change of Mindset. Chu Sheng, I didn't tell you about our relationship. Xiaonuya discovered it herself. AI Erlin spoke timidly, and Chu Sheng knew from his expression that he was not the kind of person who would complain. Don't worry, I know you wouldn't do anything like that. Until now, Chu Sheng also roughly understood Xiaonuya's little plan. The big elf girl put on such a scene. It was obvious that she couldn't handle it anymore, so she asked her best friend to help share the burden. In fact, apart from Erin, Shinoya had originally planned to look for Tiffany. But since the other party was the queen, she was too embarrassed to speak. It was too awkward. Now, only Erlin was left in the dark. How should I talk about something like this? Chu Sheng was a little embarrassed for a moment. Although he felt a little sorry for Xiaonuya, since the other party had agreed, there was no need for him to pretend. Well, I'll go explain it to Shinoya. AI Erlin struggled to get up from Chu Sheng's arms. She was confused and planned to go find Xiaonuya to explain it again. There really is no special relationship between me and Chu Sheng. I just want to understand people's hearts. Hey, Erin, wait a minute. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and decided that as an old pervert, he should be the first to speak up about this matter. He is not the kind of Xiaochuan who is ignorant about emotions and will not let Xiaonuya down. After observing for a period of time, he believed that Erlin definitely had some feelings for him. Elf girls are very simple, and this is also true when it comes to matters between men and women. It is easy to infer this from their expressions. Olin, what do you think of me? Chu Sheng looked seriously into the eyes of the dark-skinned elf girl. Xiaonuya asked me to take responsibility. Actually, she wants me to have something with you. Of course, I won't force you, but are you willing? If this happened in the real world, Chu Sheng would probably get a slap in the face for doing this. Plus the title of Shrimp Headman. But this is the elf forest, and the dark-skinned elf girl in front of him also has a good impression of him. Ahem. Actually, the most important thing is that Erlin is as broad-minded as Xiaonuya, and she really holds Chu Sheng's lifeline. Erin was a little confused by the question. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied, You are very good. Not only are you extremely talented, but you are also very concerned about the elf forest. Just when Chu Sheng thought that the dark-skinned elf girl would shyly say, I do, and then throw herself into his arms, Erin struggled and shook her head. But I can't be with you. Chu Sheng was stunned and blurted out, Why? Erin lowered her head, her fingers clenching the corner of her clothes, and spoke after a long time. Your lifespan is a bit short compared to the elves. If I stay with you, I don't know how long I will be sad after you leave. If we had remained friends, I might have felt a little better even if you left. Erlin kept glancing at Chu Sheng's expression out of the corner of her eyes and spoke intermittently. Chu Sheng didn't expect that AI Erlin would refuse with such a reason. For a moment, he couldn't even find an excuse to refute. AI Erlin looked at Chu Sheng with a hint of apology. She knew it was not a good thing to say, but as Xiaonuya's good friend and close guard, she would feel guilty if she really snatched away her lover. Keeping the status quo might be good for all three of them. I understand. You should go back and rest first. Chu Sheng lowered his eyes and said nothing more, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. He knew that Erin had no other intentions of hurting him, but this matter was indeed something that was on the table. Indeed, compared to the elves' lifespan of thousands of years, human life is too short. It was so short that it was just a passerby in their lives. This damn lifespan theory. Chu Sheng sat helplessly on the chair. Even though he tried to control his expression, he couldn't hide his sadness. Erlin looked at him and felt a little bit reluctant. She thought Chu Sheng was sad because he was rejected by her, and waves of self-blame surged in her heart. Erlin, can you help me call Shinoya back on your way back? Yeah, no problem. AI Erlin was still thinking about comforting Chu Sheng, but the other party acted as if he was sending her away, so she immediately backed down. Let Shinoya do this kind of thing. I am just a guard. Not long after, Xiaonuya, who was lying there like a dead fish, saw Erlin walking out in good health. She looked left and right, and Erin's collar wasn't even ruffled. Not only was there no blush on her face, she even looked a little sad and self-blaming. Xian Nuya's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, "Oh no. It seems that I am the one who gets wormwood tonight." Xian Nuya looked at Aaron with a puzzled expression, thinking to herself, could it be that her intuition was wrong? She could definitely feel the affection that Erlin had for Chu Sheng. Similarly, with Chu Sheng's personality, how could he refuse the big elf girl who came to his door? He even dared to do that to Her Majesty the Queen. Could it be? Shanoya compared the lush mountains of Aaron with her own simplicity with a look of doubt. If you only look at this, then it would be even more impossible for Chu Sheng to refuse. Xian Nuya, Chu Sheng said he wants you to go back. Oh, okay. Shan Yuoya sighed helplessly. It seemed that there was no escape. I don't know what happened between Chu Sheng and AI Erlin just now. It didn't develop to the point I imagined. Although Xian Nuya sighed, she was still very pleased with her lover's infatuation and desire for her, and she didn't want to disappoint Chu Sheng. If Chu Sheng knew that I was deliberately avoiding him, would he turn around and leave the elf forest? Thinking of this, Xian Nuya quickened her pace and hurried over. As soon as he entered the room, Chu Sheng hugged her without saying a word, but did not take any further action. Chu Sheng, what happened? Xian Nuya was very sensitive to the other party's mood and instantly became gentle, gently patting Chu Sheng on the back. Nothing. Chu Sheng buried himself in the warm heart of the person, like a spoiled child, his voice a little dull. Is it because Aaron disagrees? I'm not that stingy. Feeling the warmth of the big elf girl in his arms, Aaron's words couldn't help but echo in Chu Sheng's mind. It was not until this moment that he realized how much Xian Nuya had paid to be willing to be with him. Compared to the elves, Shanoya is still very young. Choosing a human like me as a partner so early might not be a very wise thing in the eyes of other elves. Decades later, Chu Sheng had already grown gray-haired, but Xian Nuya was still as beautiful as she is now. At that time, Chu Sheng probably didn't have the courage to be intimate with the other party anymore. Even Tiffany, although at an age where she still had charm among the elves, was still too long for a human. Chu Sheng's heart could not calm down for a long time, and he was eager to change this situation. Since this is a magical world, there must be some way to prolong life, right? Chu Sheng, I'm sorry. Xian Nuya looked at the depressed Chu Sheng, and endless self-blame surged into her heart. Because he was physically unable to cope, he unilaterally asked Aaron to share the burden with him in this way. I thought neither of them would mind. I shouldn't have said that to Aaron. It's all my fault. Xian Nuya wanted to explain something, but Chu Sheng gently pressed her lips. Don't blame you. I'm just being too picky. Chu Sheng hugged the big elf girl tighter and tighter, sniffing the forest fragrance on her body carefully and feeling the beauty of this moment. I just want to hug you more while I have time. Hearing Chu Sheng's whisper, the clever Xian Nuya suddenly thought of something. She spoke cautiously. Don't pay attention to what Erlin said to you. She is just an idiot who only knows how to fight and speaks without thinking. Xian Nuya kept comforting Chu Sheng and put all the blame on Erlin. Look, you're not only a magician, but your talent is much better than mine. As long as you can break through to the 9th rank Imperial Magician, you can have a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. You are still so young, and we still have a long way to go. Can a 9th rank Imperial Magician only live for 200 to 300 years? Chu Sheng shook his head secretly. It seemed that the life level in the other world was not much better than that in the real world. In the novels about cultivating immortals, one can live for 500 or 600 years by building a foundation. I know, you don't have to worry. Chu Sheng touched the big elf lady's soft golden hair and said nothing more. No words were spoken that night. Chu Sheng, am I too bad? Xian Nuya clearly felt that Chu Sheng was still full of energy and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. When the other person needs warmth and comfort, you are still like a small fish. Thinking of this, Xian Nuya timidly asked, do you want to go see if Her Majesty is asleep? Her Majesty is so considerate and fond of you. She will definitely not be willing to reject you. Tiffany? Chu Sheng shook his head, thinking that Tiffany was a 9th rank Imperial Magician, and her lifespan was the longest among the elves. I'm afraid it could take thousands of years. Late at night, Chu Sheng looked at the moonlight outside the window with a slightly sad feeling. The moon in the other world is bigger than the one in the real world, and it is round every night, without any changes in brightness or darkness. AI Erlin's words were still echoing in his mind, and Chu Sheng's mentality began to change. Before, he just wanted to build the elf forest into his own kingdom and gain a foothold in the other world. But now, Chu Sheng wants to spend as much time as possible with the beautiful woman beside him. If you want to stay with your beloved until old age, there is probably only one way at the moment. Become a god. According to Tiffany, there are indeed gods in this world, and these gods have existed for a very long time. Grow until before the birth of the elves. Perhaps, Tiffany would know some specific information about the gods, such as their positions and divine nature. Let's go find Tiffany's mom tomorrow morning to find out more. Thinking of this, Chu Xing tightened his grip on Xiannuya, who was sleeping beside him. Because of what Aaron said, he began to cherish every minute and every second he spent with the big elf girl. Chapter 32: The Divine Road is Cut Off? Want to become a god? Tiffany opened her red lips slightly. Why would the child have such an idea? It's impossible to become a god in today's world. Even breaking through the 10th level is impossible. Chu Xing pursed his lips and leaned against the table, thinking hard. Didn't Tiffany say that there are gods in this world? If there are gods, why can't we become gods now? The throne was filled long ago. To create a new god, the existing god must die. But this is almost impossible. Those of us in the elf forest who have worshipped the goddess of life and other gods for generations must all be aware of this consensus. Chu Xing seemed to be thinking, is the position of the god full? In other words, when the previous people became gods, they joined hands to block the path for the later ones to become gods? If that's the case, then as long as I can kill a certain god, can I replace him? Although Chu Xing did not get a satisfactory answer, he felt a little happier. I am a handsome guy with cheats, no matter if you are a god or something else. As long as you dare to show your blood bar, I will make you bleed. Chu Xing asked for a lot of details, and Tiffany pointed out that in ancient times, the number of gods was not as limited as it is now. Instead, these rules were established after a war among gods broke out. Since there were godslayers in ancient times, maybe I can do it. Thinking of this, Chu Xing stopped worrying about his lifespan and made up his mind to kill a god for fun. If you cannot replace the other party's position at that time, then find the goddess of life and have a deep communication with her. After all, the other party can grant the elves a lifespan that exceeds that of all other races, so it wouldn't be too much to grant himself some blessing of life, right? If the goddess of life is unwilling to give face. This kind of thing seemed unlikely to Chu Xing. After all, the other party could be said to be the creator of Tiffany and Xiannuya. Chu Xing didn't want to have any unpleasantness with the other party unless it was absolutely necessary. Tiffany, you've really been so worried about the elf forest. As the head of the family, Tiffany was so considerate to do this for her. Although her purpose may not be so pure, how many things in this world can remain absolutely pure? As long as both he and Tiffany are happy, both are willing, and neither owes the other anything, it will be a beautiful story. You elves eat fruits and vegetables every meal. How come your nutrition is so good? Chu Xing looked at the pieces of fruit and vegetable leaves in Tiffany's bowl and couldn't help but wonder. Not only Tiffany, but also Xiannuya and Aaron. Even though they don't gain weight every day, they still grow so tall and big. Elves also eat meat, but we prefer vegetarianism. After all, we are all born from trees. Tiffany put a piece of juicy fruit into her mouth and chewed it gently. The inexplicable feeling mixed with Chu Xing's breath formed a unique flavor. It seems that next time I help Chu Xing, I can't eat right away, as it's easy to get the smell. Chu Xing nodded and ate up the meat in the bowl in big mouthfuls. He had to go find Erlin to practice fighting spirit later, so he had to replenish protein. He came to the training ground as usual and did not show any abnormality because of yesterday's words. AI Erlin also tried hard to maintain her usual demeanor and taught carefully, fearing that she would say anything that would upset Chu Xing. As Chu Xing became a first-level fighter, his fighting spirit solidified faster and faster, and the intensity of his training became higher and higher. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the second level. After practicing hard until the evening, Chu Xing returned to his tree house feeling a little tired and just wanted to have a good rest. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Xiannuya fiddling with a large wooden barrel half a person's height, constantly adding hot water into it. Are you back? Come and see if the water temperature is right. Xiannuya added some special flower petals from the elf forest into the bathtub. Combined with the steaming hot water, the fragrance filled the room. Chu Xing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xiannuya would specially prepare bath water for him. For a magician, a water attribute magic can easily cleanse the body. He walked to the bucket, reached out to test the water temperature, and found it was just right. Come in quickly. You've been training for several days straight, and you're always secretly making magic devices at night. Just take a good rest tonight, have a good sleep, and don't do anything else, okay? Xiannuya gently massaged Chu Xing's shoulders. Although her movements were a little awkward, they were full of love. Chu Xing closed his eyes and let the big elf relax him continuously. The only sound in the room was the sound of some splashing water. Xiannuya, I'm not tired at all. Every night before making magic devices or playing with the big elf girl, Chu Xing would go to the critical house to take a nap. Otherwise, he would have become a plowing ox. but he was too embarrassed to refuse Xian Nuya's kindness. Although it is more likely that Shen Yuoya can't stand it. First, I spent a morning with Tiffany and had a good and in-depth communication with her, and then I trained with Aaron for an afternoon. If Chu Sheng hadn't absorbed the orc's power to strengthen his body, it would have been difficult for him to withstand it. Now the fatigue accumulated throughout the day is slowly being eliminated by soaking in hot water. The fragrance emitted by the petals in the water seems to have a calming effect. Coupled with the gentle and careful massage technique of the elf lady, a feeling of sleepiness came over me unconsciously. Chu Sheng's head slowly tilted back and rested on the familiar big pillow. His breathing gradually became steady and even, and the wrinkles between his brows gradually smoothed out. Feeling the steady breathing in his arms, Xian Nuya breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and his eyes became more gentle. Great, I can finally sleep well tonight. Xian Nuya gave Chu Sheng a light kiss on the forehead, picked up the staff beside her, and directed all the water in the bathtub out. Then he picked up a towel and gently wiped Chu Sheng clean, and finally moved him to the bed with a little effort. During the entire process, Chu Sheng fell into a deep sleep like a baby, showing no signs of waking up. You've worked so hard for the elf forest. Looking at the sleeping Chu Sheng, Xian Nuya's pretty face became more and more satisfied. She gently hugged the other person's waist, covered them both with the quilt, and slowly fell asleep while smelling the familiar scent. This time, Chu Sheng slept more peacefully than ever before. It was as if all the burdens on his shoulders had been lifted off his shoulders. The safety of the elf forest, the short lifespan of humans, and the difficulties of becoming a god were all forgotten. I didn't wake up naturally until noon the next day. Feeling his full spirit, Chu Sheng became more confident about his next goal. Looking at the big elf woman with most of her body resting on him, Chu Sheng left carefully without waking her up. It has not been easy for Xian Nuya recently. It is rare for her to get a chance to sleep in. Let's give Ikuan a day off today. Chu Sheng spent the entire morning making the space magic device and did not go to Tiffany's place. Although Mother's embrace is warm and sweet, you can't be greedy. According to Chu Sheng's estimation, the first batch of space magic devices will be put into use in 4 days. Originally, he planned to make each elf like Shinoya, with 100 different types. But time is limited, so I can only reduce the number to 20. Moreover, as his magic rank rises, the space-time magic devices he can make in the future will definitely be stronger and more durable. It would be a waste to make too many of these disposable basic models. With the current strength of magic devices, it should be more than enough to deal with the orc's non-main force attacks. Chu Sheng returned to the real world and went directly to the wholesale market to buy a lot of Snickers, chocolate, and other high-calorie foods. These are the individual combat rations of the elf forest in the future, which can ensure that the elf girl can replenish her magic power at any time. Chapter 33 Awkward. In the cabin, Erin was soaking in a bathtub filled with blood-boosting medicines, and her body functions were constantly being activated. Erin closed her eyes and leaned against the bucket, feeling a little complicated at the moment. Chu Sheng's dazed expression kept appearing in her mind, causing her heart to ache from time to time. On one side is his childhood friend and princess, and on the other side is his savior. After returning to her residence and having a good night's rest, Erlin found that she seemed to have misunderstood Shinoya's meaning. Xian Nuya seemed to hope that something could happen between her and Chu Sheng. If that was the case, wouldn't what he said to Chu Sheng seem like evasion and resistance in his eyes? Thinking of this, Erin's brows furrowed slightly, and she was very conflicted. Otherwise, why don't I go and apologize to Chu Sheng later? If Chu Sheng loses the mood to train because of what I said, I will definitely be severely punished by Her Majesty the Queen. In the afternoon, Erin arrived at the training ground early with a nervous mood. From a distance, I could see the familiar dark-haired figure already warming up. Good afternoon, Teacher Erlin. Chu Sheng's appearance made AI Erlin quietly relieved, but after seeing his expression and tone, her heart sank again. He never called himself teacher before. A few days ago, Chu Sheng saw her and was smiling, but now she was so polite that she seemed a little distant. Well, good afternoon to you too, Chu Sheng. The other party was already generous enough to be willing to continue training, and Erin couldn't ask for anything more. She put herself in the other person's shoes and said to a short-lived person, "Your lifespan is too short, so I can't be with you." That's really rude. Erin had never hated her low emotional intelligence so much. Soon, she was guiding Chu Sheng's training as usual. During the process, she could clearly feel that Chu Sheng had restrained his physical contact with them. It wasn't until the evening, when the training was almost over, that Erlin finally felt uncomfortable with Chu Sheng's change of attitude. She mustered up her courage and solemnly took Chu Sheng's hand. "I think you're not proficient enough in the use of fighting spirit. Want to feel how I do it? AI Erlin's heart was pounding, and she looked at Chu Sheng nervously, afraid that he would leave. Okay, what exactly should I do? Just close your eyes, block out all your senses, and rely on your instinct to feel with your heart. Seeing Chu Sheng obediently close his eyes, AI Erlin carefully took his hand and slowly raised it. The next moment, Chu Sheng's expression froze. That's what he uses as a pillow every night. The tips of Erin's ears gradually turned red, and she continued to increase the pressure on the back of Chu Sheng's hand. I just rejected him with those words not long ago, but now he is actively approaching me like this. Will Chu Sheng think that I am a fickle and casual elf? In contrast to Erin's uneasiness, Chu Sheng's smile was harder to suppress than AK's. He was just deliberately acting like he was playing hard to get, but who would have thought that the dark-skinned elf girl couldn't even last an afternoon? Chu Sheng had been secretly paying attention to AI Erlin's expression just now. Seeing the complicated look in her eyes, as if she had something to hide, he knew that his bet was right. Deliberately said something to let him feel the use of fighting spirit, clearly looking for a reason to let him. Elf girls are really easy to understand. Chu Sheng, do you feel the fighting spirit flowing? Erin tried her best to suppress the strange feeling, constantly adjusting her breathing, trying to make her voice sound natural. It was not until this moment that Erlin realized how merciful Chu Sheng had been in his previous attack. Teacher Erlin, your aura seems a little disordered, and the flow of your fighting spirit has become sluggish. Are you feeling unwell? Do you need my help? Chu Sheng looked very nervous, but pretended to be righteous and concerned. Teacher, no, it's okay. Erlin couldn't help but hum softly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Chu Sheng with resentment as he closed his eyes. Why am I breathing disordered? Don't you know? Chu Sheng released a little bit of his mental power and clearly sensed Erin's current situation. It was that awkward feeling of wanting to relax, but feeling embarrassed. He didn't know that Erlin was also feeling uncomfortable at the moment, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. Anyway, Chu Sheng has already determined to become the god of this world. As long as he has a mortal life, wouldn't Erlin's concerns be self-defeating? When the time comes, if this double-mouthed, dark-skinned elf girl dares to talk nonsense to me, I will spank her hard and teach her a lesson on how to be an honest elf girl. Chu Sheng enjoyed Erlin's warmth and subconsciously regarded the entire elf forest as his own territory. Naturally, all the elf girls are his property. Of course, Chu Sheng did not have such a ridiculous plan as to be a groom every night. Although the population of the elf forest is only 50,000, it seems small, but if one person occupies one day, that would take more than 130 years. Listening to Erlin's suppressed voice, Chu Sheng gathered his full attention and vowed to let the other party feel his energy and blood. For the next week, Chu Sheng's life became extremely regular. During this period, Chu Sheng had been playing hard to get with AI Erlin. He was neither cold nor enthusiastic. After each training session, Erlin always tried to find ways to let Chu Sheng feel her fighting spirit. At first they were very well behaved, but later they simply stopped acting and even stopped Chu Sheng from closing his eyes. Not only would she hug Chu Sheng directly into her arms, she would also use her knees as a pillow for Chu Sheng from time to time, and then press on his head with a wave pad. Chu Sheng never exposed her, and he didn't know why the dark-skinned elf girl was so awkward. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it as it is for now. When the other party figures it out, his legs will naturally figure it out too. But this process may be a little bit long for an immortal species. Chapter 34, Where is Hakimi? A week later, Chu Sheng equipped every fighter in the elf forest with a set of space magic equipment. Includes flash magic devices and protective shield magic devices, 20 of each. It can be said to be a great improvement in the strength of the entire race. Chu Sheng took some time to patrol the northern border of the elf forest and understood the reason why the orc army had been quiet during this period. This is because there is a huge ravine on the northern border that is tens of kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide. This ravine was like a natural moat, blocking the orc army on the other side. Without follow-up support and corresponding crossing methods, the orc army could only camp on the other side of the ravine. The fluctuations that caused this natural barrier came from the residual fluctuations of a 9th-order spell, and its power was comparable to that of a 10th-order spell. The only person in the elf forest who can do this is Tiffany, who treats Chu Sheng like a child all day long. After this incident, Chu Sheng had a clearer understanding of Tiffany's strength. I also developed more respect for this mother, and often returned to my hometown to visit her. It's just that most mothers would feed their children milk, but this elf mother did the opposite and always tasted her child's milk. Chu Sheng naturally had no objection to this, as filial piety is the most important virtue. As these fulfilling and peaceful days passed one after another, a blue-gray kitten created by alchemy traveled through mountains and rivers and arrived near the fortress of the elf forest. Finally, after running for so many days, I finally arrived at the elf forest. The alchemist, who was thousands of miles away, looked at everything around him curiously through the blue-gray kitten's eyes. The long white legs of the elf girls who passed by from time to time were so dazzling that the alchemist almost forgot his business. Ahem, the most urgent thing is to quickly find out where Shinuoya lives and whereabouts. The blue-gray kitten's eyes showed wisdom. It crouched down and kept moving back and forth between the trees. Where's Hakimi? Chu Sheng frowned as he lifted the blue-gray kitten by the scruff of its neck. This Hakimi has a rotten stench on its body. Although it looks white, fat, and has smooth fur, it looks weird no matter how you look at it. Moreover, if a normal wild cat was caught like this, it would have struggled and panted. It would not have stood there stupidly like this one. How could there be animals within the range of the Tree of Life? The place where Chu Sheng is located is the absolute core of the elf forest. Due to the influence and breath of the Tree of Life, ordinary animals will involuntarily stay away from it. This is a program that seems to be engraved in our genes. Besides, elves aren't the kind of race that likes to keep pets. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng immediately threw Hakimi into the space of the critical house. Puff! Hakimi trembled all over, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, without any breath. The originally plump flesh and blood on his body suddenly turned into rotten corpse pieces emitting a foul smell. There's something strange indeed. Chu Sheng's face was solemn. This Hakimi was a bit like the flesh and blood alchemy he had seen in the classics. It is a kind of evil alchemy that uses human corpses to refine puppet dead objects. It was obvious that this was an attempt to explore the internal intelligence of the elf forest. Chu Sheng didn't say anything and went straight to see Tiffany after returning to the other world. Child, are you hungry? Tiffany hugged Chu Sheng and soothed his brow with a warm jade bowl. Chu Sheng gasped for breath and told Tiffany everything that had just happened. That is indeed a product of flesh and blood alchemy. You are right. That cat is used to detect enemy movements. Tiffany's beautiful eyes showed a bit of solemnity. The orc army was temporarily unable to invade, and now a new threat appeared. Orcs have extremely strong physical talents, but they shouldn't be able to practice magic and alchemy. Could it be that some special mutant has appeared? Listening to Tiffany's mumbling, Chu Sheng recalled the details of Hakimi's expression. That's not the look an animal should have. That thing might not have come from orcs at all. Chu Sheng looked at Tiffany and said solemnly, when Xia Nuya went out to seek support, she was ambushed twice, and only the elf forest and Marquis Peter knew the route. At first he thought there might be a traitor in the elf forest, but after spending some time together and hearing what Tiffany said, because of their faith in and existence of the goddess of life, the elves will never betray her. Now the answer is that even a fool knows it. Tiffany frowned slightly, not without considering this possibility. But she really couldn't think of any benefits that attacking the elf forest would bring to the human kingdom. Once the elf forest falls, won't the human kingdom be completely exposed to the sight of the orc empire? The Marquis of Pit, thousands of miles away. The flesh alchemist controlling Hakimi suddenly vomited blood, fell to the ground with a thud, and fell into a baby-like sleep. The high-level killers around were all stunned, not understanding why this alchemist master suddenly fell asleep. Sir, are you all right? Sir, the ground is cold. Shall I help you to sleep by the fireplace? After a long while, the flesh alchemist slowly woke up. His originally cold and arrogant look turned into one of fear and trembling. Zhao? He actually relied on the slightest spiritual connection between me and the Creator to directly attack my soul from a distance. He felt a little scared. From the visual perspective from Hakimi's side, he was just lifted up by a man and then killed in an instant. In an instant, the mental connection between him and Hakimi was severed. How could this be possible? The leading 8th-rank black-clad figure walked over and asked calmly, "How is it? Have you found any information about Xia Nuya?" The flesh alchemist covered his head and shook it in pain. "No, I was just about to sneak into the core area of the elf forest when a man killed me instantly." A man? All the killers present were stunned. Aren't elves only women? How could there be a wild man? Moreover, the elf forest has never invited people of the opposite sex from other races to enter the fortress, which is why the outside world knows very little about the elf forest. What man? Men are just like that, 2 or 3 legs. The man in black had no expression on his face, but his robe was fluttering slightly, and he almost couldn't help but burst out with a fierce fighting spirit. If this alchemist wasn't quite useful, he would have been unable to resist giving the other party a good show. I'm talking about specific looks. Skin color, hair, height. The alchemist thought carefully and said uncertainly, "It seems to be black hair." The man in black's eyes narrowed. "Isn't the person with black hair from the eastern continent?" And next to Xian Nuya, there happened to be a man from the eastern continent. This is definitely the same person. Chapter 35. Be on high guard. After learning Chu Sheng's identity, the leading figure in black quickly summoned his assassins and rushed to the Forest of Elves. Obviously, if we find the man from the eastern continent, we will definitely find Xian Nuya. And because of the alchemist's previous act of alerting the enemy, the elf forest must have strengthened its defenses at this moment. If you don't take action now, you will never have another chance. On the other hand, Chu Sheng has equipped each of the elf women in the patrol corps with a space magic device and an automatic rifle in the past few days. After just half a day of training, the elf girls of the patrol corps had completely mastered the use of AK, and some of them were even better than Chu Sheng's gun. Perhaps because of the blessing of life, the elf girls' natural mental strength is much greater than that of humans, and aiming guns is also easier and simpler. After using the weapon Equality of All Beings, all the elf girls said that this thing is much more powerful than the staff. With just a light press of the trigger, you can continuously output terrifying attacks comparable to 5th level spells, without requiring any magic power. The most important thing is that this thing is pure physical damage, and the orc's proud magic immunity talent cannot resist it at all. Every elf girl can't let it go, and she even wants to hold the gun in her arms when she goes to bed at night. Everyone started looking at Chu Sheng with different eyes. Some were shy, some were bold and passionate, and some even had pink hearts in their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the relationship between Xian Nuya and Chu Sheng was known to everyone, I'm afraid that an elf girl would have gone to Chu Sheng's bedroom at night to pick him up. Of course, if Xian Nuya knew about this kind of thing, she might be jealous and sulky in the past, but now, I guess they will applaud. She had long been unable to resist Chu Sheng's terrifying energy and wished she had a good sister to share some of her happiness. But fortunately, the energy forest has been under martial law for the past 2 days, and Chu Sheng's attention has been focused on border affairs, so he no longer spends time with the energy mother every day. Increase patrols. If you discover any suspicious targets or situations, immediately launch flares into the sky. Chu Sheng had just brought back some flare guns from the real world and distributed them directly to some of the energy girls. He killed Hakimi. If the enemies hiding in the dark were not stupid, they would know to act quickly. The geographical location of the Forest of Energy is not very good. It is surrounded by trees on all sides. It is neither close to the mountains nor the sea, so attacks may come from any direction. Chu Sheng has also been having a headache recently, thinking about how to turn the energy forest into a safe fortress without destroying the surrounding forest environment. In this tense atmosphere of being on high alert, the man in black led his group of 7th level killers to the outskirts of the Forest of Energy. Each of them carries a special magic device that can block anyone's mental detection, including the 9th level Imperial Magician. This is also the reason why their organization dared to take on this task and promised the 5th prince to complete it. Yin Jingri, Yin Jingyan, Yin Richeng, the 3 of you will be the first to break in, create chaos, and provide cover for us. The man in black assigned tasks to the killers behind him in a very low voice. The 3 killers with similar faces and slightly bloated bodies nodded in agreement. The rest of you, come with me to the designated location and wait. When you see the target, attack with all your might and ensure they are killed with 1 strike. Yes. The killers responded in a low voice, and then split into 2 groups in an orderly manner, heading towards the core area of the energy forest. A black dagger appeared in their hands, with wisps of gray flames floating on it, like an executioner from hell. Buzz. However, before they could go far, a huge spiritual force spread out from the center of the elf forest. The fluctuations of mental power swept across an area of 100 miles like ocean waves, carefully exploring every corner and living being. All the killers stopped immediately, concealed their breath, and dared not even breathe. They all knew that this mental power came from the 9th level Imperial Magician Tiffany. Once discovered, the consequence would be the annihilation of the entire army. Even though there was a hidden magic device that could block mental and magical power, the leading man in black still ordered to wait. He waited with great patience for Tiffany to explore 2 or 3 times before making a plan. The interval between 2 detections is 5 minutes. Once the next detection is over, we will start immediately. The man in black muttered to himself, hiding his figure completely in the shadows of the trees. He didn't feel much fear in his heart. Instead, his body was trembling slightly with excitement. If they could kill the energy princess right under the nose of a 9th rank Imperial Magician, wouldn't that prove the strength of their organization to the entire continent? By then, Large orders from all races will come in one after another. Soon, Tiffany's spirit probed over, and the man in black waved his hand, and all the killers moved forward at high speed. The three slightly bloated killers rushed in first, no longer concealing their breath, and targeted an elven civilian. As long as a few people are killed, the energy forest will naturally fall into panic. Are you still afraid that the elf princess will not show up? However, imagination is 36 degrees, but reality is the ground that can be seen at a glance. The man in black who was waiting for good news not far away saw a red light slowly rising in the sky before the chaos he wanted came. Bang! The flare exploded in the sky, emitting a brilliant red light that was bright enough to be seen for miles around. Immediately afterwards, a series of dense and terrifying noises were heard, accompanied by the killer's painful groan. The three obese killers had originally targeted an elf civilian, but after the attack landed, they saw spatial fluctuations emanating from the opponent's body. The next moment, the elf girl appeared 10 meters away, as if by teleportation. This sudden change made the three killers stunned for a moment, and then they were overwhelmed by the intensive gunfire from the patrol group. In an instant, hundreds of 7.62 purple eggs poured out without any charge, and the three fat killers instantly turned into a hornet's nest. It's not their fault. After all, AK doesn't have any fluctuations of magic power or fighting spirit. Even a 7th-level Dozong can be easily killed by the first sight if he is not prepared. Tiffany's figure appeared high in the sky, accompanied by rolling magic power. Humans, how dare you destroy the alliance agreement made by all races? Who gave you the courage? Her voice, enveloped in magic, resounded throughout the elf forest like the voice of heaven. At the same time, his mental power was fully spread out, conducting a carpet search of the woods below. However, the remaining 8 killers, including the man in black, remained undetected thanks to the help of the magic device. But the Emperor Magician's suppression is not in vain. In a minute at most, the shielding magic device will be scrapped. The man in black had a solemn expression on his face. He saw Xian Nuya in the crowd from afar, and his decisiveness and ruthlessness as a killer were undoubtedly revealed. For those who live on the edge of a knife, hesitation will lead to defeat. Get started. Chapter 36. Instant Kill Level 8. A total of 8 dark figures moved together, emitting terrifying fighting spirit fluctuations and gray flames burning on the daggers. At such a distance, even if Tiffany is a 9th-level Imperial Magician, she cannot provide support. The Magician's damage and destructive power are indeed stronger than the fighters, but chanting and concentration take time. Tiffany might be able to kill a few of them quickly, but she can't save Shinoya. The man in black approached with unparalleled power, his fighting spirit attached to the dagger, and a terrifying blow fell. If this attack hits head-on, Shinoya will be split in half in an instant. However, a silver space wave appeared, and Xian Nuya's figure kept shaking like a reflection in the water and disappeared on the spot. Crack, crack, crack. 10 space protective shields were broken in succession. The space barrier, which was less than level 5 in strength, was as brittle as paper under the dagger of the man in black. When the dagger was less than 10 centimeters away from Shinoya's forehead, the space transfer was finally activated. A flash of light passed by, and the man in black looked confused. How could a mere 5th-level magician dodge this attack that was sure to succeed? Xian Nuya appeared from 10 meters away, and in just a moment, she realized that this group of people was targeting her. After dodging the fatal blow, the attacks of 7 more killers followed. Due to the difference in realm, Xian Nuya couldn't even see the enemy's movements with her naked eyes. She activated the space magic device, and her graceful figure kept flashing around. Often, she was in front of their eyes in the previous second and appeared on the tree in the next second, which made the killers completely dumbfounded. Space confinement. Chu Sheng was not far from Xian Nuya. He raised his hand and released space magic at the leading man in black. However, the wall condensed from space was like a piece of glass to the man in black, and it shattered with a slight touch. The man in black's attention instantly shifted to Chu Sheng. Although he had never encountered that kind of spatial fluctuation, he made a quick judgment. He thought that Xian Nuya could teleport continuously because Chu Sheng was controlling her, so he decided to kill Chu Sheng first. You guys chase after Shen Yuoya. I'll go kill that oriental guy who knows space magic. If you can't finish it in 20 seconds, disperse and evacuate. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, his body turned blood red and rushed towards Chu Sheng. A fierce fighting spirit pressure came over him, and before Chu Sheng could even react, he saw the flaming dagger stabbing towards him. In an instant, more than a dozen protective magic devices on Chu Sheng's body shattered and turned into waste stone. At the critical moment, Chu Sheng did not use space transfer, but gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the arm of the man in black. That's right, he planned to drag the man in black into the critical room and use the power of the system to see if he could kill the other person instantly. Puff! The terrifying dagger fell directly, cutting off Chu Sheng's entire arm from his right shoulder. The power of high-level fighting spirit brought even more excruciating pain, and the flames evaporated all the blood in the wound. Chu Sheng nearly fainted from the pain, and took advantage of this opportunity to tug at a piece of the black-clad man's clothes. It just so happened that the man in black was in a state of suspension due to his movements. The moment Chu Sheng touched the other person's clothes, he had a feeling in his mind that the critical house had already judged the other person as something that could be transmitted. Call out. After a transfer without any fluctuations, the man in black was directly sent into the critical room by Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng also entered the critical room and ignored the corpse on the ground. Any living creature that enters here will die. This hurts so much. Chu Sheng sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a burning sensation in his shoulder. His entire arm had lost all feeling. Fortunately, he had just picked up his severed arm and brought it in. In the critical room, time is relatively stagnant, and there is no need to worry about any damage to broken limbs. Chu Sheng took out a broad leaf more than 2 meters long from the magic storage device. He had picked it from the Tree of Life some time ago. He placed his broken arm on the leaves and lay down on them himself. The divine leaf of life slowly wrapped around Chu Sheng. A warm energy surged, and new flesh and blood slowly grew at the junction of the broken limbs and wounds. Chu Sheng closed his eyes and felt a tingling sensation on his right hand, as if the elf girl's small hand was massaging him. A few minutes later, the leaves opened and Chu Sheng's right hand was completely healed without a single wound. The Tree of Life is truly amazing. He swung his right arm vigorously a few times, and it felt even stronger than at the beginning. On the side, a dark gray light slowly emerged from the black-clothed man's body. It was his death drop. Chu Sheng then turned his gaze away. Looking at the situation, the system determined that the other party did not die at his hands. Otherwise, the death drop would be wider and brighter. Gently touching the bright spot, a huge amount of energy surged into his body, and Chu Sheng's eyes instantly became bloodshot. Hiss! The energy of an 8th-level warrior is too terrifying. I can't believe I would be blown apart if I killed him with my own hands. At the Dantian, the free-fighting spirit slowly condensed and began to flow around like a vortex. Just like a magician's training, the appearance of energy vortexes is a sign of the 4th level. Chu Sheng secretly felt that this vortex had not yet completely solidified, but it had already taken shape. He actually went from being a 1st-level fighter to a 3rd-level master fighter. And it's only one step away from becoming a 4th-level Douling. Chu Sheng was overjoyed. He raised his hand, and his fighting spirit surged, cutting off the black-clothed man's head. Then he returned to the other world and shouted at the 7 killers who were still resisting. Your leader is dead. If you don't surrender, are you planning to accompany him on his journey to the underworld? Chu Sheng's voice spread out with the blessing of fighting spirit, and the head in his hand hung high in the air. The 7 killers who were originally chasing Xia Nuya were stunned. How could the leader die in the blink of an eye? That's an 8th-rank Dozun. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In an instant, 7 eyes of fear and surprise looked at Chu Sheng, wondering how he did it. Chu Sheng's performance shocked all the killers, but their long-term experience forced them to calm down. The 7 killers stopped chasing Shinoya and immediately fled in different directions, disappearing into the woods. Behind them, there were dense gunshots, but smoke kept coming out, which was a trick used by the other party. Chu Sheng did not pursue them and let the 7 frightened killers escape. Their shielding magic device had failed, and Tiffany in the sky immediately locked them with her mental power. The rage of the 9th Order Imperial Magician is much more terrifying than Chu Sheng's current rage. Since you're here, just stay. Tiffany's voice was cold and majestic, and as her words fell, there was also a frost that covered the sky and the sun. Countless water droplets in the sky condensed into sharp ice spikes and shot towards the fleeing killer. Chu Sheng watched this scene from a distance, and it felt like Wang Zhaojun was performing a magic trick. Chapter 37 Research Countermeasures. A biting cold swept through the entire forest, and ice chunks bigger than heads fell like raindrops. The 7 killers who were still fleeing in panic were instantly submerged and turned into ice sculptures. As a 9th-rank Imperial Magician, Tiffany's mental power was stronger than Chu Sheng had ever seen. He didn't even see her chanting. The 9th-rank Imperial Magician is so terrifying. Chu Sheng sighed. This kind of natural disaster-level attack could easily freeze a city in the real world, and it would directly fast forward to the Doomsday survival stage. He quickly walked to the front of the ice sculptures, but saw that death drops appeared at the heart position of the ice sculptures. Did they all commit suicide? The reason why Tiffany chose the freezing spell was probably because she wanted to control these people and interrogate them thoroughly afterwards. When these killers saw that the situation was not good, they chose to commit suicide. The items dropped by the dead were even dimmer than ever before. It seemed that the energy intensity obtained from high to low was killing by oneself, being killed by others, and committing suicide. Chu Sheng absorbed the dropped items one by one, and felt that his improvement was even less than those of the orcs. In his opinion, there was no need to interrogate these dead killers. There are many demi-human kingdoms, and their forces are intertwined. If one wants to assassinate the crown prince of the Forest of Elf, it usually requires multiple races to unite. Chu Sheng believed that this possibility was extremely low. So, what benefits does this bring to the human kingdom? Or maybe, Shen Yuoya has some secret that she doesn't even know about. Chu Sheng shook his head. If the human kingdom was strong enough to compete with the orcs, then it would make sense to annex other weak allies in advance. But according to the information Tiffany provided, the Holy Ranian Empire is indeed much stronger than the Forest of Elves at the moment, but in front of the Orc Empire, it can only be beaten. Tiffany came to the ice sculpture with a serious expression, and when she saw human corpses inside, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that humans know the secret of Shinoya? Tiffany muttered to herself. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this assassination was aimed at Xian Nuya. But even Shinoya herself doesn't know the secret of her body, so how did the human kingdom know about it? Thinking of this, her gaze couldn't help but look upwards towards the Tree of Life, and her uneasiness became even more difficult to conceal. Could it be that something happened to the goddess of life? Tiffany was in a state of confusion. As an elf with pure faith and a simple heart, she was not very good at the struggles and conspiracies between forces. After much thought, she decided to discuss the matter with Chu Sheng. Tiffany had watched Chu Sheng instantly kill an 8th-level killer just now. Although she didn't know how he did it, there were enough miracles on him that Tiffany was used to it. Chu Sheng, how's your hand? The big elf ran over with an anxious look on her face, her worried eyes constantly scanning Chu Sheng. She just caught a glimpse of Chu Sheng's arm being cut off, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. It's okay. I recovered with the life leaf. Xian Nuya circled around Chu Sheng several times, her jade hands constantly probing for vital points, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the other party was intact. Although the life leaf is magical, it shouldn't be able to achieve instant recovery, right? Xian Nuya guessed that Chu Sheng used time magic, otherwise how could his arm grow back instantly? Chu Sheng also released his magic power to check the physical condition of the big elf girl. After confirming that both of them were fine, they couldn't help but hug each other. Tiffany noticed the shielding magic devices on the killers, and her face became solemn and serious. Everyone, step up patrols and fire flares at any time if anything happens. She was worried, and after giving the order, she returned to her residence to study the magic device. Chu Sheng and Xian Nuya followed along to discuss something important. Tiffany, our elf forest defense system is still a bit behind the times. We need to come up with some solutions, otherwise we'll have to sleep with our heads held high from now on. Tiffany focused her attention on the magic device. Although it was damaged, with her skills, it was not difficult for her to simply analyze its operating principle. This thing can block almost all magical and mental detection. Even a 9th-rank Imperial magician like me can't detect it. Can it really be prevented? Tiffany sighed helplessly. She had also tried to build fortifications for the elf forest, such as traps and walls, but to no avail. This kind of thing is meaningless in front of high-level fighters and wind magic. He can either jump hundreds of meters or fly directly in the sky. There is no way to deal with him. Chu Sheng also looked at the magic device. Under the existing supernatural power system in the other world, he really couldn't find any way to restrain it. But as an intellectual who has received 9 years of compulsory education, Chu Sheng deeply understands one truth. People cannot make money beyond their cognition, nor can they guard against dangers beyond their cognition. The strong people in the other world are fully guarded against magic and fighting spirit. So he might as well take advantage of this and make something they have never seen before as an alarm system. For example, night vision goggles and thermal imagers. It's really amazing that you can block your perception, but you can't always control yourself from emitting any body temperature, right? In this way, those who rely on their mental power to shield magical devices will be exposed under the eyes of the elf forest. Maybe there is some magic that can make oneself very cold, but without this information in advance, how can one do such a meaningless thing? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng had a general idea of the next step in the defense of the elf forest and decided to return to the real world to make good preparations. Tiffany, I've thought of a solution, but it might require significant changes to the surrounding environment of the elf forest. Chu Sheng talked about it, saying that the elf forest has been able to survive until now mainly because of its natural forest barrier. In addition, there is Tiffany, the Imperial Magician. In the real world, her status is completely like that of a nuclear weapon on the level of Fatty and the little boy, the kind that would not be deployed easily. Logically speaking, no matter how weak a country with nuclear weapons is, other forces generally do not dare to act presumptuously, just like the country of Grace on the peninsula. But considering that Tiffany had previously asked Xiaonuya to go out to provide assistance, the actual crisis in the elf forest might be beyond Chu Sheng's expectations. Chu Sheng glanced at Tiffany, who looked a little uneasy. It seemed that this giant elf mother was hiding something from him. However, Chu Sheng probably guessed that something might have happened to the goddess of life. The other party was unwilling to talk, and he couldn't get any information even if he asked. When her strength improves in the future, Tiffany will naturally tell her, or she can go directly to the goddess of life for an in-depth discussion. If you agree, we should get busy tomorrow. I don't want Xiaonuya to suffer another attack like this. Right now, building the elf forest into a stable fortress is the top priority. Otherwise, when he was being affectionate with the big elf lady at night, if an intruder suddenly broke in, Chu Sheng was afraid that he would get scared and his stomach would get upset. Chapter 38 Seeking Help from the Almighty Netizens. Whatever you have in mind, I, on behalf of the entire elf forest, will unconditionally support you. Tiffany's eyes were filled with relief. Judging from Chu Sheng's performance during this period, he had indeed fulfilled his original promise. Not only did he equip the elves with magic devices and weapons, he was also very considerate to her. I think he really treats the elf forest as his own home. Although there was no substantial loss in the elf forest at the moment, Xiaonuya's assassination still sounded a wake-up call to several people. Tiffany has spent most of her life studying magic. She has no way to deal with these things and can only place all her hopes on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng nodded and returned to the real world without hesitation. He was still a little worried. Although his right hand had recovered, the pain of the break would still resurface from time to time. After going to the hospital for a checkup and finding nothing wrong, Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. My body is still too fragile for a truly powerful person, and the spatial barrier is not strong enough. When will I be able to withstand a nuclear explosion? Chu Sheng shook his head. It seemed that he still had a long way to go in his cultivation. He planned to keep a low profile until he could challenge his countrymen alone. This time when he returns to the real world, he wants to design a comprehensive defense system for the elf forest. Thermal sensors, night vision devices, etc. are all places where you spend money. There is no electricity in the other world, so a large enough power generation device must be prepared. It is not easy to get these things, but fortunately we have Brother Bei. As a 9th-rank Imperial Magician, Tiffany's Earth attribute magic can quickly build various buildings. At worst, Chu Sheng could just give her the design drawings and let her make them by hand. That's what I say, but how do I actually do it? Chu Sheng was confused for a moment. After all, he was not a civil engineer and did not understand these things at all. After much thought, he decided to seek help from the omnipotent netizens. Soon, Chu Sheng opened Yang Shizi novel and kept searching for novels about farming in another world. He planned to see how those great authors planned fortresses and built territories. A book titled Double Penetration, starting with instant noodles in exchange for an 8-foot elf girl, came into Chu Sheng's sight. He flipped through a few chapters and found that the book's world view and character settings were extremely similar to the alien world he was in. Awesome. Look how the author did it. Chu Sheng read the latest chapter, but found that the author was also stuck on the chapter about building fortifications. Zhao, it seems I can only wait for the author to update tomorrow. Chu Sheng gave the author a few cents as a reward, believing that the smart and handsome author would be able to write a good plan quickly. When the time comes, he can just copy it directly or copy the reader's comments in the comment section. After all, the readers of the book are not only handsome, but also smart and speak well. Building fortifications is a huge project, and Chu Sheng also understands that it cannot be rushed. He doesn't worry about money. If he is short of gold coins, he can just use the critical house to copy some. The downside is that it may be difficult to spend them. Unfortunately, the banknotes copied by Critical House are unusable because the serial numbers are exactly the same. Oh yeah, that crappy school still owes me my salary. Chu Sheng suddenly remembered that his previous salary was still being held back by that private high school, and he had originally thought of going to arbitration. Although that little money was nothing to him now, Chu Sheng didn't want to give away his things for free. You have to talk to the principal in person when you have time. Chu Sheng thought again of the leader whose chicken he roasted with his flaming fist and wondered if the other party could still work now. It would be funny if someone was owed wages and then kicked out like me. Buzz. Just as Chu Sheng was daydreaming, his cell phone vibrated. He turned on the screen and found that it was a message from his mother back home. We're getting ready for the Lunar New Year. Do you have any plans to go home? If you're too busy with work, it's okay if you don't come back. Chu Sheng looked at the message on WeChat and felt a mixture of emotions for a moment. I have been busy with the affairs of the elf forest recently, and I have been filial to my giant elf mother every day. I even neglected my biological mother in the real world. Chu Sheng couldn't help but think that if there was no system, he would still be an unemployed vagrant, worrying about a few thousand yuan in compensation, and he would not even have the face to go home. But fortunately, that didn't happen. Of course I'm going back. It's winter break at school, and it's rare that there aren't any makeup classes. I'll be able to go back in a few days. I'll have a full 30 days off. Is that so? Then your dad and I will go buy some of your favorite New Year's goods tonight and wait for you to come back. Don't worry, Mom. You have to take good care of yourself over there. It's cold out, so you don't catch a cold. A mother's words are always long-winded, but they often reveal her concern. Chu Sheng also communicated with his mother patiently and planned to go back in a few days. Now he has so much money that he can't spend it all. It's time to return home in glory. He plans to go back and improve the environment of his hometown to make his parents and fellow villagers proud. When I see you again. Chu Sheng had just put down his phone when it rang again. He had set this ringtone specifically for Brother Bei, and Brother Bei's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Sheng, are you busy lately? I want you to help me with something. What's up? Chu Sheng was a little surprised that Brother Bei would take the initiative to ask him for help. With the other party's family background, he actually needs help from a commoner like me? But Brother Bei had helped him so much before, so Chu Sheng would not refuse anything this time. As long as it's not something about frying fish with flavoring. My brother has been quite busy lately, and a distant relative is visiting me. I can't spare the time to take care of him. If you are free, could you help my brother entertain him? After hearing this, Chu Sheng fell silent, and Brother Bei on the other end of the phone was also uneasy. Sheng, can you please play dumb with your brother? It's guaranteed. Please send me the contact information of your distant relative. Chu Sheng sighed softly. This guy said he wanted his help, but in reality he was just trying to find ways to help him expand his network. Brother Bei has a wealthy family, so even if relatives come, they won't leave him, an outsider, to take care of them. It was obvious that Brother Bei had just made up an excuse to get Chu Sheng to have some contact with the other party. Seriously, he's still beating around the bush with his adoptive father. Chapter 39 People in the Real World. After ending the call, Chu Sheng quickly received a message from Brother Bei. The other party didn't say much, just pushed a WeChat account over. Chu Sheng clicked on the other person's homepage, and the friend circle and photo column were all empty, making it impossible to tell what kind of person this was. But from the cartoon kitten's avatar and nickname, Chu Sheng could roughly guess that the other party should be a cute girl. Brother Bei, are you not satisfied with being my brother and want to become a closer relative? The nickname of the suspected cute girl is Milk Tea Hockey Meow, and Chu Sheng's nickname is iMeow TV. Just looking at this, the two seem to have a good relationship. Although he didn't understand why Brother Bei did this, Chu Sheng still wanted to say hello to him properly. After all, Brother Bei was very kind to him. After the other party agreed to the friend request, Chu Sheng sent an emoticon package. Cat says hello.jpg. Since the other person's name contains the word cat, Chu Sheng doesn't mind catering to his preferences. However, Chu Sheng waited and waited, and almost an hour had passed, but he still didn't get a reply from the cute girl. Moreover, the chat box shows from time to time that the other party is typing, but no message is sent. Chu Sheng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the girl opposite him thought that Brother Bei was trying to set her up on a blind date with him, so she didn't want to bother with him? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng threw his phone aside and prepared to have a good sleep. After all, he had been working day and night in the elf forest for some time, and his hand had just been chopped off by a killer. He urgently needed to rest and recuperate. If the cute girl opposite doesn't want to pay attention to him, then he naturally won't bother to please her. In this era, warm men still have to come after dogs. However, more than half an hour after Chu Sheng fell into a deep sleep, the phone screen suddenly lit up, and Milk Tea Hakimio finally sent the first message. Sorry, I typed so slowly. Chu Sheng, who was already playing Go Bang with Zhou Gong, naturally couldn't see her message, and his phone screen went dark. About an hour later, Milk Tea Hockey Cat sent an apology emoticon. Cat apologizes.gif. Are you angry? The next day, Chu Sheng slept until he woke up naturally. He picked up his phone and saw a dense pile of unread messages. He was stunned. When I opened WeChat, I saw a red area next to the milk tea hockey cat avatar. Sorry, I typed so slowly. Are you angry? Don't be angry, I can apologize. Can you please get back to me for a moment? I really didn't mean it. Looking at the humble and cautious words in the chat box, Chu Sheng was bewildered. I thought she was a cool and cute girl, but unexpectedly she is a humble and cute girl. He looked at the chat logs and found that each message was more than an hour apart. No, sister, are you typing with a pay tips? Chu Sheng was a little speechless. At this speed, even if he used Ikuin, he wouldn't be able to send a single message in an hour. What kind of mysterious creature is this girl that Beige pushed to me? Just as Chu Sheng was feeling emotional, Milk Tea Hockey Cat sent him the latest news. Did you go to sleep? Can you reply to me when you wake up? Chu Sheng looked at the latest news and couldn't help but feel dizzy. Could it be that the girl opposite him hadn't slept all night and was typing to him? In an instant, an inexplicable sense of guilt swept over me. Sweating soybeans.jpg. I'm not angry. I just saw that you didn't reply before and thought you went to sleep, so I went to rest. Chu Sheng typed very quickly, saying everything he wanted to say in one go. My name is Chu Sheng, what's your name? Where should I go to find you? Where are you planning to stay during this time? After sending all the messages, Chu Sheng immediately exited WeChat. Given the typing speed of the girl on the other side, it would probably take several hours before he could see a reply. He called Brother Bei directly to get to the bottom of things. No, buddy, what mysterious creature did you push over to my brother? I can't explain the details over the phone, but you'll understand when we meet. Didn't you say you didn't have time to take care of it? I really don't have time, but I have to hand her over to you personally before I can feel at ease. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng realized that there might be something wrong with this distant relative of Bei Ge. But I have already agreed to it, and it is impossible to go back on my word now. Brother Bei and I have an appointment in the afternoon. I will think about it carefully after we meet. After Chu Sheng washed up, he immediately opened the Yang Shixi novel to see if the author had updated the book. As a result, the other party updated it, but it was a leave notice. Sorry, Chi Walashi turned into a jet fighter, so I need to take a day off. Chu Sheng was a little speechless, so he gave the author a big gift of 100 yuan and urged him to update the book, which also helped to increase the popularity of the book. Who knows, it might attract more intelligent readers. Soon, it was afternoon, and Chu Sheng went out according to the location sent by Brother Bei. Sheng, you can come here by yourself, it's best to walk. Chu Sheng felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. The place was not far away. With his current physical condition, it would only take a few minutes to walk there. Milk Tea Hockey Cat didn't send any messages after that. It was probably because he received Bei Ji's reminder and planned to talk about it in person if there was anything. After a while, Chu Sheng arrived at the place ahead of time. A few minutes later, I saw Brother Bei walking towards me from afar, accompanied by a very tall woman. Her light blue hair is tied back, her features are delicate, and her bright blue eyes are like pure and flawless gems. Even in the freezing weather of several degrees, he only wore a white sweater lining inside and a thin blue coat on the outside. It wasn't until the two of them approached that Chu Sheng's eyes began to brighten. Holy crap, another girl who's almost 2 meters tall. Chu Sheng felt that he was being targeted by a ghost named Lady Bashi. Otherwise, why were all the women he met so tall and big? Brother Bei, who is this? Chu Sheng walked forward and politely extended his hand for a shake. Due to the height difference between the two, the mind-sweeping program in his eyes was inevitably activated. Looking closely, the girl with light blue hair is no less beautiful than Tiffany. Who says there are no gods in the real world? Isn't this the living Thor? Seeing Chu Sheng's outstretched hand, the older girl hesitated and subconsciously looked towards Brother Bei standing beside her. It's okay, try shaking hands. If there's no problem, then I can let you stay without worry. Bei Ji's words revealed some expectations and worries. With his encouragement, the girl finally stretched out her hand tremblingly. Chapter 40, The Brothers' True Identity. The 8-foot-tall girl's jade hand came over, soft and elastic. But the next moment, Chu Sheng felt a bone-chilling chill from that slender hand, as if it was going to freeze his hand into ice. Instinctively, the fire magic power in the body spontaneously condensed in his hands, dispelling the terrifying chill. This scene, which ordinary people would not notice at all, made Brother Bei's eyes light up instantly. Sheng, brother, I was right about you. Chu Sheng withdrew his hand. The terrifying coldness made him gasp. This was not a human hand at all. At this temperature, even a corpse that has been dead for 3 days wouldn't be this exaggerated. Brother Bei, what's going on with this girl? Brother Bei smiled mysteriously. Instead of answering directly, he asked a question that made Chu Sheng's heart beat fast. Sheng, do you believe that there are supernatural powers in this world? Dude, This isn't funny. Do you think I'm kidding you? Bei Ji's expression turned serious. He slowly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng took the business card, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw the words on it. Mr. Bei, Deputy Director of the Center for Supernatural Human Studies. Bei Ge looked at Chu Sheng's surprised expression and explained, Sheng, I just wanted to get along with you as an ordinary rich second generation, but what I got in return was alienation. I'm telling you, I'm a researcher of extraordinary powers. Bei Ge pointed to a 2-meter-tall girl with light blue hair and said, she is a human with supernatural powers, just like you. Supernatural powers. Chu Sheng came back to his senses and almost thought that this was a show effect put on by Brother Bei and himself. It turns out that there are extraordinary powers in the real world. This conclusion overturned Chu Sheng's previous materialistic education. But when he thought about the magic he learned in the other world, he realized that he could use it here, as well as the terrifying coldness that the girl had just emitted. Looking at it this way, it's not surprising. Nobody. How can you conclude that I have supernatural powers just because I suddenly became rich? Chu Sheng felt a little confused. He asked himself, apart from the spontaneous outpouring of fire attribute magic just now, I have never used any magic in front of Brother Bei before. How did he know? After all, if he hadn't known in advance, Brother Bei wouldn't have arranged for this beautiful and freezing girl to meet him. Sheng, you didn't think that you were able to keep your leader Ikuan's roasting secret very secret, did you? Bei Ge smiled and pointed out, if I were you, I wouldn't let that fire burn so long that even a fire extinguisher couldn't put it out. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and opened a picture. On it was the gold nugget that Chu Sheng had given him. I detected fluctuations of extraordinary power from this smelted gold. You can't deny it, King Yu. Seeing that Brother Bei's evidence was so sufficient, Chu Sheng simply stopped being stubborn. I can indeed control fire. The other party's expression didn't seem like he was coming to blame for the roasted bird incident, so he must have something to ask of him. Both sides had been hiding secrets from each other at the beginning, so this was considered a draw. As expected, I haven't reported your abilities to the organization yet. I just wanted to see if you could save the child. Chu Sheng followed Bei Ji's gaze and looked at the silent 8-foot-tall girl beside him, frowning slightly. Her supernatural power is controlling ice. When this was mentioned, Brother Bei's eyes were filled with helplessness, and he shook his head as if sighing. It's not this, but an uncontrollable overflow of cold air. He pointed at Chu Sheng's hand, his tone filled with indescribable pity. Her body will involuntarily release cold air from the inside out, freezing almost everything it touches. It is precisely because of this reason that this child has hardly experienced normal life and has spent almost all of his time in the greenhouse. Chu Sheng finally understood why the 8-foot-tall girl was wearing so thinly in such a cold day. It turns out that no matter how much you wear, you can't feel the temperature. The untouchable ice beauty. Isn't this the snow girl in some film and television works? Wow, hentai has invaded reality, right? Her body is becoming increasingly weaker due to the uncontrolled cold. If it drags on for another 2 or 3 years, you might not be able to see her again. So, at this point, Brother Bei excitedly grabbed Chu Sheng's shoulders and said, so I hope you can use your fire ability to help neutralize the cold in her body, so that she can not only survive, but also experience a normal life. Chu Sheng was silent. He was mentally prepared for this development. Taking Yang to replenish Yin, isn't that how it's written in fantasy novels? I just don't know if this neutralization of the cold requires my most scorching life energy. Procedurally speaking, I violated the research center's regulations by allowing you two to come into contact privately. But this child is a relative of my aunt's, and she's my distant cousin. She's only 22 years old, which is the best time of her life. I don't want to see her die early because of her abilities. Bei Ji's tone became increasingly low, his voice revealing a sense of powerlessness and sadness. He looked at Chu Sheng with great sincerity, pleading as never before. Sheng, I've never asked you for anything before, just this one request, please agree to it. As long as you agree, I can temporarily conceal your information from the organization, and I will not refuse any of your future requests, provided that it does not cause a negative social impact. Hearing Brother Bei's seriousness, Chu Sheng certainly couldn't bear to refuse. No wonder the other party was so willing to help before, without even asking the source or the reason. Although there might be a purpose behind this, Chu Sheng believed that the other party would not harm him. No matter how good brothers are, if there is no exchange of interests between them, their relationship will not last long. Moreover, even if Brother Bei didn't say anything, Chu Sheng would be happy to take in Yashikage. Well, Chu Sheng was about to speak when Brother Bei, thinking he still had some concerns, put his arm around his shoulders and walked to the corner nearby. Sheng, what do you think of my distant cousin? Brother Bei spoke in a voice that only two people could hear, and gave him a meaningful look. Chu Sheng was a little confused. What's going on? Don't you think she's very pretty and has a great figure? That's true. Brother Bei laughed and punched Chu Sheng in the chest. Sheng, don't I know your little quirks? Your favorite big car and big thunder are right in front of you. What are you waiting for? When he was in college, Bei Gu accidentally looked at the study materials in Chu Sheng's laptop. All of them are labeled as delay, and many of them are plots of a small horse pulling a big cart. His distant cousin grew up exactly according to Chu Sheng's preferences, and he didn't believe that this pure-blooded Hun could resist. Chapter 41. I forgot what happened next. Chu Sheng said seriously, "In your eyes, am I such a lustful person? What the hell are you pretending to be, you bastard?" Brother Bei put his arm around Chu Sheng's shoulders and whispered, "As long as you agree, I don't mind if something happens between you and her. Living with a tall, beautiful girl, falling in love with her over time, and then living a shameless life every day, don't you have any interest in it?" It is impossible to say that he is not moved. Although Chu Sheng enjoys life every night in the other world, he is still a virgin in the real world. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng showed a serious and solemn expression. "Uncle, Brother Bei, first of all, I want to make it clear that I'm helping you out of brotherly love, and it has nothing to do with her thunder. Secondly, I have always been a helpful young man. Naturally, I would help a helpless woman like your distant cousin. It has nothing to do with her thunder. Finally, I forgot what happened next, but it had nothing to do with that." Bei Ji's eyes lit up. "So you agree?" "That's right, but I can't guarantee that I can really cure her. I'm not asking you to cure her directly. You just need to neutralize some of the coldness in her body, and she will slowly adapt and recover from the rest." Chu Sheng didn't dare to make any promises. After all, he only knew magic from another world and was not familiar with the supernatural powers in the real world. "By the way, Brother Bei, if her body temperature is just extremely low, can't we use conventional means to heat her up or keep her warm?" Brother Bei shook his head. "I've already tried every method you can think of. Her chill is radiating from the inside out and has already spread throughout her body. External methods are completely useless." The only method Chu Sheng could think of was to transfer the fire attribute magic power into the opponent's body so that a fire seed would grow in the body. This method is completely different from the roast chicken Chu Sheng made for his leader. Roast chicken simply ignites the magic power, which is only an external heat source. Perhaps because it couldn't be put out, Brother Bei mistakenly thought it was burning from the inside. After the two of them had discussed it, they came to the 8-foot girl again. "Sister, I can help you, but you have to be mentally prepared. It may not be successful, and there may even be more damage." "It's okay. I do." The 8-foot girl spoke for the first time since they met. Her voice was like the sound of a clear spring, a little like a baby voice, which was a bit in contrast to her tall and big appearance. She blinked her big, twinkling eyes and looked at Chu Sheng seriously. "I don't want to stay in the warm cabin every day, tossing and turning in the cramped space. I want to live like a normal person, even if it's only a short life, even if it costs a lot. I'm willing to do it." The 8-foot girl showed a determined look and spoke in an extremely serious tone. If possible, she would rather not have this extraordinary power and just be an ordinary girl. Looking at the other person's strong but hopeful eyes, Chu Sheng's heart was inevitably filled with pity. This girl reminded him of a female character in a Mio game, who was also confined to the cabin and longed for the world of ordinary people. "Since you have no objection, then let's just leave it at that." Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, and suddenly remembered that this 8-foot-tall girl could only type one sentence in an hour, but she could speak very fluently in real life, which made him a little curious. "By the way, you haven't told me your name yet?" "Snow Firefly." "Shuiying, why are you typing so slowly? Are you really typing by hand?" When this question was mentioned, Shuiying suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "This is because the phone will freeze and shut down if I touch it for a long time. I can only type 1 or 2 words each time, and then put the phone in a hand warmer to warm it up before I can continue using it." Chu Sheng: "Well, it is indeed a setting that fits the character very well. Okay, Shuiying, you can try living with Chu Sheng for the next period of time. Sheng, if you have time, come and take the extraordinary level test with me. I won't leak the results, so you can rest assured." Brother Bei gave Shuiying a few more instructions, then left without looking back. It seemed that he was very confident in Chu Sheng. Everyone tacitly agreed that Chu Sheng and Shuiying had fallen in love with each other over time. So what could they do even if they were worried? Moreover, compared to letting Shuiying leave in torture, Brother Bei would be more accepting of Shuiying being taken away by a man. Maybe next time they meet, Chu Sheng will really call him brother-in-law. Only Chu Sheng and Bashi Meiji were left present, and they looked at each other with some restraint. Chu Sheng didn't think much about it. After all, he had already told the other party in advance that there was no guarantee that it would work. Of course it would be best if it works. Not only can you save a life, but you can also gain a beautiful girl. If not, we can only say that Shuiying has bad luck. Adhering to the principle of helping others to the end, Chu Sheng took Shuiying to the newly purchased villa, or it could be called a haunted house. Chu Sheng had never lived in that villa, but he had lived in an identical one in Critical House. The shabby house I originally rented was too small. It was a bit crowded for 2 people, and it might also affect the tenants upstairs and downstairs. So I don't care whether the villa is scary or not, as long as I can live in it. If there really is such a thing as a ghost, it is most likely a combination of soul and mental power. For someone like Chu Sheng who has already mastered the method of controlling mental power, this is not a big problem. Along the way, Shuiying behaved very quietly and obediently. Chu Sheng kept holding her tender hand and slowly transferred fire attribute magic power to her, making her pale face become slightly rosy. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women, one tall and one taller, attracted countless eyes. Passers-by were curious about when the women's basketball team had such good-looking players. Shuiying didn't react much to the curiosity of passers-by. Perhaps because she had been isolated for many years, she had no interest in it. Only when passing by some dessert shops and milk tea shops did a glimmer of light appear in her bright big eyes. Soon, the two arrived at the haunted villa. Although no one has lived there for a while, the seller of the house was still very practical and cleaned the villa inside and out. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside the house, Chu Sheng pointed to the long corridor. You can stay in any room here you want. If you need anything, just tell me boldly. Just treat this place as your own home. Chu Sheng glanced at the 8-foot-tall girl, whose beautiful eyes were also looking at the villa curiously. Considering that this girl has lived in a cramped, warm cabin since she was a child, I imagine the conditions in that paranormal human research center are probably not that good either. Otherwise, the girl wouldn't be so unwilling to go back. Is it really okay to live anywhere? Shuiying tilted her head, her expression cute and a little silly. As soon as she entered the house, she took off the only thin coat she was wearing. It didn't matter to her whether she wore it or not, as it didn't provide any warmth at all. The coat I took off was thrown on the sofa, making a thud. It must have been cold and hard. Of course, you can live wherever you like. Shuiying blinked, a faint smile on her lips. Then I want to live in the same room with you. Is that okay? Chapter 42 Experiencing Daily Life. Shuiying walked up to him, held one of Chu Sheng's hands in both of her hands, and rubbed her fair face against it. Just now, there were so many people outside that she didn't feel comfortable getting too close to Chu Sheng and just asked him to hold her hand. Now that they were the only 2 of them, she wasn't shy anymore. After all, Chu Sheng is like a super large hot pack to Shuiying. Shuiying's beautiful eyes closed slightly, and cold air was visibly flowing out of her hands. The fire attribute magic power in Chu Sheng's palms naturally overflowed and neutralized it. Her originally pale face suddenly became as rosy and full of color as a normal person's. Brother Chu Sheng, this is the first time I've experienced such a warm feeling. Shuiying couldn't help but hum softly, feeling as happy as the older sister next door who had just fallen in love. She warmed up for a moment, then let go of Chu Sheng's hand, turned around, took out her cell phone, and opened the game. Source God start. Chu Sheng was speechless. It seemed that this girl was treating him as a hand warmer. My hands were too cold to play with my phone for a long time before, but now that I have my own help, I think I can play with it for a while. Growing up in a warm cabin environment, mobile games are indeed one of the few entertainment options. Shuiying, what would you like to eat tonight? Chu Sheng looked at the other person. Since Brother Bei had entrusted the child to him so confidently, he must take good care of him. Hearing Chu Sheng's question, Shuiying raised her head in confusion and took a long time to reply. I can't eat normal food. Even hot food that's just been cooked freezes instantly in my mouth. But don't worry, Brother Chu Sheng. I was injected with vital signs maintenance fluid at the research center before, so I can last for a week. Chu Sheng. The more Chu Sheng interacted with this 8-foot-tall girl, the more pitiful he felt for her. If I can't even eat, what's the point of living? But there was one thing that made Chu Sheng very curious. If other animals had a body temperature of dozens of degrees below zero all year round, their bodies would have become stiff long ago. Although Shuiying was cold, her skin was smooth and elastic, and it felt soft when you poked it with your fingers. No one knew why. The surface of the body is always dozens of degrees below zero, and no one knows what the temperature inside is. If Brother Chu Sheng can cure me, I want to eat hamburgers, fried chicken, snail noodles, rujiamo, grilled cold noodles, and stinky tofu. Shuiying talked to herself, with a strange light flashing in her eyes and frozen drool seeming to flow from the corners of her mouth. Oh, and there's milk tea. I've always wanted to drink milk tea and see what it tastes like. Shuiying came back to her senses and scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Well, am I asking for too much? If not, then just a cup of milk tea. This humble and eager look really made Chu Sheng sigh, and he secretly decided that no matter whether he could cure the other person or not, he would take care of the other person for the rest of his life. Shuiying, when did your supernatural abilities awaken? 3 years and 5 months. In other words, Shuiying has never experienced normal life since she could remember. A happy childhood, close companions, and a simple yet fulfilling daily life are all luxuries for her. You haven't asked for enough. I already told you not to be polite to me. Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea. He immediately opened the food delivery platform and ordered food worth several hundred yuan. Then he sent a WeChat message to Brother Bei, asking him to send someone to deliver something over immediately. Looking at Shuiying, who was curled up in the corner, rubbing the glass and playing games with a happy face, Chu Sheng decided to let her experience the happiness of a normal person immediately. After a while, mist began to appear on Shuiying's phone screen, which was a sign that the cold was about to come. Brother Chu Sheng, please warm my hands again. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Chu Sheng walked over first, took a large box into the house, then turned around and smiled. Stop playing mobile games for now. I'll show you something more fun. What's interesting? Is it a new game? Chu Sheng said nothing, opened the big box, took out something that looked like a router, connected it to the super large screen TV, and fiddled with it for a while. After a few minutes, the TV screen lit up and entered the game loading screen. Wow, it's Monster Abuse Wilderness. Shuiying, who was standing next to them with a curious look on her face, suddenly had her eyes lit up and looked at the game screen with an extremely excited expression. I thought Chu Sheng wanted me to watch TV with him, but I didn't expect that he actually got me a PS5 that I always wanted to play but couldn't. Moreover, I like the game very much and have always wanted to play it. Ding dong. Soon, just as Chu Sheng finished his work, the doorbell rang again. He walked over to open the door. This time it was a delivery man who brought the standard fat otaku 3-piece set. A family bucket of supersized fried chicken, French fries and Coke, and a cup of Wangba chocolate milk tea that Chu Sheng bought specially. All the things were piled up on the coffee table, filling up the entire table. It was simply a feast for fat otakus. Looking at the steaming fried chicken on the coffee table and the game that had already entered the loading page, Shuiying seemed to be under a spell, sitting on the sofa motionless with her eyes wide open. Come on, Shuiying, come and try the fried chicken. When Shuiying smelled the aroma of fried chicken, her saliva suddenly flowed down and dripped onto the sofa, freezing into ice chips. Brother Chu Sheng, didn't I just say I couldn't eat it? Even though she was swallowing her saliva rapidly, Shuiying still tried her best to hold it back. This was the first time she had been exposed to the aroma of fried chicken at such a close distance. In the past, she would only stop and sniff secretly when passing by a fried chicken shop. Don't worry, if I say you can eat it, you can eat it. Chu Sheng took out a chicken leg from the family bucket, channeled the fire magic in the air, and injected an inextinguishable heat source into the chicken leg. He wanted to try this method to see if it could prevent the chicken legs from being frozen. If it could, Shuiying's extravagant wish would soon come true. Be good, open your mouth. Chu Sheng brought the chicken leg close to Shuiying's mouth. The moment it touched her pink lips, the chicken leg did not become hard as he had imagined, but continued to emit steam. Shuiying was also stunned by this incredible scene. Her rosy little mouth opened subconsciously, and she bit the chicken leg tremblingly. Whoa, let me ask you a question. Do you want to see as many girls and plots from other worlds as possible, or would it be better if the real world also has some parts? If you like the other world more, then I will reduce the number of girls in the real world in the future. There are many girls in the other world, including the blindfolded nun, the 3-meter-tall dragon girl, and the 20-meter-tall giant girl. There is always one that suits you. Chapter 43. Tears of Gratitude. Shuiying couldn't help but burst into tears. For the first time in her life, she felt the taste of hot food, and it was just as delicious as she had imagined. She picked up the chicken leg and chewed it in small bites, as if she was savoring some rare delicacy. Brother Chu Sheng, thank you for being so kind. Chu Sheng smiled and used his index finger to wipe away the icy tears from the corners of her eyes. Other women are made of water, but this 8-foot-tall girl seems to be made of ice. Don't just eat fried chicken, try the French fries and the milk tea you crave the most. Chu Sheng continued to consume his magic power and inject it into the food and drinks. The food instantly began to steam and was all handed to Shuiying. Shuiying carefully took a sip of milk tea with the corner of her lips, and her eyes lit up instantly. It tastes so good. The texture is silky smooth, and the taste is sweet with a slight astringency. Compared to this thing, the life-maintaining fluid is just a bunch of crap. Eat as much as you want. If you're not full, I'll order more. Chu Sheng looked at Shuiying with a happy face and couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met Xiaonuya. I still remember vividly how the elf girl looked so happy at that time just because of a bucket of instant noodles. Shuiying's expression at this moment was even worse, comparable to the NPC in Food Wars. Shokyuchi no Soma, who had eaten aphrodisiac delicacies, fearing that her clothes would explode in the next second. The 8-foot-tall girl ate, while looking at Chu Sheng with eyes that could drip with tears. She looked very cute. This pitiful person is much more miserable than the elf girl who eats vegetarian food all day long. A simple fat house meal made her burst into tears of gratitude. If she were treated a little better, wouldn't she be willing to eat for herself? But the next moment, a feeling of weakness swept over Chu Sheng's body, and his face suddenly turned pale. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, knowing that this was due to excessive consumption of magic power, and he urgently needed food to replenish his strength. But Shuiying was eating with relish at the moment, and he felt embarrassed to share it with her. I almost forgot about this. Chu Sheng took out a few Snickers bars and some white rabbit milk candies from the space magic device, opened the packaging, and stuffed them all into his mouth. But these alone cannot offset the loss of heat source added to the fried chicken. TSK, the level is still too low. It's no use after condensing more than a dozen heat sources. If I want to cure Shuiying, I'm afraid even upgrading to level 5 is far from enough. Chu Sheng muttered to himself and made a rough estimate. In order to add a continuous large heat source to Shuiying's whole body, it is likely that his magic power would have to be raised to the 6th level. This matter is a long and arduous task. But Brother Bei said that Shuiying can still hold on for at least 2 or 3 years, which is definitely enough time for Chu Sheng to cultivate his magic power to a high level. Perhaps we can try using space magic. Chu Sheng moved his mind and went directly to the critical room and found the pile of sweets in the corner. He mobilized the magic power of space attributes and tried to compress a piece of white rabbit milk candy. The result was beyond his expectation. The toffee was compressed to the size of a water droplet. Chu Sheng was overjoyed and compressed 10 kilograms of white rabbit milk candies and 10 kilograms of Snickers bars together, finally making a compressed biscuit. He used space attribute magic to wrap the compressed biscuits and then swallowed them into his stomach. With the protection of space magic, there is no need to worry about the stomach bursting. Whenever Chu Sheng's magic power is consumed, he can control the compressed biscuit to slowly release energy. I am indeed a genius. Chu Sheng thought that maybe he could use this method in the future to make a high-density magic recovery food that could instantly fill up the elf girl's mana. After replenishing the calorie bomb in his body, Chu Sheng returned to the real world. Shuiying, who was originally feeling touched and happy while eating, put down the food in her hand immediately when she saw Chu Sheng's face turn pale. Brother Chu Sheng, are you okay? The 8-foot-tall girl anxiously held Chu Sheng's hand, and then quickly let go after she realized what was happening, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said I wanted to eat these, and I made Brother Chu Sheng waste so much extraordinary energy on me. Shuiying looked remorseful, and from Chu Sheng's expression, she knew that it was a sign that his extraordinary energy was close to being overdrawn. She had experienced this situation before. After releasing excessive cold air for a period of time, it was difficult for her to even breathe, and her head felt like it was about to explode. It's okay, you eat yours, I'm fine. Chu Sheng waved his hands, and seeing that Shuiying didn't want to eat anymore, he immediately pretended to be angry. Shuiying, this is all out of my good intentions. If you don't eat it, I'll be angry. I won't give your cousin face, and we'll just kick you out, right? Seeing Chu Sheng frowning, Shuiying looked aggrieved and nodded in agreement, like a puppy. Chu Sheng picked up a crispy fried chicken nugget and stuffed it into Shuiying's cherry mouth. Woo woo. Shuiying swallowed obediently, a clear gurgling sound coming from her throat, and the gratitude in her eyes almost solidified. Brother Chu Sheng was willing to make himself so weak just to let me taste the hot food. When I am cured, I will definitely repay him well. Seeing the 8-foot girl swallowing the fried chicken obediently, Chu Sheng smiled and touched her head. My eyes moved downwards and I couldn't help but sigh. Nutrients always go to where they should go. Like Shanoya and Ellen, the 2 elf girls are vegetarians every day, but they are both incredibly big. Shuiying is given fluids to maintain her vital signs every day, so how can she be no less capable than the other 2? I can only say that Thor favors these girls. Come on, Shuiying, just eating won't be enough. Try this monster abuse, wilderness. It's definitely more fun than that source god thing. Chu Sheng picked up the PS5 controller and handed it over. Shui Ying raised her head and said embarrassedly with her oily little mouth, "Well, I will freeze the controller." In the past, when she played with her mobile phone, she only dared to put the phone on a platform and occasionally touch the screen with 2 fingers. Even so, my phone would freeze and shut down from time to time. The game controller needs to be fully gripped with both hands to use, and it will definitely freeze in no time. Brother Chu Sheng, let me taste fried chicken and milk tea. I am already very satisfied. I don't want to cause you too much trouble. That's right, your cousin and I are as close as brothers. So what's the big deal about this? Chu Sheng pulled up Shui Ying's hands without saying anything, narrowed his eyes slightly, and mobilized the fire attribute magic power to invade the other's palms bit by bit. The compressed biscuits in his stomach had released a lot of calories, and his magic power had basically recovered. Shui Ying looked at Chu Sheng with concern, but he had no intention of letting her go. This time, Chu Sheng persisted until most of the magic power in his body was consumed before stopping. He used his mental power to sense a little bit and found that Shui Ying's hands, including her wrists and arms, had all returned to normal body temperature. However, the coldness above the arm was still slowly eroding downwards. I estimate it can stay warm for about 2 to 3 hours. Chapter 44, Unexpected Simplicity. Just like that, under Chu Sheng's forced pulling, Shui Ying finally carefully grasped the PS5 handle and began to try the 3A masterpiece with great excitement. The realistic and exciting scenes almost made her unable to distinguish between the game and reality. Chu Sheng sat next to her, feeding her French fries and chicken nuggets from time to time while instructing her on how to play the game. Before Chu Sheng became a 996 slave, he was also a heavy game addict and had a lot of experience in games where monsters tortured people. My favorite thing is to be a Tachi shrimp, and no matter what monster I fight, I just use the simple Ju Dang method. Shui Ying was eating hot fried chicken in her mouth and controlling the joystick flexibly with her hands. She felt that she had no regrets in her life. It turns out that the life of ordinary people is so refreshing. Before I knew it, time had passed quietly, and it was dark outside in the blink of an eye. The whole bucket, which was enough to feed 2 or 3 adults with chicken nuggets, was eaten up by Shui Ying, plus a large bottle of happy water and a large cup of milk tea. Looking at the 8-foot girl's belly without any bulge, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh that this was another innate eating saint body that was not inferior to Xia Nuya. The warmth-keeping effect of her hands was about to end, and Shui Ying's head began to droop a little, her body used to digest the food. A feeling of sleepiness came over her, and she subconsciously leaned into Chu Sheng's arms. Chu Sheng was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed 160 to 170 kilograms, but he felt as soft as light cotton. Brother Chu Sheng, can I hold you when I sleep? Shui Ying looked at Chu Sheng sleepily. His body was like an oversized hot pack, and she was really reluctant to let go. Having experienced Chu Sheng's passion, she was no longer willing to endure the torment of cold. As long as you don't mind. Chu Sheng nodded. If an elf girl in the elf forest said such words to him, he would let her see the EX curry stick. But Shui Ying and he had only known each other for a short time. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to sleep together on the first day? Although Brother Bei probably wouldn't say anything, but taking care of her all night and then taking care of her in bed was a bit inconsistent with the mainstream of Western culture. Although Shui Ying had said before that she wanted to live in the same room with him, Chu Sheng thought she was joking. Now it seems that this girl is serious. Well, I think if we were in contact with a larger area, I might feel warmer and better, Shui Ying said cautiously. However, if this will have any impact on Brother Chu Sheng or make him uncomfortable, then forget it. Chu Sheng directly took Shui Ying's hand and said, "Don't worry, it's just touching. It won't have much effect on me." The reason why he consumed too much magic power just now was because he created a heat source to continuously heat the food. If you just sit close to an 8-foot-tall girl, at most you'll feel a little cold, but there won't be any discomfort. Besides, Chu Sheng couldn't say no to sharing a bed with such a girl with long legs. Although Shui Ying's appearance is not as good as Xia Nuya and Tiffany, the former two are the most beautiful in the entire elf forest. In the real world, even without makeup, Shui Ying is still better than most female anchors in the dance beauty category. Except that her face looks a little pale and a little scary. If it was normal and her face was rosy, it would be absolutely amazing. Chu Sheng pulled Shui Ying to the master bedroom. It seemed that the previous owner of the house was also very busy. The bed was big and round, enough for 7 or 8 people to sleep. He lifted the quilt and went in first, then let Shui Ying lie down in. The moment the quilt was covered, a cool and delicate body snuggled into my arms. Shuiying carefully put her arm around Chu Sheng's shoulders and asked curiously, "Brother Chu Sheng, are you really okay?" "It's okay. It's like hugging an air conditioner." The two faces were a little close to each other. The atmosphere was a little charming, and no one spoke for a long time. After a long silence, Chu Sheng suddenly asked, "Shuiying, did you grow up with Brother Bei when you were little?" "Not really." Shuiying shook her head. "I've lived in the research center since I was a child. We first met on the day my cousin became deputy director." "Who usually takes care of you?" "My aunt. She's the director of the research center." "I see. No wonder Brother Bei flew abroad as soon as he graduated and got a position as deputy director. At first, he said he was going to inherit the family business. Now it seems that it was not wrong. Taking the back door is also inheritance." "What about your parents? Don't they come to visit you?" Chu Sheng spoke without thinking. His daughter had been forced to stay away from normal people since she was a child. It must be very difficult for her parents. However, when Shuiying heard this question, her eyes were empty, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. "My aunt said my father died when I was 2 years old. My mother later left me because of my coldness, and I haven't heard from her since." Chu Sheng was silent. The more he got to know this 8-foot-tall girl, the more miserable she became. Not only can he not live a normal life, he doesn't even have a complete family. But it doesn't matter. I will give her a warm home in the future. No wonder when we first met, Shuiying's facial expression remained unchanged whether she was talking or doing anything else, as if she were a piece of aged ice. That is, after she had transferred a lot of heat, she began to show many expressions that a normal girl should have. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this was the case in your family." "It's okay, Brother Chu Sheng." Shuiying blinked, seeming reluctant to continue this topic. "Well, I'm a little sleepy. I want to rest first, okay?" "If you want to rest, just rest. You don't have to tell me specifically. My cousin told me that after I came to Brother Chu Sheng's place, I must obey Brother Chu Sheng no matter what I do." Chu Sheng couldn't help but want to laugh. This 8-foot-tall girl, perhaps because she had never interacted with many people since she was a child, was surprisingly simple. "I couldn't hide what was in my heart, so I just blurted it out. Even easier to fool than Shinoya. I'm afraid that if I sell it out, it will secretly come back and let me sell it out again. In that case, I ask you to do whatever you want in the future without asking me specifically. So, should I listen to your cousin or me?" This, Shuiying tilted her head playfully, as if she was in some kind of struggle. After a while, she looked directly at Chu Sheng and said, "I'll listen to Brother Chu Sheng." Hearing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel happy, fearing that the 8-foot girl had a strong liking for him. "Okay, then I order you to go to bed right now and have a good rest, understand?" Chapter 45, Hook. Shuiying felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Her eyelids twitched for a while, and then she slowly fell asleep. Chu Sheng immediately released his mental power and explored the entire villa. He did not forget that this was a haunted house. Although no supernatural incidents had occurred so far, he had to be on guard. What if a 2-meter-tall Sadako wearing a long white dress suddenly crawled out from the TV in the middle of the night? Then Chu Sheng would have to remove the membrane and defend the way on the spot. It was not until the second half of the night that Chu Sheng found nothing unusual. He used magic power to set up a barrier around the bed and then went to sleep with peace of mind. In a daze, Shuiying seemed to be greedy for the warmth of his body and was no longer satisfied with just a simple hug. She actually put her chubby legs directly on Chu Sheng's waist, coiling around him like an octopus. The cool jade hand penetrated into Chu Sheng's wide collar, chilling his heart and making his heart soar. Chu Sheng was dreaming of playing landlord with Zhou Gong's daughter when he was suddenly awakened by a chill. After getting up, he swallowed a biscuit that was compressed with dozens of kilograms of toffee and Snickers, and then he felt better. Shuiying's contact area with him was quite large at the moment, which consumed a lot of the magic power in his body. But the benefits are also obvious. Shuiying's originally cold body gradually became as warm as that of an ordinary person. How about going back to the other world and giving Shinoya a beating? Chu Sheng thought about it and decided to give up. The elf forest is still in a tense atmosphere of being on high alert, so doing something like this at this time is somewhat inappropriate. Let's use the big head to control the small head first. Shuiying's sleeping posture became more and more dishonest, locking Chu Sheng in her arms like a pillow. To be honest, it feels pretty good. It was not until almost noon the next day that Shuiying blinked her sleepy eyes and woke up. This was the first time she slept so peacefully, completely different from the restrained and oppressive feeling in the warm cabin. Looking down, he saw Chu Sheng curled up tightly in his arms, looking like he was almost suffocated by people's hearts. "Brother Chu Sheng, you took the initiative to get into my arms. It's so warm." Chu Sheng was a little speechless. He looked like a baby curled up in his mother's arms. You were the one who held me so tightly that I could hardly breathe. Is that so? Shuiying didn't look embarrassed at all. She just let go of Chu Sheng reluctantly. At the same time, her stomach started to growl. I just ate a fat house-set meal for several people yesterday, and I was hungry again the next morning. It seems that this 8-foot-tall girl is also a little glutton. Hurry up and get up. I'll make you some nutritious breakfast. When you're fully recovered, I'll hold you in my arms every night until you sleep. Really? Shuiying's big eyes fluttered, and she held out her little finger like a child. Then let's make a pinky promise. Brother Chu Sheng can't go back on his word. Chu Sheng also stretched out his little finger and gently pulled it with Shuiying. The 8-foot-tall girl's face was filled with a happy smile. She stood up and suddenly started to change her clothes in front of Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng. He subconsciously turned his head away, never expecting that this young lady would suddenly do this. There was a rustling sound beside him, and Chu Sheng's uncle, whose surname was Chun, came uninvited. I've changed my clothes, Brother Chu Sheng. Hurry up too. Looking at Shuiying's innocent eyes, there was no distracting thoughts in her beautiful eyes. Although she was already in her 20s, her thoughts were still as clear as a child's. Shuiying, next time you change clothes, you must tell me in advance, or change secretly in your room, understand? Why do you have to do it secretly? Shuiying blinked her big eyes curiously, with a puzzled look on her face. Because you are a girl and I am a man, there are differences between men and women. Do you understand? Chu Sheng was about to reason with Shuiying, but she interrupted him. But aren't we already sleeping in the same bed? Why can't I change clothes just because I saw you? Could it be that Brother Chu Sheng is shy? Chu Sheng was silent for a moment. It seemed that he had to teach Shuiying about this basic common sense in the future. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he accidentally did this outside. Seeing Chu Sheng had a look of concealment, Shuiying couldn't help but lower her head. Could it be that Brother Chu Sheng doesn't like my cumbersome figure? While speaking, he waved his hands simultaneously, and a line of poetry came to Chu Sheng's mind. The mist rises from Yunming Lake, and the waves shake Yiyang City. I am indeed a little fat. If you dislike it, Brother Chu Sheng, I will start losing weight tomorrow. In fact, Shuiying is not fat at all. At most she is slightly plump. After all, with her height, if she is too thin, you might even see her bones. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I hate you as a burden? Chu Sheng's expression instantly became serious. Is that a burden? That is the embodiment of a girl's beauty, and Chu Sheng is extremely devoted to it. That's good. Shuiying's expression returned to its previous relaxed state. She moved closer to Chu Sheng and squeezed his arm. Even if Brother Chu Sheng dislikes me, I won't hate Brother Chu Sheng. You are the first person who makes me feel warm. I love you the most. Shuiying's innocent eyes, coupled with words that sound like a confession, are as lethal as a Hokkaido JK hottie who shouts, "Dede Shiki," at you. But Chu Sheng subconsciously felt that the other party was just saying it casually, and might not know what the word like meant. Perhaps the love that Shuiying mentioned has nothing to do with the kind of love between lovers. Rather, it is a child's superficial liking for a certain toy or small animal. Shuiying, do you know what it means when a girl says she likes a guy? Chu Sheng asked tentatively, but what he got in return was Shuiying's pure and serious response. Of course I like him. I like Brother Chu Sheng. I want to eat with Brother Chu Sheng, play games with him, take a bath with him, and do anything with him. As long as I can be with Brother Chu Sheng, I will be very happy. Chapter 46 Sima Author. Shuiying blinked her big eyes, as if she had thought of something, and asked, Brother Chu Sheng, do you like me? Well, I think I like it. Shuiying smiled happily, and her aunt's teachings when she was a child came to her mind. My aunt said that if you like someone, you should marry him and give birth to a fat baby for him. Brother Chu Sheng, are you willing to give birth to a fat baby with me? If you're not sisters, how come you're almost at the stage of getting married and having kids? This belly is a bit too much. Chu Sheng's forehead was filled with black lines. It seemed that Shuiying not only lacked a lot of common sense in getting along with the opposite sex normally, but she was probably also seriously lacking in basic education in many aspects. Brother Bei, knowing that I used to be a high school teacher, specially sent the kids to study here, right? He had always been the only one who enrolled others in school, but he didn't expect that someone else had secretly enrolled him in school now. Your aunt is right, but it's not complete. I'll teach you when I have time. Chu Sheng shook his head, but thinking of Shuiying's previous situation and physical condition, it didn't seem strange that she was now in such a state of cognitive impairment. After all, most of the time we have to stay in the warm cabin and the Supernatural Human Research Center, and we probably have very few opportunities to go out and move around. It may be difficult to even connect with people of the same age group. However, perhaps it might not be a bad thing to let Shuiying maintain her current innocence and liveliness. After all, the less you know, the fewer worries you have. When I grew up and matured, I realized that this world is full of troubles and difficulties. Well, you must be hungry too, right? Chu Sheng rubbed the 8-foot girl's head. Because of the height difference, it felt like a breeder caressing a tall racehorse. He didn't want to discuss having a baby with the innocent child anymore, so he simply changed the subject and looked at the other person's belly. It's so strange. I've been on fluids to maintain my vital signs, and I wasn't hungry for days before. Why am I feeling this way now? Shuiying touched her belly, which had no fat, and looked surprised. Perhaps this is because your body has recovered a little bit? After all, when your physical condition is good, your body's energy consumption will naturally increase, and you will need to consume more food. Chu Sheng conjured up a piece of white rabbit candy and injected a touch of heat into the center of the candy. Come, use this to hold on for a bit. Shuiying obediently opened her little mouth, bit off the white rabbit candy, and let it slowly melt in her mouth. Sweet. Chu Sheng found a new set of toothbrushes and cups for Shuiying, then adjusted the water temperature to 100 degrees and let her wash herself. Most people would cry out in pain if the water temperature was 40 or 50 degrees, but Shuiying remained calm, caught the water in a cup, and poured it into her mouth. The snow girl is really so terrifying. After cleaning up, the breakfast takeaway Chu Sheng ordered arrived. 2 baskets of Xilong Bao, 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, 2 bowls of millet porridge, 6 large steamed buns, and 2 cups of soy milk. Chu Sheng only ate a little, and the rest was prepared for the 8-foot girl. He still injected heat into every piece of food so that Shuiying could eat normally. After breakfast, she was sweating profusely. Chu Sheng had no plans during this period. The timeline in the real world was approaching the Spring Festival, and he would go back to his hometown to visit his parents in a few days. Maybe we should also bring Shuiying along. I took a photo of Xian Nuya before and originally planned to introduce her to my mother as her girlfriend, but it would be much easier if Shuiying came with me. Bringing your partner home during the Chinese New Year is what many parents want to see the most. As for the other world, they haven't figured out how to build defenses for the elf forest yet, so there's no rush to go back. Chu Sheng is waiting for the author of the book to update and see how he will respond. So he is very free during this period and plans to use these days to have a good rest. I played games with Shuiying at home for the whole morning. It was almost afternoon when a message popped up on my phone. The story you are following, Double Penetration, starting with instant noodles in exchange for an 8-foot elf girl, has been updated. Okay, I finally waited for you, the Sima author. Chu Sheng couldn't wait to click on the page, and the next second, he instantly transformed into Red One Rambo. Oh, today I found out that the tenant next door is actually Miss Snow Woman from the other world. I want to discuss life with her and take a day off. Chu Sheng, you invite the... He was so furious that this bastard author actually took 2 days off. I even gave him a gift worth 100 yuan. And the reason for asking for leave is so perfunctory. Last time he was because he was sprayed by Hualai Shi, and this time he was because he met the snow girl? Do you think this is an hentai? Chu Sheng opened the comment section with an angry look on his face, and as expected, it was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. He rummaged through the dense stream of cordial greetings, trying to find a response from some smart and intelligent netizens. Sure enough, when I turned to the bottom, I saw a long review written by a netizen named Chija Rihai Xingxingmo. Could it be that the author is running out of ideas and is deliberately taking time off from updating? Can't even reach a reasonable word count? Do you need me to teach you? Chu Sheng clicked on the comment details and found the unique insights of this handsome netizen. If I were the protagonist, I would set up 3 lines of defense in the elf forest from the inside out. On the outside, we'll use a bio-alert circle. Plant or place something that will attract animals that are highly alert and make loud noises when they encounter something unusual. In the middle, use your space and time magic to build a barrier strong enough to surround the elf forest. It's used to transport intruders to a more peripheral area or to a small, static inner space to buy time for reinforcements. The innermost line of defense utilizes modern phased array technology, monitoring the surrounding area through radar technology, completely ignoring any concealment of magic power and fighting spirit. Of course, given the protagonist's current conditions, they might not be able to obtain such a thing. So, they could settle for the next best thing and build watchtowers at regular intervals. They'd be decent enough, equipped with thermal imaging lenses. Chu Sheng carefully looked at the unique insights of this handsome netizen, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This method may not be the best, but he thinks it's worth a try. Chapter 47 Elf Elder. Chu Sheng carefully considered the method of the netizen Chija Rihai Xingxingmo, wondering if it could be applied to the forest of elves. First of all, the outermost area. He didn't know if there were any wild animals in the elf forest that could give warnings. He had to ask Tiffany. The second is the space and time formation in the middle. Xian Nuya has mentioned this knowledge before. A magic circle is actually a higher level, more complex, and comprehensive spell. If spells are compared to words, then magic circles are different sentences composed of various different words. Slightly changing the order of the words or adding punctuation marks in different places can greatly change the effect of the magic. Just like the sentence, I am 1.78 meters tall, earn 200,000 yuan a year, and I am honest and don't talk much. Different punctuation will have completely different meanings. Ordinary magicians usually start to learn about magic circles after reaching level 5. Even a genius like Shinoya cannot set them up independently. But this doesn't seem to be a difficult thing for me. Chu Xing muttered to himself. He didn't need to chant anything when casting magic. He just communicated directly with the magic elements, arranging formations and so on. I guess I can also directly manipulate the attributes of space and time to arrange them myself. Then there is the innermost phased array defense system. To be honest, Chu Xing doesn't know much about it. He opened Doubao AI and took a quick look, then immediately rejected this idea. This thing is a large radar scanning array that requires a lot of electronic instruments and equipment, and the cost is astronomical. He simply can't afford it. Even with Brother Bei's authority, he probably wouldn't be able to get something like this. Without several years or months of training, it is impossible to understand the back-end operations of those devices. What's more, what about those elf girls who have never been exposed to any electronic devices? Even if you put an iPhone in front of her, she will probably just use it as a brick to hit you. Therefore, Chu Xing could only settle for the second best and use the method of observation tower and thermal imaging telescope. If you don't know how to use electronic equipment, you should know how to use a telescope, right? Thinking of this, Chu Xing decided not to play around anymore and took action immediately. After all, the current situation in the elf forest is not very good. After the assassins failed to assassinate Xian Nuya, the employer behind them might immediately come up with some other shady tricks. Of course, it is also possible that they are preparing for a big one. Brother Bei, can you help me get a military-grade thermal imaging lens, the kind that can be worn on the head or mounted on a gun? Chu Xing called Brother Bei immediately. After all, with the other party's power, he could save a lot of time. What do you want this for? I'm planning to go to a haunted house and do a live adventure to see if there are any female ghosts doing ghost sports at night. On the other end of the phone, Brother Bei was silent. He knew that this guy wanted to fool around again. But because of Shui Ying, he still supports it unconditionally. Wait for the express delivery these 2 days. Bei Ge made a promise and was about to hang up when he said with some concern, Is Shui Ying okay over there? Don't worry, her condition has improved a little. I'll bring her to you when I go to the research center for tests later. Then I'm relieved, brother. After hanging up the phone, Chu Xing left Shui Ying alone to play PS5, and with a thought, he returned to the other world. Tiffany, I have some ideas. The giant elf girl's beautiful eyes revealed a look of confusion. She had just said that she would find a way. So how come it happened in just a few seconds? There was no way. The time Chu Xing spent in the real world was completely still in this other world. Your Majesty, are there any animals in the area surrounding the elf forest that can warn of danger or unusual circumstances? Tiffany blinked, thought for a moment, and then said, There's a bird called Dingdonkin. When it sees any unfamiliar animal, it will soar into the sky and make a piercing cry that can be heard from miles away. Is there anything this Ding-Dong-Kun likes? They love the scent of heather and often build their nests in heather trees. Love the scent of heather? Chu Xing was shocked. What kind of magical bird was that liked such a strange taste? Although he was surprised, Chu Xing already had a way to deal with the outermost biological defense line. By transplanting a large circle of heather trees outside the elf forest fortress, you can attract many Ding-Dong-Kuns and then disperse other creatures around them to form a simple barrier. This layer of defense is not very useful. After all, there is no guarantee that other small animals will break into the vicinity and cause misjudgment. Therefore, the next formation defense line is the top priority. Chu Xing looked at Tiffany with a serious expression. Your Majesty, I want you to teach me how to set up a large magic circle. He informed Tiffany and Xian Nuya, who was present, of his idea of the formation defense line in detail, and received the affirmation of both of them. But after a moment, Tiffany shook her head slightly. Sorry, kid. Although I am a 9th-level Imperial Magician, I am not good at magic circles. There is an elder who has specialized in formations his entire life. I'll let Xian Nuya take you to meet her later. Xian Nuya rolled her eyes and asked uncertainly, Mother, are you talking about Elder Weilin? That's right. After leaving Tiffany's residence, Chu Xing walked towards the elder's location under the guidance of Xian Nuya. On the way, Chu Xing couldn't help but ask curiously, Xian Nuya, I saw your eyes looked strange when you mentioned that elder just now. Is there something wrong with her? Speaking of this topic, the big elf girl suddenly stopped and gave a somewhat funny explanation. There's nothing wrong. It's just that Elder Weilin looks a little different from the other elves. Looks a little different? Chu Sheng became even more curious. What kind of difference would make Xian Nuya hesitate? Could it be that he is ugly? But considering the genes and innate advantages of the elves, it is impossible for even individuals with mediocre looks to be born, let alone ugly individuals. At least, during the time Chu Sheng lived in the elf forest, he had never seen an ordinary-looking elf girl. Well, how should I put it? Elder Weilin is quite short, probably not even as tall as your chest. Xian Nuya reminded with a hint of amusement. Because of this reason, Elder Weilin has a bit of a strange temper. When you see her later, don't mention words like height. Chu Sheng was stunned. Are there lowly elf girls in the elf forest? His curiosity was immediately extinguished. He thought the other party would be a mature woman similar to Tiffany, but he didn't expect her to be a legal lowly. This is not good news for him, who firmly believes in the big car party. Chapter 48, Mind Magic. In fact, in Chu Sheng's original plan, he planned to bury dozens of tons of mines directly around the elf forest fortress. The package will make sure that the attackers will never return. But in addition to the elves, there are also various strange creatures living in the elf forest, which can easily lead to accidental injuries. The elf women regarded all the animals in the forest as followers of the goddess of life, so Chu Sheng did not adopt this method. It's better to learn how to set up magic circles first. Chu Sheng followed Xian Nuya to a small courtyard surrounded by giant trees, with colorful exotic flowers and plants planted at the entrance. Xian Nuya gently knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. The bright petals swayed in the breeze, as if expressing their welcome to the guests. Elder Weilin, I am Xian Nuya. Come in, the door is not locked. A slightly immature girl's voice came from the courtyard, clear and gentle, but with a hint of old-fashionedness. Xian Nuya pushed open the wooden door, and Chu Sheng followed closely behind. The scene in the courtyard was a different world. It looks like a small tree house from the outside, but when you are inside, you will find that it is a spacious garden. The surroundings are filled with exotic flowers and plants. The faint fragrance of flowers floats in the air, and butterflies and birds fly among the flowers from time to time, just like a scene in a painting. The two walked along the path among the flowers for dozens of meters, and finally came to a pavilion built with vines. In the center of the pavilion sat a petite red-haired figure. She was wearing a crimson wizard robe trimmed with lace and gold, and a hood on her head. Her long, bright red hair was combed into two large ponytails that peeked out from both sides of the hood. Chu Sheng took a quick glance and discovered that under the other person's wizard robe there were large areas of snow white, and strange magical patterns were engraved on his lower abdomen, collarbone, and thighs. Those lines combined together vaguely looked like some kind of formation. Chu Sheng couldn't help but nod secretly. He was worthy of being the most powerful formation master in the elf forest. He even engraved the magic formation on his own body. The petite figure turned around, and her emerald green eyes kept scanning Chu Sheng with a bit of scrutiny. Hiss! Chu Sheng suddenly felt a slight sting, as if Vigo had given him a mini version of the pain that pierced his soul. The lowly elf girl withdrew her gaze, and the magical golden light in her eyes flashed away. She crossed her arms, crossed her legs, and looked at Xian Nuya leisurely. Xian Nuya, how come you have time to come to see me? Elder Weilin, this is Chu Sheng, and he wants you to teach him how to set up a magic circle. I know him. Many elves privately call him the savior of our elf forest. Weilin stretched out her little hand and waved gently, indicating that Xian Nuya could leave first. Xian Nuya nodded. Elder Weilin was just like that. She didn't like people watching her when she was doing things. She gave Chu Sheng an encouraging look before slowly leaving. In a blink of an eye, only Chu Sheng and Weilin, one big and one small, were left in the pavilion. The two of them looked at each other. Neither of them spoke first, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Chu Sheng scratched his head. The lowly elf girl in front of him looked like a little girl of 12 or 13 years old, but her eyes contained wisdom and maturity that was difficult to guess. He had the illusion that the legal lowly elf girl in front of him might be older than Tiffany. Chu Sheng is not very skilled in communicating with the opposite sex, but if the other party is an elder, then he does have a way. He took out an egg-sized artificial crystal from the space magic device. This was an unused piece from the batch of crystals that Brother Bay had sent him. Apart from the crystal that is bigger than the head and has been given to the elf forest, this one is the largest. Elder Weilin, this is just a small gift. I hope you will accept it. Unexpectedly, Weilin pursed her lips and held the crystal in front of her with her little hands. Forget about this. Chu Sheng looked surprised. Huh? Elder Weilin doesn't like it. On the contrary, I like it very much. This kind of top-grade originium is a priceless treasure for high-level magicians, but Elder Weilin changed the subject. Gifts and prices are often equal. We cannot afford such a valuable item. After saying that, she changed the position of her slender legs, and the pattern of the formation below her lower abdomen was faintly visible. Elder Weilin, you misunderstood. I simply wish to learn from you how to arrange the magic circle so that we can better defend the elven forest from invasion. And you don't need to feel any burden. It's all my ability to learn anything. Just rest assured. Chu Sheng pushed the crystal in front of the other person again, accidentally touching the thin little hand, which was soft and elastic. Youngster, are you sure it's that simple? Weilin still didn't take it, with a playful expression of confusion on her face. Yes, it's that simple, and Chu Sheng paused for a moment and said, also, I've heard that Elder Weilin is one of the only 3 8th-rank holy magicians in the elf forest. No one can compare to you in the art of formations. Just being able to meet an elder like you is worth far more than a piece of source stone. You, the younger generation, are quite nice to talk to. I guess you've already tricked quite a few elves in the elf forest, right? Weilin snorted loudly. Although she was still not polite, it was clear from her expression that she appreciated the words very much. Elder Weilin, do you agree? Chu Sheng saw the other party take the crystal away and spoke cautiously. I guess so. No matter how you look at this deal, we're going to make a killing. Wouldn't you be a fool to disagree? Yeah. Chu Sheng rubbed his hands. Then Elder Weilin, where do we start? Don't worry about the magic circle for now. I want to ask you a few questions first. The younger generation will tell you everything they know. Weilin shook her head, her eyes gradually gleaming with a golden light. I have very little patience. I will directly use mind magic to read your thoughts. If you have any doubts, you can think about them in your mind. I will answer you directly. Do you mind? Weilin looked at Chu Sheng with a hint of ridicule, as if she wanted to see if he had the courage. Of course not. Chu Sheng nodded in agreement, but was shocked in his heart. What kind of magic is the mind magic that can read other people's thoughts? Shinoya never told me this at all. He knew that he had no right to refuse at all. After all, the other party could read his mind. He was afraid that all his secrets would be exposed by this lowly elf girl. Then we are coming. Weilin spoke in a leisurely tone, without chanting any spells, just staring at Chu Sheng calmly with her golden eyes. Chu Sheng subconsciously avoided this threatening look, and his gaze involuntarily lingered on Weilin's crossed legs. At the same time, some presumptuous doubts inevitably arise in my mind. Panties are red. Weilin spoke lightly, a meaningful smile on her lips, and her tone was teasing. Chu Sheng's eyes widened instantly, and his heart beat violently. He never expected that mental magic could be so terrifying. Chapter 49 Test. Weilin's sudden flirtatious words almost sprained Chu Sheng's waist. He swore to God that he had no strange thoughts. He was just curious. For example, not only is Weilin's hair and pupils red, but even the wizard robe she wears is red. So, yes, my hair there is red too. Do you want to confirm it with your own eyes? Weilin answered Chu Sheng's thoughts without any reservation. Her tone was playful and teasing, without any embarrassment. It seemed that in her opinion, since she had read Chu Sheng's thoughts, she had to answer truthfully as a price. This. A flash of disgust crossed Chu Sheng's eyes, and although he hid it well, it did not escape Weilin's capture. It didn't take any mind magic to tell what disrespectful things this junior was thinking. Sure enough, after reading Chu Sheng's thoughts, Weilin's brows furrowed, her cheeks puffed up, and she put on an air of an elder that didn't match her young appearance. Junior, I'm sorry for not growing to the height you like. Weilin glared with a pair of embarrassed and annoyed eyes and said bitterly, but, judging me as unattractive and uninteresting based solely on my appearance, isn't that rather rude? I'm sorry, Elder Weilin, I didn't mean it. Chu Sheng offered an insincere apology. There was nothing he could do. As a staunch believer in big cars, being slandered as being interested in a lowly's body shape would inevitably lead him to have a moment of rebuttal. Elder Weilin, I think a woman's beauty doesn't necessarily have to be reflected in her appearance. Inner beauty is the real beauty. That's all. You don't need to explain. Weilin waved her hand slightly in annoyance, stood up from her seat with her petite body, and walked towards Chu Sheng with the fragrance of flowers. I haven't revealed my true appearance for thousands of years. Today, I will let you, a rude junior, see it for yourself. She hugged her arms angrily like a child, and the deep red curse lines covering most of her skin emitted a faint glow. The next moment, the curse pattern seemed to be given life, moving across the surface of the snow-white skin like a spirit snake. A dazzling white holy light lit up, causing Chu Sheng to subconsciously avoid looking. In the holy light, the originally petite figure miraculously began to grow taller, and the flat runway began to bulge into an astonishing arc. Elder Weilin, you also. The dazzling light dissipated, and the originally petite and childish lowly elf girl disappeared, replaced by a mature elf girl who looked completely like Chu Sheng XP. The suffocating figure bulged the wizard's robe, ready to burst at any moment. The fleshy and soft waist and the natural hips form an almost perfect S-shaped curve. That delicate face, which has been shaped by the years, is like a ripe peach, charming and juicy. A glance and a smile revealed the charm of a mature woman. Chu Sheng vaguely saw some of Tiffany's shadow. With a height of over 2 meters, it completely blocked the faint light that shone into the pavilion, and for a moment all the delicate flowers in the garden lost their color. Hee, I can know what you are thinking right now without using mind magic. The elf girl, who was still charming in the last second, raised her nose high in the next moment, looking so proud that she looked like a victorious primary school student. Innocence and maturity, purity and charm. The extreme contrast made Chu Sheng almost look up. I never expected that Elder Weilin could change size at will. And after it grew bigger, it was exactly what he wanted. Just as Chu Sheng was stunned, Weilin snorted and spoke again. Don't even think about it. It's impossible for me to do anything like that with you. I've never been intimate with any man because no one is worthy of me doing that. Of course, I won't limit your imagination either. Weilin's expression was teasing and complacent, and she was very pleased with Chu Sheng's appreciation and fascination. Humph, how dare you look down on me? My beauty is not inferior to Tiffany's. Chu Sheng's little thought was exposed, but he didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, he had just imagined Weilin as the heroine of some plot. The subway during the morning rush hour, the empty sports equipment room, the one-way glass room. It's human nature. Weilin looked down at Chu Sheng. The bright human heart made him only see half of the sky. She smiled intriguingly. What makes you think that person is you? Although I have never been to the Eastern continent, and don't even know if that place really exists, I don't think any magical genius would appear there. After she said this, her jade hand suddenly produced a glass ball, which was distributed by Chu Sheng to the elf girls of the patrol corps. These spatial magic devices are indeed amazing, but are they really made by you? In Weilin's opinion, there might indeed be hidden masters of space and time magic in this world, but it was too outrageous that someone at only the 4th level could use it so skillfully and create corresponding magic devices. The elves have the best magical talent among all races, and even Shinoya, the most outstanding elf, cannot reach this level. Those elves out there are praising you to the skies. Are you truly a genius, or is there someone else behind this? Of course. Chu Sheng was about to answer, but suddenly realized something and immediately shut his mouth. According to Weilin, she has mental magic that can read her own thoughts, so why did she ask 2 questions in a row just now? Wouldn't it be better to just read your mind? Could it be that her mind magic can only read thoughts related to herself? The more Chu Sheng thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. As long as he was thinking about something that had nothing to do with Weilin, she would not be able to read it. Otherwise, if it could read all thoughts unconditionally, this mind magic would probably be listed as a forbidden technique by the Magicians Association. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng suddenly calmed down a lot. He looked up at the other person's smug eyes and thought about Weilin in his mind. Are you saying that we are ignorant? As expected, Weilin did not ask any questions this time, but directly expressed Chu Sheng's inner thoughts. What? You want to prove it to me? Want me to test you? Weilin immediately became interested. This mysterious human from the Eastern continent aroused her playful nature. She had stayed in this garden for such a long time that many new tribesmen were unaware of her existence as an elder. She also wanted to know what secrets this man, whom all the elf girls called so great, had. Weilin touched her nose with her right hand, and instantly a pair of exquisitely crafted gold-rimmed glasses appeared. The childish and playful expression on her face suddenly disappeared, replaced by the focused look of a senior magic researcher. Then sit still and don't move. We're about to start the test. Chapter 50 Weilin's Research. Weilin's cheek moved closer, and the faint floral fragrance lingered around Chu Sheng's nose, making Chu Sheng feel relaxed and happy. Cool. In this charming atmosphere, a bright light like a meteor emerged from Weilin's smooth forehead, accompanied by profound magical fluctuations. The bright light penetrated into Chu Sheng's brows at an extremely fast speed, and with it came a cool and refreshing feeling. Chu Sheng couldn't help but hum softly, feeling that his magic power was gently wrapped by Weilin's magic power, and all his attributes and qualifications were seen by the other party. Wei Lin's emerald eyes continued to expand, as deep as the ocean, reading all kinds of information about Chu Sheng in a magical way. After a while, she suddenly said, "Take it off. Elder Wei Lin, this is not good. Don't talk, let me talk." Two fiery flames shot out of Wei Lin's beautiful eyes as she kept looking at Chu Sheng's figure. Chu Sheng was not embarrassed. After all, he only had a vague understanding of this kind of magic talent test and had no idea of the specific principles behind it. When Shanoya was teaching him magic, she only measured the magical attributes that he could control, but did not measure other aspects. When the two were still in the territory of Marquis Pete, Xia Nuya once said that she would give Chu Sheng a comprehensive test when they returned to the elf forest. Now it seems that the reason why Tiffany asked him to come to Wei Lin to learn magic circles was of course because of Wei Lin's strength and formation. On the other hand, he probably wanted to help Chu Sheng do a more detailed test of his magic talent. So Chu Sheng obediently took off his coat and pulled out the long-sleeved shirt inside, revealing his smooth and beautiful figure. Regarding this point, when Chu Sheng was still a 996 oxen horse, his physique was not like this. But after being strengthened by the items dropped by the orcs, he became as if he had been doing fitness for several years, with firm muscles, looking thin when dressed, and having muscles when undressed. He's the type that rich women would scream and stuff money into their biceps when they see him. No protein powder at all, just pure cumin. Well, is this a real man? Wei Lin muttered to herself, her curious eyes constantly circling around Chu Sheng's abdominal muscles. This was the first time she observed the body structure of the opposite sex at such close range, and she was as serious as a scholar writing an academic paper. Just as Chu Shengren was observing Wei Lin, a strange feeling came over him. "Elder Wei Lin, are you sure this is a test?" Chu Sheng was shocked, and his heart skipped a beat. He never thought that the elder he met for the first time would attack him. "No, the magic test is over. So you are now." Wei Lin's emerald green eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses revealed a hint of cunning, and the initial scrutiny and doubt had disappeared. Instead, there was extreme excitement and fun, like a little girl finding her favorite toy. "It seems that what the elves outside are saying about you is not exaggerated at all. On the contrary, it is just the tip of the iceberg." Although Wei Lin appeared calm on the surface, her heart was actually in turmoil. In her spiritual observation, everyone's magical talent is like a big tree growing from the heart. The thicker the trunk of the tree, the stronger the person's magical foundation and the more stable their mental strength. The more branches a person has, the more magical attributes he can control and the higher his qualification limit. Shanoya, known as the most powerful genius in the history of the elf forest, can control magic of 7 different attributes. From Wei Lin's perspective, the big tree had 7 branches and countless twigs. This is comparable to the tree of life. It was not until she saw Chu Sheng's magic tree that Wei Lin realized that what he said was true. "I am indeed ignorant. Chu Sheng's magic tree is as strong as the tree of life. Its 9 branches stretch to the boundless sky, and there are even more new branches that are about to grow. Is this man from the eastern continent the reincarnation of some god?" Wei Lin suppressed the huge waves in her heart. No wonder the other party was called the hope and savior of the elf forest. He was indeed extraordinary. Such a being comparable to a young god is also an excellent subject for her magic research. "Youngster, your talent is the strongest I have ever seen in my life, bar none. It is my honor to teach you magic circles." Wei Lin's tone was solemn and serious, but the next second, she changed the subject and said something that made Chu Sheng uncomfortable. "I need to collect some of your samples for research. Do you mind?" "Elder Wei Lin, your research?" Wei Lin propped up the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, her expression as stern as that of an older female teacher in menopause. "How can you say academic matters are not serious? Youngster, you don't want your magical talent to go undeveloped, do you?" Chu Sheng. What else could he say? Since he wanted to learn and use the magic circle better and faster, there was no reason for him to refuse. Maybe Elder Wei Lin can really use this to discover some magical secrets in him? These glasses are a bit of a hindrance. Wei Lin leaned over and reached out to take off her gold-rimmed glasses, but Chu Sheng hurriedly stopped her. "Elder Wei Lin, I hope you will wear your glasses while collecting samples. Is that okay? Then it will be as the younger generation wishes." The midday breeze blew to the pavilion. Wei Lin slowly stood up, took off her glasses, and carefully collected the remaining samples on them. Then, she gently shook her right hand, and a small transparent potion bottle appeared, filling it with the sample. Looking at the magic power of 9 attributes contained in the bottle, Wei Lin could no longer suppress the joy on her face. "I never thought I'd encounter such pure magic in my lifetime. It looks like my research will be able to take a step forward." Chu Sheng looked at Wei Lin, whose face was filled with joy, and asked curiously, Elder Weylin, didn't you say you've never had any intimate contact? Hearing this, Weylin's pointed ears twitched slightly twice, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Hee, I really don't know what to do, but your thoughts have already told me what you want me to do. She gently shook the transparent potion bottle in her hand and teased, it seems you have a lot of experience. I wonder how many of our clansmen you will destroy in the future. Well, that's not my experience. I just have a rich imagination. Chu Sheng didn't know how to explain it. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for having too much experience. Chapter 51. 5 years of formation, 3 years of simulation. Weylin fiddled with the potion bottle excitedly, saying without turning her head, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get dressed. If other elves see us, it will be difficult for us to explain ourselves. The corners of Chu Sheng's mouth twitched, and his eyes were somewhat resentful. It was obvious that Weylin wanted to have sex without saying a word, and she didn't even want to take herself into the room first, right in this spacious garden. If a few elf girls suddenly passed by, Chu Sheng might not be embarrassed, but there was no guarantee that the elf girls would clamor to join. Tiffany's mother is the best. Not only does she help me clean up, but her actions are also extremely gentle, considerate, and meticulous. We may need a lot of your samples for research in the future, so I hope you can cooperate with us. Weylin carefully put away the potion bottle and sat back in her chair, her face showing an expression that would not be refused. Isn't it the same no matter how many times I collect this thing? Of course it's different. Different diets, different time periods, and exposure to different people and objects will all affect the proportion of the sample's magical attributes. When Weylin talked about professional knowledge, her expression suddenly became much more serious, as if she wanted to teach Chu Sheng a good lesson. Well, I have no objection. Don't worry, Junior, we won't let you suffer any loss. Weylin moved her mind, and several beautiful yellow birds flew out of the garden and placed exquisite ancient scrolls into Chu Sheng's hands. We will record all the concepts of magic circles on a scroll so that you can study day and night. Is that okay? Chu Sheng felt relieved for no reason. Weylin no longer spoke out his thoughts one by one. It seemed that the mental magic had been lifted. He looked at the magic scrolls in his hands. They were wrapped in a faint magical power, as if they were held up by several invisible hands. 5 years of formation, 3 years of simulation. How to become a formation master. Magic circle, from entry to grave. I was counterattacked by an elf mature woman and became immortal. Chu Sheng. His hand that was opening the scroll froze in place. The first 3 scrolls were books on the principles of magic circles for beginners. But what was this 4th scroll? Even though you are not an elder, do you also like to read this kind of borderline literature? Or does it mean that there are also cool novels in the other world? Youngster, go back and study these principal scrolls carefully, and then I will personally teach you how to set up the formation on the spot. So Elder Weylin likes plots where the woman is strong and the man is weak. Weylin glanced over and saw Chu Sheng picking up a scroll with a special mark on it and observing it with interest. I pressed his hands over his head and admired his expression of wanting to refuse, but also wanting to accept. 10,000 words omitted from this. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Weylin jumped up from her chair with a bang, her mature and beautiful face flushed red with embarrassment. Is there anything more socially destructive than having your fetish discovered? The tips of her ears turned red, and she mobilized her wind attribute magic power to snatch the scroll from Chu Sheng's hand. This is something that other elves put here before. I haven't seen it at all. You must forget about this. Weylin clutched the scroll tightly, her beautiful eyes glaring at him shyly, as if she would go berserk if Chu Sheng dared to say no. Wasn't I just reading this book, 5 years of formation, 3 years of simulation? Elder Weylin, why is your face so red? Chu Sheng suppressed the upward curl of his lips and seriously used the method of pretending to be stupid, which finally made the steam on Weylin's forehead rise a little. No wonder Weylin's movements were so skillful just now. It seems that it is not only due to her rich experience. This elder who seems naive on the surface may also be a master of theory. Just like the handsome guy in front of the screen. It seems that next time when Weylin collects samples from me, I should lie down a little bit, so that she will be happier. In order to ease the embarrassment, Chu Sheng pretended to open several other scrolls and began to study seriously. 5 years of formation, 3 years of simulation. The art of magic formations is complex and has countless variations, similar to the art of chess. No matter how good or unskilled you are, it is better to raise your hand. Ask questions and seek advice frequently. It is much more useful than burying yourself in research alone. Chu Sheng flipped through the previous introduction, and when he came to the connecting spells of the magic circle, He was surprised to find that these spells were not fully presented. Only the first few words are clear, while the rest are like mosaics, vague and invisible to the naked eye. Elder Weilin, what's going on? Why can't I see these formation spells? Chu Xing turned his head and asked with a puzzled look. Logically speaking, since he could directly communicate with magic power and understand various languages and scripts in the other world, there was no reason why he couldn't see the spell above. Weilin next to her was no longer as red in the face, and even her tall and perfect figure was no longer maintained, turning back into the lowly elf look she had at the beginning. She patiently explained, "The reason is very simple. Your current magic level is too low, and your mental strength cannot yet absorb the information on this scroll. Once you break through to level 5, you will naturally be able to see it. If your magic cultivation hasn't reached the 5th level, even if you learn the principles of the magic circle, your magic power won't be strong enough to support the construction of the magic circle. Then it seems I have to break through to the 5th level first." Chu Xing muttered to himself. His current cultivation level was that of a 4th level intermediate magician, and he was not far from becoming a 5th level advanced magician. The days before the orc army actually arrives should be enough for him to break through to the 5th level and set up enough space and time magic circles. All right, when you've mastered all these scrolls, come find me again. Thank you, Elder Weilin. Chu Xing bowed slightly to the other party. Once a teacher, always a mother, so the proper etiquette should be observed. Wait a minute. Weilin stood up, a colorful magical power condensing in her small hands. Youngster, give me your hand. Chu Xing didn't understand why, but he still extended his hand obediently. Weilin's soft fingertips quickly carved a series of magic circle patterns on Chu Xing's palm. As the formation patterns were connected, a bright white light bloomed in the palm of his hand. This is a magic circle used to transmit sound, allowing us to contact you at any time. If we need to collect samples, we will use it to notify the younger generation to come over. As Weilin spoke, she took Chu Xing's hand in her soft little hand and held it gently. Chu Xing nodded. Isn't this a cell phone from another world? Chapter 52, Derived Attributes. Elder Weilin, as your disciple, are there any precautions I should take? Chu Xing was a little curious and asked, for example, if you can't learn, you have to face the problem and reflect on your mistakes. If you do something wrong, you have to show your breasts. We elves don't care about your human rules and regulations. Weilin snorted softly. Youngsters, you can do whatever you want, as long as you think it's okay. You don't have to be too respectful to us. After all, the elf forest still depends on you. Is that so? Chu Xing nodded. To put it nicely, it was unpretentious, but to put it bluntly, it was just pure free range. But it's better this way, without all the red tape. He said goodbye to Weilin and returned to his big tree house along the same route. In the room, Xian Nuya was sitting upright on the bed, as if meditating and practicing magic. Chu Xing didn't want to disturb the other party, but when he got closer, he found that there was no magical fluctuation around Xian Nuya at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A soft snoring sound was heard, and the big elf girl breathed evenly, and her blue-level chest rose and fell slightly. Good boy, he fell asleep. Chu Xing found it a little funny. During this time in the other world, the entire elf forest was under a tense state of martial law. As a princess and the enemy's main target, Shinoya must be under a lot of pressure. Chu Xing carefully picked up the big elf mother, put her gently on the big bed, and covered her with a quilt. His body was further strengthened after absorbing the 8th level man in black, and now the big elf girl was as light as a rag doll when he held her. Get some rest, Shinoya. Chu Xing kissed the big elf lady lightly on the forehead. Just as he was about to get up, he saw her eyelashes trembling and her big eyes suddenly blinking. Did I fall asleep? The big elf girl propped herself up and sat up, with a dazed look on her face. Xian Nuya vaguely remembered that she had just wanted to practice as usual, but halfway through her meditation, her consciousness became increasingly drowsy for some reason. It's okay to continue resting. It won't hurt to miss a day of training. Chu Xing touched the big elf girl's head and said lovingly, No, I don't feel that sleepy. Xian Nuya shook her head and said with a hint of doubt, I don't know what's going on these past 2 days. I keep getting distracted from time to time, and I've been sleeping for a lot longer. This was never the case before. The great elf girl thought back to the past few days and found that she had actually developed the habit of taking naps, and she would always sleep until almost noon the next day. And the strangest thing is that I have been dreaming of the same dream from time to time these days. Xian Nuya had no clear impression of what happened in the dream. I just vaguely remember seeing a figure that looked very similar to me. Could it be my fault? Chu Xing looked concerned. He thought that Xian Nuya's abnormality was because he had worked day and night before and made the elf tired. Forget it, it's not about that. Maybe I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Shinoya put this question behind her and didn't think much about it. As a magician, her mental strength is extremely strong and solid. Logically, she shouldn't feel tired due to lack of sleep. Getting sick is even more impossible. With the existence of the Tree of Life, the elves have never seen anyone suffering from illness. There is no such thing as a clinic in the entire elf forest. By the way, Chu Sheng, how is your discussion with Elder Weilin going? Xian Nuya looked up at Chu Sheng. If nothing unexpected happened, Elder Weilin would definitely be very happy about it. After all, she knows her man best. No high-level magician can resist being a teacher to a monster that can control 9 attributes. Of course I got it. Speaking of this, Chu Sheng thought of Weilin's mind magic that could read his thoughts just now, and asked curiously. Xianyuo, Elder Weilin just used a kind of mind magic on me, which was able to obtain all my thoughts about her. What kind of spell is that? According to what the great elf lady said in the cave before, almost all magic in this world is controlled by various attributes, and tangible energy can often be seen. But mental magic goes against the general principles of magic. Chu Sheng didn't even see what spell Weilin chanted. That is a special spell that is different from elemental magic. When talking about this topic, Shinoya suddenly became talkative, as if she had returned to the time when she was in the cave. I told you back then that there were only 9 magical attributes in this world, but that wasn't accurate. The great elf girl had been away for many days and once again began her teaching class as a senior magician. After all, my current level is 1 level higher than Chu Sheng, so I have to take advantage of this time to teach him a lesson. It wouldn't be long before she was surpassed, and then she would have to ask Chu Sheng for advice. Those 9 attributes are actually called the original attributes. They are the foundation of all elemental magic. Based on this foundation, there are also various derived attributes and fusion attributes. As Xian Nuya spoke, she pulled Chu Sheng to the yard outside the treehouse. She summoned the magic in the air, picked up her wooden staff, and began to chant. Goddess of the Frost, thank you for granting me the power to freeze the raging heat. As Shinoya chanted softly, light blue magic fluctuations lit up on the staff. A dozen meters above the yard, a heavy dark cloud suddenly gathered, and palm-sized ice cubes fell like raindrops. The icy rain fell on the ground, freezing wherever it touched. When viewed up close, waves of coldness hit you in the face. Look, this is the derivative attribute of water attribute magic, ice attribute magic. Chu Sheng nodded. He had seen Tiffany use this move before, which directly froze several 7th-level warriors into ice sculptures. Compared to the ice spell that Tiffany cast at that time, Shinoya's spell was a bit child's play. Xian Nuya put down her staff, and the icy rain disappeared in an instant. Derived attributes are produced by the mutation and development of certain original attributes. They cannot be perceived in the air and must be mastered through special acquired training. As soon as she finished speaking, she condensed a bright light in the palm of her hand, a color different from any other magic attribute. On the white and tender palm, there is an ice crystal, a tide, a ball of spiritual fire, a sand dune, a magnetic field, as well as a miniature sun and something like a black hole. The self-confidence that was once completely destroyed by Chu Sheng reappeared on her face, and the source of her confidence was the 7 derived attributes of her palm. Look, this is the tidal attribute derived from the wind, the spiritual fire attribute sublimated from the fire, the sand attribute mutated from the earth, and the magnetic attribute transformed from the thunder. There is also the light attribute born from life, and the dark attribute evolved from death. The more Xian Nuya spoke, the harder it was to suppress the curve of her lips. The reason why she is called the strongest genius in the history of the elf forest is not just because she can control the 7 original attributes, but also because she can derive new attributes from each attribute. This is the true strength of the great elf girl. Xian Nuya looked at Chu Sheng's stunned expression and couldn't help feeling a little proud. This is the attribute magic that I spent years to develop. No matter how talented this guy is, he won't be able to catch up in a short time. The big elf girl's mouth twisted into a crooked shape, like a Jack Shiba Inu. Will you win? Chapter 53, Xian Nuya's Resentment. However, the little bit of self-confidence that the elf girl had regained was destined to be pinned to the ground in front of a shameless idiot like Chu Sheng. Derived attributes? Chu Sheng spread out his palms, and 9 magical attributes suddenly appeared. He subconsciously began to communicate with the magical elements in the air. More than 10 seconds passed, but the attributes such as ice, sand, and tide that Xian Nuya mentioned still could not be found. It seems that derived attributes can only be perceived and created through acquired methods. How is it? Can't sense it, right? Xiao Nuya kept staring at the magic powers of various attributes in Chu Sheng's palms. He looked so frowned that he was about to get constipated, but the magic power did not change at all. Humph. Derived attributes are derived attributes, and they were not developed today. It is almost impossible for a magic beginner to gain insights without the guidance of a magician who has mastered the derivative attributes. Hey, comprehending derived attributes isn't that difficult. I'll teach you. The corner of the big elf girl's mouth curled up with a little pride. It was so rare to feel superior in front of Chu Sheng. However, before she could finish her words, she saw a scene that made her eyes go dark. I saw that the other attributes of magic in Chu Sheng's palm, except for time and space, were beginning to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water element solidifies into ice, earth element weathers into sand, and thunder element transforms into magnetism. There are 7 elements in total, all of which have derived properties. Xiao Nuya opened her red lips so wide that even Chu Sheng couldn't fill them. Aren't these all derived attributes that I realized? Chu Sheng scratched his head and said thoughtfully, my magic power seems to have imitated the magic power you just released and converted it all into derivative properties. To be honest, Chu Sheng was also a little confused. After discovering that he could not perceive any derivative attributes, he chose to change his thinking. Since it cannot be sensed in the air, doesn't the elf lady have something ready to copy? After just a thought, the magic powers of various attributes in his palms seemed to really understand his words and began to slowly evolve. It's like opening the Sharingan. It's a pity that Xiao Nuya doesn't know space and time. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would like to see what can be derived from these 2 attributes. Cause and effect, fate, or some kind of rules. You really are beyond my words. Xiao Nuya stood there in a daze. The derived attributes that she had spent many years to comprehend were all learned by Chu Sheng in an instant. Is there any justice in this world? If his mother knew about such a terrifying talent, she would probably say, this child must not be released from the forest of elves. Luckily, you chose the elf forest and chose me and mother. Otherwise, with your talent, I'm afraid you would have kept the leaders of all the major races awake at night. Xiao Nuya couldn't help but feel happy about her own vision. Fortunately, Chu Sheng was her man. He was capable, which meant she was capable as well. Wait, it seems my magic power has not yet fully evolved. It has begun to fuse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuya suddenly glanced at Chu Sheng's palm, only to see that the original drop of water element had actually begun to combine with some earth elements. Finally, a new green magic was born, and a young sapling began to emerge. That is what attribute magic. Chu Sheng couldn't understand the principle behind this, so he turned around curiously and asked, Xiao Nuya, is this the fusion attribute you mentioned just now? But when he turned around, he found that the big elf girl was not around. Instead, he squatted in a corner by the road with a bleak look on his face, his back looking desolate and miserable. Shanoya, what's wrong with you? Chu Sheng walked over with a puzzled look on his face and patted the big elf girl on the shoulder. Xiao Nuya slowly turned her head, her eyes more resentful than ever before. I'm so sorry that I couldn't let Master Chu Sheng use his full strength. Chapter 50 for the Oracle. Not even a moment was saddened by Shanoya's despair, and the one who immediately rushed to the battlefield was multiple fusion attributes. Several attributes of different colors appeared on Chu Sheng's palm. There is the wood attribute formed by the fusion of water and earth, the lava attribute formed by the fusion of fire and earth, and the metal attribute formed by the fusion of earth and thunder, etc. Every few seconds, a new fusion attribute appeared, which made Shanoya lose all color. Chu Sheng, are you really a human? Xiao Nuya thought she had a good enough understanding of the other party's talent, but she never expected that she had underestimated it. It is obvious that the elves are the race with the strongest magical talent in the world, and humans are ordinary in all aspects. How could such a monster appear? Xiao Nuya sighed helplessly, and the water and earth attributes on the palm of her hand began to merge and show it to Chu Sheng. I originally wanted to teach you the fusion of attributes, but now it seems completely unnecessary. It's really not that difficult. Chu Sheng just had some simple communication with the magic power, letting them try to combine with each other, but he didn't expect that they would really produce a fusion property. It seems that my magic training is completely different from that of people from another world. By the way, did Elder Wayland collect some samples from you? Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard the elf lady's question. Did Shanoya know? Yes, but only once. Don't be angry. Xiao Nuya was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully. Of course, the magic sample only needs to be collected once. It was originally intended to analyze which derivative and fusion attributes are suitable for you, so that you can practice specifically in the future. But now it seems that this analysis is completely redundant. So that's how it is, ah. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. This sample was different from that one. However, Chu Sheng estimated that even if Xian Nuya knew about this, she would not be as jealous as before. Aren't you curious about Elder Weiling's mental magic? Actually, I also have similar abilities. As soon as Xian Nuya finished speaking, her beautiful eyes suddenly emitted a faint fluorescent light, shooting directly at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng immediately felt a little dizzy and had a slight nausea. It was as if I could smell up close the sweaty feet of Sister Yu from northeast China after a day of farm work. Xianyuo, what kind of spell is this? The great elf retracted the gleam in her eyes and said with a smile, this is a mental attack spell, similar in principle to Elder Weiling's mind magic. These are spells that directly affect the enemy's soul after the mental power has been concentrated to a certain level. They are impossible to defend against. Chu Sheng shook his head, and it took him a while to recover from the nausea. He vaguely remembered that when Tiffany knocked on his door in the middle of the night to take him away, she seemed to have used a similar mental spell. However, Tiffany didn't use an aggressive method, but rather a hint that allowed Chu Sheng to let down his guard and face his true heart. That was why Chu Sheng resolutely returned to his hometown that night as a filial son. Xianyuo, are there any magic scrolls for people to learn this kind of spiritual spell? Chu Sheng was very interested in this. If he could learn this kind of magic, he would be able to be Happy Superman more covertly in the real world. What is hypnosis guidance, common sense modification, and mental suggestion? Unfortunately, Xian Nuya shook her head and said, there is no such thing. Everyone's mental strength indicators are different. The effect you can achieve depends entirely on your own understanding. Ordinary magicians can only master it at level 6. I've only just touched the threshold now. Is that so? Chu Sheng was a little disappointed. It seemed that it would take some time to translate the hypnosis times guidance plot into reality. Then I know what my mental magic is. The big elf girl asked curiously, what is it? Have you forgotten? I told you. Is there? Chu Sheng coughed lightly and said seriously, yes, I have reached level 10 in milk language. Xian Nuya rolled her eyes in annoyance. This guy is really like a drug addict if he doesn't see them for a day. Chu Sheng rubbed his hands and leaned close to Xian Nuya's pointed ears with a smile on his face. Well, I haven't seen her Bao for a long time. I want to say hello to them. Is that okay? It's not a long time. It's just a few days. For Xian Nuya, it was only a few days, but for Chu Sheng it was much longer. Xian Nuya did not refuse. She would never refuse Chu Sheng's request in this regard. After all, this was Chu Sheng's obsession and infatuation with her, and she couldn't be happier. 8. Thousands of miles away, the capital of the Holy Rona Empire. The fifth prince's handsome face was slightly gloomy, and he coldly ordered all the servants and waiters to leave. He took out a crystal-clear glass ball and placed it on the table. As a stream of magic power was injected into it, the glass ball reflected a tall figure. Your Holiness, those rats have been lost. What should we do next? On the other side of the glass ball, the view was dim, and a female figure wearing a long hair shawl and a triple crown could be vaguely seen. No need to worry. The woman's voice was full of magnetism and had an unmistakable flavor that could only be developed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Just by listening to her voice, you can picture the image of a noble, mature, and powerful woman. The Supreme Will has sent down the latest oracle. There is no need to target the elf princess anymore. The fifth prince hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what kind of oracle is this? The woman was silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly in a solemn and epic language. That immortal life is about to wither. My loyal followers, please show your edge. This is not the common language of this continent, but an ancient language used by followers in ancient times to communicate with the gods they believed in. It is called the language of gods. For the royal family members of the Holy Ronian Empire, this is a compulsory course they must learn from childhood. Of course, the fifth prince also understood the oracle, and his originally restless eyes instantly brightened. Thank you, Your Holiness. I know what to do now. He felt uneasy and nervous, but more of it was excitement and ecstasy. Since the Supreme Will has already sent down the oracle, it means that the Forest of Elves is in danger. He no longer had to rack his brains to kill Xian Nuya, but could just let go and do it. The fifth prince's mouth curled up. It's time to welcome his own glory. Chapter 55. I won't keep it to myself. As night fell, the Nurum castle where the fifth prince lived was brightly lit. Numerous knights in full armor were guarding every entrance, and tall and magnificent carriages were parked inside the castle. They speak of the extraordinary status of these visitors. In the banquet hall, many of the empire's upper class were toasting each other. On the dance floor, men and women embraced each other and danced to the passionate music. But most men are not hugging their wives, but their wives' best friends or their boss's lovers. However, in the most secret room of the castle, the scene was completely different. More than a dozen figures sat down around a large round table. Each of them had a powerful aura and a solemn expression. Among them are senior clergy of the Holy Church, senior military commanders, and powerful princes on the border. Any random person can make the empire tremble with just a stomp of his feet. The fifth prince sat in the main seat, looking at those who stood firmly in his camp. He was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Bishop Cornus, the assassins you recommended failed, and the elf princess is still alive and well. The white-haired old man named Konnich did not evade responsibility and spoke frankly. Your Highness, this is indeed my fault. I misjudged their abilities. I remember you promised before that the organization has never been defeated. A middle-aged man in armor, who appeared to be a high-ranking military official, sneered jokingly. Everyone makes mistakes. Commander Ferris should understand this. Ferris didn't respond, but smiled to himself. Could it be that every time that organization fails in a mission, they secretly kill the employer, and that's how they got the reputation of being undefeated? That's enough. The fifth prince slammed the table lightly and stopped the argument between the two in a cold voice. I invited you all here not to fight among yourselves, but to discuss a major matter that concerns all of us here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present immediately became alert and straightened their backs. They knew something big was coming. The fifth prince waved his hand, and more than a dozen scrolls wrapped in magic were delivered to everyone's hands. The first second after receiving the scroll, everyone started to look through the contents. Their expressions showed surprise, worry, fear, or excitement. No one said a word, and the atmosphere was filled with an indescribable depression. The fifth prince sat calmly in his seat, letting the people below tremble in fear. Just before the air became so heavy that it was almost suffocating, he slowly spoke. Everyone, have you finished reading this? This is why I asked you to come here tonight. Pete, Robles, Maxi. Yes, Your Highness. 3 marquises from the border responded one after another. They came to the imperial capital in the name of paying homage to His Majesty the Emperor, but they had not yet done their business, so they came here first. Many people don't know yet that they have all joined the fifth prince's camp. Starting tomorrow, all areas bordering the elf forest will be sealed off. No elves will be allowed to leave. Also, gather more than half of the main forces in the territory and be ready to be dispatched by me at any time. Yes, sir. The 3 marquises all stood up to receive the order, but were interrupted by a middle-aged man dressed in royal attire. Your Highness, please slow down. The middle-aged man slowly stood up from his seat. He had a tough and handsome appearance, and bore a certain resemblance to the fifth prince. He was the uncle of the fifth prince and a member of the imperial parliament. No one present could compare with him in terms of seniority. Uncle Emperor, please speak. The middle-aged man put down the scroll in his hand and looked directly into the eyes of the fifth prince. Your Highness, do you know what the consequences of failure will be if you do this? Of course I know. I will be executed, and everyone here will be implicated along with their entire family. You still dare to do it when you know it. The middle-aged man angrily punched the table, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the room. Besieging the elf forest, and even allying with the orc army is a heinous crime that destroys the alliance of all races. If His Majesty or the other demi-human nations find out, we'll all die. The others sat in their seats anxiously, knowing that the plan on the scroll would drag everyone into hell. But if they succeed, they will become heroes of the new dynasty. The fifth prince quietly let his uncle vent his anger, and after a while, he waved his hand. All the lights in the room suddenly went out, and he stood up from his seat, trying to make his figure appear taller in the darkness. Uncle, I understand your concerns, but don't forget why we're all together. This day will come sooner or later. The fifth prince swept his eagle-like gaze over everyone and continued slowly. How many of you here have been forced to be in your current position for various reasons? Bishop Konitz, you are already over 100 years old, but you still haven't seen the shadow of the archbishop. Captain Ferris, even though he has achieved some of the greatest military feats in the entire empire, he still ranks below many others. Even you, the emperor's uncle, His Majesty's younger brother, have only managed to become a member of the parliament. As the leader of the camp, the fifth prince knew clearly what everyone desired most. There are 2 reasons why these people are willing to take a gamble on his pirate ship. Either they are not satisfied with their current position and want to move one step closer, or they just want to get some benefits and follow the trend. The fifth prince doesn't care who they are. He will try his best to fill their mouths with benefits. Everyone, look into my eyes. He shouted at the top of his voice, causing everyone present to subconsciously stare at him. We are not going to do anything evil that would betray the Empire or destroy the alliance among all races. In order to rectify the increasingly corrupt system of the Ranian Empire, a ruthless purge is being carried out. Having said that, the fifth prince deliberately paused for a moment and continued speaking when everyone's emotions reached their highest point. You all should know that the founder of the Empire, Frederick I, once said this. The night of struggle is short, but the glory is long-lasting. The fifth prince slowly walked to his uncle's side and said in a sincere and serious tone, "Please believe. This honor belongs to me, new Biglos Frederick. I won't keep it to myself." After the fifth prince's speech, which was not very inspiring, everyone looked at him strangely, and no one knew what they were thinking. The silence lasted for several minutes, and finally the middle-aged man with the highest status raised his hand. "I agree." With the leader taking the lead, the others followed suit. "I agree. I agree too." As expected, it is still a bit impossible to do 3 o'clock in the morning. There are too many things and people to do during the day. Chapter 56 Dark Elf Killer. In the early hours of the morning, all the guests had left, leaving only the fifth prince and his uncle in the secret room. "Your Highness, you must be hiding something from them, right?" Faced with the Emperor's uncle's questions, the fifth prince did not hide anything. Uncle Emperor is indeed perceptive. The reason I dared to formulate such a plan is because I learned the latest oracle from the Pope. Hearing the word oracle, the middle-aged man immediately became interested and hurriedly asked for the details. The fifth prince told the Pope all the oracles, and the middle-aged man finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart all night. "I see," the middle-aged man muttered to himself. He originally thought that the fifth prince issued a series of orders tonight because he had little chance of winning the battle for the throne and wanted to completely disrupt the situation. After all, rashly sending troops to any race or country in the multi-ethnic alliance will lead to siege by other races. Moreover, behind all the top races there are gods, who are not beings that secular powers can provoke. The gods may choose to ignore ordinary minor conflicts, but if you dare to march with a large army, you will have to endure a retaliation more terrifying than a natural disaster. But now the oracle tells us that the immortal life is about to wither. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. The middle-aged man withdrew his thoughts, stood up, patted the fifth prince on the shoulder, and encouraged him. "Your Highness, since we have accepted the general trend, then go ahead and do it. The game between gods is mysterious and dangerous, and any mistake will affect the pattern of this continent." The fifth prince looked out the window, and the stars that belonged to life in the night sky gradually began to dim. The situation that has lasted for tens of thousands of years is finally about to be reshuffled. He didn't dare to ask for too much, but hoped that he could stand out in the coming chaotic world and watch the chaos with a smile. At the same time, the most mysterious and hidden place on the continent. The killer organization, the Een Group, headquarters location. In the darkness, more than a dozen strange figures sat side by side, their auras cold and terrifying. If they did not show up on their own initiative, even if one used mental power to examine their faces, one would not be able to find their traces. 1 8th level, plus 10 7th level, and they all failed. One of the men in black, who looked like the leader, spoke. He was shrouded in the smoke of death, and the sound he made was like a wail from hell. 11, your people messed up. I don't need to explain the organization's rules, right? The black-robed man, codenamed 11, slowly emerged from a ball of ghostly fire and responded respectfully. Number 1, please rest assured that I will never bring disgrace to the reputation of the organization. There are a total of 13 mysterious killers present. Each of them has the strength of the 9th level. This is why the Een Group is known as the #1 killer organization on the continent. Their strength is enough to crush some relatively weak countries. In addition, the Een Group also regards the organization's credit as more important than strength, and no failure is allowed in any commission. Once the assassination fails, even if the employer does not increase the money afterwards, they will send a stronger killer to complete the task. Statements like, "kill your employer if you fail," are complete rumors. So, who are you going to assign next? Number 11 said nothing, waved his right hand lightly, and the door opened instantly. An assassin wrapped in a black robe walked in and saluted all the 9th level warriors present. Dark Moon, this commission is now your responsibility. You must complete it. Number 11 handed a confidential scroll to the killer, who took it with both hands, flipped through it for a moment, and his expression hidden behind the black veil changed instantly. From her slender curves, tight clothes, and exposed bright red lips, it can be seen that this is a female killer. As you command, Dark Moon will not let you down. After the beautiful figure left, The man in black sitting in the ninth seat looked at number 11 with ill intentions. 11, you have a really bad taste in letting Dark Moon assassinate his former tribesman. Haha, she thought she hid her identity very well, but she didn't know that those little tricks were just left over from us. Number 11 once again sank into the will-o'-the-wisp flames, and a voice echoed through the flames. If she can truly eliminate the elf princess, then she will be worthy of being considered one of our own. If we fail, we can also get rid of a sinister villain for the organization. No one in the darkness responded, as if they were quite confident in number 11's strategy of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. One figure after another disappeared, as if they had never been there. After leaving the Ean Group's headquarters, the female killer traveled thousands of miles across mountains and rivers and arrived at a slightly dilapidated town. There were a few guards standing scattered on the city wall, and the defenses looked very simple. The strange thing is that these guards are all women, all with wheat-like skin, and each one is tall and heroic. After entering the town, the female killer finally stopped her busy pace and took off her black robe. Her short golden hair is bright and heroic. Her turquoise eyes and pointed ears all prove her elf identity. The wheat-colored skin is healthy and wild, and the hot body, set off by the cool tight shorts, can arouse the most primitive instincts of men. The streets were a little deserted, with only 3 or 2 pedestrians passing by from time to time. But without exception, they are all tall, with pointed ears and healthy dark skin. The elven female killer named Dark Moon hurried towards the center of the town, and soon arrived at a manor that looked like the city lord's mansion. I'm back. And you pushed open the door, attracting the attention of the other 2 figures in the room. Guess what mission I received? Oh, what mission could make our little Mila so happy? The short-haired elf female killer's real name is Ludmila, and Dark Moon is just her code name in the Ean Group. The person who answered the phone had a charming voice. Just by the sound of her voice, you could tell that she must be a mature woman with a broad mind. Lasta put down the magic book in his hand and looked at Ludmila with gentle and loving eyes, like a caring sister next door. Her golden hair reaches her peach hips, her bangs cover her right eye, and her left eye's brown eyes are as beautiful as amber. Her body proportions were exaggerated. Even when she was sitting there lazily, she couldn't hide her domineering chest, and her loose wizard robe was stretched out of shape. If Chu Sheng were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Weird numbers." Ludmila said with a smile, "Lasta, Babylon, my mission target this time is in the elf forest." Hearing this, the other 2 were moved, and long-lost memories slowly emerged in their minds. Babylon stopped the fighter training in her hands, and her red-gold pupils were no longer serious and steady, but had a different kind of tenderness. I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 57 Elf Self-Defense Force. Ludmila's words made Babylon stop his exercise. She held a giant dumbbell over 1 meter high in each hand and placed them gently on the ground. Bang! The whole house seemed to shake, and the ground trembled continuously for an instant, comparable to a small earthquake. Judging from the sound, these 2 dumbbells made of special metal weigh at least tens of thousands of pounds. Ludmila, who is your target? Babylon shook her head, her purple hair flying in the wind, and her wheat-colored cheeks became even redder as she was soaked with sweat. Hey, it's the current elf princess, Shanoya. Ludmila skipped over to Babylon, looking cheerful and lively, totally unlike a gloomy killer. Elf princess, Shanoya. Babylon murmured to herself, searching her mind for memories of the elf princess while moving her arm joints to relieve the fatigue from the exercise. She was half a head taller than Ludmila in front of her, with clear and smooth muscle lines, as muscular and powerful as a cheetah. Oh, it's actually that kid Shanoya? Lasta, who was standing by, was the first to recall what had happened and spoke to the 2 of them with a smile. I once nursed that child for a while. When we left the elf forest, she was no taller than Ludmila's knees. Hey, Lasta was actually Shanoya's wet nurse? I'm so envious. Ludmila pouted her pink lips and glanced casually at the bulge under Lasta's robe. It must be a blessing to be Lasta's child. After all, Lasta's scale can be said to be the most powerful even in the entire elf forest. Babylon didn't have much impression of Shanoya. Firstly, she was not as old as Lasta, and secondly, since a long time ago, her life had been filled with nothing but training and fighting. So, are you really planning to assassinate Shanoya? How is that possible? Ludmila shook her head like a rattle and said unhappily, "We dark elves are also elves. How could we kill our own people?" Babylon nodded, acknowledging her resolve. That's right. Although we disagree with them, we were all born from the mother tree. Even if it means death, we must not kill each other. After saying this, Babylon thrust an extremely sharp, heavy sword into the ground, placed both hands on the hilt, and spoke in a serious and solemn tone. I was just going to say, if you really have that idea, I'll cut off your legs right now. Ludmila quickly hid behind Lasta and playfully poked her head out. Hey, Babylon still likes to say scary things out of the blue. Lasta closed the magic book in his hand and said nonchalantly, the Ing group gave this task to Mila Mira simply to see if she was worthy of being considered one of their own. Little Mila, since you don't plan to assassinate Shinyu Oya, how are you going to report to the Ing group? Ludmila's eyes rolled around a few times, but she wasn't very worried about it. Well, why not just go to the elf forest and create some noise, then pretend you've been there and failed? They sent 1 rank 8 and 10 rank 7s and still failed. It's only natural that I failed, right? Lasta thought about the feasibility of this method for a while and found that there was indeed a lot of room for maneuver. Xiao Mila, when you go back to report, you'd better make yourself look miserable, like with broken limbs. Hearing this, Babylon said silently, do you need my help? Ludmila shook her head frantically, looking at the heavy iron sword stuck in the ground with lingering fear. Are you trying to help? It's obvious that he wants me to die. By the way, little Mira, I heard that a man from the eastern continent recently came to the elf forest. When you go there, you can try to approach him secretly, okay? There are men in the elf forest. Ludmila's eyes widened. How could the elf forest allow men to enter? Not to mention men. Even the opposite sex of any race is forbidden to enter the elf forest. Could it be that the man is Xiao Namliang? Thinking of this, Ludmila became more and more interested in this mission. She wanted to see what kind of man could make the elf forest make an exception. Ludmila, if you see Erlin, please apologize for me. After saying this, Babylon turned around and continued exercising. She held the dumbbells weighing tens of thousands of pounds as if they were 2 toys. She had absolutely no interest in men. Only the pleasure brought by improving herself and increasing her strength can make her immersed in it. Little Mila, if you run into Tiffany, please say hello to her for me. Leave it to me. Ludmila patted her chest confidently, causing ripples in her chest. She had been away from the elf forest for a very long time, and to be honest, she really wanted to go back and take a look. Even if she just glanced at it from a distance, she would be satisfied. Now that I have the right reason, the longing to return home keeps washing over my heart. A man from the eastern continent? I'd like to see what your strengths are. Let's go back a little in time. Time's less clingy group we like you. Outside the elf forest fortress, Chu Sheng, who had discussed Confucianism with Xia Nuya for a long time, whistled and sang, and refreshed himself to summon all the combatable elf girls. Everyone, from today on, our Elf Forest Legion is officially established, and its name is the Elf Self-Defense Force. Chu Sheng stood on a high place, looking at the elf women standing in neat formations with standard postures below, and couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism in his heart. The teasing little song by Takagi-san started playing automatically in my mind. In just a few days, Eren has trained these combatants so well that they are worthy of being the princess's guards. Really capable. The self-defense forces have a total of 2,000 people, divided into 3 major corps: the Patrol Corps, the Fighting Corps, and the Mage Corps. The Patrol Corps has the smallest number of people, only 400. The Fighting Corps has slightly more, 600, and the rest all belong to the Mage Corps. There is no way around it. The elves have too high a talent for magic, and those who practice fighting spirit here are in a sense like heretics. In the entire self-defense force, there are 12 7th level warriors, 250 6th level warriors, and the rest are 4th to 5th levels. With this number of people, in the ancient times of the real world, they could hardly defend even a large city. It's only slightly better than the village fights during the Warring States period on Sakura Island. But with the support of the sophisticated equipment brought by Chu Sheng, the combat effectiveness that these 2,000 elf girls can exert is probably far beyond that of the same number of orcs. Chu Sheng held his head high and looked around at the elf girls. The self-defense force is loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, but I am responsible for the full command. Remember, from now on you must call me General. As soon as these words were spoken, 2,000 elf girls raised their AKs at the same time. Their movements were clean, neat, and uniform. The overwhelming sound waves drowned out the Tree of Life and resounded throughout the Forest of Elves. Loyalty. Chapter 58 Heart Knot. 2,000 elf girls lined up in an orderly manner. Each of them was over 1.9 meters tall, and their long legs were so white that it made people dizzy. They have firm gazes and heroic demeanor, and each one is an elite of the elf forest. Chu Sheng looked around and was very satisfied with the spirits of the elf girls. It would be better if there was less love in their eyes. After all, this is a serious occasion. These 2,000 people will no longer be involved in any daily production activities in the elf forest and will be dedicated to training and defense tasks around the clock. This will inevitably lead to increased internal supply pressure in the elf forest, but fortunately Chu Sheng was well prepared for this. No supplies to support the army? Then I will import it. During the reign of the peninsula's big son, the economy was able to take off rapidly because it relied on imports from other big brothers. To put it nicely, it's called aid. To put it bluntly, it's begging. Chu Sheng couldn't bring himself to ask for help from other countries and races. After all, even the human kingdom seemed to have turned to the opposite side. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Fortunately, the thing I have the most is money. Chu Sheng has arranged for an experienced elf girl to take a batch of glass balls to various countries to sell them in exchange for a large amount of gold coins. With the money, the supplies needed by various armies can be delivered to the elf forest in no time. At that time, we can just stockpile a large amount of supplies so that we can afford it even if we are surrounded by the orc army. I have called you all here today to give you a difficult task. Chu Sheng gave the order to arrange the outermost defense line, and the elf girls did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. He arranged for some people to dig a sufficient number of heather trees in the elf forest fortress, some to transport them, and some to transplant them on the outskirts. The elves are not good at this kind of physical labor, but now that the orc army is about to invade, Chu Sheng has to mobilize all the labor force as much as possible to work together. All troops attack. Following Chu Sheng's order, all 2,000 elf girls present put their AKs back into the space magic device and began to move out in an orderly manner. Mage Corps, follow me. Xia Nuya stood in front of the Mage Corps. As a princess, Chu Sheng had assigned her the duties of leader of the Mage Corps, so naturally no one dared to question her. Warrior Regiment, listen to my orders. Erlin looked at the hundreds of people behind her. Although she felt a little timid, she still mustered up the courage to give the order. As Shanoya's personal guard, she had always played a supporting role and never imagined that one day she would be able to command hundreds of people and become a leader. When Chu Sheng first told her about this arrangement in private, AI Erlin refused and acted hesitant and resistant. Teacher Erlin, you don't want me to find a new fighter teacher, do you? After hearing this, how could Aaron dare to refuse? She had finally managed to smooth things over by letting Chu Sheng pet her, and she didn't want Chu Sheng to become distant from her anymore. Chu Sheng stood on the high platform, watching Erlin leading her subordinates away, and gave her an encouraging look. Aaron looked back with understanding, nodded firmly, and clenched her fist in a cheering gesture. Chu Sheng naturally believed in the black-skinned elf girl's abilities. All she lacked were some opportunities to gain experience. There are many warriors in the army who are older and stronger than Aaron, but the elves are simple-minded and have pure beliefs, and they have no objection to Chu Sheng's arrangements. Therefore, even if the leader is the young Ellen, they will not do anything hypocritical. Although the elves are not good at this or that, they are a relief in this respect. Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel fortunate once again for his decision to choose the elf forest. If it were another race, he would have to spend a lot of energy to prevent problems such as the commander disobeying orders and the army's morale being low. It's good enough if there is no rebellion from the lower classes. Patrol Corps, follow me. The leader of the Patrol Corps is a short-haired elf who is shorter than other elf girls. Her face was serious and cold, with two square long swords hanging on her waist, giving her the demeanor of a female knight. This elf girl is named Livel. She is one of the few 7th-level strongmen in the self-defense forces and is good at body movement and wind magic. She is a talent recommended by Xia Nuya, and it is said that she can move freely even when facing an 8th-level strongman. After all the elf girls had taken action, Chu Sheng slowly walked along the route of the fighting soldiers towards the outskirts of the elf forest fortress. After arriving at the place, Aaron commanded the elf girls to separate along the perimeter of the fortress and arranged one person to wait every 300 meters or so. The task Chu Sheng gave them was to plant 30 heather trees within this 300-meter interval. Although the elf forest is vast, the size of the central fortress is actually equivalent to a larger county in the real world. This outer defense line composed of heather trees is about 200 kilometers long and can provide a certain degree of protection for the central fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sound of wheels could be heard, and large wooden freight carts transported heather trees loaded to the outskirts. These vehicles are all powered by magic and are no smaller than the Dayun in the real world. They are also giants that allow people to travel through time and space in minutes. As the magic truck arrived, the clear sound of ding dong was heard in the sky, and a large group of yellow birds circled closer. What a strong smell. Don't you think this tastes pretty good? A large amount of heather was unloaded onto the ground by a magic truck, and a strange and pungent smell spread. Most of the elf women had frowns on their faces, but the birds in the sky kept chirping with joy. This effect is really good. Not far away, Chu Sheng looked at Ding Dongquan, who was attracted by the heather tree, and nodded with relief. The scientific name of this bird is actually the zither bird, and it is called the ding-dong bird because of its crisp ding-dong call. When they encounter any danger or abnormality, they will rush into the sky and issue a shrill warning. Chu Sheng guessed that the reason why he ignored the elf girls was probably because they were all born from the sacred tree. In the eyes of these birds, the elves may be no different from the other trees in this forest. Everyone, start transplanting. Following Aaron's orders, the elf women used all their strength to dig deep pits in the ground. Those who practice magic can easily do it by chanting spells and using earth attribute magic. Those who practice fighting spirit could only pick up a big shovel and hit the floor hard. Chu Sheng saw a strong and powerful elf girl. The shovel in her hand was so fast that it left afterimages. In less than 5 seconds, she dug a pit several meters wide. 6 shovels in 1 second, so terrifying. As the sky gradually darkened, the transplanting of the heather trees was in full swing. In just a few hours, more than half of the entire outer defense line was occupied by heather trees. That taste is so sour and refreshing. Chu Sheng rested his head on the tight and powerful thighs of the dark-skinned elf girl, enjoying the sunset comfortably. Erlin worked for a long time, her whole body soaked with sweat, which occasionally dripped onto Chu Sheng's face. Chu Sheng did not feel disgusted by this at all, because this sweat was not sour and smelly like that of ordinary humans, but had a faint floral fragrance. It's so hot. Chu Sheng withdrew his gaze and looked up along the deep ravine above his head, and found that the dark-skinned elf girl was a little absent-minded. Erlin, hello, can you hear me? Erlin came back to her senses and said apologetically, sorry, I was just thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Thinking about what weird excuse you'll use to make me. No. Erlin's pointed ears instantly turned red, and she hurriedly explained, I was thinking about my teacher. Your teacher? Chu Sheng became interested. Isn't Erlin's teacher his own master? When this topic was mentioned, Aaron's eyes flashed with memories, and a figure with purple hair appeared in her mind. When you arranged for me to be the leader, I declined because I thought of her. Only people like the teacher are qualified to lead a corps. I am not worthy at all. Ellen's tone was low. She had been pretending to be strong today, not wanting other elves to see her nervousness and helplessness. Now in front of Chu Sheng, she no longer chooses to hold on. Can you tell me what your teacher is like? She is a dark elf like me. She is tall, calm, and composed. Not only is she powerful, but she is also very kind and friendly to her subordinates, like a mother. I have had a dream since I was a child, which is to become someone like my teacher. Aaron spoke incessantly, her words of praise overflowing, her eyes large and bright, not concealing her deep longing at all. Just by listening to her description, Chu Sheng had an image in his mind of a female general who was heroic and loved the people like her own children. But he was very keen to perceive the key point of Aaron's words and gave her a puzzled look. Are there dark elves in the elf forest? I've never heard of them. Erlin's head drooped instantly, and her hot heart soaked in sweat also rushed towards Chu Sheng's face. Her tone was gloomy. Have you ever seen anyone with dark skin besides me in the elf forest? It seems I haven't seen it. Chu Sheng's voice came out with difficulty from the burden. Strangely enough, he had only seen one dark-skinned elf girl, Erlin, in the entire elf forest. He originally thought that Aaron was tanned, but now it seems that she was born dark. I am the only remaining dark elf in the elf forest. I am born different from the others. What about your people? I don't know what sins they might have committed, but they left the elf forest with their entire clan when I was very young, and their whereabouts remain unknown to this day. As she spoke, Aaron's mood grew increasingly depressed, her fists clenched subconsciously, and painful memories of her childhood flooded back into her mind. She didn't know why her people left, nor did she know why she was abandoned. All the adults were very secretive about this matter and refused to reveal any information. When she was young, she often attracted strange looks because of her unique, wheat-colored skin. Although I wasn't bullied since I was little, I was more or less ostracized. Fortunately, I have Her Royal Highness the Princess. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to fit in with others until today. Chu Sheng nodded. No wonder Erlin chose to be Shen Yuoya's bodyguard. This was not only due to friendship, but more importantly, it was a reward for Erlin's help in Shen Yuoya's childhood. I'm afraid that Xian Nuya's status in Erlin's heart is comparable to that of Bai Yueguang. If Shen Yuoya was a man, the dark-skinned elf girl would have thrown herself at him and lived a shameless life. When she was isolated by all the other children, Shinoya came to her aid and was like Tiga to Ellen. This story tells us a lesson. Looking for a partner should start from kindergarten. Chu Sheng looked at the dark-skinned elf girl who was in a bad mood and had a melancholy face, and suddenly thought of a good way to comfort her or divert her attention. He grabbed Erin's hand and moved it slowly, letting her feel his abundant energy and blood. Chu Sheng, what are you doing? Ellen was originally feeling depressed, but suddenly she felt the touch in her palm, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Chu Sheng coughed lightly and spoke seriously. Teacher AI Erlin, let the sad past dissipate in time. What you need to do now is cherish the present and seize the future. In the past, it was Teacher Erlin who released chi and blood for me to comprehend. Now that I believe I have made some progress in fighting spirit, it is Teacher's turn to comprehend the power of my chi and blood. This. Erin's face flushed as red as a bubbling teapot, as if invisible steam was coming out of it. Just now, his mind was full of the purple-haired teacher and childhood memories, but now, his brain, which was close to crashing, was left with only Chu Sheng's surging energy and blood. Is Chu Sheng's chi and blood power so exaggerated? No wonder Her Royal Highness wants me to share some of the burden. It was a while before Erlin woke up from her dizzy state. In the past, she always used the excuse of comprehending the chi and blood awkwardly. Now that Chu Sheng has taken the initiative, does that mean he has let go of his previous rejection? Thinking of this, Erin's eyes instantly became firm. She had been looking for an opportunity to repair the rift with Chu Sheng, but due to her personality, she was always embarrassed to speak up. This time, she decided not to hesitate. Teacher, I haven't tried this novel teaching method yet. If I do something wrong later, you must remind me. Seeing that the dark-skinned elf girl was no longer as awkward as before, Chu Sheng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. This awkward but serious look is really cute. Chapter 59, The General's Fool. The short-haired elf girl Livel dragged her tired body back to her big tree house. My shoulders are so sore. I didn't expect planting trees to be so tiring. She kept kneading her sore shoulders. Her chest was already burdened, and she had been working intensely all day. At this moment, Liver just wanted to take a hot bath and then have a good sleep. As a 7th-level fighter and the leader of the patrol corps, she fully established herself as a leader and role model today. Chu Sheng assigned each elf girl the task of planting 30 trees, but after completing her own task, she took the initiative to help other elf girls. All in all, there are almost 100 trees. Lever filled the tub with hot water and plunged into it, enjoying the hard-earned rest time. After finishing, she washed up and laid down on the big bed. Ouch! Liver felt pain. Someone had secretly stuffed something under her pillow, causing it to bulge. This is... The short-haired elf girl lifted up the pillow and found gold coins underneath that were taller than the pillow. A bulging cloth bag was placed here at some point, filled with heavy gold coins, accompanied by the clattering sound of metal. At least thousands of them. There's actually another top-grade originium. Lever took out a pure and transparent artificial crystal from the cloth bag in disbelief. It was almost the size of an egg. As a 7th-level expert, she certainly knew the value of such an originium. It's almost her salary for hundreds of years. Is this the reward General Chu said he would give everyone today? Li Weiyer's eyes flashed with a hint of heat as she recalled the scene when Chu Sheng gave orders outside the fortress during the day. General Chu said he would give rewards to everyone, but at first none of the elf girls took it seriously. After all, elf girls have a long lifespan, and their pursuit of material things, fame and fortune is much less than that of other races. What's more, they are soldiers, and obeying orders is their most basic duty. As long as General Chu can guarantee the elf women's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, does not withhold various subsidies and benefits, and does not delay wages, the elf women will be happy to obey his orders. But Livel never expected that General Chu gave so much. The short-haired elf girl was not thrown off balance by the sudden huge wealth. She suddenly felt that her waist and legs were no longer sore. I am full of energy. Liver slowly looked at the shovel she had placed by the door, and an idea involuntarily came to her mind. I only planted 100 trees. Is that too few? 6 shovels per second, is that really my limit? Thinking of this, Liver's eyes gradually became firm. She put on her clothes again, picked up the shovel, and pushed open the door. She decided to plant another 100 trees. If not, when will I be able to repay the general's kindness? But as soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Erlin walking towards him, holding a palm-sized paper box in her hand. Captain Erlin, is there something wrong so late? The dark-skinned elf girl presented the paper box in front of Livel and said with a smile, "This is a delicacy that General Chu gave to all of us as a reward. He said that we have worked hard all day and need to replenish our energy." Liver took the paper box subconsciously and gently opened the lid. A rich, mouth-watering aroma of spices hits your nose. Inside the paper box was a kind of food that the elf girl had never seen before. There were two pieces of things that looked like bread slices, with lettuce, meat patties, and sauces of various colors in the middle. In an instant, Liver's throat began to swallow saliva. She had already eaten dinner and was not very hungry, but after smelling the spice, her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. There is no way. The deliciousness of technology and fierce life is simply not something that the elf girl with a light diet can resist. What kind of food is this? General Chu said this is a daily delicacy in the eastern continent. I think it's called hanbao, right? Silly treasure. Liver picked up the burger, opened her pink lips, and took a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. How can there be such delicious food? The sweet and crisp lettuce, the tender and juicy meat patties, and the texture of the fluffy bread, with layers of taste impact, are like glue for your taste buds. How is it? Is it delicious? How chi. Liver's usually calm and capable expression almost made her eyes well up with tears. My hands and feet seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, and I couldn't help but jump up. She swallowed the burger in 2 or 3 bites, licked the corner of her mouth reluctantly, picked up the spatula, and walked out without saying a word. Aaron was stunned by Liver's actions and chased after her in confusion. Captain Livel, you're still going out to work so late at night? The dark-skinned elf girl was a little surprised. Liverl had planted hundreds of heather trees during the day. Shouldn't she have a good rest and recharge her energy now? That's right. Liver turned around and said solemnly, I don't think 100 trees are enough. It doesn't reflect my loyalty to the general. 6 tackles per second may be the limit of my body, but it is definitely not the limit of my loyalty. Not only is he handsome, but he is also easy to talk to and has no airs. He can give each of his subordinates a huge reward without hesitation, and after the task is completed, he will thoughtfully send them delicious food from his hometown as a reward. How could such a leader as warm as the sun not be loved by the soldiers? Sure enough, the other elves were right. General Chu is the savior of our elf forest. Liverl secretly made up her mind that if anyone dared to say anything bad about the general in the future, she would use the 2 swords in her hands to make the other person feel the weight of loyalty. The short-haired elf girl walked away with firm steps, and after walking a short distance, she suddenly turned back. Captain Erlin, haven't you had time to take a shower yet? Ah yes, what's wrong? Liverl pointed at Aaron's palm and kindly reminded her. It's nothing. It's just that the heather smell on your hands is so strong that it's almost making hanbao smell bad. You'd better go wash it. As a 7th-level expert, her sense of smell is extremely sensitive. But what made Liver curious was that although the daytime work was to transplant heather trees, no one would let their bodies be contaminated by that strange smell. Not to mention the richness on Aaron's palm. Aaron's wheat-colored face instantly flushed, and a few drops of sweat appeared on her palms subconsciously. The scene of helping Chu Sheng comprehend his fighting spirit not long ago kept echoing in his mind. Those scenes were eye-opening for the inexperienced dark-skinned elf girl. This might be because I accidentally touched the flower bud just now. Aaron tried hard to suppress the guilt on her face and answered calmly. However, Liver remained silent, and her figure holding the shovel had already disappeared into the dark forest. Chapter 60. Chu Sheng was angry. On the other side, Chu Sheng also prepared a special hamburger for Xian Nuya as a reward. After all, it was given to every elf girl in the self-defense force. If you don't have it, the big elf girl will beat you with her little fists. However, the burgers of other elf girls are filled with meat such as chicken, pork, and shrimp. But the special burger Chu Sheng prepared for Xian Nuya contained. So what are our tasks tomorrow? Don't talk, just keep eating. The big elf mother looked resentful and rolled her eyes at Chu Sheng in annoyance. Although she kept complaining in her heart, the big elf girl ate very seriously. To Shan Yuoya, being able to make her lover happy is a matter of great pride and accomplishment. However, before the couple finished their secret hamburger game, they were interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. General, Your Highness, I have something extremely urgent to report. Outside the door, Aaron banged on it vigorously, her voice filled with anxiety and nervousness. 10 seconds later, Chu Sheng walked out with a calm expression. What's wrong, Aaron? Is there an emergency? Ellen tried hard to suppress her uneasiness and reported quickly. We've spotted an orc army on the southern border of the elf forest. Orc army? Or in the south? Chu Sheng was stunned after hearing this. Isn't the south the territory of the human kingdom? How could an orc army pass through there? He did not panic, but continued to ask calmly. How many people are there on the other side? There are no less than 3,000 people, including several 7th-level experts. 3,000 people, and a 7th level expert? Chu Sheng was thoughtful. An orc army of this size would be heavily guarded whenever it crossed the border of any country. Now, he has quietly gone around to the back of the elf forest. Either the human army has been completely annihilated by the orc army, which has been pushing forward all the way, or the human kingdom will just stop acting and directly help the orc army hide their whereabouts. Chu Sheng only thought for a second before ruling out the first possibility. If there really was a battle between the orc army and the human army on the border, the elf forest would not have discovered the enemy's traces only now. Sure enough, the Holy Ranian Empire is not a good bird. Erlen, fire the emergency flare immediately. The dark-skinned elf girl nodded, took out a signal gun from the space magic device, and fired a blue signal flare into the sky. Bang! Brilliant light bloomed over the entire elf forest. The elf girls who saw it called their companions and began to prepare. This is the first-level martial law signal in the elf forest. All the elf girls of the self-defense force were on their way to the fortress entrance, and Chu Sheng also took Xia Nuya and Erlen to Tiffany's residence. Your Highness, you are very likely the enemy's primary target. Why don't you go to the front lines for this battle? Erlen held Shanoya's hand, a worried look on her face. Although every member of the self-defense force is equipped with a complete and sufficient set of defensive space magic devices, the orc army this time is coming with great force and a large number of people, so there is still a possibility of accidental casualties. On her way to the human kingdom to seek help, Erlen had already failed to perform her guard duty once. She didn't want to put Xia Nuya in danger again. Your Highness, why don't you speak? Xia Nuya finally swallowed the strange feeling, cleared her throat, and then refused sternly. No, as a princess, how can I let my compatriots fight in the front while I hide in the back for my own safety? Your Highness, but... No buts. With Chu Sheng's magic device here, don't worry, Erlen. The two followed Chu Sheng worriedly and came to the queen's treehouse. As soon as I entered the room, I saw the elf queen, who was usually calm and noble, now had a sad look on her face. Chu Sheng immediately informed Tiffany about the appearance of the orc army at the border and expressed his desire for Tiffany to take action. According to news from the front line, the orc army has only 3,000 people, and the strongest commander is only at the 7th level. As long as Tiffany, the 9th level Imperial Magician, takes action, it will be as easy to kill them as it is to kill chickens. They don't even need Tiffany. Even if they send a few 8th level Holy Magician Elders, they won't lose. This is why Chu Sheng is so confident and not panicking at all. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you this time. As for the reason, Tiffany spoke in a deep voice, and an extremely huge spiritual power surged out instantly, covering the entire territory of the elf forest. The next moment, a real-time map of the elf forest drawn by magic appeared in front of them. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. The methods of the 9th level Imperial Magician were indeed extraordinary. With this real-time map, it's like playing Red Alert with a god's perspective, allowing you to clearly see every move of the enemy. On the map, at the southern border of the elf forest, there is a dense group of tiny red dots, which are probably the invading orc army. Everyone present looked towards the north of the map, their eyes solemn, and they understood the reason Tiffany had just mentioned. It was because two huge red skulls appeared in the north of the elf forest. Judging from the energy fluctuations, they are all 9th level powerhouses who are no weaker than Tiffany. As you can see, two 9th level warriors have appeared in the orc army in the north. I will bring all the elders with me to confront them. After hearing this, Chu Sheng's heart sank slightly. It seemed that this attack was not a test. It's obvious that he came prepared. The human kingdom actually betrayed the alliance and joined forces with the orc empire, using the underhanded tactic of sandwiching cheese between two buns. In the north, the top orcs were responsible for containing the main combat force of the elf forest, while in the south, the vanguard was sent to launch a surprise attack. Maybe there are more reinforcements behind the 3,000-strong orc army, even including soldiers from the human kingdom. Chu Sheng was furious. He was the only one who had ever invaded others from behind. He had always wanted to do the same to Xia Nuya and Tiffany, but he had never been brave enough to speak up. I didn't expect that I would be invaded from behind. This is no longer an ordinary enemy. We must strike hard. Chu Sheng unconsciously clenched his fists and looked at Tiffany, who was trying to remain calm. Your Majesty, leave the orc army in the south to me. I will make sure they never return. As for the confrontation in the north, Chu Sheng was not too worried. He had been to the northern border and saw that there was a natural barrier left by Tiffany's 9th level spell, and the large orc army could not pass through for the time being. The 9th Order orcs would most likely not dare to take action because they had hundreds of thousands of troops behind them. If a real fight breaks out, I'm afraid more of our soldiers will die faster. Chu Sheng was a little angry now, blaming the orc army for interrupting the hamburger game between him and the giant elf girl. The report from Erlin knocking on the door suddenly and urgently almost scared him to death. Damn it, I made Xian Nuya accidentally use force with her teeth, so I'll let you taste it. This is the dimensionality reduction attack of modern military industry. Chu Sheng muttered to himself. He planned to ask Dora Beige to get some heavy machine guns, landmines, and other weapons of mass destruction, preferably one that can anti-tank. If Brother Bei doesn't have the authority to get these things, he might have to ask Shuiying's aunt for help. Auntie, you don't want your niece to be bullied here, right? Chapter 61. What do you want? Chu Sheng carefully observed the movements of the orc army on the map. They were approaching the central fortress at a fast speed. He observed along the front line of the orc army and found that there was an extremely narrow valley 50 miles ahead of the enemy. It is surrounded by continuous mountains, and this is almost the only road leading to the interior of the elf forest. Otherwise, you have to take a long detour of hundreds of miles. Erlin, can the self-defense forces reach this canyon before the orc army? Chu Sheng pointed to the place on the map where the orc army must pass, turned his head, and asked. The dark-skinned elf replied without hesitation. Of course. With our familiarity with the forest environment, we can arrive at least half an hour earlier than the orc army. Very good. Give the order and attack with all your forces. Now that he had occupied an advantageous position, Chu Sheng was more confident in this attack. Set a small goal, 0 casualties. After all, every elf girl in the self-defense forces is his wings, and Chu Sheng would be heartbroken if one was missing. It's a pity that my magic level is not high enough now. Otherwise, I could just make a magic return device for each elf girl. Anyone who receives fatal injuries will be directly teleported back to the Tree of Life for treatment, and then teleported back after recovery. It's comparable to the strange plateau in the world of the red-haired emperor. At that time, no matter how large the orc army is, they can rely on the existence of the fountain to wear down the enemy. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng returned to the real world directly. It would take him some time to purchase weapons and mines, and then he would have to replicate the weapons in the critical room for a few days, so there was no rush. Brother Chu Sheng, what are you going to do with all these hamburgers? Beside him, the 8-foot-tall girl blinked her cute big eyes and looked at him with a puzzled look. The two of them played Monster Abuse, Wildlands at home for a whole morning, and then Chu Sheng took Shuiying out to eat something delicious. Looking at the food shops on the roadside that she could only smell from afar before, Shuiying was in a dilemma for a moment. Pizza, hot pot, hate-a-leo, pork belly chicken, snail noodles, hamburgers. She wants to eat everything. In the end, Chu Sheng randomly pointed to a hamburger restaurant. He wanted to reward the elf women in the self-defense forces. Of course, in order to prevent Shuiying from transforming into a jet warrior, Chu Sheng did not choose Hua Laishu again, but went to Ta Si Hall. Nothing. I'm preparing to go back to my hometown for the new year, so I packed some burgers for my neighbors, relatives, and friends in the countryside. Chu Sheng replied with a smile. He had just entered the store and placed an order for 2,000 hamburgers, which frightened the cashier so much that she was stunned and closed the store immediately. Right now, Chu Sheng and Shuiying were the only two people in the huge store, and they had booked the entire place. Shuiying, would you like to go back to my hometown with me during the new year in a few days? Chu Sheng injected heat into the last burger on the table, stroked the 8-foot girl's head, and smiled. Wherever Brother Chu Sheng goes, I will go. Shuiying ate until her face was puffed up, and she answered vaguely. Looking at the other person's innocent face, Chu Sheng suspected that Shuiying had no idea what the so-called hometown meant. Well, for someone who has been living in a small research center since childhood, there is no such thing as hometown at all. Burp, I'm full. Shuiying touched her slightly bulging belly. She had almost finished all the luxurious 4-person set meal on the table by herself. Brother Chu Sheng, are we going home directly, or where else? Shuiying looked at Chu Sheng with her beautiful eyes, her eyes flashing with anticipation. For her, the happiest time in these years was the 2 days she spent with Chu Sheng. She also wanted to go to more places with Chu Sheng and leave more beautiful memories. So where do you want to go? Chu Sheng pinched the 8-foot-tall girl's tender hand and injected a little fire attribute magic into it, and the other party's snow-white face regained some redness. I don't know. Shuiying blinked a few times, thought for a moment, and then suggested, I want to go to the arcade to play video games. Is that okay? Because of her own coldness, Shuiying used to play games that could be paused at any time to prevent electronic devices from being damaged by prolonged contact. Now that she had Chu Sheng, she wanted to try all the games she had seen on her mobile phone before. No problem, let's go. Chu Sheng thought Shuiying would want to go to places like amusement parks and aquariums. After all, her mind was as simple as a child. But now he found that the 8-foot girl seemed to be much more interested in video games. It seems that she will be a good candidate to become an internet addict in the future. There's no rush to go to the arcade. Let's go buy some clothes first. Yeah, I can do anything. Shuiying naturally had no objection to this. She was happy to be with Chu Sheng no matter where they went. Chu Sheng pulled Shuiying up to the second floor of the mall and headed towards the women's clothing store. Shuiying didn't take a shower last night because she didn't bring any change of clothes. She will be staying at Chu Sheng's house in the future, so she needs to prepare more of these things. Before buying things, Chu Sheng did not forget the important matter and called Berg first. Brother Bei, please help me exchange some more gold when you have time. I want to buy clothes and games for your cousin. On the other end of the phone, Brother Bei acted very generously. I'll transfer 3 to 5 million to you later. Just remember to return the gold when you have time. After Chu Sheng agreed to help take care of Shuiying, Brother Bei became more concerned about his request. Shuiying's aunt loves Shuiying very much. As long as Chu Sheng can help Shuiying get better slowly, Brother Bei will also have more say in the research center. Nobody, 3 to 5 million isn't even a fraction of what I want. So how much do you want to sell it for? Not much, just a few tons. On the other end of the phone, Brother Bei didn't reply for a long time, perhaps because he was frightened by Chu Sheng's fierce words. After a long while, the other party finally spoke softly. I may not be able to handle this matter. Come over sometime, and I'll introduce you to some professionals. Chu Sheng was not surprised by this. The professionals that Brother Bei mentioned were most likely people from the Supernatural Human Research Center. It could be Shuiying's aunt who is the director, or it could be someone above her. Chu Sheng did not refuse. After all, the abilities he had demonstrated so far did not pose much threat to society, and he was not worried about being embarrassed by others. I am a legal 5-star citizen. As for what method it is, don't ask. Of course I can, but I have to go home for the new year first. After that, I'll come to your place and let you see how well Shuiying has recovered. After receiving Chu Sheng's assurance, Brother Bei felt relieved. If you have any other requests, as long as I can do it, just tell me. I want a heavy machine gun and an anti-tank mine. What do you want? Chapter 62. What do you think? A heavy machine gun and an anti-tank mine. Hearing Chu Sheng's repeated statement, Brother Bei felt that this guy didn't seem to be joking. Are you planning to be a mercenary? Some time ago, I asked myself for a thermal imaging telescope. Now we have developed to heavy machine guns and landmines. Will it be the turn of Fat Man and Little Boy next? Seeing Bei Ji's hesitation, Chu Sheng immediately assured him, don't worry, I'm really just collecting this. I won't do anything that'll make you have to clean up your mess. Just send the thermal imaging lens from last time to the small house I rented abroad. I promise not to take it back to China. This time, Brother Bei remained silent for even longer than last time. It was not until Shuiying, who was waiting beside him, was so bored that she yawned that he slowly spoke. Do you need these things urgently? It's quite urgent. I'll try my best to get it for you, but you must make sure that Shuiying is indeed better when you come. It's guaranteed. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng felt much better. With him and Brother Bei together, who can be their enemy? Just a mere orc army. Let them feel what it means to be a despicable outsider. Brother Chu Sheng, are you done with the call? On the roadside, Shuiying was waiting obediently. Her cute behavior and tall stature formed a strong contrast, attracting countless passers-by to look back. Chu Sheng put away his phone and went over to help her button her shirt and tidy up her clothes. Shuiying really enjoyed the feeling of being cared for and taken care of. She didn't care whether it was in public or not, and she clung to Chu Sheng's shoulder and refused to get up. Shuiying had no requirements on what clothes to buy. After all, clothes had basically only served the purpose of decoration and covering her modesty over the years. Chu Sheng didn't know much about this, so he could only pick out one of the good-looking ones. However, Shuiying's height was really different from that of an average person. She picked out hundreds of clothes and pants, but in the end, only less than 10 of them were suitable for her size. The salesgirl was so exhausted from searching the warehouse that she simply took out all the women's clothing that matched her size. I don't want this one, or this one. Pack up everything else. Chu Sheng had a rare opportunity to experience the spending habits of a domineering CEO, and the cashier's eyes were almost filled with tears. After shopping for more than an hour, I bought a total of 12 tops and jackets, 9 pairs of pants, 13 pairs of shoes, and 8 sets of pajamas. When Chu Sheng finally prepared to buy underwear, he faced even fewer choices. After Shuiying entered the changing room and asked the female manager to help her test the size, she handed over only 3 pieces with a helpless look on her face. Sorry, miss, these are the only 3 sets in the store that fit your size. The reason is that the size of the 8-foot girl has reached the terrifying Joker level. Of course, this only seems so exaggerated when compared with the proportions of normal women. If Shuiying was only 1.7 meters tall, Chu Sheng would probably be at the hentai level. If this lady needs it, we can expedite customization for you. Chu Sheng didn't hesitate and immediately swiped his card to have the other party expedite the customization of 10 sets, 1 set of each item. After completion, it will be sent directly to the villa. What surprised him a little was that the cost of customizing an extra-large bra was comparable to that of a designer down jacket worth thousands of dollars. Strange knowledge has been added. But that thing can be worn as a hat in your hand, so it is reasonable that it is a bit expensive. Brother Chu Sheng, go play video games quickly. Shuiying was like a child who had not grown up, pulling Chu Sheng towards the video game arcade with excitement on her face. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry. He first found a blind spot where no one was around and there was no surveillance, and put all the clothes and shoes, big and small, into the space magic device. He did not avoid Shuiying. She was also a person with extraordinary abilities, so she would not be too surprised by such things. The two entered the arcade. Chu Sheng went to exchange for 100 game coins first. Shuiying was already dazzled watching from the side. Okay, which one do you want to play first? Chu Sheng smiled gently and pushed away as many people as possible who were close to Shuiying to prevent them from being invaded by the cold. I don't know. I want to play every one of them. Shuiying blinked her beautiful eyes and was once again in a dilemma. In the end, it was Chu Sheng who helped her make the decision. Come on, I'll teach you how to dance and play the dance machine. Chu Sheng took Shuiying's big white hand and walked onto the dance machine. The two of them stood on the left and right and ordered a timeless pop song. You are mine, I am your who. As the music beat continued, Chu Sheng held Shuiying's hand and taught her how to press the points and perform the movements step by step. The 8-foot girl was still unfamiliar with the movements at the beginning, but after only 2 Kuan songs, she was able to dance skillfully following the instructions on the screen. Looking at Shuiying's happy face, Chu Sheng's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. It's like going back to college. At that time, he had no pressure and no burden, and always thought that he would be able to make a name for himself soon after graduation. It was not until I entered society that I realized that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Chu Sheng also once held hands with a girl and played on the dance machine. But time flies, and the girl has become abandoned by the rich man. But the boy became the savior of the elf forest. Chu Sheng came back to his senses and keenly noticed that many strange looks were directed at Shuiying. He looked in the direction and saw the youth dancing excitedly. Hey, Shuiying, you must be tired of dancing. Let's go do something else. Chu Sheng pulled the 8-foot-tall girl away, not wanting her to be stared at too much by those jealous eyes. Although the two have not officially confirmed their relationship, Chu Sheng has subconsciously regarded her as his girlfriend. For the rest of the time, the two went racing, shot basketball at a basketball machine, played video billiards, and made homemade marshmallows. Happy times are always short. As night fell, Chu Sheng took Shuiying's hand and left. Hee, brother Chu Sheng is laughing foolishly. The 8-foot-tall girl held the photo of the two of them in her hand and carefully stuffed it into the Joker-level abyss like a treasure. Okay, when we get home I'll build you an esports arcade so you can play as much as you want. Yay! Shuiying jumped up and down. Chu Sheng had originally planned to introduce Xian Nuya as his girlfriend to his parents after returning home. Now it seems that I have to rank behind Shuiying. I don't know what my parents would think when they find out that they have several wives, most of whom are hundreds of years older than them. Chapter 63 New Method. Chu Sheng held Shuiying's big white hand and walked slowly back home. In order to let the 8-foot girl enjoy the happy time out, I deliberately chose not to take a taxi. From the moment they entered the high-end residential area, Chu Sheng inexplicably felt that they were being watched by a vague gaze. Who? He suddenly turned his head, hoping to expose the chicken feet of the stalker, but he missed. Brother Chu Sheng, what's wrong? Shuiying blinked her bright eyes and tugged at Chu Sheng's sleeve with a hint of confusion. Chu Sheng did not answer, but directly released his mental power, completely covering the entire residential area, and everything within a few miles was visible. He sensed that the owner of a villa was having a party and that there were hundreds of rats in the sewers, but he did not find his tracker. Nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. Chu Sheng shook his head. Although he didn't find the other party, he believed that with his 4th-level mental strength, he was definitely not wrong. Until the two figures slowly left, in the dark alley at the corner of the road, a pool of scarlet blood was quietly wriggling on the ground. After a while, a tall and plump figure gradually emerged from the pool of blood. She has short, purple hair, delicate facial features that show some of the passage of time, and the thin-framed glasses on her nose add a bit of intelligence and elegance to her. The woman was wearing a slim-fitting OL uniform. Her plump bust put great pressure on the buttons of her white shirt, and her knee-length skirt accentuated her rounded, postpartum-style hip line. I almost got discovered. The woman, full of mature charm, patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Chu Sheng looked back, she felt a divine power constantly scanning her. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough and hid in the pool of blood, otherwise I would have been caught red-handed. I didn't expect that someone would dare to buy that house, and the buyer is so mysterious. The woman's narrow and long phoenix eyes were fixed on Chu Sheng in the distance, as if she wanted to see through his secrets. I was just away for a while for something, but I didn't expect the owner to sell the house so quickly. It seems that it will take a little longer. The mature woman muttered to herself, and her figure sank into a pool of blood again, as if she had never been there. After Chu Sheng returned home, he immediately left a warning magic at all the entrances and exits of the house, including all doors, windows, vents, and even air conditioner outdoor unit ducts, etc. If someone breaks in, he will be able to tell later by whether the magic power disappears or not. After finishing this, Chu Sheng took off his dirty clothes, put on a towel, and walked into the bathroom. He ran hot water in the bathtub while washing his hair and rubbing his back. He plans to leave for his hometown tomorrow, so he has to pack up well before that. I was halfway through taking a shower when there was a knock on the bathroom door. "Brother Chu Sheng, can I come in?" Shuiying. Chu Sheng froze while scrubbing his body and asked with a strange look on his face, "Shuiying, is there something you want to say? I'll be done soon." Outside the door, the 8-foot girl was silent for a moment and said in a soft voice, "No, I just wanted to help Brother Chu Sheng rub his back and wash his hair." As soon as these words came out, Chu Sheng's mind inevitably emerged with some film and television plots. Ahem, Shuiying, why would you want to help me do this? That cousin said that I shouldn't cause trouble for Brother Chu Sheng and should help him. No matter what the request is, I should do my best to fulfill it. Shuiying hurriedly added, as if she felt that Chu Sheng would misunderstand her as feeling some resistance. Today, Brother Chu Sheng not only treated me to delicious food, but also played video games with me all day. I also want to make Brother Chu Sheng happy. If not, forget it. Hearing the soft and sweet tone of the 8-foot girl, Chu Sheng couldn't bear to refuse. Shuiying has such a simple personality. She should just be rubbing her back, just like when she takes a bath. I shouldn't do anything weird. The door is not locked. Come in. Crack. Shuiying pushed open the bathroom door and tiptoed behind Chu Sheng, wrapped only in a white bath towel. "Brother Chu Sheng, if you feel uncomfortable later, you must tell me." Chu Sheng nodded. In the past, this kind of service was only available in certain clubs favored by Cadillac owners, but Chu Sheng was afraid of getting sick and never dared to go. Shuiying squeezed some shower gel into her palm, rubbed it into bubbles, and then gently began to wash Chu Sheng's head. The soft little hands seemed to be scratching an itch, massaging the key acupuncture points on the top of the head from time to time, making Chu Sheng close his eyes in enjoyment. "Brother Chu Sheng, how do you feel?" Continue. Seeing the other person's comfortable expression, Shuiying's pretty face was filled with joy, and she rubbed his hair more carefully and diligently. She had just learned this by secretly watching videos online while Chu Sheng was busy. Chu Sheng closed his eyes at this moment, thinking about all the sad things he could think of in his life, just to distract the attention from the back of his neck. There was no way. The exaggerated fullness, even through the bath towel, was an unbearable hot experience, making him positive. "Hey Shuiying, I suddenly thought of a new way to treat your body." That's right. Chu Sheng tried his best to control his bad thoughts and figured out a way to resolve the other party's coldness. The reason why he can help Shuiying curb the coldness now is because of the fire magic in his body. Chu Sheng originally wanted to teach Shuiying to comprehend magic power and let her heal herself. But suddenly it occurred to me that magic only existed in another world, and there was no such element in the air of the real world. Not to mention taking Shuiying to another world. Even Kuan can't be taken with him, let alone people. But apart from magic power, the fighting spirit in the other world does not require any special environmental factors. Fighting spirit comes from the qi and blood in the body, and is mainly obtained through self-development. Maybe Shuiying can learn it. This method might actually work. Not only will it make your physical skills stronger, but it will also free you from having to rely on me to keep you warm. As Chu Sheng was talking, he suddenly noticed that Shuiying's little hand stopped moving. Unexpectedly, there was no sign of happiness on Shuiying's face. Her beautiful watery eyes looked at Chu Sheng with resentment, and her pink lips pouted in grievance. "Brother Chu Sheng, did I do something wrong that made you dislike me?" Chapter 64 Contrast. "No, why would you think so?" Looking at Shuiying's aggrieved look, Chu Sheng was suddenly at a loss. It was fine just now. How come it became like this in the blink of an eye? Then why did you say you didn't want me to depend on you? Chu Sheng wanted to laugh a little. It's impossible that you will follow me wherever I go in the future? Stick to me 24 hours a day. No, can I? I have never experienced such a warm feeling since I was a child. I am very fortunate to have met Brother Chu Sheng in the last few years of my life. If it weren't for you, I might have died alone in the warm room, instead of being so worried about gains and losses like I am now. Shui Ying kept murmuring, her eyes silently starting to turn red, and Chu Sheng's heart melted when he heard it. Alas, why do all the women around me become famous as soon as they say they will? Are they all like Woods? Chu Sheng took the 8-foot-tall girl's hands, wanting to give her some comfort. It's all my fault. If I hadn't met Brother Chu Sheng, maybe I wouldn't have become so willful. If I want to stick to you all the time, it will definitely be annoying, right? Chu Sheng sighed. It seemed that he would have to spend the rest of his life without taking care of the 8-foot-tall girl. I don't mean to drive you away. What if I tell you I have a method that can prolong your life and completely improve your physical condition? When you return to your normal life, will you still want to stay with me? Hearing Chu Sheng's question, Shui Ying fell into deep thought for a moment. Can extend your life. Just a few seconds later, she raised her head seriously, her eyes firm and determined. If I ever become a normal person, I still want to live with Brother Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was a little moved by the purity shown by Shui Ying. Perhaps she was simple-minded and didn't know the heaviness behind these words, but Chu Sheng knew. I'm sorry, Brother Bei. From now on, I will call you brother-in-law in front of outsiders. But in private, we can still be each other's godfathers. I don't want to leave with Shui Ying either, but I still have to help you improve your health. He reached out and ruffled Shui Ying's light blue hair and said with a smile, I never said that I wouldn't take you in after you got better. It's just that in the future, the two of us might have to separate for a while because of one thing or another. Teaching you new methods is also to make you feel better when I'm not around. It was not until Chu Sheng explained everything that Shui Ying's aggrieved look completely disappeared. It turns out that Brother Chu Sheng didn't want to drive me away. The 8-foot girl's face turned a little red, and she felt a little embarrassed for her little temper just now. I'm sorry, I'm too sensitive. Chu Sheng inexplicably had the illusion that he was back to the time when he met Xian Nuya in the cave. Both of them were so sensible and grateful. Did I save Blue Star in my previous life? Okay, no need to apologize. Let's make a deal, Shui Ying. After you recover, are you willing to continue to be with me? Yes, I do. The 8-foot-tall girl looked very happy and nodded very vigorously. It was just that because he was too excited, his body was shaking a little too much, and the originally loose bath towel was actually. Hiss. Chu Sheng closed his eyes and looked up instantly, but Shui Ying in front of him did not show any abnormality, as if she had nothing to be shy about being honest with Chu Sheng. After all, she had changed clothes on Chu Sheng's face before. In her opinion, there was nothing about her that Chu Sheng couldn't see. Brother Chu Sheng, why did you close your eyes? Ahem, shampoo got in my eyes. This girl really doesn't know how lethal her body is. Shui Ying blinked and pointed at the towel on Chu Sheng's knees curiously. But your towel. Chu Sheng's old face flushed, and he took Shui Ying's little hand and pushed her out. Okay, you help me clean up, then I want to take a bath and rest alone. However, before Chu Sheng could finish his words, Shui Ying chose to strike first. Brother Chu Sheng, I actually understand everything. Chu Sheng picked up the shower head and used the lowest water pressure to rinse Shui Ying's forehead and wash her hair at the same time. Shui Ying's long light blue hair was not as stiff as imagined, but extremely soft and silky. After helping each other clean up, they rested comfortably together in the bathtub filled with hot water. In order to take Shui Ying's physical condition into consideration, Chu Sheng specially heated the water to nearly 100 degrees so that it would not get cold after just a few minutes of soaking. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scalded into a golden crispy skin. But Chu Sheng's body was strengthened by the power of the orcs and protected by his fighting spirit, so he naturally didn't have to worry about these things. Shui Ying, please stop looking at weird stuff on your browser and delete your browsing history after you finish looking at it. Chu Sheng put his arms around Shui Ying's waist from behind and let her lean on him. Was what I did just now not good? I will practice whichever one Brother Chu Sheng likes. Shui Ying returned to her original innocent appearance, completely different from before. Chu Sheng shook his head, never expecting that there would be a day when he would make a mistake. This 8-foot girl seems to be a little lacking in common sense, but she has a lot of experience in some areas. Shui Ying, try to feel the energy and blood I will transfer to you later and see if you can learn it. After saying that, Chu Sheng took Shui Ying's hand and slowly released a wisp of fighting spirit, allowing the other party to feel it. This was the same as when Aaron taught him. As for whether she can learn it, that depends on Shui Ying. Chapter 65 Going Home Overnight. Therefore, Chu Sheng had to increase the transmission of Do Qi, trying to make the qi and blood flow from the heart along Shui Ying's limbs and bones as much as possible. After a while, he felt a little weak, but he still insisted. Shui Ying, close your eyes and feel the energy in your heart. Shui Ying tried her best to ignore the strange feeling in Chu Sheng's palm, closed her eyes, and felt her still strong heartbeat. Plop, plop. Under Chu Sheng's continuous infusion, Shui Ying was surprised to find that an extremely weak ray of heat energy was actually generated in the position of her heart. Brother Chu Sheng, is this the fighting spirit you mentioned? Chu Sheng was a little uncertain and sensed it for Shui Ying. Unfortunately, he found that this weak strand of qi and blood power did not entirely belong to Shui Ying. Although it grows on the heart of the 8-foot-tall girl, it is watered by Chu Sheng's blood. It is like a delicate flower growing in Shui Ying's field, but it can only grow if Chu Sheng applies fertilizer. Although not, I already have some clues. Chu Sheng keenly sensed that Shui Ying's body began to recover to a very small extent, and her body temperature gradually rose from dozens of degrees below zero to more than 10 degrees below zero. This was an excellent start. Chu Sheng continued to water Shui Ying despite his own weakness. Shui Ying gritted her teeth and persisted, feeling the energy and blood in her heart surge more and more. After more than 10 seconds, the energy and blood in her body had reached its storage limit. In the bathtub, the water temperature had begun to cool, and a stream of heat slowly emerged from the bottom. Okay, Shui Ying, from now on, even if I'm not by your side, you'll be able to maintain a normal body temperature for a while. Although Chu Sheng was a little tired, he couldn't help but feel happy for the 8-foot girl when he saw the result was good. Although Shui Ying is still unable to generate her own qi and blood power, in a sense, she has become Chu Sheng's qi and blood power bank. Chu Sheng can deposit a certain amount of qi and blood into her body to restore her to normal state, and then deposit more when the qi and blood are exhausted. On the other hand, if Chu Sheng runs out of energy and blood, he can also get some from Shui Ying. The water temperature was completely cold. Chu Sheng carried Shui Ying out of the bathtub and gently dried her body. He suddenly thought of a good idea and immediately took out a leaf of the Tree of Life from the space magic device. The last time Chu Sheng's arm was cut off, he relied on this divine leaf to regenerate his limb. Come on, Shui Ying, lie down on the leaves and take a look. The 8-foot girl blinked her eyes. Although she didn't know what the point of doing this was, she still lay down obediently. As Shui Ying lay down, the divine leaf of life slowly closed its leaves as if it had wisdom, wrapping Shui Ying tightly. Unfortunately, Chu Sheng did not feel any fluctuations of life energy on the leaves, and Shui Ying's physical condition did not improve at all. Useless? It seems this thing is no different from an ordinary leaf in the real world. Chu Sheng shook his head regretfully, helped Shui Ying up, put away the life leaf, and took her to the room to change clothes. She changed into a set of furry pajamas with cat ears. He thought Shui Ying would look very cute in them, and the fact turned out to be just as he expected. Suddenly, a subtle mental fluctuation entered his mind. Chu Sheng's eyes focused, and he ran outside to check. The magic mark he placed at one of the entrances of the house was touched. Chu Sheng didn't dare to delay and began to check carefully. I'm sending you titanium magnesium. The cell phone in the room rang. Shui Ying was about to give it to Chu Sheng, but the caller ID showed, and she quickly hung up. Shui Ying curiously flipped through the call log and found that the call was from a user with the note Mom. She swiped the screen to return to the main interface, but accidentally opened the mobile browser. Shui Ying, remember to delete your browser history. Chu Sheng's instructions flashed through Shui Ying's mind. She somehow clicked on Chu Sheng's browser history and searched for some strange websites. I'll just take a look, Brother Chu Sheng shouldn't mind, right? The 8-foot girl kept searching, and finally her efforts paid off. She found a web page with the island country's language in the records 2 weeks ago. Kagura Momoka, Takeda Reika, Minato Haru, Gojo Rin. Shui Ying wrote down the names collected by Chu Sheng one by one and put the phone back in its place. Then he quickly got into bed, took out his cell phone, and started searching. So Brother Chu Sheng likes this kind of thing. Seeing the blushing scenes on the phone, Shui Ying did not show any shyness on her face. Instead, she studied them seriously like a humble student. The 8-foot-tall girl muttered to herself and began to study Confucianism diligently in bed. On the other side, Chu Sheng checked all the marks he had laid, but found nothing suspicious. Maybe something that wanted to sneak in felt the strong yang energy in his body and was scared away. No wonder the house is so cheap. It turns out it's really a bit weird. If an ordinary person encountered such a strange thing, he would probably move out on the spot, but Chu Sheng was not panicked at all and was hoping that the other party would jump out. He wanted to see what kind of monsters dared to run wild in his territory. Back in the room, Shuiying poked her head out from under the covers and reminded him, "Brother Chu Sheng, your mother called you just now. Please check." "My mom called." Chu Sheng picked up his phone and called his mother back. They chatted for half an hour, a rare conversation, and most of it was just one-sided advice from his mother. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sheng turned around and looked at Shuiying in bed and said, "Pack your clothes. We are leaving for home now." "That's so sudden." Chu Sheng nodded. His mother called to talk about one thing. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and every household in the village will go to the temple in the mountains to worship tonight. In previous years, Chu Sheng's father would handle this kind of thing, so there was no need for him to do anything. But when she heard that her son was going to bring his girlfriend home, his mother excitedly asked Chu Sheng to rush back overnight so that they could entertain his future daughter-in-law well. Chapter 66. The original owner of the villa. The two of them simply packed some new clothes, put them in a suitcase, and went downstairs. Chu Sheng's hometown is not far from this villa, and it only takes half an hour to get there by Didi. But before that, he planned to buy some gifts to honor his parents at home. In the car, Shuiying leaned on Chu Sheng's shoulder and asked nervously, "Brother Chu Sheng, do you think my uncle and aunt will like me?" "Don't worry, my parents are very easy to talk to. You are so beautiful and cute. Who wouldn't like you?" "I hope so." Shuiying was still a little worried, but she was not worried about her appearance. Her temperature problem had also been alleviated, so she was not afraid of contact with people. "But I am a little chubby, and I don't know what my uncles and aunts will think of me. I saw online that many elders like slim wives. Should I lose some weight?" "Don't listen to what the internet says. Your figure is the best. It's the type my mom loves the most, easy to raise." Chu Sheng immediately made a statement to put Shuiying at ease. In his opinion, being slightly plump is the best. But after seeing the plump pear-shaped figure, he no longer had any interest in those bamboo poles. Shuiying raised her head from Chu Sheng's shoulder. "Brother Chu Sheng, this is my first time meeting my uncle and aunt. Do you want me to buy some gifts for them?" Chu Sheng smiled and nodded. "Of course, the gift is not important, but the thought should still be there. Since I graduated and started working, I have never bought anything for my parents. Now that I am rich, of course I have to make it up to them. Brother Chu Sheng, my cousin and aunt gave me this month's living expenses. I will transfer it all to you. Go pick some for your uncle and aunt later." As soon as Ba Chi Meiji finished speaking, Chu Sheng's WeChat rang, indicating that the other party had transferred 10,000 yuan. "From now on, I'll give all my monthly living expenses to Brother Chu Sheng. I don't have much else to spend money on anyway." Chu Sheng found it a little funny. He hadn't even talked about marriage yet, but he had already handed over all his salary? If the fairy who believed that the little sweet potato was dependent on certain substances but independent in spirit knew this, Shuiying would probably be labeled as brainless. These tens of thousands of dollars were nothing to Chu Sheng now, but since it was a token of Shuiying's kindness, there was no need for him to politely refuse. The two of them went shopping in the mall and bought some expensive cigarettes and alcohol for Chu Sheng's father and some precious jewelry for his mother. Carrying bags of all sizes, I slowly approached my hometown. At the same time, in the villa, after confirming that Chu Sheng and Shuiying had really left, a pool of blood slowly seeped out of the kitchen sink. The blood overflowed from the pool and flowed to the ground, and the purple-haired mature woman slowly crawled out from the floor. She stretched lazily, revealing her curvy figure to the fullest, but unfortunately no one appreciated it. Who are those two? One is colder than a vampire, and the other is hot as the sun. The bright and beautiful eyes behind the thin-framed glasses were filled with doubts. When she sneaked into the villa just now, she was almost discovered by the man. She hid close to the other person, feeling as if she was about to be sunburned by the sun's ultraviolet rays. As a vampire, the mature woman had already included Chu Sheng in the list of the most dangerous things. As dangerous as garlic, crosses, and silver. This mature woman in an OL uniform was the original owner of this villa. She was originally a middle-level manager of a listed company and a smart and capable urban beauty. His parents died when he was young, but fortunately, he had help from distant relatives. He relied on part-time jobs and odd jobs to study step by step and finally made a name for himself. After buying this villa, I wanted to let my cousin and his family move in to enjoy a good life, but I never expected that this would be the beginning of a nightmare. After seeing the MILF's current wealth, the relative who had been quite kind in the past instantly showed his fangs. The cousin, his aunt, and their son worked together to create a car accident, killing the unsuspecting mature woman on the spot. As they wished, they inherited everything from the mature woman, including the house, car, and savings, and immersed themselves in the happiness of not having to work hard for the rest of their lives. But perhaps it was the blessing of the goddess of fate that the mature woman did not die, but was saved by a female vampire who transformed her into a follower. Not only did he recover after a period of time, but he also gained special abilities beyond the scope of human beings. It's all because of you three beasts that I can't go back to my normal life. The MILF felt sick and wanted to vomit when she thought of those three scumbags. On the first night after gaining supernatural powers, she captured her cousin and his wife and took them to the suburbs, where she tortured and killed them in an extremely cruel manner. As for their son, she cut off his third leg and tortured him for 3 days before he died tragically. Just because the other party had coveted her body, he even asked her parents to persuade the mature woman to marry him, thus strengthening the relationship between them. The mature woman walked slowly through every corner of the villa in her high heels. She looked at the familiar things in the villa, and the sadness in her eyes could not be suppressed at all. After the 3 people who occupied her house died, the villa was taken back by the authorities and auctioned off for charity. The person who bought the house was so frightened after discovering that a murder had occurred there that he refused to live in it for a single day and simply put it up for sale at a low price, suffering a huge loss. Finally, it fell into Chu Sheng's hands. What's that smell? The MILF's nostrils twitched slightly. As a vampire, her sense of smell was extremely keen, especially for things with the breath of life. She followed the scent to the bathroom and saw a trace of residue on the wall. She gently picked up a little and looked at it carefully. That's how it is. The MILF already knew what this thing was, and even though it was her first time touching it, it drove her almost crazy. Why did this thing, which made her feel sick even at the sight of it, become so wonderful when it fell from that man? Just half a drop increased the extraordinary power in her body, which was more effective than sucking the blood of 10 young girls. If I take a full mouthful of this, I'm afraid my life will be transformed immediately. It took the MILF a while to come back to her senses. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Meiting, my family, is there something wrong? On the other end of the phone, there was a noble and majestic female voice with an unquestionable spirit. The MILF known as Meiting licked her lips, an intoxicating smile playing on her face. Guess what I found? A human that tastes like poison. Oh, what kind of human being could be praised so highly by someone as picky about blood as you? Chapter 67 Equipment obtained. Chu Sheng and Shui Ying took a Didi and returned to their hometown with the bags they had just bought. Is this brother Chu Sheng's childhood home? Looking at the 3-story Western-style building in front of her, Shui Ying was a little curious. In her opinion, shouldn't hometown be filled with dilapidated tiled houses, muddy roads, and endless farmland? Chu Sheng's eyes were filled with memories. This small courtyard carried too many memories for him, especially after he was able to travel through another world. His homesickness became even stronger. He held the 8-foot-tall girl's big white hand, pushed open the rusty door, and started calling from a distance. Mom, I'm back. Hearing the noise, Chu Sheng's parents both ran out and enthusiastically pulled Shui Ying to look around. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Brother Chu Sheng's girlfriend. My name is Shui Ying. When meeting her future in-laws for the first time, Shui Ying said it was impossible not to be nervous, but the old couple were simple and honest people, which made her feel at ease. Our house is small and shabby, so please don't despise it. Just treat it as your own home from now on. The smile on Chu's mother's lips was harder to suppress than AK. She didn't expect that her son would bring back such a beautiful daughter-in-law. She took Shui Ying's hand and walked into the inner room. Chu's father followed behind and gave his son a big thumbs up. Sheng, your vision for finding a wife is no less impressive than your father's. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law whom he met for the first time. Not only was she tall and beautiful, but her simple and kind appearance also made the elder like her. The whole family sat together happily, and the previously deserted courtyard was filled with laughter. Chu Sheng secretly gave his mother a bank card with 500,000 yuan in it, so that the 2 elders would no longer have to go out to work odd jobs and could enjoy their retirement life in peace. As for the source of the money, he used the excuse that it came from stock trading, and now that he had made a profit, he simply stopped. The whole family went to the village temple to worship happily. Chu's mother excitedly prayed nonstop, hoping to have a grandson as soon as possible. But Chu Sheng didn't have such an idea for the time being. He still had to develop the elf forest and didn't have time to have children. The next day, New Year's Eve, the family got up early and busied themselves preparing a sumptuous banquet. There was not a single vegetarian dish on the table. This continued until the first day of the Lunar New Year. Chu Sheng's parents each gave Shui Ying a big red envelope and gathered around the fire to chat about family matters. Nowadays, the New Year atmosphere has become weaker and weaker. It is no longer as grand as before, but more like a slightly longer holiday. The peaceful and harmonious atmosphere was not broken until a guest came to pay New Year's greetings. Brother Bei, why are you here? Cousin, why are you here? At the doorstep, Chu Sheng and Shui Ying stared blankly at Brother Bei, who was carrying a bunch of gifts, and looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, I can't come? Brother Bei first wished Chu Sheng's parents a happy new year, and then took Chu Sheng to a yard on the pretext of going out for a trip. What is this so mysterious? Of course it's a good deal. On the way, Brother Bei said that he had something good to show Chu Sheng, which made him feel itchy. It wasn't until he followed Brother Bei into the yard and saw the heavy machine guns and anti-tank mines in the warehouse that Chu Sheng's eyes widened. Holy crap, how did you get these things into the country? Chu Sheng was shocked. He thought Brother Bei would send these things to his little house abroad, but he didn't expect Brother Bei to send them directly to his face. Could it be that Brother Bei is being kept by a female customs official? Brother Bei patted the hard barrel of the heavy machine gun and said with a smile, I don't have that much skill. Our director heard from me that you needed it urgently, so he arranged for it to be sent in through official channels. Chu Sheng came to the heavy machine gun. He had some knowledge of this type, the Cord model, which used 12.7 by 108 mm bullets and had a firing rate of over 600 rounds per second. It is so powerful that it can even damage some tanks with thin armor. Chu Sheng estimated that with its power, even a 6th-level orc, with the protection of fighting spirit outside the body, would be injured. Those below level 6 would most likely be killed on the spot. His gaze turned again to the anti-tank mine piled in the corner, a TM-62 model, containing 7.5 kilograms of TNT explosives and a trigger weight of about 150 kilograms. Orc warriors are generally 3 meters tall, and judging by their terrifying muscle density, their weight must be no less than 300 kilograms. In this way, the anti-tank mines can be triggered effectively without having to worry about accidentally injuring the elf girls. After all, although each elf girl is very tall compared to humans, her weight is often difficult to exceed 200 kilograms. As long as she doesn't step on the landmines, it is still very safe. How about these two things? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Chu Sheng happily pressed Brother Bei's shoulder, his face solemn. Brother Bei, from today on, you are my brother-in-law. No, my biological brother. Just because he needed it urgently, Brother Bei asked his boss to arrange the official channel. The price he has to pay for this may be far more than can be expressed in just a few words. That's not necessary. As long as you can continue to help Shui Ying with her treatment, I will naturally do my best to help. Brother Bei waved his hand casually. When he saw Shui Ying just now, he was surprised to find that the other person's body temperature had returned to normal. It seems that my guess was correct. Chu Sheng can indeed cure Shui Ying. Thinking of this, he decided to give Chu Sheng another reminder. When you come to us for the test after the new year, remember to perform well. It will be of great help to you in the future. Brother Bei didn't know what Chu Sheng wanted heavy machine guns and other things for, but if he wanted to get more powerful equipment in the future, he had to know how to show his value. Before your personal strength can override the rules, it is not a bad thing to demonstrate some abilities appropriately in exchange for resources and support. Our director's power is greater than you can imagine. You must grasp it well. Chu Sheng nodded. He knew Brother Bei's good intentions and was also thinking about the extent to which he should demonstrate his abilities. At present, it seems that Shui Ying's aunt still loves Shui Ying very much, but I wonder what her attitude will be towards a pig like herself who has taken away the cabbage. Forget it, forget it. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. We can talk about the future later. For now, let's deal with the orc army first. Chu Sheng muttered to himself. In his eyes, the 3,000 orc troops were nothing more than walking experience points. I don't know to what extent my body will be strengthened after absorbing the items dropped by the orcs. He decided that Tiffany and Xiaonuya would be the first test subjects. I don't have any intention of eating a bowl. I just want to test it out. Chapter 68. The Orc Army Charges. The outskirts of the Elf Forest. The only way to enter the fortress is the Yujing Valley. All troops, listen up. Stay where you are. The 3,000 orc troops halted in unison. Looking around, it was a sea of black, and the air was filled with a sense of solemnity. Each orc has a green face and fangs, a strong build, and carries a huge axe, mace, and hammer on his shoulders. The leader of this army is an orc named Danergu, who has the strength of the 7th level. There is a scar on his face that runs from his eye to the corner of his mouth. He wears heavy blue-black armor and looks ferocious and majestic. He was riding a ferocious beast several meters tall, with golden fur, sharp teeth more than half a meter long, and strong and powerful limbs, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Danergu looked at the valley in front of him. His keen intuition from years of fighting outside made him subconsciously wary of this close terrain. A tall orc who was also riding on the back of the sharp-toothed beast came to his side and spoke in confusion. Grand Lord Danergu, why don't you continue to move forward? The orc who spoke was named Roxa, the deputy leader of this army. Like Danergu, he was the only second, 7th level fighter in the army. Deputy Commander Roxa, how many miles of detour would it take to enter the Elf Forest Fortress from another route? Roxa pulled a beautifully crafted map from the sharp-toothed back and unfolded it, replying, according to the map provided by the Human Kingdom, we need to completely bypass one of the mountain ranges, a distance of hundreds of miles. This will significantly delay our opportunity to fight. Danergu said nothing, quietly thinking about the feasibility of the plan. As if she noticed the unremovable worry on the other person's face, Roxa patted his thick shoulders and spoke nonchalantly. Why is Lord Danergu so cautious? The enemy is just a weak elf. Are you afraid they can put up a decent resistance? It's no wonder Roxa underestimated it. It's just because the combat power of the elf forest is really weak. Over the years, the orcs have basically been crushing the elves in their battles with the Forest of Elves, and the casualties in a battle have never exceeded 3 digits. Facing the attacks of the orc army, other races could at least organize some decent resistance and counterattack. Those powerful races can even engage in fierce battles with the orc army. And what about the elf forest? Basically, you just hide and get beaten, then run back to the Tree of Life to recover, and then come back to get beaten again when you're ready. In the end, they manage to hold on by seeking help from everywhere. Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its might. Deputy Commander Roxa, it's better to be cautious. Wah-ha-ha. Roxa let out an exaggerated laugh, and his ferocious green beast face distorted. Great Lord Danergu, it's not excessive to be cautious when facing races like dragons and angels. But when do we need to be so cautious when facing the elf forest? He pointed at the iron armor he was wearing, which was engraved with complex and mysterious magical patterns. It did not look like a product made by orcs at all. With these magical armors provided by the Human Kingdom, our magic resistance has been further enhanced. Even if the elven forest tries its best, it will probably be difficult to break our defense, right? Roxa was full of confidence, and his confidence came from the magic armor worn by each of the 3,000 soldiers in the army. The orcs' own talents make them immune to magic damage of level 5 and below, and they can also have a certain degree of damage reduction above level 5. This set of armor further increases their talent ceiling. Now, even with 6th level magic, they can achieve 80% damage reduction. It's like a moving animal-shaped city wall. Danergu looked back at the orc warriors behind him. Everyone had an excited look on their face, without any fear or tension. It seemed as if what awaited them was plunder and massacre, not a battle. Among the orcs who attach great importance to fighting and glory, Danergu knew that he could not show too much hesitation. Otherwise, he would be regarded as shameful cowardice by other orcs. However, before he could give any orders, hundreds of tall figures appeared on the other side of the valley. It was Livell who led hundreds of patrol members and rushed over. The long, snow-white legs create a beautiful landscape. Huff, huff. The moment they saw the elf girls, all the orc fighters' breathing became heavy, and they raised the huge weapons in their hands, their fighting spirit high. Their eyes were filled with undisguised greed, desire, and killing, just like an Indian seeing a Komodo dragon. Dirty and ugly orcs. This is not a place you can trample on at will. Go back to your stinking north. Livell's voice, wrapped in fighting spirit, resounded throughout the valley and reached the ears of every orc. Roar! Arrogant. The orc fighters roared in anger, their blood boiling, waiting for the order from the leader in front to start charging. Ha! I want the short-haired elf in the lead. Lord Danergu, please don't snatch it from me. Roxa could no longer hold back. The long-term confrontation had accumulated terrifying desires in him, and he couldn't wait to vent them. In his opinion, these hundreds of elf girls were nothing more than their abandoned ones. Roar! All troops attack. Following Danergu's order, 3,000 orc fighters let out deafening roars, picked up their huge weapons, and began to charge. The armor on their bodies all emitted a faint glow, and an invisible magic damage reduction barrier was deployed. Feeling the ground shaking violently due to the galloping, Liver immediately gave the order. Everyone, retreat according to the plan. The elf girls all mobilized their fighting spirit and magic power and fled to the rear as fast as possible. As they passed the return route, their eyes all looked at the ground, where there were traces of a large excavation. Anti-tank mines have been deployed. Seeing the elf girls running away without looking back, Danergu had a bad feeling in his heart. But now all the fighters have started charging, and there is no turning back. At this moment, on the mountains on both sides, space barriers blocked all the breath inside. Chu Sheng and Xia Nuya led the mage corps and ambushed above, pointing the muzzles of dozens of heavy machine guns downwards. The rest of the elf girls held grenades and stun grenades in their hands, collectively transforming into jade-faced grenade kings, ready to rain grenades on the reckless orcs. Very good, the experience pack will be here soon. Chu Sheng looked at the orc army that was charging continuously and judged the range of the attack. After 6 days of replication in the critical house, the number of heavy machine guns has reached 64, and the number of bullets has reached more than 100,000. It's not that he doesn't want to make more, but if this thing is copied again, the critical house will not be able to accommodate it. After 8 days of replication, the number of anti-tank mines reached 256, which was enough to deal with the problem. As the orc army entered the minefield, he immediately removed all space barriers and shouted orders. Suppressive fire. Chapter 69 Two-Faced Man. Roar. The orc army launched a fearless charge, with excitement flashing in the eyes of every fighter. They ran through the straight valley, not knowing that what was waiting for them would be an unknown despair. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded at the front of the army. An anti-tank mine was activated, and the triggering mine was blown into pieces in an instant. When the orcs around were stunned, several explosions sounded one after another, shaking the entire valley. In just a few seconds, dozens of orcs were blown to death, with broken limbs and flesh scattered everywhere. The scene was bloody and horrifying. Stop! The sharp-toothed beast under Danergu's crotch was shocked by the violent explosion and threw him out directly. He adjusted his movements and center of gravity in the air, landed smoothly, and then ordered the army to stop. Deputy Leader Roxa, what kind of magic is this? In front of the army, all the orcs stopped advancing, quickly retreated, and dared not pursue recklessly anymore. Roxa was also confused at this time. He had just clearly seen those elves running straight past, but nothing happened to them. How come when it was the orcs' turn, terrifying magic spells appeared on the ground? The most puzzling thing was that he clearly did not detect any magical fluctuations in front of him, and the magic armor on the dead orcs was also operating at full capacity. Be careful in the sky. Before the two commanders Danergu and Roxa could figure out the situation, something strange happened again. Hundreds of elves appeared on the mountains on both sides, all holding small black objects and throwing them all down. Crack! A grenade fell to the ground, but there was no sound at all, which made Roxa, who was standing next to it, bravely approach. What the hell is this? Roxa picked up the grenade and brought it closer to observe. This thing, which had no magic or fighting spirit, was it some secret weapon of the elves? However, he was answered by a dull explosion. Bang! Roxa didn't react in time and was blown to pieces, with all the hair on her upper body singed. If it weren't for the 7th level strength and the orc's powerful body, he would have been blown into pieces by now. But other orcs were not so lucky. A group of orcs of level 5 and below were blown to pieces by the rain of grenades that fell from the sky. Even though they used all their strength to activate their fighting spirit for protection, they still suffered heavy casualties. What followed was a crazy fire from dozens of heavy machine guns. Bullets poured down like raindrops, and orcs fell down one after another, like turtles in a jar, and could only passively take the beating. Shinoya, reload. Chu Sheng pinched the gentle heart of the big elf girl, and the other party cooperated very well in loading the bullet chain to ensure sufficient firepower of the machine gun. The range of this heavy machine gun reaches a terrifying 2,000 meters, and it can easily penetrate even brick walls and steel plates. He looked at the orcs falling down like wheat in the valley below, and the excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. It feels quite refreshing, like shooting a horde of zombies in the apocalypse. What kind of magic is this? Why is the magic armor given by humans completely ineffective? Below, the orc army, which could only passively fight, had quietly fallen into an unknown fear. The elves' methods are neither fighting spirit nor magic, so how can they fight back? Danergu felt extremely regretful at this moment. He shouldn't have rashly ordered a charge into the valley. Although he could rely on his fighting spirit and physical body to withstand those strange attacks, he could only watch other orcs fall into a pool of blood. In just a few breaths, our losses reached hundreds. Retreat the entire army. Leave the valley immediately. In desperation, Danergu could only reluctantly order a retreat. The remaining 2,000 or so orc fighters ran to the rear, their faces no longer showing the excitement and disdain they had at the beginning. However, from the moment they chose to enter the valley, the battle was destined to be a one-sided crushing defeat. The retreating orc army saw hundreds of elf girls appearing in the rear, each holding an AK in their hands, and they immediately panicked. Irene arrived from the rear with 400 members of the fighting corps. AK firepower poured out, and they adopted a two-sided cheese sandwich fighting strategy. The orc army has mines in front, AKs behind, and machine guns and grenades above their heads. They are being beaten in a 360-degree automatic manner. Unless they can dig a hole and escape, it is only a matter of time before their entire army is wiped out. Chu Sheng seized the opportunity, handed the machine gun to Xian Nuya to operate, and then he communicated with the magic power in the air and jumped down to the bottom of the valley. Sharp ice spears appeared in his hands and kept piercing into the uneven mountain walls, using the footholds to join the fighting group. Come on, let me see how much a 7th-level orc can strengthen me. Chu Sheng looked at the two 7th-level orcs in front of the army with fiery eyes. They were the main course of this battle. He decided to use the power of the critical house again to kill the two orcs instantly to avoid any more trouble. The true strength and destructive power of a 7th-level orc are even more terrifying than that of the 8th-level killer last time. If it is not dealt with soon, it may pose a threat to the elf girl army. Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone a 7th-level orc. I am afraid that my space protection magic device will be as useless as paper. Great Lord Danergu, look! There's actually a human man over there. Roxa was leading a group of orcs to break out. The fighters around him fell one after another, and only he rushed to a position close to the exit. Danergu looked in the direction he was going and saw a man with black hair and black eyes in front of the elf girls who were blocking their retreat. He instantly recalled the information provided by the human kingdom. It was this man from the eastern continent who made their orc attack fail. Great Lord Danergu, our army is already in danger. If we return like this, we will surely be severely punished. Danergu was silent. Nearly half of the 3,000-strong army had fallen, and the remaining ones would probably not be able to hold on for long. With his and Rox's strength, it would probably be no problem for them to leave alone. But as the other party said, the consequences of going back like this might be even worse. After this great defeat, the two of them will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the orcs, and they will be skinned alive if they don't die. Deputy Leader Roxa, what do you mean? Capture that man from the eastern continent. I suspect he's the reason these strange weapons appeared in the elf forest. Roxa was filled with rage, unwilling to face this first major defeat in his life. Capture him. Maybe I can make amends. Danergu seemed a little hesitant. He knew that this was the only way to save both of them, but for some reason, the uneasiness in his heart was even greater than before. It was because he didn't see any fear or timidity in the eyes of the man from the eastern continent. Only excitement and excitement. It was as if he and Roxa were the prey to be slaughtered. On one side is the deputy leader who is ready to go all out, and on the other side is a mysterious oriental man. Danergu's cautious style of doing things inevitably led him into struggle again. This wave is two-faced for men. Chapter 70 Breakthrough to Level 5. After thinking it over again and again, Danergu decided to give it a try. Let's fight. Hesitation will lead to defeat. He let out a ferocious roar, and a terrifying fighting spirit that was so thick that it seemed to be tangible overflowed from his entire body. He raised the 2-meter-high giant axe in his hand and leaped towards Chu Sheng. At the same time, Roxa also gripped the giant sword in his hand tightly, with surging fighting spirit covering the sword body, and also slashed towards Chu Sheng. The two men attacked with such force that Chu Sheng felt as small as a speck of dust. What fell were not two orcs, but two mountains. In an instant, hundreds of space barriers unfolded in front of him, waiting for the giant axe and sword to fall. Crack. However, these space barriers are more fragile than glass under the attacks of 7th-level orcs. Without even touching the weapon itself, the fierce fighting spirit attached to the surface alone was enough to shatter almost all barriers. There was no panic on Chu Sheng's face. If these two attacks were to land on him, he would definitely be killed instantly. But, no matter how powerful the attack is, what's the use if it can't hit the target? The extremely sharp axe attacked, and Chu Sheng felt that his skin was cut by the fighting spirit, and blood was flowing. The next moment, he mobilized all his space magic power and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Not good. Danergu and Roxa were both shocked at the same time. This sudden scene completely disrupted their plans. Part of the power of space magic lies in its ability to kill on first sight. The enemy has no idea that you can teleport and can't guess where you will appear from, so they can only grope blindly. Bang! The giant axe and giant sword fell to the ground at the same time, and the powerful fighting spirit surged out, shaking the entire valley. A huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground, with thick smoke and dust rising. Before Danergu and Roxa could react, Chu Sheng appeared behind them. He placed his left and right hands on the shoulders of the two men. Blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Facing the attacks of two 7th-level orcs at close range, even if he was not hit, he would still suffer internal injuries from the aftermath. Elbow, follow me into the house. As Chu Sheng's devilish whisper rang out, Danergu and the other man felt a sudden tingling in their hearts. Just as he was about to move, his vision suddenly went dark and he came to a strange and weird place. The next moment, the light in his eyes disappeared, his huge body gradually stiffened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ahem, as expected of an orc, he's much stronger than humans of the same level. Chu Sheng coughed up some blood foam from the corner of his mouth. He ignored his injuries and went to the bodies of the two people to search. Although the slowly lit flash of light was a little dim, it still made him extremely excited. Haven't we been busy for most of the day, just for this moment? As his fingers touched the two pieces of dead objects, a sense of pleasure comparable to a cranial orgasm swept through Chu Sheng's body. The fighting spirit in his body began to spin rapidly in his abdomen, making Chu Sheng hum softly with comfort. The prototype that was already close to the vortex solidified instantly, and the fighting spirit broke through the 4th level. However, this is not the end. The pure power continues to flow through the 5 limbs, and the chi and blood in the whole body continue to gather, rushing towards the 5th level. When Chu Sheng opened his eyes again, he didn't know how much time had passed. I really broke through to the 5th level. After some self-reflection, he realized that the level of his fighting spirit had reached the 5th level, which was the same level as his teacher, Ellen. It won't be long until Teacher Chao's day comes. However, the real improvement is not in fighting spirit, but in strength and physical fitness. Chu Sheng clenched his palms lightly, feeling that he had endless strength in his body. Endurance, explosive power, and stamina have all been greatly improved. He made a rough estimate and realized that even without using his fighting spirit, he could tear a 4th-level orc apart with his bare hands just by relying on his physical body. In the real world, it would probably be enough to pin the Hulk to the ground. Even little Chu Sheng was now arrogant and full of energy. Chu Sheng moved his mind and returned to the other world again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xian Nuya running towards him with a worried look on her face. Chu Sheng, are you okay? The big elf's face was full of concern. She kept circling around Chu Sheng. When she saw the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, her heart also tightened. You guys, you always disregard your own safety like this. Xian Nuya held Chu Sheng in her arms with a distressed look on her face, her tone filled with blame, but she couldn't bear to blame him. There were dense bloodshot veins in his eye sockets. Large patches of blood red appeared on the surface of his skin, and his whole body seemed to be filled with blood. What's wrong with you? Xian Nuya was startled, and Chu Sheng in her arms suddenly became hot, like a burning spiritual fire. She thought it was Chu Sheng who was injured, so she hugged him even tighter and continuously sent ice attribute magic power to him in an attempt to cool him down. Chu Sheng felt that his mind was beginning to become unclear, as if a voice was constantly echoing in his ears. Let him tear up Shenyuoya's clothes. When he was about to lose control, Chu Sheng finally came to his senses and hurriedly broke free from Xian Nuya's arms. What's going on? Is this a side effect of orc power? Chu Sheng muttered to himself. He felt as if there was a ball of evil fire burning in his dantian, which might burn his brain. He stepped into the battlefield in disbelief and searched the valley for the death drops of dead orcs. Under the siege of heavy machine guns and anti-tank mines, only a few hundred of the 3,000-strong orc army are still struggling to hold on. Looking around, there was a sea of blood and corpses. The strong smell of blood made people cover their mouths and noses. Chu Sheng continued to absorb the orc's dead drops. His strength continued to increase, and his body was slightly expanding. At this moment, his skin was red and purple all over, as if he had been injected with the secret potion of the American swimming team. He tried his best to control his gaze and tried not to look at any elf girl, for fear that he would knock her down if he was not careful. However, the more you avoid something, the more likely it will come to you at an inopportune time. A wave of magic surged from his side, and Tiffany, a giant elf girl with long crimson hair, appeared. Seeing the other person's beautiful and mature face, Chu Sheng's remaining trace of rationality instantly disappeared. Kid, what's wrong with you? Chapter 71 Human Betrayal. Chu Sheng was in a daze at this moment. His brain had completely shut down, and he was unable to think of anything. Tiffany gently stroked Chu Sheng's hair. Even though he was as hot as a little sun, she still didn't show any disgust. Xianyuo, what's wrong with this child? The big elf girl shook her head, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. I don't know either. I just saw this guy running around among the orc corpses, and then he suddenly became like this. Xianyuo was also confused and turned to ask something more important. Mother, since you are here, has the powerful orcs in the north retreated? Yes, they seem to have sensed the defeat here in some way and returned in disgrace. Speaking of this, Tiffany couldn't help but look at the battlefield not far away. It had become a purgatory specifically for the orc army, with broken limbs scattered everywhere and only a few hundred orcs still resisting stubbornly. Tiffany took out her staff from behind her back and chanted the spell softly with her red lips at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a rain of broken ice appeared above the valley. Countless pieces of freezing ice fell to the ground, freezing all the remaining 300 orcs. Their expressions and movements were all frozen in the previous moment, sealed in a huge block of ice like specimens. With these prisoners, we might be able to force the orc army in the north to retreat. Shanoya nodded in agreement. The orcs were a race that believed in honor and fighting, and would rather fight to the last soldier than surrender. She had long noticed the strange armor these orcs wore, which had strong magical fluctuations on it, and was not something that the orcs could produce at all. Although she was a little reluctant to believe it, Shanoya had to admit it. The human kingdom's help to the orcs has been made public. They have completely betrayed the multi-ethnic alliance. Thinking of this, the eyes of the big elf girl couldn't help but become solemn, and she looked at Chu Sheng in her arms with emotion. Mother, we are really grateful to him this time. If it weren't for those magical weapons he brought, we in the elf forest would have suffered countless losses. Tiffany smiled and nodded, her eyes looking at Chu Sheng becoming more gentle. Rather than thanking this child, I would like to thank you, Shanoya. Thank me for what? The big elf lady looked surprised. She was just there to help out and didn't contribute much at all, but the orcs were already defeated. Of course, thank you for bringing this child to our elf forest. Tiffany's eyebrows curved, and she gently took up one of Xianyuya's fair and tender hands, her tone kind and serious. The difficulties we faced in the elf forest have now passed, but this child's difficulties still require your and my help to overcome them. Tiffany and Xianyuya also realized that his symptoms did not seem like any injury, but more like he had taken some tonic medicine. This matter should be left to Her Majesty the Queen herself. Xianyuya's pointed ears were covered with crimson, and she subconsciously tried to break free from Tiffany's hand. It's not that she was unwilling to help Chu Sheng relieve the pressure, but she was a little uncomfortable with having one more person. Xianyuya looked around nervously. There were at least 100 elf girls looking at her. She was so embarrassed in public that her body stiffened. Some of the elf girls had eager eyes, eager to join in, while others had serious looks, like curious apprentices. Xianyuya mustered up the courage to leave, but was held tightly by Tiffany and couldn't get away. Xianyuya, I am the queen, and you are the crown prince. It is the correct way to entertain guests if we attend together. Seeing the elf lady's hesitation, Tiffany struck while the iron was hot and said, After this battle, you should know that the elf forest will probably never be able to do without this child again. He's given so much for the elf forest today. If we don't show as much sincerity as possible, who knows if he won't think too much. At this point, Tiffany's eyes showed a hint of expectation and pleading, and she looked straight at Xianyuya with a resentful tone. Consider this as a request from the queen. You don't want this child to be dissatisfied with our elf forest, do you? The queen's eyes were so sincere and resentful that Xianyuya couldn't even think of refusing. The elder who was once noble, elegant, mature, and steady, now asked me so humbly. If I refuse again, it would be too ignorant. Her Majesty the Queen is right. Attending together is the proper way to entertain guests. Your Majesty, I understand. In order to keep this guy's heart in the elf forest, I am willing to give everything. Xianyuya no longer avoided it, and the shyness on her face was a little less. She took the initiative to hold Tiffany's 5 fingers, revealing a determined look. Very good. Let us work together to seize this exciting future for the elf forest. Tiffany's eyes were filled with relief. She glanced at Chu Sheng out of the corner of her eyes, secretly delighted in her heart. My child, I promised you something, and I won't break my promise. When the two met for the first time, she had joked that if Chu Sheng needed it, she would persuade Xianyuya for him. Now, the time has finally come to fulfill this promise. Chu Sheng struggled in their arms like a child having a nightmare. Tiffany closed her beautiful eyes slightly and kissed him lightly on the forehead, her tone so gentle and loving. Don't worry, everything you want will be given to you, Red Heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Tiffany waved her staff lightly, and half-meter-thick ice walls rose from the ground around the 3 of them. The ice wall continued to grow, and as if it had self-awareness, it closed at the top, forming a grand and elegant small house. Be good, I'll make you feel better soon. Tiffany's fair arms exerted a little force and lifted Chu Sheng up like a princess. At the end, he turned around and gave Xian Nuya an encouraging look. Xianyuo, come quickly, don't let this child wait anxiously. As you command, Your Majesty. Chapter 72 The Queen's Killing Intention. On the battlefield, Aaron, Livell and others were leading their respective armies to clean up the mess. The magical armor on the orcs can be used as evidence of their collusion with humans, and other things also have their own uses. Many weapons are made of rare and precious materials and can be resmelted to make equipment for the elf girls. The fur of dead orc mounts can also be peeled off and made into clothing, and the meat can be made into delicacies to reward the entire army. Erin carried an AK on her back and wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Her long silver-white hair fluttered freely in the mountain breeze. She kept staring at the figures of Chu Sheng and the other two in the distance until the ice house was built. Then she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Erlen, what are you expecting? The dark-skinned elf girl shook her head, trying not to think about what was happening over there. Although there are only women in the elf forest, they are not closed and conservative, and can still access many books and pictures from outside countries. Many elf girls are old drivers who have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but suffer from a lack of practical opportunities. Naturally, AI Erlen did not dare to hope that she would have the same status as the queen and the princess in Chu Sheng's heart. Now she only hopes that Chu Sheng can continue to love the queen and the princess, and share the little time and patience he has left with her. On the other side, in the igloo, Chu Sheng's consciousness was still hazy, but his physical sensations were exceptionally clear. A soft and graceful voice seemed to be there and not there in my ears. Your Majesty, can you please? Xian Nuya, I want to teach you a lesson. Good things should be held tightly. If you can avoid sharing, don't share them. Your Majesty, please. The sunlight, shining into the igloo gradually became dim. Chu Sheng opened his eyes wide with a refreshed look, looked around, and saw Tiffany smiling beside him. The giant elf girl supported herself with her white arms, a loving smile on her lips, and her eyes were so gentle that tears seemed to drip from them. Chu Sheng was particularly familiar with this look. In the past, no matter how outrageous his request was, Tiffany would look at him like this, and then complete it carefully without complaint. With a mother like this, what else could a child ask for? Your sleeping posture is still as cute as ever. I'm sorry, Tiffany. I've caused trouble for you and Shinoya. Before Chu Sheng could finish his words, Tiffany placed her delicate jade fingers on his lips. She chuckled and shook her head, her eyes filled with the most sincere gratitude. It was the elf forest that caused the trouble. You don't need to blame yourself at all. Chu Sheng smiled and nodded. The relationship between the three of them was no longer as unfamiliar as when they first met, so these little things were not worth mentioning. He sat up from the round bed and slightly moved the joints of his body, and his bones made a crackling sound. At this moment, Chu Sheng seemed to have endless power in his body, even more terrifying than a pure-blooded orc. Child, can you gain some kind of enhancement from the orc's corpse? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. Faced with Tiffany's doubts, Chu Sheng did not hide anything and immediately told her about the body strengthening. However, he did not mention the part about the golden finger, but only used vague words such as some kind of power to express it. After listening to Chu Sheng's explanation, Tiffany's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, and her expression was indescribably strange. Can you absorb some of the orc's power? This kind of talent is really unheard of. Tiffany suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Chu Sheng was still so difficult even when he was asleep. She and Shinoya tried their best and barely won. In the past, she could handle Chu Sheng alone with ease, but she didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. It seems that although your talent is powerful, it still has some side effects. I don't know if it will leave any hidden dangers to your body. Tiffany's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of worry. Although absorbing talents from other races was powerful, it was not worth it if it came at the cost of some of her own potential. This time, he only absorbed the power of 2 7th-level orcs and lost control to the point where he couldn't survive without human hearts. If he absorbed more powerful enemies in the future, wouldn't the situation be even more serious? No, I'll let Weilin give you another checkup later, otherwise I won't be at ease. Chu Sheng really wanted to say that his golden finger would not harm him, but after thinking about it, he decided not to explain too much. Tiffany's tone this time was particularly serious, with an air of unquestionable authority and a bit of the seriousness of an elder. Chu Sheng also enjoyed the feeling of being cared for and worried about, so naturally he had no objection. By the way, Your Majesty, how is the situation with the orc army going? Chu Sheng was a little unhappy about this loss of control. On the battlefield, in front of all the troops, how could he maintain his dignity as a general? He suddenly thought that this time the blood and energy went out of control because he absorbed the drops from the orcs. If he absorbed the drops from other races in the future, what strange side effects would appear? For example, if you absorb the death drops of the Dragon Clan, you will become extremely greedy for money. If you absorb the drops of the Taotai clan, you will not be able to help but eat a lot. Thanks to you, the orc army has been dealt with, and the 9th level orcs in the north have retreated. The energy forest is temporarily safe. Tiffany's tone was full of excitement, and the next moment, she took out a set of armor from the space magic device. Chu Sheng took a closer look and found that this was clearly the magic armor worn by the orcs just now. He used his mental power to sense it a little bit. He found that the magic circle above was very strong and could probably reduce more than 80% of the damage from 6th level magic. What a pity. Even if you max out your magic resistance, I only have physical penetration. The Elf Queen's gaze was kind and gentle 1 second, but became serious and cold the next. She looked through the window of the igloo toward the faintly visible human city-state in the south. How dare you betray the alliance and collude with the orcs? I will let you know how terrifying the wrath of the elf forest is. Tiffany's eyes were cold, and her tone revealed a rare, murderous intent. As the queen of a clan, she always presented herself as kind and friendly. But now the attitude and actions of the human side forced her to dig out the murderous intent buried deep in her heart. Good brothers, please give some free support to the love. Don't force the children to kneel down and beg you. Chapter 73 City Wall Construction. Tiffany took out a hummingbird made of frost from her arms and gently placed it on her forehead. A huge amount of information and various images flowed into the hummingbird's body. It flapped its wings a few times, flew out of the window of the igloo, and ran towards the distance. I have already sent news of humanity's betrayal to all the allied races. I believe it won't be long before they receive the sanctions and condemnation they deserve. Chu Sheng nodded. Since the human kingdom chose to help the orcs, it would definitely choose a blitzkrieg strategy. The goal is to capture the elf forest before other races can react. Therefore, even though they had won a great victory over the 3,000 orc fighters with 0 casualties, it was far from the time to be happy. Because the next wave of attacks from orcs and humans shouldn't be too far away. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng silently took out a magic scroll from the space magic device, which contained a schematic diagram of the defense line wall he had drawn. During the Chinese New Year in the real world, he would spend some time hand-drawing designs when he was bored at home. The template is of course copied from the Great Wall of China built by ancient sages. Now, the outermost area has heather trees and ding-dong birds forming a biological alarm circle. All we need to do is build a wall on both sides of the trees at a distance of 100 meters. First, it can prevent other animals in the forest from interfering with the ding-dong birds' early warning, and second, it can serve as a buffer for the enemy. The scroll also includes a construction plan for the innermost wall of the elf forest fortress, with a protruding watchtower every few dozen meters. Combined with the thermal imaging lens given by Brother Bay, it can effectively detect hidden units. Tiffany took the scroll in her hand and became more and more surprised the more she looked at it. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng came up with such a detailed and exquisite design in such a short time. The layout and structure of the city wall and the terrain distribution of the outer ring are so exquisite that they seem like something that only dwarves could design. Her admiration and love for Chu Sheng grew deeper and deeper, and she wished she could tie him to her side and never leave him for a moment. Tiffany, I'll have to trouble you to use earth and would attribute magic to build it later. How long will it take? Chu Sheng estimated that with Tiffany's ability as a 9th-level Imperial Magician and the length of the outer ring of the forest, it might be completed in less than a day. Well, no more than 10 hours. If other elders help, it might be even faster. Tiffany frowned slightly, a little unsure. Just building the city wall isn't difficult, but adding some magic power to the wall for protection will require more effort. It would be best to use a large amount of originium as a source of mana, otherwise the defense will not be sufficient. Without saying a word, Chu Sheng took out a large number of glass balls from the space magic device, all of which could be used as source stones. Take these first. If you don't have enough, come back to me. I'll give you as much as you want. Anyway, he didn't want to use 1 or 2 simple walls to keep the orcs out. That was pure wishful thinking. As long as we can slightly block the enemy's mounts, chariots, logistics troops, etc., it will be enough. Tiffany took over a pile of glass balls and keenly found more than a dozen pieces of elemental metal from them. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Chu Sheng. Child, this is what I prepared for the elders. Tell them to pick one that suits their attributes and quickly create an amplification staff. It's very important for improving the strength of the entire elf forest. Then I would like to thank them on their behalf. After the two of them finished communicating, Tiffany immediately began to devote herself to the construction of the defense line. For a Ninth Order warrior, destroying a city might be easy, but creating one would take a lot of time. Chu Sheng picked up the sleeping Xia Nuya, left the ice house, and returned to the elf forest fortress. He placed the giant elf girl on his round bed and covered her with a blanket attentively. He was inexplicably infected by her sleepiness. I don't know what's going on with Xia Nuya lately. She's been sleeping longer and longer. Chu Sheng shook his head, crawled into bed, and slowly fell asleep. At the same time, Tiffany was leading several elders to start the construction work in full swing. Under her will, pieces of the Great Wall condensed by Earth-attributed magic power continued to rise from the ground, covering the outer ring. In some areas where there are too many trees and the vegetation is too dense, an elder uses life magic and wood magic to create tall tree people to help complete the task. Each of the tree men is tens of meters tall and looks like the twisted tree spirits in League of Legends. They spread their arms and use the branches growing all over their bodies to weave thick wooden walls. The construction of the protective wall took longer than expected and was basically completed at 10 o'clock in the evening. Chu Sheng had just woken up from a nap, and Xia Nuya beside him showed no signs of waking up. He walked out of the tree house and saw many changes in the terrain along the way. The fortress is surrounded by a solid stone wall tens of meters high and is no longer leaky like before. Tiffany and the others are so efficient. In Chu Sheng's original conception, he also designed a series of complete and modern urban planning plans for the Elf Forest Fortress, including the division of commercial areas, residential areas, and industrial areas, the distribution of refuge systems and drainage systems, etc. After all, the living environment in the Elf Forest is close to nature if you put it nicely, but it is a primeval forest if you put it bluntly, with nothing you want. But thinking of the approaching orc army, he was not in a hurry to build the city. It won't be too late to do it once the Elf Forest is truly safe and stable. Chu Sheng's goal is to build the Elf Forest Fortress into a modern and civilized city within a year. He even thought of a name. It was Night City. Oh no, it was Paradise City. As the name suggests, this is a wonderful city where every elf girl living here can enjoy happiness. Just as Chu Sheng was imagining a beautiful future plan, mysterious formation patterns suddenly flashed on his wrist. A slightly childish voice, yet with a hint of vicissitudes of life, came from the lines. Hey, Junior, can you hear me? Chu Sheng realized that this was the phone from another world that Elder Weilin had carved on his palm last time. Elder Weilin, I heard you clearly. What do you want from me? Tiffany is very worried about your physical condition and asked you to come to me for a test. Now, Chu Sheng had a strange expression on his face. The test that Elder Weilin mentioned was not a serious experiment. It's possible that you will lose a large number of protein molecules. However, his body had just been super enhanced by the power of the orcs, and he was extremely hungry, so he naturally would not refuse. That's right, come over now, and move quickly. Don't worry, Elder. I will definitely support your research with all my heart. Chapter 74 Promotion to Level 5. Under the cover of night, Chu Sheng arrived at the garden courtyard where Elder Weilin lived. The last time I came here was during the day, and the road was covered with colorful flowers, which was a beautiful sight. Now that night has come again, it is a completely different visual experience. The path was lined with petals flashing with blue fluorescence, and a large group of butterflies with purple glow on their wings were dancing around, as if in a dream. Elder Weilin's young figure was still sitting in the pavilion with her arms folded, just like last time. Her crimson twin ponytails and the heart-shaped pattern below her belly were particularly eye-catching. Elder Weilin, let's start the test. Weilin rolled her eyes at him resentfully and said unhappily, Wait a minute. Do you think I'm the kind of person you'd want to suck out the sample the moment you meet me? Isn't it? Weilin was speechless for a moment, snorted heavily, and pushed a teacup on the table in front of her. Drink this cup of tea first, and then we'll test it. Chu Sheng picked up the teacup with a little curiosity. Steam was rising from it, and a rich aroma filled his nose. It's a bit like Hinako's fragrance, and also like the unique plant and flower scent of the elves. He had just woken up and his mouth happened to be a little dry. Without thinking much, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. It can't be the sleeping tea given by the senior, right? Chu Sheng smacked his lips and was about to ask what kind of tea it was, but Weilin answered his question with mental magic. I added some of my holy water to this. Doesn't it taste good? Chu Sheng. His eyes widened instantly, and he looked incredulous. Puff. Seeing Chu Sheng's expression constantly changing, sometimes dark and sometimes secretly happy. Weilin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her eyebrows curved into the shape of a crescent moon. What a foolish junior. How could we possibly entertain guests with something like that? Weilin's expression looked a bit annoying, which made Chu Sheng's teeth itch. This playful look of a villain who has achieved success clearly shows that he is a female devil. Oh no, it should be said to be a big female ghost, or even a giant female ghost. Before Chu Sheng wanted to complain, he suddenly felt an extremely pure, natural magic power flowing in his body. Chu Sheng couldn't help but hum softly, and his mental strength, which had been stagnant at the 4th level for a while, miraculously began to grow. After just a few seconds, the magic vortex began to shrink and gradually condensed into a magic pond. According to Xian Nuya's teachings, this is the sign of breaking through the 5th level. Chu Sheng was surprised. He thought that if he practiced step by step every day, it would take at least a week to break through to the 5th level. Who would have thought that drinking a cup of holy water from Elder Weilin would allow him to break through to a higher level directly? Could this be the enlightenment tea from fantasy novels? Weilin smiled and used mental magic to answer his guess again. This is the sap of the sacred tree of life. It is extremely precious and has a powerful effect on increasing mental strength and magic power. At this point, she looked at Chu Sheng with a sudden hint of envy. This thing can only produce a small cup a year. Even an elder like me can only use it drop by drop. Tiffany is really willing to spend money on you. Chu Sheng was silent. If it was Tiffany's arrangement, then there would be no problem. After the incident at the ice house, he had told the other party about setting up the second line of defense in the elf forest, but he was troubled by the fact that his mental power was not at the 5th level, and he had not been able to arrange the space formation. It seems that Tiffany really cares about what she said, but it's normal to think about it. With how much the mother dotes on Chu Sheng, she probably wouldn't refuse even a piece of the Tree of Life trunk, let alone a cup of essence sap. Before Chu Sheng could feel happy for a few seconds, Weilin suddenly changed the subject and teased. However, although the essence sap is effective, it does have some minor side effects. What are the side effects? Weilin said nothing, but just took out a palm-sized hourglass and started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chu Sheng. 3, 2, 1. As Weilin read the first word, Chu Sheng's face instantly twisted. Elder Weilin, where's the restroom? A smile of success appeared in Weilin's eyes, and she pointed her jade finger at the right side of the treehouse. Chu Sheng couldn't hold it any longer, so he used space magic and flashed several times to rush into the place where Weilin pointed. He kicked open the toilet door and was so eager to relieve himself that he didn't even have time to close it. What the hell is that tree sap? Chu Sheng suddenly found himself enveloped by a huge shadow that was a head taller than him. A faint floral scent that was slightly familiar drifted into his nose. He subconsciously turned his head, and what came into his sight was Weilin's mature and charming oval face. At this moment, Weilin has returned to her original appearance. She is tall and slightly plump, with a broad and elastic bust, and a waist and hip line that is as beautiful as a work of art. She ignored Chu Sheng's confused expression and approached him with a smile on her face. Elder Weilin, what are you doing? Of course this is part of the test. Weilin's tone was no longer as playful as when she was little, but was replaced by the calmness of a mature woman. Even so, there's no need for Elder Weilin to do it herself, right? As a researcher, of course I have to collect data myself. Chapter 75. Have people from Blue Star come to another world? Elder Weilin, wait a minute. What's wrong? Do you want me to stop? I mean, wait, just do whatever you want. Hee. The smile on Weilin's mature face grew wider, and she spoke vaguely. What an honest junior. I've already told you everything you want me to do, mind magic. Weilin looked at the slightly golden sample in the potion bottle and smiled. Junior, it seems that you have been a little irritated recently. Well, maybe it's the aftereffect of absorbing too much orc power. I don't know. Weilin nodded and put the transparent potion bottle back into the space magic device. Last time, she used Chu Sheng's white sample to detect that he possessed an unheard-of physical talent. That is the ability to communicate with the free magic factors flowing in the air, which is incredible. Weilin has lived for thousands of years and has heard that some people can communicate with small animals, some can communicate with flowers, plants, and trees, and some can even communicate with breasts. But Chu Sheng's case is definitely a rare exception that only exists in the entire continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an innate magical holy body. You, the younger generation, not only have the talent to communicate with magic, but you can even absorb the abilities of other races. How many surprises do you have in store for us that we don't even know about? Weilin couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, This continent is so vast that an ordinary person may not be able to circle it in his lifetime, so it is normal for some people to have extraordinary talents. She suddenly looked down and revealed a teasing smile. Junior, your side effects are really severe. Even Tiffany can't suppress it. Well, this is normal. The side effects of the orc power should have passed long ago. Chu Sheng was a little speechless. Isn't this all your fault? Nonsense, this is not normal at all. The after effects of absorbing 2 7th-level orcs are already so severe. What will happen in the future? Weiling's tone suddenly changed from gentle to serious, making it difficult to tell whether she was serious or just pretending. We must study it carefully and find corresponding countermeasures. Otherwise, if you absorb the power of something like the cannibals in the future, won't you be able to catch the girls in the elf forest and eat them alive? Whatever you say is what it is. Chu Sheng hesitated. He glanced at Weiling's face out of the corner of his eye and found that beneath her serious expression there was a hint of discomfort and a smirk. You even said I was dishonest, but it was obviously Weilin who was dishonest. If you want to suck, just suck. Why do you have to find some high-sounding excuse? Elder Weilin, can you please put on those gold-rimmed glasses you wore last time? Although she didn't know what Chu Sheng's purpose was in making such a request, in order to successfully find a way to deal with the side effects, Weilin still listened to his advice and put on the glasses. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This is the taste. After all, as the old saying goes, 9 out of 10 people who wear glasses are blind, and the other one is particularly blind. In the early morning, Chu Sheng and Weilin sat together in the pavilion. Chu Sheng took out the magic circle scrolls that Weilin had given her last time and opened them one by one to study. During the New Year holidays in the real world, he would take it out and review it whenever he had time. However, due to the coding of some key fields, it is always difficult to fully understand the content taught above. Now that his mental power has broken through the 5th level, Chu Sheng can finally read the text on the scroll without any obstruction. With the educational level of his high school teacher, it was not too difficult for him to understand something like a textbook about another world. Not to mention that his golden finger can automatically convert the text language of the other world into the corresponding meaning and directly put it into the brain. It is absolutely impossible that you can recognize every word but not recognize them when they are put together. At this moment, Weilin has changed from the mature and beautiful woman she was just now back to a lowly with curly hair and is washing her mouth with a steaming cup of tea. Younger generation, it takes time to understand the knowledge above. It took me several months to barely understand it. She put down her teacup, cleared her throat, and advised, go back and study carefully first. When you've finished reading, use the communication magic circle in your hand to call me. There's no point in being anxious. Chu Sheng didn't try to be stubborn. He had already learned a small part of it from that one move. He estimated that he would be able to fully understand it after reading for a few hours. After all, the current situation in the elf forest does not allow him to spend several months studying slowly, and the orc army will not wait. Chu Sheng said goodbye to Weilin, took the magic circle scroll, and returned to his treehouse. At this time, Xiaonuya was still sleeping soundly. Her breathing was very even, and her sleeping position had not changed at all. How about waiting for Xiaonuya to wake up and asking Elder Weilin to test her as well? Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought. The big elf lady had been sleeping in the ice house since noon. She would never do this no matter how tired she was before. He took off his shoes and socks, rested his head lightly on Shanoya's soft and elastic legs, and planned to study the magic circle scroll all night. A woman once said that the best pillow for a woman is a man's arm. But in Chu Sheng's opinion, the best pillow is the girl's knee pillow. She must be slightly plump, too thin is not acceptable. The second one is the warm heart, and the third one is the round peach buttocks. With the blessing of the best pillow in the world, Chu Sheng felt that his understanding and concentration seemed to have increased by 20%. If I had been in this state of mind when I was taking advanced mathematics classes in college, I would have been admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University as a graduate student long ago. The night time passed quietly, and the moon gradually disappeared. Chu Sheng always maintained a clear and studious state, and studied more than a dozen textbook scrolls thoroughly. The total number of words in it is at least more than 200,000, which is much longer than this book that is urged to be updated every day. It was not until the sky was completely bright that Chu Sheng, still unsatisfied, got up from the big elf's legs and moved his body joints a few times. Looking back, Xiaonuya was still sleeping soundly, and she didn't react even though her legs were numb from being pillowed. Chu Sheng did not wake up the big elf mother and went out alone. When passing by the newly built walls and gates of the fortress, he greeted the 2 elf girls on guard kindly and came to a position near the pre-planned second line of defense. Chu Xing planned to set up a space formation in this area to surround the entire elf forest fortress, and it would be best to add some time attributes. The ideal effect is to make people outside looking into the inner circle unable to see the true appearance of the elf forest fortress, just like seeing a mirage in the desert. Once you try to go inside, you will fall into a folded space that looks like a maze. In the end, they will either get lost and trapped with no way out, or be forcibly teleported in a direction away from the elf forest fortress. Of course, due to Chu Sheng's current magic strength, if the person who walked into the magic circle was much stronger than him, for example, top-level strongmen such as the 8th and 9th levels, then the actual effect and the duration of control will probably be greatly reduced. However, Chu Sheng did not think that he could stop the top-level warriors with just some space magic circles. It would be okay if he could stop some useless people and ordinary orc fighters. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng immediately lit up the communication array on his wrist and dialed Elder Weilin's phone number. Hey, Elder Weilin, are you awake? I've finished my studies. Come and teach me how to set up a formation. On the other end of the communication array, Weilin's voice sounded a little lazy, with a slight grumble of someone who hadn't woken up yet. You Junior, do you know what time it is? Chu Xing looked up at the position of the sun and said curiously, It's probably not even 6 o'clock yet. Is there something wrong? Is there a problem? Even the wild dogs in the forest aren't awake at this hour. Do you know, young ones, that elves age quickly due to lack of sleep? Isn't your appearance basically fixed after you reach adulthood? That's not true. If you have someone like this Junior who disturbs your sweet dreams, you'll get wrinkles easily. Oh, what's up? On the other end of the communication array, Weilin snorted in annoyance, subconsciously thinking that Chu Sheng was trying to make fun of her. Even though she had the best attainments in magic circles in the entire elf forest, it still took her a long time to learn. No matter how talented this Junior is, it's impossible for him to learn it in one night, right? All right, Elder Weilin, I'm not kidding. I have indeed completed and mastered all the scrolls you gave me. Chu Sheng patted his chest and promised, Come here quickly. If I lie to you, I'll let you suck for 3 days and 3 nights, okay? Who wants to do that for 3 days and 3 nights? Why not use your mouth? Weilin hung up the phone, angrily, walked out of her own garden, and rushed over here. Chu Sheng found a tree trunk to sit on and waited quietly for the other party to arrive. A few minutes later, the petite and childish Weilin appeared, looking at Chu Sheng with a resentful expression. You, the younger generation, didn't tell me our exact location, leaving me wandering around in the forest. I even sent you messages, but you didn't even answer them. Chu Sheng smiled slightly, raised his arm, and pointed at the communication array whose patterns had changed. That's because I modified the pattern layout in the formation. Now the formation is in a forced disconnection state. Weilin was stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously tapped the communication circle on her palm. The magic circle was lit up, but it did not connect to the magic circle on Chu Sheng's side, and there was no magic fluctuation in Chu Sheng's palm. Weilin raised her head in disbelief. The slight resentment on her face disappeared in an instant, and she looked at Chu Sheng with eyes full of shock and joy. It seems that the younger generation has really learned it. At this moment, she had to believe that Chu Sheng had really learned the basic principles of magic circles overnight. Otherwise, there would be no way to disconnect the communication array that he had set up in his hands. After all, although the formation is not that difficult, even some beginners will be at a loss without experience. That's natural. I never lie. Chu Sheng crossed his arms over his chest, pretending to be invisible. Weilin's expression was very similar to Xian Nuya's at the time. Both were hit, but also had a hint of relief, which made him secretly happy. Well then, I will now teach you how to set up a magic circle. After witnessing Chu Sheng's incredible talent, Weilin also became interested and wanted to see how far he could go. The layout of a magic circle requires 3 elements: the formation pattern, the attribute magic power, and the connecting medium. Among these, the connecting medium is the most important thing. Weilin explained and demonstrated it at the same time. She waved her hand to mobilize her magic power, sucked up a few leaves with unique shapes from the ground, and drew a simple circular formation directly on the ground. After filling it with wood attribute magic power, the formation lit up with a turquoise light, and a tree seedling began to grow in the center. The seedling twisted and turned, then grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon became a small tree more than 2 meters tall. What we just set up is a simple cultivation array, and the connecting medium is the corresponding leaves of this tree. If you want the formation to have different effects, you need to use different media. For example, the Hellfire formation requires spirit fire seeds, the Lightning formation requires trees that have been struck by lightning, and the Summoning formation requires the flesh and blood of the corresponding race. Chu Sheng keenly grasped the key point. Is there really such a thing as a summoning circle? Can it summon a succubus? He suddenly remembered some scenes he had seen before, where a cowardly boy drew the formation he saw in the parchment book in the room. Then your mature and astringent mother or sister will transform into a succubus with a heart-shaped tail and come out from inside. Speaking of this, Weilin nodded immediately. Of course, all kinds of races can be summoned, and there may even be life from another dimension. In the Dragon Clan's records, a human woman dressed like you was summoned. What? Chu Sheng widened his eyes and looked at Weilin in disbelief. Aren't human women who dress and behave like me women in the real world? Could it be that people in the real world can really travel to this world in some way? I am shamelessly asking everyone to go crazy for love for free. My baby's belly is rumbling. Good brothers, please give me a thumbs up. Chapter 76, The Oracle of the Goddess of Life. Elder Weilin, what does that human woman look like? Chu Sheng asked with interest. Hearing the news of people from the real world and the other world, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Well, I remember the description of her as a tall woman with black hair and black eyes. Her appearance was described as stunning by those dragons, but I don't know if it's true or not. Black hair, black eyes, and stunningly beautiful? Chu Sheng thought thoughtfully, and thought that the other party was probably from Chonghua or a neighboring Asian country. So, is that woman still in the Dragon Clan? Or has she returned to her original world? The records say that woman possessed strength that rivaled her beauty. The teleportation array couldn't support her at all, and she returned before she even landed. Is that so? Chu Sheng suddenly felt a little regretful. He had originally wanted to learn from the experience of his predecessors. After all, in the real world, there is a Yasukitsuki Anna living in my house. If Shuiying could be brought over through the summoning formation, she could learn fighting spirit and magic by herself, and curing the cold would be a piece of cake. However, this possibility seems to be a failure now. If I can summon him, but cannot return to the original real world, then I will have a headache again. Chu Sheng even thought of a greater possibility. That is the so-called Eastern continent spoken of by people in the other world. Could it be the real world where I live? After all, this place only exists in legends, and no one in this era has actually been there. Could it be that the great route that was said to be blocked by natural disasters does not exist? Chu Sheng thought a lot for a while, but finally shook his head gently and stopped thinking. The biggest goal he has set for himself right now is to become a god. No matter what method, no matter how difficult it is, you must do it. Otherwise, why would he be a bridegroom every night in the Forest of Elves? Could it be that they really want to treat these tens of thousands of pairs of wings as heirlooms and pass them down to their descendants? If the author really does this, he will probably be opened by angry readers. Okay, there's plenty of time for small talk later, but for now, let's focus on setting up the formation. Weilin changed the subject and brought the attention back to the main business. Chu Sheng simply told Weilin his idea of setting up a second line of defense and received full approval. The younger generation's idea is very good. Given the younger generation's current mana strength, the offensive power of space magic is far less than its functional power. Weilin took Chu Sheng to observe and explore the forest, looking for a suitable terrain to be the core of the formation. She patiently explained the key points and precautions of the magic circle with great seriousness, completely losing her usual childish and mature appearance. Okay, let's choose this place. It's spacious enough. Chu Sheng nodded, and according to the method and steps Weilin had just taught him, he took out a batch of small artificial crystals from the space magic device. This thing is the best material for Source Stone. It can not only store excessive magic power, but is also an excellent material for opening up internal space. He placed the crystals on the surrounding tree trunks and carved a series of intricate and mysterious magical patterns on the paths between them. Chu Sheng was extremely careful in his actions. This was his first time setting up a magic circle, and no one wanted to fail. Okay, connection complete. After carving the last section of the formation pattern, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Weilin with a little excitement. Weilin didn't say a word from beginning to end, nor did she give Chu Sheng any instructions. She just watched him arrange things silently. After receiving the other party's affirmative and gratified look, Chu Sheng mobilized the spatial attribute magic power of hundreds of cubic meters around him and poured it directly into the core part of the formation. An extremely bright blue light flashed, and a strange wave and distortion appeared in the space above the formation. The next moment, a magical visual effect appeared. Chu Sheng, standing inside, looked outside and saw that the forest looked the same as before. But when Weilin, who was standing on the outside, looked inward, the clear elven fortress and the towering tree of life in the distance had disappeared. In its place is a sparse tropical rainforest. Elder Weylin, this doesn't seem that difficult. Weylin shook her head, her eyes filled with either relief or frustration. She said in a gloomy tone, "Teaching an apprentice like this, I really can't feel any sense of accomplishment." Her words were filled with emotion. Although she had expected this, she still felt a little upset after actually seeing Chu Sheng's talent. The gap between people is indeed bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Even though he was the most accomplished person in formation in the Forest of Elves, it took him a full month to independently set up the most basic magic circle. This guy is so skilled at it for the first time. Now I truly believe that this younger generation is the savior of our elf forest prophesied. Chu Sheng was also puzzled by the fact that other elf girls were calling him that in private, and asked curiously, "What exactly is the prophecy of your elves? Why are you so sure that the savior is me?" Actually, it's not really a prophecy, but rather the last oracle left by the goddess of life. Weilin's expression instantly became solemn and serious, and she spoke slowly in a strange tone. On the day when life withered, he rose from the land of sunrise, carrying the name of Savior, and vowed to fight for all the beauty of the elf forest. Chu Sheng had no idea what language this was. It just sounded like meaningless moans and lamentations. But Goldfinger had put the meaning of this passage directly into his mind, simply and clearly. Bearing the name of Savior? Chu Sheng blinked. The current situation in the elf forest indeed confirmed the meaning of life withering. And the land that rises from the rising sun is the legendary Eastern continent. Everything in the oracle matched. No wonder the elf girls were so madly in love with him. Tiffany even wished she was her own daughter. She doted on her to the extreme. Time passed quietly, and Chu Sheng walked through the entire second defense line accompanied by Weylin. Without a moment's rest, he set up a space illusion magic circle that could cover the entire elf forest fortress. Now, we only need to complete the final injection of space attribute magic power to activate the formation. Okay, our mission is complete. I need to go back and eat a beauty meal to replenish my nutrition. Weylin waved her hand and prepared to leave. She was just a bystander the whole time. Chu Sheng had really mastered the formation teaching scroll and didn't need her guidance at all. He didn't make a single mistake from beginning to end, which made the teacher-loving Weylin almost fall asleep due to boredom. "Are you hungry, Elder Weylin? I'll give you something to eat." "Oomph, you bastard." Chapter 77. Tiffany is distressed. Chu Sheng looked at Elder Weylin's petite figure walking away, speechless. He took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket, which was made of dozens of kilograms of high-protein and high-sugar snacks, and originally intended to give it to Weylin as breakfast. But the other party seems to have some misunderstanding. Chu Sheng looked up at the sky and didn't expect that he had been working from early morning to evening in the blink of an eye. He did not choose to rest, but continued to work, injecting spatial magic into the magic circles along the way. This formation surrounds the entire elf forest fortress and is divided into two formations, inner and outer. The outer array is an illusion array that can cover up the traces of the elven fortress. The inner array is a space maze array, and people who enter it will be dizzy from all kinds of distorted and disordered spaces. The less powerful ones will be trapped inside and unable to get out, while those with a little strength will be guided to the opposite direction of the elf fortress. Even those who are stronger than Chu Sheng will be trapped for a short period of time. The amount of magic power required for such a huge formation is almost astronomical. Oh my god, how come it's only less than half filled? Chu Sheng worked until midnight, but the work was still more than halfway to completion. To make matters worse, he had already used up all the spatial attribute magic power in the air around the formation. But it still cannot fill the gap in the magic power demand of the formation. In other words, most of the remaining space magic power must be obtained from his body. There is no way, because Chu Sheng is the only one who can control the magic of space attributes. I can't find anyone to share the burden with or help me. This is to squeeze myself dry. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and threw a dozen compressed biscuits into his stomach, all wrapped in space bubbles. He controlled these compressed biscuits, continuously releasing heat to the maximum extent his body could bear, so that his magic power was always full and even overflowing. Eat and drink enough and keep working. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and continued to inject the spatial magic power generated in his body into the magic circle. I worked until late at night and was so tired that I was out of breath and my mind was broken. Even so, there is still a magic power gap of about 40%. He wiped his wet forehead, which was completely sweaty. At this moment, there is only a vague thought in my mind. Have you ever seen the elf forest at 4:30 in the morning? This isn't a solution. I need to find some food that can quickly increase my magic power. Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought, planning to take a break for a while and then go to Tiffany to ask about the situation early tomorrow morning. However, speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as Chu Sheng was about to turn around and leave, he fell into a warm and fragrant embrace. Tiffany, why are you here? The person who came was Tiffany, a giant elf girl who was over 2 meters tall. The elf queen's expression was as kind and gentle as ever. Even in the dim night, the glory of motherhood still shines brightly. This mature and intellectual appearance has long been clearly engraved in every DNA of Chu Sheng's body. But at this moment, Chu Sheng keenly noticed some changes in Tiffany. The mind-sweeping system installed in his eyes for more than 10 years accurately detected the subtle changes in the giant elf woman's heart. Miraculously, there is another growth in Nene. Chu Sheng was shocked. The fact that something could continue to grow even after being thousands of years old completely overturned the common sense of the real world. Tiffany didn't answer, but gently embraced Chu Sheng in her arms. She patted Chu Sheng's back gently with one hand and gently stroked his bangs with the other hand. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, leaving only the whistling sound of the evening breeze. Neither of them spoke, one on purpose, the other holding it back. Tiffany sniffed the faint scent of sweat on Chu Sheng's body, and after a long time she spoke with a distressed look on her face. Child, you don't need to work so hard for the elf forest. Tiffany wanted to discuss some matters with Chu Sheng yesterday, but she learned from Weilin that he was setting up a magic circle. However, after waiting for almost a day and a night without seeing any sign of Chu Sheng returning, the giant elf girl couldn't help but come to the forest to look for Chu Sheng. Along the way, she saw the formation that covered the entire fortress. The magic power required would probably take some effort for her to supply. However, Chu Sheng completed nearly 60% of the task by himself. One can imagine the hardships and fatigue involved. Until he saw Chu Sheng's weak figure, his face as pale as frost, sweat dripping like rain, and the magic power in his body was exhausted, as if he had suffered a serious illness. Tiffany couldn't help it after all. How can we not feel sorry for a child who is so busy day and night for the elf forest? Tiffany, I'm fine, I just used a little too much magic power. Before Chu Sheng could finish his words, the giant elf girl put her jade finger on his lips. Don't talk. Tiffany's words were softer than the evening breeze, and her tender hands on Chu Sheng's forehead became more and more considerate. Okay. Chu Sheng hummed softly. He was indeed in an extremely weak state at the moment. Both his magic power and physical strength were approaching depletion, a bit like Shanoya in the cave. Tiffany, how could you? Chu Sheng was so shocked that he stuttered. This was a situation he had always wanted to roleplay, and it actually happened. The elves were all born from the Tree of Life, but they are only in human form. Why? Tiffany's eyes were gentle and she smiled. This is a kind of magic. This is also why Xian Nuya treats me as an elder. Chapter 78 The Giant's Shadow in the Dark. Chu Sheng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Xian Nuya always said that she respected Tiffany as her mother. It turns out that it is not just nominal, but also physical. I have made some progress and can now eat the snacks that Xian Nuya used to eat when she was a child. This nectar is transformed from magic power and certain nutrients in the body. It really is a magical magic. Tiffany nodded with a smile, took Chu Sheng's hand, and walked towards a huge broken tree stump not far away. She smoothed her skirt and sat upright on the tree stump, staring at Chu Sheng while patting her plump and round legs. The meaning is self-evident. Chu Sheng felt that his body was out of control and was being led by something called genetic instinct. Wait, Tiffany, if you do this, it will probably have some impact on you, right? Chu Sheng interrupted the other party's actions and asked tentatively with some concern. From the sweetness, just now, he felt extremely rich and pure magic power, mixed with a strong breath of life. It is somewhat similar to the energy in the items dropped after the orcs die. Chu Sheng was afraid that Tiffany would injure or weaken her body in order to help him recover quickly. If that's the case, it's not worth it. After all, Tiffany is still needed to take charge of the elf forest. It will indeed cause me to lose some blood and vitality, but it's only to a harmless degree. Tiffany's eyes were as gentle as water, and she said nonchalantly, For you, my child, I am willing to give everything, including my own life. After the voice fell, Tiffany did not give Chu Sheng any chance to refute and directly silenced him. Chu Sheng's eyes widened, and he instinctively performed a move that he hadn't used for over 20 years. He felt that his physical strength and magic power were recovering rapidly, which was much more useful than eating those snacks and compressed biscuits. The surging spatial magic power gushed out from the Dantian and flowed through every part of the body. His consciousness began to become a little hazy, and the physical fatigue and mental exhaustion of the whole day accumulated. Once a person starts to relax, sleepiness will creep in. Good night, child. Tiffany's gentle voice echoed in Chu Sheng's ears, like the lingering music of a midsummer night. Chu Sheng continued to absorb nutrients, but his eyes had begun to turn black. After a few seconds, he fell into a baby-like sleep. No, buddy, where did this come from? Chu Sheng blinked, looking confused. He was very sure that he was not in his dream, because his consciousness at this moment could not be clearer. Ever since I fell asleep on Tiffany's lap while sucking on her pillow, I came to this inexplicable hellish place. It was pitch black all around, and the whole world was empty and silent. Puff! Chu Sheng lit a cluster of magic flames in the palm of his hand, trying to illuminate the surroundings and observe the situation. By the light of the fire, he saw a huge black shadow in front of him. The black shadow seemed to be lying on something, but because the distance was not close enough, only some vague outlines could be seen with the naked eye. Chu Sheng was lost in thought, fearing that this strange existence was the direct reason why he came to this place. He didn't know whether he came here in physical body or in some kind of spiritual state, so he could only take one step at a time. Hello? What can I do for you? Chu Sheng bravely walked towards the huge black shadow. As the distance got closer, the fire from the fingertips illuminated part of the shadow, and it was no longer a dark mass. It was an extremely huge human figure with a well-proportioned figure and plump and soft curves. Chu Sheng walked to the side of the opponent. The side peaks of the black shadow stood tall and majestic. It was the most terrifying scene Chu Sheng had ever seen in his life. The woman in the shadow was lying lazily on a huge bed. Her size was beyond imagination. Chu Sheng tried his best to stand on tiptoe, but he could only barely reach the other person's collarbone. There is a huge treasure chest ahead. A beautiful woman who looked like a giant appeared in front of Chu Sheng. Although he could not see the other person's face clearly, as if he was blocked by a mysterious force, it did not prevent him from using the theorem that big is beautiful to argue. The theorem is, women with a full heart are mostly beautiful in appearance. Although this woman is called a giant, she doesn't have the ruggedness and wildness of a giant beast in the traditional sense. It simply looks like a plump and beautiful woman who has been enlarged in proportion. Just lying on the bed, the height reached at least 3 meters. Chu Sheng estimated that if the other party stood up completely, it would probably be more than 10 to 20 meters. The woman's skin was as white as mutton fat jade, and she was wearing a silk dress as thin as a cicada's wing. Her slightly curly golden hair spread out, bringing with it the rich fragrance of forest flowers. Chu Sheng was so shocked by the huge figure in front of him that he stood still. This visual sense of oppression was comparable to gigantic fear. Hello, ma'am. Chu Sheng spoke carefully, greeting with the most polite words. The huge woman's gaze slowly shifted towards Chu Sheng. Her temperament was noble and dignified, and people could not arouse the slightest sense of blasphemy. Even from a high-altitude overlooking perspective, the woman did not bring any impression of superiority to Chu Sheng. The round, pink lips trembled slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Hello, child. This voice did not come from the woman's mouth, but appeared directly in Chu Sheng's mind in the form of mental power. Moreover, based on the strange tone, which was very similar to the tone Wei Lin used when she spoke the oracle before, Chu Sheng determined that it was the language of God. Yay, a person who can actually have a normal conversation. Chu Sheng was overjoyed. As long as they could have a normal conversation, everything could be discussed. No matter whether the other party intends to detain him here or abandon him, at least he knows the reason so that he won't be confused. Dear madam, my name is Chu Sheng. I am from the Eastern Continent and currently live in the Forest of Elves. May I ask how I should address you? Mortals fear me and call me Life, but my followers believe in me and call me Mother. Child, if you don't mind, you can also call me like my relatives. Life? Mother? Chu Sheng was shocked. Although he had some guesses beforehand, he almost couldn't help but exclaim, WTF, when the woman told him in person. Oh my God, I finally saw the Goddess of Life in person. Chapter 79, The Request of the Goddess of Life. The entire elf race may have been created by this huge woman in front of him. Tiffany can be said to be Chu Sheng's mother, and this woman can be regarded as the mother of Tiffany and others. Isn't that my grandmother? Chu Sheng suddenly didn't know how to chat with the other party. The little knowledge he had was probably so poor that it seemed like a joke in front of such a high-level creature. Child, can you tell me why the Forest of Families has declined to this point? Sorry, I've just been in the elf forest for a short time, so I don't know much. Also, the current era may be a long time away from the time when you were active, so I can't answer you. Chu Sheng scratched his head. From what she said, it seemed that she was unable to perceive the situation in the outside world, and didn't even know how the race she created became weak. It's okay, I won't blame you. My child, I have been longing for your arrival, and now my wish has finally come true. The tone and temperament of the goddess of life are exceptionally gentle, worthy of being the creator of Tiffany and Shanoia. It is estimated that the elves were molded according to her own personality and appearance. Goddess of life, I want to know where this place is, and how did you get me here to see you? This is my spiritual world. You can also think of it as a dream shared by the entire forest of dependence. As for the way you met me, it was because you obtained the life source of my strongest follower. Chusheng was thoughtful. The strongest dependent must be Tiffany. And the source of life, could it be that elf milk? Doesn't this mean that if I want to see the goddess of life in the future, I just need to go find Tiffany and have a bite? The goddess of life looked at Chu Sheng with a leisurely gaze, as if she could see through his thoughts, and spoke with foresight. This method only gives you one chance to meet me. If you want to meet me again, you'll have to find another way. Chu Sheng felt a little regretful, as he had thought he could visit here often in the future. When the other party mentioned creatures like us, he must be referring to other gods. What this means is that as long as you find the strongest person from a certain god's corresponding race and drink her stuff, you can meet that god once. What if the strongest person is a man? Goddess of life, I have many questions to ask you. What does the prophecy you left for the elf forest mean? Can you directly grant a human a long life? What are the requirements for becoming a god? Sorry, am I asking too much? Chu Xing noticed a hint of helplessness on the giant woman's face and could not help but shut up. Although the face of the goddess of life is obscured by some mysterious force, her expression can still be clearly conveyed. Child, I can't answer any of these questions for you. I've been asleep for too long, and only recently have I been awake. Perhaps my memory has been worn away by time. The prophecy I left for my followers stems from a vague perception of their future. Chu Xing couldn't help but guess that the goddess of life might be close to withering just as he had predicted. Otherwise, why would he sleep all the time, ignore his family, and even be unaware of the news from the outside world? Child, I have a request that you cannot ask. I hope you can agree to it. The goddess of life spoke in a deep voice, without any coercion or threat from a superior being. Instead, she sounded like an elder next door begging in grievance. Chu Sheng pursed his lips, his expression slightly hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he chose to nod righteously. Goddess of life, I can't guarantee that I can help you, but I've already helped many of your followers, so... His tone was a little hesitant, like a leader who was paid to do things for others. He said yes, but kept rubbing his fingers. The meaning is obvious. You have to pay more. In Chu Sheng's opinion, it was definitely not an easy or pleasant matter for a god to ask a mortal for help. The danger involved may threaten your life at any time. He is not here to do charity. Even if you are beautiful and tall, you still have to get the benefits you deserve. The goddess of life smiled, amused by Chu Sheng's cunning appearance. She suddenly felt that this little guy was quite interesting and much more lovable than the elf she had created. Child, you can rest assured that this favor will not bring you any trouble. On the contrary, it will bring you a lot of benefits. Then please speak frankly. Chu Xing nodded. As long as the benefits were in place, he naturally didn't mind giving the other party face. Take away the remaining life force within me. Do not let this power fall into the hands of other races. Is that all? Yes, that's all. After hearing the other party's request, Chu Sheng remained silent. It's not a difficult thing, but it's a bit surprising. If the life source of the goddess of life was taken away, wouldn't she die on the spot? But the giant woman was the first to sense his worries and doubts, and explained frankly, "Don't worry about me feeling uncomfortable because of this. I just want to do my best to help my family and bring them some hope." Chu Xing thought about it again, and finally nodded slowly. Since the goddess has said so, there is no need for him to worry about it. If the other party really can't stand the trend, I, who am so weak now, won't be able to stop it. Come and absorb my life essence. The origin of life is, of course, the same place as Tiffany. Chu Sheng's expression was a little awkward. He had just eaten some snacks from his mother, and now he was asked to eat from his grandmother? He climbed onto the super large bed quietly, and looked at the huge body in front of him, feeling helpless and helpless. He stood in front of the other person in some difficulty, not daring to climb onto her noble and elegant body. Goddess of life, you are too tall, I can't reach you. The goddess of life looked a little amused, and countless firefly-like lights appeared on her huge body. The exaggerated size of at least 10 meters slowly shrank until it reached its smallest limit. In this state, she was still at least a head taller than Chu Sheng, and probably looked about the same as Tiffany. Chu Xing understood now. He originally thought that the elf girls were tall because of good nutrition. It turns out that the goddess of life created it according to my own template. The goddess of life opened her arms and offered Chu Sheng a plump and broad embrace. The curve of her mouth was kind and warm. "You're welcome, kidda." Chapter 80. Wake up. Chu Sheng was not polite at all. He held the huge treasure chest in both hands and immersed himself in it. As Chu Sheng absorbed more and more life essence, he felt more and more that his consciousness was about to leave this place. The most urgent task at the moment is to try to find some questions worth asking and seek answers from the goddess of life. After all, only with more intelligence can we be better prepared for the defense of the elf forest. Moreover, according to the goddess of life herself, she is in a state of incomplete memory and may not know as much as Tiffany does about many things. After all, it's not easy to meet each other once, and the next time may be a long time, so this meeting must have some strategic significance. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng reluctantly opened his mouth and spoke after considering for a moment. "Thank you, goddess, for your generosity. I've been sucking on it for so long. How far can my life level evolve?" Chu Sheng was very curious about this. Legend has it that gods all have immortal lives, and the god with life, as his name, probably has one of the best vitality among all gods. In fact, the moment you took that first sip, I had already given you the vast majority of my remaining life force. No matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Chu Sheng. It's really not his fault. The original power of the goddess of life is simply poison and cannot be stopped at all. He coughed lightly and complained a little embarrassedly. "Then why didn't you just remind me to shut up when I took the first sip? I still have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. It's a bit of a waste of time like this." The goddess of life chuckled, finding this duplicity of a little fellow quite amusing. "If I told you to shut up, would you really want to do that? Of course. How could I do something that would embarrass a goddess? I'm the #1 gentleman in the elf forest." Chu Sheng spoke righteously, and he became stronger when he was full. "Do you really want to do this? Goddess, I should shut up. Do you want to?" "Ahem, not at all." Chu Sheng's old face turned red, and he touched his nose awkwardly. If he didn't feel that his spirit body was about to be sent away from this world, he would probably never let go even if he was beaten to death. When I was with Shen Yuoya in the cave, we had been sucking for a whole night, and now it could only be longer. In order to ease the embarrassment, Chu Sheng used his mental power to sense his current physical condition to see how much it had improved. But perhaps because this is a spiritual world, he cannot sense any physical changes at all. You should wait until your consciousness returns to your body before you can slowly experience it. You cannot fully control this power now, but the benefits it can bring to you right now are extraordinary. Your lifespan has surpassed the limits of human bloodline, extending several times beyond its original limit. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng was overjoyed. The lifespan issue that he had been worried about was actually solved just like that. It is several times longer than before, which means it can live for about 5, 6, 7, or 800 years. Although it cannot last as long as the elves, it is already a pleasant surprise. This means that Chu Sheng can have more time to pursue the path to becoming a god, without having to worry about dying halfway through. Goddess of life, I seem to be leaving here soon. Do you really not remember any other way to get in here? I will miss you so much if I can't see you anymore. Sorry, kid. I've already said there's nothing I can do about this. If you wish to see him again in the future, you will have to work hard on your own. Perhaps you can find some clues from the followers of other gods. The goddess of life seemed to have truly lost her memory of the past, and was unable to help Chu Sheng with his request for a meeting. Of course there is a way, but Chu Sheng is still too weak for her at the moment, and many feasible plans are as difficult as climbing to the sky for Chu Sheng. Then this life force in my body, besides increasing my lifespan a little, has no other function? Of course, there's more to it than that. The most important aspect of this power is that it can help other lives connected to you evolve their life levels. Oh my god, so awesome! Chu Sheng was a little surprised. What the other party meant was that anyone who absorbed the essence of his life would also undergo a transformation of life. To absorb his life source, it is not like Tiffany and the goddess of life, but it seems that the only people who can enjoy my level of life evolution are girls. Chu Sheng was filled with emotion. If one day the girl next to him was in critical condition due to various reasons, wouldn't he be able to give her an injection? Oh my god, am I going to become a stay-at-home dad? As Chu Sheng was thinking, he suddenly felt his thinking gradually slow down and his consciousness was on the verge of disappearing. He understood that this was a sign of being sent away from this spiritual world, and before leaving, he expressed his gratitude to the goddess of life who held him in her arms. Thank you for your generosity. I will definitely come back. The goddess of life nodded gently, her eyes gentle and loving. I'm waiting for you, child. Outside the elf forest, at the second line of defense. Tiffany was sitting on the tree stump, stroking Chu Sheng's forehead. Even though her thighs were slightly numb from being rested on by Chu Sheng, there was no sign of complaint on her face, and she had no intention of waking Chu Sheng up. Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly woke up. He looked up at the sky, only to find that most of the sky above his head was obscured by Tiffany's full heart. From the little bit of sky that was left, we could see that the sun was already in the middle of the sky. It was noon now. I slept for so long. Chu Sheng blinked. He had been in the spiritual world of the goddess of life, and it felt like not much time had passed. Child, don't rush to get up. You can sleep a little longer. Tiffany gently pressed Chu Sheng's shoulders and pushed him back onto her lap. However, Chu Sheng was no longer sleepy at this moment. He couldn't wait to use his mental power to explore his body, wanting to see the effect of the life evolution that the goddess of life mentioned. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Chu Sheng discovered that his body functions had greatly improved, and the activity levels of all his internal organs were far greater than before. The heartbeat is faster and stronger, the blood flow rate is increased several times, and the metabolic rate is astonishingly fast. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the skin on my arms and neck had begun to shed dead skin, and skin as delicate and tender as a baby's had grown. The effect is so powerful that it is comparable to the marrow-cleansing and bone-strengthening elixirs in novels about cultivating immortals. Chapter 81 Life Establishment Vow. The changes in Chu Sheng's body happened almost in an instant, so fast that the naked eye could not react. But as a 9th-rank imperial magician, and being so close to Chu Sheng, Tiffany naturally felt this abnormal situation. She instantly probed her gentle spiritual power into Chu Sheng's body. After it moved around and sensed for a while, her expression was instantly filled with disbelief. Child, how come your vitality has become so strong? Tiffany's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. In her magical perspective, Chu Sheng at this moment was like a young sacred tree of life. His lifespan far exceeds that of normal humans, and his various functions are infinitely close to those of elves. This situation surprised Tiffany and made her confused. She asked herself that it was impossible for her to bring such a big improvement to the other party with just her own life source. Even if I break through to the 10th level, it is impossible. Chu Sheng did not answer. His eyes immediately turned to the center of the fortress in the elf forest and to the towering tree of life. It's unknown how long that sacred tree has stood there, having witnessed the elf forest's prosperity and decline. Such a giant tree that has remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years is now beginning to show signs of aging. Some of the leaves at the top began to turn from emerald green to light yellow, and the tough and sturdy branches began to shrink and become thinner, as if all the moisture in them had been lost. It seems that what the goddess of life said is true. Chu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had just obtained the source of life from the spirit body of the goddess of life, and the real tree of life began to wither. He suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the tree of life was the real body of the goddess of life? Are you also the 10 tails? Chu Sheng shook his head and chose not to hide it. Instead, he told Tiffany about entering the spiritual world and obtaining the origin of life. Actually, I just met your god. After hearing what Chu Sheng had just experienced in his dream, Tiffany's expression changed from shock at first to solemnity and finally to relief. Some of the obsessions that had been accumulating in her heart seemed to disappear into thin air at this moment. Tiffany's eyes were filled with relief, and she looked down at Chu Sheng in her arms with pride, her tone full of emotion and relief. Since the goddess has already favored you, then the choice made by me and Xia Nuya was indeed the right one. This power is in your care, child. I am relieved. The last worry about the elf forest has finally been resolved. Chu Sheng asked doubtfully. Your goddess gave me the essence of the sacred tree. Won't you be affected? Tiffany shook her head, gently lifted Chu Sheng's head, and took his hand as they walked towards the fortress. Of course not. We'll discuss the rest when we get back. With Tiffany's help, the two returned to the elf forest fortress in just a few moments. Chu Sheng first returned to his treehouse, called Xia Nuya, who had just gotten up, and brought her to Tiffany's residence. Mother, what happened? Xia Nuya keenly noticed that Tiffany's expression was slightly different from before, with a certain determination. The message I sent to various races seeking help was intercepted by the human kingdom. As soon as Tiffany finished speaking, she took out a hummingbird made of frost from the space magic device. It was the one that was sent outside the elf forest before. The magical fluctuations on the hummingbird have been extinguished, and the spiritual information contained in it may have fallen into the hands of the human kingdom. Tiffany spoke in a faint tone, her eyes looking towards the south, where the towns of the human kingdom were looming. Two powerful 9th-rank humans have arrived at the southern border with the elf forest, and have used magic to block the entire border. Xian Nuya's face darkened, and she blurted out, "Are the humans planning to completely tear each other apart?" Chu Sheng on the side was silent. He had guessed this a long time ago. The human kingdom will definitely launch a blitzkrieg, and will certainly block all news from the elf forest, preventing other races from reacting. Perhaps they have been planning this for a long time. Tiffany closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and the gentleness and kindness on her face disappeared completely. "Child, Xian Nuya, the mission of going to other tribes to seek assistance. I have to ask you again." Chu Sheng and Xian Nuya looked at each other, and they both knew what Tiffany meant by this. Just like last time, she sent Xian Nuya to the human kingdom to ask for help. This time, she sent Chu Sheng and Xian Nuya together. "Tiffany, why me? How can we break through the blockade of the 9th level strongman?" Faced with Chu Sheng's doubts, Tiffany did not rush to answer, but picked up her staff and began to chant. "Noble and holy goddess of life, please grant this child the potential to break free from his shackles and allow him to reach the other side of the new world." As Tiffany's red lips moved slightly, a huge amount of magic power was mobilized from all directions, completely enveloping Chu Sheng. This magic power emitted a soft blue light, as gentle as the embrace of the goddess of life, and engraved a complex mark on Chu Sheng's forehead. The light faded, and a leaf mark interwoven with countless magical patterns appeared on Chu Sheng's forehead. "This is..." Tiffany's face turned a little paler in an instant. Her plump chest kept rising and falling, and it seemed that most of the magic power in her body had been drained away. "This is a 9th level spell, a life-swearing oath." Xian Nuya looked at the leaf mark above Chu Sheng's head, glanced at Tiffany's weak appearance, pursed her lips, and spoke. "This spell can instantly raise your magic level to the 7th level, but as a price, it will burn your vitality." Burning vitality to improve realm. Tiffany took a few deep breaths and nodded slowly. "Yes, with the help of this spell, you can use the 7th level long-distance space jump to directly bypass the blockade of human powerhouses and teleport to other countries. That's why I've entrusted this mission to you and Shinoya. Except for you, my child, no one in the elf forest can leave." Chu Sheng reached out and touched the mark on his forehead, looking thoughtful. "Burning vitality can elevate your realm. Why does this spell sound so similar to those secret techniques for upgrading in fantasy novels? With the current level of vitality that I have, I am comparable to a small goddess of life. Doesn't that mean that I can maintain the strength of the 7th level for an extremely long time? After all, there is too much vitality. You can burn it as you like." Thinking of this, Chu Sheng immediately mobilized his mental strength and activated the leaf mark on his head. An extremely pure spiritual power emanated from the leaf mark and flowed into every corner of Chu Sheng's body. He felt as if his spirit body was in a hot spring. With a light flick of his finger, spatial magic gushed out like a spring, directly cutting a hole in the void in front of him. Through the space crack, you can see the dark and deep void space, as well as the exit at the other end. Chu Sheng smiled slightly. This ability is even more powerful than Shenwei. It only burns vitality, not eyes. Chapter 82: The Calm Before the Storm. Chu Sheng stopped this spell. Xian Nuya saw the leaf mark on Chu Sheng's forehead shining and hurriedly grabbed his hand. This powerful spell that burns life force is usually only used in life or death crises. For a short-lived species like humans, every time it is used, even for just a few seconds, it will burn away several months or even years of life. Chu Sheng moved his mind and put away the power of the oath he had made on the life tree. He looked at the concerned look in the eyes of the big elf beside him and felt a little amused. He did feel the loss of life in his body just now, but soon the rich source of essence given by the goddess of life directly filled it up. "Don't worry, I'm a cockroach that can't die now." Chu Sheng did not hide anything and told the other party everything about his meeting with the goddess of life. After learning that Chu Sheng has now become the god of life, the elf girl's red lips suddenly expanded exaggeratedly, making people want to fill them up. After being shocked for a long time, she slowly came to her senses and began to worry about Tiffany. "Mother, Chu Sheng and I have left. What should we do with the elf forest if the orcs and humans invade at this time?" Tiffany seemed very relieved about this, and conveyed this peace of mind to Chu Sheng and the others through her expression. "You don't have to worry. The elf forest is with me and the elders here. It won't be lost." Seeing that there was still some uneasiness and worry on Xian Nuya's face, Tiffany frowned helplessly and straightened her chest, which was full of confidence and composure. "In terms of destructive power, I may not be as good as the 9th-rank Imperial Magician of the Human Kingdom, but when it comes to the vastness of mental strength and the transformation of spells, there is no one in this world who can make me afraid." It's no wonder Tiffany is so confident. The elves are famous for their powerful magical talents, and they even rely on them for their survival. Tiffany is the strongest of the elves and one of the few people in the world who can cast 10th order spells. She is so powerful that she is infinitely close to being a 10th order god of magic. If the powerful orcs and humans really attack together, I will use the 10th level freezing technique to completely freeze the entire elf forest. As Tiffany said this, there was a look of determination in her eyes. As the leader of the elves, she would never let the inheritance of her race be cut off in her hands. The freezing technique can at least sustain the elf forest for another 3 months, long enough for your reinforcements to arrive. Seeing that Tiffany, the queen, had already made plans, Chu Sheng and Xia Nuya looked at each other and could only remain silent. After all, if that moment really comes, this is indeed the only way left. Unless Chu Sheng can get a few fat men and little boys from the real world, it will be possible to change the situation of the battle. Moreover, even if there were nuclear bombs, at most they could only kill ordinary orc and human soldiers, and could not cause fatal damage to the top 9th level powerhouses. When they reach the 9th level of strength, everyone can launch an attack that is no weaker than a nuclear bomb, and destroying a city is as easy as drinking water. Child, the future of the elf forest is in your hands. Tiffany gently took Chu Sheng's hands and warmed them in her palms, her eyes sincere and warm. Chu Sheng looked directly into the other person's beautiful eyes and nodded firmly. Xia Nuya forced herself to put on a smile, trying to break the heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Don't worry, mother. With Chu Sheng here, reinforcements will arrive soon. The elf forest will be fine. The three of them hugged each other, quietly enjoying the last warmth before the storm came. At the same time, at the border between the elf forest and the Holy Ronya Empire, the Marquis of Pitt, the white-haired old man Cornus in the robe of the Holy Church, and the Legion commander Ferris in the mighty armor sat in the military tent. On the side, Marquis Pitt, who should have been the highest leader here, was now pouring tea for the two of them carefully like a servant, observing their words and expressions. Just because. The two men in front of him were both well-known 9th Order warriors in the Empire, terrifying existences standing at the top of the Empire's pyramid. One is a holy emperor magician who has mastered the magic of light to the pinnacle, and the other is the youngest 9th level fighter in the history of the Empire. He has never been defeated since joining the army and has left countless corpses at his feet. Your Highness, you are really putting me in a difficult position by sending these two great gods here. Marquis Peter was speechless. In the camp of the 5 princes, Bishop Cornus and Legion Commander Ferris were the ones who got along the most. They would quarrel every time they met. The reason why the 5th prince sent these two people together was naturally to let them check and balance each other. Marquis Pitt, who was caught between the two, had a very difficult time these days. Bang! Ferris slammed the teacup on the table without even looking at Marquis Pitt, his tone indifferent and creepy. Do you think the tea will pour itself into my cup, Marquis Pitt? Ah, please don't blame me, Commander. Marquis Pitt laughed awkwardly and quickly bent down to fill Ferris's cup with fragrant tea. After finishing, he did not forget to make things fair and poured a glass for the silent Bishop Cornus as well. If I didn't have this keen eye, I would have annoyed this 9th level light wizard. Marquis Pitt, do you think I can't pour the tea myself? Marquis Pitt. Okay, it's neither up nor down, so let's play it this way, right? If they weren't all in the same boat, he would have really wanted to just give up and quit. Although I am only at the 7th level of strength, I am still a Marquis after all. When have I ever felt so aggrieved? Cornus and Ferris drank their tea indifferently, and neither of them looked at Marquis Pitt directly from beginning to end. In front of the 5th prince, perhaps they would even speak nicely and pretend to have a few words for the sake of so-called unity. But privately, they would not allow a mere 7th rank Marquis to be on the same level as themselves. It's good enough that he didn't do it harshly to the Marquis of Pitt in the 1980s. When did the orc army become so rubbish? 3,000 of them went in and didn't even make a splash. Are the magic armors carved by your holy church all of inferior quality? Faced with Ferris's verbal sarcasm, Cornish naturally would not allow the other party to bully him. He had long been fed up with this rude man who was much younger than him, but had no idea how to respect his elders. You shouldn't be asking me this question, but yourself. Did you hire a street artist to draw the map you provided to the orc army? The two men were at loggerheads, and Marquis Pitt, standing by, was already accustomed to this. In this case, it would be a bit abnormal if it didn't happen twice a day. But this time, unexpectedly, the two of them just stared at each other, and after a long time, they both snorted coldly and turned away. Did His Highness send me an urgent report saying when to start? Early tomorrow morning. Cornus was silent for a moment. then stood up from his chair and moved his shoulders slightly. That's good. It's time to stretch my old bones. He held a metal staff more than 2 meters high, with golden magic power condensed on the top, as if it were real, breaking through the sky. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. Chapter 83 Infiltration. Cornus and Ferris talked for a long time in the tent, thinking that no one knew what they were talking about. However, they didn't know that in a shadow not far away from them, a tall and plump figure was quietly moving. The black shadow kept moving in the shadow of the tent, and soon it crossed the border. She kept jumping among the shadows of the human soldiers until she completely disappeared in the vast rainforest of the elf forest. Ludmila jumped out from the shadow of a towering tree, took off the black hood on her head, opened her arms, and took a deep breath of the fresh air of the forest. The air in the Siha elf forest is still so fresh. Her neat short golden hair sparkles in the sunlight, her wheat-colored skin is wild and sexy, and her smooth muscle lines are toned and powerful. The short-haired elf girl turned her head and looked back at the human border in the distance. The densely packed defense soldiers made her quite confused. Humanity is planning to completely betray the demi-human alliance, right? Although the Dark Elves have parted ways with the elf forest, they were born from the Tree of Life after all, and the faith rooted in their blood cannot be changed. Ludmila felt that she had the need and obligation to inform the elf Queen Tiffany of the news. Even if you can't tell them in person due to your identity, you can still do it through someone else. Forest of Elves, I'm finally back. The short-haired elf girl spread her legs and ran towards the endless forest. She did not forget what Babylon had told her before she came, that she would go and see the dark elf named Ellen if she had the chance. Back then, when the dark elves moved out of the elf forest, Erin was still a little girl. Of course, Ludmila was most interested in the man from the eastern continent. She wanted to take a good look at what kind of charm the other person had. The short-haired elf girl walked through the jungle, crossed the hills, and soon saw a towering and magnificent city wall in front of her. Some parts of the giant city wall are constructed with earth attribute magic, while other parts are woven from magical trees. It doesn't look like it was made by the elves. Could this thing be made by that man? Ludmila looked curious, and with a slight force of her nimble thighs, she jumped dozens of meters high and reached the other side of the city wall. As she moved forward, she felt more and more that something was wrong, as if something was missing in her eyes. It wasn't until they approached the second line of defense that the short-haired elf girl suddenly realized. No, where did that huge tree of life go? She was full of questions. How could the towering trees that could be seen from hundreds of miles away disappear inexplicably? Even the well-organized elven fortress was nowhere to be seen. Ludmila looked around blankly, and just as she took a step forward, she fell directly into the space maze magic circle set up by Chu Sheng. What awaits her will be a twisted space that leads to despair. Report to the general. Someone used a thermal imaging camera to detect a figure 2 kilometers outside the fortress. Chu Sheng received an urgent report from Li Weier, the patrol commander. He followed the other person with an unhappy look on his face and came to the top of the fortress wall. Because they would be leaving the elf forest soon and might not be able to come back for a while, Tiffany suggested that they create some unforgettable memories together in these last free days. Being suddenly interrupted, one can imagine how resentful Chu Sheng was at the moment. Along the way, he kept thinking that since the opponent could pass through the space formation he had just set up and come to the vicinity of the fortress, then his opponent must be very powerful, at least at the 7th or 8th level. This is no longer an ordinary enemy. We must strike hard. Coming to the observation tower on the city wall, Chu Sheng took the thermal imaging lens from an elf girl and looked towards the target location. Where did the short-haired girl come from? In the thermal imaging camera, a tall and plump red figure stood beside a big tree, bent over, and seemed to be retching continuously. Even though you can't see the other person's specific appearance, his figure is like a cluster of light in the dark night, and there is no way to hide it. Chu Sheng judged that the other party was confused in his own space maze and took a lot of effort to get out, which was why he looked like he wanted to vomit but couldn't. The opponent is in a weak state right now, which is a good opportunity to capture him. Go and tell Her Majesty to come over, and tell her there's a little thief we need her to catch. Liver on the side nodded in agreement, activating wind magic and body skills, and flew away at a high speed. Outside the fortress, Ludmila leaned against a towering tree, feeling dizzy and nauseous. What the hell is this magic circle? It's like a maze. I've been wandering around for ages. I'm sick. The short-haired elf girl couldn't help but vomit with a wow. She really didn't want to try that experience again. After entering the space magic circle, Ludmila continued to move towards the fake tree of life, but no matter how she walked or how far she went, she could never get any closer. As an 8th level expert, she keenly realized that she was trapped in some kind of magic circle. But when she tried to break the formation with her strength, she found that the space around her was like being filled with mercury, flowing like liquid, and began to distort continuously. Ludmila kept drilling around in the twisted space, feeling dizzy, before she finally found the weak point in the space and broke out. It's so uncomfortable, like someone with 3D sickness being forced to play creative mode in Minecraft for 10 hours straight. After she felt better after vomiting, she took out a tissue from her plump ravine and wiped her pink lips clean. Just as he was about to get closer and find a hole to sneak into the elf forest fortress, he found that ice blue magic was floating on the ground where he was standing. How is this possible? Ludmila was shocked. Although she felt uncomfortable, she did not forget to use her stealth method. His entire body was completely huddled in the shadow of the tree. He knew that even a 9th rank expert, using any fighting spirit or mental power, would not be able to find him. For example, he heard the entire conversation between the two 9th level warriors on the human side, but did not react at all. How did we get discovered by the elf forest? She forced herself to calm down, and her agile legs burst out with terrifying golden fighting spirit, and she leaped dozens of meters away. However, facing the elf queen who was well prepared, her struggle was like that of a timid cat that could only pant, helpless and adorable. Extremely cold frost, freeze her heart. A biting chill came from the air on all sides, instantly locking Ludmila's heart and blocking all the paths for the transmission of fighting spirit. She fell straight down from midair like a bird of prey with broken wings. Puff! The short-haired elf girl opened her eyes and found herself falling into a warm embrace. What caught my eye was a handsome face with black hair and black eyes, with a playful smile at the corner of his eyes. Chapter 84 Interrogation. It hurts so much. The first thing Ludmila felt after regaining consciousness was a splitting headache. She opened her eyes and saw a dark and dilapidated cell. The iron bars outside were so narrow that only one Kuin could pass through. Clatter, clatter. The short-haired elf girl was about to stand up, but she found that her hands and feet were locked with elemental metal chains as thick as a baby's arm, which were extremely heavy. She tried to mobilize the fighting spirit in her body again, but the energy and blood did not come out. Instead, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Hateful. Ludmila got up from the ground, grabbed the iron railing, and shook it violently, shouting outside. "Let me out! Let me out! You bastards!" Hearing her noisy noise, 2 elf girls from the self-defense force walked in and knocked on the iron fence indifferently. "Be quiet. Wait patiently for our general's decision." A few minutes later, Chu Sheng pushed open the cell door and walked in, waving his hand to send the 2 elf girls away. He lit a flash of fire light with his finger, making the dark prison bright. Seeing the person coming, Ludmila stopped shouting and looked at Chu Sheng up and down with curiosity. There was scrutiny and doubt in her beautiful starry eyes, but more importantly, a sense of freshness. Tisk, apart from being a little prettier, he's no different from other men. Hearing the short-haired elf girl's muttering, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel gratified by her vision. "I am known as the most handsome guy in the elf forest, and no one can challenge me." "Oi, male, what's your name? You're a prisoner, and you still have the nerve to ask questions? You answer whatever I ask." Chu Sheng's mouth twitched. If the other party was not a dark elf, he would have tortured this girl with some Qing tortures long ago. "What's your name? Tell me. What's your purpose for sneaking into the elf forest? Tell me. How tall is it? What's your circumference? Tell me." Ludmila said nothing, just staring at the other person as if he were her prey. Chu Sheng frowned, thinking that he had run into a tough guy. The elves do not advocate the use of any violent means or torture against their own kind, even the dark elves who have left the elf forest. But in order to pry open this hard mouth, he had to use force. Snap! Chu Sheng lightly snapped his fingers, mobilizing the magic power in the surrounding air, and an inextinguishable blue spiritual fire ignited in the cell. He took out an iron rod more than half a meter long from the corner and put it into the spiritual fire to keep burning it. Sizzle, sizzle. Chu Sheng didn't approach until the iron rod was red hot, and then he slowly inserted the iron rod into the iron railing. In an instant, the short-haired elf girl's dashing face was shrouded in a huge shadow. Chu Sheng's voice was as cold as the wind, without any emotion. "Do you want to try this, or choose mine?" Facing the red-hot iron rod, Ludmila looked at him expressionlessly and fearlessly. However, just when the atmosphere became extremely solemn, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out. "Cuckoo, cuckoo." Ludmila blinked, covered her fat-free belly, and smiled foolishly. "Hey, I'm a little hungry." Chu Sheng was speechless, looking at the short-haired elf girl's silly look, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. I thought she was a cool, beautiful, short-haired queen killer, but I didn't expect she was actually a silly, sweet tomboy. Oi, male, go get me something to eat. You can do whatever you want after you're full. Wait. Chu Sheng put away the iron rod and went outside to get some vegetable salad, the elf's favorite, for the other party. Seeing the large plate of plants, Ludmila's eyebrows immediately frowned and she snorted lightly. Take it away, I want to eat meat. The short-haired elf girl sat on the ground with her arms around her chest, not even looking at the vegetables on the ground. You are an elf? Why do you eat meat instead of vegetarian food? Whatever, I won't say a word without meat. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to curse, and took the vegetable salad back. No wonder they had to separate from the elf forest. Their eating habits were different, so how could they get along? He thought about it and went straight back to the real world. After all, it was not easy to find meat in the elf forest, so it was more convenient here. I drove to Walashi, bought a fried chicken and happy water combo, and then turned around and went back to the cell. I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll just treat you to this. Chu Sheng tore off a chicken leg from the steaming fried chicken and shook it outside the iron railing. Oh, what is this? It smells so good. Ludmila quickly got up from the ground and pounced on the iron fence, sniffing fiercely. Even as an avid meat lover, she had never smelled anything so delicious. The rich aroma of spices mixed with the unique meaty fragrance made my mouth water before I even started eating it. Give it to me now. Chu Sheng deliberately placed the chicken leg where Ludmila could smell it but couldn't bite it, and spoke softly. Answer a question and you can take a bite, otherwise forget it. No problem. With such delicious food in front of her, how could Ludmila resist the temptation? She wouldn't mind even if Chu Sheng's request was a little excessive. First question, what's your name? Dark Elf, Ludmila Wu. The short-haired elf girl bit the big chicken leg, not even leaving the skin and bones, chewing it with a crunching sound. Second question, what's the circumference? 115 centimeters. Converted to real-world scale. Chu Sheng glanced at him subconsciously. With his ability to read people's minds countless times, he knew that the other party was indeed not lying. Being on the same level as Shanoya and Aaron, not bad. The third question is, what is the purpose of sneaking into the elf forest? To assassinate the elf princess, Shanoya. Chu Sheng's feeding action froze, and his face instantly darkened. Ludmila, who was eating with her mouth full of oil and paying no attention to the atmosphere, was still screaming like a little girl whose snacks were taken away. Male, what are you doing? Feed me. Chu Sheng took back the half-eaten chicken leg, slowly stood up, reached out and grabbed Ludmila's head, and slammed it against the iron railing with a bang. What? Male, what are you crazy about? The short-haired elf girl felt pain, raised her head and glared at Chu Sheng, as fierce as a little lioness with her fur standing on end. She struggled hard, but found that the big hand holding the back of her neck was as hard as a branding iron and could not be moved at all. Don't you like eating meat? As soon as she finished speaking, before Ludmila could react, she was silenced. Chapter 85 Punishment. I made you lose your sense of being a prisoner. Now you're still crazy. Woo woo woo. You were so picky about food that you only ate meat and didn't eat vegetables. Now you're happy, right? Woo woo woo. You dare to attack someone of your own race. I am punishing you on behalf of the goddess of life. The anger that had been pent up in Chu Sheng's heart all day was completely released, shocking the short-haired elf girl speechless. Even though he was a prisoner, he still called me male, without any fear at all. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I am Hakimi? You're only begging for mercy now? Hakamira, you're really dreaming. Chu Sheng ignored Ludmila's pitiful look and continued with the torture that only he could carry out in the entire elf forest. Ludmila's mind became stagnant, and a faint sense of regret arose in her heart. I should have known better than to act so careless in front of this man. Just a few seconds seemed like centuries to Ludmila, and her brain was so hot that it was about to crash. Pua cough cough cough. Chu Sheng's face was filled with the pleasure of revenge. In his heart, Xiaonuya has long been like a forbidden delicacy, and he will not allow anyone to hurt her. Even if the other party is of the same race as Xiaonuya and is beautiful and tall, he will not show any mercy. I thought you were so tough. Chu Sheng muttered to himself. Out of curiosity, he had long wanted to try this kind of fun with the elf girls. However, his previous knowledge reserves were limited to film and television works, and they were often violent, so Chu Sheng was reluctant to let the elf girl do this. After all, it's your own car, so you should cherish it. But right now, this short-haired, dark-skinned elf girl who came to my door for free is a very good candidate. He sensed this wonderful effect during the extremely short period of punishment just now. The supernatural power that Ludmila mainly cultivates is fighting spirit, and it has reached the 8th level of strength. If it weren't for Tiffany's help, it would be unlikely to defeat it so easily. The benefit of 8th level strength is that every muscle in the body reaches the maximum level of flexibility. Chu Sheng moved his mind and made a space jump over the iron fence, appearing in front of Ludmila. Ludmila dragged her heavy body and shrank into the corner. How could this man, who was not vicious at the beginning, suddenly become so cruel? Seeing Chu Sheng appear in the cell in a flash, she understood that the space magic circle outside the fortress was set up by the man in front of her. Maybe even his whereabouts were discovered because of the other party. Power amplification technique. Endurance lasts. The potential within. Sensory amplification technique. Chu Sheng cast more than a dozen spell buffs in a row, as if he was frantically switching equipment before fighting the boss. Every time she released an amplification spell, Ludmila's beautiful eyes trembled, her face turned pale, and her hands unconsciously clenched tightly. She shook her head. Her pride as an 8th-rank expert prevented her from saying anything submissive. Male, don't think you can make me surrender just like that. The short-haired elf girl puffed out her chest with a determined look and looked at Chu Sheng fearlessly. How could I, Ludmila, lose to a mere human? Chu Sheng could see that the other party was holding on, but at this moment he had already applied all the buffs and was not in a state where he could stop by willpower alone. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who sent you here and whether you have any other purpose besides assassinating Shen Yuoya. Ludmila looked at this human male who was a head shorter than her, and for some reason she couldn't muster any desire to resist. There seemed to be an aura of a superior from the other person, which she had only felt on the Tree of Life. In the past, if the short-haired elf girl had been subjected to such humiliation and oppression, she would have used her secret techniques to fight to the death with the other party. Even if we cannot die together, we will not sit idly by and allow ourselves to be humiliated at will. She is the famous Dark Moon of the Yin group. She also has to save face, okay? You can kill me or chop me up as you please. No one in this world can force me to say what I don't want to say. Okay. Chu Sheng was so angry that he laughed at the other party's persistence. What an elf girl who won't cry until she sees the coffin. I'm sorry, Aaron, I'm going to make a mistake with your people. I won't show mercy to an elf girl like you who is so dishonest. As the torture continued, Chu Sheng gradually began to notice something was wrong. Oh my god, what's going on with this short-haired elf girl? The more Chu Sheng punished, the more he felt something was wrong, and he had to stop. The reason is simple. At this moment, a pink heart appeared in Ludmila's eyes. Chapter 86, Shen Yuoya's Change. Looking at the short-haired elf girl's strange eyes and expression, Chu Sheng shuddered subconsciously. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He thought Ludmila would spit at him with disgust, but he never expected that. Male, is this how you make the elf forest submit to you? The short-haired elf girl looked at him with her beautiful pink, heart-shaped eyes, as if opening the door to a new world. She thought to herself, no wonder the other two elf girls called Chu Sheng General just now. His status in the elf forest was probably second only to the elf queen and a few others. Once upon a time, the title of general belonged to Babylon. Possessing such a terrifying holy sword, I'm afraid no female would be able to withstand such power, let alone the simple and naive elves. Chu Sheng was startled by the other party's eyes that seemed to be looking at prey, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move forward. This guy, could it be that he is a hidden admirer? The reason why he dared to punish Ludmila in this way was due to his confidence in his own physical strength and his affirmation of the short-haired elf girl's ability. After being strengthened by the power of many orcs, even if he was cut by a knife or pierced by a needle, it would be difficult to leave scars on his skin. At most, it would just break the skin. Although Ludmila has the strength of the 8th level, Elder Weilin used a special magic circle to lock her fighting spirit core, leaving her in a completely weakened state. If the short-haired elf girl was in her prime, Chu Sheng would be killed if he dared to do this. But the outcome was completely beyond Chu Sheng's expectations. The style of the painting inexplicably changed towards the direction of the inner world. The excitement is so great that it is comparable to meeting a pure and innocent JK girl in person online, but after you get a hotel room, what she takes out is bigger than yours. You seem to care a lot about that elf named Shinoya. Do you usually treat her like this? Ludmila recalled that just now, when Chu Sheng heard that she was coming to assassinate him, he went into a rampage mode. I think the elf princess named Shen Yuoya is very important to this man. She felt a little envious and jealous of Xian Nuya for no reason. What kind of experience would it be to be treated rudely by this man from time to time? How is that possible? Do you think everyone else is like you? Chu Sheng looked helpless. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of punishing the other party. This is just the beginning. She already has love in her eyes. If she continues to be punished, I'm afraid she will just be rewarding this short-haired elf girl. He suddenly felt a little regretful that he had not asked clearly before drawing his sword. Ludmila was also an elf, and logically, she would not have the intention to kill her fellow elves. Although the Dark Elves and the Elf Forest have parted ways, Chu Sheng has received the power gift from the Goddess of Life. He knows clearly how pure the elves' faith is. Not to mention assassinating them, he would rather die than harm his own people. Thinking of this, the solemnity and anger in Chu Sheng's eyes subsided a lot. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. Ludmila, you don't really want to assassinate Shinoya, right? What if I say I really want to do this? Ludmila raised her face and stared into Chu Sheng's eyes with a smile. Male, what will you do to me? Like you did just now? Or a more severe punishment? Chu Sheng's mouth twitched. He never expected that this dark elf assassin was such a greedy little cat. Ahem, Ludmila, this is not normal behavior. It can even be said to be a disease. As the general of the Elven Forest, how can you treat a prisoner so kindly? Wouldn't it damage your dignity as a man if this got out? Ludmila interrupted Chu Sheng's advice and walked step by step to Chu Sheng. She looked down at Chu Sheng's somewhat strange expression, grabbed his big hand, and pulled it to her heart. Wait, what are you doing? Reason told Chu Sheng to stop immediately, but the instinct of the iron-blooded Hun drove him to let nature take its course. Male, as a general, you must not be soft-hearted when dealing with your enemies. The short-haired elf girl was intoxicated by this strange feeling, and the pink hearts in her eyes seemed to be about to reappear. Bang! The sudden roar broke the strange and charming atmosphere in the cell. Chu Sheng came to his senses and looked at the sky outside the iron window. A huge red light flashed in the sky, indicating the highest emergency status issued by the patrol regiment. Are they the orcs? Or the humans? Or both? Chu Sheng used great willpower to remove his hand from Ludmila's bag, jumped through space, and rushed out of the cell. Oi, male, where are you going? Can you please let me out first? The intoxicated blush on Ludmila's pretty face faded, and she clutched the iron railings and shook them continuously, looking resentful and aggrieved. Suddenly, she felt a powerful life force inexplicably begin to emerge from her dantian, gushing out like a spring. This power instantly broke through all the magical shackles on Ludmila and wiped away her fatigue and pain. The powerful fighting spirit of the 8th level once again flows through his body. This is what I just swallowed. Ludmila was shocked. She was sure that this extremely terrifying power came from the punishment certificate left by the man just now. This power surges like a torrent and tastes as sweet as fine wine. It is even better than directly sucking the sap from the tree of life. Could it be that the male's true identity is the male favorite of the goddess of life? Ludmila blinked her eyes, gently broke the iron shackles on her hands and feet, and kicked the iron door of the cell open. Seeing that there was no one around, she immediately used her shadow skills to sneak into the endless shadows. Chu Sheng continued to use space jumps and rushed back to his treehouse. He had already discussed with Tiffany that after the highest level alarm was issued, they would take Shinoya away from the elf forest as soon as possible to seek help. Although he was also worried about the battle situation on the front line, in order not to let Tiffany and Elder Wayland worry about it, Chu Sheng went to find Xiannuya as soon as possible. No, what the hell is going on? The first second Chu Sheng saw Xiannuya in the bedroom, he was dumbfounded. The big elf girl fell into a deep sleep as usual, but the difference this time was that twisted tree trunks grew out of the surrounding ground and walls, wrapping up Shinoya. The tree trunk continued to twist and turn, as if it had its own consciousness, slowly wrapping up Shinoya like a cocoon. Shinoya, wake up. Can you hear me? Chu Sheng kept calling out from the side, not daring to act rashly. He was afraid that these tree trunks growing out of the ground had already been implanted into the body of the giant elf, so he could only stand there and worry. Buzz! A wave of magic came from the side, and the giant elf girl Tiffany with red hair appeared. She took Chu Sheng's hand and spoke anxiously and reluctantly. Child, take Xiannuya and leave quickly. Don't worry about this place. I will protect everything in the elf forest. Before she could finish her words, she turned her head and saw the scene of Xiannuya being wrapped in a tree trunk in the room, and the second half of her words was immediately swallowed back. Shinoya. Tiffany stared blankly at the scene in the room until Chu Sheng began to shake her arm, and then she came to her senses. Tiffany, what happened to Shinoya? Feeling the worry and anxiety in Chu Sheng's eyes, Tiffany shook her head with a lost look. I don't know either. Maybe it has something to do with the goddess of life. Why are we talking about the goddess of life again? At this point, Tiffany no longer hid anything and told everyone the whole story about Shanoya's special situation that was different from other elf girls. Xianyuo is different from the others. All spirits are born from the leaves of the sacred tree, but she was conceived from the trunk of the tree. The giant elf girl was also very worried about Shanoya's current situation. She tried to find some clues from the abnormalities of the other party since her birth. Shanoya was born extraordinary. The other elf girls were all born from the divine leaves. After more than 10 years of growth, they gradually grew from babies to adults. Shanoya grew out of a tree and was born with a terrifying magical talent that far surpassed other elf girls. The entire elf forest regards Shanoya as a gift from the goddess of life and believes that the gods are still silently protecting them. However, as a wet nurse, Tiffany knew that this might not be an auspicious sign. Shanoya obviously has a close relationship with the goddess of life, but such a relationship can be dangerous at times. The orc and human armies are invading right now. The reason they dare to march so heavily is simply because something unusual has happened to the goddess. Tiffany didn't say anything else, but the meaning was clear. Xianyuo's current situation is most likely due to the involvement of the goddess of life. Damn it, why at this time? Chu Sheng pursed his lips tightly and clenched his fists until veins bulged. He really wanted to ask Tiffany for a sip of elf milk right now and go talk to the goddess of life face to face to see what her situation was. Is he completely dead or half dead? But there is only one chance to meet the gods in this way. Even if he sucks Tiffany into jerky, he cannot reach the goddess of life. Tiffany gently pulled Chu Sheng into her arms, smoothing out the wrinkles on his brows with her warm warmth. Child, we can't delay any longer. Since Shanyuoya can't leave, let Erlin go with you. The giant elf girl took out two things from the space magic device and handed them to Chu Sheng. One of them was a transparent crystal ball with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. Chu Sheng had seen it in a book introducing magic devices. It was a device used to transmit sound and images remotely. It can be said to be a video call device from another world. It is extremely precious, and only the top people in powerful races can enjoy it. Chu Sheng didn't know what the other thing was. It was an angular black stone with a smooth surface, covered by a strange power. This is the magic forbidden stone. It can impose a magical seal on any target below level 9. It is one of the inherited treasures of the elf forest and can only be used once. Tiffany pointed at the pitch-black stone. Even though it was not very attractive in appearance, Chu Sheng could still feel its preciousness. It can seal the magic power of any target below the 9th level. Although it can only be used once, it is an extremely terrifying weapon. Chu Sheng didn't bother to be polite with Tiffany. He knew that even if he refused, the other party would still force it upon him. Child, after leaving the elf forest, remember to wear more clothes and don't catch a cold. If you miss me, just use the communication ball to contact me. Don't always look at girls of other races. They are the best at deceiving you. Tiffany held Chu Sheng's head and whispered softly in his ear. At this moment, she no longer looked like a queen who was high above everyone else, but like a mother who was about to send her child away to attend college. Chu Sheng didn't say anything else, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. After a long silence, Chu Sheng slowly raised his head, blinked, and said, Tiffany, you haven't told me yet. Which country should I go to for help? If we talk about the most trustworthy or only trustworthy race in the elf forest, it should be the dragon race. Chu Sheng nodded. It seemed that his next stop would be the kingdom of the dragon clan. By the way, if Erlin and I go there empty-handed without taking any treasures from the elven forest, will they agree to help? Tiffany didn't seem worried at all. If it were another race, they might ask for some treasures as compensation, but the dragon god and the goddess of life once had a close relationship. They will definitely not stand idly by. That's good. Chapter 87. No Escape from Jay. Chu Sheng turned his head again and glanced at the elf forest fortress in the distance, as if he wanted to engrave this place in his mind. I'm afraid that the majestic city wall that has just been built and the heroic elf girl who is on high alert will not be seen for a long time. If you want to blame someone, blame the human kingdom for their lack of martial ethics. They went completely crazy from the start and didn't give him any time to develop. He had originally planned to rely on the Tree of Life to gradually develop the elf forest into a developed race, but in the end, he could only go out in shame to find help. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point. Xianyuo, you must be fine. Aaron had seen Shanoya wrapped in a cocoon by a twisted tree trunk. She was in a deep sleep and couldn't move at all. Seeing that Chu Sheng was feeling a little down, she mustered up the courage to walk up to him and made a strong gesture of encouragement. Don't worry, Chu Sheng. Her Royal Highness the Princess and I have gone out to seek assistance many times and are very familiar with this kind of business. Don't be so proud of shaking people. Chu Sheng was quite speechless. The dark-skinned elf girl looked like a dog head that had no experience and was hiding under the tower. She asked her wild father to help catch her while she was smug. He pulled Erlin along a shortcut and came to the southern border. In the distance, the human army had already assembled, forming a large black mass. Damn humans, there are at least 30,000 soldiers here. Ellen was extremely indignant and despised the betrayal of the human kingdom. It was a pity that the elf forest even used a heritage source stone as a reward, but they didn't expect it to become an ally to the enemy. Trust Tiffany and the others. The elf forest has existed for so many years and has overcome countless difficulties. This time will be no exception. To be honest, Chu Sheng himself was not very sure about what he said. But since Tiffany appears so confident, maybe she has some hidden backup plan or something. Anyway, the goddess of life has given all the energy in the sacred tree to herself. Now the sacred leaves can only help the elves recover from their injuries, and can no longer help other races recover. At that time, even if the tree of life was accidentally cut in two, there would be no need to worry about it being used by orcs and humans. Erlin, hold me tight. Chu Sheng activated the leaf mark on his forehead, a brilliant golden light flashed, and the oath of life was activated. The strength of his magic power instantly broke through the upper limit and reached the 7th level, making his control over space magic more handy. With a light stroke of his finger in the air, a dark crack more than 2 meters long appeared, and it was unknown where it led to. Okay, Erlin nodded, and immediately put her arms around Chu Sheng's neck and wrapped her legs tightly around his waist, just like an octopus. But the height that was a head taller than Chu Gao made the posture look a little funny. Please don't let go. It's no wonder Chu Sheng was so cautious. After all, this was his first time using long-distance space teleportation, and he was carrying someone with him. He himself was not even sure where the end of the space crack was or how far the teleportation distance was. He could only sense a rough direction towards the south. The next moment, he took a deep breath, carried the dark-skinned elf girl on his back, and stepped into the crack. After a dizzying journey, the two of them rolled around in each other's arms and arrived at a strange place. Is this a town in the human kingdom? Chu Sheng sat on the ground and took a moment to relax. He felt as if he had been squeezed into a tube of toothpaste. Taking a quick look at the surrounding scene, it was somewhat similar to when I was shopping in the Marquis of Pitt's territory. Chu Sheng, we succeeded. This is already a human kingdom. Before Erlin could finish her words, she couldn't hold it in anymore and ran to a tree by the roadside and started vomiting violently. Chu Sheng went over and patted her on the back, helping her to calm down. He smiled and said, "It's not a success yet. We will be a little safer once we leave the human kingdom's territory." Before he could finish his words, he heard an old and loud voice coming from above the town. "Where do you think you've escaped from the elf forest and are now?" Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at the sky and saw a white-haired old man in a holy robe, holding a giant staff more than 2 meters long, chasing after him at a high speed, controlling a beam of light. Oh my God, this can be discovered. Chu Sheng knew at a glance that the other party was a strong man from the human kingdom. The terrifying magic fluctuations were not much weaker than Tiffany's. He is actually a 9th-level Imperial magician. Chu Sheng forced himself to calm down and sorted out the current situation in a short moment. The other party must have sensed the magical fluctuations of space teleportation, which means that although the two of them successfully crossed the border of the human kingdom, they did not teleport too far. Blanche. He did not dare to delay at all. He grabbed the black-skinned elf girl and carried her directly on his shoulder. He opened another space crack and crawled in. Whoosh. Coming out of the space crack once again, Chu Sheng couldn't hold back this time, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Although some of the goddess of life's vast origin can be used as energy, activating a 9th-order spell like the Oath of Life for a long time will cause an extremely huge loss of energy, such as vitality. Chu Sheng, have we gotten rid of that old magician? AI Erlin lay on Chu Sheng's shoulder, suppressing the urge to vomit, and spoke anxiously. Chu Sheng said nothing, but used his mental power to sense something, and his face suddenly turned pale. The old man covered in golden light was still chasing after the two men relentlessly, looking like he was determined to get them to the point of being persistent. Chu Sheng had no choice but to pull Erlin again and jump into the space crack. After more than a dozen space teleportations, Chu Sheng estimated that he had been teleported dozens of miles away before he dared to show his head. However, as soon as he showed his head, the old voice sounded in the air, and the distance was even closer. Don't run. No matter how fast the space transfer is, can it be faster than light? Cornus drove a beam of golden light towards the two of them. Although his expression was pretentious and cold, showing the demeanor of a master, He was already shocked in his heart. No wonder the elf forest was able to swallow up the 3,000-strong army of orcs. This was probably due to the spatial power of this man from the eastern continent. Based on the information provided by Marquis Pitt, he originally thought that Chu Sheng just had some treasures from the eastern continent on him and did not have any special skills. I never expected that the other party actually mastered the lost magic of space attributes. In an instant, Connie's eyes turned fanatical when he looked at Chu Sheng, as if Asen saw a giant lizard and Brother and I saw a charming black girl. If we capture this man from the eastern continent and study him carefully, we'll definitely gain a lot. Chu Sheng felt an inexplicable chill in his chrysanthemums and always felt that the old man staring at him in the distance had a strange look in his eyes. There is a tingling sensation on the scalp that cannot be escaped in J. Chapter 88, Tree Grain. Chu Sheng felt a chill in his crotch when he saw Cornus's eyes. It turned out that what netizens said was right. All priests had abnormal sexual orientation. But I am obviously a handsome guy with a height of 1.8 meters and 9-pack abs, and I am not a little boy, right? Erlen, keep holding on to me. Ugh, okay. The dark-skinned elf girl lay weakly on Chu Sheng's back. The continuous space jumps had made her unconscious, and her stomach was probably empty. Chu Sheng suppressed the blood in his throat and once again activated the life tree to swear an oath, trying to forcibly open a space crack. He felt very aggrieved. If the other party was a 9th-level fighter, he might not have run away. Just lure the other party into physical combat with you, and then kill them instantly using the power of the rules of the critical house. But this Lao Dang was obviously a magician, and he should have specialized in light-attributed magic. His speed was extremely fast, and there was no chance of getting close to him. If he shoots a laser at me from hundreds of meters away, I will be killed instantly. Young man, you are a bit naive to think of running away right under my nose. Cornus waved the giant staff in his hand and chanted the divine language. A huge halo with a diameter of hundreds of meters covered the sky and pressed down. Wherever the halo passed, all buildings and trees were reduced to ashes. If you were hit by them, you would be skinned alive even if you didn't die. Chu Sheng tried his best to activate the magic power of space, but even though blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, the space crack could not be opened. This old man's aura evaporated all the magic in the surrounding air. Without the free space magic power, he alone couldn't support the two ends of the space channel to be connected with what he had. As the halo got closer, the entire sky above was covered, making it hard to breathe. In front of a 9th-level expert who is truly giving his all, I'm still a bit of a noob. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, stuffed dozens of compressed biscuits into his mouth in one breath, and prepared to fight desperately. However, at the critical moment, an arm gently rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a somewhat teasing voice. Tisk, you're really in a mess. Come with me, I'll take you away. Chu Sheng's whole body trembled, and before he could turn around, he and Erlen began to sink into the shadow of the ground. He did not panic because the man's hand was on his shoulder. If the other party had any bad intentions, he could directly use the critical room's instant kill ability. Gurgle gurgle. As the three of them sank into the shadows together, the huge halo fell with a bang, but it only hit nothing. Chu Sheng felt like he was sinking into a deep, black sea. There was no light around him, and he couldn't even see the face of the person holding his hand. The three of them drifted in the ocean of shadows. After floating for an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the shore. A tall figure shrouded in a black robe pulled Chu Sheng and AI Erlen out from the shadow of a ruined building. Thanks for your help. As soon as he came out, Chu Sheng immediately carried AI Erlen on his back and distanced himself from the other party. It is not clear whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, so it is better to remain vigilant. Oi, male, we've only been apart for a short time. Don't you recognize me? The voice beneath the black robe was filled with resentment, and the tall figure took off his disguise, revealing short golden hair and healthy wheat-colored skin. Ludmila? Why is it you? The short-haired elf girl crossed her arms and snorted loudly. Humph. You can also call me by my code name, Dark Moon. I belong to the assassin organization Yanzichuan, the same organization that failed to assassinate Shen Yuoya. Chu Sheng never expected that the person who saved him and Aaron was Ludmila, who was locked in prison just now. How did she break the magic circle that sealed Weilin's fighting spirit? Hey, this is all thanks to you. Look what this is. Ludmila lifted up her shirt, revealing her smooth and beginning to define abdominal muscles. Right below her belly, there was a mysterious and complex, strange pattern. The pattern was woven from hundreds of gorgeous, bright silver lines, resembling a sacred tree of life, or a face somewhat similar to Chu Sheng. Did you carve this silver pattern yourself? Chu Sheng frowned. Could it be that this short-haired elf girl is also a rune warrior? Seeing the confusion in the other's eyes didn't seem fake, Ludmila tilted her head and asked curiously, "Don't the males know about this? This pattern suddenly appeared after I was born." After hearing the short-haired elf girl's explanation, Chu Sheng immediately remembered what the goddess of life had told him. The most important thing about this power is that it can help other lives connected to you evolve their life levels. If you eat his life source, will this silver pattern appear? Chu Sheng blinked, subconsciously put his face close to Ludmila's lower abdomen, and gently stroked the strange pattern with his fingers. Unexpectedly, it was just a simple action, but Ludmila's reaction was extremely strong. It was as if some strange switch was pressed. "I'm sorry." Chu Sheng's mouth twitched, and he withdrew his hand slightly embarrassedly. After all, the location of this silver pattern is relatively close to the abyss, so it is not surprising that the short-haired elf girl would have such a sensitive reaction. When Ludmila was a prisoner, he could certainly treat her cruelly and humiliate her to the extreme. But at this moment, the other party's identity has changed. He has become the savior of himself and Erlin, so Chu Sheng didn't feel comfortable messing around anymore. Although Chu Sheng could probably get away even without Ludmila's help, it would be better to reveal less of his background. Ludmila's rapid breathing lasted for a long time before she slowly spoke. After this pattern appeared, my vitality instantly surged. Not only did all my injuries heal, but my fighting spirit level also improved. I easily broke through the forbidden formation. I see. Chu Sheng touched his chin and felt for the first time the effect of the level evolution mentioned by the goddess of life. Anyway, thank you. Oi, male, is it enough to just say thank you verbally to your savior? Ludmila had come back to her senses from her strange state. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Chu Sheng meaningfully. "So what do you want?" Ludmila said, like before. Chapter 89, Give me a ride. Ludmila raised her face and saw that Chu Sheng didn't move. She blinked her bright eyes, wondering what she was thinking about. She patted her knees, stood up from the ground, and reached out to pull at her waist. "May I take this?" Chu Sheng took the thing from the short-haired elf girl, took a look at it curiously, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched. It turns out to be. Ludmila turned her back and rested her hands on the broken wall. "Thank me profusely. You're welcome." Chu Sheng. He began to regret punishing Ludmila in the cell. How could such a good and cool elf girl become? "Sister Ludmila, why are you squirming around so much?" Erlin woke up in a daze with a face full of questions. "Well, she's training her buttocks. As an 8th level warrior, she can't have any broken buttocks anywhere on her body." Erlin actually still remembers me. Ludmila straightened her clothes and came closer to Aaron. Although Erlin didn't know what was going on, she nodded vigorously. "Of course, Sister Ludmila was so kind to me back then. How could I possibly forget? You, Teacher Babylon, and Elder Lasta have always been inseparable. It's hard to forget them." Ludmila smiled and touched Aaron's head, picking up a strand of her silver-white hair. "After all these years, I haven't seen you. Erlin has grown into a beautiful lady." The short-haired elf girl's eyes rarely showed some of the kindness and care of an elder. In her eyes, Aaron seemed like a little girl who had not grown up yet. She vaguely remembered that when the dark elves left the elf forest, this little guy with silver hair was not even as tall as her chest. Now that he has grown up, he has not only embarked on the path of cultivating fighting spirit, but even his clothing, posture, and demeanor are quite similar to those of Babylon. It's true that we are master and disciple. Erlin ignored Ludmila's reminiscence and held her hand, her expression suddenly becoming a little excited. "Sister Ludmila, I've always wanted to know why you." The dark-skinned elf girl spoke almost word by word. Tears gradually welled up in her eyes, and her voice began to tremble. "Why did you leave me alone?" What bothered her most was that she was abandoned by her own people. Although the elf forest is the home of all elves, the feeling of being isolated because of their unique skin color is still deeply engraved in their hearts today. Aaron needed an answer, no matter if it was cruel or deceptive. She needed to get rid of the depression that had accumulated for many years. This one. Seeing that Erlin was very excited and seemed to be determined to get to the bottom of things, Ludmila scratched her head awkwardly, her eyes rolling around. Comforting people has never been her strong point, but she is very good at assassination and stealth. This kind of thing should be left to the person who made the decision. I will not help clean up the mess that Babylon has made. Actually, I don't know either. I was completely confused at the time and was forced to do this. When you see your teacher next time, go ask her." Aaron looked suspicious and clearly didn't believe the explanation. But she has grown up long ago and is no longer the naive and timid little girl. She has learned to read people's expressions. She knew that Ludmila must know the truth, But maybe for some reason she couldn't say it out loud, and she didn't want to be a Riddler, so she simply chose to pass the buck. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two elf girls seemed a little off, Chu Sheng on the side immediately used his interrupting skill. Hey, Ludmila, if you don't really plan to assassinate the elf princess, then why did you sneak into the elf forest? Ludmila crossed her arms, looking matter-of-fact. This is a task assigned by the organization. Even if I don't want to do it, I still have to pretend to do it, right? Besides, the elf forest is my hometown after all, so it's normal for me to come back and visit. Okay, let's talk about other things after we settle down. We are still in the human kingdom, so it's best to leave as soon as possible. Chu Sheng made a decision. He came to AI Erlin, squatted down, and carried her on his back again. While mobilizing spatial magic to open a passage, he turned his head to look at the short-haired elf girl. We are going to the Dragon Kingdom to do some serious business. Will you come with us? Or should we each go back to our own homes and find our own mothers? Ludmila blinked in surprise. What a coincidence. The Dark Elves live near the Dragon Kingdom. She came to Erin's side, poked her tender cheek with her finger, and extended an invitation. Erlin, do you want to come back with me? Let's go home together. When she heard the word, go home, an inexplicable look appeared in Erin's eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, she shook her head. No, the elf forest is still waiting for Chu Sheng and I to go back and support them. We'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Oh, what a shame. Ludmila nodded in understanding and looked at Chu Sheng excitedly. I haven't tried space jumping yet. Do you mind giving me a ride, Male? I'll try. Chu Sheng nodded, and the next moment he used his mind to drive himself into the critical room. He took out compressed biscuits from the space magic device and began to restore and replenish his magic power. The mark of the tree of life on his forehead felt like it was burning like a sports car about to explode. The 7th level, forcibly pulled up by magic, is indeed too superficial. Chu Sheng used his mental power to sense his entire body and sighed helplessly. Just now, when I was being chased by that old man from the Holy Church, the space channel I released could only transmit a few kilometers at most. The distance was too close. For a 9th level expert, this distance is basically just 1 or 2 steps. Chu Sheng estimated that if this 7th level strength was achieved through his own actual practice, then the space channel would definitely be able to transmit much farther than it is now. It can transmit at least hundreds of kilometers at a time, ensuring that Lao Deng can't see the exhaust gas. No wonder the protagonists in novels about cultivating immortals always look down on those who rely on secret techniques and elixirs to reach a high level. Pure and empty man. Chapter 90 Accidental Lost. Only after recovering to his peak state did Chu Sheng leave the critical house and return to reality. This time he spent more time communicating with spatial magic, connecting to more distant spatial cracks step by step. After all, that old Deng failed in his pursuit, and he might put himself on the wanted list after returning. If it was any later, he and Erin would be unable to move forward in the Holy Ronin Empire. Therefore, the best situation at the moment is to use the space channel to teleport to the Dragon Kingdom once or several times as directly as possible. At worst, it is to go outside the human kingdom. Chu Sheng took out a map drawn with magic power from the space magic device, which clearly marked the power division and geographical location of various countries and races on the continent. The Dragon Kingdom's territory is not as large as that of the human kingdom, but it is relatively large among other demi-human races, almost half the size of the Holy Ronin Empire. Located in the southeast of the human kingdom, the two countries are separated by a huge mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles, and there is almost no communication between them. Chu Sheng continued to deduce the end point of the space channel. It took him more than 10 minutes, and he ate dozens of compressed biscuits before he slowly tore open the space crack. This time he not only has to bring Erin along, but also Ludmila, which makes the task even more difficult. Okay, hold on to any part of my body. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop you if you're transported to some strange place by mistake. Chu Sheng's back was already occupied by the slightly weak Erlin, so he could only let Ludmila down a bit. Well, I promise I won't let go even if I die. As soon as she finished speaking, Ludmila stretched out her jade hand and grabbed the safest place. Chu Sheng. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This girl who loves elves is really... Ludmila, please stop making trouble. The short-haired elf girl blinked innocently and said, Didn't you say you could just grab them from anywhere? Okay, as long as you are happy. Chu Sheng didn't say anything more. The most important thing right now was business. He supported Erin on his back, and then took Ludmila with him and went into the space crack together. This time the space passage was very long. The three of them traveled through the endless darkness for an unknown amount of time, until their bodies were almost blown away by the turbulence of space, and then they saw the light at the end. Whoosh! A pitch-black door opened half a meter above the ground, and Chu Sheng landed smoothly from inside. Okay, they should have left the Holy Iranian Empire. We'll go there later. Chu Sheng was stunned. The soft and elastic touch on his back had completely disappeared, along with the jade hand holding his armrest. Aaron and Ludmila didn't come out. Seriously, sister, are you kidding me? Chu Sheng quickly turned around and stuck his entire head into the space crack he had just encountered, constantly using space magic to sense the abnormal conditions of the passage. According to his mental perception, there was no deviation or difference in the first 80% of the entire space channel. But just before the exit, a short distance was dispersed by the spatial turbulence, and a fork in the road appeared. Chu Sheng felt a little anxious. He thought that Erlin and Ludmila had probably been teleported to another place by the fork in the road. Although in the space channel, the two endpoints seemed to be not far apart. But in reality, reflected in the real path, in the worst case, it is likely to be a huge distance away. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Since the accident had already happened, it was useless to regret or pursue it. The most important thing right now is to find Aaron and Ludmila as soon as possible. Chu Sheng sighed and began to step into this unfamiliar area outside. This is a ruined village. The architectural style of the houses is obviously different from that of human villages. It seems that it is no longer within the territory of the Holy Iranian Empire. He walked along the country road for a while and saw a pile of ruins in front of him, as well as several fires with billowing smoke. Next to the broken building, there were several ragged figures sitting or lying, with wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. Some had broken arms, some had lost legs, and their eyes were lifeless, as if they had experienced a cruel disaster. Chu Sheng keenly noticed that these people had various characteristics different from those of humans and seemed to be subhumans. That one over there is a cat man, right? The one next to her is a bear man. And there's also a minotaur. As Chu Sheng continued to look around, these people also saw the handsome and brightly dressed Chu Sheng. A hint of surprise flashed across their eyes, but they became numb again after just a moment, as if they had lost hope of living. There was a huge iron pot on the side of the road at the entrance of the village. Steam was bubbling out of it, and a strange aroma of meat wafted towards it. Chu Sheng took a closer look and his expression changed drastically, because there were some baby-like pieces of meat cooking in that pot. Next to the dilapidated building, two disheveled-looking children, one tall and one short, were fighting over a piece of black, moldy bread. But soon, the relatively thin child was knocked to the ground and watched unwillingly as the other person swallowed the bread whole. The desolate and miserable scene before him was telling Chu Sheng a fact. I'm afraid this place has just experienced a robbery or a war. Suddenly, a scarred man hurried past Chu Sheng, his steps unsteady and shouting in fear. Everyone run. Those Tianlong clan lackeys are here again. As the man shouted, an atmosphere of panic quickly spread among everyone. Those guys, are they planning to kill us all? Shit. They've almost captured all the young men and women, and they're not even willing to let go of the old, weak, and sick who are left. A group of demi-humans with missing limbs crawled up from the ground and passed by Chu Sheng in panic. The sour smell coming towards him made Chu Sheng wrinkle his nose slightly. He used his mental power to sense that these people were mostly ordinary civilians with no strength. Driven by curiosity, Chu Sheng walked slowly against the crowd towards the center of the ruined village. After a while, he found a beautiful figure curled up in a corner next to a dilapidated building that looked like a church. She was a disheveled-looking woman, wrapped in a slightly worn magician's robe. Her face was pale and her body was shaking uncontrollably, making people feel pity for her. Of course, if she was just an ordinary subhuman woman, it wouldn't be worth Chu Sheng's careful observation. It was because underneath the magician's robe, there were not white jade feet like those of humans, but a huge snake tail covered with white scales. Chapter 91 Rescue Snake. As soon as Chu Sheng saw the snake lady's appearance, he knew what her current condition was. The magic power in the body is depleted, the body is weak, and it is in urgent need of sugar replenishment. Just like when I first saw Shanoya in the cave, she was so adorable. Judging from her clothes, she must be a magician. Give him some candy and see. Chu Sheng took out a few pieces of chocolate with extremely high sugar content from the space magic device. The kind that was so sweet that it was greasy, which was helpful in recovering magic power. He planned to ask the snake lady some information about this place. Otherwise, he would be running around like a headless fly without any information. Not to mention finding Aaron and Ludmila. Chu Sheng opened the outer packaging of the chocolate and stuffed the dark chocolate bar into the snake girl's pink lips. The snake lady's slightly closed eyelids trembled twice, as if she smelled the scent of food, and her beautiful nose wrinkled slightly. When she felt the touch of the chocolate, she suddenly felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and bit it with all her remaining strength. After taking a mouthful of high-calorie food, the snake lady's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a bright color, as if she saw the hope of life. Awoo! The snake lady devoured the chocolate bar in big mouthfuls, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it from her. Chu Shang continued to feed her, all the while staring at her inhuman features with considerable curiosity. He lived in the elf forest for quite some time, and the only creatures he encountered were elves. Aside from their very white skin and pointed ears, the elves were no different from humans. This was the first time Chu Shang observed other demi-human girls in this alien world at such a close distance. The snake lady in front of him not only had a long snake tail, but even the pupils in her eyes were different from those of humans. It is not a circle, but a vertical oval with pointed ends. After swallowing the entire chocolate bar, the snake girl felt the magic power in her body gradually flowing out. Her physical strength recovered a little, and her tail began to shake a few times. The face that was originally as pale as gray began to show some normal blush, no longer looking as sick as before. The whole person begins to be full of vitality. The eyes are lively and bright, blinking and so cute. Suddenly, a dog-like person with a broken leg and a crutch came over, staring at the chocolate bar in Chu Shang's hand that was almost finished. What did you feed her? A hint of heat flashed in the dogman's eyes. If it weren't for his disabled legs, he would have been unable to restrain himself and would have rushed over. That snake recovered a little in an instant. It must be something good. Could it be some kind of magical food? Groups of people kept gathering around, staring at the chocolate bar with gleaming eyes. A 13 or 14-year-old tiger man, who looked like a tiger, was ready to make a move. He picked up a stone from the ground and said, "He doesn't have a staff in his hand. He doesn't look like a magician. Besides, this guy has delicate skin and tender flesh, and doesn't look like those rough guys who practice fighting spirit at all." The successive discussions echoed among the crowd, arousing the greed and savagery in their hearts. The demi-humans who had originally had numb expressions now showed murderous eyes and slowly approached Chu Shang and Snake Lady. Their village was recently looted by the Tianlong tribe, and all the food and valuables were stolen. All the strong young and middle-aged men and women were taken away, and the labor force was lost in an instant. This group of people were already so hungry that their eyes turned red, and their brains could not think normally. They did not care about Chu Shang's identity or strength at all, and they rushed forward to rob him. Faced with this tense atmosphere, Chu Shang didn't care at all. They are just a group of unarmed old, weak, and sick people. If they really dare to be ungrateful, then he will not respect the elderly and love the young. Young man, don't blame us. We did this because we had no other choice. If you want to blame someone, blame the Tianlong clan. You must have a lot of this kind of food on you, right? Just consider it as relief for us, okay? With the leader taking the lead, the rest of the people slowly approached as if they had a backbone. Among them are malnourished children of several years old and elderly people with white hair. After Chu Shang fed the snake lady a whole chocolate bar, he calmly turned his head and looked at the group of demi-humans. "I can give it to you, but you can't take it away. Don't you understand such a simple truth? If these people begged him for some alms in a nice voice, he might be merciful and reward them with a pile of food. But since he has chosen to rob, don't force him to be a native of the country. Stop talking nonsense and take it out. His clothes are so clean and gorgeous. He must be a rich man, and he must have plenty of food." The demi-humans, already driven mad by disease and hunger, picked up weapons like sticks and stones and attacked continuously, shouting. Chu Shang raised his finger slightly, and a stream of fire-attributed magic power quietly gathered. As long as these unruly people dare to get any closer, he will let them taste what it means to be an Amaryllis. Just when the spirits of the subhumans were high and they were about to swarm forward, an invisible wave of air shot out from behind Chu Shang. This gust of air was like a miniature tsunami, blowing away all the demi-humans that rushed over and making them fall to the ground like wheat being cut. The demi-humans fell to the ground one by one, wailing in pain, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. "Follow me." A crisp and lively voice sounded in his ears, and a white and tender hand grabbed Chu Shang's wrist and pulled him away. It turned out to be the snake lady who was lying on the ground dying just now. At this moment, she had recovered some magic power and physical strength, and she defeated those demi-humans before Chu Shang. There was a gleam of water on the snake lady's face. Her eyes were bright and lively, and she no longer had the weakness she had just felt. She held Chu Sheng's hand, not giving him any chance to speak, and dragged him into the forest outside the village. Chu Sheng let the other party pull him and run wildly. He was somewhat glad that the snake lady had struck first. If he had taken action just now, those demi-humans would probably have turned into ashes by now. The snake lady's huge and powerful white tail kept swimming on the ground, looking flexible and beautiful. She seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the mountains and forests. She ran for several miles before stopping beside a big tree, panting. Chu Sheng walked over leisurely only after the snake lady's breathing stabilized. The two began to look each other up and down. Supported by the huge snake tail, the snake lady stood upright, much taller than Chu, with a well-proportioned upper body, no different from a normal human woman. Her big eyes shine brightly in the dim light of the forest, her nose is straight, and her lips are full. She is a real beauty. At this moment, the snake girl's light pink hair had fallen down, revealing her smooth white forehead, with a patch of silver-white scales that was particularly conspicuous. Not only on the forehead, but also on the neck, back of the hands and other places, there are scales of varying sizes. Chapter 92: The Difference of Dragon Country. Of course, Chu Sheng didn't really care about these things. As a pure-blooded Hun, his standard for appreciating a member of the opposite sex has always been, well, not bad, on the same level as Shanoya, Erlin, and Ludmila, and slightly inferior to Elder Wayland. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, and the other party's loose magician robe was lifted into a graceful arc. Human, thank you for feeding me and saving me just now. Thank you so much. The snake lady's voice was soft, and her cheeks would occasionally turn a little red as she spoke, like an attractive apple. Chu Sheng noticed that the other party's mouth also had the characteristics of a snake. The two canine teeth were thin and long, exactly like the fangs of a poisonous snake. The tongue is not like that of a normal human, but a long and forked snake tongue. He couldn't help but think, what kind of novel experience would it be to use such a cherry-like mouth for sex? Suddenly, a hint of hesitation and expectation flashed in the snake girl's eyes. After biting her lips, she spoke slowly and shyly. My name is Hebe Surek. You can just call me Hebe. I'm 26 years old, a 4th-level magician, and currently unaffiliated. The more Snake Lady Hepai spoke, the redder her face became. There was a hint of nervousness in her voice, but she still managed to hold it in and continued to speak. My net height is 4.6 meters, and I weigh 148 kilograms, but most of that weight is in my tail. My neck circumference is 36 centimeters, my wrists are 19 centimeters, my bust is 116 centimeters, my waist is 76 centimeters, and I have 0 experience points. Chu Sheng. No, what weird things are you talking about seriously? He had a strange look on his face. This snake lady had inexplicably told him all her private data, as if she was checking her household registration book during a blind date. Listening to the other person's tone, I feel like they treat me like a commodity or an object. Before Chu Sheng could react, Hebai's tone suddenly became solemn and serious. She took a deep breath, as if to cheer herself up, puffed out her chest proudly, and blurted out, I want you to be my mom. Chu Sheng was completely stunned, shocked by Snake Lady's words. The Masta, spoken by the other party, was obviously not the common language in this alien world, but the golden finger had already put the specific meaning directly into Chu Sheng's mind. The so-called Masta means master. What should I do if the cute snake lady I just met asks me to be her master? Waiting online, urgent. Chu Sheng's strange eyes kept scanning the snake girl's body. She was first-rate in both appearance and figure, even comparable to those naturally beautiful elf girls in the elf forest. Especially the fat and tender snake tail. Just looking at it makes me want to touch it. Seeing Chu Sheng remain silent, Snake Lady Hepai suddenly panicked and timidly said, Human, do you think I can't meet your requirements? Am I too fat or too thin? I can change it. The Snake Lady's voice was trembling, and her big eyes were blinking, revealing her inner panic and anxiety. Well, I'm not saying anything. Sister, you're great in every way. You're practically born after my quirks, but do you know what Masta actually means? Chu Sheng asked with a hint of doubt. Could it be that the understanding of the word master by people in the other world is different from that in the real world? He admitted that he was indeed handsome and could even get cash back for massages, but it wasn't like he was so beautiful that a snake lady would want to throw herself at him the moment they met. I am not some human purple mood. Hepai clasped her hands in front of her and nodded seriously. Of course I know. Masta means master in the common language. As long as I recognize you as my master, I will obey your orders completely. If you tell me not to go east, I will never go west. I will also do my best to meet all your requirements, including. As she spoke, Hepai's face became redder and redder. She subconsciously glanced towards Chu Sheng and pursed her pink lips, as if she had something to hide. Chu Sheng followed her gaze and immediately understood what she meant. Okay, not only do we have to meet all the master's requirements, but we also have to meet all the little master's requirements, right? Feeling Snake Lady's seriousness and determination, Chu Sheng became even more confused. He even wondered if this was a time bomb deliberately sent by the enemy to be planted next to him. He immediately activated the mark of the Tree of Life on his forehead, and an invisible mental force surged out and probed towards the Snake Lady He Pai. After a few seconds of observation, Chu Sheng was very sure that the other party showed no signs of lying. There was no deliberate evasion or subconscious movement in his heart rate or facial expressions. His strength was just as she said, indeed at level 4, and he had only just reached that level not long ago. Such a rookie magician. Even if she used her ultimate skill to throw it at Chu Sheng's face, she would probably just pull out some of his hair. It can basically be ruled out that the approach was intentional. Chu Sheng thought about it and agreed. After all, his Hun habit had not spread outside the elf forest. There shouldn't be any enemy who would seize this weakness and deliberately send a powerful woman to deal with him. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng spoke uncertainly. Sister, you know what will happen after you recognize me as your mother, and you still insist on doing this? Isn't it better to be alone? Hearing Chu Sheng's advice, He Pai's face did not show any happiness. Instead, she shook her head sadly, stared at him, and spoke slowly. Human, you're not from the Dragon Kingdom, right? Not even from this continent, but from the legendary Eastern continent, right? Chu Sheng nodded. His features of black hair and black eyes were indeed very obvious in this world, and it was impossible for him not to be noticed. Judging from what the other party said, this place should indeed be within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. A trace of longing appeared on the Snake Lady's face. She blinked and said, although I have never been to other countries, I have heard that the systems there are completely different from those in our Dragon Country. In the Dragon Kingdom, all races are divided into 3 categories: upper, middle, and lower. A few pure-blooded dragons are the upper class. Those who have followed the Dragon Clan for generations are the middle class, and most other demi-humans are classified as the lower class. He Pai's tone was a little depressed, and it was not difficult to hear that this was because she herself was also among the so-called lower class. Here, the upper class holds absolute power over life and death. The middle class enjoys preferential treatment second only to the upper class, and the lower class are destined to be slaves and livestock. Chapter 93 Exclusive Brand. He Pai's tone was filled with reminiscence and sadness, as if she was thinking of something horrible, and her delicate body was trembling with fear. My original mother was a female magician from the Earth Dragon clan. She was brutally murdered in a battle with other half-dragons. All her slaves were captured, and I was the only one who managed to escape. The Snake Lady stared into Chu Sheng's eyes, her eyes pleading. If it weren't for Masuda, any middle or upper tribe could have forcibly abducted me and forced me into slavery. Many races don't even consider slaves as human beings. They treat them as animals that can be humiliated and trampled on at will. I don't want to end up like that. He Pai plucked up her courage, gently held one of Chu Sheng's hands, and rubbed her cold and smooth face against it, with a bit of flattery in her eyes. Human, you are the first person who has been so warm and gentle to me. If you could be my master, I think I would be the happiest slave in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Chu Sheng felt the coolness on Snake Lady's face and felt a little surprised. I thought that the ability to capture the hearts of cute girls just by relying on Aesir only existed in two-dimensional love comedies. I didn't expect that this situation actually existed in the other world. I thought that I used a bucket of instant noodles to seduce the elf girl Shanoya, and now I didn't expect that I could get the snake girl slave with just a chocolate bar. Different world, so cool. Of course you can, but you have to tell me in advance what my duties as a Masuda are. You can't hide anything. Chu Sheng was worried about where to find a guide to the Dragon Kingdom, but he was still a little cautious. He was afraid that this cute snake lady would set him up with a honey trap or something. Hearing Chu Sheng's agreement, the snake girl's vertical pupils suddenly lit up, her eyelids fluttered and blinked, her face full of excitement. Great. You don't have to do anything. Just make sure I have basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. He Pai smiled like a flower, and her role change was ridiculously fast. She even used your honorific title. Oh, that's right. The snake lady seemed to have thought of something very important and reminded him. Masuda, you'd better quickly brand me with a special slave mark, so that others will know that I am a member of Masuda's lower tribe. If there's no brand, it will be a big trouble if those cruel dragonborn see it. Chu Sheng nodded, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. After Ludmila obtained her own life source, A mark of her own appeared on her body. Now this snake lady wants to brand her herself. I always feel a bit weird, like a lion marking its territory with its urine. Okay, how do we create this brand? Magic or fighting spirit? Neither. The snake lady shook her head like a rattle. The exclusive slave mark needs to be branded with a nationally certified seal. You have to go to a specific place to purchase the license to use it. After that, she grabbed Chu Sheng's hand and ran towards a certain direction of the forest. She looked back excitedly and said, "There's a city not far from here where you can buy slave seals. Mom, let me take you there." After the snake lady regained her magic power, she became particularly lively. Her big white snake tail twisted around on the ground, and Chu Sheng always wanted to give her a good rub. "He Pai, how many miles is that city from our current location?" After being dragged along for 2 or 3 miles, Chu Sheng looked at the endless forest and had a bad feeling. "It's not far, only about 100 miles. Chu Sheng slapped his forehead with one hand and said, "Good fellow, you want to take bus number 11 to get there for more than 100 miles. He returned to the critical house with a thought and directly took out the civilian armored vehicle that had not been driven for a long time. With a loud bang, the armored vehicle suddenly appeared in the forest, startling He Pai to buy so much that his tail swung wildly. "Masada, what kind of monster is this?" Chu Sheng ignored the other party's shock, opened the driver's door, and took her directly into the car. "This is a form of transportation in our eastern continent. Just sit still and be quiet." He did not choose to use space jumping to travel faster, nor did he tell the snake lady too much, simply because the other party was not his real slave yet. Chu Sheng planned to wait until the snake lady was branded with the slave mark before informing her about his ability to control spatial magic. Because He Pai did not have legs like humans, the big and long white snake tail had to coil around her, and inevitably the extra part of it fell on Chu Sheng's legs. "Sorry, Mom. I'd better just run behind the car." Snake lady pointed her index fingers together, looking very cautious. The interior space of this car was a bit small for her, and she was afraid of making Chu Sheng unhappy. When she followed her previous mistress, she was never allowed to ride in the car, and she always walked behind the car. "It's okay, it'll be fine if we squeeze in." Chu Sheng thought it was just right. He held the steering wheel of the car with one hand and put the other hand on the tip of the snake lady's big white tail, stroking it continuously. It was a feeling of pleasure that was completely different from rubbing a cat. Heppy's tail is covered with fine white scales. The scales are not hard, but very soft, even as elastic as a girl's skin. The highest praise for women's voluptuous legs is nothing more than the 3 short words, legs that last a lifetime. And He Pai's big white tail gave Chu Sheng the feeling that it was no less important than the elf girl's big white legs, and he didn't want to let go at all. "Mom, it's so itchy." Chu Sheng turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw that Snake Lady's pretty face was already flushed, and her pearly teeth were lightly biting her pink lips. Sorry, I didn't know your tail was like that." Snake Lady interrupted Chu Sheng first, her voice soft and sticky. No, I just feel that this is the first time I've experienced riding in a car with Masuda." Seeing that Chu Sheng seemed to be about to let go, she immediately wrapped the tip of her fat white tail around his hand, unwilling to let go. In the eyes of many lower-class tribes, this action is a way to show loyalty to their masters. Just like the succubus will let the owner hold her loving black tail, the cowgirl will let the owner grab the double horns on her head, and so on. Chu Sheng turned around with a smile, sniffing the faint fragrance of the snake lady while driving the armored vehicle recklessly through the mountains and forests. Chapter 94 Half-Dragon. While driving, Snake Lady He Pai kept exclaiming at the speeding scene outside the window while introducing the basic situation of the Dragon Kingdom to Chu Sheng. The Dragon Kingdom is a country that is extremely closed to the outside world, but very open to the inside. They adopted a policy of isolation and non-interaction towards other powerful races, but treated all subhuman races within the country equally, all regarded as slaves. Pure-blooded dragons are the rulers of the kingdom, but their numbers are few and it is very difficult for them to reproduce. How big is it? If a dragon couple is determined to have a dragon baby, they will be locked up in a small dark room, just like the closed-door retreat in the novels about cultivating immortals. But it is very likely that after several months of high-intensity labor, the male dragon has suffered internal injuries, and it is just a dud. Therefore, the pure-blooded dragons had to hand over most of the kingdom's affairs to other half-dragons. Many city lords and local officials are half-dragons. In addition to the half-dragon race, there are also some scattered races with small populations, which are also within the scope of the middle race. The rest were all slaves of the lower races. More than 80% of the country's population are inferior sub-races, and only less than 20% are truly considered citizens. In order to escape the fate of being enslaved since birth, many subhumans had to move out of towns and live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. Just like the dilapidated village that Chu Sheng just passed by, it was a small village where many kinds of subhumans gathered. But once discovered by those high-ranking, pure-blooded dragons, their fate was to be robbed. Chu Sheng sighed. As a person in the 21st century, he could not imagine such a country with strict hierarchy and even cruelty. Since you have been oppressed and enslaved since birth, why don't you choose to escape from the Dragon Kingdom? The country outside may not be beautiful, but it is definitely not so oppressive. Snake Lady's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. The Dragon Kingdom has extremely strict controls on defection. Anyone, regardless of whether they are from a high or low-class tribe, who dares to leave the country without permission will have all their relatives and friends tortured. What's more, the kingdom is surrounded by endless mountains to the north and a chaotic sea to the south. Without powerful magicians and fighters, it would be impossible to leave. Chu Sheng silently listened to Snake Lady's various, treasonous remarks. Perhaps because she felt that Chu Sheng was not a native of Dragon Country, she spat out many things that she usually did not dare to say, like pouring out bitter water. After more than 2 hours' drive, a city that blends various fantasy styles appeared on the horizon. Chu Sheng put away the armored vehicle and, under the guidance of Snake Lady, slowly walked towards the city. The city gate is tall and majestic, built of huge stones and covered with green moss. There was a soldier with a human body and an animal head stationed on each side, holding a spear and scanning the passers-by with sharp eyes. Masta, this city is called Badr. It's located in the northwest of the country and is the largest city within hundreds of miles. The two entered through the wide city gate and saw a smooth cobblestone road with a variety of shops on both sides. The streets were crowded with people, and all kinds of demi-human girls were walking among them. Most of them lowered their heads and looked submissive, following behind their tall masters. Chu Sheng noticed that almost every demi-human girl had a striking mark on her body, either on the forehead, on the collarbone, or below the abdomen. The streets are extremely lively, even bustling than those in the human kingdom, with all kinds of things for sale. He glanced around casually and saw a shop that specialized in selling exclusive slave seals. Chu Sheng was about to walk over when the Snake Lady beside him grabbed his arm and squeezed out a tense arc from her warm and gentle heart. Masada, don't rush over. We should go to the pawn shop to exchange some coins first. Exchange coins? I have plenty of gold coins. What else do you want to exchange? Faced with Chu Sheng's puzzled expression, Snake Lady fully played the role of a qualified guide and explained to him. Master, gold is not used as currency in our dragon country. We use a kind of paper currency called dragon coin. What? Chu Sheng was a little curious. Both the human kingdom and the elf forest used gold coins as their base currency. He also learned from books that almost all countries did so. Why was the dragon kingdom so special? The Snake Lady swayed her great white tail and touched her chin. It is said that because those dragons prefer shiny and glittering things, they have seized all the gold mines in the kingdom and stored them away. It is monopolized by the greedy dragons, which is reasonable. Led by the Snake Lady He Pai, Chu Sheng walked towards a pawn shop and met a tall humanoid. The other party was over 3 meters tall, with a dragon-like red head, but his body looked like a strong human. Behind him followed a beautiful but haggard-looking cow mother. The cow mother's clothes were tattered, her eyes were dull, and her head was lowered numbly, as if she had suffered inhuman abuse. The half-dragon man's condescending gaze didn't even linger on Chu Sheng, but went straight to the Snake Lady He Pai. Her beautiful face and plump figure immediately made his eyes light up. His breathing became heavy, and his greed was not concealed at all. The half-dragon man's powerful energy and blood overflowed from his body, so rich that it almost turned into substance. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that his strength was above level 6. In the city of Badr, a 6th-rank fighter, coupled with the middle-class status of a half-dragon, almost means that one can do whatever he wants. The Snake Lady felt the half-dragon man's undisguised fiery gaze and immediately shrank behind Chu Sheng in nervousness. The soft and tender feeling from behind made Chu Sheng have some wild thoughts. He protected the Snake Lady behind him and looked up at the half-dragon man with indifferent eyes. With his plump figure blocked, the half-dragon had no choice but to look at Chu Sheng, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. It seems to be saying, you, a human being, don't deserve to own such an awesome snake slave. It's no wonder that half-dragons are so arrogant. Although humans are also a middle-class race, they are not much nobler than the lower-class subhumans in front of the half-dragons. A good dog doesn't block the road. Please let me pass. Chu Sheng's arrogant attitude caught the half-dragon off guard. It was the first time he saw a human being so tough against the half-dragons. In the past, when such things happened, the result was mostly that the half-dragons forcibly bought human slaves at extremely low prices, and it was not uncommon for them to even rob them directly. Seeing that Chu Sheng and the half-dragon man seemed to be on the verge of fighting if they disagreed, the snake lady couldn't help but clench her fists and worry about Chu Sheng. The reason why her previous mistress was killed was because she was targeted by a pure-blooded dragon from a superior race. Everyone who has read this, please remember to add a bookshelf if you haven't done so yet. Otherwise, you won't be able to find me after you exit. Chapter 95: The Value of Dragon Coins. It's no wonder that Snake Lady He Pai is so worried, because in the Dragon Kingdom, many things are decided from the moment of birth. Her former master was also a half-dragon from the Earth Dragon clan, and could look down on more than 90% of the people in the entire country. But when she encountered the Supreme Tianlong clan who wanted to obtain He Bai, she acted very strong. Even when the other party offered a high price to buy it, she rejected it outright. The result is predictable, only death. Mom, let's leave now and stop bothering him. Snake Lady nervously tugged at the corner of Chu Sheng's clothes, but no matter how hard she tried, Chu Sheng showed no sign of loosening. The mark of the Tree of Life on his forehead suddenly lit up, and a powerful magical power emanated from his body with an overwhelming force. At the same time, the powerful energy and blood power was activated, and the orc's physique, which was not inferior to that of the half-dragon clan, was fully revealed. The half-dragon was about to force Chu Sheng to transfer the slaves, but this sudden force disrupted his actions in an instant. A 7th-level magician who practices both magic and martial arts. Even though the actual status of the half-dragon race is much higher than that of the human race, they still have to submit due to the huge gap in strength. Ouch! The half-dragon man let out an extremely unwilling growl from his huge dragon mouth and left with a sullen look on his face, holding his big dragon tail between his legs. He suspected that Chu Sheng was a top genius from a great family of the human race. Otherwise, how could he have such strength at such a young age? The half-dragon man took one last reluctant glance at the curvy snake lady, then dragged the despairing cow lady away, intending to imagine the cow lady as He Pai when he got back and beat her up severely. Chu Sheng didn't even bother to look at the other person. He pulled the slightly dazed snake lady and walked into the pawn shop in the shocked eyes of the onlookers. Fuck, a 7th-level expert. He's truly terrifying. Where did such an awesome human come from? With such strength, even asking the city lord to give him a concubine as a slave would be easy. TSK. No wonder there's a snake slave who's as beautiful as a thunderbolt. If she wasn't so powerful, she'd just be abandoned if she were taken to the street. Keep your voice down. If anyone hears you talking about someone as powerful as that, don't tell them we know you. The crowd of subhumans watching were talking about it. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were dripping with tears. The door of the pawn shop was always open, and the cat girl standing next to the door naturally saw what had just happened. To this human being with strange clothes and handsome appearance, she no longer had a formal professional smile on her face, but instead showed the flattery of an inferior race. Sir, what do you need? Please let me know if I can help you. While speaking, she seemed to casually bend her slender waist, which could be held in one hand, revealing a fairly deep cleavage. She would never do this in the past, mainly because she was afraid of being seen by those poor and powerless people outside the door. Chu Sheng said nothing and ignored the little movements of the green tea cat girl in front of him. He carefully looked at the interior decoration of the pawn shop, as if thinking about something. The interior of the house is gorgeously decorated, and the walls are lined with all kinds of exquisite and rare antiques and treasures. The heavy traces of time can be felt with the naked eye alone. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng actually saw some porcelain inside. However, the firing techniques and surface patterns of those porcelains are not very good, and there is a strong residue of magic. It is estimated that they can only be considered treasures in this other world. In the real world, any porcelain cup you buy for a few dollars at a roadside supermarket can probably beat these inferior products. Moss hit you so hard. Snake Lady He Pai was looking at Chu Sheng with stars in her eyes, as if a fan had seen her unattainable idol. Masuda looked about the same age as me, but I didn't expect her to be a 7th-level magician, and she was also a dual master of magic and martial arts. Even his level of fighting spirit is much higher than mine. I looked so worried just now, my mom must have thought it was funny. Chu Sheng chuckled and touched the snake lady's head. Her long light pink hair was particularly soft and smooth. Your master is very capable. I will tell you slowly when I have the chance. Sir, do you need to pawn something? The cat lady serving on the side spoke in a very attentive tone. If she hadn't seen He Pai standing next to Chu Sheng, whose appearance and figure were far superior to hers in all aspects, she would have wanted to get close to him. Can you have someone see how many dragon coins this little thing can be exchanged for? Chu Sheng pretended to reach into his pocket and took out a glass ball from the space magic device. This is the top-grade source stone that he has always used as the core of the magic device. It is estimated that it is a very precious hard currency, even in the Dragon Kingdom. The cat girl carefully took the glass ball. Her eyes widened instantly, and her coquettish voice began to tremble. Sir, is this a super-grade originium? Her exaggerated reaction immediately attracted most of the pawnbrokers in the store, who gathered around and observed the small glass bead. This material, this texture, there's absolutely no trace of foreign material at all. That's right. The most amazing thing is that there's no magic left inside. It's either completely natural or handmade. I've been working here for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such pure originium material. It's simply a miracle. The glass beads emitted a faint, colorful light under the sunlight, which made the pawnbrokers look at them with burning eyes. They gathered together to discuss for a long time, found an exquisite tray to put the glass beads away, and then looked at Chu Sheng ingratiatingly. Sir, our pawn shop is offering you this top-grade originium for 20,000 dragon coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd squatting outside the pawn shop was instantly in an uproar. For these low-level subhumans, this was an astronomical figure. Oh my god, my annual salary is only 5 dragon coins, and this little ball is worth 400 years of my labor. If only I had one, I'd make sure my stupid mom would eat mine right away. Chu Sheng naturally also heard the discussions of these subhumans and had some idea of the purchasing power of dragon coins. Back then, he sold these glass balls to an old magician at the Magician Association in the Human Kingdom for 20,000 gold coins. It seems that the value of dragon coins and gold coins is about the same. He Bai, what do you think? Me. The snake lady was stunned for a moment, staring at the glass ball with shining eyes. As a magician, she naturally knew how powerful the top-grade source stone was. But He Bai had always been a slave before, and her mistress never let her participate in or ask about any property matters. So naturally, she didn't know much about the specific value. Sir, 20,000 dragon coins is really not a small amount. Seeing Chu Sheng's cold expression, the leading pawnbroker felt uneasy and hurriedly quoted the bottom-line price. Sir, how about 25,000 dragon coins? This is your first time visiting our shop, and this is the highest price we can offer. Even if you search all over Baldur City, I guarantee you won't find a place that offers more than what we offer. Chu Sheng nodded, but did not rush to agree. 25,000 dragon coins can be considered, but I want to talk to your boss in person. Talk to the boss face to face, this? The pawnbroker looked a bit embarrassed, as if to say that tens of thousands of dragon coins were not enough to bother the boss to come in person. I still have at least hundreds of source stones like this. Chu Sheng's light words immediately made the pawnbroker's eyes widen and his breathing became heavy, as if he was about to ovulate while sitting on the ground. Please wait a moment, sir. I will take you to the VIP room. Under the guidance of the pawnbroker, Chu Sheng and Snake Lady came to a luxuriously decorated room inside to rest for a while. Just as the pawnbroker was about to leave to inform the boss, Chu Sheng suddenly stopped her and said, Do you have a special slave seal here? If so, please lend it to me. We'll settle the price later. The pawnbroker naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to please his distinguished guest. Yes, sir, yes. We have slave seals of all sizes and designs. I'll have someone bring you the best ones. No need to pay. Consider it a small token of our respect. After saying that, she winked at the cat girl standing beside her. The other party understood and immediately ran over to get an exquisite pink seal. The seal was carved from an unknown material, with a faint magical aura on it, and most importantly, it also had the official symbol of the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Sheng knew at first glance that this seal was high-end, classy, and not at the same level as those low-level subhumans outside. He took the seal and turned to the snake lady next to him. He Pai immediately understood and came over obediently. Please, Moss, implant your seed in me, anywhere. Chu Sheng looked at the fair and tender skin of the snake lady and felt a little pity when he thought about being forced to plant a mark on her. But he was a newcomer after all, and his strength was not strong enough to break the rules of the Dragon Kingdom. Doing this might be a kind of protection for the snake lady. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Sheng aimed the seal at the snake girl's fair forehead and carefully pressed it on it. The cat girl on the side continued to explain that according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, this seal with the official symbol must be exposed and cannot be covered with clothes or anything else. Many masters with a bad taste will plant marks on some private or vital places, and then make the slaves wear open-crotch pants to carry out psychological torture and humiliation. Hiss. When the seal touched the snake girl's forehead, there was an immediate sound of burning iron. A stream of magic power flowed into the snake girl's body from the point of contact, causing her delicate body to tremble subconsciously. How is it? Does it hurt? Chu Sheng removed the seal as quickly as possible and gently stroked the mark on Snake Lady's forehead. It was a pink snake-shaped pattern that matched He Pai's light pink hair, and there was a small dragon symbol in the lower right corner. No, it's nothing, just a little bit. The Snake Lady pursed her pink lips, her eyes inexplicably changing from the initial cuteness to something more complicated, and her pretty face was quickly covered with a bright red. As a faint flash of magic appeared on the exclusive slave seal, He Pai felt a strange energy rushing into her heart, causing her to let out a charming sound. Chu Sheng blinked, looking surprised. He Pai, what are you doing? He was very familiar with this reaction and sound. When he was close to the elf girls, most of them would be like this. Mom, I feel a little bit. The Snake Lady's voice became sweeter and sweeter, and her fat white tail kept swaying. Chu Sheng noticed He Pai's eyes that seemed to be dripping with water, and immediately looked coldly at the pawnbroker next to him. Are you sure this is the exclusive slave mark of the Dragon Kingdom? Damn, isn't this really a hard wrinkle? The pawnbroker didn't panic, but instead displayed an ambiguous expression. Don't worry, sir. This is of course an officially certified seal. However, some special spells have been added to the magic patterns inside. It has an excellent effect on enhancing the slave's subjective initiative and deepening the bond between master and servant. Chu Sheng remained silent. He knew the reason why this seal was developed. It is probably because some masters do not have enough patience to discipline the beautiful slaves they have abducted, and they do not want to see the slaves' expressions of apparent obedience, but actual disgust, so they do this. Really, this kind of thing that directly and forcibly increases the favorability will make the communication between master and servant less interesting. Mom, I'm fine. I'll probably get used to it in a few days. The Snake Lady said that everything was fine, but her reaction was completely different. Chu Sheng sniffed the body fragrance of the Snake Lady gently, thinking that snakes are indeed cold-blooded animals, and their body surface temperature is completely different from that of normal humans, which is over 30 degrees Celsius. He didn't know what was inside. Ahem, if you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me, okay? If it doesn't work, we can go back and build a new one. Chu Sheng avoided Snake Lady's misty and seductive eyes and turned to urge, go get your boss. I don't have that much time to wait for anyone. He had just displayed his 7th level strength outside the door. He was just a small pawn shop owner, so he didn't know whether he didn't understand the situation or was just showing off. After the two troublesome people left, the Snake Lady could no longer hold back. Master, if you don't mind, you can tear off my robe. Snake Lady's face showed a bit of shyness and anticipation, as if she felt that Chu Sheng might be unhappy with the cloth between them. Wait, we have some serious work to do later. Let's think about this slave mark thing slowly after we get home. Chu Sheng had no choice but to interrupt the Snake Lady's actions, and was a little speechless about the grooved slave seal. Chapter 96 The City Lord's Slave. Chu Sheng mobilized his mental power to sense it a little bit, and the mark on the Snake Lady's forehead was vaguely connected with his own consciousness. He understood that this mark could make it absolutely impossible for the slave to directly harm his master, and further mental control would be completely impossible. The two waited in the VIP room for a minute, and then they heard the sound of crisp footsteps outside the door. A mature, sexy, and magnetic female voice rang out. What kind of rare item do you want to trade with me? You should know that the city lord is very busy with his affairs. I can't leave for too long. Then, the pawnbroker said timidly, Excuse me, Lady Cassandlia, this time our distinguished guest is said to be a 7th level expert, and the transaction amount is very large, so I have to bother you. I see. Why didn't you inform me earlier about the visit of such a powerful guest? Why do you get paid so much every month? A sweet and fragrant breeze wafted in from outside the door. Chu Sheng turned his head and saw a centaur girl with a supermodel-like body slowly walking towards him. Every step she takes is like a captivating and enchanting dance, and the hearts of people at the Holy Grail level are swaying constantly. Coupled with her slender waist like a water snake, she is absolutely eye-catching. Her appearance may not be considered stunning, but her overflowing mature aura and round curves like a ripe peach are always lethal to men. The centaur girl had a charming look in her eyes. She had put aside the thoughts she had just had outside the door and gave Chu Sheng a warm smile. Hello, distinguished guest. My name is Cassandlia, the owner of this small shop. How should I address you? As Cassandlia spoke, she stretched out her plump and elastic hand and made a nervous, silent invitation. If the man with black hair and black eyes in front of him is really a 7th level strongman, then he can be on par with the city lord. He must not neglect him. Chu Sheng simply shook hands with the other party, and his eyes kept looking at the centaur girl with considerable interest. He was not interested in socialite and slutty women like Cassandra, as he felt that too much contact would lead to infection. He was simply curious about the centaur girl's body structure. Cassandra wore Susong's favorite purple silk long dress. The extremely low neckline revealed her snow-white and deep career line. At first glance, she was a woman with a strong career ambition. Unexpectedly, the lower body of the horse is not as tall as a horse in the conventional sense, but is still similar in size to that of a human. The horse's belly is as big as a human's, and even its 4 legs are human legs. It is truly magical and full of a unique beauty. My name is Chu Sheng, and it's an honor to meet you, Miss Cassandra. As soon as these words were spoken, Cassandra was immediately flattered and covered her mouth with her hands, chuckling softly. She waved her hands repeatedly, and her plump roundness surged and undulated. Lord Chu Sheng, you don't have to be so respectful to me. Although I am the owner of this store, my true identity is just a slave of the city lord. After saying that, Cassandra lifted up her sleeves, revealing a very clear and exclusive slave mark on it. Chu Sheng couldn't help but become more curious about this centaur girl. How could a slave own her own business and become a boss? Based on his experience since entering the city of Badr, the status of slaves can only be said to be no status at all, perhaps even worse than a pet dog raised by its owner. The fact that Cassandra can become the boss here is obviously due to the will of her master, the Lord of Badr City. It seems that she knows how to please her master. All right, Master Chu Sheng, let's talk business now, Cassandra said in a low voice. My lord, the one you want to pawn is probably the snake-like lady next to you. Her eyes kept scanning back and forth over the snake lady He-Pai, a hint of amazement flashing across her face. Although the snake men are not a rare species, this lady's appearance is of the highest quality. I am willing to pay a high price of 1,000 dragon coins. Before Cassandra could finish her words, Chu Sheng hugged Snake Lady in his arms and said in a very serious tone, You are wrong. She is not a commodity. Feeling the breath in Chu Sheng's arms, Snake Lady felt a warmth in her heart. That's great of Masuda. He actually said I'm not a commodity. Cassandra blinked her big eyes and looked at the happy Snake Lady, a trace of envy rising in her heart. She bowed her head apologetically and said, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know this lady was so important to you. So what is it that you want to pawn? Chu Sheng did not answer, but took out 20 glass balls from the space magic device in one breath and placed them all on the table. Cassandra picked up a glass ball and glanced at it, immediately realizing its extraordinariness, such pure and top-grade originium, and in such large quantities. She couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyes and glance at Chu Sheng, who was sitting opposite her, and was filled with strong curiosity about this 7th-level strongman who suddenly appeared. Then, without a second thought, he spoke directly and generously. Sir, I will buy this kind of source stone for 28,000. I will take as many as you can get. What do you think? The pawnbroker at the side couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard what Cassandra said, but because the other party was the store manager and he was just an employee, he didn't dare to speak. Although this source stone material is rare and precious, its value limit should be around 26,000. If it is more expensive, you won't even make a profit if you sell it. The reason why Cassandra offered a higher price was simply to take the opportunity to give this powerful man some face and curry favor with him, which was a sure-win business. Chu Sheng waved his hand. Ma'am, there is no need to compromise. Just give me the normal market price. But I have a small favor to do, and I hope you can help me. Master Chu Sheng, please feel free to speak. I want you to introduce me to the city lord. I have something I'd like him to help me with, and I guarantee he'll be satisfied with the reward. You just need to convey my intentions. Chu Sheng had already made such plans when he entered the pawn shop. The reason why I specifically discussed this with the boss was that I felt he was more informed about business news and might be able to buy some intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Aaron and Ludmila. This is Chu Sheng's top priority right now. If he can't find Ellen, he won't be able to go to the elf embassy in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone ask for help for the elf forest. After hearing Cassandra say that she was the city lord's slave, Chu Sheng almost laughed out loud. With the ability and authority of a city lord, he must have more channels to learn such news. Chapter 97 Uninvited Guests. Let Moss call for help this. Cassandra pursed her red lips hesitantly. This so-called small favor was a bit difficult for her. This was because her master was an extremely noble, pure-blooded dragon, and he hated being disturbed by others. Even if Chu Sheng and he are both 7th-level strongmen, Given the gap in strength and status between the pure-blooded dragon clan and humans, it is hard to say whether the city lord is willing to meet them. After thinking for a moment, Cassian Leah said with a bit of embarrassment, Lord Chu Shang, I need a small favor from the lord of the city. Could you tell me what it is? It's not that I'm curious, but as a pure-blooded dragon, he doesn't like others to disturb him casually, you know. Chu Shang did not hide anything and directly told the purpose. I have 2 elven slave friends who got lost on the way to Dragon Country. I would like to ask the city lord to help me find out if there is any news about them nearby. 2 elven slaves? There was a hint of curiosity in Cassandlia's eyes. As far as she knew, the elves' territory, like the Dragon Kingdom, was extremely close to the outside world. The human male in front of him not only has 2 elf slaves, but also brought the Dragon Kingdom with him. I don't know if it's true or not. Seeing that the centaur girl was a little undecided, Chu Shang couldn't help but raise the stakes. Don't worry, I will never let you and your master suffer any loss. I know what kind of treasures the pure-blooded dragons like. As long as he can help, not to mention finding the person, as long as he can provide some information, I will give him a treasure that is enough to satisfy him. Cassandlia came back to her senses and nodded. Chu Shang's intention showed that he really wanted to ask someone to do something for him, and he was not the kind of person who wanted to get acquainted with the city lord. My lord, is this all you asked for? If you're just looking for someone, I'm sure the city lord would be happy to help, but the prerequisite is. Chu Shang nodded tactfully and directly took out a large pile of artificial crystals and gold from the space magic device. Your master needs that? I can give him a small deposit first without any problem. Looking at the pile of treasure that was more than half a meter high, Cassandlia's charming eyes widened, and she once again became more interested in this human male. Not only is he so young, but also so generous. He even treats his slaves differently from others. He is such a mysterious man. Faced with the huge treasure, Cassian Leah shook her head and said, Sir, the city lord has collected quite a few of these treasures. He is currently interested in rare items from the eastern continent. Master Chu Shang, if I'm not mistaken, you should be from the eastern continent, right? Chu Shang nodded. His black hair and black eyes stood out on this continent just like a sunny, tough, handsome man in Bangkok, a city full of transsexuals. After receiving Chu Shang's affirmation, Cassian Leah's beautiful eyes lit up and she slowly said, In that case, if you can produce a piece of porcelain made in the eastern continent, perhaps Masta will help you find someone without hesitation and may even include you as a guest of honor. Porcelain? Chu Shang seemed to be lost in thought. Cassandlia specifically pointed out that the porcelain was made in the eastern continent, which was definitely not like the porcelain with magical residue that he had just seen in the store. It is purely handmade, without any magical fluctuations, and has exquisite and elegant patterns. Things like this may have become extinct on this continent, but for Chu Shang, let alone a piece of porcelain, he can even get a whole truck. The next moment, Chu Shang returned to the real world directly through his thoughts. At this time, the time here was still not long after the Lantern Festival, and he and Shuiying were still living in their hometown. That night, Chu Shang packed his luggage, said goodbye to his parents with Shuiying, and took a car back to his villa in Longzhou City. He planned to go to a nearby supermarket to pick out some nice-looking porcelain and sell it in the Dragon Kingdom later to accumulate economic capital. As for what Brother Bei said about taking Shuiying to the Center for Supernatural Human Research after the new year, there is no rush for that. For now, let's focus on requesting help from the Dragon Kingdom. However, when Chu Shang and Shuiying took Aditi back to the villa door, they saw 3 uninvited guests hanging around outside their villa. Brother Chu Shang, what are these stinky uncles doing? Chu Shang put his fingers on the pink lips of the snow girl and pulled her to hide behind the door. He wanted to first see whether these 3 people were petty thieves who broke into the house, or were someone who came prepared. After all, this villa was bought at a very low price, so it must have some dirty things in it. Maybe the murderer has returned to the crime scene. Have you found out that one of that crazy woman's limbs is really in this house? Among the 3 people, a middle-aged man with an extremely ordinary figure and appearance, wearing a black windbreaker, slowly spoke. The one who answered him was another extremely handsome young man with blonde hair. His skin was unusually pale, and he was wearing a well-cut white suit. On his shoulder was a huge cross that was taller than a man. Say Sekiro, sure. Wang Yuan, when has my sense of smell ever failed me? The man in black named Wang Yuan nodded, took out a Furong King cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff with relish, and pretended to blow out a smoke ring that he thought was deep. Hiss, a coward, get your tools ready to start working. Remember to search carefully. It doesn't matter if you have to turn this piece of land over. Wang Yuan threw the Furong Wang he had only taken a few puffs of on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Without even turning his head, he said, I'll go keep watch at the door for you. Call me if you need anything. Don't worry, Wang Yuan. With me, a Nuo, here, there's a good chance of finding the item. But it's unlikely that I'll find it. The person who spoke was a bald man wearing a sleeveless vest, with a tall stature and muscles as strong as an ox. He had a silly expression, and it was obvious that he was a regular at the gym. The blond man next to him complained weakly. Don't talk anymore, you wimp. Every time you speak, it's like your left and right brains are fighting each other. Just work honestly. Nuo smiled foolishly and nodded. The bones on his head were a little surprising, a little sharper than those of normal people. Therefore, he always felt that he had a superior IQ, and what he said was particularly philosophical. But for some reason, the other two companions always disliked him for not being able to speak. He held a 2-meter-long shovel in his left hand and a huge hammer bigger than his head on his shoulder in his right hand, as if he was ready to demolish the house if they disagreed. Frankie, where do we start looking? The blond man closed his eyes, and his nose twitched constantly, as if he was sensing something with his sense of smell. Sagimi, follow me. He waved his hand, and without saying a word, he kicked the precious wooden door of Chu Sheng's house in pieces, and the debris fell all over the ground. Then he walked in with the tall and strong Nuo. Wang Yuan slowly came to the door of the villa to take a break. Just as he was about to have another Furong King, his eyes fell directly on the corner where Chu Sheng and Shuiying were hiding. He showed a playful smile on his face. Friend, since you have heard and seen it, then I, Shu Shu, have no choice but to let you sleep first. Chapter 98 Easy Solution. Chu Sheng sneered. The reason why he was discovered by the uncle in the windbreaker was completely intentional. He had used his mental power to detect the specific conditions of these 3 people in advance. Unexpectedly, they were not ordinary petty thieves, but special beings with extraordinary powers. The middle-aged man smoking Hibiscus King and the blonde man carrying a huge cross on his shoulder both possessed a supernatural power similar to mental power, which might be called special abilities in the real world. The muscular brother who looked dull-witted and had well-developed limbs possessed some special energy similar to the power of qi and blood, but it was still far from the level of fighting spirit. If these 3 people were evaluated according to the strength classification of the other world, they would basically be at around the 2nd level. The type who can act cool in the real world, but is just an ordinary person in another world. If Chu Sheng wanted to, he could stand in front of these people and they wouldn't be able to notice him. After all, he can use spatial magic to completely isolate himself from others. Even an 8th or 9th level warrior might not be able to spot him if they don't look specifically or just glance at him casually. You broke into my house and kicked my door down without saying anything. Is this what you call a friend? Chu Sheng crossed his arms and looked at the man in the windbreaker calmly. However, the man thought he had a quick reaction and rushed up to him with an elbow. This elbow was aimed at the back of Chu Sheng's neck. If an ordinary person was hit by it, he would probably fall asleep on the spot. What a pity. To Chu Sheng, the strength of the 2nd level is as weak as Hakimi on the street. It's not even necessary, and it's not worthy for Chu Sheng to take action. Seeing that someone was about to hurt her brother Chu Sheng, the Snow Girl's previously indifferent expression suddenly became serious, and she took the first step forward. An extremely cold air suddenly gushed out from her body, turning into an invisible wind and waves with the force of a tidal wave, which immediately blew the man in the windbreaker away. Shuiying would show no mercy to this unsportsmanlike person who wanted to launch a sneak attack on Chu Sheng, and would attack with all her strength. What? So you too? The man in the windbreaker, his body covered in frost, got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner and looked at the tall girl in front of him with a serious expression. I really didn't expect that someone so young could be a user of Earth-level abilities like him. I underestimated my enemy just now, and that's why I was beaten into a mess by Shuiying. Brother Chu Sheng, how do we deal with this wretched old man? Just make him incapacitated first. Don't be too harsh, Shuiying. The Snow Girl nodded, and after receiving Chu Sheng's signal, she immediately condensed several frost spikes on her hands and shot them all towards the man in the windbreaker with a whoosh. All the targets were aimed at the hands and feet, trying to freeze and imprison the opponent directly. Wang Yuan did not dare to be careless at all. He concentrated all his attention and fully activated his abilities. Just as those ice spikes were about to hit him, after images appeared on his body in an instant, and he twisted away all the attacking ice spikes with extremely strange movements. Then Wang Yuan chose to take the initiative and rushed toward Shuiying, still using his powerful elbow. The original speed of the elbow strike was ordinary, not much faster than that of a normal person, but just as it was about to approach Shuiying, an afterimage suddenly appeared, and the speed instantly increased several times. He thought clearly that to deal with a magician like Shui Ying who could manipulate elements and attack from a distance, it would be best to suppress her at close range and prevent her from using her abilities. However, what Wang Yuan didn't know was that Shui Ying was not a mage who could only throw ice spikes. The snow girl snorted softly, and a half-meter-high shield suddenly condensed from ice in her hand, instantly blocking Wang Yuan's elbow strike and shaking his hand so much that his hand bones seemed to be broken. Then Shui Ying condensed a long sword with ice in her right hand again and chopped it down with her backhand, leaving Wang Yuan no room to breathe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The continuous sword and shield attacks made Wang Yuan completely unable to defend himself. He could only use all his strength to mobilize his abilities, with veins bulging on his forehead, and only then could he barely dodge the repeated slashes. Crap, crap, crap. Where did this big woman come from? Not only are her breasts ridiculously big, but her strength is also ridiculously huge. Wang Yuan was sweating profusely and complaining in his heart. Although he had not been stabbed by the frost sword, many parts of his body were frozen and his body functions declined sharply. Shui Ying fought more and more vigorously, as if she wanted to end the battle as soon as possible so as to get Chu Sheng's praise. Chu Sheng watched with great interest, but unfortunately there were no melon seeds in his mouth. It was the first time that he had witnessed the true strength of the snow girl. She looked like she had undergone special combat training and was much more skilled than himself, but her strength had just reached the 3rd level at most. It seems that people with special abilities in the real world are much weaker than those in the other world. Wang Yuan struggled to hold on, but he had no other choice but to step back and start calling for help from people in the villa. Hearing the noise, the 2 people who were originally searching for something inside hurried out and joined the fight against Shui Ying. The 3 of them are all people with special abilities and belong to a special organization called the Red Cross. This organization specializes in finding and hunting vampires. The 3 of them came here to track down clues about a powerful vampire. That powerful vampire was the mortal enemy of the Red Cross. He was strangled by several heavenly-level ability users, but he still escaped. His limbs were cut off, and his whereabouts are unknown. The blonde man named Frankie used special means to find that one of the limbs of the powerful vampire was somewhere in this villa. This led to this door-to-door search. Tat. Frankie picked up the huge cross and swung it down suddenly, forcing Shui Ying to retreat. When he saw her plump upper body, his eyes lit up. This girl's chest muscles aren't very good, much worse than mine. She needs more training. The muscular Ainua struck a bodybuilding pose, admiring his own strong physique. With the tacit cooperation of the 3, although Shui Ying was stronger than any one of them, in the end, 2 fists could not beat 6 hands, and she was in a state of disadvantage. Chu Sheng knew that he could no longer watch the show, so a flame ignited in the palm of his hand, and he stepped into the battlefield. With the previous experience of being discovered when he burned his leader Iquan, Chu Sheng did not plan to show too much of his abilities this time, and still planned to use fire magic to maintain his character. The man in the windbreaker had already hidden at the back of the 3 people. He took out a Desert Eagle from the pocket of his windbreaker and loaded some special bullets into the magazine. His ability doesn't have much direct killing power, but he is a top-notch pistol shooter. Chu Sheng held a ball of magic flame in his hand. Even without using space jump, his speed was so fast that the 3 of them could not see it with the naked eye, and he appeared directly in front of Wang Yuan. He had seen through the ability of the man in the windbreaker, which was probably an ability to accelerate the body in a very short time. But it lasts for a very short time, less than 3 seconds at most. TSK, your ability is not good enough. You can't even last 3 seconds. Let's call you the 3-second man. Chu Sheng's teasing voice rang in Wang Yuan's ears, and his face instantly turned pale. What he hated most was when people called him so many seconds. Because of his abilities, Wang Yuan was secretly called the 2nd man by others in the organization. This caused other female colleagues who were unaware of the situation to snicker at him when they saw him. So even though he was in his 40s, he still had to rely on the 5 Fingers girl to solve his problems. Seeing Chu Sheng getting closer, Wang Yuan could only ignore his mental fatigue and push his abilities to the limit. This time, he didn't even last a second before his face turned pale, as if he had given up. Chu Sheng had a cat-and-mouse smile on his face. If I were a technician, I'd probably say 3 seconds is pretty good right now, right? Wang Yuan. He was almost exhausted just from using his abilities, and had no energy left to speak or refute. Dude, it's rare to find someone as ugly as you. Not only are you frail, but you're also ugly. You definitely don't have a girlfriend, right? So you can only do robbing and looting. Chu Sheng sneered and said to himself, these are definitely not talking about the handsome guys in front of the screen. Don't get carried away. Wang Yuan's breathing became more and more rapid, and he almost fainted. "You bastard, just fight. Why do you have to use real damage?" However, before he could catch his breath and refute, Chu Sheng's fireball was sent directly to his face. Human Rage Lotus. Chu Sheng made up a few random names, and the fireball exploded in Wang Yuan's abdomen with a bang. The huge impact force blew him away for more than 10 meters and almost knocked a human shape into the wall of the villa. Seeing his companion injured, the blond man who wanted to chase Shuiying instantly turned around and rushed towards Chu Sheng. He knew that he had met a strong enemy and did not dare to be careless at all. He bit his palm in an instant, and a stream of hot blood gushed out, making his already pale face even paler. The blood seemed to have a life of its own, constantly and actively attaching to the huge cross, dyeing it red. Frankie's slightly thin body burst out with superhuman strength, and he easily swung the giant cross that was more than 2 meters long and chopped it down towards Chu Sheng's head. However, Chu Sheng would never let such a turtle-slow attack hit him. If he hadn't wanted to hide his weakness, he would have crushed the cross with his bare hands. Boom! The giant cross slammed heavily to the ground, creating a large hole in the beautiful cobblestone path, but no one was seen underneath. Chu Sheng had appeared behind Frankie at some point and spoke with a teasing look on his face. "No, buddy, that old man is already weak enough. Why do you look even weaker than him?" As soon as these words were spoken, Frankie's pale face instantly turned red and warm, turning into woods. If Wang Yuan could still refute it a little, then he would be completely unable to refute Chu Sheng's words. It's just because Frankie is a special race that is half human and half vampire. His mother is a vampire and his father is human, so he inherited some characteristics of vampires. Vampires do not need to reproduce to obtain dependents and offspring, so Xingyu and certain abilities have almost been completely lost. Only high-level vampires can have normal desires in all aspects like humans. Unfortunately, he inherited the vampire genes from Xingyu. Bastardo. Frankie was furious and helpless. He chose to join the Red Cross because he wanted to hunt vampires and devour their blood and hearts. This will make his vampire bloodline more pure, and one day his star functions will be restored to human levels. "I just want to give Nyo a complete home. What's wrong with that?" He suddenly pulled up the giant cross again and swept it towards Chu Sheng with endless anger. He has had enough of the pain of only being able to look at pornographic pictures in AV, but not being able to do anything about it. "I don't know if I've really hit a sore spot, but please take this flaming fist of mine." Puff! Frankie was hit in the abdomen by Chu Sheng's heavy punch, carrying magical flames, and almost vomited stomach acid. Then he fell to the ground and fell unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the only one left among the three was the tall but dull-witted muscular brother Anua. He is also a stubborn person. If others saw their companions being killed instantly, they would have run away long ago, but Anua screamed and rushed over recklessly. Compared to Wang Yuan and Frankie, I'm still stronger. His already exaggerated muscles swelled instantly, and an energy similar to the power of qi and blood was activated from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a technological warrior. Roar! The power of 9 dragons. Anua roared angrily, and a powerful force several times beyond the human limit burst out. The veins on his fist bulged, and he threw a straight punch towards Chu Sheng's head. This punch was so powerful that it could probably kill an elephant directly, but in Chu Sheng's eyes, it was as funny as acting coquettishly. Amatras. Chu Sheng blinked his eyes slightly, and an inextinguishable magic flame instantly appeared on the opponent's head, burning the last bit of hair that Arnold regarded as a treasure clean. A wool. Tom's voice. A big man as strong as a beast fell to the ground in an instant, rolling on his face, trying to put out the fire, but he was helpless. Chu Sheng is no longer the same person he was before, and his control over the magic of fire has already reached perfection. He controlled the flames so that the other person would not be burned to death, but would only make him feel uncomfortable and hot. After all, I still have to interrogate these little thieves later to find out why they want to demolish my house. Who are you? Wang Yuan fell from the wall and lay there in a mess, his voice full of trembling and fear. He originally thought that the beautiful and tall woman was powerful enough to be able to fight against the three of them without being at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, the man who was watching the show on the side was even more exaggerated and killed all 3 of them instantly. It's outrageous. He opened the door to outrageousness. Chu Sheng slowly walked over, rudely stepped on the other person, and asked coldly, "From now on, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you dare not be honest, don't blame me for treating you to dragon fruit." Chapter 99, Abnormality Underground. The man in the windbreaker lay on the ground and gasped for several breaths. He was clearly at the mercy of others, but for some reason he began to toughen up a little. My friend, I admit that you are very powerful, but it is impossible to get any information from me. I am extremely loyal to the organization, unless you kill me. Wang Yuan was caught off guard and beaten into a daze by Chu Sheng just now. Now that he has sobered up a little, he is not so scared anymore. After all, since there are people with various abilities in this world, there are also official organizations to manage them. They would not prohibit private fights and disputes among people with various abilities, but if someone died, even if Chu Sheng's strength was very impressive in Wang Yuan's eyes, he would face severe punishment. Hey, why is the 3 seconds man suddenly speaking so tough? Chu Sheng was just about to give these ignorant little thieves a set of park specialties, such as heart-piercing kicks, or tramples, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, etc. But he suddenly saw the work ID card pinned on Wang Yuan's chest and took it off out of curiosity. Red Cross Senior Officer, Wang Yuan, will ultimately report directly to the Supernatural Human Research Center. Chu Sheng laughed out of anger. He never expected that these people were actually indirect subordinates of his good brother Bei Ge. They came up and turned over the other person's land without saying a word. Their style of behavior was completely unlike that of a regular army. Could it be outsourcing? Thinking of this, Chu Sheng took out his phone and called Brother Bei. Brother Bei, do you know the Red Cross organization? On the other end of the phone, Brother Bei was stunned for a moment before he recalled the small organization under his command. Oh, that small group that's at odds with the vampire clan. What's wrong? Did they offend you? Chu Sheng immediately took pictures of Wang Yuan's work badge and the appearance of the 3 of them, and sent them to the other party as evidence, and briefly told Brother Bei what had happened. I see, that's how it is. Don't worry, Sheng, I'll help you with it. It's just a matter of a word. Chu Sheng followed the other party's instructions and handed the phone to Wang Yuan, who was still gasping for breath on the ground. Here, someone's looking for you. Wang Yuan blinked, took the phone in confusion, and subconsciously said hello. Then a barrage of scolding came from the other end of the phone. I'm the deputy director of the research center. You idiot, do you know what the hell you did? Chu Sheng watched silently from the side. He had already learned the origins of these people from Brother Bei. There are many organizations like this. Although there are various people with special abilities in the real world, not every one of them has enough destructive power to attract the attention of the country and the government. The abilities of most people with special abilities are just trivial things, and they are useless even if they practice for a lifetime. For example, he can pick up $1 every day when he goes out. He can hypnotize himself, but only himself. He can see through a layer of cloth. He can eat through his nostrils. He can lift weights with Ikuin, etc. People with abilities of this level are totally unworthy of being fed by the government, but the authorities still set up various non-governmental organizations to accommodate and register them in order to prevent them from affecting social order. After Wang Yuan hung up the phone, he tremblingly handed the phone back to Chu Sheng. Now, can you answer me properly? Wang Yuan's originally tough face suddenly changed into a Sichuan opera face changing, with a fawning expression. Leader, I was too loud just now. I kneel down for you, okay? There were only 2 words in his mind at this moment, and that was regret. Although he didn't know Chu Sheng's specific strength and identity, he could make a phone call to the deputy director of the Supernatural Human Research Center, which was not something a little Karami like him could get involved in. The status gap between the two is like that between a civil servant in an agency and a temporary outsourced specialist at a subordinate grassroots level. There was no need for Chu Sheng to force him. He told the 3 people the purpose of their coming here and all the circumstances without missing a word. I have one of the 4 limbs of a vampire prince in my house. Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought. When he first moved into this villa, he had carefully explored every corner of the house with his mental power, but he didn't find any suspicious clues. The only unexpected situation was that the space mark I laid down when I was at home with Shuiying last time was triggered by an unknown existence, but I didn't find the other party later. Hey boss, can we go now? Wang Yuan looked embarrassed and rubbed his hands humbly, looking uneasy. You kicked my door down and attacked me over a disagreement. If I told you to leave, would you dare to leave? I'm sorry, boss. This is all our fault. Please believe us. We absolutely don't have any hostility towards you. Wang Yuan bent down sincerely. He knew very well that if Chu Sheng could be merciful and settle the matter privately, it would be fine. If Chu Sheng really doesn't intend to stop and then goes to the research center to bring it up, then the future extraordinary paths of the 3 of them will be affected. Being dismissed from one's position by the organization is considered the lightest punishment. In serious cases, the research center will even inject special drugs to directly strip away one's abilities. You don't think that just a simple apology will make this matter go away, do you? We naturally don't expect your forgiveness. We will raise some money as compensation and apology to you, the leader. Chu Sheng glanced at the clothes of Wang Yuan and the other two people and guessed that they were not rich people. Since they were willing to pay compensation, he was too lazy to bother to argue with them. After getting Chu Sheng's nod, Wang Yuan felt as if he had been pardoned. He picked up Frankie and a Nuo from the ground and left in disgrace. Brother Chu Sheng, how could you let those ugly uncles leave so easily? They almost tore our house apart. Shui Ying pouted angrily. Her anger was naturally not directed at Chu Sheng, but at Wang Yuan and the other two. She had already walked around the house. Frankie and Naughty had made a mess in many places, and the tiles on the floor had been pried up. Snow Girl subconsciously regarded this villa as her and Chu Sheng's home, so she felt so distressed. It's okay, I'll just find someone to fix it later. Maybe I'll even thank them. Chu Sheng came into the house and saw a big hole 1 meter deep in the kitchen. He activated the mark of the Tree of Life on his head, and his mental strength increased to the 7th level. He unexpectedly sensed a faint and strange fluctuation from under the big hole. So it's buried very deep underground? Chu Sheng suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he had not been able to find any foreign objects in the villa no matter how hard he checked. It turned out that they were hidden underground. If Wang Yuan and the other two hadn't come knocking on his door today, he would probably have been kept in the dark for a while. Chapter 100 New Functions of Goldfinger. Chu Sheng mobilized Earth-attributed magic power, instantly covering the surface around him with a thick layer of black earth armor, and then drilled into the big hole in the ground. Earth-attribute magic. Open a path to the center of the earth for me. At Chu Sheng's signal, the hard and thick soil layers underground cracked one after another, continuously pushing Chu Sheng deeper underground. He was like a drilling machine, and in a very short time he reached a depth of about 70 meters underground and encountered a shallow underground river. Fortunately, we didn't dig up any national defense cables or anything like that along the way, otherwise I would have to trouble Brother Bei to come forward and ask him for help. When the depth reached about 100 meters, Chu Sheng's mental perception became clearer and clearer, and a strange thing appeared, which looked like a living thing but had no life. He immediately manipulated the earth-attributed magic power, packed the thing directly in the soil layer, and returned to the ground. Crash. Back in the kitchen of the villa, the huge block wrapped in black soil suddenly collapsed, revealing the strange object inside. Oh my god, this is... Although he was mentally prepared, when Chu Sheng actually saw what was inside, he still subconsciously said, oh my god. Wrapped in the dirt was a plump, white leg. Every inch of her skin is as white as jade. Her legs are extremely beautiful, straight and slender, and can be called the golden ratio. Just by looking at this leg, you can imagine the owner's mature and graceful figure in your mind. She is definitely a hot and seductive mature woman. Chu Sheng took the leg out of the soil and poked the thigh gently with his fingers. The meat was elastic and tender, like the softened head of a fire dragon in Monster Hunter. What Shinji Matsu said was indeed right. I probably wouldn't get tired of playing with legs like this even if I played with them for a year. Is this a vampire's leg? It's quite magical. Chu Sheng extended a little mental power and sensed the strangeness of the leg. It was the right leg, and it had been buried here for at least a week. But there is no sign of decay. It still looks as new as if it grew on the body. Brother Chu Sheng, is this the vampire's leg? Shui Ying walked into the kitchen curiously, without any fear of seeing the gravel, and curiously compared the leg with her own. You won't know until you compare. This vampire's legs are actually a little longer than the Snow Girl's long legs that are more than 1 meter long. From this we can see that the owner of this chubby leg must also be a big car. Yay! Chu Sheng picked up the leg of flesh as if it were a treasure and planned to show it to Brother Bei to see where it came from when he went to the Supernatural Human Research Center for testing. But at this moment, a tiny, faint light miraculously emerged from the fleshy leg and was absorbed into Chu Sheng's body. Huh? This is a death drop? Just as Chu Sheng was wondering, an electronic synthesized sound came to his mind. Bite. Chu Sheng blinked. The last time he heard this voice was when the golden finger unlocked the copy function. Now there must be a new function. He entered the critical house with a look of joy on his face, and soon saw a huge display case at the junction of the real world and the other world. On the display case on the other side of the other world, there is a green-skinned orc that is more than 3 meters tall. His fangs protrude. His face is ferocious, his body is muscular, and he is full of power. On the display case in the real world, there is a vampire that looks like a human. Its skin is pale, and its mouth has long, thin fangs. Apart from that, it looks almost the same as a human. The orc and the vampire stood quietly on the counter like 2 dried specimens. A vague thought was driving Chu Sheng to walk over and touch them. Chu Sheng first came to the front of the orc, stretched out a finger curiously, and the moment it touched the orc's body, something strange happened. His body expanded at an extremely terrifying speed, his muscles instantly burst through his clothes, and his skin color began to turn green. 2 fangs over 10 centimeters long suddenly grew out of his mouth, and his already strong physique became even more terrifying, as if he could shatter space with ease. Fuck, how can you be so ugly? Chu Sheng came to the bathroom of Critical House and looked in the mirror. He was stunned for a moment. He grew to be over 3 meters tall and resembled the Hulk in the movie to about 80%, but his face looked more like an ugly creature called a goblin. Blanche. Chu Sheng indeed felt the horror of his own body's functions and estimated that he could tear apart a 5th-level strongman with just his flesh and blood. If he had the support of fighting spirit, he was confident that he could kill a 6th-level cultivator in seconds and even fight a 7th-level cultivator in close combat without losing. Damn, the effect is good, but this appearance is a bit disgusting. Chu Sheng decided that when he used this transformation skill in the future, there must be no girls around him, otherwise his reputation as a handsome man would be ruined. Then he tried to touch the vampire specimen again, and his body instantly returned to human size. Except for the skin being slightly sickly pale, it was almost the same as before. It's much more pleasing to the eye this way. Chu Sheng in the mirror had lazy eyes and looked a little decadent, but his pale skin and delicate appearance gave him an inexplicably cool and handsome feeling. It's a bit like those evil and crazy characters in urban cool novels, such as Crazy Young Master and Evil Young Master. Since I've become a vampire, does that mean I'm immortal? Compared to the orc's ultimate power form, Chu Sheng was more curious about the vampire's form and started testing it immediately. He mobilized a trace of spatial magic power, transformed it into an invisible sharp blade, and stabbed it into his own abdomen. Puff! The abdomen was pierced, blood gushed out like water, and intense pain swept through the body. Chu Sheng endured the heart-wrenching pain and deliberately did not mobilize the fighting spirit in his body to cover the wound, nor did he use any magic. The amazing thing is that after only 2 or 3 seconds, all the blood in the wound had coagulated. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the ruptured internal organs had begun to reconnect. The flesh and blood continued to wriggle and heal, miraculously recovering to its original state. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This terrifying recovery speed was not inferior to the life leaf at all. His curiosity grew, and he began to test the regeneration strength of his vampire form, wanting to see where its limit was. Finally, after rounds of testing, Chu Sheng came to a conclusion. As long as the heart and brain are not damaged, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered through the vampire's regenerative ability. Even if your hands and feet are broken, or a part of your body is blown into pieces, you can grow a new one in a short time. Is this the power of the vampire form? It's too powerful. Chapter 101 Neutralizing the Chill. Chu Sheng was somewhat overjoyed at this situation. The regenerative power of the vampire form was much more powerful than the leaves of the Tree of Life. Of course, such an outrageous repair skill cannot be completely energy efficient and will require a lot of his physical strength and energy. Just like magic power, it needs to be continuously restored by consuming large amounts of sugar. As Chu Sheng continued to test, a piece of information appeared in his mind in some magical way. It was an explanation of the new ability of the Golden Finger. According to the information, whenever Chu Sheng kills and absorbs the dead objects of some alien or supernatural creature, a specimen corresponding to that creature will appear in the critical room. He can change into the corresponding form by touching the specimen and gain the other party's racial abilities. For example, you can transform into a giant dragon, spit out dragon breath, or turn into a slime, transform into anything, or even become some kind of elemental creature, completely immune to all physical damage. But the transformation time is only 2.5 minutes. The duration is also linked to the number of specimens. It is worth mentioning that the duration of the transformation is related to the number of race specimens that have been unlocked in the display cabinet. At present, there are only orcs and vampires in the 2 worlds combined, so the time is a bit short. As more species are unlocked in the future, the duration will become longer and longer. Chu Sheng left the critical house contentedly and returned to the real world. As soon as he came back, he saw the snow girl staring curiously at the mark of the Tree of Life on his forehead. Brother Chu Sheng, when did you get the tattoo on your head? I don't remember it. It's not a tattoo, it's a characteristic of my ability when it's activated. Shui Ying nodded thoughtfully. Today was the first time she had truly witnessed Chu Sheng's abilities and fighting style, and it was completely beyond her expectations. Obviously, Brother Chu Sheng and cousin are about the same age. Why is Brother Chu Sheng so much stronger than me, while my cousin is still the same weakling after all these years. Shuiying had only experienced the shock of Chu Sheng casually crushing Wang Yuan and the other two from her aunt. When this was mentioned, Chu Sheng remembered the promise he had made to Shuiying. At present, with the blessing of the oath he made on his life, his strength can barely reach the 7th level. He can definitely create a spark to neutralize the coldness in Shuiying's body. But in fact, there is a more direct and effective way, which is to use the power of the goddess of life to improve Shuiying's life level and heal naturally. I just don't know if Shuiying is willing. Chu Sheng first found a place to hide the female vampire's leg, then pulled the snow girl into the room and asked straight to the point. Shuiying, I already have a way to cure your coldness, but this method may be a little. Brother Chu Sheng, is this true? The excitement on Shuiying's face was particularly obvious. During the time she and Chu Sheng spent in his hometown during the Chinese New Year, she experienced firsthand the beauty of a normal life. You can communicate naturally with relatives and elders without worrying about the cold hurting people around you. You can freely go in and out of busy places without having to be cautious. What method? Facing Shuiying's innocent and slightly childlike eyes, Chu Sheng always felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He coughed lightly and whispered in her ear. Ahem, that's it. After listening to Chu Sheng's method, Shuiying's fair face instantly turned bright red. There was a hint of shyness in her bright big eyes, but more of an anticipation and a different kind of excitement. Great. All the knowledge I learned some time ago is finally useful. Snow Girl did not doubt the truthfulness of Chu Sheng's words at all. In her opinion, if Brother Chu Sheng really wanted to do this, he could just say that she was willing to do it. There is no need to use such high-sounding excuses. Brother Chu Sheng, let's get started without further delay. Shuiying was eager to try, as if she was going to show off all her learning achievements without reservation. Chu Sheng found it a little funny. He had originally thought Shuiying might be a little hesitant, but now it seemed that he was just overthinking it. Naturally, he would not be polite to the other party. Because of the height difference, he raised his head slightly to capture the tender lips of the snow girl, and his hands consciously wrapped around her slender waist. After a long time, their lips parted. Chu Sheng gently let go of the other person. Shuiying narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she was still savoring the beauty of what had just happened. She looked a little dazed. Shuiying raised her pretty face, her hands moving non-stop. Brother Chu Sheng, let me help you. Shuiying, you know a lot. In the evening, Chu Sheng and Shuiying lay in bed hugging each other, whispering to each other. Do you like Brother Chu Sheng? Ahem, I like it. Chu Sheng didn't pretend. He knew that Shuiying must have studied hard through the browser. Although she was still a little green and unfamiliar, she was indeed gentle and considerate enough. Of course, the effect after the cold is neutralized is still very significant. Shuiying is now able to freely control the cold air in her body and will never accidentally hurt others again. A strange pattern also appeared below the lower abdomen, which looked a bit like Chu Sheng's profile picture, and was the same as the short-haired elf girl Ludmila from the other world. This also means that the snow girl's life level has changed, and she is no longer an ordinary human being. Not only has lifespan been increased several times, but functions such as disease resistance and immunity have also been greatly enhanced, and the aging rate has been infinitely slowed down. However, Shuiying herself could not fully appreciate these benefits, because after all, she had not cultivated her spiritual power and could not perceive the specific changes. Chapter 102 Vaccination. Shuiying couldn't feel the specific improvement in her life level. Her most intuitive feeling at the moment was that she could clearly distinguish the difference in temperature. Extreme cold, icy, warm, and scorching. She no longer needed Chu Sheng's help to feel the subtle temperature changes, which was something she had never dared to imagine before. For the first 22 years of her life, Shuiying's world was filled with only 3 experiences: cold, very cold, and extremely cold. While imagining the wonderful life in the future, Shuiying leaned against Chu Sheng's face affectionately, rubbing against him like a spoiled kitten. If Brother Chu Sheng likes it, I will help you like this every day in the future, right? Isn't this a bit too much trouble for you? It's okay. Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel a little touched. This snow girl was like a caring little cotton-padded jacket, always considering and serving him wholeheartedly. He had planned to go shopping with Shuiying in the mall, buy some porcelain and other things, and take them back to the other world, but after trying a few times, he felt inexplicably sleepy. Anyway, time in the other world is completely still at this moment. Chu Sheng thought there was no need to be too anxious, so he hugged the sweet and soft body of the snow girl and closed his eyes happily. The next morning, Chu Sheng got up early in high spirits and woke up Shuiying, who was still sleeping in, preparing to take her to have the first normal breakfast in her life. Snow Girl was originally planning to stay in bed, but when she heard that she could go out for a delicious meal again, she immediately got up and dressed, full of energy. After yesterday's cold weather, Chu Sheng felt that Shui Ying had become a clingy girlfriend, and she was not too old. I always feel like I'm filming a youth love comedy with a cute JK girl. Chu Sheng brought Shui Ying to a morning tea shop and ordered 20 breakfasts at once, telling Shui Ying to eat as much as she wanted. After eating and drinking his fill, he did not forget his business and went directly to the mall to buy a bunch of teacups and vases, all made of porcelain, with exquisite and gorgeous patterns, without any magic residue. I also bought a lot of silk products, such as mattresses, quilts, clothes, and skirts, thinking that they would come in handy later. After all, silk, like porcelain, is a stereotype of the Eastern continent held by people from other worlds, and is also a super rare luxury item after shipping routes were blocked. Brother Chu Sheng, let me pay. Shui Ying took out the payment code before Chu Sheng, and with a click, several thousand yuan was swiped away. She gave the puzzled Chu Sheng a sweet smile. I told my cousin about my improved health, and he transferred a large sum of money to me. After all, I can't always let Brother Chu Sheng pay. It's too rude to ask you to buy everything. Shui Ying took Chu Sheng's hand and walked towards a high-end gift shop. She looked back happily as she walked. I want to give Brother Chu Sheng a gift, but I don't know what you like. She didn't understand much about the social etiquette between people, but her aunt and cousin taught her to be polite and repay kindness. Brother Chu Sheng was so kind to me yesterday and gave so much to heal my body. If I didn't show some appreciation, I would be too ignorant. Well, I'm not picky about gifts. I'm just happy that you're thoughtful. Silly child, why do you need to go to the gift shop to pick out a gift? The best gift is yourself. Chu Sheng would probably be even happier if Shui Ying could wrap herself with a gift ribbon and then put herself in a large gift box. Besides caring about your health, did your cousin say anything else? Yes, he said that if we are free, we can go to the research center in a few days, but there is no need to rush. Shui Ying blinked. She knew that Chu Sheng had not yet gone to the research center to test his ability level, and Brother Bei was probably waiting for this. But in fact, she was also looking forward to it and wanted to know the true strength of Chu Sheng. According to the research center's classification of all people and creatures with extraordinary abilities in this world, their strength is divided into 3 general levels. From high to low, there are 3 classes: heaven, earth, and man. Each major class is further divided into 3 smaller levels: low, medium, and high. This applies not only to humans with supernatural powers, but also to vampires, spirits, demons, and other extraordinary creatures. Based on what she saw yesterday, Shui Ying estimated that Chu Sheng's strength was at least at the heavenly rank. After all, she herself was at the earthly rank. Chu Sheng nodded. Tell your cousin to wait, and I will take you there in a few days. The two of them wandered around the gift shop again. Snow Girl knew Chu Sheng had everything he needed, so she looked around but didn't buy anything for him. Instead, she bought herself a bunch of stockings. She planned to change the color and material of her clothes every day after returning home and show them to Chu Sheng. If she felt like it, she could just tear them off without feeling bad. Although Chu Sheng helped Shui Ying cure the cold for several hours yesterday, to sum up, the only thing that Shui Ying felt was a little sore in her cheeks. Shui Ying has been studying the learning materials in depth recently, and there is still a lot of new knowledge that she wants to try out with Chu Sheng. After they had finished their stroll, the two of them leisurely walked back to the villa. Shui Ying leaned in Chu Sheng's arms like a sloth, quietly playing mobile games, while Chu Sheng took a break from his busy schedule to browse video websites. He rested for a while and was just thinking about traveling back to the other world when he heard Shui Ying's lazy voice. Brother Chu Sheng, what are you looking at? Chu Sheng looked down, withdrew his palm from the soft flesh, and said with a smile, What's wrong? Are you tired of playing games? No, that's it. A blush quickly spread across the Snow Girl's pretty face. She leaned against Chu Sheng's arms and twisted her body subconsciously, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Chu Sheng, is it okay? Looking at the Snow Girl's face, which was as red as a bubble teapot, Chu Sheng felt a little amused. He had no idea what she was thinking. Brother Chu Sheng, you should be thinking about it too, right? Shui Ying, before this, I think there are some things you should have the right to know. Chu Sheng forced himself to calm down, gently stroked the Snow Girl's long light blue hair, and spoke after a moment of silence. Well, actually, I'm not as good as you think. Before you, I already had 2 or 5 women. Chu Sheng knew that saying this would really spoil the mood and that he didn't know how to read the atmosphere, but he felt that since they planned to be together for life, they should be honest with each other. The elf girls in the elf forest are in a different world, and there is no concept of one-on-one couples. They even encouraged Chu Sheng to have more children. But the real world is different from the other world, and the girls in the two worlds are probably also different. So Chu Sheng can't open the park as he should. Although he didn't know if the girls from the two worlds would have the possibility of meeting in the future, they were all his women after all, and he didn't want to be deceived by anyone. If there really is a sure field between girls from two worlds in the future, then I can be considered to have taken precautions in advance. Shui Ying blinked, but there was no sadness on her face. She said softly, Brother Chu Sheng, if they objected to me being with you, would you listen to them and leave me? Chapter 103 The Value of the Porcelain Cup. Looking at Shui Ying's bright eyes that were both nervous and full of anticipation, Chu Sheng immediately patted his chest and assured, How is that possible? No matter whether others object or not, and no matter how many women I have around me in the future, I will never give up on you. He really wanted to tell Snow Girl, Don't worry, those elf girls would never object, they might even be so happy. I dare not promise anything else, but at least Shui Ying, your place in my heart will definitely be unique and cannot be replaced by any other woman. Chu Sheng's eyes were sincere. He did not deny that he was a playboy, but at least he would be responsible for every girl. Especially after arriving in another world, in the Forest of Elves, he no longer cared about the various conceptual constraints of the real world. But there is one thing Chu Sheng is sure of, that is, he is dedicated enough. Devoted to delay from beginning to end. Shui Ying's pretty face was a little touched, and the anxiety in her eyes was reduced a little. Then I will. I was worried that if I stay with Brother Chu Sheng every day in the future, they will quarrel with Brother Chu Sheng because of this. In fact, in Xuenu's heart, she doesn't care whether Chu Sheng is unfaithful or how many girlfriends he has. She only cares about Chu Sheng's opinion and feelings about her. During the time they spent together, Chu Sheng showed her meticulous care and concern, which Shui Ying saw and felt sweet in her heart. In the environment where she grew up, there were no rules or concepts about husband and wife, love, lovers, etc. Shui Ying only knew that Chu Sheng was very good to her, even without asking for anything in return, so she had to be even better to Chu Sheng. Brother Chu Sheng, I'm very happy to hear your words, but I also have a very small request. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Yes, of course. Chu Sheng smiled and twisted a strand of Shui Ying's light blue hair, trying to give her a look of encouragement and courage. After all, it seems that Snow Girl is a little too cautious when it comes to her partner. She should be more casual and generous. If she is too humble, Chu Sheng will feel guilty. After receiving Chu Sheng's 100% affirmation, Shui Ying took the initiative to offer him a warm and plump embrace. Her eyes rippled with autumnal waves, and her voice was particularly sweet. My request is that Brother Chu Sheng not think about other women all day long. Just think about me, okay? You girl. Chu Sheng lovingly scratched Shui Ying's straight nose, which was a bit funny. He thought it was a request, but it turned out to be just this. In this way, Chu Sheng's plan to return to the other world to pawn the porcelain was delayed by the gentle embrace of the Snow Girl. No words were spoken that night. At 4:30 in the morning, after Shui Ying fell into a deep sleep, Chu Sheng finally had time to enter the critical room. It has to be said that after the Snow Girl's life level was upgraded, she exceeded the limits of human beings in all aspects. There is even a momentum to crush Xia, the big elf girl, the small fry, and Noah. Chu Sheng took a quick shower, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the other world with a thought. Although life in the real world has begun to become enjoyable, the elf forest is still waiting for him. After returning to the other world, when I opened my eyes, I saw the cute expression of the snake girl He Pai, and the intellectual, elegant, and dignified sitting posture of the centaur girl Cassandra opposite me. Chu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and immediately took out a newly bought white porcelain teacup from the space magic device and placed it on the table with a bang. This action instantly made the pawnbroker's eyelids jump. He wondered how could the adults just put such a good thing that was almost extinct in this continent on the table. There are no protection measures at all. As a pawnbroker, he had an extraordinary eye for appreciating treasures. He could tell at a glance that this teacup was precious. The pattern was unique and exquisite, the porcelain surface was smooth and shiny, and most importantly, there was not a trace of magical fluctuation. It's so much better than the fake ones made by magicians. Cassandra's charming eyes also looked over, surprised and excited, and even her plump body was shaking. Master Chu Sheng is truly capable. He can actually produce a pure handmade porcelain cup. Chu Sheng smiled. This is not handmade at all. It is just something produced by machines on an assembly line. Just because it is not made by magic, it is mistaken for being purely handmade. It's not over yet. It's not just a porcelain cup, it's a whole set of tea sets. As Chu Sheng spoke, he took out a complete set of porcelain tea sets, as if by magic. It includes 6 teacups, a teapot, a tray, etc., all engraved with exquisite patterns, elegant and grand. The pawnbroker couldn't close his mouth, and tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Chu Sheng. I thought it would be great to have just a porcelain cup, and the city lord would definitely be happy, but I didn't expect it to be a complete set of tea sets. Now the city lord is not only happy, but even if he sends the boss directly to Lord Chu Sheng as a slave, no one would be surprised. Cassandra's beautiful eyes shone with excitement. She kept moving closer to examine the porcelain tea set carefully, as if she had found a treasure. The seductive red lips murmured from time to time, "It's so beautiful, so elegant. The tea brewed with this porcelain set is probably more fragrant than ordinary tea. How about it, boss? Your mom will probably like it, right?" Cassandra took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. It took her a while to regain her usual composure and elegance. Her eyes lingered over the tea set, finally stopping at Chu Sheng. "Master Chu Sheng, I can assure you now that the city lord will definitely help you find slaves and resolve all your worries. Also, I will raise the price of those originium stones you asked me to pawn to 30,000 each. Consider it a return gift from the city lord and me." Chu Sheng smiled and stood up from his seat, extending a hand towards the other party. "Ms. Cassandra, I wish us a happy cooperation. I also hope you can say a few good words for me in front of the city lord." The centaur girl hurriedly stood up, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. She gently held Chu Sheng's hand while bowing solemnly. "Lord Chu Sheng, I admire your generosity very much. From today on, you will be the honored guest of the Lord's city, Lord and me." Chapter 104: Cassandra's Invitation. The centaur girl bowed solemnly, and her profound thoughts were inevitably revealed, which was captivating. "Master? Master? Hello, hey." It took Chu Sheng a while to come back to his senses. He saw Snake Lady waving her hand in front of him with a jealous look on her face. It turned out that when he was reminiscing just now, he had been holding the centaur girl's hand, which made Cassandra feel a little shy. "Ahem, I just thought of something, please forgive me." "Master Chu Sheng, you are too serious. I am just a slave and do not deserve your respect." Cassandra responded gracefully and quietly put the hand that Chu Sheng had held behind her back, with an inexplicable sense of strangeness in her heart. Why is Master Chu Sheng's hand so hot? It feels so comfortable to hold it. After a while, the pawnbroker counted the dragon coins, put them in an exquisite cloth bag, and handed it to the snake lady to carry. After all, it didn't make sense to let the owner take things. Chu Sheng did not pawn all the 100 glass balls he displayed, but only pawned 10 of them in exchange for 300,000 dragon coins. After all, he probably wouldn't stay in the Dragon Kingdom for too long. If he exchanged too much money, he might not be able to spend it all. Dragon coins were not circulated in other countries. "Ma'am, I'll be leaving now. If the city lord has any news, please use this to inform me." Chu Sheng handed the other party a magic communication device that he had modified himself, referring to the mobile phone from another world that Elder Weilin had previously carved on his hand. However, the call duration and distance are limited, and it cannot be used outside the city of Badr. Just as Chu Sheng was about to leave, the centaur girl picked up her skirt and caught up with him, trying to keep Chu Sheng. "Master Chu Sheng, please wait a moment." Facing the puzzled looks of Chu Sheng and Snake Lady He Pai, Cassandra put on a mature smile and spoke slowly. "Lord Chu Sheng is so generous and magnanimous. This has nothing to do with the Lord City Lord. I just want to give you something in return on my own behalf." After saying that, the centaur girl pulled out a piece of paper with a little magical fluctuation from her plump depths and handed it over along with a quill. "Lord Chu Sheng, I believe you have just arrived in Dragon Country or Baldur City and haven't found a place to stay yet, right?" Chu Sheng nodded and looked at the paper in his hand. Unexpectedly, it was a real estate certificate. "I have an unused property in the city. Although I don't live there often, I have servants cleaning it all the time. If you don't mind, Master Chu Sheng, you can stay there for a while." Chu Sheng highly appreciated the centaur girl's worldly wisdom. It was indeed very comfortable to do business with such a sensible person. It turns out that mature women know how to care for others. He did not refuse the other party's kindness. After all, he was a newcomer, otherwise he would not have come to the pawn shop to exchange money. Chu Sheng originally thought that after taking the money, he would buy a small house to live in and wait for news from the city lord while going out to investigate. "I didn't expect someone to bring me a pillow just when I was feeling sleepy." He didn't pretend to hesitate any longer, but directly activated a strand of magic power, gently pressed it on the paper, and finally signed his name. As the strokes fell, a magical power flashed, officially indicating that the ownership of the house belonged to Chu Sheng. "Thank you, ma'am." Chu Sheng put away the property certificate and gave Cassandra a kind smile. "Master Chu Sheng, you're welcome. This is my duty. In addition, I have a small gift for you to take. Besides, this time, Cassandlia handed over another yellowed piece of letter with an exquisite sealing wax on it, which looked like some kind of invitation. Master Chu Sheng, this is a special invitation from the Battle City Adventurers Guild. With this, you can unconditionally issue a super high-level elite commission from the guild. What's the point of issuing a commission? Adventurers Guild? Chu Sheng was thoughtful. Is this organization, which has always appeared in Western fantasy anime and games, finally going to make its debut in the Dragon Kingdom? I just don't know if the receptionist is a woman in a maid outfit with short black hair, who will always say the same thing as before, to the stars and the abyss, welcome to the Adventurers Association. Cassandlia smiled slightly and patiently and intelligently explained to Chu Sheng. Master Chu Sheng's 2 elf slaves. With the help of the city lord, it's not difficult to find them, but it will take some time. If Lord Chu Sheng is anxious during this period, you can go to the Adventurers Association and post a search request. This way, perhaps we can find your 2 elf slaves sooner. Chu Sheng understood that he was being asked to mobilize the power of the adventurers to help find someone. After all, there is strength in numbers, and there might be some hidden talents among the adventurers. It's just like there may be rich guys who come to experience life hidden among the delivery guys. Well, ma'am, you are very considerate. Chu Sheng exclaimed in admiration. No wonder this centaur girl could own shops and real estate as a slave. She was indeed careful and thoughtful in doing things, which made people feel very comfortable. If I had a slave like this, I would let her do all the work, and when there was nothing else to do, I would. Cassandlia chuckled softly, then suggested, Master Chu Sheng, I always have a celebration after completing a big deal. This time, I'd like to invite you and your snake slave lady to join us. What do you think? Celebrate? Invite us. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. You have completed your performance, so why don't you celebrate it yourselves? Why invite me? Are you going to have a party? Cassandlia didn't answer in a hurry, but clapped her hands lightly. The next scene made Chu Sheng frown. 2 tall men, at least 2 meters tall and with muscular bodies, slowly walked in from the door of the VIP room. No one knew what race these 2 men were. They both wore dragon head masks on their heads. At first glance, they looked like noble half-dragons. The centaur girl lay flat on the sofa with her whole body sideways, leaning lazily against the cushions. 2 tall men came to her and knelt down on the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Chu Sheng. Chapter 105 He Pai's Confusion. Before Chu Sheng could react, the centaur girl Cassandlia took the lead and explained with a smile. Master Chu Sheng, these 2 are my slaves, you can rest assured. Slave of slaves? As if she could see Chu Sheng's confusion, Cassandlia continued. Although they don't have the exclusive slave seal engraved on them because I'm a slave myself, it doesn't matter to lowly, inferior species. There are methods that are more cruel and reliable than the seal. Chu Sheng was thoughtful. It seemed that although this centaur girl was a slave on the surface, she was actually very likely the city lord's right-hand man or something like that, and had an extraordinary status. Otherwise, how could a slave have all these powers? Cassandlia had no pity for the slaves at all. She kicked the slave man so hard that his head was bleeding, but he was too scared to cry out in pain. Foolish and humble thing. The centaur girl took off her blood-stained shoes and threw them in front of the slave boy, giving an unquestionable order. Yes, yes, your majesty. The slave boy wearing a half-dragon mask endured the pain, picked up the shoe tremblingly, opened his bloody mouth and bit it. Chu Sheng frowned as he watched from the side. So the so-called celebration of the centaur girl was actually torturing slaves? A hint of revenge flashed in Cassandlia's eyes. She turned her head and looked at Chu Sheng. Master Chu Sheng, now is the time to have fun with the slaves. You don't have to pay attention to me. Do something pleasant with this snake lady. Looking at the curious and eager eyes of the centaur girl, Chu Sheng shook his head in boredom. I don't have the habit of playing with slaves in front of others, so let's forget it. Really? That's a shame. I'm quite curious about Master Chu Sheng's figure. Sorry, please take care. Under the guidance of the pawnbroker, Chu Sheng and Snake Lady, He Pai quickly left the VIP room. As soon as he walked out, he heard the sound of violent whipping and the slaves' uncontrollable wailing and screaming coming from inside. It seemed that the pawn master was already accustomed to this. After leaving the pawn shop, a gorgeously decorated, high-end carriage was waiting for them at the door. The outside of the car body is carved with gorgeous and complex magical patterns. The materials used are exquisite and sophisticated, and the interior decoration has a feminine and warm feeling. It should be the vehicle that centaur girls usually use. 2 tall, fully armored knights stood beside the car, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, the spears in their hands shining coldly. The pawnbroker bowed respectfully, like the islanders who valued craftsmanship the most. Lord Chu Sheng, they are the city lord's personal guards. They will take you to the property. I wish you a pleasant stay. Chu Sheng nodded, and took Snake Lady onto the carriage and left together. On the way, he kept thinking about the centaur girl and always felt that she was a little weird. His master is a half-dragon, yet he dares to let his slaves dress up as half-dragons and humiliate and whip them at will. Isn't he afraid that the city lord will find out? Fortunately, the city of Badr was not too big and the journey was not far. After a few minutes, the two arrived at the property given by the centaur girl. This is a gorgeous and elegant villa with a garden and even a small fountain. It is truly luxurious. Chu Sheng and Snake Lady walked around inside and unexpectedly discovered that there was a hot spring pool inside with boiling hot steam. He glanced at Snake Lady's slightly dirty white robe and suggested, "He Pai, take a shower quickly." After all, the Snake Lady had no idea how long she had been fleeing before she met him. Although there was no strange smell on her body, she would inevitably feel uncomfortable if she didn't wash herself. "Yeah, okay, Masada." Snake Lady He Pai was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she was thinking about. A blush appeared on her face, but she still nodded obediently. She turned her back to Chu Sheng, her delicate fingers clasping the belt behind her. The lines are smooth and soft, like a carefully carved treasure, perfectly interpreting the word snake waist. Even before turning around completely, Chu Sheng could already see the amazing curves from that side. Such a beautiful back, it would be a shame not to get cupping treatment. Mom, I have always served women before, and today is my first time serving a man. Please forgive me if I do something wrong later." The Snake Lady's face flushed red, her fingertips clenched, and the tip of her big white tail kept shaking, revealing her inner tension and anticipation. The peculiar structure of He Pai, with a human upper body and a snake lower body, did not cause Chu Sheng any physical discomfort. On the contrary, he always felt an inexplicable astringency. Chu Sheng swallowed subconsciously and spoke awkwardly. I just want you to wash quickly. You are quite dirty, and I don't need it." "Hey Mom, can't you wash it?" Snake Lady had just put on an expression of attentive service when she was stunned by Chu Sheng's words. She then blinked curiously. "Mom, I used to only be able to take a simple bath when the hostess was taking a bath. You let me enjoy such a big hot spring by myself. I always feel that I can't bear it. I really can't do anything about you." Chu Sheng coughed pretentiously. He didn't want to take a bath, but since Snake Lady said so, as a mother, he couldn't refuse. Suddenly, Snake Lady noticed something strange about Chu Sheng and immediately revealed a curious and confused expression. He Pai had never seen a man's body structure. After all, she was a snake person and didn't know much about her own race, let alone humans. Thinking of this, Snake Lady couldn't hide her curiosity anymore. She took the initiative to move closer to Chu Sheng and said softly, "Madam, let me help you undress." "Thank you for your help." Chapter 106 The Happiest Slave. Snake Lady's movements were very careful and gentle, for fear that she might make Chu Sheng angry if she wasn't careful. It was not until Chu Sheng completely took off his armor that He Pai could clearly see the difference between Chu Sheng and herself. "I am a human being, and I am a little different from you snake people. This is normal." He remembered reading about Animal World before, which said that male snakes usually curl up in their tails. He didn't know if male snake people were like this. Mom, please come into the hot spring." Snake Lady pursed her lips, suppressed the shyness and anticipation in her eyes, gently took Chu Sheng's hand, and walked into the hot spring together. "Masada, just sit down and I'll clean you up." Snake Lady said this, but there was still a hint of nervousness in her voice. Her soft fingers massaged and rubbed Chu Sheng's shoulders gently and carefully. "Master, how do you feel?" Chu Sheng did not reply, but just closed his eyes quietly, enjoying the service of the Snake Lady. Those white and tender hands seemed to have magic. Although they were not as strong as the old man who gave massages to the patients in the big bathhouse, they were particularly gentle. Seeing Chu Sheng enjoying himself and showing no dissatisfaction or objection, Snake Lady's face suddenly showed a hint of pride. Every time her previous mistress took a bath, she would ask her to help massage and relax her, and she would often fall asleep in comfort. He Pai was very confident in her skills. "Masada, no place can be missed, please relax." As the Snake Lady said this, she began to explore the place that she had been curious about. Mom, did I do something wrong?" Chu Sheng exhaled softly, touched the other's light pink hair, and comforted her. "Don't worry, He Pai. You didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, you did a great job. I am very satisfied. Is that really okay? Will Master make you feel uncomfortable somewhere?" There was still some worry on the Snake Lady's face. After all, She had no knowledge in this area, and she was not like Shuiying in the real world who could learn through various materials. I told you it's okay. You must be tired after washing me for so long. Wash yourself quickly and then get out. Okay, Masuda. The snake lady then began to wash her body with peace of mind. Compared with the gentleness and meticulousness she showed to Chu Sheng, washing herself was much more convenient and simple. It's just a waste of time when cleaning the tail. After all, the tail is not only big and long, but you also have to carefully turn the scales over to clean it, which is quite troublesome. Gurgle. At this moment, the snake lady's stomach made an inappropriate sound, which made Chu Sheng laugh. Pai was shy, covering her chubby belly, and said embarrassedly, "Hold me. I'm sorry, Mommy." Chu Sheng smiled and shook his head. "Hurry up and wash up, then we'll go eat." He thought so too. Since meeting him, the snake lady had only eaten one chocolate bar. She must be hungry after such a long time. After a while, the snake lady finally finished cleaning her tail, pulled Chu Sheng out of the hot spring, carefully wiped his body, and put on his clothes. Pai, what would you like to eat? Snake lady pointed at herself in surprise. Can I decide? After getting Chu Sheng's permission, Snake Lady was immediately filled with gratitude, and her nose was almost bubbling with snot. Thank you, Master. Well, I want to go to the tavern down the road and eat some barbecue. The two packed up and left the house. They found a pub on a busy street that looked busy and ordered a table full of food. The catgirl waitress brought a plate of freshly grilled wild kuan meat, twisted her slender waist, and left, leaving behind a smell of cheap perfume. Snake Lady stood behind Chu Sheng, her hands folded in front of her belly, looking at the barbecue with shining eyes and drooling faintly at the corners of her mouth. But without Chu Sheng's words, she did not dare to show her desire to eat. Chu Sheng glanced at her helplessly and said with a smile, "Why are you standing there? Come sit down and eat together." Pai's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "Can I sit down and eat with Master?" Her expression was dull, and she thought she had misheard. "I, a slave, how can I meditate with Moss? It's not a big deal. We all eat together at my place. Hurry up, or your favorite barbecue will get cold, okay?" Snake Lady's eyes were filled with tears, and a complex expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Masuda. I am truly the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom." She carefully sat beside Chu Sheng, still sighing. "Low-class slaves like us have always been treated like livestock. The better ones would at most treat us as pets, giving us food if we were obedient, and punishing us if we were disobedient." Snake Lady never expected that the man she met by chance would not only become her master, but also treat her so well. Not only was he allowed to ride in the car with me, but he also allowed me to choose the food and even allowed me to sit and eat together. It felt like a dream. Thinking of this, Snake Lady Pai looked towards another table not far away. The scene there was completely different from this one. Chu Sheng followed his gaze and saw a human being about the same height as him eating with a bunny slave. Whenever the human ate fat or broken bones that he didn't want to eat, he would spit it all out on the ground and then let the bunny slave lie on the ground like a dog and eat it. Even so, there was no complaint or dissatisfaction in the rabbit girl's eyes. Instead, she looked very grateful and made calls of gratitude from time to time. Seeing that look, both Snake Lady and Chu Sheng felt uncomfortable. Chapter 107 Monster Mountain. Chu Sheng also felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything. The system of the Dragon Kingdom had existed for who knows how many years, and it was not something that could be changed by just a few words from him. "Don't worry about the others. I'm different from them. Just sit down quickly." The Snake Lady seemed a little hesitant. The slave life she had lived since she was born had made the distinction between master and servant deeply ingrained in her heart. Seeing that Pai was still hesitating, Chu Sheng had no choice but to pretend to frown. "Didn't you hear the master's order? How will I eat it if the food gets cold later?" Thank you, Master." With gratitude in her eyes, the Snake Lady once again thanked herself for her good judgment in choosing her master and sat down next to Chu Sheng. The thick and long white tail was curled up under the table. The curvy figure looked even fuller under the dim light of the pub, attracting many greedy eyes. Chu Sheng picked up a very blunt knife and cut off a small piece of roasted wild kuan meat, put it in his mouth and chewed it gently, and immediately frowned. The meat is a bit old and has a smell of game and mutton that has not been cleaned out. All the seasoning is coarse salt. The Snake Lady sat beside him somewhat restrainedly. After seeing Chu Sheng's expression, she quickly bit off a small piece of chicken and savored it carefully. She blinked and tilted her head. "What's wrong, Mom? This tastes okay. Isn't that what barbecue usually tastes like?" Chu Sheng said with an embarrassed look on his face. "If I could only eat this kind of food, I would have lost dozens of pounds by now." "Huh? Is that really that exaggerated? What do people in the Eastern continent usually eat? Chu Sheng really wanted to respond to Snake Lady's expectant gaze, so he returned to the real world with a thought. Shuiying was still sleeping soundly at this time. Chu Sheng carefully pulled out her hands and feet that were tightly held and went to the kitchen to pick out some daily seasonings. Sesame oil, 5-spice powder, pepper and salt powder, and cumin powder are not necessarily new and difficult to make, but they are almost essential for eating barbecue. Chu Sheng returned to the other world again, pretending to take out a few small bottles from his pocket and sprinkled them on the plate of roast chicken. Drizzle with sesame oil and sprinkle with seasonings. Under the stimulation of the original heat of the roasted chicken, the rich aroma instantly overflows and floats into the nose of the Snake Lady. He Pai covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of stars. Oh my God! What are these things? The snake tongue in the Snake Lady's cherry mouth hissed, and drool flowed down instantly. These are the spices I have. They're usually used to season food. Try them and see how they taste. He Pai took a deep breath of the aroma of the pheasant and couldn't help but sigh. This taste, even my former mother probably hasn't tasted it before. For the people of this continent, spices are something that only the top people have the opportunity to taste and grow. People at the bottom don't even know about their existence. After getting Chu Sheng's permission, the Snake Lady could no longer hold back. She stretched out her fair and tender hands and grabbed a chicken leg. She tore it off with force and bit it directly. For a moment, her expression was one of ecstasy. The roast chicken, which she originally thought tasted okay, was completely elevated to the delicacy of her dreams after being added with these strange things. The Snake Lady kept chewing with her little mouth, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were full of sparkles of happiness. Mass, do people in the Eastern continent season their food with this stuff every day? No wonder you can't eat the original roast chicken. He Pai's eyes were full of curiosity as she imagined the daily diet of the people in the so-called Eastern continent and what kind of happiness that would be. Chu Sheng smiled and lifted a strand of her light pink hair, briefly introducing to her the various delicacies in the real world, which made the snake girl's appetite even stronger. He saw the shadow of the great elf lady Shanoya in He Pai. Both were so charming and had a special love for food. The Snake Lady listened with increasing fascination, and her eating movements became more relaxed from the initial stiffness and restraint, as she was infected by Chu Sheng's gentle and kind words and behavior. She began to immerse herself in the joy of enjoying the food, her body moving closer and closer to the table, her plump body gradually pressed down on the table. Oh! Suddenly, a small piece of barbecue accidentally fell from the corner of He Pai's mouth, and then fell squarely on. The tempting golden barbecue and the snow-white and delicate skin together create a graceful and beautiful picture. He Pai, eat slowly. No one is competing with you for it. He Pai blinked and followed Chu Sheng's gaze. Only then did she discover the barbecue in people's hearts, and her pretty face instantly turned red. The Snake Lady immediately put down the food in her hand, her expression becoming somewhat panicked and frightened. She timidly said, Mom, I'm sorry for doing such an impolite thing. I really didn't mean it. It's no wonder that He Pai was so panicked, because in the Dragon Kingdom, some of the master's requirements for slaves can be said to be extremely harsh. Slaves are also divided into high and low levels. Some are of poor quality and have no strength, so they are generally used for work, while those who are excellent in all aspects do not have to do hard labor, but often accompany their masters, similar to personal attendants. He Pai is one of those people who excels in all aspects. His previous daily work basically consisted of accompanying the hostess, acting as a guard, or taking the blame in case of any unexpected situations. Because of this, and considering that she needs to accompany her master to various social occasions, she also receives extremely strict etiquette training on a daily basis. This way of eating could be considered rough. If it were her previous mistress, she would probably have punished He Pai by putting him in solitary confinement in anger. Don't be nervous. Eat whatever you want. The fact that you're enjoying your meal so much shows that the spices from the Eastern continent are very much to your liking, right? Seeing that Chu Sheng did not blame her, Snake Lady finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she began to have some troubles with the barbecue that was stuck in the ravine. She was so engrossed in eating that her hands were now covered in grease. Mom, can you help me get it out? Chu Sheng glanced around and saw that no one was looking in his direction. He nodded immediately and said, Leave it to me. He reached out to grab the piece of barbecue that was immersed in happiness and could even feel the snake girl's nervous heartbeat. Mom, the Snake Lady murmured softly, her voice becoming a little sweeter, and the exclusive slave seal on her forehead emitted a faint glow. Seeing the expectant light in the little slave's eyes, Chu Sheng no longer restrained himself. not caring whether it was a public place or not. It's completely different from the elf girl. Mom, someone is looking over here. The snake lady shrank timidly towards Chu Sheng, with a mixture of fear and happiness in her eyes. Well, okay, be careful when eating next time and don't mess it up. Chu Sheng took out the piece of barbecue and, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, swallowed it directly. You know what? This tastes pretty good. Snake Lady took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her pounding heart, and some dark memories flooded into her mind. She had seen too many female slaves being humiliated and abused by their masters in public on the streets. The more painful the slaves appeared, the happier and more excited their masters became, and in the end, they were covered in scars. At that moment, Hebai was a little worried that Chu Sheng would treat her like this, without caring about other people's eyes or her own feelings. But unexpectedly, Chu Sheng not only did not force her, but he stopped at the right time and even blocked the greedy and fiery gazes around her for her. The snake lady couldn't help but think of the hot spring pool before. The other party was also well-behaved and had no vulgar behavior. This was a completely different species from the master she knew. Thinking of this, Hepai's eyes were instantly filled with excitement and gratitude, and she looked at Chu Sheng with tears in her eyes. Madam, if you feel uncomfortable, we can go home later. Chu Sheng's lips curled up. This little snake slave looked so adorable. She was bound by the Dragon Kingdom's deeply rooted master-servant rules, but she miraculously maintained her innocence. The two seemed to have experienced a lot together, but in fact, the actual contact time was only one day. So Chu Sheng was not in a hurry. He slowly cultivated feelings and built up trust, which gave him a greater sense of accomplishment. Hepai, you don't need to be so cautious when you're with me. Just stay true to yourself and be generous and natural. Chu Sheng reached under the table and patted the other person's large white tail. He said sincerely, no matter what time, you only need to remember one thing. That is, I will never force you to do anything you don't want to do. Master, the snake lady was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She had already started to sniff bubbles of snot, and her tail kept circling under the table, as if she wanted to wrap Chu Sheng tightly around her. After eating and drinking their fill, the two returned to the big house in a happy mood. The sky was gradually getting dark, and the shops on the street began to close one after another. The snake lady leaned back happily on the sofa, patted her full belly with her delicate hands, and was too lazy to move. Master, I've never tasted such delicious barbecue. Will I ever have the chance to taste those spices again? Don't worry, I will add it to every meal from now on, otherwise I won't be able to eat it. Master is so good. I am the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom. Snake Lady giggled foolishly. Chu Sheng's care and kindness were so warm and unfamiliar to her that she couldn't help but indulge in it and didn't want to wake up. Chu Sheng also ate until he was 70% full, sat on the sofa to digest the food, and took out the invitation letter to the Adventurers Association that the centaur girl Cassandlia had given him before. He was particularly interested in the profession of adventurer. He had never heard of it when he was in the Forest of Elves. He always felt that it lacked a bit of the atmosphere of the fantasy world. Hebai, do you know what kind of commissions the adventurers in Badder City usually rely on to make a living? Snake Lady blinked when she heard that, took the invitation from Chu Sheng's hand, looked at it for a few seconds, and explained with a smile. Master, the reason why Badder City is the largest town in this area is because of the Monster Mountain Range to the southeast. This mountain range is home to all sorts of powerful monsters, which is why adventurers keep popping up all the time. After all, the items on monsters are often very valuable. Merchants from other towns also pass through the Monster Mountain Range, so it's necessary to hire adventurers as their guards. Southeast direction? Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought. He suddenly recalled that when he was lost with the two elf girls, the twisted space passage vaguely pointed to the southeast direction. Maybe Aaron and Ludmila are somewhere in the Monster Mountain Range right now. Although I may not be 100% sure, at least I have a preliminary direction, so I don't feel like a headless fly. Okay, tomorrow morning we'll go to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission, and while we're at it, we'll also go into the Monster Mountain Range to look for it. Masuda and I are going to the Monster Mountain Range too. Snake Lady Hepai's eyes suddenly became a little erratic, as if she was recalling something terrifying. Well, some of the monsters in the Monster Mountain Range are quite powerful. There's no need for Moss to go in there herself to fight such a noble person. If she wants to find something, she can just hire those adventurers. Chu Sheng keenly noticed the change in Hepai's tone and asked with concern, What's wrong, Hepai? I'm a 7th level expert, so why can't I go to the Monster Mountain Range? Snake Lady pinched the corner of her clothes with her jade fingers, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. My former master was a merchant, often traveling back and forth between several nearby towns. It was in the Monster Mountain range that he was killed. As she spoke, the Snake Lady's delicate body could not help but tremble with fear. She recalled the tragic death of her previous mistress and the arrogant and condescending expression of the instigator of the Tianlong clan, and her body subconsciously stiffened. Seeing the other party's fearful reaction, Chu Sheng immediately held Snake Lady's hands tightly, giving her warmth and a sense of security. After learning about what happened to He Pai's previous owner, Chu Sheng patted his chest and made a promise to reassure her. "Don't worry, He Pai. If I meet your master's murderer again in the Monster Mountain range, I will never let her kidnap you." The Tianlong clan is a clan of pure-blooded dragons. They have the power of life and death even in areas governed by the law, let alone in desolate mountains like the Monster Mountain range. I guess he would just kill anyone he disliked and would just grab any good stuff he saw. Chu Sheng gently patted Snake Lady's back, constantly soothing her uneasy heart, and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, it's all over. I will protect you in the future." Chapter 108 Have a Sweet Dream. The Snake Lady's beautiful eyes were watery as she looked at Chu Sheng with tears in her eyes full of happiness and attachment. From the moment her mistress was killed and she managed to escape, she had already made plans to wander around or be isolated from the world. But he never expected that, having thought he had nowhere to go, he would be extremely lucky to meet Chu Sheng, a kind master to whom he could entrust his life. She gently leaned against Chu Sheng's chest, her large white tail slowly wrapping around his waist. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "I trust Masuda. Even if I run into that Tianlong tribe again, I won't be afraid. Masuda will definitely not hand me over, right?" At this moment, in the eyes of Snake Lady He Pai, Chu Sheng was like an omnipotent hero whom she admired immensely. Not only is he very powerful at a young age, he can also always come up with all kinds of magical things, full of mystery and curiosity. Chu Sheng smiled helplessly. "How could I possibly give you up to someone else? You can only be my little slave for the rest of your life." The reason why he was so confident was due to his own strength. With the blessing of the Oath of Life, his magic power was at the 7th level. Coupled with his cultivation of fighting spirit, he believed that he was not inferior to all the 7th levels of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he encounters a stronger enemy, Chu Sheng still has a magic banning stone given by the elf Queen Tiffany, which can directly ban anyone below the 9th level, and is extremely domineering. The only regret is that the forbidden magic stone can only be used once, and it cannot be copied through the critical house. That's right, Chu Sheng had tested it before and found that the forbidden magic stone could not be copied because of the rich magical energy inside the stone. It's not that the critical house cannot be copied, but it can only simply copy the stone, but it does not have any magic power, so it is naturally not a magic forbidden stone. In short, as long as he doesn't encounter a 9th level opponent, Chu Sheng is confident that he can move forward with ease. As the two chatted, Snake Lady's eyelids gradually became heavy and she began to yawn. Chu Sheng noticed her tiredness and patted her tail. "Since you are sleepy, go to sleep." Snake Lady obediently got up from Chu Sheng's arms, and then she saw her swiftly taking out a quilt from a cabinet in the room and spreading it next to the exquisite and gorgeous bed. "He Pai, what are you doing?" He Pai was puzzled by Chu Sheng's doubts and answered as a matter of course, "Master, I am a slave after all. How can I sleep in the bed with you? Of course I slept on the floor." In Snake Lady's impression, there are some slaves who can sleep in the same bed with their masters, but most of those slaves are there to warm the bed or cool down their masters. For example, some slave owners would keep the red flame bird subhumans' quilts warm in winter, and some would hold the mermaids while they slept in the summer, just like holding ice cubes. Chu Sheng sensed a hint of inferiority and cowardice in the Snake Lady's eyes, and suddenly felt pity for her. The floor is cold at night, and this bed is pretty big, so it won't matter if there are a few more people. He patted the seat next to him and said, "Come up quickly. I'm not asking you to do anything. I just want you to sleep." No way. I've already been willful today and enjoyed so much of your care. I can't be ungrateful anymore." The Snake Lady still shook her head gently. Although there was gratitude and expectation in her eyes, the habit she had formed over the years could not be changed in a short time. Chu Sheng now knew how to control the little slave, and immediately put on a serious face. "Hurry up, this is the master's order." "But, it's nothing. I can't sleep at night if I don't hug something." Chu Sheng was not talking nonsense. He had developed this habit since he met the giant elf lady in the cave. "If I don't have a sweet and soft girl in my arms at night, I will really suffer from insomnia." Seeing that Snake Lady was still hesitating, Chu Sheng stopped talking and simply reached out to pull her over. He Pai screamed, and her soft and elastic body fell onto the bed. Okay, go to bed quickly. You must be tired too, right? Chu Sheng's eyes were filled with pity. He didn't know how long this snake lady had been fleeing alone before she met him. She probably hadn't had a single moment of good sleep. Thank you, Masuda. Snake Lady Hipai felt a little grateful and a little shy. She leaned gently into Chu Sheng's arms, and her big white tail kept twisting in the quilt, slowly wrapping around Chu Sheng's thighs. Until this moment, she still felt a little unreal, as if she was in a dream. This was the first time in her life that she had lain on such a soft bed that was obviously specially prepared for the nobility. When she followed the previous mistress, Hipai could only stand by her bed every night, serving her carefully and silently. Only when my legs became numb and my consciousness became dizzy could I return to my wooden bed, which was as hard as steel, and take a nap. The warmth and security she felt now was the first time in her life. Good night, Hebe, have a sweet dream. Chu Sheng patted the snake lady gently on the back. It was indeed a cold-blooded animal. She was as cool as a small air conditioner. Well, good night, Masada. In this warm and quiet atmosphere, Snake Lady fell into sleep little by little, with a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, in the inner city of Badr, there is a luxurious and huge manor here, inside which is a tall, majestic and heavily guarded castle. The half-dragon city lord, Belias, was sitting at the table, knife and fork in hand, enjoying the various high-quality monster delicacies on the plate. Even when sitting, one could tell he was tall and strong, with a red dragon head that was particularly eye-catching, and dragon breath brewing from his mouth from time to time. The dining table in front of him was filled with delicacies that were hard to come by outside at a fortune, but the most extravagant thing was not these, but the fact that the plates holding these delicacies were filled with gorgeous Asian women who were naked and lying on the table. Not only that, behind Belias stood a row of more than a dozen beautiful subhuman women, all of them naked and so white that it was dizzying. Chapter 109 Secret Report. Belias picked up a piece of monster meat from the snow-white skin of a beautiful cat girl and bit it with his huge dragon mouth. What's even more exaggerated is that there is a goat slave squatting under the dining table, serving him carefully. The scene of wine and meat in the hall fully demonstrated the tough nature of the dragon. Suddenly, the sound of high heels was heard, and the centaur girl Cassandra walked in with elegant steps. There was no respect or fear for her master on her face, only pure disgust. She was even unwilling to get too close to Belias and stood at a distance. Seeing the newcomer, Belias's dragon face suddenly became excited, and he quickly greeted, Kazanlia, how come you have time to come to see this city lord? The centaur girl took out a porcelain teacup from her arms, placed it directly on the ground in front of her, and spoke expressionlessly. There's a man from the eastern continent who wants you to help find his 2 elven slaves. This is a thank you gift. Hearing this, Belias stopped what he was saying and looked over curiously, with a hint of curiosity in his voice. This porcelain cup really looks like something from the eastern continent. Quite interesting. Before he could finish his sigh, Cassandra left without even saying goodbye, as if she was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be defiled by the lustful dragon in front of her. Belias did not speak to stop her, but just stared at the plump figure that was gradually moving away with undisguised greed. He longed to taste Cassandra's mature, sexy, and peach-like body every day and night. But due to some special reasons, even though Belias is the other party's master, he still cannot force Cassandra to do anything she is unwilling to do. Even if he really dared to force himself on her, he would probably face the wrath of the pure-blooded dragons of the upper race. Belias's anger was aroused by the centaur girl. He immediately turned his head to look at the demi-human slave girls standing in a row behind him and pointed at one of them. Dong Beiyu, come here. The one he pointed at was also a bear girl, but she was far inferior to Cassandra in terms of her plump figure and mature charm. Dong Beiyu walked out of the queue, silently came to the dining table, skillfully laid her upper body on the table, and spoke in a flattering tone. Please take your time, Moss. Before she could finish, Belias started to act extremely roughly. Just as he was torturing the slaves, a subordinate who was also a half-dragon and dressed in armor hurried in, knelt on one knee, and spoke respectfully. Lord City Lord, there is an urgent report. Belias was a little angry because his interest was disturbed. He kicked the bear girl on the table away rudely and turned his head coldly. Report immediately. If I find out this news isn't so urgent, I'll tear off your faucet and use it as a chamber pot. The half-dragon subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead, but still spoke calmly. Lord City Lord, please prepare yourself. This secret report comes from the human kingdom, the Holy Ranian Empire. Belias frowned slightly, his voice revealing surprise. From the human kingdom? The next morning, Chu Xing got up early. It was not because he couldn't sleep, but because the snake lady in his arms was too tight. He Pai was still sleeping soundly at this time, her face pressed against Chu Sheng's neck, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was having a sweet dream. The slender snake tongue swayed gently outside the pink lips, and from time to time a few drops of sweet saliva fell on Chu Sheng's neck, feeling cold. The snake lady's clothes were a little wrinkled from tossing and turning at night, and the warmth that was about to burst out was like fine wine. Oh my God, why are you awake? He Pai rubbed her eye sockets and woke up in a daze. When she saw Chu Sheng's smiling face, she immediately lost all sleepiness. She suddenly loosened the snake tail wrapped around Chu Sheng, jumped up from the bed, quickly straightened her clothes, respectfully folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen, bent down, and spoke. Sorry, Mom. I really didn't get enough rest these days, so I got up so late. I'm really sorry. Snake Lady had a bit of shyness and worry on her face. When she served her mistress before, she had to get up before dawn every day and prepare a basin of water for washing and even breakfast before her mistress got up. After saying this, He Pai immediately ran out of the room, with his big tail swaying behind him, leaving traces on the ground. This little slave is a little too obedient. Chu Sheng smiled and continued to lie down. He had just noticed the traces left by He Pai when she walked, and thought that he would get something to trap her tail when he had the chance. Otherwise, if you walk around with your tail bare every day, it will not only get dirty, but the scales on it may also be worn off. After dozing for a while, the snake lady walked into the room carrying some things, including clean water and coarse salt for washing, and a plate of breakfast. Masada, just lie down and I'll help you wash up. He Pai wet the towel with water and wiped Chu Sheng's face carefully and gently. Then she picked up some coarse salt with her fingers and brushed Chu Sheng's teeth without any disgust. After finishing, Chu Sheng put on his clothes and sat on the bed, looking at the plate of breakfast with a hint of anticipation. Let me see what delicious food my little slave has prepared for me. Master, please have dinner. Snake Lady stood respectfully beside the bed, her eyes filled with anticipation, staring at the silver cup on the dinner plate. The breakfast was simple, a piece of toast and a drink of unknown substance. Chu Sheng guessed that He Pai had bought it on the street outside, and it was still steaming hot. He took a quick bite and found the bread dry and even a little hard to swallow. It was nothing like the sweet and soft bread in the real world. Chu Sheng didn't say much. After all, this was prepared by He Pai in a hurry. If he said it was not delicious, it would be too discouraging to the little snake slave. Soon, his eyes turned to the silver cup beside him, which contained a transparent and colorless drink that exuded a rich aroma. Hebe, what is this? Chapter 110 Adventurers Association. The snake lady didn't rush to answer, but instead urged expectantly, It's a delicious drink. Master, try it. Chu Sheng was a little confused, but he still picked up the silver cup, put it to his lips, and took a sip. The drink was ice cold, with a rich aroma. The little sleepiness he had left instantly disappeared, and he felt full of energy. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up at the taste, and he asked curiously, He Pai, where did you buy this drink? So, does it taste okay? He Pai clenched her jade hands together and stared at Chu Sheng's every expression nervously. Chu Sheng smiled and nodded. Very good, better than many of the drinks I have. That's good. The snake lady then started to laugh and pointed to her face with pride. I didn't buy this drink. Then, she opened her cherry lips, revealing her 4 sharp teeth. This is made by diluting my snake venom with water. Your snake venom? Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened instantly as he looked at the snake lady. No, sister, I've been so nice to you, and you poisoned me so early in the morning? As if she could see Chu Sheng's worry, He Pai quickly shook her head and explained, Don't be afraid of Master. It's called snake venom, but it's actually not poisonous at all. On the contrary, it can actually help to refresh your mind. Chu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't reacted in a moment and thought that this little slave was going to harm him. In fact, even if there really was some poison, given the difference in strength between the two, I'm afraid that even if the snake lady stuffed the entire poison sack into his mouth, it wouldn't hurt him at all. He Pai saw that Chu Sheng's cup was almost empty, so she leaned over and said with a smile, Master, do you want to drink more? Anything else? Chu Sheng blinked his eyes. Isn't snake venom the same as a male's thing? Doesn't it take a long time to rest after each use? He Pai took the silver cup with a smile, opened her little mouth, and placed the 2 sharp teeth on the rim of the cup. Her pink lips were as plump as a peach, and her slender tongue would occasionally pass over the cup, as if trying to suck out all the remaining breath left after Chu Sheng held it. The fangs exerted a little force, and drops of transparent venom slowly flowed into the silver cup. The snake lady added some cold water and stirred it. The fragrance echoed in the room. Seeing Chu Shang drinking happily, He Pai's eyes were full of joy. If you like it, I'll give it to you every day in the future. There was a hint of pride in her voice, as if she had finally made a difference in front of Chu Shang. Finally, I can provide some value to Master. After a simple meal, the two walked along the street towards the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, there are all kinds of shops supplying adventurers, including those selling weapons and equipment, exchanging monster materials, and breeding monster girls. Soon, the two arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The guild building was magnificent yet warm. A huge heavy sword and a shield were placed at the gate. The reception hall was very noisy, with adventurers of various races gathered together, most of them chatting in groups of 3 or 5, waiting for others to form a team. However, Chu Shang imagined that the small talk should be about bragging to each other about their awesome performances against monsters, with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere and occasional comments on the equipment of other adventurers passing by. But the reality is that a large group of adventurers are complaining and talking endlessly in front of the bulletin board. Shit, have you all been driven out from the interior of Monster Mountain? What do you think? Lord Tianlong is truly overbearing. He practically treats the Monster Mountain range as his own home. How can we accept commissions? From the adventurers' discussions, Chu Shang heard a lot of dissatisfied remarks about the Dragon Country officials, which later even escalated to treasonous remarks such as the racial hegemony of the Dragon Clan. Chu Shang didn't know what these people were discussing yet, and he wasn't very interested, so he went straight to the reception counter and found a receptionist who was working. The other person was a subhuman female from the Goat tribe, dressed in smart waiter-style clothes. She had a friendly smile, but she kept a polite distance. This is understandable. If you act too easygoing in this kind of work, you might be harassed in public by some self-righteous adventurers. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Just call me Catherine. Hello, Miss Catherine. My name is Chu Shang. I want to go to the Monster Mountain Range for training and take on some commissions. Could you please help me with the necessary procedures? Chu Shang said a few words casually, while putting his hands in his pockets, preparing to take out the special invitation letter given by the centaur girl. His clothes seemed a little out of place compared to the others in the hall, but judging from the material, they were obviously of great value. Many people secretly speculated which noble family this was from, a young master who had come here to gain experience. What's more, the slave snake ladies around him are so beautiful that ordinary families are not worthy of owning them. But the adventurers just took a quick look and then looked away. After all, it was very common to see young masters and young ladies coming to the Adventurers Association for training. Most adventurers come here with only one purpose, which is to support their families and make money. The Goat Girl receptionist was quite impressed by Chu Shang's polite manners. She briefly registered Chu Shang's information and explained some precautions. She didn't need anything and quickly prepared a formal adventurer's certificate for Chu Shang. Chu Shang was just about to take out the special invitation when a handsome, yellow-haired man walked over and attracted his attention. At first glance, the other person gave the impression of being enthusiastic, talkative, and smooth in handling matters. He had 2 tiny horns on his head, and it was impossible to tell what race he belonged to. Hello, respected Master Chu Shang. I'm sorry to have overheard your conversation with Miss Catherine. He bowed politely, without any offensive gesture. If you want to enter the Monster Mountain Range for training or to search for something, then I recommend that you hire our team. A rare team of Emerald-level adventurers. The team members all start at level 5. They provide excellent service and have a good reputation. Most importantly, the female team members are broad-minded, hospitable, and speak well. The man talked a lot, and finally remembered that he hadn't said his name yet. The Bullman tribe, Bonobos. Chu Shang waved his hand. No need. I already have someone to accompany me. I don't need any help. The yellow-haired Bonobos glanced at the snake lady behind him and was instantly stunned by her beautiful face and curvy figure. There were many young masters who brought beautiful slaves to become adventurers to gild their fortunes, but it was rare to have such beautiful slaves. But there was no fiery passion in Huang Mao's eyes that was common among old perverts. In his eyes, beauty was not comparable to money. The yellow-haired Bonobos kindly reminded him, Master Chu Shang, although your slave's breasts are very strong, he's not strong enough as a bodyguard or teammate. Hearing this man say this, the snake lady behind him blushed instantly and put her hands in front of her chest with an expression of shame and anger. My own Masu is a powerful 7th-level warrior and does not need the help of any emerald adventurer. Binotas didn't notice He Pai's slightly angry eyes. He raised his hand and called out to his companion not far away. A strong man wrapped in iron armor and more than 3 meters tall walked over with heavy steps. Chu Shang frowned slightly. He thought the other party was going to show off his muscles and force a sale, but the yellow-haired man's attitude was even more humble than before. Master Chu Sheng, the situation in the Monster Mountain range is extremely complex, with all kinds of terrifying monsters appearing one after another. Without a well-organized and powerful team, we will be unable to move forward. Then he slapped the sturdy man's armor and said, "Look at these broad arms, the hard armor, and the resolute eyes. This is a proper guard. No matter how dirty or strenuous the job, we can handle it. You can also choose a female team member to provide close protection. Please consider it." Chu Sheng was too lazy to listen to the yellow-haired guy's whining and instantly activated the mark of the Tree of Life on his forehead, revealing a little of his 7th-level strength. "See? If you follow me, you'll probably just be a hindrance, right?" Binataz was stunned for a moment. When he thought about showing off in front of a young 7th-level strongman, his old face couldn't help but blush. "It doesn't matter if this gentleman doesn't hire us. You can come to me if you have any questions." Black market intelligence dealers, maps of dangerous areas in the Monster Mountain range, the custom street of foreign women in Badr City. As long as you want to know, we can answer your questions. Interracial girl custom street? Chu Sheng instantly became interested and admitted that he was intrigued by this thing. But the snake lady He-Pai blinked her big watery eyes and looked over, and said pitifully, "Madam, if a prostitute can do something, I can do it too. Hee, don't let me get carried away. I'm just indignant about the tragic fate of those foreign women. Master Chu Sheng, let's work together again if there's a chance. I won't bother you anymore." The yellow-haired Bonobos didn't want to embarrass himself any further, so he quickly led his strong companion away. Catherine, who had been watching for a long time, finally had the opportunity to interrupt. "I'm sorry, Master Chu Sheng. Some special circumstances have occurred in the Monster Mountain range since yesterday. Many of the usually popular adventure teams have lost their commissions and have no choice but to actively solicit customers." She had just witnessed Chu Sheng's powerful aura up close and couldn't help but become more respectful. She had thought he was just a young master who came to gain experience, but she didn't expect him to be such a strong young man. "What is the special situation of Monster Mountain? Miss Catherine, can you tell me about it?" "It's like this. Since yesterday, the Tianlong tribe has sent troops to block the interior of the Monster Mountain range. The reason given is that some powerful high-level monsters have appeared. Chu Sheng was going to enter the Monster Mountain range to search for the elf girl, so he was naturally very concerned about the news. So, since these adventurers can't enter, they're naturally unemployed." Catherine smiled and nodded. "As long as you don't enter the interior of the mountains, you'll be fine. I know that Lord Chu Sheng is powerful, but it's best not to have a head-on conflict with the Tianlong clan." Chu Sheng knew that this was a kind reminder from the other party, and immediately took out the special invitation letter given by the centaur girl from his pocket. "This was given to me by a friend of mine. She said she could publish a commission here unconditionally. I don't know if she was lying to me." After seeing the invitation, Catherine couldn't help but look at it with even more respect. She bowed respectfully. "This is a diamond-level invitation from our Adventurers Association. We can issue any commission below the diamond level unconditionally. If the adventurer is unable to complete it, the association will also provide you with a certain amount of compensation." "Okay then, I'm going to post a missing person search request. The location is within the Monster Mountain range. Here's the target's information." Chu Sheng rolled up a piece of parchment with specific information about Aaron and Ludmila and handed it to Catherine. She took it solemnly, not even daring to look directly at it out of professionalism. The content of diamond-level commissions is highly confidential. Before an adventurer accepts the task, it is impossible to know the specific information of the target. After Catherine helped to publish the commission, Chu Sheng took the adventurer's certificate and strode out of the Adventurers Association with Snake Lady. Many adventurers noticed the scene where Chu Sheng displayed his strength just now. They looked at Chu Sheng with fear and respect. Snake Lady He-Pai followed behind him, holding her head high and chest puffed out with pride. She had never enjoyed such awe-inspiring gazes when she went out with her mistress before. Only after the two left did the people around them dare to talk about it in a low voice. "Fuck. When did another 7th-level expert appear in our Badr City? Could it be that what Sima Tianlong said is true? Did a high-level monster really appear inside the mountains, and that's why it attracted such a powerful person? Can you please keep your voice down? If someone hears you and spreads it, you will be abandoned by Lord Tianlong." The two walked out of the gate of Badr City and came to the entrance of the Monster Mountain range. After handing over the adventurers' credentials to the border soldiers, they successfully entered the mountain range. "What kind of map is this? How come it can't even tell the basic directions?" Chu Sheng spread out the mountain map he got from the Adventurers Association. The various terrain markings on it were very sloppily written. He doubted whether the person who drew the map had ever been there. Master, the Monster Mountain range is so vast. Where can we find your 2 slaves? Snake Lady blinked her big eyes curiously beside him. On the way out of the city gate, she had already learned from Chu Sheng the real purpose of his trip. Pai was both curious and worried about the fact that Masta had 2 slaves besides herself, and a strong sense of crisis surged in her heart. I'm not the first slave Moss beats. Chu Sheng didn't notice Snake Lady's distraction. He placed a hand on her shoulder and reminded her, Pai, hold me tight. Don't let go. The Snake Lady came to her senses. Although she didn't know why Masta said that, she still obediently opened her arms. As luck would have it, that delicate hand was holding the armrest. Chu Sheng. Chapter 111 The Whereabouts of the Elf Girl. Oh, yes, sorry Mom, I didn't mean it. When the Snake Lady Pai felt the strange touch, she was so scared that she quickly let go, her pretty face as red as a teapot. Although she had experienced it in the hot spring without any hindrance before, but now she touched the places that shouldn't be touched without the owner's consent, she would be punished by being starved for several days in the past. However, Chu Sheng did not care about such details, or it could be said that he had let it go after learning from Ludmila's experience. Before the Snake Lady could open her mouth to apologize, he activated the mark of the Tree of Life, and in an instant a space crack opened in front of the 2 of them. Mass, what is this? Before the Snake Lady could finish her words, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found that the surrounding environment and scene had completely changed. Pai's mouth opened wide in surprise, so exaggerated that even Chu Sheng couldn't fill it up. Masta, how did you do that? She was shocked. This spell that could change location in an instant was very similar to the teleportation magic circle she had seen in some ancient books. Thinking of this, Snake Lady suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. Masta, you must be able to control spatial magic. That is a lost attribute. The admiration and respect in Pai's eyes grew stronger, making Chu Sheng feel a little proud. I guess so, but you have to promise me that you will never tell anyone about this, understand? Before, Chu Sheng was not exposed because the other party was not his slave. Now that Snake Lady has confirmed that he is her man, of course he can know. Pai nodded excitedly, pouting her lips and looking serious. Don't worry, Mom. This is the secret between us. Powerful magicians are really hidden. Chu Sheng looked around and found that they were already in a wilderness. Not far away was a dilapidated village with broken walls and ruins everywhere. A fire was almost engulfing everything. He had just used space teleportation to transport the 2 of them from the entrance of the Monster Mountain range to the outer area dozens of miles away. According to the information released by the Adventurers Association, the outer areas are mostly populated by group-living monsters, and the strongest one is generally no more than level 5. But Chu Sheng didn't come here to hunt monsters, but to look for people. He was thinking about whether he could meet other adventurers and ask for some information. The 2 walked towards the ruined village and found huge monster footprints on the ground, which were dozens of centimeters deep. Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard not far away, attracting the attention of Chu Sheng and the others. He pulled the snake girl closer with a teleportation, and then saw 2 tall demi-humans dressed in armor and soldiers fighting with a monster taller than a house. The monster looked like a rhinoceros, with the sharp horns on its head 7 or 8 meters long. Every step it took could cause a slight earthquake, as if it were a moving hill. Masta, that's a 5th-level monster, the red-armored rhino. Snake Lady's plump breasts rested against Chu Sheng's arm, and the moment she spoke, she attracted the attention of the soldiers. Friends over there, can you help us kill this monster? We will give you a generous gift later. Chu Sheng touched his chin. He planned to ask these 2 people for some information, and it would be okay if he could help them a little. Seeing Chu Sheng nod, the Snake Lady beside him brightened up and suggested eagerly, Masta, why does this kind of monster need a powerful person like you to take action? Let me help you solve this little problem. Pai's face was full of confidence. She was determined to show her strength to Chu Sheng and prove that she was valuable as much as possible. Chu Sheng nodded. He also realized that the red-armored rhinoceros had become much weaker after the battle with the 2 soldiers. With the help of the 4th-level Snake Lady, it could be killed quickly. Receiving the master's affirmation, Pai was delighted. He took out his magic wand from under his robe and came to a high platform not far from the red-armored rhinoceros. Lord of Thunder, transform this endless lightning into thousands of flying birds and use them for my benefit. The Snake Lady chanted softly, and a dazzling golden lightning slowly condensed at the front end of the staff and struck down fiercely at the mad red-armored rhinoceros. Boom! Lightning flashed, and the red-armored rhinoceros, which was taller than a house, was still staggered by the lightning even though it had thick skin and flesh, and was also stabbed with several holes by the two soldiers' spears. One soldier is responsible for setting up a shield in front to attract hatred, another soldier attacks and harasses from the flank, and the snake girl is responsible for long-range OB. With the cooperation of the three people, the red-armored rhinoceros finally couldn't hold on and fell heavily to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. "Mass, I did it." Snake Lady He-Pai ran towards Chu Sheng excitedly. With her excited steps, the exaggerated jelly also formed amazing arcs. "Well done, Hebe." Chu Sheng was not stingy with his encouragement. The snake girl's magic level might be much lower than that of the great elf girl Xiaonuya, but compared to ordinary people, she was already a little genius. However, before the two men could say a few words, the two fully armored soldiers rushed over quickly. There was no gratitude in his eyes as one might have imagined, but instead greed and cunning. It seems that this so-called battle with monsters is just a trick performed for the two of them. Ha ha ha, Miss Snakeman, thank you so much for your generous help. When you crawl under my crotch later, I will also be generous to you. The chanting time for a 4th level spell is quite long. Let's act quickly while her magic power has been depleted and hasn't recovered yet. The two soldiers drew their spears and had no intention of giving Chu Sheng and the other man a chance to speak, as if they were treating them as lambs to be slaughtered. In their eyes, Chu Sheng was just a rich young man who came to the Monster Mountain range to gain experience, and the magician Snake Lady next to him was the only slave and guard. As long as someone can hold the Snake Lady back, this stupid young master will be scared out of his wits and surrender obediently. When the time comes, I will take the initiative to attack this top-notch Snake Lady in front of him. That will feel absolutely exhilarating. What a despicable fellow. It seems the arrogance and tyranny of the celestial dragons have been inherited by these ignorant subordinates. Snake Lady stood beside Chu Sheng, her warm body trembling violently with anger, and she glared fiercely at the two soldiers. "I'm sorry, young master. I advise you not to resist. You don't want your slave to be bullied, do you?" The soldier rushing in the front laughed strangely, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He was a minotaur, with 2 thick and huge horns on his head, more than 3 meters high. However, unexpectedly, the rich young master did not show the fear they imagined on his face, but instead only a hint of disdain. Bang! At the critical moment, a deafening sound was heard, and the minotaur's head was directly blown up by an afterimage. His body froze in place, the shield in his hand shattered into pieces, and blood splattered several meters away. Another soldier behind him stopped and touched the thing that splashed on his face. His eyes changed from arrogance to extreme fear in an instant. Blood, flesh, brain matter, and even bone fragments fell on his face. The soldier looked at Chu Sheng blankly. His legs instantly went weak, and water even leaked from under his armor. I hate minotaurs more than anything in my life. As a pure love warrior, it was naturally easy for Chu Sheng to kill a minotaur with a punch. He slowly walked towards the soldier, and in the other's eyes, it was as if the god of death had arrived. I advise you not to act rashly. Lord Don Quixote of the Celestial Dragon Clan is within the mountains. You must think carefully. Before he could finish his harsh words, Chu Sheng stepped on the opponent's left foot, crushing it into a meat patty, and he fell to his knees wailing. "My lord, I was too loud just now. Please don't kill me. You can do whatever you want to me. I can even be a softie. Please don't kill me." This is a turtle-like person. His lower body is no different from that of a human, except for his head, which is a little strange. Chu Sheng frowned when he saw it. "From now on, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you dare not tell the truth, I will smash your head and make you the same as your companion." "Understood. Understood. Your Excellency, please feel free to ask, and I will answer truthfully." The Gia people had already laid down their weapons and had no intention of resisting. They knelt on the ground with their heads in the direction of Chu Sheng, being extremely humble. It was the first time that he encountered such a ruthless character who dared not give face to the Tianlong clan. Since the other party didn't buy it, there was no need for him to insist on it. "How many dragon coins can you earn as a soldier in a month? There's no need to risk your life." Chu Sheng looked towards the interior of the mountain range, where peaks and ridges overlapped and thick fog filled the air. "What's the real reason why your Tianlong clan sealed off the interior of the Monster Mountain range?" He glanced up casually and saw Chu Sheng's murderous eyes. He was so scared that his voice began to tremble. Don Quixote found 2 elves from outside the country inside the mountains. He wanted to capture them as slaves, so he blocked the mountains in the name of high-level monsters. Hearing this, Chu Sheng's vague premonition in his heart suddenly became clear. As he had guessed, Ludmila and Yurlin were inside the mountains. But the bad news is that the Dragon Kingdom's superior tribe, the Tianlong tribe, has set its sights on them. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng asked again, "Have those two elves been captured now?" No. One of the elves was very skilled and injured Don Quixote, but he was also injured and is probably hiding inside the mountains now. Chu Sheng nodded. He was very confident in Ludmila's strength. Even if he couldn't beat her, he could still escape. She had once helped him escape from the hands of a 9th-level wizard. One last question, are you sure you didn't lie to me? The turtle man was so frightened by Chu Sheng's cannibalistic gaze that he trembled all over, and his big head was shaking wildly, as if he was using a Fiji cup. How is it possible, sir? Everything I said is true. If I lied to you, I would be a non-human. Chu Sheng kicked him with amusement and jokingly said, "All right, get up quickly and go back to your Tianlong clan and say a few good words for me. You don't need to be a slave or be abandoned." After receiving Chu Sheng's amnesty, Gui Yaran felt like he had escaped from the gates of hell and was so excited that tears filled his eyes. "Thank you, sir. I will never trouble you again. Thank you for letting me stay free." The Gia man smiled happily, staggered to his feet from the ground, and ignoring the pain in his left foot, he turned around and ran away limping. However, before he could run 2 steps, he heard a loud bang. He looked down and saw a small hole in his chest, with blood gushing out. He looked back at Chu Sheng unwillingly, then fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Sheng put away the American II sword in his hand without even looking at the corpse. "You still dare to say that you are not lying to yourself? You are clearly a turtle, not a human being." From the actions of these 2 soldiers, he could guess how arbitrary and domineering the so-called Tianlong clan was. Their soldiers dared to kill adventurers at will, with no military discipline at all. "Hipai, please go back to Badr City and wait for me. I will come back to pick you up after I finish dealing with things here." Unexpectedly, the snake lady shook her head violently, her eyes full of stubbornness. "Master, I want to go with you too." Hipai felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart. She knew that Chu Sheng was planning to ask for an explanation from the Tianlong clan and didn't want to be a burden. But with the tyranny of the Tianlong clan, even if Masuda is a 7th-level strongman, he will definitely not get any face. If a slave likes you, just hand him over obediently. At most, he will give you some money. It is impossible to refuse, and if you resist, you will play right into his hands. The Master Tianlong clan is not only of noble status, but also incredibly powerful. You must not. Before Hipai could finish her words, Chu Sheng gently pressed his fingers against her tender lips. He stroked the other's light pink hair with amusement and said soothingly, "Don't worry. I just want to talk to the Tianlong tribe to reason. If it really doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. But, okay, go home and wash your breasts and wait for your mom to spank me. If I find black mud on them when I get home, I'll make you eat children as punishment." After Chu Sheng finished speaking, he placed a hand on Snake Lady's shoulder, and the magic power of space surged, instantly teleporting her away and back to the Badr City area. He was sure that a fierce battle would follow, and he had no time to look after the little slave who was following him. But Chu Sheng did not forget the original intention of him and Eileen to come to the Dragon Kingdom, which was to seek help from the Elf Forest. But now they had to clash with the local tyrants as soon as they arrived. "Oh right, this is a good time to try out the new feature of Goldfinger." Chu Sheng thought of a good idea. He returned to the critical room and touched the orc specimen on the display case with his hand. His body changed drastically in an instant. Soon he turned from a sunny, cheerful, and handsome guy into a muscular orc. His strength surged, and with a light kick of his feet, he leaped dozens of meters high and continued to move towards the interior of the monster mountain. Chapter 112: The Threat from Dragon Lady. I made it to 4,000 words last chapter, and I'll continue this one tomorrow. It's not that I'm procrastinating, but I got another red mark while editing today. Hockey is really like looking at words with a magnifying glass. Of course, it could also be because AI has been a big hit lately, and the crackdown is intense. Chu Sheng transformed into an orc and kept jumping and running in the mountains and forests. From time to time, he could sense the breath of various monsters along the way. After advancing for dozens of miles inward, he found a group of figures at the bottom of a valley. Leading the group were 2 tall members of the Tianlong tribe, and the rest were hundreds of soldiers scattered around, holding all kinds of strange magical devices in their hands, as if searching for something. Chu Sheng landed with a bang not far from the Tianlong clan without saying a word, and looked carefully at the leader of the Tianlong clan. They are all over 3 meters tall and look almost the same as humans, except for a pair of majestic and domineering dragon horns on their foreheads. One of them was handsome but somewhat feminine, wearing gorgeous and expensive clothes. Anyone could see that he came from an extraordinary family. The arrogance and contempt in his eyes were not concealed at all. Even though he had the elegance of an upper-class person, he still looked overbearing. The other Tianlong clan member was dressed like a servant, with gray hair, but a strong build and a gleam in his eyes. Even from a long distance away, one could feel the terrifying oppression emanating from his body. You too. Have you found those two elves? The aristocrat-dressed Tianlong pushed up his glasses, looking at the strange-looking uninvited guest with an inherent arrogance, not even glancing at him. Who are you? How come I have never seen such an ugly race before? The old Tianlong clan member who looked like a butler beside him immediately protected him and said with a look of doubt in his eyes, Master Don Quixote, these are the orcs from the north of the continent. I don't know why they appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Orcs? The eyes of the Tianlong named Don Quixote lit up instantly. He looked at Chu Sheng as if he was looking at a piece of merchandise, muttering to himself. Interesting, really interesting. First it was the elves, and now it's the orcs. My collection progress can be improved again. This was the first time he had truly seen the orc race. The Dragon Kingdom was extremely closed to the outside world, and many people did not have a clear understanding of the world and races outside the kingdom. You too. Those two elves are my slaves. Please stop searching for them. Just consider it a favor to my orcs. Ridiculous. The old Tianlong scoffed disdainfully. The orcs and the elves have been enemies for generations. They would rather die than be slaves to the orcs. Who are you trying to fool? After saying this, he turned around and reminded Don Quixote, Master, the appearance of this orc here is extremely strange. Perhaps the Orc Empire is plotting something. We should capture him quickly. Don Quixote nodded. He simply didn't believe the rumors that the Orc Empire could single-handedly defeat other countries. The orc in front of him was not only ugly, but also did not look as strong as the dragons. At best, he was destined to be treated as a slave. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered his butler, capture him for me. An orc slave will surely be the envy of the rest of the family. Yes, master. Chu Sheng felt a slight headache. These two people didn't seem to be listening at all. Wait a minute, I really want to know. The elves in the Dragon Kingdom are on good terms. Why are you hunting them like this? No comment. When you become my slave, I might give you an answer. Don Quixote waved his hand and gave an order, and the old Tianlong tribe members beside him rushed over instantly, along with hundreds of fully armed soldiers who were ready to charge. Foolish orc, let me show you what it means to have a truly powerful body that is unrivaled in the continent. The butler of the Tianlong clan is named Hayward. He participated in the war between the Demi-Human Alliance and the orcs in his early years. Unlike other weak races, he is not extremely afraid of the orcs. In his opinion, if it weren't for the extremely difficult problem for pure-blooded dragons to reproduce, the Dragon Kingdom would have long dominated half of the continent, and the Orc Empire would never have had a chance. Hayward's humanoid body swelled up instantly, his muscles bursting through his clothes, and a pair of broad wings grew from his back, with his dragon tail dragging on the ground. His fighting spirit was extremely powerful. Although it was only at the 7th level, the oppression it brought to Chu Sheng was almost at the 8th level. Bang! With the help of his orc form, Chu Sheng mobilized all his strength and punched the opponent. In an instant, he flew out like a sandbag, smashing the hill behind him. His tiger's mouth was torn apart. The power of this pure-blooded dragon was simply outrageous. It was estimated that even the 8th-level fighters of the human race could not confront it head-on. In this light, it is not surprising that Ludmila could be injured. Haha, is this the legendary orc who swept across the continent? I just happen to be in need of a cart puller, so he'll be the one. Seeing Chu Sheng being knocked away by a punch from his butler, Don Quixote sneered, took off his glasses, and started wiping them as if no one was around. What he cared about more were the two elves who were hiding. Not only were they beautiful in appearance and charming in figure, they also had a forest-like fragrance, which could definitely improve the quality of sleep by warming the bed. Roar! A huge dragon roar resounded throughout the valley, and Hayward's entire face began to gradually turn into the appearance of a dragon, with his huge mouth opened and hot sparks floating inside. Dragon's breath, flame attack. The next moment, a huge flame swept over, covering the sky and the sun, and sprayed towards the hill where Chu Sheng fell, instantly burning all the vegetation into charcoal. Don't kill him, Hayward. Hearing his young master's reminder, Hayward immediately retracted his dragon breath, flapped his strong and powerful wings, and flew towards the ruins. He smashed the broken rocks with his punches and found Chu Sheng, who was dying in the deep pit, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't die, otherwise the master would have lost a slave. Hayward was about to reach out to pull Chu Sheng out of the rubble, but the orc body, which was originally close to death, suddenly opened its eyes and grabbed his arm tightly. "Welcome to my Chu Sheng Miao Miao house." The Tianlong tribe reacted and saw teasing and playing in Chu Sheng's eyes, and a premonition of extreme danger came to his mind. Before he could let go, Chu Sheng instantly teleported him into the critical room and killed him instantly by the power of the golden finger. This trick really works every time. Chu Sheng poked the lifeless dragon corpse lying in the critical room and contentedly absorbed the other party's death drops. The energy and blood in the body surged again, and he was only one step away from reaching the 6th level. After being thrown into the ruins by Hayward just now, he went straight back to the critical house to recover before going out in full condition. It can be said that as long as this dragon cannot kill me in 1 second, it is an indestructible perpetual motion machine. At the same time, Don Quixote outside was puzzled as he saw that the butler had not returned. He slowly approached the ruins with the support of a group of soldiers. "Don Quixote, be careful." The subhuman soldiers under his command kept reminding them, but before they could finish their words, they were torn in half by Chu Sheng, who had transformed into an orc. He galloped through the crowd like a god of war, and wherever he went, the soldiers were either killed or injured. In the panic, they had completely lost their fighting spirit. As soon as the soldiers retreated, the unfortunate Don Quixote was exposed to Chu Sheng's attack. Don Quixote quickly activated his dragon bloodline. Hard scales appeared on the surface of his body, and he dodged in a hurry. However, because of this dodge, Chu Sheng's Mamba elbow, which was originally aimed at his abdomen, was directly deflected. "Crush his pure-blood dragon egg with your elbow." Ouch! The intense pain made Don Quixote fall to his knees and almost faint. Even though he used both magic power and fighting spirit to heal it immediately, this unforgettable pain was still difficult to dissipate and penetrated deep into his soul. "Why bother, young master? We can obviously discuss it properly." Chu Sheng stepped in front of Don Quixote. He felt clearly that the pure-blood dragon egg was definitely broken. It would be impossible to heal it without the life leaf. But at this moment he was in a dilemma. The other party was from the high and mighty Tianlong clan, the ruling class of the Dragon Kingdom. If he killed him rashly, he might leave some evidence behind. "No, I'm an orc now. Who I kill has nothing to do with me." Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng soon figured it out. This young master of the Tianlong clan not only wanted to capture his elf mother as a slave, but also wanted to take him away. And it is reasonable for the orc lord to take action for justice when he sees injustice, right? Don Quixote pulled a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and dripped a drop of rich blood between his legs. This is the diluted blood left by the ancestor of the Tianlong clan. It has powerful healing abilities, and only outstanding pure-blooded descendants of the Dragon clan can be given a drop. But even with such a treasure, his dragon egg still could not be healed, and the pain continued to spread. He estimated that even if it was cured, it would probably lose its function in the future. Don Quixote sat on the ground in a mess, trembling and backing away. His hair and clothes, which had been dressed meticulously, were now in disarray. Facing Chu Sheng's disdainful and terrifying gaze, he felt like he had encountered a prehistoric beast. The terrible feeling of oppression and helplessness instantly shattered his pride and composure. Chu Sheng, in his orc form, laughed, a laugh that was strangely stinky. "How could you, the high and mighty young master of the Tianlong clan, not even utter a single harsh word? At the very least, you should have shouted for help, right?" Chu Sheng was not in a hurry. He planned to slowly find out the whereabouts of Ludmila and Erlin from the other party. If this stupid dragon is stubborn, then don't blame the beast man for having a hard fist. Feeling the crisis in front of him, Don Quixote suddenly heard a sound of something breaking. It was his life-saving holy object. Chu Sheng was quick-witted and swift-handed. He smashed the magic source stone on the opponent's body with a punch, instantly tearing apart the magic patterns inside, making it impossible to release the lethal spell. But even so, some of the functions of the Originium were still activated, and a beautiful and plump projection was transmitted. "Hayward, what happened? Where is Don Quixote now? Where is my son now?" This projection has a pair of beautiful dragon horns on its head, and its body is blurry and its true appearance cannot be seen clearly, but its exaggerated curves can be vaguely seen. The voice came from a mature woman, her tone full of panic and anxiety, but she seemed unable to see what was happening here. Hayward was naturally Don Quixote's butler, but at this moment his body was lying in Chu Sheng's critical room, and he was unable to respond to the owner of the voice. When Don Quixote heard his mother calling him, his trembling body instantly calmed down a lot, and he regained a bit of composure from his panic. He no longer showed the same contempt as before, but pleaded to Chu Sheng humbly, "No, don't kill me. Otherwise the Tianlong clan will not let you go, and you will never have any peace in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Whether you want to know the news about the two elves or anything else, I can tell you. Even if you want any treasures from the Dragon Clan, my mother will give them to you. This was the first time in Don Quixote's life that he encountered such a dangerous situation. The powerful 7th-level butler disappeared inexplicably and was most likely dead. Why should Don Quixote, who was only a 5th-level butler, still care about his face? The most important thing is to survive first. After this orc is bribed by him with treasure, he will let the strong men in the tribe kill him. The son's words made the woman in the projection understand the current situation. Her only son was in a life-and-death crisis and had nowhere else to go. Her voice was filled with undeniable dominance and endless threats. I don't care who you are, what race you are, or what your identity is. If you dare to touch the descendants of the Tianlong clan, you will die without a burial place. Anyone who has any connection with you will be implicated. Then, she changed the subject. As long as you are willing to let my son go, I can give you anything you want, even the blood of the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Okay, you are clearly the loser, but when you say harsh words you sound like a bully. In fact, it is no wonder that Don Quixote's mother was so nervous and did not hesitate to use the most cruel words to threaten. It was because the number of pure-blooded dragons was very small, and it was too difficult to obtain offspring. Even the lord of a city like Bader needs half-dragons to help manage the city, which shows how precious pure-blooded dragons are. If any of the descendants are persecuted, the revenge can be said to be worthy of the whole country's strength. However, before the dragon woman could say anything else, Chu Sheng simply crushed the source stone. He knew that the young master of the Tianlong clan in front of him was likely to bring endless trouble, so he was rational and just let him go. But when he thought that if he had not arrived, Ludmila and Yurlin would probably fall into the hands of the other party and become slaves sooner or later, this was a scene he did not want to see even at death. Revenge on me? Sure, feel free to take revenge. But the prerequisite is that you can find someone. Chu Sheng smiled. Even if the dragon's biological mother came to visit him, she might not be able to find him. Even if she used some powerful magic to restore the scene, she would only know that it was an orc who killed her son. Now tell me where those two elves went. Don't challenge my limited patience, okay? Chapter 113 Space Hole. The previous chapter has been revised and supplemented. Remember to read it again first, otherwise the plot will be incoherent. I tell you. Seeing that his last straw of life was crushed by the other party, Don Quixote fell into deep fear again and spoke tremblingly. The two elves fought with Hayward and then entered a cave deep in the mountains. There was a mysterious magical force blocking the way there, like the legendary spatial magic. We couldn't break through it. A cave blocked by spatial magic. Chu Sheng touched his chin, and he immediately thought of the accident that happened during the space transmission. Could it be related to this place? He planned to go and take a look according to what the dragon said later, so there was no need to waste time now. Okay, young master, I have asked everything I wanted to ask. Don Quixote blinked and cautiously reminded. You haven't asked what treasure you want yet? My mother will really give it to you. Chu Sheng glanced at the other person helplessly, ignoring the cautious look in his eyes, and crossed his arms innocently. You seem to have forgotten that this is the Monster Mountain Range. It wouldn't be surprising for anyone to die here, right? Upon hearing this, Don Quixote's face turned pale instantly, and all the dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. He instinctively wanted to make a final protection. Crack. The next moment, Chu Sheng's sturdy orc arm twisted Don Quixote's neck, and the hard scales were shattered into pieces. His expression was frozen in that moment of fear. Don Quixote looked at Chu Sheng in disbelief. He only had his last breath left and felt his life force slipping away rapidly. I am a descendant of the Celestial Dragon Clan. I am the overlord of the entire Dragon Kingdom. I am the one who makes the rules, and I am worshipped wherever I go. How could I die inexplicably in the Monster Mountains? No way, absolutely no way. How could Don Quixote die? At the last moment of his life, Don Quixote was still imagining that he had only had a nightmare, and was actually killed by an orc who was only worthy of being a slave. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in Yinlong City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, a luxurious and magnificent manor was swept by the overwhelming dragon breath. In an instant, half of the houses became ruins. The terrifying momentum frightened countless residents in the surrounding areas. A figure rushed straight into the sky under the influence of magic power, releasing all kinds of terrifying spells at the sky. In an instant, thunder and rain continued and dark clouds rolled. She was a mature and beautiful woman from the Tianlong clan. The two dragon horns on her forehead flashed with dazzling brilliance, and even the sky seemed to be afraid of her anger. No matter where you hide, I swear to tear you into pieces and avenge my son." The woman's angry roar resounded through the sky, and all kinds of thunderclouds, seas of fire, and ice fog continued to fall, destroying many houses below. The crowded Yinlong city became silent at this moment. The only sound between heaven and earth was the roar of this woman. People were afraid of angering this furious mother dragon. After a long while, an old-looking Tianlong clan member rode the magical wind high into the sky, frowned at the frantic woman, and shouted, "China, what are you yelling about? Do you know how many civilians you've affected?" "I don't know. I only know that my son Don Quixote is dead." "He's dead." The old man from the Tianlong clan was stunned for a moment. His brain went into a state of panic, and an even more violent rage surged in his heart. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are actually people who dare to kill the descendants of the Celestial Dragon clan? This kind of thing hasn't happened in thousands of years. Don Quixote is worthy of being the most noble celestial dragon in the Dragon Kingdom. He has a lot of treasures on him, and there are hundreds of slave contracts alone. Moreover, Chu Sheng could see that this guy seemed to have a collecting habit. He had one for each different subhuman slave race. No wonder he was so fond of the elves he had never seen before. Chu Sheng simply absorbed the items dropped by the other party when he died, but did not take anything from him. It was possible that the treasure would have traces of his parents left on it. It would be bad if someone tracked us down for no apparent reason. With a wave of his hand, he burned the entire valley with magical fire, leaving not even a trace. With hundreds of soldiers buried with you, you can be considered to have died in a dignified manner. Chu Sheng continued to advance along the interior of the Monster Mountain range, and indeed found a huge pit with a diameter of several dozen meters near the center. He even saw some small animals running above the pit. They seemed to be suspended in midair and did not fall into the pit at all. It was extremely strange. Chu Sheng sensed a faint spatial magic inside the pit, which was also the reason why there was a natural isolation layer above the pit. He walked step by step to the top of the pit, and when he looked down, he found himself hanging above the bottomless pit. Fortunately, he was not afraid of heights. Driven by his thoughts, a spatial magic slowly appeared around his body, and then Chu Sheng felt his feet stepped on empty air, and he fell rapidly. It felt like being overweight, and the whole person was firmly attracted by something inside the pit. Before he could even scream, he reached the bottom of the pit. Bang! Unexpectedly, the pain did not feel like falling from a high altitude, but rather like falling on a soft trampoline. "Oh my God, what on earth is this for?" Chu Sheng slowly climbed up and looked around in surprise. The bottom of the pit was a completely dreamlike scene. There are many small fluorescent stones on the surrounding rock walls, making the entire space seem not small, but rather a different world. There is a shallow lake under your feet, which appears particularly deep against the backdrop of blue fluorescence, reflecting dazzling light, and the water temperature is even warm. What's this? Chu Sheng saw dreamlike bubbles floating on the shallow lake surface, with some images flashing inside, and he could even hear faint sounds coming from inside. He found that these bubbles were constantly moving closer to him, and the scary thing was that the images inside seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be that these bubbles contain my memories? Chu Sheng subconsciously poked a bubble that was approaching. His consciousness instantly became unstable, and the past events buried deep in his heart appeared as if he was there in person. At the university gate, girlfriend Lu Rian was holding two of her best friends, her mouth warm at 36 degrees Celsius, but her words were speaking at a temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. "Chu Sheng, you don't have to try to keep me here. Young Master Wang has returned to China, but I still can't forget him. You're so kind to me. You won't stop me from grasping a better future, right?" Lu Rian's best friend, whose face was painted as pale as a corpse, chimed in. "Chu Sheng, you don't want Rian to live a hard life with you from now on, do you? How about you go buy some boxes of small umbrellas for young Master Wang? That would at least make you feel a little more involved." Chapter 114, Falling into Memories. Chu Sheng blinked and was surprised to find that he was in his memories, and he could clearly feel that the surroundings were not real. This memory was about the time when he was broken up with by his girlfriend Lu Rian during college. He remembered that he was not angry at the time, but just kindly reminded her, "It's okay, Rian, you'd better find a small clinic to repair it, so that there will be no repair records. It's better to make it a little more pastel-colored. Rich guys like Wang Xiao usually care about this." Then Lu Rian and her two best friends lost their temper and started yelling at Chu Sheng at the university gate. Things like, "Don't eat the fried cakes," "The short story stinks," "The shrimp heads and katydids should all die." In short, the insults were very ugly. Chu Sheng woke up and was a little curious about what he had just experienced. This ability to peek into memories was really mysterious. He estimated that this power came from the pool water under his feet and was most likely condensed from the mental power of some powerful person. But if this is true, then how huge a creature must it be to have the mental power to condense a pool of water comparable to a lake? Chu Xing didn't think much about it. He moved a little towards the center of the lake and soon saw two figures lying on the ground. Ludmila, Erlen. The two dark-skinned elf girls did not respond. They lay in the shallow lake as if they were asleep, with dreamy bubbles of memories rising around them. Chu Sheng was very sure that the short-haired elf girl Ludmila was already fast asleep because he had been pinching her beautiful peach buttocks very hard, but Ludmila showed no signs of waking up. Normally, she would probably beg Chu Sheng to try harder with excitement, otherwise she wouldn't enjoy it enough. There were some dreamy bubbles around Ludmila, filled with her memories. Chu Sheng looked at the largest bubble curiously. Vomit. Chu Sheng. I was planning to poke it with my hand to see the memories inside, but before I could poke it, I heard Ludmila retching. Chu Sheng knew, without even watching that scene, that it was the process of him punishing Ludmila in the prison cell. Good guy, she dreams of being fucked by herself. This short-haired elf girl is really hopeless. Chu Sheng shook his head and looked at Erlen on the other side. Her white hair was scattered on the lake's surface. She was also in a deep sleep. The expression on her face was a little confused and a little happy. It was unclear whether she was having a good dream or a nightmare. Erlen, what exactly was your dream about? I'm just a little curious. I definitely didn't mean to peek. Just a peek. He was mainly curious about whether he could enter other people's dreams by touching their bubbles. If so, after entering, would he directly have a god's perspective, or would he play the role of one of the characters? Chu Sheng was full of suspicion, but he didn't rush into the dream to connect with Eren. Instead, he planned to prepare well first. He set up a space barrier around it. The inside of this pit seemed to be particularly friendly to space magic, and the power it exerted was much greater. Then Chu Sheng picked up Ludmila and Erlen from the lake and took out two rocking chairs from the critical house for them to lie down. Then he was very considerate and took off the clothes of the two elf girls. After all, they had been soaked in the lake for an unknown amount of time, and they would catch a cold if they continued wearing them. Chu Sheng returned to the real world with a thought, took Shui Ying's two sets of clothes from the closet, and returned to the other world to help the two elf girls put them on. The whole action was extremely gentle and careful. He boldly looked at places that he shouldn't look at, and touched places that he shouldn't touch without worry. It must be said that Ludmila and Ellen both practiced fighting spirit, and their figures were much more muscular than those of the magician-oriented elves such as Shanoya, Tiffany, and Waylon. Not only are the lines smooth, the muscles are strong yet soft, and the feel is great. Especially their long legs, which are tight and strong. Even if they are sleeping, if you put an apple in them, it will probably be squeezed to pieces. After putting on the clothes from the real world, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. The two elf girls looked like two otaku goddesses who were popular on the internet, so beautiful that it was a bit dreamy. He dressed Ludmila in sexy and mature clothes. The white vest on the upper body bound her full heart just right, and the short shorts and fishnet stockings on the lower body made her look like the caring sister next door. Eren was dressed as a healing girlfriend, the same type as Shui Ying, with loose short sleeves and a little white skirt. The vaguely visible absolute area made her pure, yet attractive. Luckily, these two are about the same height and measurements as Shui Ying, so we don't have to buy any extra items. Chu Sheng lay happily between the two of them, with one hand on each side. It felt so good. The plump and gentle figure of the dark-skinned elf girl, her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and her peach-shaped breasts that were suitable for a safe delivery, all took up most of the space on the rocking chair. In order to avoid being squeezed out and getting his clothes wet by the lake water, Chu Sheng had to stay close to the two of them. Recall start. Chu Sheng gently touched the largest dream bubble next to Eren with his fingers, allowing himself to relax physically and mentally, and soon fell into a baby-like sleep. The erratic dream bubble swayed, like a moth to a flame, slowly approaching Chu Sheng and AI Erlen. Eren was very happy as a child because she lived with her favorite teacher, Babylon. She was a heroic, majestic, and domineering dark elf girl with beautiful purple hair. She took things seriously and only showed a gentle look occasionally when facing Eren. Eren's days were very fulfilling. During the day, she went to the training ground with her teacher to practice fighting spirit and combat skills. In the evening, she sat in front of the warm fireplace with her teacher, had dinner together, and shared the day's gains. Babylon was as warm as a mother to her, more comfortable than a fireplace, and the days went on. But gradually, Eren began to see quarreling elves in various occasions. One side was from the white elves, and the other side was naturally from the dark elves. She didn't know what the two sides were arguing about. The adults were very secretive about it. She naively thought that as long as she became strong, she would know everything. Erin began to work harder day by day, and soon showed a talent for practicing Do Chi that was not inferior to her teacher, and her strength grew day by day. She began to look forward to the day when she would become stronger sooner, stand up sooner, and end the dispute between the Dark Elves and the White Elves. The elf forest should be peaceful, but beautiful visions always come a little late. Before Erland became strong, the Dark Elves had already left the elf forest. This memory did not have too many twists and turns. Even when little Erin found out that her teacher had left, she did not burst into tears. Instead, she just stood in front of the door in a daze for a long time. Based on his previous dream experience, Chu Sheng knew that this little Erland was actually the Erland who was lost in memories, and was not the real little girl from that year. Chapter 115 Familiar Darkness. Chu Sheng ended his god's perspective, stepped into Erin's dream in a spiritual state, and walked straight towards her. Although young in stature, Erin's mind was mature. She sat dejectedly on the ground with a dull look in her eyes, and she seemed not to hear the footsteps behind her. The space around him kept distorting and fluctuating. It was obvious that this memory had come to an end, like an automatically playing video that was about to loop again. The dark-skinned elf girl's face was full of sadness, and the atmosphere was heavy and depressing. Chu Sheng suddenly squatted down beside her and tried to find ways to ease her mood. Erland, why were you so skinny and small when you were little, but you grew up so tall and big? Did all the nutrients go into your breasts and peaches? This is not a lie. In her current state, the dark-skinned elf girl looks about 5 or 6 years old and looks thinner than a human girl. I can only say that the genes of the goddess of life are still too powerful. Chu Sheng, why are you here? Erin turned her head in surprise, feeling both curious and shocked at the sudden appearance of a familiar figure. The reason I can appear in your dream is naturally because I have found your true form. Chu Sheng briefly explained to her what had happened since entering the Monster Mountain range. After learning that she and Ludmila were safe, Erin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She and Ludmila were inexplicably teleported to this place, and as soon as they went out, they were stared at by a man with horns on his head. Then they returned here and fell into memories. They didn't know what had happened outside or how much time had passed. Chu Sheng, can you forget the memory you just saw? After all, this is also my secret. AI Erland spoke a little embarrassedly, mainly because Chu Sheng saw her weak and embarrassed, which was a bit awkward. Everyone has some past that they don't want to talk about. An unhappy childhood takes a lifetime to heal. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The dark-skinned elf sighed deeply, still lost in her memories, somewhat unwilling to wake up, and murmured, I used to often think that if I had worked harder and become independent sooner, the teacher wouldn't have left without a word, and the situation in the elf forest would be different. Chu Sheng felt that this was probably impossible. How could a little girl stop the dark elves from leaving as a whole clan? But he guessed that the reason why Erin was abandoned was most likely related to the goddess of life, just like Shanoya, who suddenly became a vegetable. Ludmila, who was sleeping next to the two of them, must have known the reason, but she just wouldn't say it. It seemed that she had to go to the Dark Elves base in person when she had time. Actually, I don't hate the teachers. I just thought that if they were destined to leave, they should at least let me know in advance so that I could spend the last few days in the teacher's arms and act like a spoiled child. She's like a mother to me. Seeing that Erland looked increasingly sad, Chu Sheng made a prompt decision and dived directly into her arms, transforming into a 300-month-old baby. Mother Erin. Erin. The dark-skinned elf girl was bewildered. She looked down at the man in her arms, feeling a bit helpless. Chu Sheng, forget it. I've recovered. Thank you. Chu Sheng smiled and rubbed his hands against the barren sand dune. I can see that you really want to be like your teacher, Babylon, right? Yeah, I really want to. That's right. Think about how she treated you when you were acting like a spoiled child in her arms, and then treat me the same way you treat her now. Chu Sheng talked freely. He was a professional in this area. After all, his mother was the queen of elves, so he was good at coaxing parents. Erland, since you've already lost your mother, why don't you try to become someone like her? Consider me your training. You're welcome. Erland didn't know what to say for a moment. She stared at the other person blankly, thinking about what Chu Sheng had just said, and began to recall the past. When I was lying in the arms of Teacher Barbie, she suddenly thought of something embarrassing. That is, when she was only 1 or 2 years old, she vaguely remembered that Teacher Babylon had given her a drink. Does Chu Sheng mean the same thing now? Thinking of this, although Erland was a little embarrassed, she still apologized. I'm sorry, I also want to fulfill your request, but I don't know that kind of magic. The dark-skinned elf girl looked apologetic. Elves cannot reproduce, so naturally there would be no such thing. It could only be produced through some magical means. And she happened to be specialized in fighting spirit, and she couldn't even use the most basic first-level magic. So naturally, she couldn't be Chu Sheng's mother in the physical sense. It's okay. I have a solution. Can we leave this dream first? Aaron nodded, stared at the memory scene in front of her again, and then disappeared from the dream in an instant. She could have woken up earlier, but she seemed to be craving for Teacher Barbulin's warmth, so she indulged herself in it for a while. Chu Sheng saw AI Erlin's reluctance and knew that she might have let go of the matter, but it was impossible for her to let it go. The most I can do is to try to control the extent to which I think about it, so that it doesn't affect my daily life and practice. After all, the bronze mirror is broken, and no matter how much it is repaired, it may not be perfect. Just like the breasts that gradually shrink after breastfeeding. Although they are great enough, they are definitely not beautiful. Why can't I get out? Chu Sheng discovered a strange fact. That is, he could not leave Erlin's dream. Even the surrounding scenery began to change. The elf forest in Aaron's memory began to collapse, and was replaced by a dark and silent void, with a few scattered stars visible here and there. Chu Sheng found that he had lost the perception of his physical body, because AI Erlin must have woken up by now, and if she found that he was not awake, she would definitely touch and shake him, but unfortunately there was no reaction at all. This strange feeling, for some reason, feels faintly familiar. In the darkness, a bright flame ignited in Chu Sheng's palm, illuminating a huge figure dozens of meters away from him. It's pitch black all around, but there's a figure sitting upright in the darkness, just like the goddess of life. Chu Sheng was shocked and guessed that he had gotten the opportunity to meet the gods through some means. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a lot more at ease. After all, he had already had this experience once, and all that was left was to follow the process. But he was still a little curious. He had learned from the goddess of life that if he wanted to meet the gods, he would need to obtain the life essence of the gods' most powerful followers. Could it be that the water in that lake just now was all that? The more Chu Sheng thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible, so he simply walked towards the huge figure in the darkness, his steps slow and pious, not daring to be rude in the slightest. He lowered his head slightly, not looking directly at the other person's figure, and constantly mobilized the mental power in his body to condense the super source of life given by the goddess of life. The source of life surged out from Chu Sheng's body, gradually gathering into a dazzling white fluorescent tree, taking root and sprouting in the palm of his hand, illuminating the surrounding darkness and nothingness. The reason why Chu Sheng did this was very simple, which was to show the other party that he had been favored by a certain god, and that they were all one family. Hello, noble lady. My name is Chu Sheng. It's an honor to meet you. Little guy, it's a good thing you met me, otherwise you would be in great danger now. Don't take out the source of divine power carelessly. The consequences may be unexpected. The voice of the huge woman came faintly, but it did not come from her mouth, but a thought that went straight to the depths of her soul. The language used was the same ancient divine language as that of the goddess of life. The tone was strange and complex. Although Chu Sheng could not understand it at all, it did not prevent the golden finger from helping him translate directly. This mysterious goddess gives people a feeling of being full of vitality. Unlike the goddess of life who appears a little drowsy, she looks to be in good condition. Chu Sheng still didn't look up and said carefully, "Can you tell me why it's dangerous? Also, I don't know what to call you. If you encounter a deity that doesn't agree with life, then doing this is like giving her life away, which can be very dangerous. Also, I am the creator of all ancient dragons. The world calls me immortal, but since you have a close relationship with life, just call me grandmother." Chu Sheng hurriedly swallowed the essence of the goddess of life back into his stomach, scratching his head embarrassedly. It turned out that he was right. The other party was the god of the Dragon Kingdom. Tiffany said that the goddess of life and the immortal goddess in front of her had been friends for tens of thousands of years and were the only ones worthy of trust, and it seemed to be true at the moment. There was a subtle intimacy in the other person's tone. I was afraid that if Chu Sheng jumped directly onto her bed right now, the immortal goddess would only smile and comfort him. Thank you for your answer, immortal goddess. I have so many questions I want to ask you, but I'm afraid of upsetting you. If possible, could you tell me what kind of situation the goddess of life is in right now, and what she's facing? The huge woman seemed to have anticipated Chu Sheng's doubts. Before he could finish speaking, the thought entered his mind, and he appeared exceptionally calm. Life is facing many dangers, some from other gods, some from herself, but she can only rely on herself to deal with these dangers. Even I can't help her. Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought. It was easy to guess that the danger came from other gods. It was probably because he was bullied by the orc gods, the gods of the human empire, and several other old gods. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the human empire is, it would not dare to rashly send troops to the Forest of Elves. After all, other demi-human countries would definitely not agree. Now it seems that the god believed in by the human kingdom may have been assimilated by the orc god. Chu Sheng was lost in thought when he suddenly became curious about the immortal goddess's appearance. He immediately asked, "Immortal goddess, may I see your face?" The immortal goddess was very generous in this regard. "Of course, little one, you can look at it however you want. But before that, I hope you can seriously answer a question for me." Chu Sheng blinked, inexplicably feeling that the other party's words were a bit serious, and quickly corrected his attitude. "Of course, goddess, no matter what you ask, as long as I know it, I will answer honestly. Don't be nervous. I just want to hear your heart and see if life has made a mistake. After all, she entrusted the source to you, not me, which makes me a little jealous." Chu Sheng was stunned. What the other party said did make some sense. Why didn't he give the most important thing to his best friend for safekeeping, but gave it to himself? He felt that this question might not be answered for a long time. The immortal goddess retracted her previous joke, and her tone became somewhat hesitant. Possessing such power means that you have infinite possibilities for transcendence in the future. But even so, are you still willing to sacrifice everything for the elves, who are in such a precarious situation, and for the unfettered promise of life? The immortal goddess had said it easily before, but it was not so easy when she asked. Chu Sheng felt that in this environment, there was no possibility for him to lie or fool around. He even had a hunch that if the other party wanted to know, he could use more advanced methods than Wei Lin's mental magic. It's useless, which means the other party has given you enough respect, but it may also be because of the goddess of life. The question can be summarized very simply. If you take benefits from others without leaving any promises, are you still willing to return the favor? It's like the immortal goddess asked Chu Sheng, "You borrowed all the money from the elf forest and haven't even written an IOU. Are you still willing to pay it back?" Faced with this situation, most people would not return it, but Chu Sheng never had such an idea, because he had already regarded the elf forest as his own territory. Every elf girl in it is his wings, and he would feel sad if any of them was broken. If it's just this kind of problem, then I can say responsibly, absolutely. Chu Sheng's face was sincere, and he patted his chest and promised, "No matter what kind of enemy or difficulty I face, I will never give up on any elf in the elf forest. Even without the goddess of life's entrustment, I would do so." A very firm answer. The immortal goddess didn't say anything else, but it seemed that she was quite satisfied with Chu Sheng's words, or maybe she just wanted to see if he would behave himself. However, the next moment, every word Chu Sheng had just spoken, under the blessing of a mysterious power, turned into fluorescent words, slowly floating in the dark void. That line of words seemed to be engraved in the invisible space, deeply imprinted in this place, carrying a great cause and effect. Chu Sheng always felt that if he failed to do what he had just said, it would probably have some bad consequences. "Okay, your words have been recognized by life, and they've passed my test. Regardless of whether you can live up to them in the future, as long as you have a clear conscience and are true to the present moment, there's no problem." Chapter 116, The Gift of Immortality. The previous chapter has been supplemented to 4,000 words. Please read it first, and then read this chapter, otherwise the plot will be incoherent. After hearing the immortal goddess explanation, Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. What he said just now was indeed from the heart, and he was not really afraid of being recorded in someone's notebook. "You are very good. You can come forward and face me directly." "Thank you, goddess." Chu Sheng then politely raised his head and looked at the other person. He remembered that the face of the goddess of life was blocked by some mysterious force, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. The immortal goddess, the creator of the ancient dragon in front of him, was even more cruel. She directly hung a thin veil on her face. Apart from a vague outline, no other hair could be seen. But Chu Sheng didn't dare to complain at all. He just continued to look at her. The other person's body shape was the same as the goddess of life. When she stood up, she was estimated to be more than 10 or 20 meters tall. Even if she was lying lazily on the bed, she was still more than 3 meters tall. Judging from her body curves alone, the immortal goddess and the goddess of life are on par with each other. She is covered in black silk gauze, which makes her tight waist-to-hip ratio look particularly attractive. Especially the deep heart and tender legs. The skin on them is as delicate as white jade, which makes people want to rub it hard. The most distinctive feature is her head. Her face is covered by a black veil and cannot be seen, but there are 2 slender and beautiful horns on her forehead, which add a lot of unique beauty. It can be said that the Tianlong clan was probably created by her according to her own template. If the goddess of life is the noble lady in the palace or the elder next door, then the goddess of immortality is like a noble and mysterious queen. Such a beautiful being that combines mystery and power cannot be blasphemed. Chu Sheng came back to his senses, and the first thing he thought of was the way to meet the other party. Immortal goddess, I learned the method of meeting with the goddess of life, but I feel something is wrong. He told the other party that he and the two elf girls fell into a space tunnel and then fell asleep in the lake of memories. If that lake water is the source of life for the immortal goddess's most powerful follower, then why was I the only one who came to meet her, while Ludmila and Yurlin did not come? The immortal goddess lay quietly on the bed from beginning to end, and her voice did not fluctuate much after listening to Chu Sheng's story. I think it must be that my followers left some of their essence in the lake, which allowed you to come here. As for why your companions didn't come, I can only say that the gods can choose whether to see or not. Chu Sheng nodded. He understood what the immortal goddess meant. Ludmila and Erlin might have reached an agreement on the conditions for an audience, but when they made the video call, the immortal goddess unilaterally hung up. Wait, the immortal goddess's followers once left a mark in the lake. Chu Sheng's expression changed instantly. He suddenly thought of a strange news he had heard a few years ago. Several women went to swim in a swimming pool, and all of them became pregnant later. After investigation, we found out that there was a man in the swimming pool. Immortal goddess, is your companion male or female? Of course it's a woman, what's wrong? Huh, that's good. Chu Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, not daring to think about what it would be like if the other party's strongest follower was a man. All right, little one, since life has given you such a precious gift, as your elder, I can't fail to express my gratitude. After saying that, the immortal goddess slowly extended a jade finger to her lips under the veil, and then Chu Sheng saw her extending her finger, which was emitting a faint fluorescent light, towards him. A trace of water stain was clearly visible on the white jade finger, which was flashing with magical light and constantly emitting a rich fragrance and energy fluctuations. Immortal goddess, this is. My saliva will be of great benefit to you. It will help you quickly gain the trust and help of my family. Chu Sheng thought for a moment, isn't this just spit? He had heard that the ambergris of pure-blooded dragons had the ability to heal wounds, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and that it was a precious ingredient for making magic potions and was priceless. What is the function of this saliva from the creator of the dragon clan? This saliva smelled like aged wine, making people want to indulge in it. Chu Sheng's throat rolled subconsciously. You're welcome, little one. Drink it all up, da. Chu Sheng nodded, and without being polite to his grandmother, he carefully inhaled the delicious saliva, inevitably touching her soft skin in the process. He smacked his lips and asked curiously, so what effect does this gift from the goddess have? It can grant your life source a brand new ability, which is to increase the blood concentration of the recipient and even allow them to return to their ancestral state. Increase blood concentration? Reversion? Chu Sheng touched his chin and quickly understood what this meant. No wonder the immortal goddess said that this ability would enable him to gain the trust of the dragon clan. If you become a super dragon, you can revert to your ancient pure-blooded dragon. How can those dragon girls not like it? In a place like the Dragon Kingdom, race and bloodline almost determine many things. If people knew that someone could help others increase their bloodline concentration, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. By then, Chu Sheng would probably become a favorite of the upper-class ladies of the Dragon Kingdom, and would be offered as Tang monks meet by the upper-class dragon ladies. This ability might be very helpful for his next journey, so Chu Sheng accepted it with satisfaction. By the way, immortal goddess, I have one last question for you. Is there any other way I can come here to see you? Chu Sheng didn't get any answer from the goddess of life about this question last time, but the other party was in a bad condition after all, and she probably lost a lot of memories, so it was normal that he couldn't get any answer from her. But the immortal goddess looks fine, she should know, right? Chu Sheng just vaguely sensed that his consciousness was about to leave this place, just like the last time he met the goddess of life. There was a time limit. Do you feel that this place does not really exist, but is simply a world constructed by mental or soul power? That should be it, right? The dragon horns on the immortal goddess's head shook slightly, giving a completely opposite answer. I can tell you very clearly that this isn't some spiritual dimension, but a truly independent material world. The reason you're a spiritual being now is simply because your physical body can't withstand the rules of that world. Chu Sheng's eyes widened. So you are now the real body? Yes, if you still wish to come and see me again, or if you wish to take a step further and enter in your physical body, there is a way to do so, but it may be difficult for you at this stage. Chapter 117 Pattern Changes. Please tell me, goddess, I really want to visit you often. If you only want the soul to enter, then you can find some races that specialize in this area, such as nightmares. The strong ones among them may be able to help you. Nightmare? Chu Sheng was not unfamiliar with this race. He had read about it in books in this world. It was a strange race that guided women's dreams and then absorbed their essence. Like succubus, it belongs to the category of night demon, but incubus refers specifically to male night demon, while succubus refers specifically to female. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to hook up with a high-level succubus. In this way, maybe I can come and chat with the goddesses from time to time in the future and absorb their essence. Immortal goddess, I have something to confess. I have committed a crime against your followers. Little guy, what's wrong? After saying that, the immortal goddess did something that Chu Sheng didn't expect. She opened her huge arms and hugged the petite Chu Sheng without saying a word, pressing him against her heart. Well, I just accidentally killed one of your dragon relatives not long ago. It seems that he was of a very noble status. The immortal goddess's embrace was very warm and soft. Even though Chu Sheng was in a spiritual state, he could sense it very clearly. I don't think the little guy would take the initiative to provoke others. Is it my family's fault first? He wants to take me and my companions as slaves, and maybe even wants to adjust the focus to soft and discarded or something like that. That's it. He was killed by you because you were not as skilled as him. You don't have to worry. The immortal goddess acted very magnanimously, and even her tone and intimacy remained the same, as if she had no sympathy for the unfortunate relative. Chu Sheng thought about it and realized that a young man from the Tianlong clan might be very precious to the entire race, which had difficulty in reproduction, but to the creator of the race, he was simply not worth mentioning. Who knows? One day she might get a sudden inspiration and make a few more to serve herself. Little one, remember, before you are absolutely sure, do not go to see the woman of light, that is, the faith of mankind. Chu Sheng lazily lay in the broad, warm embrace and asked curiously, although I roughly know that she and the goddess of life don't get along, she wouldn't attack a mortal like me, right? After all, when two armies are fighting, if the messenger is not killed, wouldn't I be considered a messenger from the goddess of life? The immortal goddess's red lips revealed a faint smile under her veil, as if she was laughing at Chu Sheng's naive thoughts. This is just one reason. There is another, more important reason, which is that she enjoys humiliating her enemies, especially pretty little ones like you. Chu Sheng, how do you humiliate me? Little guy, hasn't life taught you not to mention other women in a woman's arms? Feel sorry. You probably won't be able to stay here much longer, so take a final break. As the thought came to her mind, fluorescent light appeared on the body of the immortal goddess. When the light faded, the black veil on her chest had disappeared. Her movements were gentle yet stern, and she didn't give Chu Sheng any chance to speak, like a loving mother. Chu Sheng's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why the immortal goddess suddenly did this. He could only guess that she must have learned through some method that the goddess of life had done this to her before, so she didn't want to be outdone. The intoxicating smell filled the air, like poison, and Chu Sheng felt as if he was being gently pushed by this world, wanting to be expelled. His eyelids grew heavier, and in a trance he heard the immortal goddess whispering softly in his heart. Remember, don't go to see the light, otherwise you little guy will be eaten clean. Chu Sheng felt as if he was halfway through a dream and suddenly woke up, slowly regaining his awareness of his body and the things around him. I just felt like I was lying on a rocking chair. The soft flesh on the left should be Aaron, and the Ludmila on the right. Where did Ludmila go? Before he could fully open his eyes, he heard two elf girls talking in low voices nearby. Sister Ludmila, how come you are so skilled? Little Erlin, are you wild and fragrant? Chu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look beside him, only to see the dark-skinned elf girl, Erlin, staring shyly at the other end of the rocking chair, with a blush on the tips of her ears. Following her shy but uncontrollable glances, which even had a hint of learning intent, Chu Sheng saw the culprit, Ludmila. Hey male, are you hot? The short-haired elf girl raised her pretty face and blinked her bright eyes, seeming to be particularly devoted to what she was doing. Chu Sheng never expected that Ludmila would wake up before him, and even use this method to wake him up. He couldn't help but blush, and looked at the blushing Erlin solemnly. I never asked her to do that, Erlin, you believe me. This short-haired elf girl is really something. She is still staying at the bottom of the space pit, acting like an impatient little greedy cat. Can't she wait until we get out before doing this? The current situation means that the little affair between Chu Sheng and Ludmila is probably already known to Aaron. Although I am not worried that Erlin will have any dissatisfaction or complaints, it would be difficult to explain if she knew that I had caused Ludmila to become a love triangle. Ludmila, you. Ahem, it's over. The short-haired elf girl sat up with a sweet smile, not paying any attention to Aaron's stunned look beside her. She gurgled and then resumed her fluent speech. Before Chu Sheng could say anything, he saw that the original wood grain on Ludmila's exposed belly began to change slightly. The pattern that originally had Chu Sheng's pattern began to grow continuously, becoming more intricate and complex, while also emitting a little light. Why did the silver lines change? Why are there two horn-like patterns on it? Ludmila also noticed the change in the position of her lower abdomen. She lowered her head to check carefully, feeling puzzled. A pair of tiny dragon horns surprisingly grew above the lines that originally looked like trees, making it even more beautiful. Chu Sheng knew at a glance that this was because his energy had been amplified by the immortal goddess and had the powerful effect of increasing the other party's blood concentration. But what he was more curious about was that the elves were a race born from trees, and there shouldn't be much such thing as bloodline. So what kind of improvement would Ludmila get from this? Is it that the affinity for wood attribute magic has increased, or that the mental power has become more condensed? You can't just turn into a vegetable, right? Chapter 118, The Dark Elf's Gift. Dark Flame City. This is a secluded city hidden in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is also the secluded place of the Dark Elves. When the Dark Elves moved out of the Elf Forest, they had been living a life of constant migration. Fortunately, Babylon became friends with an elder of the Sky Dragon clan, and they were able to find a place to settle down. The city is not big, but it is more than enough to accommodate the Dark Elves with a total population of less than 10,000. There are more houses than enough to live in, and every Dark Elf girl has her own small courtyard. General Babylon, with purple hair, received a special letter from Ludmila yesterday, which detailed the information that she had returned to the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, there are also extremely detailed accounts of the Human Kingdom's suspected invasion of the Elf Forest, Ellen and Chu Sheng coming to the Dragon Kingdom for help, and them being targeted by the Celestial Dragon clan. Babylon's first reaction to the news was anger. Even at this moment, his muscular body was still tense, which showed that he was very uneasy. One was angry about humans betraying the alliance and putting the Elf Forest in crisis, while the other was worried about Aaron's safety. After all, in the Kingdom of Dragons, the Dark Elves are in a state of dependence. If they are targeted by the ruling class, the Sky Dragons, it will be somewhat troublesome. That child actually came to the Dragon Kingdom without saying anything. Do you want to go meet her? The female general, who was always calm and decisive, seemed hesitant and confused at this time. She knew how much of a blow her abandonment had been to Aaron. Although there were reasons for this, if there was a way to make up for it, she was willing to give it a try. At this moment, the door of the city lord's mansion was pushed open, and in came Lasta, who had snow-white skin and an extremely proud figure. Her golden hair that grew to her peach hips sparkled in the sun. If you want, why not go and see how the child is doing? Lasta smiled and placed a stack of documents on Barbulon's desk. He leaned back elegantly in the chair, and his plump and beautiful body swayed gently. Forget it. Let Ludmila find a chance to bring her here. After much thought, Babylon decided that it would be better not to go and meet her. After all, the Elf Forest was in a critical situation and Ellen came here to ask for help. At this time, if I rashly meet her, I always feel that it will cause unnecessary trouble. Lasta pulled out a magic book with a fragrant aroma from the snow-white and delicate depths, flipped through it without looking up, and pointed to the documents on the table. Take a look. Here is all the key information about Don Quixote and his parents. The documents on the table were all about things that Babylon asked her to help investigate. Almost all of them were about the serious crimes that Don Quixote and his parents had committed in their daily lives, and they were very voluminous. Babylon picked up the documents and flipped through them briefly. She mainly wanted to see what kind of people were daring enough to attack her own people. The Tianlong clan is the absolute ruling race of the Dragon Kingdom. Although its population is sparse, it is not a monolithic group internally. Instead, it is divided into 3 major branches. The 3 major branches are in constant conflict with each other, secretly forcing subordinate races to fight each other for their lives. The Dragon Elder who was on good terms with Babylon happened to be from a different branch than Don Quixote's family. If she provided the other party with evidence of Don Quixote's family's crimes, then this family would definitely face severe punishment. After all, Babylon had just glanced through it and found dozens of crimes including embezzlement of treasures, occupation of land, wanton burning and killing of civilians, etc. If all the information were exposed, the Tianlong clan as a whole would definitely bear the pain and take action against Don Quixote's family in order to maintain the face of the ruler. Lasta, that little man named Chu Sheng has also come to Dragon Country. Should we give him a gift? Hearing this, The big white elf who was immersed in the magic book immediately raised her head and nodded uncontrollably. This is indeed necessary. According to the letters from my descendants in the elf forest, his presence has indeed made the entire elf forest full of vitality and hope. Even Tiffany is particularly fond of him. In that case, Babylon rubbed his chin, slapped his head, and suddenly suggested, why don't we just give Don Quixote's mother, the dragon named Echina, to him? What do you think? She didn't just say it rashly, but she really believed that this method would work. Her friend, the elder of the dragon clan, and Don Quixote's mother, Echina, happened to be her rival when they were young. By doing this, Babylon could not only help her friend solve the enemy, but also make friends with Chu Sheng by borrowing his favor, which was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the most important reason is that the foolish dragon named Don Quixote actually tried to take her Ellen as a slave. It's simply courting death. Lasta blinked her beautiful eyes, which were not covered by her bangs, and showed a bit of embarrassment. Echina is a strong man at the peak of the 8th level after all. Can that little guy named Chu Sheng subdue her? Besides, if the Tianlong clan learns about this, there's no guarantee they'll overreact. After all, we're outsiders. Don't worry about the Tianlong clan, I'll take care of it. Babylon was very confident, not only because of her close relationship with the Dragon Elder, but more because of her confidence in her own strength. Don Quixote's parents are indeed both renowned and powerful figures in the Dragon Kingdom. With Ludmila's help, we should be able to deal with one of them. Having said that, she turned her gaze to Lasta and said with a hint of request, as for the other one, I'll trouble you, Lasta. Lasta nodded and had no objection to the decision. According to the information she had learned, Tiffany had already given herself as a gift to the little human, so naturally, she had to give something of value. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that the Dark Elves don't understand the ways of the world? The savior of the elf forest? I'm a little curious. Lasta put the magic book back into her snow-white and plump breasts, shook her beautiful buttocks that were suitable for a safe delivery, and disappeared into the room. On the other side, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Yinlong City. In Don Quixote's castle, every slave and servant was trembling with fear, simply because the mistress was still venting her anger in a terrifying manner. In the lavishly decorated room, Echina, dressed in a noblewoman's dress, lay dejectedly on the bed, drinking one glass of liquor after another, just to offset the pain of her son's death. Her figure is extremely sexy and beautiful, with a strong mature charm. She is much more plump and full-bodied than a young woman. An ordinary man would probably bend over at just one look at her. Chapter 119 Revenge Comes. However, despite her beautiful and plump figure, the slaves serving beside her did not dare to look up at her, for fear of being implicated by the furious Echina. Even the subordinate who was kneeling on one knee and reporting the news was being cautious and choosing his words carefully. Are you sure Don Quixote was last seen near the city of Badr? The subordinate was sweating profusely under the knife-like gaze. Yes, I am sure, but I have also heard that the young master has also been to Ceylon City, east of Badr City. I think he must have been killed in these two places. Snap! Echina threw the exquisite and precious wine glass in her hand to the ground, and endless anger and resentment filled her beautiful face. After learning the news, she was thinking about revenge for her son all the time. Although she was not sure who the real murderer was, she had plenty of ways. If we really can't confirm it, then let the entire city be buried with Don Quixote. Her husband, Dovlang, was sitting on the sofa not far away. He was a handsome uncle with a pair of long horns on his head. He was also a noble Tianlong clan, but his bloodline was not as pure as that of his wife. Echina, let's act quickly. You go to Ceylon City, and I'll go to Badr City. We must find the murderer who killed our son. The two men didn't even discuss it and set out on the road to the city, the fire of revenge burning in their hearts. Along the way, Davran was very anxious and kept speeding up his pace. Various treasures and magic appeared one after another, and he was determined to arrive before his wife. In fact, he was fully aware of his son's collecting hobby. Not only did he know about it, but he also happened to make it happen. Although Dovlang is also a member of the Tianlong clan, he is actually similar to a branch, that is, the type whose bloodline is not pure enough. For dragons of this origin who want to stand out, the fastest way is to give birth to offspring with a mother dragon of purer bloodline to achieve a higher status. With his good cultivation talent and appearance, he was lucky enough to marry into the Echina family. With the powerful influx of resources, he reached the 8th level. And if he wants to go further, he must train his son Don Quixote to become a talented person. It was he who first brought Don Quixote to the Monster Mountain Range to experience what it was like to be the master of the Dragon Country, because the Monster Mountain Range was a lawless area, and you could just grab whatever you wanted no matter if it was a monster, treasure, or a woman. Being from such a prominent and wealthy family, the discipline of their children is quite strict, and it is unlikely that they will behave tyrannically by relying on their status as a Tianlong clan, as most people imagine. But it was because of his own bad influence that his son Don Quixote gradually developed the habit of collecting girls from various races. Whenever he felt pressured in the family, he would go to the Monster Mountains to have some fun. Therefore, Dovran should bear a great responsibility for his son's death. He didn't dare tell his wife about this. If she knew that he had raised his son into a playboy, his fate would be extremely cruel. Dovran now only hopes to reach Badr City as soon as possible, and then destroy all the evidence and witnesses that know that his son has been to the Monster Mountain Range. I can't let my son's death affect my status. Baldur City, Adventurers Guild. The adventurers regained their former vitality because someone discovered the situation inside the Monster Mountain. The guarding Tianlong soldiers had disappeared, and their whereabouts were unknown. It is said that a fierce fire broke out in the inner valley not long ago, but it was quickly put out by humans, as if to cover up something. But the adventurers don't care much about this kind of thing. Everyone comes here to make money. Now that the soldiers inside are gone, everyone can happily accept commissions again. Have the adults of the Tianlong clan left? Didn't they say that many high-level monsters appeared inside the mountains? Some people went there and said they didn't see any. In the reception hall, adventurers waiting for commissions gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the strange things that happened in the Monster Mountain range not long ago. Suddenly, the temperature in the entire hall rose sharply. A fiery breath came from above, interrupting the casual conversation. The adventurers ran out of the door and looked up at the sky. Everyone in the neighborhood near the Adventurers Association was doing this at this moment, because a huge spherical bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and was falling towards the Adventurers Association. Countless people had shocked looks in their eyes, their bodies stiff with fear, and they even forgot to run away. The round ball of lightning emitting golden light continued to grow larger in the eyes of the crowd, and in an instant it landed on the ground, and the fierce light engulfed the surface. Boom! The dazzling light faded, leaving only ruins on the streets. Although the Adventurers Association was protected by a magic circle, many people were still killed on the spot by the terrifying magical fluctuations. This sudden terrorist attack from the sky stunned the adventurers, just like the people of Hiroshima who saw the falling little boy. It took them a while to recover from their shock, and they all hid inside the association. Some even released various defensive magic spells on the spot out of concern. Dovran's figure slowly emerged above the ruins, with surging lightning emanating from his palms. The terrifying 8th level spell he had just cast was the one he had cast. He stood on a magical flying object, holding an ornate staff as long as himself, and looked at the civilians of Badr City below as if they were looking at a group of ants. Dovran drank a bottle of magic potion worth 1,000 gold in big gulps. The magic power in his body instantly recovered to its peak state, and a ball of thunder comparable to a small nuclear bomb condensed in his palm again. The pure-blooded dragon race has extremely powerful talents. Not only do their physical strength far exceed that of other races, but their magical talents are also extremely good. Therefore, many dragons choose the path of practicing both magic and martial arts. Their lifespan is long enough to withstand the losses in their practice. Dovran knew that there must be some adventurers who knew that his son Don Quixote had been to the Monster Mountain Range. He didn't have the time to find and ask them one by one, so he simply chose to catch them all in one fell swoop. I'm sorry, adventurers, for the sake of my status and dignity, please die. The lightning that illuminated the sky condensed into a ball again and aimed at the Adventurers Association below, which had already deployed a defensive magic circle. Just as Dovran was about to drop the thunderball, a loud shout came from the air below. How dare you? I don't care who you are, but you dare to come to my city of Badr and act wildly? I think you are tired of living. The half-dragon city lord Belias spread a pair of wide dragon wings from his back, flew high into the sky with a whoosh, and burst out with 7th-level fighting spirit, declaring his sovereignty. But when he saw that the person coming was an 8th-level Tianlong clan, his expression changed instantly. I'm sorry, sir, I was too loud just now. Chapter 1:20 Kill that person. Belias was enjoying the service of a group of slave women in his own castle, but when he was halfway through his work, he suddenly heard a loud noise and almost scared himself to death. He spread his wings and flew into the city, where he saw the devastated ruins and the terrified screams of the weak civilians, and a surge of rage surged in his heart. But I didn't expect that the one who did this was actually an 8th-level Tianlong clan master. That's okay. Belias, my son Don Quixote recently entered the Monster Mountain range nearby and died inexplicably there. Davran didn't hide the anger in his eyes as he stared coldly at the other party. These adventurers must know where he is. You don't mind if I keep your mouth shut for a moment, do you? Also, as the city lord, do you know who my son has offended? As he spoke, he slowly dropped the huge electric ball condensed in his hand into the city below. The defensive magic circle of the Adventurers Association here was only at the 7th level of strength and could not withstand his attack again. Velius, who was standing by, felt pain in his heart when he saw this, but he did not dare to say anything to stop him. Not only was the other party superior to him in terms of identity and race, but his strength was also among the top in the Dragon Kingdom. He, a 7th-rank city lord, could not stop him at all. Lord Davran, I don't know the specific cause of your son's murder, but I have learned some information from adventurers. There was also a secret report from the human kingdom, which may be related. Immediately, Velius told all the news he had heard, including the relevant secret reports from the human kingdom. What? 2 elves who stole the secrets of the human kingdom sneaked into the monster mountains, and then my son used this as an excuse to block the interior of the mountains. Davran was thoughtful. This development was somewhat beyond his expectations, but based on his understanding of his son, Don Quixote certainly didn't know that the 2 elves had stolen the secrets of the human kingdom. He must have seen that the elves were beautiful, so he was attracted by the prey and wanted to capture them as slaves to fill his collection of foreign women. In short, it is not clear yet who killed his son, but it must be closely related to the 2 elves who sneaked in. If Chu Sheng were here, he would know as soon as he heard it that the human kingdom was framing them. They just wanted to ask for help, but they were accused of stealing secrets. They must be afraid that Chu Sheng and his companions would expose the human kingdom's invasion of the elf forest, or even worse, produce evidence of collusion between the human kingdom and the orcs. Thinking of this, Davran no longer hesitated and immediately ordered Belias as if he were giving orders to a slave. Immediately take your men to the Monster Mountain range and completely block it off. You must find the whereabouts of those 2 elves, regardless of life or death. As you command, Lord Davran. The main reason why Belias was able to become the Lord of Batter City was because he chose to be loyal to the Celestial Dragon clan, which happened to be the branch that Don Quixote's family belonged to. So even though Davlang was not his direct superior, Belias had no power to refuse what the other party said. Boom. The streets below were being ravaged by Davran's thunderballs, and the helpless cries and screams were deafening, but Belias could do nothing but mourn for the dead. There is no way out. Once the leader of the Tianlong clan gets angry, the civilians can only rely on their own luck for their lives. He turned and left, the dragon wings behind him spread out, and led his subordinates to the Monster Mountain range. On the other side, Chu Sheng and the 2 dark-skinned elf girls had already left the pit with space magic and were about to step into the gate of Bader City. Chu Sheng has figured out the secret of the pit. It is indeed because of the existence of the life essence of a powerful dragon, which has accumulated in large quantities and caused the distortion of the surrounding space. This was also the reason why they were separated during the space transmission. He sensed the fluctuations of spatial magic in the lake water and guessed that the powerful dragon must have mastered spatial magic. From this, it can be seen that he may not be the only one in the world who can master the magic of space. You are mine, and I am yours. On the way back to the city, Chu Sheng hummed a little tune with a refreshed spirit, with a beautiful and charming elf girl following on either side, just like a rich young man going out for an outing. Along the way, Chu Sheng had already explained the slavery system in the Dragon Kingdom to the 2 elf girls, and righteously said that in order to prevent the 2 from encountering unnecessary trouble, he forced them to pretend to be his slaves. Then Chu Sheng took out 2 sets of sexy and beautiful maid outfits from the space magic device and shamelessly asked the 2 dark-skinned elf girls to put them on. Erin didn't say anything, but she felt that the dress was a bit strange, especially the heart-shaped hole on the chest. She felt that this design had no practical use. Ludmila, on the contrary, showed great interest and even took the initiative to suggest calling Chu Sheng master, but was politely declined by Chu Sheng. He just wanted to experience the charm of the maid, and he didn't really want to be a slave owner. It would not be too late to call her that on the bed. The 3 of them had just returned to the city when they saw the thunderball falling from the sky, destroying a block on the outer ring of the city. Chu Sheng saw at a glance the small villa he had just received from the centaur girl. It had now become a ruin and was burned to charcoal in the raging fire. This scene caused Chu Sheng's nerves to ache slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, and veins bulged on his arms. Chu Sheng felt a pang of heartache when he thought that his little snake slave might be staying in the villa and then inexplicably hit by the thunderball that fell from the sky. He looked up at the tall Tianlong man standing in the sky, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ludmila, Help me kill that man. Male, you're ordering me around, right? But I don't mind. The elf girl with short brown hair stretched her body joints and secretly glanced at Chu Sheng beside her. It was the first time she saw a male show such a ferocious and brutal side, even more cruel than when he learned in the cell that she was going to harm Shanoya. Ludmila gently lifted the hem of her maid outfit, kicked off with her long, agile legs, and leaped straight into the air. A sharp dagger emitting black flames appeared in her hand. She noticed that the Tianlong clan member was also at the 8th level like her. She would definitely be no match for him in a head-on fight. But when she thought that there was someone behind her who could use space magic to help her, she suddenly felt relieved. Chu Sheng immediately activated the mark of the Tree of Life on his forehead and frantically brewed spatial magic in his hands. He appeared behind Ludmila in a flash and put a layer of spatial protection barrier on the other party. Chapter 121 Intercepting the Dragon Mother. Chu Sheng's heart was filled with endless rage when he thought that his little snake slave might have fallen in a sea of fire and a pool of blood. If it were yesterday, he might have thought about trying his best to avoid conflict with the Tianlong clan. After all, he came to ask them for help. But now I have even met your immortal goddess, sucked her, and thrown her away. So why am I afraid that you dare not help me? Chu Sheng didn't even bother to change into other forms, and directly faced the enemy with his original appearance. Davran, who was about to condense the third thunderball, suddenly felt a dangerous breath coming from his side. He quickly turned his palm and released the thunderball towards the attacker. However, the terrifying magic thunderball inexplicably dissipated in the air in an instant, and was immediately followed by a dagger with jumping black flames stabbing towards it. What's going on? Davran had no time to dodge, so he immediately activated the protective magic device on his body. He also quickly raised the staff in his hand and erected several magic barriers in front of him. Crack. However, those magic barriers were like glass and were repeatedly pierced by the black fire dagger. In an instant, only the last protective magic device remained. Fortunately, the magic device was expensive and powerful enough to completely block the damage from the dagger, but it also made a cracking sound at the last moment. Is this a magic spell? No, could this be? Davran, still in fear, distanced himself from the attacker. He had a bad feeling that his magic was being offset. The so-called magic breaking technique is a technique specifically created to target magic. This kind of people can be called magician killers. But he thought carefully about what happened just now, and felt something was wrong. His thunderball did not seem to be broken, but seemed to have fallen into another space. Dark Elf, you must be one of the targets Don Quixote is looking for. I didn't expect you to dare to come to me. Davran saw the attacker's appearance clearly. It turned out to be a dark elf wearing a maid-like outfit, with a black-haired human on his back. Chu Sheng was leaning on Ludmila's back at the moment, using his space magic to provide her with all-round support. The two of them were like a tall sister carrying a younger brother, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Not only did you steal the secrets of the human kingdom, but you also indirectly killed my son. You are truly audacious. Tell me how my son died. Davran glared angrily. The rage of losing his son made him desperate, and a terrifying spell that was enough to destroy the entire city of Balder condensed in his palm. This is the 8th level spell, Thunder God Flame. If you don't want to confess, then you and the ants of this city will be buried with my son. Accompanied by a terrifying magical fluctuation, a flame condensed from countless strands of golden thunder burned in the sky. However, before he could finish his words, Ludmila rushed towards him again, as if she was not afraid of the thunder at all. Dovlang's eyes were solemn, and his staff was shaking slightly. In fact, such a big move still needed some time to brew, so he wanted to rely on talking to delay. But Chu Sheng obviously saw the clues and had no intention of giving him this chance. The sharp black fire dagger attacked again, carrying with it an inexplicable and terrifying magical fluctuation. Davran's eyes blurred, and the attack had already landed in front of him. Puff! The dagger scraped against Davran's skin covered with dragon scales, leaving a long blood mark and some unextinguished black flames. No wonder you could make a dark elf like this your slave. Have you mastered space magic? Ludmila never looked at the other party directly from beginning to end. With the support of Chu Sheng's spatial power, she felt that she could fight against any 8th level strongman. Let me tell you the truth, your foolish son died in my hands, and you will soon be joining him. Chu Sheng now understood the other party's identity. He was the father of the rich young man, and he came to avenge him. I don't know if the other person's mother came. She was shouting so arrogantly in the magic device at that time. I might as well do it to her later. He pressed Ludmila's shoulders with his palms and transmitted spatial magic to her. Dozens of daggers burning with black fire suddenly appeared around Dovlang. Surrounding him, and making this Tianlong sweat profusely. He didn't dare to hold back anymore and took out all his life-saving magic devices and scrolls. He didn't seek to defeat Chu Sheng and the others, but only to buy time. As long as his wife Achina comes, everything will be fine. Because she is one of the most talented people of the same generation in the entire Tianlong clan, and she is a terrifying existence who can break through to the 9th level within a few years. With her around, we will definitely be able to deal with this human who has mastered space magic. Davalang saw that the dark elf was not the type with great lethality. If it weren't for Chu Sheng's support, he would not be at all inferior to him, and could even suppress him. Achina, come here quickly. At the same time, the city of Ceylon is closest to the city of Badr. The beautiful and sexy dragon mother Achina asked around, but could not find any news about her son. All clues pointed to the city of Baldur. Without any hesitation, she took out her magic flying vehicle and stepped on it. But soon, the way forward was blocked by two figures, one black and one white, and Achina had to stop. Lasta, whose body was so exaggerated that it could rival a numerical monster, walked up slowly, holding the tree staff high in his hand, and set up a huge magic barrier around him. The dark-skinned elf girl, Babylon, wearing the light armor of a knight, walked briskly to Achina and spoke expressionlessly. Mrs. Achina, we need you to come with us for something. Babylon, what do you mean? Did that dusk woman ask you to come? The extremely charming woman frowned her beautiful eyes and was naturally impressed by the two elves in front of her, one black and one white. She is a true descendant of the Tianlong clan and knows many secrets of this country, including the dark elf city hidden in the country. On the contrary, her incompetent husband who married into the family does not know anything. Achina's opponent, Yoguang, the female dragon who is also a member of the Sky Dragon clan and has the best chance of being promoted to the 9th level, is the good friend of the dark elf in front of her. At the critical moment when he was about to avenge his son, these two outsiders actually dared to stop him. Did they think that the dark elves were living too comfortably? I don't know what you're up to, and even if I knew, you wouldn't cooperate. Get out of my way quickly, or the consequences will be unbearable for the entire dark elves. A hint of ruthlessness emerged in the depths of the plump dragon mother's beautiful eyes, and the dragon fire in her mouth was quietly brewing, ready to be spewed out at any time. This has nothing to do with Yoguang. I promise I won't do anything to harm you, madam. Babylon folded her arms lightly, supporting the weight of her arms with her full and round body. Unimaginable and terrifying fighting spirit began to erupt from her body, blowing the surrounding trees toppling over. Chapter 122 Achina is captured. The moment she saw Babylon releasing her powerful fighting spirit, Achina's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, and she felt confused and shocked. This breath was as vast and boundless as the ocean. The terrifying, oppressive feeling almost made her, a member of the noble, pure-blooded dragon clan, bow her head. At the same time, the temperature of the air nearby began to rise sharply, as if she had entered a steamer. A few beads of sweat caused by the high temperature appeared on her wheat-colored skin. The purple-haired female general's aura was so strong that it was obvious that she had entered the 9th level. No wonder those old guys in the clan agreed to take you in. I didn't expect you to be a 9th level fighter. But even so, you can't stop me. The beautiful dragon mother's charming long brown hair fluttered in the wind. She was also mobilizing the dragon clan's exclusive bloodline spells. A huge dragon shadow dozens of meters high slowly emerged behind her. Although she was still one step away from the 9th level, she was confident that Babylon could not keep her because a magician's methods were much more advanced than a fighter's. Madam Achina, can't you cooperate a little? The one who spoke was Lasta, who had snow-white skin. She simply took a few steps forward, and a terrifying frosty aura gushed out of her body, and her plump and beautiful flesh trembled uncontrollably. A biting cold icy rain suddenly fell within a radius of several miles, and frost storms raged and howled all around. You are also at the 9th level? Achina's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew this elf named Lasta. When they first met a long time ago, he was at the 8th level, similar to her. She didn't expect that after a few years, he would break through first. To stop me alone, you actually sent out 2 9th-rank experts. Aren't you really afraid that the Tianlong clan will punish you later? Lady Achina, when you become that little fellow's slave, you might even thank us. As Lasta finished speaking, he suddenly pointed the staff in his hand to the ground, and huge snowflakes and cracks emanated from around it, heading straight for Achina. Then let me see what you, a 9th-level magician, are capable of. Achina knew she had no way to escape, but she was too proud to surrender. How could a member of the dignified Tianlong clan be so timid in her own territory? She chanted quickly with her pink lips, and in an instant she released her most powerful spell, a killer move derived from the ancient heritage of the pure-blooded dragon clan, the Red Dragon Roar. In Echina's opinion, although the elves are naturally good at magic, the dragons are not bad either. The magic spells created by countless sages over tens of thousands of years can be passed down through blood, which is their absolute advantage. A red wave of fire spread across the sky and rose up, slowly gathering into the shape of a giant dragon. Flames poured out of its mouth wantonly, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky. The monsters and mortals in the surrounding areas all knelt on the ground, thinking that they had encountered the legendary natural disaster and gods. The giant fire dragon roared continuously and charged fiercely towards the two elf girls, one black and one white, on the opposite side. However, Lasta did not retreat at all. The heat wave blew her golden hair into disarray, and there was no obvious chanting movement. Echina couldn't help but narrow her beautiful eyes, thinking that the other party was a little too arrogant. After all, even if it was a 9th-level strongman, facing her strongest attack, if he didn't try his best to defend, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Several frost storms swept over from the side of Lasta and crashed into the monstrous fire dragon, actually tearing the seemingly invincible dragon into pieces in one go. The heat wave dissipated into the sky, and Echina's beautiful face was full of disbelief. His own powerful killing technique was so easily resolved by this elf. Is the 9th level really an insurmountable existence? The ground around them was a mess, but within 10 meters of where Lasta and Babylon were, everything was calm, and not even the flowers or plants were damaged. Babylon dodged so fast that the naked eye couldn't react, and appeared directly behind Echina, handcuffing her hands tightly. "I'm sorry, Madam Echina, you've been my slave for a while." On the other side, the battle over the city of Badr has not stopped yet. Chu Sheng rode on Ludmila's back like he was driving a Gundam, using space magic to support her attacks, but he was unable to take down Davran. Whenever this Tianlong man faced a critical crisis, he would pull out a powerful life-saving magic device from somewhere, and he had escaped danger several times in a row. Chu Sheng also tried to get close to Ludmila, and he used the power of the critical room to kill the opponent instantly, but Davran always managed to create distance in advance. It's like Noxus at level 18 with Blood Rage. He can kill the opponent with just one touch, but he is always pulled back by the opponent who struggles with all his might. Dovling looked extremely miserable at the moment, with wounds all over his body, blood flowing freely, and his eyes became more and more anxious. He had desperately tried to delay Chu Sheng and the other man for several minutes, but his eagerly awaited wife still hadn't shown up, which made him increasingly uneasy. After marrying into Echina's family for many years, although Davran was not very popular and often had to endure his wife's contempt with a smile, he secretly accumulated a lot of private money. Almost all of it was used to buy life-saving items. Many 9th-level magicians might not be as difficult to kill as him. Chu Sheng lay on the back of Ludmila, feeling a little annoyed. This Lao Deng had too many life-saving props. It was not a fight, it was clearly just a waste of money. He could see that each of those protective magic devices was at least at the 8th level, and they were high-end goods that were in short supply outside. They were simply too luxurious. This guy is so disgusting running around. What can you do, Mel? Had worn out her patience. Hold on a little longer. Old Deng must be nearing the end of his strength. When his life-saving items run out, we'll kill him instantly. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the distant sky and slowly flew towards the battlefield. When they got closer, they saw a beautiful woman with long brown hair, tied up with strong magic chains. She had a plump and full figure, with hips wider than shoulders. She was a model of fertility. Davlon was originally ecstatic to see his wife coming, but after seeing how his wife was bound, his faith was instantly broken and his face was filled with disbelief. He was struggling to hold on, waiting for his wife to come and save him from the dire situation, but instead his wife was tied up and looked aggrieved. "Who are you? What did you do to my wife?" Davran glared at the plump elf girl Lasta next to him. At this moment of surprise, Ludmila found the opportunity and stabbed him in the abdomen with a dagger emitting black fire. Pua! Davran vomited blood, and the terrifying black flames burned wildly in his body, causing the magic power in his body to be mobilized abnormally, and he fell directly from the sky. Chu Sheng looked at the blonde elf girl flying slowly towards him. He never expected to see elves in a place like Dragon Country. He inexplicably felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The other person's long, wavy golden hair sparkled in the sun. Her skin was as white as frost and snow. Her blue-purple wizard robe was bulging out by her curvy figure, and her bright eyes, only one side of which was exposed under her bangs, were constantly looking over here. And the sexy woman she tied up, judging from the conspicuous dragon horns on her head, should be Don Quixote's mother. At this time, the short-haired elf girl Ludmila spoke up and introduced him with a smile. That is Lasta, the former elder of the elf forest. He is now the military advisor of our dark elves. The dragon she tied up was Don Quixote's mother, and Lasta easily subdued her. Chusheng nodded. When he saw the identity of the other party's elf girl, he knew that friendly forces had arrived, but he didn't expect that the friendly forces were so powerful and directly took down the other party's boss. Wait, the elves captured the celestial dragons in the Dragon Kingdom. Is that really okay? Don't worry, Male. I guess this must be Babylon's plan. She will take care of everything. Lasta walked in front of Chu Sheng with graceful steps, staring at the man from the eastern continent with gentle eyes, like a kind elder. Little guy, are you free to come with me for a while now? Her tone was gentle and soft, without any of the unfamiliarity and awkwardness that comes when strangers meet for the first time, as if they were meeting old friends. No problem. Chu Sheng got down from behind Ludmila and followed Lasta, heading towards a dilapidated building below. With a slight wave of Lasta's jade hand, the bound, beautiful dragon mother suddenly floated to her side wrapped in magic. After the three of them entered the building, a barrier that could isolate the breath and five senses was instantly formed. The swaying peach buttocks and exposed arms and legs in front of him made Chu Sheng's heart waver. With a quick glance just now, he was sure of one thing. This strange elf girl is very powerful. In every sense. The snow-white pride was almost overflowing from the robe, and one could even faintly see the blue veins. It was definitely the most exaggerated proportion he had ever seen in the other world. There is only one word to describe Lasta's plump figure: numerical monster. Chu Sheng couldn't imagine what kind of waves the beloved child in front of Lasta would be shaking at this moment, and this was just a small movement like walking. Lasta brought Chu Sheng and China to a room that looked like a reception room. He turned around slowly, and his gaze, which was half a head taller than Chu Sheng, did not look down on him at all. Nice to meet you, little fellow from the eastern continent. I am Lasta, the elder of the Forest of Elves, and I currently serve in the Dark Elves. Chu Sheng gently grasped the other party's white and tender wrist that was stretched out. It was indeed the plumpness unique to elf girls, and it also had the familiar fragrance of the forest. Hello, Elder Lasta. I am Chu Sheng, and I have received much care from the elf forest. You're too modest, little one. It's the elf forest that's under your care, right? Lasta curved her eyebrows, waved her hand, put the floating mother of dragons on the ground, and chose to get to the point. This Lady Echina is a gift from General Babylon of the Dark Elves. She will be your slave for the next period of time. After all, the Elven Forest has received great assistance from you. Although the Dark Elves have split up, we must show our appreciation. Okay, wait, seriously? Chu Sheng blinked, thinking he had misheard. Although Ludmila had just told him that she had sent the letter, he was still a little overwhelmed by the sudden sending of slaves. Lasta smiled and nodded, then stepped forward, took Chu Sheng's hand, and led him towards the beautiful dragon mother who had fallen to the ground and looked a little embarrassed. Of course I'm serious, but little one, you have to promise to do a few things. First, don't harm Madame Echina's life, and second, don't destroy her reputation. Other than that, you can use and send her as you please. Chu Sheng always felt that there was something strange in Lasta's eyes when she mentioned the word use, and he didn't know whether she was talking about serious use. Seeing that Chu Sheng was still confused, Lasta did not get impatient, but explained the whole cause and effect very gently and patiently. It talked about the various crimes committed by Don Quixote's family by relying on their identity as a celestial dragon clan, so Chu Sheng didn't have to worry because they had all kinds of leverage over the dragon mother. At the same time that Lasta brought Echina to Chu Sheng, Babylon had already discussed the matter with his friends from the Tianlong clan. It was generally agreed that making a high-ranking Tianlong clan member serve as a slave to the guests who came from afar in the elf forest was a decent punishment. Otherwise, if Babylon tells the dragons about everything that happened to Echina's family, the punishment this beautiful dragon mother will receive will definitely be even more cruel and severe. You are the murderer of my son, right? Suddenly, Echina, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Her voice was cold and contained a hint of murderous intent, and her eyes were as sharp as knives, as if she was ready to kill Chu Sheng at any time. The life-saving magic device that Don Quixote triggered before his death, in addition to being able to transmit Echina's voice, also had another function, which was to absorb the surrounding air and return it to Echina. Now that she sensed this breath, Echina immediately realized that the man with black hair and black eyes in front of her was the murderer of her son. Chu Sheng looked towards the other party following the voice. Even though this beautiful woman, who looked a little embarrassed, was tied up at the moment, she still couldn't hide her domineering and unquestionable majesty. The other person's figure is extremely perfect, and because of her race, she looks like a pretty lady who has been magnified in a certain proportion. It is estimated that including the dragon horns, she is 3 meters tall. Yes, I did kill your son, but there are reasons for it. Chu Xing thought that he had already seen the immortal goddess, so he simply admitted it, but he still told her about the absurd things Don Quixote had done. In order to take Ludmila and Aaron as slaves, they even blocked off the entire Monster Mountain range to search for them. This was simply insane. More importantly, Ellen was carrying the documents of the elf forest envoy, which she must have shown to Don Quixote at the time, but it may have been selectively ignored. Under normal circumstances, this would be a serious diplomatic incident, punishable by death. Chapter 123 The Function of the Forbidden Magic Stone. The previous chapter has been revised and completed. Remember to read it first, otherwise the plot will be incoherent. Every word I said is true. Of course, madam, you don't have to believe it. If you insist on avenging your son, I have nothing to say. Chu Xing spread his hands, and suddenly thought of his little snake slave, whose life or death was uncertain, and his eyes suddenly became fierce again. Besides, my house was destroyed by your husband, and even my slaves may have been killed by him. Thinking of this, Chu Xing clenched his fists and his tone lost its respect. So, madam, you will most likely be a widow. I will kill your ignorant and foolish husband. If you don't want your whole family to suffer, don't stop me. Achina's face was distorted, and her pink lips were bleeding from anger, but she was more sad about the death of her son. As for her husband who married into her family, she really doesn't care whether she lives or dies. Even without Chu Xing telling her, she wanted to kill Dovlang with her own hands. After all, it was he who indulged her son. Although Achina was angry, she did not let her anger overwhelm her reason. She knew that what Chu Xing said was probably not an exaggeration and was probably the truth. What the beautiful dragon mother didn't expect was that Don Quixote, who was as docile and obedient as a little animal in front of her, would be so lawless outside. She reflected on her responsibilities for a moment. She was indeed a little indulgent and doting on her son on a daily basis. She ignored many things and immersed herself in her own magic practice. I thought Dovran would take good care of his wife and children, but he completely led his son astray and even caused such a murder. Dovran, you really deserve to die. Achina gritted her teeth, and the dragon's breath could be faintly heard from her mouth. The temperature of the air began to gradually rise. If he hadn't been restrained by Losta's magic chains, he would have probably gone completely crazy. Elder Losta, why don't you take this female dragon away? I don't want to have a threat that wants to kill me around me all the time. Although Chu Xing was not afraid of the opponent, after all, he had the critical house's instant kill plug-in. But without Losta's restraint, it would be difficult for him to completely guard against such a peak-level 8th-level magician with his own means. Moreover, there might be deeper games and confrontations behind the experience of this female dragon. I just came here to ask for help, and I can't stay for long. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. Losta seemed to know Chu Xing's worries, patted the back of his hand reassuringly, then walked forward and lifted up Achina's long dress. On that white and plump leg was an exclusive slave seal. Losta gently touched the seal, mobilized a wisp of magic power, then touched it on Chu Xing's forehead and spoke with a faint smile. Now you can rest assured, right? Even if she's powerful, she can't hurt you at all. Chu Xing shook his head decisively. Although she can't hurt me, she can still hurt my friends and my other slaves. She is still very dangerous. Although he was a little greedy for the body of the dragon mother, after all, it was rare to see a foreign woman with such mature charm, but he was not so greedy that his little head controlled his big head. With such a time bomb following me around, if I can't take revenge on him, he will take revenge on Aaron. That will not be fun. After hearing this, Losta became even more calm and reminded him. You should have the magic forbidden stone that Tiffany gave you, right? Forbidden magic stone? Chu Xing blinked and suddenly thought of the black stone that could not be replicated using the critical house. It seemed that such a thing really existed. According to Tiffany, this stone can seal the magic power of any magician below the 9th level. It is very powerful, but it can only be used once. He took out the strange black stone from the space magic device and pointed it at Achina on the ground. How do you have such a thing? Achina naturally knew about the forbidden magic stone, but she never expected that the man in front of her actually had one. Even the Dragon Kingdom's treasury doesn't have many pieces of this extremely precious stone. Rays of light floated up from the beautiful dragon mother's body, as if her soul had left her body, and were then completely absorbed by the black stone in Chu Xing's hand. When the light faded, Chu Sheng felt that the stone in his palm became extremely heavy. It contained the vast magical power of an 8th-level peak powerhouse. It was indeed a magical stone. Thank you, Elder Lasta, for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten about this. I give it to you. I hope you like it. Chu Sheng put away the magic forbidden stone, then took out a space magic device filled with things and handed it to the other party. Lasta took the space magic device made of a small glass ball, released a ray of magic power out of curiosity, and her beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. The 1 cubic meter space inside is filled with various high-calorie snacks and some modern women's clothing. Lasta guessed that these were food and clothes from the Eastern continent, and he couldn't help but feel comforted by the filial piety of the child in front of him. She had always been interested in the space magic that the elf forest praised highly. Now that her wish had come true, a smile brighter than a delicate flower suddenly blossomed on her lips. The little guy is really thoughtful. Luasta came over with his beloved daughter weighing heavily on his shoulders and buried Chu Sheng in his warm and broad embrace, releasing endless tenderness. Madame Achina's exclusive slave seal has some limitations. I need to explain them to you first. After all, ordinary seals cannot control a powerful being like her. The blonde elf gently let Chu Sheng go, slowly walked to Achina, waved her jade finger, and the beautiful dragon mother's long skirt suddenly tore a gap. The paradise on earth came into view, attracting Chu Sheng, who had just left Zhang Xiangren's heart and was still reluctant to leave. Lasta, this is. The blonde elf turned around, folded her hands in front of her, and said with a sweet smile, "This seal requires your magical essence to maintain its operation. It can last for about a week at a time." Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched wildly. He wanted to say, "This is not a slave seal. It's clearly a Star Wrath seal. To provide your own magic source to operate, doesn't that mean you have to? I really don't want to be a thief. Elder Lasta, this isn't good. After all, we are all outsiders in the Dragon Nation. Isn't it a bit too extreme to go to this extent?" The blonde elf shook her head, came up behind him, and gave him a gentle push, like a maid urging the young master to get on the bed. "Don't worry, Babylon will handle all the obstacles for you." Luasta whispered softly in Chu Sheng's ear, with a hint of bewitching sincerity. "Besides, this lady's son wants to capture AI Erlin as a slave, and her husband even destroyed your house. His crimes are heinous. Even if you didn't do this to Madame Achina, she would still harbor hatred towards you and want to avenge the murder of her son. Your kindness wouldn't earn her forgiveness or relenting, would it? You don't want this lady to come and hunt you down for no reason, do you?" Chapter 124, Dao Heartbroken. Chu Sheng had a strange look on his face. He knew that Lasta was speaking some nonsense seriously, but his words were reasonable and correct. If this mother dragon regains her freedom, she will definitely come to seek revenge on me first. It has nothing to do with right or wrong or position. It's just a mother's protection of her son. Even if I treat her harshly or embarrassingly now, what can I do? Chu Sheng knew that whether he chose to be a thief or not, the result would not change, so he might as well just let it go and accept this gift from a strange elder. He thought of more in an instant. Having such a woman from the Tianlong clan with an extremely noble status and position by his side was equivalent to having a hostage. This time, the rescue mission might become easier because of this. Chu Sheng smacked his lips, turned his head, and looked at Lasta behind him, and made up his mind. "I've made up my mind. I'll do as Elder Lasta said." "Very good, little one. This is how decisive the savior of the elf forest should be. Elder Lasta, would you mind stepping aside for a moment?" The blonde elf placed her hands gently on Chu Sheng's lower back, her eyes filled with encouragement. "I need to make sure that your magical power is fully released, and also be on guard against Madame Achina's possibility of breaking free from her magic chains." She spoke righteously, but her eyes had drifted to an indescribable place, filled with strong curiosity. It seemed as if he wanted to witness with his own eyes the greatness of this savior, as described by the elf forest. Seeing that the blonde elf girl didn't seem to be joking, Chu Sheng didn't say anything more. After all, he was quite thick-skinned, so he wasn't embarrassed at all. It's just hard for Lady Achina that someone is actually recording such a humiliating moment. I wonder what kind of beautiful scene it will be when the nobility is completely removed. Lasta stretched out his finger and tapped lightly, and Achina suddenly shuddered all over, her beautiful face showing some pain, and the magic chains on her body became tighter, making her unable to exert any strength. Even wanting to speak has become extremely difficult. "Human, if you dare I will kill you and everyone connected to you." Achina saw the huge black shadow looming over her fair face, but she still did not give in at all, and used her last bit of strength to utter harsh words. Chu Sheng ignored it completely. If this beautiful dragon mother really had such great power, would she be tied up by Lasta like a prey? You're welcome, little one. Lasta's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and the rich fragrance of the forest seemed to awaken the most primitive instinct in Chu Sheng's heart, and he headed towards the source of the dragon's breath. Human, you're done. When the beautiful dragon mother's face was the toughest, Chu Sheng chose to use the source of magic. When the surging energy appeared unstoppably in the depths of China's soul, she inevitably revealed a charming expression, and all the shouting just now turned into a joke in an instant. However, Chu Sheng cried out that something was wrong, because he saw a red full moon reflected on the ground, which was particularly bright. What's going on? Chu Sheng turned his head blankly and looked at Loasta, who was standing there without blinking, his face full of astonishment. Elder Loasta, isn't she already a mother? The blonde elf smiled broadly. After confirming the activation of the exclusive slave seal, she nodded in satisfaction. According to Babylon, Lady Echina has been busy practicing magic for many years and is unwilling to spend her time on the birth of new celestial dragons. What's more, the breeding of a pure-blooded dragon requires years of hard work, often taking more than 10 years to show any improvement. So, she used some special methods. I guess it was a combination of some kind of magic and flesh alchemy. Combining magic and flesh alchemy. Chu Sheng widened his eyes. This incredible reproduction method was really beyond his expectations, but when he thought that this was a different world where magic existed, it was not so outrageous. He speculated that it was likely that Echina used some of her husband's blood, combined with some of her own flesh and blood, to create Don Quixote. Lasta continued to explain, of course, not every pure-blooded dragon can use this method. Only masters who are proficient in magic and alchemy can accomplish it. Moreover, the newly born dragons are likely to have some defects. For example, he can't transform into a true dragon or inherit certain bloodline spells. There are many shortcomings like these. After saying that, the blonde elf girl gently fanned her tender hands, using wind magic to create a cool breeze similar to that of an air conditioner to remove the heat from the hard-working Chu Sheng. He also used fire magic to gently stroke Chu Sheng's back, drying his slightly sweaty clothes. He was very considerate. Chu Sheng inexplicably felt like he was on a pirate ship. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly as he pointed at the beautiful dragon mother's belly without any fat. If she is pregnant, what should we do? Ordinary exclusive slave seals are ineffective against high-level strongmen, and the special seal on Echina needs to be maintained by herself at least once a week. At this frequency, if something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to deal with. After all, dragon girls are not like elf girls. They are born from trees and can grow food at will without any worries in this regard. The birth of a pure-blooded dragon is extremely difficult. I guess you, little one, aren't that lucky. Lasta smiled faintly. The difficulty of breeding the celestial dragon clan was almost second only to the elves in the entire continent. The possibility of achieving a single shot was as likely as the sun rising from the west. Of course, if an unexpected situation really occurs, the dark elves should be happy to take them in and raise them. Chu Sheng patted his forehead. He knew there was nothing he could say in this situation and could only take things one step at a time. As Echina resumed her movements, the slave mark on her fleshy leg flashed with a faint fluorescence, officially indicating that she had become Chu Sheng's second slave. At Chu Sheng's signal, Lasta untied the magic chains that bound the dragon mother. She was able to walk and move freely, but like an ordinary person, she was completely unable to use any magic power. At best, she had more strength. The three of them walked out of the ruined building. Outside the door was Ludmila with a relaxed look on her face, Erlin, who seemed a little impatient, and Davran, who looked anxious. At this moment, the tall Tianlong clan member was covered in wounds and fell to the ground in a miserable state. His hands and feet were nailed by several black flame daggers, and he was in great pain. Echina, you finally came out. Come and save me. The moment he saw his wife coming out, Davran was still fantasizing that she would show her great power and save him, but after seeing her condition clearly, his voice became more and more trembling, and his heart sank to the bottom. Although the chains on his wife's body had disappeared, her gorgeous clothes were torn in many places, and her brown hair was stuck to her forehead by sweat, making her look ashen. What was even worse was that a slave seal, which was only meant for lowly slaves of lower races, appeared on his wife's thigh. Dovlang's heart was broken in an instant. He didn't cry when his son died, but at this moment, tears couldn't help but fall. He stared at the only man not far away with his bloodshot eyes. You? What did you do to Echina? Chapter 125. The little slave is fine. In fact, after seeing his wife and Chu Sheng enter the room and take such a long time to come out, Dovlang had already guessed what happened inside. But extreme anger and sadness forced him to not believe it. How could his wife betray him? That's right, Echina must have been forced into this. Thinking of this, Davalang suddenly shouted at Chu Sheng at the top of his lungs. You murderer! Not only did you kill my son, but now you've also killed my wife. However, before he could finish, Chu Sheng silently raised his arm and used fire magic to condense a spear, ready to take the other person's life. Wait, let me do it myself. Chu Sheng's arm, which was about to throw out, was stopped by the tall dragon mother beside him. She looked a little dazed, and her thoughts were hard to understand. Echina walked towards the embarrassed Davran in a daze, her expression gradually changing from madness to indifference. Echina, what do you want to do? Davran looked at his wife's cold and ruthless eyes, and his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He wanted to struggle back, but his retreat had already been blocked by the black flame dagger. Useless trash. The beautiful dragon mother looked at her incompetent husband straight in the eye for the last time, raised her arm high, and under the stimulation of her blood, it turned into a huge dragon claw. Puff! The sharp claws fell, and Davran, who had nowhere to escape, was instantly torn apart. His blood splattered on the ruined streets, gathering into scarlet streams. Even if the magic is completely sealed, Echina can still use the power of her body and blood, which is more than enough to kill a spent force. Davran's head rolled to the ground, his expression frozen in horror. He probably couldn't understand why his wife killed him. Did the slave mark not only take away her freedom, but also her heart? Erlin ignored the family ethics drama here and walked straight towards the plump Lasta, speaking with expectation in her eyes. Elder Lasta, is my teacher here with us? I'm sorry, little Aaron. Babylon is busy with official duties and can't get away. The blonde elf touched Aaron's head lovingly, just as kindly as she was when she was a child. When Aaron learned that her teacher didn't come, she was stunned and couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or relieved. She stood there in a daze. When everything was settled, Ludmila and Lasta said goodbye briefly and asked Chu Sheng to take Aaron to the Dark Elf City to stay for a few days when he was free. The Dark Elves gave him such a big gift this time. Chu Sheng certainly couldn't say no, and kept saying definitely next time. He did not forget what he cared about most, which was his little snake slave, and he didn't know what the current situation was. Chu Sheng took Aaron and Echina back to the previous location of the villa and searched among the ruins. Ibai, can you hear me? He sensed a familiar breath under the house through his mental power and immediately called out in joy, continuously digging with earth attribute magic. Mass. When the ruins were dug up, the ragged snake lady rushed out with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Chu Sheng's arms, and wrapped her big white tail around him tightly. Wow, 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 Mom. I thought I would never see you again. Chu Sheng felt the trembling body in his arms and the slight dampness on his shoulders, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief, his heart at ease. He let go of the snake lady and circled around her several times, trying to see if she was injured. Fortunately, apart from being dirty, covered in dust, and having tattered clothes, the snake lady was not injured, and the fluctuations of her life force were very stable. When Ibai saw his master whom he missed so much, and was relieved to have survived the disaster, he was in a state of excitement and talked a lot. Oh my God, I was so worried about you at home, and then I suddenly heard a really loud explosion outside. After some explanation from the snake lady, she learned that when Davran was bombing the town below with thunderballs, she happened to be in the basement of the villa sorting things out, thus escaping the disaster. By the way, Masuda, did you rescue your 2 elven slaves? Did you get hurt in the Monster Mountain range? The snake lady held Chu Sheng's arm tightly and refused to let go. This time it was her turn to circle around Chu Sheng and touch him all over, almost pulling down his pants to see if he had any internal injuries. Although she had only spent 2 or 3 days with Chu Sheng, Ibai found that her whole heart was inexplicably attached to him. There wasn't much special feeling when playing with Moss, but when Moss was not around, Ibai realized the torment in his heart. It turns out that I have become a person who cannot live without Masta without knowing it. Ibai, I actually lied to you. Those 2 elves are not my slaves. They are my friends, irreplaceable. As Chu Sheng spoke, he reluctantly pulled his arm away from the snake lady's deep snow-capped peaks and moved his body away, revealing the 2 beautiful figures behind him. I guessed this a long time ago. After all, the books say that other countries besides the Dragon Kingdom don't have this kind of slavery system. The snake lady looked at the 2 people curiously. One was a lively girl with wheat-colored skin and long silver-white hair. She had a strong and sturdy figure, and she was full of energy and looked heroic. The other was a haggard, noble-looking woman from the Tianlong clan. She exuded a mature and charming aura. Even though she was also a woman, She was intoxicated by her alluring posture. Wait, aren't they both elves? How come one of them is from the Tianlong clan? Pai subconsciously tidied up her messy clothes a little, put on the best possible manners, and came in front of Aaron. Hello, Miss Elf. My name is Pai, and I am Master's slave. Please feel free to give me your orders from now on. Snake Lady originally planned to shake hands, but when she thought that the other party was Masuda's friend and should be on an equal footing with Masuda, while she was just a slave, she immediately shrank back timidly. Hello, Pai. My name is Aaron. Just treat me as a friend. There's nothing I can do for you. The dark-skinned elf girl saw the inferiority and caution in the snake girl's eyes and immediately took the other's hand and gave her an encouraging look. Thank you, Miss Erlin. Pai was a little bit unbelievable. She didn't expect that she would receive such respect. She turned her head happily and glanced at Chu Sheng. The person who can become Masuda's friend is so friendly. It turns out that Masuda has good taste. But when it was her turn to look at China, the snake lady looked extremely frightened and terrified. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and her tail drooped to the ground. After all, the tyranny and superiority of the Tianlong clan are stereotypes deeply rooted in the minds of the lower-class slaves of the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, Pai would not even look at such an unattainable and terrifying existence, and would have to lower her head when approaching it. What's more, her previous mistress died at the hands of the Tianlong clan. It can be said that this has become an indelible shadow in the Snake Lady's heart. Chu Sheng glanced at the dazed dragon mother with a strange look, coughed lightly, and reminded her, Pai, she is not my friend, but my slave. Oh, what's that? The Snake Lady's pupils widened in an instant, and she looked at Chu Sheng in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. This is the true ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he be willing to become someone else's slave? However, Chu Sheng just spread his hands and pointed at the fleshy leg that China could vaguely see from the side. The distinct slave mark on it was particularly glaring. Pai immediately covered her mouth in surprise. She could tell from China's dress and demeanor that this noble lady probably had a very high status in the Tianlong clan. He is probably even more noble than the young master of the Tianlong clan who killed his former mistress. She cautiously took 2 steps towards the beautiful dragon mother, took a few deep breaths, and finally spoke in a slightly trembling voice. Madam, I'm Pai. What's your name? The snake lady was extremely nervous. Although she didn't know why the other party became Masuda's slave, and the two seemed to be of equal status, she would never dare to treat this beautiful woman the same way as she treated other slaves. However, the only response from Pai was silence. China didn't even glance at her. Although she didn't show a condescending attitude, the contempt ingrained in her bones was obvious. Perhaps in her eyes, a humble and weak lower-class tribe was not even qualified to speak to her face-to-face. Ahem, she is Lady China. She will probably be with us for a long time. It was Chu Sheng who spoke at the critical moment, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hearing the word, a long time, the dragon mother's narrow eyes immediately swept over with deep hatred, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corners of her bright red lips. It was as if saying to Chu Sheng, "You won't live to see that time." Snake Lady nodded obediently, then returned to stand beside Chu Sheng tactfully, looking at the villa that had become a ruin, pursing her lips in grievance. The shelter she had finally found was destroyed in just one day. Mom, our home is gone. Where should we go next? This is also what Chu Sheng is thinking about now. He should soon continue his journey with Ellen to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to complete the mission of this trip, and he will probably not come to the city of Baldur again. But after Pai escaped death this time, he developed a strong sense of crisis. That is, he could not let her leave him in the future. The same goes for Erlin. If she's not around, and she's caught by the villain, and some bloody plot of blackmail comes up, it would be really difficult to hold on. But having them by your side all the time and ensuring their safety when a fight breaks out is a very difficult matter, and you may not be able to pay attention to them all the time. Is there any place or method that can keep them from leaving me and keep them safe at all times? It seems that something is trying to break through the upper limit of the space magic device. Chu Sheng said nothing and went straight back to the critical room. He planned to carry out his experiment here. It is worth mentioning that just now, after China killed her husband with her own hands, Chu Sheng also absorbed the items dropped by Davran when he died. His current magical realm has reached the 6th level, and with the blessing of the mark of the Tree of Life, he can almost reach the threshold of the 8th level. Let me try and see if I can fit a living thing into the space I've created. When Chu Sheng first made the space magic device, the internal space was only a small 1 cubic meter. Now, with the passage of time, the space he created is more than 100 times larger. Taking out an egg-sized artificial crystal, He opened up the inner space again according to the method he used to make the magic storage device. After he told it personally, the spatial attribute magic power took action spontaneously and soon opened up a different space of thousands of cubic meters. This was already Chu Sheng's current limit. He used his mental power to sense it and estimated that it could accommodate a small 2- or 3-story bungalow. Chu Sheng did not dare to enter the alien space directly for testing, but instead handed this difficult task to his beloved brother Kun. After returning to the real world, I went to the vegetable market to buy a fresh and lively hen, and then threw it directly into the alien space. It seems to work. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Although the hen had been floating since entering the alien space, all its life characteristics were normal. This shows that the gas, pressure, and other indicators inside the alien space are relatively similar to those in the real world. He didn't rush in, but observed outside for a long time and found that the hen was not only alive and well, but also laid an egg inside. This time Chu Sheng felt relieved and directly braised Brother Kun and the eggs he had just laid to replenish his magic power. After eating and drinking, Chu Sheng truly stepped into the strange space he created. He had a very strange feeling, as if he was the god or creator of this space. Of course, this is true. Chu Sheng first used the earth attribute magic to create a solid piece of land, and then used the wood attribute and life attribute magic to plant many green plants on the land to ensure fresh air. Then, he used light attribute magic to simulate a visible but intangible sun above, and used water attribute magic to maintain the humidity and circulation of the alien space. Maybe this place will become a paradise for foreign women in the future. Chu Sheng completed a major project that was close to creating the world, and he was filled with a rich sense of accomplishment. He built a 2-story attic on the land in the alien space. With the embellishment of vegetation outside the house, it has both the warmth of a farmhouse and the elegance and exquisiteness of European-style decoration. There are 10 rooms in total on the 2 floors. Considering the current size of his harem, it should be more than enough for the girls to live in. But I don't know whether I can live there in the future. In short, from this moment on, this small safe house that can shelter foreign girls can be officially put into use. Chapter 126, Decorating the Home. The previous chapter has been supplemented and revised. Please take a look first to avoid any incoherence in the plot. Chu Sheng returned to the other world contentedly and smiled at the 2 beautiful girls beside him. Let's go. I'll take you to a nice place. He took out the large crystal that held the warm little home from his arms and led the snake lady and the dark-skinned elf lady in under their puzzled gazes. But when Chu Sheng was about to take the mother dragon to China with him, an accident happened. An obvious rejection message came from the alien space, and even the entire space began to vibrate slightly. Chu Sheng understood what this meant. That is, the alien space is currently unable to accommodate a powerful existence like Lady of China. It seems that the capacity of the alien space is related to one's own realm strength. I see. Even those who are stronger than me can't enter at this stage. Will the alternate dimension explode? Chu Sheng did not insist any longer and simply left this hostile woman outside to let her sober up. This widowed mother dragon probably hasn't figured out her current situation yet. She's become a slave, but she still always looks at me with an unhappy look. After a brief feeling of dizziness, the 2 girls found a beautiful small building in front of them, like a painting. Various beautiful flowers are blooming outside the house, and you can even smell a faint floral fragrance in the air. The small building has a warm-toned exterior, with exquisite carvings on the windows and neatly tiled roofs, giving it a comfortable feel. He Pai's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was obviously surprised by the small courtyard that suddenly came into her sight. She looked at Chu Sheng excitedly. Masada, what is this place? It's so beautiful and cozy. Did you, Chu Sheng, create this place using space magic? Ellen was also shocked, but she knew Chu Sheng's magic better than Snake Lady, so she remained calm. She pressed her palms towards the surroundings, but it felt like she was pressing on soft cotton. Invisible and transparent walls surrounded the small courtyard. It's like the air wall deliberately set up in the game to prevent the character controlled by the player from falling off a cliff and dying. That's right, you can think of this place as the interior of the magic device storage, an independent little world that belongs only to us, and most importantly, it is absolutely safe. Chu Sheng had a hint of pride on his face as he led them into the house, holding one of their hands. The lobby on the first floor is relatively spacious. The floor is paved with high-quality wooden boards, which is beautiful and generous. The hanging lights on the ceiling flicker with soft light. It's a pity that there are not many decent pieces of furniture. Public facilities such as the kitchen, study, and bathroom are all on the first floor, while the second floor is the bedrooms, which contained almost nothing except a wardrobe and a large bed. The three of them stood side by side on the balcony, admiring the small vegetation garden below, and couldn't help but sigh that it was a paradise-like place. Masada, this is going to be our home from now on. Snake Lady's eyes lit up. She had already chosen a suitable room for herself and Chu Sheng and had obtained permission. Now she just felt itchy and wanted to clean and tidy it up. Without further delay, Mom, let's start doing housework now. He Pai was full of energy. She seemed to have found her true home and wanted to do her best to do what she could for Chu Sheng. Before Chu Sheng entered the Monster Mountain range, he could only stand there stupidly at the critical moment, and was even disdained and dragged down and teleported back. In the heart of the Snake Lady, she always felt that she had not fulfilled her duties as a slave and would only cause trouble to her master. Apart from her decent appearance, she was of no use at all. Chu Sheng saw the subtle thoughts in her eyes, patted her head encouragingly, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you for your help. Please make sure to clean up this house." He Pai nodded vigorously with excitement, and her full heart was shaking because of this movement. This unique beauty that belonged to her made Chu Sheng unable to take his eyes off her. The lively and innocent face, coupled with the hot and enchanting figure, such a strong contrast, is really rare. Then I'll go take a shower on the first floor. I've been soaking in that dream lake for too long, and my body feels sticky. Erin stretched her body joints and prepared to relax in the bathtub she had just seen. Chu Sheng returned to the real world and took Shuang to the mall to start a large-scale purchase. Now that he has a small world and a small home in the true sense, he plans to move many modern things there to make his living more comfortable in the future. He had also tried it on the way. It was impossible to take things out of another space in the real world, only in another world. It is probably because the two worlds are in completely different time and space and cannot be connected through simple space magic. The two of them spent most of the day shopping in the mall and returned home with a lot of stuff. Large-screen TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, water purifiers, high-end mattresses, game consoles, gaming-grade computers, and various furniture that increase comfort. After spending a little more time checking and debugging, they returned to the other world one by one and put them into the different space. Of course, the most important thing is a diesel generator that is responsible for powering all modern furniture. Chu Sheng had also tested it and found that the lightning created by magic in the other world could not ensure the normal and stable operation of electrical appliances. It is easy to cause a short circuit or even explode in serious cases. After everything was put in place, the entire home in the alien space looked more modern and was completely a residence in the real world. At this moment, the Snake Lady He Pai was in the corridor on the second floor, holding a rag, kneeling on the ground with her tail bent, wiping the wooden board carefully, her movements serious and focused. He Pai, come and see. Chu Sheng was just about to teach the other party how to use those modern furniture when he saw the exciting scene on the stairs. I saw that the tattered wizard robe that the Snake Lady was originally wearing had disappeared, probably thrown into the trash can by her. The entire perfect body was exposed to the air and was particularly dazzling under the warm fake sunlight outside the window. The skin is so fair and tender, with flesh where it should be, but it is not excess fat, but beautiful flesh that can make Chu Sheng's blood boil. The charming snake waist is slender and swaying, and above it are the full and exaggerated curves, which constantly hit Chu Sheng's fragile bottom line. Because of the leaning posture, the brilliant fruit, under the influence of gravity, kept repeating the great pendulum movement along with the arm wiping the wooden floor. Every swing and tremor was a great challenge to Chu Sheng's self-control. Such a simple housework seemed like dancing in water in the hands of the Snake Lady, making his breathing gradually heavier. Chapter 127, Don't worry about the rest. This beautiful scene made Chu Sheng feel that this little home that he had painstakingly spent a lot of time and effort to build was not even a bit better than Snake Lady's. Such a snake girl has a pure and sweet appearance, but a plump and charming figure. The two extremely contrasting temperaments combine together to create a little slave that belongs to her alone. Not long ago, Chu Sheng had some friction with the beautiful dragon mother of China because of the exclusive slave seal. But at that time, the other party's eyes seemed to want to eat people. He always stared at his pulse viciously, as if he would crush it if he had the chance. So Chu Sheng didn't have the usual relaxation at that time, not to mention that there was the slightly unfamiliar Loston next to him. Although the other party gave him a very warm and gentle feeling, it was their first meeting after all. Therefore, the experience of activating the slave seal can only be said to be not very good. It is like there is a delicious dish in front of you, but you can only take a small bite, which is simply making things difficult for yourself. Seeing the Snake Lady showing such a beautiful posture, little Chu Sheng couldn't hold back any longer. Masada? Why are you looking at me like that? Snake Lady Hipai stopped the housework in her hands and finally saw Chu Sheng going upstairs. She blinked her big eyes with curiosity. Chu Sheng touched his nose and turned his head away reluctantly. Well, I'm just curious, Hipai. Why are you dressed like this? Although there are definitely no outsiders at home, it's still possible to catch a cold, right? After hearing her master's question, the Snake Lady finally realized her current appearance and immediately put up her hands to cover herself shyly. This is because my mage robe is broken and cannot be repaired, so this happened. Snake Lady's voice was a little hesitant. Although it was not the first time she wore the Emperor's new clothes in front of Chu Sheng, she was still a little shy in broad daylight. Mom, you look at me like this and I still have to do housework. Hipai shyly turned her head away, deliberately blocking Chu Sheng's sight with her fat white tail, and continued to busy herself with the housework in her hands. Chu Sheng did not speak. At this moment, his mind kept emerging with some art films he had watched a while ago, such as the Quan Quan Luo Housekeeper series. The Snake Girl's movements and dress now almost perfectly replicate the plot and character settings in the film, except for the white headscarf she wears on her head. He walked towards the plump figure step by step, gently leaned over behind the other's snake tail, and greedily sniffed the unique faint fragrance of the Snake Girl with his nose. Mom hits me, and I have to mop the floor. Just go ahead and pretend I don't exist. Hipai turned her head tremblingly. Even her ears were covered with bright red. Her eyes showed a bit of nervousness, but more of joy and expectation. After realizing her attachment to Chu Sheng, Snake Lady no longer had any resistance or panic towards this matter. She only hoped that Chu Sheng would order her to serve her as soon as possible. Although she was holding a dirty rag in her hand and couldn't help Ma Si, Hipai could feel Ma Si's obsession with her very intuitively and clearly. Hipai, don't stop doing the housework at hand. Just listen to me for the rest. Chu Sheng stood up and walked to the front of the Snake Lady, who was kneeling on the ground. With the full love of a master for his little slave, he gave her that unique warmth. Woo! Chu Sheng discovered something magical. That is, the Snake Lady's big white tail actually began to shorten slowly. Not only is it getting shorter, but the scales on it are also gradually being replaced by delicate skin, slowly turning into a normal skin color. Then, the tail that lost its scales magically split into two and began to evolve into legs like humans, followed by jade feet, with each pink toe clearly visible. This spectacle is no less spectacular than the one in the cartoon, where the mermaid transforms into a human and grows human legs with the help of a witch. Of course, not the kind from the latest coal-black mermaid movie. Fuck, I grew legs? Hipai looked at her own white and slender legs, soft skin, and straight legs in shock. They were simply a work of art. In her understanding, the conditions for transforming into a human form were extremely harsh, and it was something she had never dared to even think about. One is to break through to the 9th level and complete a drastic transformation in the life level. Such a powerful existence can not only transform into a human form, but also become the true body of one's own race. For example, the Tianlong clan only has horns on their heads, but they can also transform into the form of a real dragon and become a dragon. But this method is almost impossible for people from the lower races, because the slaves of the lower races do not have the conditions to become 9th level strongmen. Even if you have talent and perseverance, your master will not give you enough resources. Another method is to increase the concentration of one's own blood so that it continues to approach that of one's ancestors, which is called atavism. This method either requires a high innate concentration like the Tianlong clan, or it can be improved through acquired efforts, but the difficulty is almost no less than the first method. Because the treasures of the Dragon Kingdom that can increase the concentration of blood have almost been used up long ago, or even completely extinct. Don't be surprised, this is one of my abilities. You have to keep it a secret for me. Chu Sheng knew what was going on at a glance. This was entirely due to the power of the immortal goddess. One's own life source can now increase the blood concentration of others. This is simply a bug for a country like the Dragon Kingdom that values race. Masada, you are really awesome. Snake Lady's eyes sparkled as she stared at Chu Sheng without blinking, as if she was looking at her own hero. She found that she knew too little about Masuda. She thought that the 7th level magic strength was all, but now it seemed that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Not only can Masuda capture the high-ranking Tianlong clan and use them as slaves, but she can also increase her blood concentration in this way. Although Hipai's vision and strength were limited, he at least knew how huge a stir would be caused if such an ability were to be spread. Don't worry, Masuda. I will definitely keep this secret. Ignoring the stains on her hands, the Snake Lady drew a line across her pink lips and made a gesture of silence. Then one of them lost his kneeling position and fell to the ground with a cry. After all, these legs had just grown out, and she was still somewhat unused to them. She needed some time to get familiar with them. With just this movement, the round peach that had just appeared stood up high, emitting bursts of charming fragrance. Chu Sheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva and hurriedly trotted behind He Pai, giving serious instructions. He Pai, just do the housework while you get used to your new legs. Don't worry about anything else. Yes, madam, I will. Chapter 128, It's All Your Blame. As the intimate communication between the master and the little slave continued to deepen, the sunlight outside the cabin gradually dimmed, emitting a soft, orange glow. Although the sun was simulated by Chu Sheng using light attribute magic, it also imitated the weather outside the alien space, which means that the speed of time flow inside and outside is the same. It is not known whether Snake Lady finished her chore of mopping the floor, but Chu Sheng had finished his work. He looked at the cream puff beside him, and a proud smile appeared on his face. A mature master should fully meet the needs of his slaves. He Pai's ears were flushed, and she stared at Chu Sheng with autumn eyes, saying softly, "It's all your fault, Mom. I can't even finish my housework." Of course, she was just complaining in a playful way and didn't really care about the housework. After all, mopping the floor could be done at any time. But life that can make the master happy is not available every moment. Our house isn't very big. Wouldn't it be easier if you just used magic to clean it? Chu Sheng just mentioned it casually. She certainly knew that Snake Lady chose to do the work herself instead of using magic in order to show him her labor and value. So after he calmed his rapidly beating heart, he gently left a light kiss on the snake girl's smooth forehead. He Pai, it seems like there are two things growing on your head. It was only then that Chu Sheng noticed the changes in He Pai besides her legs. He reached out and gently stroked her, and found two flesh-colored protrusions on both sides of her head, like some kind of bulges. Hey, what's growing? I'm not sure yet. It looks a bit like a horn, but it's a little different from an ordinary horn. Chu Sheng was lost in thought. He was almost certain that the protrusions on the Snake Lady's head were two horns that were gradually emerging. But these two horns are different from those of cows, sheep, and even dragons. The front end is round, more like deer horns. He became even more curious about the evolution of He Pai's bloodline. It seemed that the other party was not just an ordinary snake. Perhaps, deep in the blood, there is an even more ancient and powerful force buried. I don't know either. I've never met my own people. I don't even know who my parents are. He Pai also had strong doubts about her changes, but she was born into a lower class and had never thought about these things. By the way, Masada, you must be hungry. Let me prepare something to eat for you. Snake Lady propped herself up and sat up from the ground, looking at Chu Sheng with gentle eyes. Even though she looked a little tired, her concern was still overflowing. Okay, wait here. I'll give you some food from my place to try. I can't get used to the rough barbecue in this city. Chu Sheng picked up Snake Lady in a princess hug and put her on the bed in the bedroom to rest. Then he turned around and returned to the real world. His physique is now terribly strong. Even a powerful dragon like a China would probably be in a fierce battle with him. The work he had done just now for half a day was just a waste of time. But it was still a bit difficult for He Pai. After all, she was just a 4th-level magician, and she had hardly practiced fighting spirit, and her body had not been strengthened in any way. Chu Sheng didn't know what He Pai liked to eat besides barbecue, so he went to the fast food restaurant and packed up several stir-fried dishes and meat dishes and brought them back. When the lunchbox was opened, the fragrant steam from the hot pot filled the small room. The Snake Lady couldn't help swallowing her saliva at the delicious appearance of the food. Come and eat now, don't just stand there like you did last time. After receiving the master's order, He Pai ran towards the chair without caring about her still naked body. It's just that his legs may not have adapted well yet. So when he ran, he took big steps, causing his bright and precious heart to tremble. Chu Sheng suddenly felt that the food in his mouth was even more delicious, so he took a big bite and started eating. The Snake Lady ate heartily with a relaxed manner, the happy smile on her face never stopping for a moment, and she kept praising the wonderful taste of the food from the Eastern continent. After eating and drinking, she didn't rest for a moment. She picked up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to start washing them. The beautiful curves of her slightly bent body by the pool made Chu Sheng subconsciously walk over and gently put his arms around her slender waist from behind. Mom, what's wrong? Feeling the familiar warm breath, the snake girl's face instantly turned bright red. She turned her head away shyly. Although there was some fear in her eyes, there was more joy. She couldn't help but think of the scene when she was doing housework just now. Madam seemed tireless and used various actions to teach her how to do the housework well, beautifully, and with less effort. I even felt dizzy and almost passed out at one point. He Pai said anxiously, "Well, You don't want to? Although I would definitely feel uncomfortable if I continued, as long as it is Masta's wish, I would definitely try my best to achieve it. You little slave, who do you take me for? Chu Sheng gently slapped He Pai's brand new peach with his salted pig's trotter, then turned his head to look at the faint red color on the corridor floor, feeling a little amused. I just want to say that I have a lot of magic props at home that can help you with housework. As he spoke, he pulled Snake Lady over to the dishwasher and carefully and patiently taught her how to use it. By the way, he also taught me how to use refrigerators, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, and other appliances. He Pai repeatedly marveled at the magic of the Eastern continent. These tools seemed more useful than many things in this world. But in the end, she still chose to wash the dishes herself, for the same reason, to demonstrate her role and her devotion to her master. Chu Sheng couldn't persuade her, so he took out a modern-made outfit from the space magic device and placed it in front of her. This is the clothes prepared for you. You can wear it almost any time. In our place, they are specially provided for servants. He Pai took a look at the strange clothes on the sofa. She remembered that they were exactly the same as those worn by Miss Erlin. She picked up the maid skirt with a heart-shaped opening on the chest and looked at it with excitement, as if she had found her favorite. What kind of material is this? It's so delicate, and the style is very unique. I've never seen it in Dragon Country. The Snake Lady brought the skirt to her nose and sniffed it gently. A faint scent of perfume came over her, bringing a satisfied smile to her lips. Put it on quickly and let me see if it fits. Yes, Master. He Pai obediently put on her underwear, then her maid's dress, sleeves, and headdress. The white lace hem lifts the plump heart proudly and upright, and the corseted abdomen further highlights the already slender waist. The juicy peaches are still graceful even under the fluffy skirt. Chapter 129, Dealing with the China. After putting on the maid outfit, Snake Lady happily turned around several times in front of Chu Sheng, like a little girl who had received her favorite toy. How's it going, ma'am? Does it look good? He Pai's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation, and Chu Sheng naturally wouldn't lie to her. It looks great. It's like it was tailor-made for you. Because the snake girl's lower body was a snake tail, Chu Sheng did not suggest that she wear modern clothes, as that might look a bit strange. Now that the snake girl has finally obtained a human body, she must have some fun playing dress-up Nuanuan. But what is this thing? Where do you wear it? He Pai held a thin pair of white suspender stockings in her hand, touching the delicate and smooth feel with curiosity, but she didn't know how to wear them. Chu Sheng took the stockings and said with a smile, I'll teach you this myself, and you'll be able to do it next time. He lifted the snake girl's plump and graceful body onto his whip, lifted her slender legs, and demonstrated to her the correct way to wear stockings. He had dressed Ludmila and Erlin in the same way when they were sleeping in the space pit before, so he was very familiar with it. Mom, I'm such an unfit slave. He Pai's face was full of gratitude, and she was impressed by Chu Sheng's gentle actions. She felt that she was truly the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom. Other slaves were very cautious and knelt on the ground to help their masters dress and polish their shoes, but she could enjoy being dressed by her master. At this moment, Snake Lady felt from the bottom of her heart that even if Chu Sheng immediately asked her to kneel down and do housework for him, she would be very happy. Chu Sheng put the stockings on Snake Lady's legs, and the next step was to fasten the suspenders. He skillfully reached under the other person's fluffy skirt, took a step further towards that charming absolute area, and buttoned the suspenders at the waist. Some inevitable contact was inevitable during the period, which immediately made the Snake Lady's eyes drip with tears and her breathing heavy. Her long, thin tongue kept coming out from her red lips, and her tone was particularly sweet. Mom, you can hit me. Okay, I'm dressed. Chu Sheng released the Snake Lady with an extremely strong will and forced his mind to clear. Although he also coveted the fragrant body of the Snake Lady, if he couldn't control himself and spend his time on such things, it would seem that he was not a serious master. Go look in the mirror and see how beautiful you are now. You are exactly what I imagined a maid should look like. The Snake Lady trotted to the bronze mirror and looked left and right. Her round legs wrapped in the white stockings were full of elasticity and vitality. The clear marks on the flesh on the edge of the stockings had infinite lethality to men. Master is so good. I will definitely wear this outfit every day from now on. He Pai smiled naively. She regarded this maid outfit as a gift from her master and decided to cherish it and try not to get it dirty or damaged. Chu Sheng finally admired the beautiful scenery of the little slave, and suddenly his mind hit Erlin. The other party had said before that she was going to take a hot spring bath, but she had not shown up for a long time. Fortunately, He Pai ran to check and found that the black elf girl had just fallen asleep in the hot spring, so it was not a big deal. So Chu Sheng asked Snake Lady to serve and clean Ellen, while he left the alien space and returned to the alien world. Now that we are full and satisfied, it is time to deal with the most difficult person. The 3-meter-tall, seductively curvy, and glamorous dragon mother, who combines both sexiness and charm, is standing there blankly. Without the order from her master Chu Shang, she could not move around, but she did not complain. She just used the last bit of stubbornness and dignity she had left to silently resist. No matter how many times he admired her up close, Chu Shang couldn't help but sigh at the charm of this widow. Although the relationship between the two is as hostile as fire and water, they have already fought with swords and halberds and shed blood. It can be said that they are mortal enemies. But putting these factors aside, Echina can indeed be said to be Chu Shang's ideal mother in bed. She is a strict and serious type, different from the gentle and loving giant elf girl Tiffany. She will ask you to be patient with a serious face, but will also say in a bad mood, "I really can't do anything about you," when you accidentally fail to defend yourself. Chu Shang came back to his senses and couldn't help shaking his head at his previous fantasy. This dragon lady wanted to take his life at any time. So how could she show that kind of expression? "Echina, come with me." He said something indifferently to the other party, then took the lead and walked towards the undamaged blocks on the other side of Badr City. Because Echina was too powerful and the alien space could not bear it, Chu Shang had to find a high-end hotel to accommodate her. The two of them came to a luxuriously decorated high-end hotel. Chu Shang was just about to say that he wanted to get a room, but before he could say anything, the fox-like owner ran out in fear. "Please come this way, my lords. I will take you to the best suite in our shop." When the boss saw the beautiful dragon mother's iconic identity as a celestial dragon, he trembled even when speaking. With his many years of business experience, he believed that he had seen many dignitaries. But he had never seen such a beautiful and noble woman from the Tianlong clan. Even with Ai Kuan's imagination, he knew that the other party's identity was at a level that he could never reach. As a result, the boss didn't even dare to take the money and let Chu Shang and the others stay as long as they wanted. The identity of the Tianlong clan is really useful. Chu Shang once again lamented how scary the Tianlong clan was in the Dragon Kingdom and took Echina to sit down in the extremely spacious room. The beautiful dragon mother sat down on the rocking chair by the window, her legs, which were longer than Chu Shang's waist and feet, gently crossed, creating a round and sexy curve. She seemed to be enjoying the rare afterglow of the sunset. The dim light spread all over her body, as if she was bathing in a golden bath. If you ignore the undisguised murderous intent in her eyes, then this is indeed a person who can arouse the desire to conquer any thief in the world. Chu Shang stood there hesitantly. He planned to take this opportunity to have a friendly negotiation with the other party as a master and servant. If they can reach an agreement, they will live in peace. If they can't, then at least they will be master and servant on the surface. The Dragon Mother will do what needs to be done, and she will do what needs to be done. In order to show his master's care and try to change his first impression in the other person's mind, Chu Shang returned to the real world and bought some small things. One is a piece of tiramisu. This small snack has a delicate and soft texture. I think it should be a novel taste that people from another world have never experienced. Maybe it can pry open the pink lips of the beautiful mother of dragons. The second is a crystal clear jade pendant. After all, the Dragon Clan is famous for collecting treasures in the stereotype, and maybe it can ease the tense atmosphere. After returning to the hotel room, Chu Shang picked up the snacks and slowly walked towards Echina. The other party's fierce and direct gaze made him feel a little uncomfortable. Even with the double insurance of the exclusive slave seal and the magic forbidden stone, he still had the illusion that Echina would suddenly explode. It's like a Sadako with big breasts crawling out of the TV. Even if she looks exactly like your fetish, people who see her will definitely be scared to death at first. Chapter 130 Purple Clan Branch. In fact, to be honest, Chu Shang didn't want to have so much involvement with such a strong woman. After all, he was the direct cause of Echina's family's destruction. The relationship between the two is destined to be disharmonious, and given the Dragon Mother's personality, it's impossible for him to fall in love with her even if he wants to. What Chu Shang can do now is to give full play to his identity as the master and make use of all the resources and means of Echina as much as possible to successfully complete this journey for help. As long as we release a little magic power from the forbidden magic stone to her, we can get a peak 8th level pure-blooded dragon magician. As long as we don't get the 9th level, she will have no problem walking around. Your magic power must have been depleted a lot. Try this dessert from my hometown. It's very helpful for recovery. The beautiful dragon mother smiled coldly, glanced at him with her narrow and beautiful eyes, and rarely took the initiative to speak. Human, You don't think that a small snack can make me give up the idea of killing you? Chu Xing picked up a small piece of tiramisu with a fork and gently handed it to the pink lips of the widowed dragon mother. Of course I can't have such fantasies. Madam, it's only natural that you want revenge. After all, I caused you to lose your home, and I have no regrets. He used a plastic fork to pry open the plump mature woman's pearly teeth and pressed the dense and sweet pastry on her pink tongue, attracting an extremely dangerous look. Because of the existence of the exclusive slave seal, Echina could only glare and could not do anything to hurt Chu Sheng, and naturally, she could not stop Chu Sheng's behavior. When the food from the eastern continent entered her mouth, the sweetness she had never tasted before made her frown relax a little. I didn't expect you to have such a skill, or is it all thanks to those spices from your eastern continent? In order to show his sincerity, Chu Sheng immediately said shamelessly, "To be honest, I spent a lot of time on this. Isn't that how you try to please the elves in the elf forest? It's a pity it didn't work on me." The beautiful dragon mother was merciless in her words, but she was very honest in her words. She accepted everything Chu Sheng fed her and ate it all. She licked the corner of her lips with her tongue and gently drew a circle on Chu Sheng's heart with her fingertips, as if teasing between lovers. But Chu Sheng always felt that the jade hand would turn into a dragon claw in the next moment and do something heartwarming to him. Little human, you don't think this exclusive slave seal can really control me, do you? Echina slowly stood up from the chair. Her body, which was much taller than Chigeo's, was like a cart and a pony. Her plump and full heart almost blocked his view. You may not know this, but this slave seal was created by our Tianlong clan to control the masses. I might break free at any moment, so you must be careful. Chu Xing didn't know how much of what Echina said was true and how much was just bluffing. He silently took out the jade pendant and signaled her to lower her head with his eyes. Seeing that the beautiful dragon mother had no intention of doing so, he directly mobilized the magic power of space, forcing her to bend her noble waist and kneel on one knee on the ground. Ignoring the cold gaze, Chu Sheng personally put the jade pendant on Echina, letting the beautiful jade sink into the extremely white and plump natural chasm. Then it was inevitable that he would touch the soft and elastic cushion. Combined with Echina's body that seemed to be enlarged in proportion, it could be said that it was even more exaggerated than Chu Sheng's head. The beautiful dragon mother narrowed her eyes and stared at the mischievous pig's hoof. She ignored the obstruction of her clothes and stuffed the jade pendant into the ditch, then pressed it and tightened it, as if she wanted to use this warm and precious place to nourish the jade. Chu Sheng reluctantly withdrew his hand. It can be said that she was worthy of being a dragon lady who had been a mother. Although she did not conceive in the traditional way, her heart seemed to have undergone a secondary development. When he activated the exclusive slave seal before, although he took the final step on Echina, he only lifted her skirt and hit her with a needle. He had no time or thought to do anything else. So this was the first time he felt the heaviness of the other person's heart. Echina frowned, a little confused about the purpose of the humans in the eastern continent doing this. I advise you to give up your thoughts of reconciliation. No matter what you give me, your fate of being beheaded will not change. Don't overthink it. This is just a tracking magic device. After all, I'm worried that you might get lost, madam. When the two looked into each other's eyes, they could see the determination in each other's eyes, which could not be easily changed by one or two conversations. Chu Xing shook his head. He gave up the idea of having a good discussion with the other party. This widow could not be persuaded by just talking. The first formal conversation between master and servant ended in failure. Chu Xing left the hotel and walked on the street helplessly. The communication progress bar with the beautiful dragon mother was at 0. He wanted to ask her about the route and direction to the capital, but he couldn't get any answer. After much thought, I can only rely on myself. He took out a small card from the space magic device. It was given to him by the Minotaur who had tried to sell him business at the Adventurers Guild before he left. According to the address recorded above, Chu Xing came to a slightly old and dilapidated alley and found Bino Tao's residence. The white brick hut of less than 50 square meters is the other party's shelter. A 5th-level adventurer lives in such a remote place. Chu Xing was a little surprised. Level 5 strength was very weak for him now, but in Bader City, he was at least a master. But he soon guessed the reason, which was the inferior status of the Binotaur. Master Chu Xing, how come you have time to come to see me? Binotus, who happened to open the door, was surprised. He didn't expect Chu Xing to come to him. Is there anything he can do to help such a powerful person? Although he thought so, his face was immediately filled with his signature business smile. Lord Chu Xing, I think you want to buy information from me? The price is fair and reasonable. You can rest assured. whether it's a black market auction, a forbidden treasure, or the most cost-effective custom shop. However, before Chu Sheng could speak, Binataz said, "Oh," as if his mind was enlightened, and showed a meaningful smile that every man could understand. "I understand. Lord Chu Sheng, please come this way. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Following Binataz, after a few steps we arrived at a narrow street, full of lights and people. The air was filled with the scent of various perfumes and rouge, and graceful foreign girls were soliciting customers on the streets. Chu Sheng's mouth twitched. Why did this minotaur bring him to this place without saying a word? Am I that kind of person? But since he was already there, he decided to observe it out of curiosity. There were cowgirls, rabbit girls, fox girls, winged girls, and even octopus girls covered with tentacles, which dazzled Chu Sheng. The XP of people from another world might be even weirder than that of people in the real world. Binataz saw that Chu Sheng was not accompanied by the plump snake lady from last time, so he keenly smelled a business opportunity. Based on past experience, he deduced that Chu Sheng was used to eating pork belly and wanted to change his taste. "This must be a test from me by Lord Chu Sheng." Binataz was full of confidence and took Chu Sheng to a place he thought Chu Sheng would definitely like, a legal Lolita custom shop. "Master Chu Sheng, you can choose whatever you want. I'll pay for it." "You bastard." Chu Sheng looked at the Lolas posing coquettishly all over the room. His eyes darkened, and he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Of course, these Lolas are definitely not real Lolas like the lowly island in the real world, but some legal Lolas who are dozens or hundreds of years old. Some races with long lifespans, such as tree elves, fairies, and turtles, are considered to have just reached adulthood after hundreds of years. Chu Sheng shook his head. Delay was the only option in his hobby. This lowly who was even more washboard than a washboard did not interest him at all. But since the Minotaur was treating him, he might as well take the opportunity to experience the pleasure of some great men with strong wills despite their physical disabilities. A math problem was written on the blackboard, and then a row of Lolas were asked to stand there to solve the problem. If they could solve it, they would be rewarded with some dragon coins. "You guy, I came to you to do business, not to ask you to bring me to a brothel." "Master Chu Sheng, isn't coming to a brothel just business? Let's get down to business. I want to get to the capital by the fastest and most convenient way and route. Can you arrange it?" Binataz didn't expect that Chu Sheng wanted to talk about this kind of business, but his business scope was very wide and not limited to the city of Bader. "Master Chu Sheng, as long as the money is in place, leave everything to me." He patted his chest and spoke confidently. "I can guarantee you that everything along the way, including transportation, transit, and accommodation, will be handled to the best of my ability. Furthermore, a journey of several thousand miles will take no more than 2 days." Chu Sheng nodded and discussed the details with the other party. After confirming that there was no problem, he took out a stack of dragon coins. "Get ready as soon as possible. I'm leaving tomorrow. If you do a good job, there will be an extra tip." The reason why he chose to travel in the traditional way was that he was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know the directions, and he was afraid of any accidents if he wanted to use space teleportation. In addition, parading a celestial dragon slave through the streets might cause some unnecessary trouble. After all, the widowed dragon mother is now rebellious. Binataz took the stack of dragon coins with great joy, weighed them in his hand, and was so heavy that his mouth almost broke with smile. "I see that you are obsessed with making money. Is there something in particular you want to get?" Binataz looked at Chu Sheng as if he were his own father, and naturally did not hide it. "Master Chu Sheng, I have a crush on a cowgirl from a brothel." When he mentioned this, his eyes became particularly affectionate, completely different from his usual shrewd look. "She's so pure and full of passion for life, completely different from those other vulgar women. She has a gambling father, a seriously ill mother, a brother who goes to school, and a broken home. I swear to make money and rescue her from that quagmire as soon as possible." Chu Sheng. Wow, isn't this the standard character setting of a foot massage parlor technician in the real world? It's an operation that has been played out to death. He looked at the Minotaur in front of him with some pity. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, he left silently. History has proven that anyone who wants to convert buses into private cars will not end up well. At the same time, in Yinlong City, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, there is a huge, ancient, and majestic castle. This is one of the 3 major branches of the Tianlong clan, the gathering place of the Purple Clan, which is also the branch to which Don Quixote's family belongs. Several direct descendants of the Purple Clan sat down at the spacious wine table, with all kinds of delicious delicacies in front of them that the lower-class tribes could not even imagine. Behind each person stood a row of slaves, all of whom were well-mannered, had undergone long-term training, and were high-end goods with various talents. The initiator of this banquet sat in the main seat. He was a tall old dragon with an old face but a majestic temperament. His staff, made of rare elemental metal, was leaning against the edge of the table, emitting terrifying magical fluctuations, which showed how powerful he was. Chekhov is the elder of the Purple Clan, but his more important identity is Echina's father and Don Quixote's grandfather. He was once one of the geniuses that the Tianlong clan had high hopes for, but unfortunately he eventually stopped at the peak of the 8th level. However, he was infinitely close to the 9th level and was considered the backbone of the Tianlong clan. But fortunately, the lifespan of the Tianlong clan is among the best among all the races in the entire continent, so Chekhov still has enough time to try to reach the 9th level. After all the slaves had served the dishes, Chekhov waved his hand and told all the guests to eat as much as they wanted and not to be polite. This is the palm of the 8th rank monster Blazing Bear King that I treasure, and this is the claw of the golden-winged pterosaur, and there is also. He introduced the preciousness and rarity of the delicacies one by one, and the other members of the Purple Clan at the table all smiled awkwardly but politely. They all knew that since Elder Chekhov could offer such a treat, the content of this gathering was definitely not something lighthearted or pleasant. Sure enough, when Chekhov waved his hand to send all the slaves away and informed them of the important matters, everyone had strange expressions and their own thoughts. The atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became dull. After a long while, a younger female Dragon Clan member slowly spoke up. In a place like the capital, if we capture foreign guests, it will easily lead to a serious diplomatic incident. Indeed, before leaving the capital, Patriarch Noel specifically instructed all the major branches to keep quiet during this period. Elder Chekhov, you should reconsider this. Facing everyone's concerns, Chekhov acted very calmly, hiding the deep hatred in his heart as much as possible. Don't worry, I don't want to kill him. I just want to invite him to visit our branch and make friends. He picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. The cup was slightly cracked from being squeezed. Besides, the clan leader won't be back for a while. By the time she finds out about this, those foreign guests will have already left the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 131, Declaration of War. The previous chapter has been revised. Remember to read it first, or the plot will be incoherent. Another elder, who was on good terms with Chekhov, also spoke up. Don't worry about being punished by the clan leader. Just humble yourself, apologize, and give a few superficial punishments. Will the clan leader take your lives for that? Besides, we're not asking you to do it yourself. Chekhov and I will see your efforts and support. When the true Dragon Blood Pool opens, we will definitely reward you with more spots. The one who spoke was Elder Nige. The reason why he was so confident was because the Tianlong clan really valued their precious members. As long as they haven't committed any heinous crimes, the clan leader won't be so cruel as to kill his clan members. After all, it is very difficult to breed a newborn dragon, and sometimes no dragons may be born for several years. After hearing the words, true dragon blood pool, the others present put aside their worries a little and began to look at each other with fiery eyes. This is because this blood pool is the only place in the Dragon Kingdom that can increase the concentration of the Tianlong clan's bloodline, and the place to enter is a treasure of inestimable value to every dragon. Seeing that everyone was beginning to be tempted, Chekhov immediately continued to remind them. Remember, if the clan leader interrogates you afterwards, you must not show too much resistance or be too stubborn. As long as you insist that you were not the one who ordered the death, the clan leader cannot easily punish you without evidence. He was trying to persuade them in this way, but in fact Chekhov and Nig would not be affected at all. After all, those subordinate races were used to do such shady things. Even if something unexpected happens, can't we just let those people of lower status here take the blame? A group of people were toasting each other and discussing their conspiracy, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses could be heard one after another. Chekhov's eyes were gloomy. He vowed to seek justice for his poor grandson, and even to release his daughter from the contract with that human if possible. After exchanging a glance with Nig, the other party began tapping the table and announced something more important. To be honest, the Purple Clan has decided to declare war on the other two major clans in the near future. You should be mentally prepared. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally lively banquet suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Elder, are you sure you're talking about declaring war? As the absolute masters of the Dragon Kingdom, the Tianlong clan can decide the life and death of any race. Why would they start a civil war for no reason? Are they just bored? Besides, regardless of whether they can defeat the other two branches, they may not be able to withstand the wrath of the clan leader alone, right? A middle-aged male dragon immediately stood up and was about to say goodbye, but before he left his seat, he was stopped by the huge real dragon phantom released by Elder Nig. "Elder, what are you doing?" Nig put away the real dragon phantom, gently pushed the other person back to his seat, and said earnestly, "We are all smart people. We should take a long-term view. Even if not for ourselves, we should think about future generations. The world situation is becoming increasingly tense. The elves' request for assistance is a clear signal that this continent is about to begin a new round of reshuffle." Everyone was silent. How could they, with their long lifespans, not know the current situation of the Tianlong clan? Although it seemed prosperous, it was actually just superficial prosperity. The newly born dragon race gradually died out. Not only were their numbers small, but more importantly, the concentration of their bloodline became increasingly scarce from generation to generation. Even with the existence of the true dragon blood pool, it can only delay the problem of blood dilution, but cannot cure it. In another 100 years, the status of the pure-blooded dragon clan in the Dragon Kingdom will still be okay, but if they face the demi-human alliance, other countries may no longer have the dignity they once had. The reshuffle opportunities brought about by the Orc Empire will cause various races to embark on a path of annexation and integration, under the guise of gathering strength and fighting the enemy together. So there is indeed a good opportunity right now. If the three major branches of the Tianlong clan can return to unity, then the overall strength of the pure-blooded dragon clan will definitely see a qualitative improvement. By then, annexing other small countries and small races will be of great help in seizing the initiative in the great changes that have not happened in 1,000 years. Chekhov added, "Only by ending internal disintegration and moving towards unification sooner can the Tianlong clan occupy more territory and gain more say in the future continent. Don't you all look forward to witnessing that wonderful moment?" His deafening voice echoed in the reception room, but everyone looked around and didn't dare to respond. After all, racial status and the right to speak in a big country make little difference to them. When they can be the king and dominate the world in their own little piece of land, what else do they need? Chekhov ignored the silence and continued to encourage him. "Chief Neuer is too conservative and pedantic. This is very unhealthy for the future of the race. Niger and I are just trying to build a better future for our race. What's wrong with that?" The reason why he was so boastful was not only because of Nig's 9th level strength, but also because he had the support of almost all the top forces of the Purple Clan. Chekhov planned to make the Red Clan branch where Yoguang was his primary target, who told them to give their daughter to a human as a slave. The dragons at the table all agreed reluctantly, and suddenly felt that the food on the table became a little hard to swallow. They just wanted to get a free meal, but they didn't expect to be forced to accept such a large amount of information. They felt a little dizzy for a while. "All right, everyone, let's toast to our great cause." 3 days later, a gorgeously decorated carriage, escorted by many well-trained adventurers, arrived at the gate of the capital Yinlong City. Binatas opened the car door for Chu Sheng attentively and said with a very service-oriented attitude, "Master Chu Sheng, we have arrived at Yinlong City. I wish you a pleasant journey." Chu Sheng got out of the car with the elegant widow dragon mother and handed over a bag of dragon coins to pay the balance. "Farewell, Master Chu Sheng." Rows of adventurers, led by Bino Taos, lined up and gave customers the best mental outlook with their loud voices. Chu Sheng brought out the snake lady He Pai and the black-skinned elf lady Ai Lin from the alien space magic device. When the three of them arrived at the city gate, they were shocked by the magnificent city. The outermost city wall is at least 100 meters high, and powerful half-dragon warriors can be seen standing guard everywhere on it, which is majestic and magnificent. Compared with such an exaggerated city, the fortress in the elf forest is simply a deserted ravine. One was in the Middle Ages, and the other was still in a slave society, which was completely the opposite. Chapter 132 Sister Yoguang. Faced with the questioning of the tall city defense soldiers, Aaron directly took out the token of the elf forest and successfully entered the city. As soon as they entered, a half-dragon dressed as a waiter came over and led them into the city. It must be said that it was worthy of being the capital city, and its bustling and prosperous level was completely incomparable to the city of Badr. Almost every citizen walking on the street is followed by 3 or 2 elegant slaves. Tall and majestic monsters serving as mounts can be seen everywhere. There are exquisite magic luxury stores, high-end hotels and restaurants, as well as various places for leisure and entertainment, all of which demonstrate the prosperity of the capital. Led by the half-dragon waiter, they soon arrived at an extremely unexpected place. In front of them was a sea with no end in sight. Why is there an ocean in the city of Masta? Snake Lady He Pai looked at the azure sea not far away. Her vertical pupils dilated wide, and she squeezed Chu Sheng's arm with her full heart, as if she was accompanying her master on a trip. Erin hurried to the shore, closed her eyes, and carefully felt the cool sea breeze and the shallow waves that occasionally washed over her feet, then spoke thoughtfully. This does look like real seawater, but this is impossible. Not to mention that Dragon Country isn't geographically close to the sea, and Yinlong City isn't that big, is it? Chu Sheng turned his gaze to the noble lady following at the back of the group. Only Achina, a native, could answer this kind of question for them. Mrs. Achina, could you please explain? If there were still desserts like last time, I might give you an answer. Chu Sheng's mouth twitched. This woman seemed to like the taste of tiramisu and often asked him for it for no reason. Just as he was about to take one out of the magic device, he saw a figure not far away waving at them. The other person was standing on a dock not far away. It was vaguely a beautiful female figure, but her specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Chu Sheng pulled He Pai and Ai Erlin over and saw a woman from the Tianlong clan with a very distinctive style who was waiting for their arrival. She has the standard dragon horns on her forehead, and her appearance is outstanding with a strong queen-like style. The smile on her face is as if she has met a friend she hasn't seen for a long time. She has long dark blue hair that matches the sea very well. She ties it up high at the back of her head for convenience. There is no makeup on her facial features, making her look particularly heroic. Is tall and strong, the kind of bodybuilder with a muscular build. Her chest muscles are exaggerated but not stiff. Her waist and abdomen are clear and tight, and her legs are elastic and round even when relaxed. She is the kind of woman who makes people feel very strong at first glance. She is like a mighty Valkyrie, with a tall yet beautiful figure, a tough yet tender face, giving people the feeling of a good friend. Chu Sheng kept looking at the other person and had already guessed the identity of this woman to some extent. Yo Guang, an elder of the Tianlong tribe who was on good terms with the Dark Elves. It's just that the other party looks a little younger. It is estimated that according to the lifespan of the Dragon Clan, he is only a little older than Chu Sheng. He has actually become an elder, which shows that he is extraordinary. Hello, ma'am. I'm Chu Sheng. Please come and receive me in person. Yo Guang was about to raise his arm, eager to put it on Chu Sheng's shoulder and greet him like a good brother. But when he thought that this was the first time both of them met, and they were representing their respective countries and races, and the occasion was solemn and serious, he forced himself to hold it back. She coughed lightly, then adopted the aura of courtesy of the Tianlong clan. She spoke sincerely. I'm Yo Guang. I'm not a bother at all. On the contrary, I'm asking you, General, to take in a poor homeless woman for me. Chu Sheng's official position in the Forest of Elves is General, so it is not wrong for the other party to call him that in this situation. As Yo Guang spoke, he glanced at Achina behind him. When he saw the particularly glaring exclusive slave seal on the widow's thigh, he couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. The two Tianlong women's eyes were much higher than others, and their gazes collided silently in the air, seeming to create intense sparks. Yo Guang, I admit defeat this time. You can be proud of yourself for a while. Once I break free from the slave seal and kill this human, I will settle this score with you. The beautiful dragon mother's eyes were as sharp as knives. Although she knew that her current situation was mostly due to her own negligence in disciplining Don Quixote, she couldn't help but feel a little angry when she saw herself in such an embarrassing state in front of her rival of many years. As the victor, Yo Guang just chuckled, ignored Achina's sharp gaze, and led Chu Sheng and his group in front. They boarded a gorgeous sailboat docked at the pier. The huge flag of the Red Branch of the Tianlong clan fluttered in the sea breeze. Driven by powerful magic, the ship pushed through the waves and advanced with unstoppable force. When the few of them sat down, Yo Guang could no longer maintain his formal appearance and resumed his usual carefree behavior, crossing his legs and sitting down facing Chu Sheng, leaning lazily on the back of the chair, his fingers tapping on the armrests. She was wearing a formal dress that was only worn on formal occasions in high society, but it was obvious that this hot dragon girl did not seem to have the habit of wearing skirts. Sitting in such a casual posture, it was almost wide open for Chu Sheng. Combined with the faint smell of the sea at the tip of his nose, Chu Sheng felt a little embarrassed. I thought that this generous dragon sister was indeed what she seemed to be. She was wearing a thong under her skirt, and the fabric was so thin that it looked like a rope. Even when you mobilize your mental power to focus on your vision, you can still see some black curly hair that has escaped from its restraints. Ahem, considering Sister Yo Guang's relationship with the Dark Elves, I don't think we need to be so formal. We can just be casual. After all, I want to thank you for helping me deal with Lady Achina's troubles. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Seeing that the other party's behavior was somewhat unguarded, Chu Sheng simply followed the clues and started to get closer to him by addressing him. Yo Guang nodded. Seeing that Chu Sheng had taken the initiative to call her sister, she naturally stopped putting on airs as a member of the Tianlong clan. She didn't know how many years older than Chu Sheng, and she had originally thought that he would call her aunt as soon as they met. She stood up with a smile, strode to the sofa where Chu Sheng was sitting, sat down next to him, put her arm around his shoulders, and with her other hand held Chu Sheng's face and stroked it gently. Although I have never met you, young general, I have heard many stories about you from Lasta. You are truly manly, able to lead the elven forest to repel the orc army. Chapter 133 Coordinate Stone. The hot dragon girl Yoguang couldn't let go of Chu Sheng as if he were a pet, touching him here and looking at him there, and praising him from time to time. But up close, you're truly beautiful, little general. If you use magic to make your ears pointier, I'm afraid no one would find it strange to say you're an elf, right? But she suddenly realized that using the word beautiful to describe a man might make people think that it was a subtle veiled criticism of effeminacy. I'm sorry, general brother. I didn't mean anything else. I just thought you were a little petite compared to me. It's okay. Maybe I've been in the elf forest for too long and the climate and soil there have changed me. In fact, Chu Sheng had already noticed his appearance and temperament a long time ago. Before, he was more sunny and tough, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the ancestor of Tomato Daniel Wu. But after obtaining the origin of the goddess of life, his temperament did begin to have some of the flavor of the elves. His eyelashes grew longer, his pores became finer, and his skin became more delicate and firmer. He felt that this was all because the goddess of life herself was in female form. Chu Sheng enjoyed Yoguang's warm embrace and looked up to ask, Sister Yoguang, what's the situation in the sea we're in now? Where are we going by boat? Such a spectacle should not appear in an inland country like Dragon Kingdom, which makes him particularly curious. Yoguang had anticipated the doubts of the foreign guests and enthusiastically introduced them to Chu Sheng and Erlen. This sea isn't a true sea, but rather a void sea formed by the fusion of spatial magic power on the basis of a lake. Brother General, you also control spatial magic. Why don't you experience it for yourself? The void sea formed by space magic? Chu Sheng blinked and immediately released a ray of mental power to sense the surrounding environment. After a moment, he was shocked. As Yoguang said, this ocean is not real, but is irrigated by the liquid in the space pits and the same liquid as the dream lake water. If someone accidentally falls into the sea, it is not just drowning, but falling directly into a terrible distorted environment similar to space turbulence. It is very likely that after surfacing again, they will appear in a completely different place. This is why this ocean can appear inside Yinlong City. It seems boundless, but in fact it is a folded and twisted space, which is extremely dangerous for ordinary people. Yoguang noticed the shock in Chu Sheng's eyes and continued. The ship we are on is not an ordinary ship. It is made of a meteorite material from the starry sky, which can remain stable in turbulent space. As for the ship's destination, it can only be the sacred place of our Tianlong clan, the first Dragon Island. The hot dragon girl completely lost her previous formality, let go of all her airs, became extremely enthusiastic and talkative, and talked to Chu Sheng like a good friend. According to her, the first Dragon Island is the birthplace of the world's first pure-blooded dragon, and it is also the resting place of the immortal goddess, the belief of the Dragon Kingdom. It is located somewhere in this void sea and is only open to the public during grand ceremonies and festivals, and when entertaining distinguished guests. Chu Sheng and Erlen came this time on behalf of the Forest of Elves. Chief Noel and many elders from the 3 major branches will also gather on the first Dragon Island. Any request can be progressed through negotiation and communication. The host and the guest had a pleasant conversation. Aaron would occasionally add a few interesting stories about the elf forest, and the atmosphere in the cabin was lively and humorous. However, the snake lady He Pai and the beautiful dragon mother Achina, who were slaves, could only stand behind their masters at all times. In the tradition of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible to reserve seats for slaves on such slightly important occasions. He Pai was okay, as she was used to serving her master and wouldn't complain even if she had to stand for a whole day and a night. But the widowed dragon mother, who had been respected since she was born, was not happy about it. She asked herself that she was no worse than Yoguang in every aspect. Even if she was forced to become a slave, she couldn't be treated like a slave, right? Yoguang, you are at least one of the most competitive heirs to the Red Clan. Why did those old guys send you to do this tiring job of escorting foreign guests? Didn't they always let those half-dragon slaves do that? Achina didn't care about the difference between master and servant at all, and directly interrupted the conversation between Yoguang and Chu Sheng, with her usual sarcastic tone in her voice. It was not difficult to guess from her tone that she was deliberately degrading Yoguang's status to the same level as a half-dragon slave. The two of them had been accustomed to verbal battles for many years. Yoguang glanced at her sideways, then deliberately turned her head away. She hugged Chu Sheng and said softly, "There's nothing we can do. The so-called heirs have a noble status and name, but in reality, they just do dirty work for others. Unlike some pampered noble ladies who can leisurely spend their time educating their sons, it's a pity that their excessive pampering and doting have ultimately raised a scum who only serves to tarnish the reputation of the Tianlong clan." "You." Achina's beautiful brown eyes widened instantly, and her hands clenched tightly. This woman mentioned her deceased son at this time, which was clearly like rubbing salt into her wounds. If her magic power wasn't restrained at the moment, she would definitely rush up and fight the other party fiercely. Yoguang took one last look at the beautiful dragon mother with the eyes of a victor who could only grit her teeth, and looked at Chu Sheng with a hint of apology. "Brother General, I didn't just say that picking you up was troublesome. On the contrary, I took this job on my own initiative. I just wanted to make more friends while I'm still young, to enjoy myself and broaden my horizons. If I really become the head of a branch clan in the future, I'm afraid I'll be overwhelmed by the trivial matters of the newly born dragon clan every day." The so-called trivial matters of the hot dragon girl were nothing more than the birth and breeding of the pure-blooded dragon clan. This matter has always been the main work and concern of the clan leader and the heads of various clans. Whenever a newlywed couple appears in the Tianlong tribe, the tribe leader and others will sometimes even move into the couple's home to live permanently in order to ensure the birth of the little dragon as soon as possible. Then keep a close eye on the couple's reproductive rituals to ensure that they complete their pregnancy targets on time and in quantity every day. When Yoguang thought about the possibility that he would be busy all day long with such nonsensical things in the future, his bright and lively eyelids drooped instantly. So for her, the trip to pick up Chu Sheng was a kind of vacation in disguise. "Sister Dusklight, so how long will our voyage take? I'd also like to bother you more when I have time to learn some interesting stories about the Dark Elves. With the coordinates of the isolated island, we can arrive in no more than 3 days. This void sea appears to be in Yinlong City, but it is actually not, so it is much larger than imagined. General, you should understand what I mean." Yoguang took out a pointer-like object from his arms, which had a faint fluctuation of spatial magic. It was used to ensure that he would not get lost in the sea of void. Achina sneered and continued to interrupt. "Don't forget, if you want to inherit the position of the head of the vein, you must meet the condition of getting married and starting a family. The more outstanding you perform as an heir, the slimmer your chances of freely choosing a partner become. You'll likely end up having to marry some old man's incompetent descendant." When the widowed dragon mother thought of that scene, the corners of her rosy lips curled up unconsciously. She always enjoyed anything that could make this woman feel uncomfortable and humiliated. When it comes to getting married and starting a family, Achina is particularly proud of her own foresight. Before she had the ability to inherit the lineage, she found Davran to marry into her family. Regardless of one's character and strength, at least one does not look intrusive, thus avoiding the risk of being arranged in the future. Anyway, they didn't use traditional methods to give birth to children, and they lived their own lives. So far, Davran has never had the chance to touch Achina's skin. The only man she had close contact with was Chu Sheng, her enemy, who made her feel uneasy. The fiery dragon girl Yoguang acted nonchalant about this, shrugging her shoulders and saying, "It doesn't matter if they really arrange a marriage for me. At most, I'll have to be a little more careful about my reputation as a woman outside. At home, the worst that can happen is I'll just follow your example and make a child out of my flesh and blood to please those old guys. Isn't that enough?" Having said that, her gaze suddenly turned to Chu Sheng under her arm. She stretched out her finger and gently lifted the other's chin, pretending to speak seriously. "And on the night before the wedding, I can choose to indulge myself a little more and have the general come to my wedding room to help me feel the festive atmosphere in advance. Getting up from under him the next morning can be considered a tribute to my lost youth." The dark-skinned elf girl, Erin, was drinking her tea happily nearby, but when she heard Yoguang's bold words, she almost spit them out. She quickly put down her teacup and spoke in a feigned anger. "Ms. Yoguang, Chu Sheng belongs to our princess and the queen. Please don't let your impulsiveness ruin the relationship between the two clans." She deliberately puffed up her face, but what she was thinking in her heart was that Chu Sheng belonged to the elf family and could not be abducted by women of other races. Ellen recalled the day when she and Chu Sheng left the Forest of Elves. Queen Tiffany had specifically told her to keep an eye on Chu Sheng. "I am definitely not jealous for myself, but for everyone in the elf forest. Chu Sheng. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. How come these two dragon ladies were just arguing with each other, and suddenly they turned their firepower on him? But from the brief contact and understanding just now, Chu Sheng also saw the personality of this hot dragon girl. She was bold, open, and uninhibited, and the kind of person who could afford a joke. What you just said was probably just talk, right? You can't just keep talking and then suddenly lose the middle word. The simple yet lively formal meeting came to an end. After all, Chu Sheng and his companions were exhausted from the journey, and the host, the dragon girl of Heat Wave, naturally would not force her guests to chat with her to relieve their boredom. She asked the crew and slaves on the ship to arrange luxurious bedrooms for them, and then ended the chat, letting them have a good rest and enjoy the short voyage ahead. On the other side, on the isolated island of Shirlong, the mountains are shrouded in white mist, and majestic ancient buildings are located at the foot of the mountains. The towering stone pillars and vast domes are comparable to the wonders of nature. This is the place of faith for all the Tianlong people. It is only open during important festivals and events. The concentration of magic in the air is far greater than that of the outside world. Practicing meditation for 1 day here is at least equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. However, such a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud explosion that echoed along the coastline. Boom! The explosion came from the reception dock on the shore of the isolated island. The violent energy fluctuations destroyed half of the dock buildings in an instant. The ships docked in the sea seemed to be pushed hard by an invisible big hand and slid outwards in unison. The ships that were close by were destroyed in the magic explosion along with their crew members and slaves, while some of the ships that were far away were blown into the chaotic sea of void and lost their way. Who is it? Who dares to resort to violence in the Holy Land? Oh no, all the coordinates of the isolated islands at the dock have been destroyed. Send someone to repair them quickly. The dock fell into chaos in an instant. The coordinate stones that originally stood like stone pillars in front of the dock had been completely destroyed by the sudden magic explosion, leaving only rubble on the ground. A half-dragon slave who survived the explosion crawled out of the ruins and stared at the remains of the coordinate stone with fear on his face. It's over. Without the guidance of the coordinate stone, the ships of the Tianlong clan will be lost in the void sea. The consequences are simply unimaginable. He struggled to get up from the ground and suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh no! Lord Dusklight's ship is in the void sea." The half-dragon slave instantly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His direct superior or direct slave master was Yoguang. If something really happened to the other party, all of them slaves would probably be buried with him. He quickly took out a transparent magic ball, which was a tool used to report daily work to the owner. "Master, can you get the message?" The coordinate stone at the dock was blown up. Master Yoguang's ship is probably lost. The only thing this slave can do at this moment is to report the news here to his master as soon as possible. Although the coordinate stone is important, it can also be repaired. However, the repair time is not short. If the ship is lost in the sea of void for too long, it is very likely to be completely swept into the boundless void. However, there was no response to what he said, and even the magic ball did not emit the dim light as before. This means that someone has cut off the flow of magic power in this place. Puff! A silver light flashed, and a huge dragon claw fell from the sky, directly cutting off the head of the unfortunate half-dragon man, letting blood splatter everywhere. The tall Tianlong clan member walked slowly, surrounded by his subordinates and slaves. He had no mercy on the dead half-dragon, as if he had crushed an ant to death without any psychological burden. Chapter 134, Changes at Sea. The previous chapter has been supplemented and revised to 4,000 words. Remember to read it to ensure the continuity of the plot. The man from the Tianlong clan who appeared at the explosion scene at this moment was named Ji Fu. He was the son of a weak elder of the Z branch. Although he was not young, he was only at the 7th level of strength. Among his peers in the entire Tianlong clan, he could only be considered mediocre. However, due to years of training in battles outside, and the strong physical talents of the pure-blooded dragon clan, their actual combat power is comparable to that of the 8th level strongmen of other races. He instructed the slave beside him with a fawning expression, "Report this matter to the elders as quickly as possible and have them send someone to repair the coordinate stone as soon as possible." "Yes, Masuda." The slave mobilized all his fighting spirit and rushed towards the sacred building in the center of the isolated island at the fastest speed. Everything was carried out according to the master's previous instructions. Ji Fu glanced at the subordinate next to him, and he immediately understood what he meant. He brought a chair for him to sit on, and then attentively lit a piece of expensive tobacco and put it into his mouth. As the gray smoke rings were exhaled, Gifu was very satisfied with his masterpiece. In order to package the explosion as an accident, he deliberately destroyed all the coordinate stones, not just the one connected to the Ghost Light ship. Next, as long as you report it immediately, act more proactively, and take the initiative to carry out rescue operations, you can further clear yourself of suspicion. One of his subordinates handed him some fruit like a lackey and asked doubtfully, "Boss, you destroyed all the coordinate stones. While that certainly affected the Phantom Light, wouldn't that also cause other of our kind sailing in the Void Sea to get lost?" Gifu picked up a crystal-clear fruit and tossed it into his mouth. He spoke slowly. "What do you know? The time it takes to repair the coordinate stones isn't enough for them to get lost in the Sea of Void. I'm only doing this to hold Yoguang back, giving the other team time to act." That's right. Kiev is the so-called mastermind pushed out by China's father, Chekhov. He is not strong, and his status is not noble enough. Although he is the son of a weak elder, that elder has other more outstanding descendants besides him. So even if the truth is finally revealed, Chekhov will only throw Kiev out to take the blame, and he himself will not be threatened. However, this foolish Tianlong clan member has been away from home all year round, so he has no idea about the insidiousness and cunningness of the elders in the clan. He still thinks that he is completing the glorious task of unifying the major branches and firing the first shot for his father. Little did he know that he had already become a victim and a useless pawn in the chessboard of the struggle between branches. At the same time, on the Sea of Void, this sea of nothingness, constructed by spatial magic mixed with endless water sources, is so desolate and cold, stretching as far as the eye can see. Huge waves are constantly flying, and the gloomy sky also foreshadows the coming of crisis. A huge and magnificent sailing ship was rushing on the waves. All the crew members and slaves on board were more or less in panic, just because a moment ago, Lord Yoguang announced the loss of the coordinates. On the deck, Yoguang, who had a dashing face and a tall and muscular figure, was looking at the boundless horizon with a rare look of sadness on his face. The island coordinate token floating on her palm had completely fallen silent not long ago and no longer showed any signs of shaking. In the past, the tip of this token would always be pointed towards the direction of the first Dragon Island to ensure that the ship would never get lost in the Sea of Void. "I'm sorry, everyone. We might be delayed in the Void Sea for a few days. We won't return to the correct route until the situation on the first Dragon Island improves." Yoguang checked the coordinate token in his hand and confirmed that there was no problem, so the only possibility was that there was an accident on the Shirlong Island. Although I don't know the specific situation, I think the tribe should hurry up to solve the problem. After all, this time Chu Shang came on behalf of the Forest of Elves. Many fellow tribesmen rushed to the Shirlong Island during this period, and there were many ships on the sea. In addition, due to the influence of spatial magic, almost any magic-related communication methods are prohibited on the Sea of Void and cannot be received. Chu Shang had no complaints about this and consoled her. "It's okay. This is like giving Sister Yoguang a few more days off. We can eat and have fun on the boat." He didn't know much about this sea area, but he was very familiar with the magic of space attributes. The ship could only drift on the Sea of Void, and there was no way of returning. Because from the moment they left the departure dock, the space where the ship and Yinlong City were located was different. Judging from the sunlight in the sky, it was already evening. The ship, unable to determine the direction of travel, chose to drop anchor on the spot, and the oars that supplied magic power had also stopped. Gradually, some crew members discovered that huge black shadows began to appear under the water around the ship, and from time to time, they could hear terrifying low and muffled sounds coming from the bottom of the water. They all knew that they had encountered a terrifying creature lurking in the Void Sea, the Void Sea Beast, a terrifying existence that could devour everything on the sea. Did you often encounter this kind of thing when you were sailing in the Void Sea? Looking at the black shadow under the water that was larger than the ship, Chu Sheng looked curiously at the faint light beside him. Perhaps because of her confidence in her own strength, the hot dragon girl did not show much panic or worry. She just stroked her chin with a strange look in her eyes. It's rare to encounter these Void Sea beasts. They can sense the presence of the water surface. Normally, they wouldn't even dare approach my ship, let alone surround it on such a large scale like this. Even if she sniffed with her butt, she could smell the scent of conspiracy. It is estimated that someone used special means to drive these Void Sea beasts here, but this is the Void Sea close to the Holy Land of the Tianlong clan, so they are a bit too bold. Although Yoguang looks a bit careless on the outside, he is actually very meticulous and careful. He guessed the twists and turns in one go and looked at the beautiful dragon mother behind Chu Sheng with a playful look. It seems someone is very worried about our slave lady. I wonder if they are genuinely worried or just trying to use this as an excuse to stir up a pointless dispute. Being questioned sarcastically, Lady Achina rolled her eyes at Yoguang and snorted, "It has nothing to do with me. Those old guys are probably just being clever. I don't even bother with any schemes or tricks." Chu Sheng nodded on the side. What Achina said was right. This widowed dragon mother was indeed a straightforward person. When she learned that her son had died, she went to seek revenge in person, which led to her becoming Chu Sheng's slave. If it were another more sophisticated member of the Tianlong clan, they probably wouldn't rush up so recklessly and give themselves up for nothing. Instead, they would first use their subordinates and slaves as cannon fodder to test Chu Sheng's strength. It's a pity that Mrs. Achina didn't do so, and in the end Chu Sheng tested her true abilities. The hot dragon girl Yoguang did not comment, but silently put on a gorgeous light armor jacket, gently wiped the sharp blade on her waist, with a high fighting spirit in her eyes. "Everyone, prepare your weapons and magic, and get ready for battle." She was like a heroic female general, mobilizing every crew member and slave with powerful words. Just standing there gave people a sense of security. Chu Sheng originally planned to help deal with the Void Sea Beast, but Yoguang pretended to be angry and stopped him, saying that it was unreasonable to ask a guest to help clean up the aftermath. Boom! The tranquility of the sea was destroyed, and a huge, ugly tentacle rose from the sea and slapped towards the ship where everyone was, with a terrifying sound. The tentacles were only half exposed above the sea surface, but they were already 70 or 80 meters long. The ship was like a fragile toy in front of it. From this, we can infer how huge the Void Sea Beast below was. The sharp blade in Yoguang's hand was unsheathed, and a silver flash that was enough to cover the sky passed across the sky above the Sea of Void. Then, the overwhelming tentacle suddenly broke into pieces, and the broken flesh fell into the sea on both sides of the ship. However, this slash did not seem to cause only physical damage. The giant sea beast under the sea was also affected by the fierce fighting spirit, and its entire body suddenly exploded, with a movement as loud as several fish. Countless water vapor instantly rose from the sea surface, and scarlet blood dyed the sea area around the ship red, as if it were a red sea where algae had become extinct. The beautiful mother of dragons, who had an absolute pursuit and yearning for power, was immediately surprised and blurted out in disbelief. "You have reached the 9th level?" She felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. She didn't expect that the opponent she had fought for hundreds of years would leave her behind quietly. The sword strike just now was not only capable of killing with fighting spirit, but also carried a higher level of power, which was called domain. This is a sign that the fighter system has reached the 9th level. It can completely stimulate and release the fighting spirit in the body and turn the surrounding space within a certain range into a field that is conducive to combat. A 9th level magician's move can destroy a city or an earth. The fighting spirit that can be listed as one of the two major systems naturally has its own unique advantages. Otherwise, the 9th level magician will only strengthen the physical fitness, and will probably be kite-beaten to death by the magician in a fight. Achina's eyes narrowed, her expression becoming somewhat solemn. He actually broke through to the 9th level without making any noise. He's truly forbearing. I didn't even hear any celebratory noises. The hot dragon girl killed the terrifying sea beast in seconds and threw her sea blue hair behind her head. Of course, after all, I won't waste my time on giving birth to children. It's even more impossible for me to tell everyone things like, I'm still a few years away from breaking through to the 9th level. Once again, she was mercilessly ridiculed, but this time Achina had no way of refutation and could only clench her fists tightly. She knew that she had been defeated in this protracted battle, and her defeat was complete. Not only had her realm been surpassed, but she had also been surpassed as a person. If he wanted to wash away these humiliations, he had to find a way to break through the 9th level as soon as possible, and then slowly look for opportunities to equalize. But now he was bound by the deaths of Chu Sheng and his son, and had no such opportunity at all. Before the two of them could continue their verbal battle, the situation on the sea became increasingly dangerous. The death of the giant octopus sea monster did not seem to make the sea monsters behind it retreat. Instead, it aroused their bloodiness and made them rush out of the water even more frantically, like moths to a flame. Among them, the slightly weaker ones have the strength of level 7, and the strong ones are even comparable to level 8 fighters. A random blow from them can create huge tsunamis on the sea. Even not far away, an extremely huge shadow can be seen under the sea, like a giant land lurking below, slowly approaching the ship. Only a little skin on its back was exposed on the sea surface, like a smooth, isolated island. It was covered with things that looked like barnacles from a distance, but they were actually countless sea monsters parasitic on it. Void killer whale, how is it possible? Yoguang looked at the huge sea beast in the distance that looked like a giant whale with a solemn expression. This kind of creature was considered the overlord of the entire Void Sea. It would never show up on the water on weekdays, but now it was showing hostility towards the ship. With that terrifying body, it is conservatively estimated that the strength is above the 9th level. Although Yoguang is confident that his strength is the best among his peers, he dare not say that he can resist the opponent. If it's just self-protection, there's definitely no problem, but if you want to protect the entire ship, it's probably unlikely. As the sea beasts parasitic on the back of the Void killer whale continued to attack, the battle finally began. Many sea beasts took advantage of the sea surface and jumped directly onto the deck. Yoguang led many crew members and slaves to kill them. It never ends. What on earth does that killer whale want to do? Those sea beasts were like indestructible cockroaches. They rushed onto the deck fearlessly and surrounded us from all directions. Even though they were being killed and felled, they still kept coming. With the support of his own fighting spirit, Yoguang has killed countless sea beasts, and his mentality has changed from the initial excitement to a little irritable. It is unknown when the coordinate stones will be ready on the Shilong Island. If they are constantly besieged by sea beasts during this period, many people with lower realms may not be able to hold on. At this time, Chu Sheng and Erlin also joined the battle. Chu Sheng continued to use space magic to squeeze one sea beast after another to death and help clear the deck. Suddenly, he noticed some inconspicuous movements in the pile of dead sea beasts beside the beautiful dragon mother. It turned out that the sea beasts pretending to be dead wanted to launch an attack. Be careful, Lady Echina. As Chu Sheng spoke, the sea beast had already jumped up first. It looked like a mermaid and aimed its sharp teeth at the unsuspecting widow dragon mother, aiming directly at her neck. Echina majored in the magician system, and her physical strength was considered mediocre or even weak among the Tianlong clan, not to mention that her magic power was now completely sealed. If I were bitten by a sea beast, I would probably have a few pounds of flesh torn off on the spot. After hearing the reminder, Echina turned her head and saw the attack from behind, but her subconscious action was to wave her hands and chant magic spells quickly. It was only halfway through that she realized that she had no magic power at the moment. Puff! The entire body of the sea monster seemed to be squeezed by a hydraulic press, becoming flattened on the spot and then bursting. That was Chu Sheng's space magic that arrived in time and killed the sea beast instantly. Chapter 135 Turning Point. The last chapter has been expanded to 4,000 words. Please read it to prevent the plot from being incoherent. Echina glanced at Chu Sheng not far away with a strange look in her eyes, wondering why this guy reminded her. Did he think such a weak attack could hurt him? Or did he deliberately come up with this little trick, creating a so-called life-saving grace, so as to make her let go of her hatred for him killing her son? If you expect me to be grateful to you, you might be overthinking it. Chu Sheng knew from the other person's expression that the widowed dragon mother had misunderstood. He was not the kind of boring idiot who would deliberately create a hero to save the beauty. He shook his head helplessly and continued to help Yoguang. He has been thinking about how to get along with Lady Echina in the future. If she remains unmoved no matter how much he tries to persuade her, then he will have no choice but to fall in love with her over time. Perhaps this beautiful mother dragon would forgive me because my original energy could increase the concentration of her blood? On the other side of the deck, Yoguang had already killed a large wave of sea beasts. When all the crew members had just been able to catch their breath, they gave the order. Pour down the frost dew to keep these sea beasts out. Arctic dew is an extremely precious marine resource. Just pouring a small bottle of it into the sea water can cause a layer of freezing ice to form within a radius of hundreds of meters. This layer of ice can keep out almost any creature, including monsters and sea beasts, and is more useful than many high-level defensive magics. If there weren't so many monsters, Yoguang would really be reluctant to dump this thing into the sea. The crew carried buckets and poured the precious polar dew from the deck. The misty ice fog instantly spread around the ship, forming a solid defensive barrier. Yoguang, Chu Sheng, and others returned to the cabin again, their faces no longer relaxed, and they didn't even have time to change their blood-stained clothes. The hot dragon girl was speechless, and her previous heroic spirit turned into apology. "I'm sorry, General Brother, for making our guests experience such embarrassment as soon as we arrived. It's our fault for not hosting you well." She knew very well the truth behind this sea attack. Although it was a riot of sea beasts on the surface, there must be other Tianlong people manipulating it behind the scenes. It is said that family disgrace should not be made public, but the internal strife within this race was exposed nakedly to Chu Sheng and the others, and Yoguang's face still showed a bit of despair. Chu Sheng spoke calmly. Just now, I vaguely saw several human figures on the back of that giant whale from several miles away. They have always been the culprits who caused the sea beasts to riot. Besides, their target should be me and Aaron. Chu Sheng was not a fool. After calming down, he figured out the twists and turns. The enemy was most likely from the branch of the widowed Dragon Mother. There has to be a reason and motive for causing internal strife and launching sneak attacks. It just so happened that Yoguang had helped him deal with China not long ago, so the enemy had an excuse. However, Yoguang is a legitimate descendant of the clan and is regarded as the future heir. No matter how bold the enemy is, they should not dare to do anything to her. So they can only pick on the weak. Brother General, don't say such things. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you in the slightest. The cabin fell into silence for a moment. Snake Lady, standing behind Chu Sheng, also sensed the urgency of the situation, but as a slave, she had little say, so she could only gently massage Chu Sheng's shoulders and try to relax him. There was no need for Ai Erlin to speak. She had already regarded Chu Sheng as her backbone and left everything to him. Yoguang was thinking about whether there was any possibility of breaking out. After all, the extremely cold dew could only last for a limited time. Once the extremely cold ice melted, the sea beasts would come back again. Suddenly, Chu Sheng suggested, Sister Yoguang, please show me the coordinates of the Shurlong solitary island. He wanted to try to use the magic of space attributes to rebuild the connection with the first Dragon Island and get guidance again. At this time, there was naturally no need for Yoguang to hide it, so he took it out and handed it to Chu Sheng. A wisp of spatial magic completely enveloped the coordinate token. Chu Sheng closed his eyes and carefully used his mental power to feel the subtle distortion and fluctuations. This token is like a mobile phone, and the coordinate stone on the Shurlong Island is like a signal station. Although the connection in the middle is cut off, there is still a chance to find the existence of the Shurlong Island by locating the location of the last message sent. Suddenly, the pointer on the front of the coordinate token began to move. The few people who were originally looking unhappy suddenly sat up straight and stared at the floating token in Chu Sheng's hand in surprise. We've recaptured the location of the first Dragon Island. It may not be as accurate as before, but the general direction is definitely correct. Chu Sheng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. His ability brought Yoguang a sense of relief and joy. The hot dragon girl breathed a sigh of relief and happily hugged Chu Sheng's shoulders. It's really the immortal goddess's blessing. General Brother is simply a lucky star. Even the coordinate token can be restored. Oh, sorry, I'm a little sweaty. I hope I didn't stink you. Yoguang subconsciously let go of Chu Sheng. Although he had not suffered any injuries due to his great strength after the battle on the deck, he was inevitably sweating. He was afraid that the strong smell on his body would make Chu Sheng uncomfortable. It's okay. Sister Yoguang smells nice. Let's get ready quickly. We're about to break out. Yoguang felt relieved at this moment and was naturally in a good mood to prepare. She returned to her bedroom, washed herself comfortably, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the deck to announce the good news. Her mood was no longer as gloomy as before. The crew on the deck noticed their master's actions and naturally knew that things had taken a turn for the better, and they burst into cheers. Once we successfully reach the Shurlong Island, I will give my brother the general a warm welcome from a hot big sister. Her words happened to be heard by the widowed Dragon Mother of China, who had just walked onto the deck. She immediately teased her. I never thought you'd ever be so attentive to a man. So many geniuses in the clan have favored you before, but you've always been dismissive, haven't you? As lifelong rivals, the competition between the two of them includes other aspects besides strength. Many years ago, there was a struggle of who has more suitors. Of course, this kind of struggle was almost always provoked unilaterally by a China, and Yoguang basically didn't care to pay attention. And with your big and strong figure, even if you wanted to do something pleasant with that human, I'm afraid it would only leave a psychological trauma on him, right? Achina's eyes looked at Yoguang's strong and tight thighs that were trained well. Those powerful legs could probably easily crush high-level monsters. If this woman couldn't control herself and hit that human, I couldn't imagine what kind of painful expression that guy would show. Chapter 136 Return Voyage. After saying that, Achina deliberately straightened her plump cushion in a provocative manner, as if to say, that human must only like my perfect figure. Yoguang turned around and said with a smile, Why? You feel bad that your mother is being thought of by another woman. The beautiful dragon queen seemed to have heard a terrible joke and denied it without hesitation. If you are playing the Don't Laugh challenge, then you win. Don't rush to refute it. After all, who can predict the future? The thought of that scene filled Yoguang with amusement. Maybe one day, when you wake up from the arms of your brother, the general, your first thought will be to thank me for giving you this opportunity. That's enough. You women are still so boring. The beautiful dragon mother snorted coldly, no longer interested in arguing with the other party, and walked back to the cabin and closed the door heavily. Around the ship, the layer of ice formed by the condensation of extremely cold dew has shown signs of loosening and melting, and the monsters in the void sea are beginning to stir, ready to rush towards the ship at any time. Yoguang held the coordinate token that had restored its direction in his hand. The moment he determined that the ice was loose enough for the ship to break through, he immediately gave a decisive order. Helmsman, listen up. Turn the left turn dial fully, adjust the magic oars to the maximum frequency, and break through the ice at the fastest speed. Following her command, the oars at the bottom of the boat were irrigated by the gushing source of magic power, making a deafening sound, shattering the surrounding ice, and rushing out with the entire boat. The ice in front was constantly smashed by the Earth Attribute magic shield in front of the ship. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the deck began to tilt under the action of inertia. In the distance, several people were standing on the back of the Void Killer Whale. They were wrapped in black robes, and there was a thick magical black smoke covering their breath. One of the people in front was holding a strange magical device similar to a conch, which kept emitting melodious and deep sounds. It was obviously a tool used to control the surrounding sea beasts. Something that can drive a 9th-level ferocious beast like the Void Killer Whale is definitely a rare treasure in the world. Several people were originally chatting with each other with a relaxed attitude of catching a turtle in a jar, but someone saw a ship with a faint light in the distance preparing to speed up and escape, and immediately gave up the playful mood. Haha, you finally can't help yourself and want to give it a try? It's a pity that this is just a futile effort. The coordinate stone is probably still under repair. Even if they escape the sea beasts, they will just be wandering around in the void sea and lose their way. The man holding the strange conch put it to his mouth and blew it gently. As the melodious music continued to spread over the sea, the surrounding sea beasts let out deafening roars, as if they had received some kind of buff. Wave after wave of void sea beasts attacked Yoguang's ship like a tide, but every time the sea beast tried to jump onto the deck, Yoguang would kill it instantly with a single strike of his sword from hundreds of meters away. She is like a female general in the Dynasty Warriors game. Every attack she makes can chop down large groups of enemies, causing a bloody storm. The ship broke through all the ice and also got rid of the countless sea beasts following behind. The crew and slaves cheered on the deck, celebrating being able to return home again. When the sailing direction returned to normal, life on the ship finally returned to normal. The crew and slaves were busy running around, and Chu Sheng, Erlin, and Snake Lady were like masters, ladies, and maids on a sea cruise vacation. On the deck, feeling the sea breeze, basking in the sun, chatting with the hot dragon girl, and drinking someone's treasured fine wine, life is simply too good. On the contrary, the widowed dragon mother seemed a little depressed, as if she had learned that her former opponent had broken through to the 9th level. She still spoke tough on the surface, but was actually a little hurt by the blow. As a master, Chu Sheng certainly cannot just relax himself. He must take time to care about the injured slaves. So he returned to the real world, went to the pastry shop and brought Mrs. Achino a portion of her favorite tiramisu, and walked into her bedroom with it. It was nighttime now, and the beautiful dragon mother was already lying on the bed ready to rest. When she saw Chu Sheng coming in without even knocking on the door, her eyebrows couldn't help but frown slightly. She was only wearing a thin silk nightgown. You could tell without touching the transparent gauze that the fabric was exceptionally delicate, and she exuded a rich and mature charm. Without the restraint of underwear, her voluptuous upper body suddenly broke free from its cage like a rabbit, spreading out into the most perfect inverted jade bowl under the influence of gravity. The waist and hips, which have been enlarged proportionally, are exactly the model of a man's ideal wife and mother, who can be both a lady in the living room and a playboy in the bed. Such a cool outfit made Chu Sheng freeze in his tracks as he walked in, and he swallowed subconsciously. This kind of mature and intellectual woman is indeed much more lethal than that kind of pure and sweet little girl. It was not until a hint of dissatisfaction gradually emerged in the eyes of the widowed dragon mother that Chu Sheng coughed lightly and walked over. Ahem, madam, please enjoy your favorite tiramisu. Achina did not hide the disdain and contempt in her eyes at all, especially since she saw Chu Sheng being affectionate with Yoguang all day long. Just thinking about it made her disgust towards Chu Sheng even stronger. Don't you know that eating before going to bed is taboo? As a noble, especially a direct descendant of the Tianlong clan, she can be said to be an aristocrat among aristocrats. She is particularly particular about various matters in life. Before going to bed, not only must the mouth be absolutely fresh, but also a bath with precious active dew must be taken, and there must be at least 2 maids and slaves to serve at all times. But now the conditions on the ship are poor, and I have become a slave, so naturally I have no choice and no enjoyment. On the bed, the demanding mature woman frowned silently. If someone didn't know better, they would think that she was an arrogant mother-in-law making things difficult for her weak and incompetent son-in-law. Then the next second the son-in-law suddenly changed and gave his mother-in-law. Ahem, the above content is pure fantasy. The author has never read it at all. Chu Sheng stood there frozen with the dessert in his hand. He had already thought about this before he came. This time he wanted to restore some magic power to the widowed dragon mother. Otherwise, if you are attacked by the enemy like during the day, you will have to spend energy to pay attention. Of course, I can't recover too much, lest she do something behind my back. I just need to recover to the 4th level so that I can protect myself a little. In fact, this was only the secondary reason why Chu Sheng knocked on the door in the middle of the night, and the main reason was, it is the exclusive slave seal on Echina. Because the target is too powerful, it is not stable enough and needs to be injected with magic power every 7 days or so to maintain it. At present, it has been 5 or 6 days since the beautiful dragon mother became Chu Sheng's slave. To be on the safe side, Chu Sheng had no choice but to decide to secure the exclusive slave seal in advance, and he had no other ideas. Madam, it's been a while. You don't want your exclusive slave seal to become invalid and then be suppressed by Sister Yoguang on the spot, do you? Chapter 137, Very Angry. The last few hundred words of the previous chapter have been completed. You can take a look at it first to prevent discontinuity. The beautiful dragon mother, Lady Echina, stared at the little man in front of her with a bad look. She knew what the other person meant. However, Chu Sheng waited for a long time but did not receive the abuse and sarcasm he had imagined. He looked closely and saw that the widowed dragon mother just looked at him coldly, without the previous toughness and resistance. He blinked and asked curiously, "Madam, can I start maintaining the seal now? Better move quickly and don't dawdle. This time-wasting, life-wasting ritual should be ended as soon as possible." The plump mature woman gently tossed her long brown hair behind her head and clasped her arms in front of her body, making the symbol of maternal love look particularly broad and elastic. After calming down over the past few days, she is no longer as extreme as she was at the beginning. She clearly knows that any threats, intimidation, harsh words, and sarcasm are of no use to her current situation. No matter how fiercely or loudly it barks, in the eyes of this little man, it is probably just like a pet acting coquettishly. Revenge is not something that can be rushed. At this moment, forbearance is the first priority. Slowly let the other party let down their guard and vigilance, laying the foundation for breaking free from the slave seal. Thinking of this, Echina even took the initiative to lift up the thin gauze dress for the first time, extending a silent invitation to Chu Sheng. A scornful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She really wanted to take a good look at how this little man would make a fool of himself under her skirt. Maybe he would even be conquered by her. Chu Sheng didn't care about the beautiful dragon mother's abnormal behavior, or it was useless to care about it. The dragon mother might be thinking about how to kill him in the future. Instead of thinking about those trivial things, it is better to cherish the present time and enjoy the rare freedom of being the other person's master. He picked up a piece of dessert with a fork and handed it to Echina's rosy lips. Although she seemed disgusted just now, her mouth was still honest enough, and she took a light bite. The sweet taste bloomed on her tongue, and Echina found herself a little obsessed with this little snack from the eastern continent. Although this little man was hateful, at least the snack was good. So she finished the dessert on the plate with peace of mind, wiped the corners of her mouth carefully with a handkerchief, and gently crossed her plump legs on the bed, glancing at Chu Sheng with her beautiful eyes. "What are you still doing standing there?" Chu Sheng nodded, turned around, and sent out a small stream of wind attribute magic power, extinguishing the candle on the table next to him. When the huge black shadow, which was not to be judged by appearance, was reflected on her face under the bright moonlight from the round window of the cabin, a trace of fear finally emerged in the eyes of this beautiful woman who had always been indifferent and calm in front of others. Is this little man really human? Echina's charming face was rarely covered with a light blush. She closed her eyes to pretend to be calm, but her mind was still dark and she couldn't help but think of the horrifying scene just now. She secretly waited in her mind and was surprised to find that Chu Sheng's body, which was much smaller than that of the Tianlong clan, seemed to be somewhat matched just now. This was simply incredible. The beautiful dragon mother's voice trembled slightly as she urged, "Don't you need to sleep later? Are you always so hesitant about doing things?" The last time Chu Xing activated the exclusive slave seal for her with the help of Lasta, Achina was unwilling to face her shameful defeat, so she closed her eyes and tried to avoid it. As a result, she was unable to clearly perceive the completeness of this strange ritual. So in a sense, Chu Shang's night visit tonight can be regarded as Achina's real night out. The sound of waves from the void sea poured into the cabin through the round window, adding a rare soundtrack to the silence that belonged to the two of them. Achina is very powerful, with the strength of the peak 8th level, which is only one step away from the 9th level, the limit that mortal creatures can reach. Moreover, the physique of the pure-blooded dragon clan is completely incomparable to the crispy chicken of the elves. Even the orcs cannot compete head-on. Therefore, Chu Xing did not dare to show mercy. If this vengeful dragon girl suddenly broke a hole in the exclusive slave seal one day, she might do something that would make him regret for the rest of his life. So he turned this hidden danger and threat into motivation, began to concentrate his mind, and tried his best to maintain the exclusive slave seal, striving to prevent any loosening. Bright and hot sunlight poured into the cabin through the only round window. From the angle and color, one could tell that it was already noon of the next day. The beautiful dragon mother gradually opened her eyes and showed an angry look on her face. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly and tried her best to suppress the urge to slap Chu Shang to death with one claw. This little man is truly not human and can hold on even more stubbornly than a pure-blooded dragonborn. Achina was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This damn guy ignored her disgust and made her rest for only a few hours in order to ensure that the exclusive slave seal was 100% charged. Her fair jade hand was about to turn into a dragon claw, and her nails were beginning to become sharp, but because of the faint light emitted by the exclusive slave seal, she instantly retracted it. With this thing around, even if Achina was extremely angry, she couldn't do anything to hurt the other person. However, the culprit Chu Sheng had already fallen asleep peacefully on the natural giant pillow of the beautiful dragon mother, with a few drops of drool at the corners of his mouth, and it seemed that he was having a sweet dream. With Achina's 3-meter-tall figure, she is like a proportionally enlarged woman. Her warm heart is simply the perfect pillow, and lying down does not press on the spine at all. Seeing that her attempt to hurt Chu Sheng was futile, the widowed dragon mother had no choice but to try to push Chu Sheng away with her arms, but every time she wanted to use more strength, the exclusive slave seal would take effect, and the magical power would directly remove her strength. Achina was very angry. Within the limited range of her ability, she had used strength far beyond that of an ordinary human, but she couldn't push the small man no matter how hard she tried. He was so heavy that he didn't look like a human at all. This is actually because Chu Sheng's physique has been strengthened again and again by orcs, celestial dragons, and other life forms. His muscle density has long exceeded the human range, and naturally, he is much heavier than ordinary people. When he is active in the real world, he often uses wind magic to support his body and create the appearance of a normal human weight. After trying to push it away in vain, the beautiful dragon mother finally stopped, as if resigned to her fate. She was so angry that her heart kept rising and falling, causing Chu Sheng, who was sleeping, to experience a dream bungee jumping experience. Unable to push Chu Sheng away, Achina had to force herself to move, because the shameful sleeping man had turned almost half of the already narrow bed into a swamp. Chapter 138, The First Dragon Temple. In the current situation, the beautiful dragon mother had nothing to do and could only start thinking about the various reasons why she had fallen into her current situation. She believed that the person who was primarily responsible was her incompetent husband who had married into the family and taught Don Quixote to be so stupid, bringing shame to the family. The second was his own indulgence and neglect, as well as Chu Sheng's enmity. Of course, the most important thing is that woman Yoguang. She really went to great lengths to embarrass me. I don't know where she got such a shameless and immoral exclusive slave seal. But judging from what happened yesterday, Chu Sheng and Yoguang only met for the first time. Was it necessary for that woman to take such good care of him? As far as Achina knows, the relationship between Chu Sheng and Yoguang still relies on the dark elves between them to act as a matchmaker. If they force it, perhaps it can barely be considered a relationship between an elder and a younger generation. I didn't expect that the younger generation of my mortal enemy could actually do this to me. If this matter were to spread among the clan, Achina couldn't imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. Thinking of this, the mature and beautiful woman slowly lowered her gaze to the man who was sleeping like a baby in her arms, with a happy smile on her face. Last night was an unforgettable night in every aspect. Whenever Achina thought about the details, she couldn't help but feel exhausted physically and mentally, and the dragon claws couldn't help but appear. It took her a while to calm down her restless mood. She picked up a thick magic book from beside her pillow and planned to focus on practicing. The reason why Achina has become the top genius of the Purple Clan and is regarded as one of the future heirs of the clan master is that, in addition to her excellent talent and bloodline, she has also put in more effort and research than ordinary Tianlong people. She had a vague premonition that as long as she could break through the short half-step to the 9th level, she would have a great chance of breaking through Chu Shang's exclusive slave seal. The double pressure from her old rival and Chu Shang made Achina's sense of crisis more serious. After being consolidated by the little man's magic, her face looked particularly rosy and lively, and she felt that her thoughts and consciousness were clearer when studying magic. Several hours passed by unknowingly. The sunlight outside the round window had begun to glow orange-red, but the little man in my arms still showed no signs of waking up. She closed the magic book with a bit of helplessness, rubbed her sore eyes, pulled up the quilt, and fell asleep again with Chu Shang. As long as I can control my dreams and not dream about what happened with the little man last night, I should be able to sleep well enough. On the sea, on the back of the void killer whale, several figures wrapped in black smoke stood. The atmosphere at this moment was completely devoid of the ease and liveliness it had at the beginning. There was silence on the killer whale's back because they had been floating on the void sea for a whole day. Before, the group of sea beasts they controlled were still following Yoguang's ship, but as the other party's speed became faster and faster, they were left far behind the waves in just 2 hours. A gnashing voice emanated from beneath the black mist mask of the figure suspected to be the most senior among the group. Didn't they say that the Phantom Light ship could only be lost on the void sea? Why is it getting further and further away from us? And yet it seems to be sailing on the correct course. He held 2 special small coordinate stones in his hands, one pointing to the Yoguang ship and the other pointing to the Shilong Island. What he couldn't accept was that Yoguang's ship was getting closer and closer to the Shilong Island, and would arrive in less than a day. From the tall figure and the faint dragon energy emanating from him when he was angry, one could clearly know that this person was a pure-blooded dragon. He suppressed his anger and walked towards the black smoke figure in front of him holding a conch, and asked in a deep voice. Number 10, quickly control the void killer whale to speed up. We must catch up with Yoguang's ship before tomorrow, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The black smoke figure named Number 10 spread his hands helplessly. This whale is too big, and its speed is simply too slow. I guess I can't catch up with it. His voice sounded particularly hoarse and low, as if it came from the dark underworld. His true identity was the 10th member of the Yin group, which was known as the most powerful assassin organization on the continent. When taking on the business of the Purple Clan branch, Number 10 thought it would be an easy task, but he never expected that the environment of the Void Sea was so strange that all the powerful monsters under his control could not survive in it. In the end, he was forced to use the land and materials and utilize the indigenous monsters in the sea. However, the Tianlong man under the black robe was already a little exasperated and would not listen to Number 10's sophistry at all. He stomped hard on the thick back of the void killer whale. Boom! This kick was like stepping on an isolated island in the sea. The void killer whale below let out a deep and distant cry, as if in pain. I don't care. Blow that conch as loud as you can and make this stupid fish move. Don't you guys from the Yin group claim to never fail? At least make me feel that this is worth the money, right? The Tianlong man no longer had the respect he had at the beginning for Number 10. If he hadn't been afraid that his identity would be exposed and would provoke a fight between the branches in advance, he would have taken action himself long ago. How could I be willing to spend a lot of money to hire these outside killers who are so unreliable? I don't know if Elder Nig is willing to reimburse this expense. However, before he could react, the void killer whale sprayed out a torrent of water right under his feet, directly pushing him into the sky 100 meters high. Finally, he fell into the sea with a splash in a very embarrassing manner and was almost besieged and torn apart by hungry sea beasts. Fuck! You stupid fish, you still dare to throw a tantrum. The Tianlong man climbed back onto the back of the void killer whale in a dejected manner. Although he was still cursing, he was extremely honest in his movements and did not dare to kick around. Time flies, and it is the day for all the descendants of the Sky Dragon clan to return to the Sea of Void. At this time, the first Dragon Island is no longer as deserted as before. Dragon descendants preparing to make a pilgrimage to the temple can be seen everywhere. In the magnificent and ancient temple of the first dragon, massive stone pillars with carved beams and painted rafters support the grand hall that looks like a giant's lair. The walls are engraved with exquisite and epic murals, which depict the ancient history of the Tianlong clan from its birth to its dominance over the Dragon Kingdom. The prominent members of the three major branches of the Tianlong clan have all sat down, forming a circle in the hall. The branches are clearly separated, and there is a considerable distance between them. From the elders to the relatives by marriage, those who can sit here either have strong power to dominate a region or have an irreplaceable and important position in secular government affairs. Everyone is waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest from the elf forest and wants to show their true colors to this friend with whom they have not communicated for hundreds of years. Chapter 139 Arrival. The last few hundred words of the previous chapter have been completed. You can read it first to make the plot more coherent. In the Temple of the First Dragon, as the formal meeting had not yet begun, all the pure-blooded dragons were whispering to each other, and the topic was nothing more than the elf forest's request for help. Do you think the elven forest is truly facing a life-or-death crisis? Then why hasn't the human kingdom summoned the other demi-human nations for consultation? It's hard to say. Perhaps the humans are eager for the elf forest to be destroyed so they can take advantage of the situation and grab a piece of the spoils. This does seem like something human would do. On the side of the Purple Clan, Chekhov was surrounded by a group of accomplices, all of whom were involved in the attack on Youguang and Chu Sheng. He tapped his index finger rhythmically on his exquisite staff, looked up at the magic clock on the wall not far away, chuckled and said, "Everyone has returned, except for Youguang's ship. It seems our friend encountered some minor accidents at sea. The meeting may have to be rescheduled." The members of the Purple Clan around him echoed the sentiment and looked at each other, seeing uneasiness and helplessness in each other's eyes. They were completely dragged into this by Chekhov and Nigeria. The old guy Chekhov was willing to do anything to avenge his grandson. I hope that Chief Noel won't pursue this matter too much. Tick, tick. The time on the wall clock seemed to be passing faster and faster, and it was almost half an hour away from the expected return time. Just when all the Tianlong elders felt that something was wrong, the temple's heavy door, which was dozens of meters high and made of rare stones, was kicked open with a deafening roar. Bang! Several figures appeared that made Chekhov's face change suddenly. The tall dragon girl with long dark blue hair in the lead glanced at the purple branch and the location of Chekhov, and others with a sarcastic and playful look. She brushed off the non-existent dust on her hands, smiled faintly, and said, "We shouldn't have missed the meeting yet. Luckily we made it. Otherwise some people would have been unable to sleep or eat." The hot dragon girl Youguang led Chu Sheng and the other two through the tall threshold and slowly walked towards the huge round table in the middle of the temple hall. Because he was afraid of causing trouble or adding to his own problems, Chu Sheng asked Madame China to wait on the boat and only brought Aaron and Snake Lady He Pai with him. He Pai took every step of the short distance of just a few dozen meters with extreme caution, trying to be as elegant and decent as possible, not wanting to embarrass his master Chu Sheng. It was the first time that she was stared at by so many eyes like this, and the owners of these gazes were all heavenly beings that she had never dared to look up at before. For this moment, when sailing on the Sea of Void, He Pai specially sought out Youguang's personal maid for expedited training, and she was now able to control her newly grown pair of long legs very naturally. In comparison, the dark-skinned elf girl Ellen seemed more calm. Although she could be seen to be a little restrained, she had been to many countries with Shinoya and was quite familiar with it. As for Chu Sheng, it doesn't matter at all. I have drunk the existence thrown by your immortal goddess. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is her biological son. Do I need to be afraid of you, her adopted sons? Crack. The moment he saw Chu Sheng and Ai Orlin, Chekhov stood up in disbelief. The palm holding the staff turned into dragon claws because of shock, and he almost broke the staff directly. He and Elder Nig beside him exchanged glances and saw varying degrees of surprise in each other's eyes. They thought their eyes were blurry. Shouldn't the humans of this eastern continent have been tied up by the Ying group by now, waiting to be dealt with by them after the meeting? The Ying group had previously claimed that they had never suffered any defeat since their opening, so how come their target appeared right in front of them now? Because Chekhov stood up suddenly, the people of the Purple Clan thought that it was the elders who took the lead and expressed respect to the visitor, so they looked left and right and stood up one after another. When the other red and black branches saw the purple branch stand up, they certainly couldn't fall behind, otherwise it would seem that they didn't know etiquette. Walla walla. In an instant, the members of the Tianlong clan sitting around the entire Shilong temple seemed to see the returning Master Lu. They all stood up, and the scene was solemn and spectacular. Youguang, who was walking in front, was amused by this scene and whispered in Chu Sheng's ear, "Look, General, The one who took the lead in standing up is China's father, Chekhov. He is most likely the one behind the attack on us. Chu Sheng looked in the direction of Yoguang's finger. It was a horned old man with gray hair but ruddy complexion. He could vaguely see the sharp edges of his face. When he was young, he must have been a sunny and tough man, not much less handsome than himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to a beauty as stunning as Lady of China, who has excellent genes. If we use the term in the real world, Chekhov can also be said to be his father-in-law, so Chu Sheng also gave him a slightly kind smile. But in Chekhov's eyes, such a smile was full of different meanings. In a trance, he seemed to see Chu Sheng's lips move slightly, and a voice made up in his mind came into his old ears. Your daughter is very moist. Brave boy. Chekhov was instantly enraged, his gray beard trembling with anger, but due to the current situation, he could only sit back in his seat in frustration. Okay, everyone please sit down, and please take your seats. Guests, don't be so reserved. At the huge round table, a kind-faced old woman spoke. She looked very old, but her eyes were shining with a bright brilliance, and there was a faint, terrifying wave of air surging between her breaths. Hei Weiser, the head of the Red Clan branch and the grandmother of the hot dragon girl Yoguang, is second only to the clan leader nor in status and seniority in the Tianlong clan. She is qualified to serve as the acting clan leader when the clan leader is away. Chu Sheng was very curious about her. Of course, he was not geronophile and had no interest in old ladies. He was just curious about Hewitt's figure. Completely different from the 3-meter-tall stature of the young Tianlong clan, this older female dragon is actually only about 1 meter tall and very short. To call her a southern potato would be a compliment. The whole person looks like the dwarfs in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, with a large head that takes up a quarter of the body, and the rest of the body looks extremely thin. If Chu Sheng hadn't been sitting on the chair, he probably wouldn't have been able to see Hei Weiser's face, as the huge round table would have directly covered his head. Chapter 140 Chekhov's Attack. As if she had noticed Chu Sheng's confusion, Hei Weiser was not annoyed by the other party's gaze. Instead, she patiently explained to him. The Tianlong people are a magical race. They are tall and straight when they are young, but when they enter the final stage of their lives, they will become withered and thin like me, which will make our guests laugh. Chu Sheng nodded when he heard that, and subconsciously looked at the hot and agile Yoguang beside him. He could not imagine that such a beautiful queen would shrink into the size of a small potato after so many years. Dear elders, I am Chu Sheng. I am here on behalf of the Elven Forest. It has been a long time since our two tribes have greeted each other. Queen Tiffany asked me to say hello on her behalf. He bowed very formally, and behind him, Erlin and the Snake Lady, Hepai also hurriedly followed suit, not wanting to be impolite. After Chu Sheng and Aaron sat down, the topic of conversation quickly turned to the most concerning issue, which was the current situation of the Elf Forest. To be honest with you elders, the Elven Forest is in dire straits right now. If it weren't for a desperate situation, I wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to ask you for help. The Orc Empire has sent no fewer than 3 9th-rank warriors to raid the front lines alone. If that were all, the Elf Forest could still handle it, but the problem lies in the rear. Chu Sheng was silent for a moment, then spoke sincerely and seriously. The human kingdom has betrayed the demi-human alliance. They've secretly been amassing troops in the southern part of the Elf Forest. Even more terrifying is that they're actually colluding directly with the orcs. What? When these words were spoken, not only the 3 clan leaders sitting at the round table were surprised, but also the many Tianlong clan members sitting around were in disbelief. Everyone's expressions were different. Some were serious and solemn, some were scrutinizing and suspicious, and some simply looked indifferent. Because the communication between the Dragon Clan and the Elves has been blocked for hundreds of years, many of the younger generation of pure-blooded Dragon Clan have no impression of the Elves at all, and naturally there is no friendship to speak of. They are more of a bystander mentality. But most of the older generation of dragons had experienced the battles between the demi-human alliance and the orcs, and they had an indelible hatred for the orcs who were entrenched in the north of the continent and were always ready to move south to annex the countries. More or less, they had relatives, friends, slaves, and servants who died at the hands of orcs, and their past experiences were gradually revealed through Chu Sheng's words. Huzer's half-closed eyes now opened completely, and her kind expression turned serious. Chu Sheng, is this true? Do you have any evidence? She knew very well how serious the situation would be if the other party was not lying. The Elf Forest is currently suffering, but the next victim may be the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom borders the human kingdom. This most basic principle of lips and teeth are interdependent is something that she, with her rich experience in life, certainly understands. But at the same time, if Chu Sheng is making groundless accusations against the human kingdom and wants to provoke confrontation between the two kingdoms, we cannot be without defense. Elder Huser, every word I say is true, and now that I'm here, I certainly won't forget the evidence. Chu Sheng glanced at Erlin, who was sitting next to him. She nodded knowingly and immediately prepared to take something out of the space magic device she was carrying. Wait! The sudden voice interrupted the solemn atmosphere. Elder Chekhov slowly stood up from his seat, bowed to the leader of the Purple Clan branch, and then spoke casually. Master Hayweiser, please do not rush to verify the words of Chu Sheng, the representative of the Elven Forest. The mayor of Bader City in the Northwest region has previously received a secret letter from the human kingdom. Please review it first. Chekhov clapped his hands lightly, and two figures immediately walked in from the gate of the temple. The person in front was Belias, a tall and strong half-dragon with a dragon head and a human body. Chu Sheng had no impression of him, but had heard of the name. He had also given him a set of porcelain teacups to help him find out the whereabouts of Aaron. The Chu Sheng behind is very familiar, the centaur girl Cassandra. Although her appearance is not absolutely beautiful, she is charming and intellectual. Her human upper body is plump and sexy, with a strong mature woman style. The horse's lower body appears hazy under the lace skirt, and its long legs are straight and round, making people want to jump on the horse immediately and whip it well. How come these two people are here? Under Chu Sheng's puzzled gaze, Belias came to the round table with great respect and knelt on the ground like a slave with Cassandra behind him, not daring to show the slightest airs of a city lord. After all, anyone sitting in this temple right now has the terrifying power to control his own life. To put it nicely, the half-dragons are a subordinate race, and to put it bluntly, they are exclusive slaves. Belias, take out the secret letter from the human kingdom that you received and read it word for word to the adults present. Yes, sir. Belias nervously took out a secret letter from his body, used magic to magnify it hundreds of times, and floated it directly above the temple so that everyone could see it. The secret letter was densely written in the common language of the continent, and the content was, as expected, about Chu Sheng and Ai Erlin. All the Tianlong people present stared at the words above, and without Belias saying anything, they read the contents in an instant. Chu Sheng and Ai Erlin also watched leisurely. According to the secret letter, the two were hunted down and hid in the Dragon Kingdom because they stole confidential information of the Holy Ronia Empire. Chekhov paid attention to the reactions of everyone present, and his originally uneasy expression finally regained some confidence at this moment. He happened to learn about this secret letter from Belias when he sent people to investigate the cause of death of his grandson Don Quixote. He had originally intended to leave it until the end, as a backup plan for when he faced the pursuit of Patriarch Noel, so as to completely label Chu Sheng a criminal and exonerate his accomplice. But now the blockade on the Void Seaside has failed, and he had no choice but to release this backup plan, fearing that Chu Sheng would be the first to expose the attack. What he had to do was to muddy the water first. Even though Chu Sheng might not necessarily threaten him even if he exposed the truth, he would never let the murderer, who killed his grandson, have an easy time. In the center of the temple, before Chu Sheng could open his mouth to explain, the hot dragon girl Yoguang sitting next to him couldn't help herself. Bang! Her straightforward nature made her not care whether this was the sacred dragon temple or not. She slammed the table and stood up, glancing sarcastically at Chekhov and the small group of people around him. Respected Elder Chekhov, if you attempt to deceive me with this little trick, then I will have no choice but to tell you about a strange incident I encountered on the Sea of Void. When faced with such a crucial issue as the survival of our allies, they're still sneaking around like rats, engaging in internal strife and backstabbing their own people. Knowing there are so many idiots in our tribe, it's no wonder we're declining. Chapter 141 With My Fist. Hearing the undisguised threat from the hot dragon girl Yoguang, Chekhov did not panic at all, but instead showed a contemptuous smile. He glanced at the members of the Purple Clan around him. Some of the people gathered around him were still worried about planning the attack on Yoguang. They were afraid of being held accountable afterwards, and they always showed an expression of forced submission to him. But now Yoguang's proactive attack has undoubtedly brought their biggest worries to the surface. This panic will leave them with no way out and force them to do things to the extreme. Only by sticking to your own path to the end can you escape accountability. There was even a hint of smile on Chekhov's lips. He wanted to thank Yoguang for his carefree nature and for not knowing what forbearance and scheming were. He organized his words a bit, then acted like an elder in the clan towards Yoguang, tapping the ground with his staff lightly. Yoguang, we're discussing these two outsiders now. There's no need to argue about minor conflicts between branches, right? Is it appropriate to bring up clan affairs in such a sacred and solemn occasion? After saying this, he turned his gaze to the Purple Clan's leader and said respectfully, Leader Luachi, I suggest that we temporarily place these two visitors so we can thoroughly investigate and understand their situation. We can then discuss the matter of the elf forest. He emphasized the words placement and inspection, and anyone who was not an idiot could understand what he meant. He simply wanted to detain Chu Sheng and AI Erlin on trumped-up grounds, conduct a body search and a pretense, and then decide whether to release them or not depending on his mood. Chu Sheng didn't expect that Lao Deng would be so aggressive right from the start, but when he thought about how he not only raped his daughter, but also scattered the ashes of his grandson and son-in-law, it was normal for him to be so excited. Beside him, the dark-skinned elf girl looked a little uneasy. It was the first time she faced such a situation. The Tianlong tribe did not behave like a unified and complete tribe at all. The voices within were very chaotic, and there was a sense of foreboding. Chu Sheng, what do they want to do to us? Don't worry, the old man's so-called secret letter is very weak evidence. Just wait and see how I confront him. Chu Sheng patted the back of Erlin's hand and gave him a reassuring look. He certainly wouldn't let Chekhov get his wish. Otherwise, after the two of them were imprisoned, wouldn't they be at his mercy? At that time, they can fabricate any charges against you and turn black into white. Anyway, the so-called evidence can be fabricated. What Chekhov said makes sense. Now that the clan leader is away, we must pay special attention to the safety of the clan. We must not overlook any small hidden dangers. The one who spoke was Rocky, the leader of the Purple Clan branch. He looked middle-aged, but was actually an ancient dragon who was thousands of years old. Just by sitting there with his arms folded, he emitted extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. He swept a deep and dignified gaze across at Chu Sheng and AI Erlin, and spoke without sincerity. So, my two friends, we have to bear with you for a moment. Once we find out the truth, we will definitely give you justice. Rocky spoke in high-sounding terms, claiming it was for the safety of the Tianlong clan, but the implications of his words were obvious. This is the territory of the Tianlong clan. What we say is what goes. This is ridiculous. Rocky, do you know what you were saying? How can you be so rude to the distinguished guests of the Elven tribe? How are you going to explain this to Chief Noel afterwards? Hayweiser's thin body suddenly burst out with unimaginable terrifying pressure, which frightened all the pure-blooded dragons in the temple, as if they had seen an ancestral dragon that had survived from ancient times. However, when this pressure reached Rocky and the Purple Clan branch, it was blocked by another aura field that was no less powerful than hers. Rocky also released pressure, and they instantly formed a confrontation. The sky above the spacious temple seemed to be divided into two completely different periods of time, day and night. The two top powerhouses of the Tianlong clan were not giving in to each other. Stone fragments kept falling from the walls, giving people the illusion that they would collapse in the next second. At this moment, anyone present could see the tension in the atmosphere. The treatment of Chu Sheng and Erlin was just a fuse. What really led to this scene was the disagreement and struggle between the purple and red branches over the years. What? You said there's a black branch? What's their leader doing now? The leader of the Black Clan's branch is a skinny old man from the Tianlong clan who is dying and as dry as an old tree root. He is currently the oldest person in the Tianlong clan. Although he is very powerful, he has to maintain his vitality, so the number of times he can attack is almost zero. Once the situation reaches the point where this old man needs to take action, it will probably only happen on the day the Tianlong clan is destroyed. It can be said that if this old man doesn't take action, it's fine. But once he takes action, it's not known whether the enemy will die or not, but he himself will definitely die to the point of being dead. Therefore, over the past few hundred years, the Black Branch has always been ranked last among the three major branches, basically just there to make up the numbers. At this moment, Huether and Rocky were fighting each other, while the old man who was the leader of the Black Branch was taking a nap beside them as if nothing had happened. Perhaps in his opinion, the open and secret struggles between these two people and the two branches are nothing new, and in the end it will only turn into minor fights and is not worth paying attention to at all. Chekhov's mouth corners were harder to suppress than AK at this time. With the support of the Pulse Master, his words began to become bolder. Holy Dragon Guards, please ask these two guests to leave and await the Master's orders. Standing on both sides of the temple gate, tall knights wearing uniform silver armor raised their weapons and walked silently towards the center of the round table. Each of them is a rare genius selected from the affiliated races of the Tianlong clan. They have undergone extremely harsh and even torturous training since childhood, and almost all of them have been brainwashed into supporters who are unconditionally loyal to the Tianlong clan. Let's see who dares. Yoguang could no longer hold back, and with her fierce and domineering fighting spirit, she flipped the chair behind her over, and her tall and tight body immediately blocked Chu Sheng. Everyone present sensed Yoguang's 9th-level aura and marveled at this extremely young and powerful person. They all saw some hope of reviving their race in her. However, Chekhov could no longer care about so many things. There were many strong people in the temple at this time, and a 9th-level warrior could not change the outcome. Yoguang, I advise you not to seek trouble for yourself. This is the will of the Pulse Master. If you think that you can stop all this by breaking through to the 9th level, then I really want to ask you why. Why? With my fist. As soon as Yoguang finished speaking, his agile and powerful body leaped up at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and his red fist carrying terrifying dragon energy fell mercilessly towards Chekhov's head. Chapter 142 Holy Dragon Guard. Yoguang's fist was so powerful that even the air was squeezed out and made an explosion sound. In a panic, Chekhov had to use a defensive magic device to hold up a barrier. Crack. However, the melee strength of a 9th-order fighter was not to be underestimated. With one punch, the high-level barrier was as brittle as paper and shattered instantly. The aftermath alone caused internal injuries to Chekhov, and he vomited blood. At the critical moment, it was his friend Elder Nig who stepped in to resist Yoguang's attack. He was surprised at how powerful Yoguang was. It was obvious that Yoguang could compete with his dragon form with just his physical body. Glancing back at Chekhov, who had crashed into the temple wall and was hanging in the balance, Nig's face looked solemn as he urged in a stern voice. Holy Dragon Guard, what are you waiting for? Have the loyalty and obedience we taught you all gone to waste? The Knights of the Guard looked at each other and were at a loss for a moment. To be honest, it was not easy for them to intervene in the internal strife of the Tianlong clan. The so-called Holy Dragon Guard is nominally an order of knights serving the immortal goddess, also known as the Holy Dragon. In the past, only the Patriarch of the Celestial Dragon clan had the power to command and mobilize them. But times have changed, and many knights in the Holy Dragon Guard have been wooed and coerced by the major branches to varying degrees. With their power held by others, they can no longer maintain their previous purity. In most cases, they become the personal guards of the Tianlong clan members, acting as thugs and bodyguards. Finally, a female knight who looked like the leader of the Holy Dragon Guard came out. She was a rare centaur girl. She has slightly curly brown-black hair, delicate features, and a well-proportioned figure. The armor on her upper body seems to have compromised and stretched out a wide arc-shaped outline. The centaur knight held a gorgeous and classical silver sword in her hand. She looked heroic and majestic, just like a Valkyrie in Valhalla. I'm sorry, sir. If you want to avoid unnecessary trouble, please come with us. Knight Ji spoke in a sincere tone, gently bent his 4 strong legs, and saluted Chu Sheng in a very chivalrous manner. However, Chu Sheng was not the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. The current situation was that the Purple Clan and the Red Clan were in a mess, and there were almost no people who could spare the time to come and help. He immediately activated the Tree of Life mark on his forehead. A huge sense of expansion filled his body, and the magical energy instantly increased to a strength close to the 8th level. Seeing Chu Sheng condensing magic in his palm and showing a determined look, Knight Ji knew that this human was ready to resist. But this is not surprising. If I were to be bound by such empty reasons, I would probably choose to resist, right? Knight Ji came to her senses, drew out her sharp silver sword, and after a moment of silence for the man in front of her, she immediately launched a high-speed charge. Her 4 legs stretched out powerfully, carrying an indomitable and fierce momentum. The silver sword was attached with red fighting spirit that was as solid as a substance, and it stabbed straight at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng mobilized all his space attribute magic. He used his mental power to sense that the power of the charging Centaur Knight was very strong, at least at the 8th level. With such strength, if he had just traveled to another world, he would have no choice but to avoid the limelight temporarily. But now, whoosh! The silver sword, enveloped in crimson light, struck out with lightning speed. However, just before the tip of the sword was about to touch Chu Sheng's body, it seemed to sink into a muddy swamp. Knight Ji reacted quickly. She immediately felt that something was wrong with the stab and wanted to pull out the silver sword. But even if she is an 8th level expert, how can her speed be faster than space? That's right, Chu Sheng chose the ability that could best cause a kill on first sight, space magic, and changed the direction of the sword that the Centaur Knight was stabbing at him through the space channel. Puff! The next moment, Knight G was shocked to find that a mysterious and terrifying magical wave emerged near his shoulder, and the silver sword he had stabbed out was strangely stabbing towards him. The silver sword pierced through the knight's shoulder, instantly shattering the armor with magical patterns, revealing her snow-white shoulder, but with a glaring scarlet scar. The enormous force caught the centaur knight off guard, and she fell into an unexpected situation, and her whole body fell to the ground. Chu Xing took advantage of the victory and pursued the opponent. He teleported in front of the centaur knight and held a spear made of flames in his hand, aiming at the opponent's arm. He planned to use this flaming spear to nail the opponent's palm, making her unable to move. Although the centaur knight's sword was as fast as the wind, Chu Shang keenly noticed that the opponent was deliberately letting him go and deliberately aimed at his shoulder, a less lethal part. Chu Xing didn't know why this knight did this, but he still responded in a gentlemanly manner and stabbed the opponent's shoulder with space magic. He didn't intend to cause serious injury. No, don't hurt her. Just when the flaming spear was about to pierce through the centaur knight's palm, a mature and beautiful figure stumbled over and stood in front of the knight. The beautiful figure's face was filled with panic and anxiety. She stretched out her arms like an eagle protecting its calf, blocking the knight Ji behind her. Master Chu Shang, if you want to hurt her, please step over my dead body first. Chu Shang was very surprised by the visitor. It turned out to be Cassandra, the slave of the Lord of Bader City, who had once given him a small villa. What did this woman mean? Because this knight was a centaur like her, why did she rush out like that without caring about her life? He quickly put away the flaming spear, but it still slightly scratched Cassandra's plump legs, and the high temperature burned half of the hem of her lace dress. Get out of the way, Cassandra, this is none of your business. However, no matter how Chu Sheng spoke, whether it was soft persuasion or hard threats, this mature and beautiful centaur girl refused to give in and showed an extremely firm determination. Knight Ji covered the wound on her shoulder and stood up from the ground with a normal expression. She looked at the weak but great figure in front of her, and a strange light kept flashing in her eyes. Ms. Cassandra, please move aside and do not hinder the Holy Dragon Guard from carrying out their mission. The voice of this sentence was extremely soft, and only Knight Ji and Cassandra could hear it clearly. The tone was somewhat compromising and helpless. But Chu Shang was very close to the two of them, and his mental power was in the most active state, so he immediately captured this information. He began to look at the faces of Cassandra and Knight Ji curiously, and indeed found a considerable similarity in their facial features. Cassandra has a more mature charm and a slightly plumper figure, while Lady Knight is like a younger version of Cassandra, with a more refined appearance and less worldly airs. The content of these 2 days is basically transitional, and the next few days will return to the traditional social superpowers. I hope it will not be noticed by Shinhe's sister. Chapter 143 Noel Patriarch. Chu Xing seemed to be lost in thought. No wonder Cassandra was so mature and intellectual, and had a strong aura of a young woman. It turned out that she was already a mother. And my daughter is so old now, in every sense of the word. After carefully looking at the centaur knight's light armor for a few times, Chu Xing couldn't help but become more curious. One of the two centaur girls was a member of the noble Holy Dragon Guard, and the other was a slave of the lord of a small town. The difference in their identities and status was not a little bit. How can this kind of relationship be involved? Before Chu Shang could figure out the twists and turns, a majestic, mature, and magnetic voice suddenly rang out above the temple. Enough! Everyone stopped this immediately. Just by hearing this voice, one could picture in his mind the image of an unattainable strong woman. However, when Chu Xing looked up, he was somewhat surprised. She was a girl with purple-red hair and a round face with a little baby fat. She was not tall and as petite as a southern potato, but the dragon horns on her head revealed her race and identity. This girl who suddenly appeared had a somewhat pure and lively aura, but the expression on her face revealed the unquestionable and absolute majesty of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. It was this girl who looked weak and safe, but she made all the Tianlong people sitting in the temple stand up, their eyes full of awe, and they put away their other non-serious expressions. The faces of those members of the Purple Clan who had colluded with Chekhov all changed drastically, with uncontrollable horror in their eyes. Elder Noel, why are you back? If I hadn't come back early, how could I have seen such a good show? The girl with short purple-red hair spoke in a cold voice, releasing a wave of spatial magical power that was extremely familiar to Chu Shang, and instantly appeared in the center of the round table in the temple. Hedwig and Rocky, who were originally confronting each other, suddenly stopped fighting. Despite being old, they sat back in their seats as obediently as two children. Chekhov had already crawled out of the ruins in a panic. As soon as he came out, he saw Chief Noel, the person he least wanted to see. The expression on his face looked as if he was constipated. Noel's green eyes, filled with dragon power, slowly scanned the members of the Tianlong clan in the temple, and then she raised her jade hand lightly and lifted up a middle-aged man from the gathering place of the Purple Clan branch. Jifu, you blew up the coordinate stone of the first Dragon Island, polluted the Holy Land, and destroyed your fighting spirit cultivation. Do you have any objection? Jifu. Jifu, who was being carried like a chicken, was completely confused. He had been hiding in the corner watching the fight between the Purple Clan and the Red Clan. But how come he was chosen as the first to be beaten by Chief Noel? Even if you want to punish someone, shouldn't you punish Elder Chekhov or Elder Nige first? However, before the unlucky guy could react, he felt an extremely strong pain in his abdomen, as if someone was using an egg beater to stir his stomach wildly. Oh! Heart-wrenching screams echoed in the first dragon temple. The sky dragons below were horrified. They had never expected that Chief Noyer would be so decisive and ruthless in his first move, directly crippling a member of the tribe. When Jifu, with a distorted face, was thrown to the ground by an invisible giant hand, everyone present saw his broken waist and abdomen, which was the source of the fighting spirit and blood power. Once damaged, even if it was repaired afterwards, all his strength would be completely lost. The members of the Purple Clan who were tied to a boat by Chekhov all had ashen faces, and were panicked by the sudden punishment from Chief Noel. Although Kifu was not a direct descendant, he was still the son of an elder and had the strength of the 7th level. Such a pure-blooded dragon clan was destroyed in an instant, and there was no guarantee that the next one would not be one of them. In the past, there were also members of the tribe who made mistakes of one kind or another, but the punishment they received was often limited to verbal education, confinement in a place of death, or exile to the frontier to become lords. All this is because the number of Tianlong clan members is too small, with a total number of less than 1,000. Every member of the clan is extremely precious, and clan leader Noel takes the lead in pampering them. Why is the patriarch acting so out of character today? The atmosphere in the huge temple hall was extremely serious at this moment. The silence of the crowd formed a sharp contrast with Jifu's painful wails. However, this was not the end. This time, Noel set his sights on Elder Nig, who was guarding the front of the Purple Clan branch. A ferocious and huge ancient dragon shadow enveloped the temple and swung a heavy blow at Nig. Nig had never expected that the patriarch would attack without a word. In a hurry, the dragon energy in his body burst out, bursting the clothes on his upper body and condensing into a dragon shadow outside. Dharma appearance heaven and earth Julong. However, even though Nig's candle dragon had the power to destroy the world, it still seemed fragile under Noel's dragon claws. The whole body was directly knocked into the floor of the temple, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust. Boom! Chusheng steadied himself in the violently shaking temple, his eyes filled with longing. This petite Chief Noel was the most powerful being he had ever seen since he came to this other world. He even felt that the other party was beyond the 9th level. Wouldn't old Biden have been beaten to death? The hot dragon girl Yoguang beside him shook her head. It's not that simple. Even if Nig is weak, he is still a legitimate 9th level. Even if Chief Noel takes action, he won't be killed easily without a few moves. Chusheng nodded. It seemed that this was a typical case of smoke without injury. Chief Noel wanted to use this as a warning to others and had no intention of taking Nig's life directly. After all, a 9th Order expert is a terrifying existence that can dominate a region wherever he is placed. He can be said to be the pillar of a country. It would be a waste to kill him just like that. How dare you attempt to murder visitors to the Elf Forest for your own selfish desires? You have completely disgraced the Tianlong clan. Goddess Immortal, if you dare to disregard your integrity and fabricate facts again, Jifu will be your example. Noel pointed at Kifu, who had fainted on the ground due to his cultivation being destroyed, and his merciless words echoed in the temple. Rocky, the leader of the Purple Clan, sat expressionlessly in his seat, but his hand under the table had already involuntarily clenched his staff. Although Chief Noel did not say it directly, he knew that the other party was targeting him and the Purple Clan branch. If he dared to bring the struggle between the branches to the table again, don't blame her for being ruthless. At this moment, Rocky couldn't help but start to suspect that Chief Noel's so-called going out for something might be a self-directed drama, just to hide in the dark and wait for the opportunity to come out and make trouble. He and the Purple Clan branch obviously didn't expect this, and just jumped out straight away. They were beaten so hard that they cried out in pain and suffered a great loss. Just when everyone thought the matter would end here, Chekhov, who was in a state of panic, suddenly stood up and said with all his might, Chief Noel, I still believe that the motives of these two outsiders visiting the Dragon Kingdom are not pure. It is best to detain them and examine them first. After all, the evidence of the human kingdom is there. That's enough. Noel stopped Chekhov indifferently, and with a wave of his hand, released a wave of spatial magic power, which magnified the secret letter from the human kingdom hundreds of times, almost occupying the entire top of the temple. Open your eyes and take a good look. The person signing this letter isn't the emperor of a human kingdom, and it doesn't have a seal of authority. It's not an official document at all. Haven't you noticed that? After Noel's reminder, the Tianlong people turned their attention to the end of the letter. There was indeed no official seal, but only an unfamiliar name. New Biglos Frederick. Although it is the surname of the royal family of the human kingdom, it is not the emperor's real name. To be honest, it has no legal effect. Chekhov was speechless. He just stared at Chu Sheng with eyes filled with endless anger and resentment, and his sharp dragon claws almost pierced his palm. He was unwilling to accept that the enemy who killed his grandson was so easily protected by the clan leader, and he was even more unwilling to accept that the operation he had planned for so long and spent so much money on died suddenly. However, this unwillingness could not shake Noel's decision. The patriarch's prestige was still strong enough, and the members of the purple branch around him had long lost their fighting spirit. At night, in the most luxurious and spacious room of the Shirlong Island guest house, Chu Sheng lay on the soft bed that could accommodate 5 or 6 people, his head resting on Snake Lady He Pai's plump and elastic thighs, enjoying her gentle and considerate relaxing head massage. What happened during the day was like a farce, ending abruptly. Regarding the specific matters of assisting the elf forest, Chief Noel guaranteed that they would actually discuss it tomorrow. He watched a bloody and terrible drama about the internal strife among the Tianlong clan, and thought about leaving this place of trouble as soon as possible. Before it was too late at night, Chu Sheng thought about going to have a good chat with Chief Noel. After all, she had helped him out during the day, although this predicament was originally imposed by the Tianlong clan. But afterwards we still have to ask others to send troops to help, so it is reasonable to show some appreciation. Although Tiffany said before coming that we don't need to send rare originium or something as a thank you gift like we did when asking the human kingdom, it would be a bit unworldly if we really didn't give any. Chu Sheng left the bedroom and asked for directions from someone on the rare and bustling Shirlong Island, then headed straight to the residence of Chief Noel. After the incident at today's meeting, the pure-blooded dragons in the Tianlong clan now looked at Chu Sheng with a bit of strangeness and awe. No one dared to show any sense of superiority because of his human race. After all, this is a distinguished guest whom the clan leader strongly protects, and the consequences would be bad if he offended him. Knock knock. Chu Sheng knocked on Noel's office door and saw that he was still busy at his desk, flipping through and reviewing various documents and scrolls. He seemed very busy. Chief Noel, thank you for helping me out today. I see you're still working so hard at this late hour. Is there anything I can do for you? Noel raised his head from the document. Only at such a close distance could Chu Sheng finally see the other person's appearance clearly. During the day, Noel was filled with dragon energy, and there was always a hazy feeling, as if there was a mosaic. She was wearing a white slim-fitting robe. Her plump upper body supported a proud curve, and her round and mature legs were covered by black stockings and gently overlapped. With her long hair and delicate horns, Chu Sheng always had the illusion of seeing the milk knife in Granblue Fantasy. She is 1.5 meters tall and has a breast size of 5.5 kilograms. Noel looked more like a free traveler than the absolute leader of a clan. She put down the document she was reviewing and said gently, "Of course I do. I still have some government affairs left. Could you please help me with it, little guy?" Chu Sheng, He really wanted to say that he was just making small talk and had no intention of helping with government affairs. Although Noel looks a little petite, she has thousands of years of thinking and experience. In her eyes, she knows where a young man like Chu Sheng is going to go with just a glance, and his thoughts are so easy to guess. She chuckled and shook her head, and her demeanor changed instantly. She looked like a girl of 17 or 18. She stretched out her hand to Chu Sheng without any hesitation, begging for something. "Just kidding. You don't look like you can stand boring government affairs. Take out the gift." Chu Sheng blinked. How did this young lady know what I was going to do? In addition, judging from the tone of Chief Noel's speech, if he himself was a member of the Tianlong clan, he would be sure that the other party would really hand over all the work to him, and then relax and play sloppy, and even say in a mean way, "You said you wanted to help? I didn't force you." For some reason, Chu Sheng felt that the other person would have such a personality. "Chief Noel, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise it." Chu Sheng handed over an egg-sized space magic device, which he had transformed into a different space that could accommodate living things. Its size was no less than the one he had made for the Snake Lady to live in. There are also dozens of top-grade origin stones inside, as well as various rare treasures from the Eastern continent. That is, the real world. That is, porcelain cups, glassware, silk fabrics, etc. He didn't know what the other party liked, so he just put in everything he could. Yes, a space magic device. I have finally met the second person who masters space magic, although you do not belong to this continent. Noelle took the space magic device in her hand and examined it carefully. She was not interested in the things inside, but was more curious about Chu Sheng. She felt a sense of rarity to meet a second human being in the apocalypse. That's right, Noelle is the only person on this continent besides Chu Sheng who controls space attribute magic. She can also make such a magic device, but the raw materials are not as abundant as Chu Sheng's. Little guy, do you feel that you have an inexplicable sense of intimacy with me? This sudden question made Chu Sheng stunned for a moment. He touched his chin and thought carefully, and it seemed to be true. He looked at Noelle and always had the urge to throw himself into her heart and act like a spoiled child. If this was what she called intimacy, then she was right. Chapter 144 Not Human. Monster Mountain Range, Space Crater, do you remember? Chu Sheng suddenly understood. The scene of discovering Ludmila and Aaron in the space pit appeared in his mind. The lake that could make people fall into dreams gave him a chance to meet the immortal goddess. It now seems that the life-giving elements contained in the lake water came from Noelle, otherwise he would not have mentioned this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Noelle with a strange look, but he didn't know what the source of life came from. If it was blood or something, it would be easy, but if it was transparent holy water or golden holy water, it would be a bit difficult. Noelle put the egg-sized space magic device into the storage room in the heart of a full person. Could it be that the rounded and exaggerated arc was supported by space magic? The next second, Chu Sheng shook his head, with his eyes that had read countless people's minds. Judging from the tiny shake and amplitude, Noelle's was definitely the real thing. If it wasn't, he would eat it. So, you have met the supreme immortal being? I'm honored that the immortal goddess chose to accept my audience and also gave me a small gift. Chu Sheng did not hide anything. On the contrary, telling the story would gain the other party's trust and support. Of course, there was no need to reveal all the details such as drinking the immortal goddess saliva and the baby's food bag water. Noelle's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Chu Sheng from head to toe with great interest and said directly, "If that's the case, then I have a small errand that you could definitely help with. Could you please help me? Don't even mention 1. Even 10 will do. Let me carefully examine your bloodline to see what benefits you have gained from the immortal goddess. Of course, I have no intention of taking it for myself. I am simply curious." Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly became strange. The last time he heard the word inspection was from the mouth of Elder Weilin in the Elf Forest. During her examinations, Elder Weilin always took some of her own samples, saying that they could figure out something with the research, but until now, I haven't heard of anything that they have figured out. Now, the Tianlong clan leader, Xiao Leda, who I met only for the second time, actually wanted to check himself. Chu Sheng keenly mentioned the key point in Noelle's words. "Chief Noelle, could you please explain in detail how to check it?" Noelle's face showed no unusual expression as he spoke seriously. "I need the various water elements in your body, just a tiny amount." Chu Sheng understood. This person didn't want to check his blood, but clearly wanted to check his general pulse. He could easily tell from the other party's tone that the so-called water element contained sweat, blood, saliva, etc., and even the indescribable thing. Chief Noelle, can't you just ask the immortal goddess directly about this matter? It has been thousands of years since I last met with an immortal being. If I could have asked him in person, I would have done so long ago." Chu Sheng looked embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Then, how should I give you these water elements? If it was blood, sweat, or something, he could just prepare it and give it to Chief Noelle. But the others can't just go back to the bedroom to generate some energy for love and then send it to Chief Noelle, right?" Noelle, who had thousands of years of experience, saw Chu Sheng's slight embarrassment at a glance and smiled. "If you don't mind the trouble, just hand it to me in person. My office is well soundproofed and has a high-level magic circle, so you don't have to worry." Chu Sheng still didn't know how to start. Even if Noelle acted as open-minded and generous, it was only their second meeting after all, and their relationship was not very familiar. He always felt that if he gave it to the other person in person, their future relationship would develop in a strange direction. Chu Sheng remained silent and indifferent. Noelle followed his gaze and looked at herself, thinking that he was not interested in that kind of thing because of her appearance. "Little guy, don't you like my petite figure? I see that all the opposite sex around you are taller than you. Do you need me to change my body shape a little? Or maybe, do you want other dragon girls to help you? Let's make it clear in advance. Except for those over 100 years old who are underage, I can call anyone else you like. Noelle walked to the luxurious French window of the office and pointed at the beautiful dragon girls coming and going on the road outside the window. The meaning is very direct. If you like someone, just say it. Chu Xing shook his head. Compared to those dragon ladies he had never met, Chief Noelle seemed more reliable. Don't bother with that. Chief Noelle, just keep it as it is. Although Chu Sheng has always been a staunch fan of large cars, now that he has such an opportunity, he thinks it might be okay to try a small car. Fortunately, Chief Noelle has a broad mind. Otherwise, if it were a washboard, he would never be able to get what Chief Noelle wants even if he bled. Hearing Chu Sheng's agreement, Noelle's eyes flashed with gratitude. He stood on tiptoe and gently stroked Chu Sheng's head. Little guy, thank you for your understanding. I can use this free time before the break. I don't need to take time out to ask you for help. She took Chu Sheng's hand and guided him to walk slowly to her desk. She patted the soft chair she had just sat on with her delicate hand, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chu Xing nodded, sat down obediently in the office chair, and waited for the other party's next instruction. Immediately afterwards, Noelle snapped his fingers, and the curtains in the office quickly fell down, blocking out all the dim light outside the window. Hiss! Before Chu Sheng could react, Noelle cut a shallow cut on the palm of his hand, and a few drops of scarlet blood slowly floated up from the wound. Without the help of any magical devices or tools, the few drops of blood floated straight up and then fell into Noelle's pink lips, which she gently sipped. Chief Noelle? Can you hear me, Chief Noelle? Chu Xing stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the other person's eyes, because the expression on Noelle's face when he tasted his blood was too weird. It wasn't like tasting blood, it was like, little guy, do you know that the dragon blood in your body is no less than that of some of our collateral clansmen? You are no longer considered a human being. In fact, the people of the Tianlong clan are called the pure-blooded dragon clan, which is completely wrong in today's era. Since the birth of the descendants of the ancient dragons, the concentration of their ancient bloodline has been decreasing day by day. This is an inevitable law of nature. The Tianlong clan generally divides the concentration of ancient dragon blood of its members into levels 1 to 10. For example, level 7 means that the concentration of ancient dragon blood in the body is around 70%. People like the hot dragon girl Yoguang and the beautiful dragon mother of China, who are regarded as geniuses as future heirs by major branches, have blood concentrations no higher than level 7, not to mention ordinary tribesmen, whose average level is basically around level 3. And in Noelle's perception just now, the concentration of ancient dragon blood in Chu Sheng's body has exceeded 30%, and he can be regarded as a member of the Tianlong clan. No, it's not just the ancient dragon bloodline, there are others as well. Noelle became more and more curious about Chu Sheng. As she tasted Chu Sheng's blood more carefully, she sensed another kind of powerful bloodline power that was as concentrated as that of an ancient dragon. This power carries a strong vitality, and together with the dragon blood in Chu Sheng's body, the human blood is divided into 3 parts, forming the most stable form. Is this the bloodline of the elves? I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. Noelle was a little unsure, so she simply cut a slightly larger cut on Chu Sheng's palm. Drops of scarlet blood slowly floated into her mouth, drowning in the faint fluctuations of magic. This time, the expression on her face was even more interesting. She looked at Chu Sheng as if he was a freak. You are actually the bloodline of the goddess of life, little fellow. Even the Supreme Being chose to meet you. Noelle saw that the wound on Chu Sheng's palm healed perfectly in 2 seconds, and he couldn't help but become more convinced of his judgment. But what really puzzled her was that this man from the Eastern continent had clearly been marked by the goddess of life. So why could he still be received by the immortal goddess? Generally speaking, these supreme beings who exist in a time and space that is difficult for mortals to imagine often have extremely serious cleanliness obsession and choose not to meet with creatures that have had contact with other gods. If they happen to have a grudge against a certain god, they will directly kill any living being with the other god's aura or use various means to play with them. However, Chu Xing not only met 2 goddesses at the same time, but also received gifts from both goddesses. The actual value of these gifts was absolutely beyond imagination. Could this little guy be some kind of innate holy body that can attack goddesses? Yes, before leaving the elf forest, I was indeed fortunate enough to have an audience with the goddess of life. This is known only to a few close to me. I hope Chief Noelle can keep it a secret for me. Chu Xing did not choose to hide it, but took the initiative to tell it, so that he could gain the other party's trust. Noelle nodded. In her eyes, Chu Sheng was now like a walking treasure house, hiding all kinds of rare items belonging to the gods. She was eager to experience it herself. What kind of magic did this man, who was praised by both goddesses, have? Come on, use all your water magic to let me feel it more clearly. Noelle slowly stroked her chin with her jade hand. As the magic power of space attributes was mobilized, a bottomless black hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything, including light, appeared in her dragon mouth. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, silently urging Chu Sheng. The night on the Shirlong Island was lively and energetic, but for many people from the Purple Clan, it was a sleepless night. Especially those who were forced to board the pirate ship by Chekhov. They were in a state of fear all day long, fearing that the door of their room would be suddenly kicked open by the Holy Dragon Guard, and then they would be captured and detained by Chief Noelle. After seeing Khufu's cruel end, driven by the desire to survive, they put aside all their faith and self-esteem and humbly came to Noelle's office. Don't be afraid. We are all being held hostage by that old fellow Chekhov. The Patriarch won't destroy us all. Such an unconfident voice did not reassure the others. The leader knocked on the office door, and seeing that it was not locked, he bravely pushed the door open and walked in. Chief Noelle, we are all wronged. That's right. It was that guy Chekhov who forced us into the water. We really didn't want to do that. I beg you to be magnanimous. This is all our wealth. Let's consider it as a public offering for the clan. What do you think? As soon as they entered the office, they knelt down on the ground in unison, and their smoothness seemed to have been rehearsed beforehand. Everyone's proud head was almost buried in the ground, and the pair of dragon horns directly poked 2 holes in the floor. Their hands were raised high, holding rare treasures emitting golden light. Your clan leader is not here, so I'm here to look after the office. Please come back later if you need anything. The young man's voice came from behind the desk. The people kneeling on the ground raised their heads in a daze, extremely confused by the scene in front of them. Chu Sheng sat at his desk, his expression somewhat intriguing, trying his best to control the trembling in his voice. If you're all right, go back first. I believe that Patriarch Noelle will not punish any innocent person and certainly will not let any evildoer go. Several people from the Purple Clan slowly stood up from the ground. You looked at each other, and you saw some strangeness and shock in each other's eyes. They didn't see Chief Noelle, so they had to prepare to leave in disappointment. Put all the treasures you have here. I will take them for your clan leader. Everyone from the Purple Clan. Although they were all confused, none of them dared to disobey and place the family heirlooms on Noelle's desk. After leaving the office and walking back, the few of them dared to speak loudly. What's going on? Why is that human in Chief Noelle's office, and even sitting in her chair? Did he get the chief's permission? You're talking nonsense. Didn't you allow the human to be so presumptuous? It seems that Chief Noelle's favoritism towards the human isn't just because of the elf forest. How is that possible? Even though Patriarch Noelle is boring and old-fashioned, he still has a sense of shame. How could he possibly have anything to do with outsiders? Yes. How could you think of Chief Noelle like that? She wouldn't be like that. Chapter 145, A Small Matter. The previous chapter has been supplemented to 4,000 words. If the plot is not coherent, you can take a look. That's right. Chief Noelle has led the Tianlong clan for thousands of years, and I've never heard of her having any impure contact with anyone of the opposite sex. She wouldn't be that kind of person. All of you, keep your voices down. It's late at night, and if someone hears you, you'll be charged with a more serious crime. Several people from the Purple Clan branch consoled each other for a few more words before returning to their homes, their uneasiness and worry remaining undiminished. However, the patriarch who they described as boring and old-fashioned now emerged from under the office desk with a smile on his face, and a hint of redness could be seen between his eyebrows. Just now, when several people from the Purple Clan walked into the office, Noelle didn't want his relationship with Chu Sheng to be known, so he suddenly had an idea and hid himself. It can actually greatly increase blood concentration. This power is truly amazing. She rubbed her index finger and thumb gently, and the water-attributed magic on them became particularly active, emitting waves of blood energy that made her soul tremble. This kind of direct improvement is much more powerful than that of the real dragon blood pool. The true dragon blood pool is the only treasure land that can improve the bloodline of the Tianlong clan. Although it has a powerful effect, it also has some drawbacks. A Tianlong can only bathe in the blood pool once in his life. Any more than that will have no effect. Moreover, the true dragon blood pool only increases the blood concentration of the Tianlong clan by about 3% and no more than 5% at most. It can only be said that it is useful, but not completely useful. Just a few drops of Chu Sheng's water-attributed magic allowed her blood concentration, which had already reached over 70%, to break through to 80% in one fell swoop. Although this terrifying improvement did not happen overnight and required some time to transform and settle, such a terrifying effect was simply a treasure bestowed upon the Tianlong clan by the immortal goddess. The revival of the Tianlong clan is just around the corner. Noelle will definitely hold on to this future for her people. Noelle poured this small amount of water attribute magic into her pink lips, and her expression regained the calmness and reliability that a clan leader should have. From now on, the affairs of the Elf Forest are the affairs of my Tianlong clan, and the enemies of the Elf Forest are the enemies of my Tianlong clan. Chu Sheng was stunned by this sudden statement. Didn't they say that they would discuss the serious matters slowly tomorrow? Why did they suddenly become so serious? Or was it that this young clan leader was shocked by her own thighs, realized how good and wonderful they were, and wanted to hold them tightly? Noelle sat back in her chair, then generously patted her thighs, which were not long but plump and fleshy, and motioned Chu Sheng to sit down directly. After Chu Sheng sat down, she spoke with sincerity that was beyond words. Little one, I can assure you that the Tianlong clan will send as many elite troops as possible to help the Elf Forest overcome this crisis, regardless of whether the enemy is orcs or humans. Also, I can give you full command of the support corps. As long as you don't order them to do anything outside of their duties, such as deliberately committing suicide, the Tianlong clan will never interfere. Such a serious attitude did not bring Chu Sheng much joy. Instead, he was waiting for Noelle's next words. But, little one, I have a small matter that I would like you to spare some time to help me with. Of course, it's not something that is difficult. Do you want to listen to it first? Patriarch Noelle, why don't you just speak frankly? Chu Sheng knew that the Real show was about to begin. Noelle had agreed so easily, so of course he couldn't just agree for nothing. He would definitely charge some interest. He had already vaguely guessed what the other party meant by a small favor, and a sense of foreboding arose spontaneously. Noelle coughed lightly, sorted out her words, and then spoke. I think you are also aware that over the years, the Tianlong clan has been declining, and there have been serious internal conflicts within the clan. The root of all this is mostly due to the dilution of blood concentration. Many new dragons and talented dragon descendants suffer from insufficient blood concentration and are unable to comprehend the precious techniques left in their blood by the ancient dragons. As soon as these words came out, Chu Sheng's face suddenly became strange. He knew with his buttocks what Noelle was going to say next. Chief Noelle, there are so many of you Tianlong people. Even if I can help one, I can't help everyone, right? Chu Sheng knew that this was because Noelle had learned about the effect of his original power, which could increase the other party's blood concentration. He wanted to use this opportunity to help the members of the Tianlong clan to increase the concentration of their blood. However, Chu Sheng was not such a saint that he was willing to help every member of the Tianlong clan to improve. The Z branch gave him such a big show of power right from the start, and he was absolutely unwilling to go to Rikun and give him a cold shoulder. More importantly, the Tianlong clan includes both male and female members. He might be able to accept a female dragon reluctantly, but he really can't help the male ones. If Noelle really wanted him to do that, he would rather not have this support corps. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to help everyone, but I'm looking for some outstanding younger generations with great potential. If we can see them break through the upper limit of their bloodline, then there will be hope for the revival of the Tianlong clan. The young clan leader seemed to have sensed Chu Sheng's concern and patted the Duong's heart as if to guarantee it. I will carefully select a small group of people. Each of them will be a female dragonborn. They will be strictly qualified in appearance, figure, talent, and strength. I will also ensure that they will never notice or leak the secrets afterwards, nor will they have any entanglement with you. Okay. Chu Sheng didn't say anything. In fact, he was not afraid that Noelle would tell others about his ability. He would be gone soon anyway. However, the young clan leader mistook this silence for Chu Sheng's fear and worry, and she couldn't help but reassure him again and again. Little guy, if you really don't want to, I won't make things difficult for you. Just pretend I never said this. I won't break my promise to support the army just now. If you agree, I'm going to make a hole in the wall so that neither you nor the young girls will be embarrassed. Open a hole in the wall. Why do I always feel like I've seen this plot development somewhere before? Chu Sheng thought for a moment, and thought that he was not at a disadvantage, so he nodded reluctantly. After all, Noelle has agreed to help with all his strength, so it would be a bit unreasonable for him to refuse. I'm sorry, Shanoya. I'm sorry, Tiffany. For the safety of the Elf Forest, there's nothing we can do. I agree to this. I know that Chief Noelle is truly thinking about the future development of the young girl and the future revival of the Tianlong clan, which is why he made this decision. But the method you mentioned is unnecessary. There's really no need to be so secretive. Just have them cover their eyes with black veils. Chapter 146, Rebellion against Tiangang. Thank you so much, little one. Noelle had a kind and loving smile on her face, gently stroking Chu Sheng's hair and holding him tightly with the warm heart that was swaying with excitement. She was not only grateful for Chu Sheng's magnanimity, but also grateful for his belief in her. After all, such a presumptuous request was made suddenly, and it happened just when Chu Sheng asked for help. Noelle was afraid that Chu Sheng would regard it as a disguised form of coercion. By then, the relationship between the two sides will become increasingly tense, with irreparable rifts appearing, and even leading to estrangement between the Dragon Kingdom and the Elf Forest. That would be more harm than good. Moreover, considering how much Chu Sheng is valued by the two goddesses, there might even be a possibility that he might influence the judgment of the two supreme beings. If that really happens, Noelle will not be able to bear it. There's one thing I want to assure you of. The dragon girls I've selected are absolutely pure and flawless, untainted by anything. You can put aside any psychological burden. Having said this, Chu Sheng really couldn't find any fault with it. He was just about to ask the other party not to get him a few buses, but the other party avoided the problem for him. It was indeed very sincere. These are secondary. As long as we can help the clan leader, I don't mind having more people. Chu Sheng's only worry now is that if these dragon girls selected by Noelle are lucky enough to win the prize later, it would be a bit difficult. By then, after dozens or hundreds of years, there might be a Chu-descended branch in the Tianlong clan. Such a ridiculous idea only lasted for a moment before Chu Sheng threw it out of his mind. Reproduction in the Tianlong tribe was too difficult, so it was better not to think about such nonsense. To be on the safe side, I will arrange this matter before you leave for the Elf Forest. I will tell everyone that you have already left, so that the girls won't suspect you later. This method is very clever, and Chu Sheng couldn't help but admire it. As expected of Aunt Long Nyang, who has lived for thousands of years, she has considered everything carefully. The discussion meeting on the second day started as scheduled. With the full support of Patriarch Noelle, the whole process went smoothly. Those people from the Purple Clan branch no longer dared to speak loudly. When they saw Chu Sheng, they were like mice seeing a cat. Chekhov, Nig and others did not even attend the event. It was obvious that they had been liquidated by Noelle. What awaits them will be extremely severe punishment, and Noelle must let Chu Sheng see his sincerity. Of course, Chu Sheng did not hide under Noelle's shade and act arrogantly all the time. He took out the evidence he had prepared in advance, the magic armor provided by the human kingdom to the orcs. In addition to Chief Noelle, there are many powerful people in the Tianlong clan. They all have some means to spy on the reasons and see the truth. So after carefully checking the armor one by one, the strong men from each major branch immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and, under Noelle's arrangement, began to prepare to support the Legion. Seeing that the matter was resolved so smoothly and the Tianlong clan's aid was promised so generously, the dark-skinned elf girl Erin was still in disbelief until the end of the meeting. Chu Sheng, will we be able to go back soon? That's right. The crisis in the Elf Forest will definitely be resolved smoothly. Once everything settles down, I'll accompany you to the Dark Elves' territory. AI Erlin's eyes were full of gratitude. She knew that the success of today's meeting was definitely due to Chu Sheng's silent dedication and hard work. Just like the last time in the Human Kingdom, Chu Sheng took out an extremely large piece of top-grade source stone without saying a word and solved Xia Nuya's urgent problem. Thank you, Chu Sheng. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know. Erlin gently held Chu Sheng's hands, guiding them to fall on her round heart, and thanked him with that unique and fragrant warmth. She thought to herself, if Xia Nuya was here, she would definitely give everything she had to thank Chu Sheng. If I did the same to Chu Sheng, would Xia Nuya mind if she found out later? While Erlin was lost in thought, the young clan leader appeared not far from them and waved to Chu Sheng. Come here, little guy. I'll show you something good. Chu Sheng reluctantly pulled his hand out from the depths of Erlin, walked over and asked, Chief, what do you want to show me? Noelle walked ahead, chuckling without looking back. Of course it's what I asked you to do before. I want to show you how prepared I am. Chu Sheng nodded, thinking that the important business had been completed, and it would be nice to go and have a look with the other party to kill some time. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the bedroom now, except lying down and playing with the snake lady and the elf lady's minds. Led by Chief Noelle, the two came to each other's office. The young chief pressed a button under the table, and a bright magical light appeared on the floor. An entrance to the pitch-black underground appeared under the table, with faint blue flames visible inside, mysterious and silent. As soon as Chu Sheng entered the basement, he saw a protruding wall. Just as he was about to ask, Noel snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. As the gears buried deep underground continued to turn, a row of holes, some large and some small, appeared on the smooth and flat wall. The small holes could only allow a poisonous snake as thick as a baby's arm to pass through, while the large holes were about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. The more Chu Sheng looked at the cave entrance, the more familiar it seemed. He stretched out his hand to gesture at it, then compared it to Noel's body, and suddenly he understood. Just enough to hold a dragon girl's peach. Chu Sheng was a little nervous. Chief Noel, didn't I say that we don't need to do this? Noel explained, this is for your safety. Among the girls I selected, there are 2 or 3 with strong tempers and rough personalities. They might resist. As she spoke, Noel demonstrated by placing the peach into the large hole in the wall, pointing behind her, and saying, you see, this will ensure that the girls won't resist too strongly, otherwise something bad might happen if they accidentally snap. Chu Sheng really wanted to say that his current physical strength is stronger than that of you dragons, but after thinking about it, if the opponent is a 9th-level fighter system practitioner, then perhaps this guarantee is really necessary. He thought carefully about his previous experiences. His targets were basically all magicians with weak physical strength, such as Shanoya and Tiffany, and he was particularly adept at controlling them. If it were a fighter with an extremely strong body, it might really be possible to overthrow Tiangang. Chapter 147, A Rare Opportunity. Chu Sheng couldn't help but think of such a picture. The tall dragon girl was stuck in the hole in the wall, struggling and resisting desperately, but the mysterious existence on the other side of the wall couldn't help but work harder. The picture is so beautiful, it's a bit too raw. The 2 of them came to a compartment further inside, and Noel took out a few things from a wooden treasure chest and handed them to Chu Sheng. This is a special veil that is as thin as a cicada's wing. It looks almost transparent and has no shielding effect, but it is actually made of high-level magical materials. The veil prevents the girls from seeing the outside world, but allows their faces to be seen. Chu Sheng nodded. This thin layer of stuff felt like a facial mask, but its actual function was the same as one-way glass, and it was very private. Chief Noel, it should be enough to just let them wear this veil. I don't think there's any need to use that hole in the wall. However, Noel patted his shoulder worriedly, as if to say, how dare you, a small person like him, speak so arrogantly. That's a form of protection. The object of protection isn't the girls, but you. She punched the special smooth wall, and the entire basement shook to a certain extent, but the wall was intact, without even a handprint left, which shows how strong it is. After Chu Sheng agreed to this yesterday, Noel had already selected the targets for increasing blood concentration and had communicated with the girls in person. The dragon ladies naturally agreed with joy. After all, if the effect was as powerful as the clan leader said, much more powerful than a real dragon blood pool, and it could be used not only once, wouldn't they be fools not to agree? Out of her desire to increase the concentration of her bloodline and her trust in the clan leader Noel, every dragon girl she selected had no doubts about him. However, Noel kept the specific method of bloodline improvement a secret. Earlier, in the office of Patriarch Noel, the most outstanding dragon girls among the younger generation of the Tianlong clan are all here. Each of them has a tall and attractive figure, beautiful appearance, and fair skin. The pure girl style, the charming queen style, the intellectual mature woman style, standing in a row in front of the office desk, are more magnificent and beautiful than the beautiful rivers and mountains of the Dragon Kingdom. When the young clan leader appeared in the office, all the dragon girls looked over with strong curiosity and anticipation. Chief Noel, what exactly is the method you mentioned to increase blood concentration? Could you please tell me a little bit? Yes, Chief, this is far more effective than the true dragon blood pool. How come no other members of the tribe have enjoyed this good thing before? When does it start? I can't wait, Chief Noel. Some of the dragon girls were impatient, while others were still a little confused, but Noel did not rush to explain. She just looked at everyone with a kind gaze. For the members of the Tianlong clan, although the clan leader may look a little unremarkable, her reliability is beyond doubt. She treats every member of the clan equally and never favors any branch. Noel coughed lightly and pressed down with both hands, signaling the girls not to worry. Girls, when have I, the tribe leader, ever lied to you? Each of you is a rare talent and treasure from each branch, and even from the entire Tianlong clan. This rare opportunity was obtained by me, the clan leader, at the cost of my dignity. Naturally, only the most outstanding individuals are qualified to enjoy it. Using it for mediocre people would only be a waste. But there is one thing I want to emphasize in advance, that is, during the bloodline improvement process, you must obey my instructions in everything. Noelle showed that as the head of the clan, she had the final say. She knew very well how important and valuable Chu Sheng's abilities were. She had to keep them confidential and not let these dragon girls leak out. Otherwise, if other dragons knew about it, Chu Sheng's safety might be in jeopardy. He might even be put in a sack and severely exploited while walking on the street. After the dragon girls quieted down, Noelle came to the person in front, grabbed the other person's white arm, and carefully examined it with her mental power. Yes, your physical condition is very good. This will increase your blood concentration more effectively. She checked every dragon girl to make sure they were all virgins, then waved to open the door and let the girls leave in an orderly manner. Chief Noelle, there shouldn't be any room for my blood concentration to increase any further, right? Finally, there was a dragon girl who stayed in the office and did not leave. She had dark blue hair like the ocean, firm yet elastic muscles, and was wearing casual clothes suitable for sports and combat. Yo Guang, this is different from the true dragon blood pool. If you don't participate, you might be surpassed by your former rival before long. This person is none other than the hot dragon girl Yo Guang. She is the only one among the younger generation of the Tianlong clan who has broken through to the 9th level. She looks down upon all her peers and is the undisputed leader of the Red Clan branch. A China of the Purple branch was punished as a slave, and the strongest of the younger generation of the Black branch majored in the fighter system, but failed to break through the 9th level. Now there is even a voice in the Tianlong clan saying that Yo Guang is not only the future clan leader, but may even have the opportunity to inherit the position of clan leader. Overtaken by an old rival? Are you talking about a China? Noelle didn't answer, but just smiled and agreed. Chief, this joke is not funny at all. Yo Guang shook her head helplessly. Although she was not the kind of person who would be proud and complacent, she didn't believe that a China would surpass her. After all, the other party was still the slave of the general's brother. Maybe she was disgusted at the moment, but had to serve the general's brother personally. Even though your bloodline concentration is not much inferior to mine, I can only say that anyone who doesn't take this opportunity will regret it. Noelle knew that empty words were pale and powerless, so he simply squeezed out a trickle of blood from between his fingers and floated it in front of Yo Guang. Yo Guang didn't understand what was going on, but he still released a wisp of mental power to feel it carefully, and the next moment his eyes widened instantly. How is it possible? The concentration is so high. The hot dragon girl's eyes were full of disbelief. She had felt Noelle's blood concentration before, and it was only a few percent higher than her own. But now, it was at least 10% higher. It's no wonder she was so shocked, because blood concentration is so important to the Tianlong clan. Bloodline determines the lower limit, while talent and hard work determine the upper limit. The reason why Yo Guang was able to break through to the 9th level at such a young age was that her bloodline played a significant role. However, for some ordinary members of the tribe, whose bloodline concentration was less than 50%, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the 8th level even if they tried their best to practice for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Yo Guang couldn't help but become interested in this opportunity. Even someone like Patriarch Noelle, who has almost reached the pinnacle of cultivation, can still achieve such a big improvement. So I can definitely do it. Chapter 148 Start Helping. The Human Kingdom. The Holy Iranian Empire. Here is the second largest city after the imperial capital, the seat of the Holy Church, the city of Selejor. This is a holy place that all believers of the Goddess of Light must make a pilgrimage to once in their lifetime. The word holy in the Holy Iranian Empire originated from this. Inside the church hall, decorated in a simple and solemn style, a handsome young man in royal attire was bowing to the white-robed woman sitting on the theocratic throne. This does not mean that theocracy has surpassed royal power, but out of respect for those who serve the gods, even if the king of the empire comes, he has to pay his respects. Your Holiness, my magic army has already taken over almost all of the territory in the southern part of the Elf Forest. The fall of the fortress is only a matter of time. The young man who spoke was naturally the 5th prince of the empire. Legally, there was almost no possibility of him inheriting the throne, but over the years he had been particularly active in social occasions with various princes and important officials in the palace. It was this person who joined forces with the orc army in the north and backstabbed the elf forest, forcing Tiffany to send Chu Xing out for help. The woman sitting on the throne, symbolizing divine power, was dressed in a white robe, and her face looked particularly mysterious under the white veil of the holy crown. Only the faintly visible hint of bright red lips gave one a glimpse of her exquisite beauty. The key isn't how much land we conquer or how many enemies we capture, but rather securing the tree of life. The Supreme will desperately needs it, and we must at least prevent it from falling into the hands of the orcs. The 5th prince had a sullen look on his face, and with an awkward smile, he said, I've urged Commander Ferris to expedite the process. The Tree of Life will soon belong to the Empire. Vigris made the assurance without much confidence. The reality was that his magic army could only be stationed outside the elf forest, enduring the bombardment of some strange weapons every day. I don't know where the elf forest got all these strange weapons. They look like magic, but there are no magic fluctuations. Some explode from underground, and some can penetrate magic armor from thousands of meters away. It's simply incredible. In just a few days, the Magic Legion suffered heavy losses, and even several team leaders above level 7 fell. Even though the Legion was brave and good at fighting, its morale was inevitably low. Legion Commander Ferris informed the Fifth Prince several times that he wanted to gather all the top combat forces to capture the Elf Fortress in one fell swoop. But the Fifth Prince and his staff members had more concerns. They were afraid of suffering losses during the attack, giving the orcs on the other side a chance to take advantage. It's all well and good for the stupid and crude orcs to cooperate, but when it comes to the real battle for the sacred tree, their mediocre brains can't accommodate the idea of first come, first served. The white-robed female pope held the gorgeous and exquisite ceremonial scepter beside the throne, her smooth white silk legs crossed under the robe, and the front of her slender high heels faced the Fifth Prince below. Her every move was so elegant and dignified, inviolable, as if she was the goddess's spokesperson in the human world, shining with light. With the help of the divine Tree of Life, the Supreme can help the Holy Church and the Empire expand into even greater territories in the upper world, ensuring the longevity of the Holy Church and the Empire. So, failure is very difficult to tolerate. Fifth Prince, you should understand this, right? The Pope's simple glance was like thousands of sharp blades of light piercing the Fifth Prince's forehead, putting him under immense pressure. Don't worry, Your Holiness. I will personally go to the Forest of Elves to supervise the battle from today. I also ask Your Holiness to help me put in a good word with the Supreme Being. Everything will be settled after you bring back the Tree of Life. The news about the Elf Forest won't be blocked for much longer. You're on your own. The Fifth Prince finally bowed to the other party, stood up, and left the solemn and magnificent church hall. There was a strong fire of ambition in his eyes, and he was full of endless curiosity and anticipation about the upper world that the Pope mentioned. But the specific details involve the highest secrets of the Holy Church and the Empire, and only the absolute core are qualified to know. The Fifth Prince originally planned to use the capture of the Forest of Elves and the sacrifice of the Tree of Life to the existence of light as a springboard to learn the ultimate secret of this continent. On the Shurlong Island, all the major branches of the Tianlong clan are busy preparing military supplies, gathering their core forces, and preparing to embark on a journey to support the Forest of Elves. Of course, Noel and the three main clan leaders and other top fighters and leaders of the Tianlong clan will not follow. After all, they still have to take care of the stability and safety of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them if they are attacked right after they leave. In addition, Chief Noel has already sent the news of the assassination of the human kingdom to the surrounding subhuman kingdoms. As for whether others believe it or how much they believe it, it is unknown. However, it is foreseeable that the Holy Ranian Empire will face enormous pressure from public opinion and public sentiment from various races on the continent for a long time to come. The streets of Shurlong Island were deserted at night. At the agreed time, Chu Xing pulled himself out of Snake Lady's warm and sweet embrace and disappeared into the night. Like a mouse hiding in the shadows, he passed through the display cases of the critical room, transformed into his vampire form, and moved across the island. 2.5 minutes later, he successfully avoided the half-dragon guards along the way, came to Noel's office, skillfully opened the mechanism, and entered the basement passage. Noel was a little surprised that Chu Xing arrived earlier than expected. She turned around and said, "You're early. The girls are still getting ready. Please wait upstairs for a moment. I'll have them put on their veils and embed them into the wall." Head of Noel, after much thought, I still think it's enough to just let them wear the veil. Forget about the hole in the wall or anything like that. I can handle it. Chu Xing was not bragging. If he really met a dragon girl with a fighting spirit system, whose physique was so strong that he could not contend with her, even if she broke it accidentally, he could recover instantly through the vampire form and the life leaf in the critical room. However, the pain cannot be avoided. It has become Xiao Chuzi's experience, so it is better to avoid it if possible. Following Noel into the secret room in the basement, Chu Xing cast his eyes on the smooth and flat wall as soon as he opened the door. Fortunately, the dragon girls haven't realized that they have embedded themselves into the wall, otherwise the scene would be so beautiful. Chu Xing imagined the scene. A row of more than a dozen plump, White and tender peaches were placed on the wall, emitting a delicate fragrance of buds about to bloom, waiting for his embedded development one by one. If it really happened, Chu Sheng would probably be unable to control the urge to take out his mobile phone and record this rare and beautiful moment. Noelle took Chu Sheng's hand and pulled him in front of a dozen dragon ladies. She used her mental power to transmit a voice to his ears. See which one suits you best, and pick her to go to the other side of the wall first. Of course, if you want 2 or 3, that's fine too. Chapter 149 Time is running out. The dragon ladies in the row in front of him were all tall, voluptuous, and had long, straight, and attractive legs. Chu Sheng tried his best and estimated that he could only use his head to touch the bottom of those pairs of pendulums. Each of them had put on a thin veil on their face, as Noelle requested. They could not see what was happening outside, nor did they know that Chu Sheng was admiring their graceful curves from a very close distance. They were also wearing the same cool gauze clothes, which was obviously for the convenience of increasing blood concentration. In fact, Noelle originally planned to let the girls be honest with each other, but she was afraid that they would not be able to open up to each other, so she reluctantly put on some fig leaf. The young clan leader waved her hand lightly, and a deep wave of spatial magic power spread from her fingertips to the surroundings, enveloping the entire house. She looked at Chu Sheng, who was already having trouble choosing a target for first blood, and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious. Take your time. The girls won't run away." Under the cover of magical fluctuations, this basement has become a place completely isolated from any thoughts and breaths. The dragon girls are absolutely unable to sense Chu Sheng's magical power and fighting spirit fluctuations, and it is extremely confidential. Chu Sheng was in a dilemma of making a decision. He had always been devoted to delay, but each of the dragon girls in front of him was broad-minded enough. Their faces were delicate and beautiful under the veil, and their eyes contained expectation and a hint of uneasiness. He always felt like a rich young man who had just entered Shanghai, and the tribe leader Noelle next to him was the Mama-san who led the princesses into the business. All that's missing is for the dragon ladies to shout, "Hello, boss." Seeing that Chu Sheng was unable to choose the first girl, Noelle had no choice but to step forward, take his arm, and come to the first dragon girl. Although most of her mental perception was blocked, Dragon Girl heard the approaching footsteps and subconsciously pursed her rosy lips. In fact, many of them already had a vague idea of the methods and processes for improving their bloodline. Even though Chief Noelle was vague about it, even if they had not eaten pork, they had at least seen pigs run. The dragon girls all wondered if it would be that way. Noelle gently tapped the peach of the first dragon girl. The dragon girl immediately said, and then tugged at it very skillfully. The thin gauze dress fell down like a dream. This was not the end. She placed her hands on the upper part of her knees and slowly bent her slender waist, showing off her charming peaches to a height suitable for Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng calmly compared it and found that it was just the right position for him to increase his blood concentration by standing. If it was higher, he would have to stand on tiptoe, and if it was shorter, he would have to bend down. Dragon Girl's movements were so skillful, as if she had rehearsed them dozens of times beforehand, smooth and fluid. Chu Sheng glanced at Noelle next to him, and the other person gave him a meaningful look, as if to say, "I taught well, didn't I?" The skin of this first dragon girl is exceptionally fair, as if it has never been exposed to the sun. There is not a trace of fat on her body, and she has a typical supermodel figure. You don't need to ask to know that this dragon girl must have majored in the magic system, otherwise how could she be so delicate? Of course, it may also be because the children of the Tianlong clan have been pampered since childhood. A young lady who has hardly had to do any physical labor since birth certainly has plenty of time to manage her body. Noelle's voice once again reached Chu Sheng's ears, surrounded by his spiritual power. This is the granddaughter of the Black Clan's great elder. She specializes in ice magic and is only one step away from reaching the 8th level, but she's been stuck there for several years. Little one, you have to help her a lot. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and nodded seriously. Why would he refuse something like helping others? Not only should you not refuse, but you should also try your best to live up to your original intention. But Chu Sheng did not plan to spend too much time and blood concentration on this first dragon girl. After all, he and Noelle had agreed on only one night. If it was not over by the next day, it might arouse the suspicion of other members of the Tianlong clan. He glanced to the side and did a quick count. There were 13 dragon girls chosen by Noelle, and the other girls were also looking forward to it. Therefore, Chu Sheng had no reason to favor one over the other and was too serious and cautious towards the first dragon lady in front of him. When a pure breath that seemed to come from an ancient real dragon washed over her soul, the first dragon girl's face suddenly became strange, An intoxicating blush climbed up her neck, and she couldn't help but hum softly. She knew what this so-called increase in blood concentration was all about. Although she had a vague premonition about it beforehand, she never expected it to be so direct and decisive from the beginning. This is Chief Noel. Sensing the girl's panic and nervousness, Noel immediately came to her and gently stroked her forehead like a kind and gentle elder. Don't be afraid, relax. This is an essential step to increasing blood concentration. Any shortcut to gaining strength comes at a price. Think of the branches that have lost their power. Think of the tribes that have been declining. This is all to consolidate the status of the pure-blooded dragon race and to restore the former glory of the ancient dragons. This is the grace of the immortal goddess. The grace of the immortal goddess? Would the supreme goddess really bestow such a strange thing? Long Yang was extremely shocked, and her whole body became more tense, making Chu Sheng's improvement even more difficult. He had to focus on one thing and concentrate on breaking through. No, Chief Noel, can you please stop for a moment? I still need to prepare Humph. This voice, which sounded like both resentment and joy, made several dragon girls nearby feel strange, and they couldn't help but wonder what kind of novel and special blood-enhancing method could make her produce such a timid voice of a young girl. But soon, a rhythmic sound with a sacred sense of rhythm, which originated from the beginning of life and was engraved in the blood of every dragon, answered their doubts. Almost all the dragon girls had a look of shock on their faces. It turned out that their previous guesses and premonitions were true. Is Chief Noel serious, or does he have other motives? Because the task was difficult and tedious, Chu Sheng had to use faster means than usual to increase the blood concentration of Long Yang, and there was no time to waste. The magic wick in the basement had barely burned to the distance of a little finger when the pure dragon breath completely engulfed the first dragon girl. Her expression suddenly changed from surprise, uneasiness, shyness, and forbearance to extreme piety and gratitude, simply because the effect of the increase in blood concentration was too fast and too obvious, completely beyond her expectations. Chapter 150 New Vision. The previous second, the dragon girl was still suspicious and wary of Chief Noel, thinking that her actions would push herself into the fire pit and cause inevitable consequences in the future. The tightly pursed pink lips beneath the thin veil wanted to chant a magic spell more than once, but Noel held her arm, releasing a reassuring but magically isolating aura, so she had to give up. But when the imagined situation happened, unexpectedly, the dragon girl's worries and vigilance towards Noel completely disappeared, replaced by extreme joy and gratitude. Chief Noel was not lying. Such a good thing is simply a gift from the immortal goddess. It was simply because her blood concentration suddenly increased dramatically, and based on a superficial perception, it increased by at least 10%. Moreover, the momentum of improvement is still going on, with no sign of settling down. It is estimated that after waiting for a while, the effect will reach a terrifying 20% after it ends. The true dragon blood pool, which is regarded by every member of the Tianlong clan as an opportunity to change their destiny, can only improve by 3% to 5%, which is far less than this huge gift. At this moment, the dragon girl treated the person behind her as if a devout creature treated the creator of all spirits. There was no longer any obstruction or resistance, and she let go completely. Chu Sheng turned the first dragon girl around, stretched out his hands as high as possible, and placed them on her shoulders, gently pressing down. The dragon lady blinked her bright eyes under her veil, and she leaned down knowingly, waiting for Chu Sheng's next instruction. Chu Sheng first lifted Long Yang's fair chin, making her look up at a 45-degree angle, then slowly pinched a corner of the white gauze on her face, lifted it up partially, revealing Long Yang's moist lips. The dragon girl wrinkled her straight nose slightly, feeling both unfamiliar and enthusiastic about the sacred breath that rushed straight into her lungs. Then, before Chu Sheng could give her any instructions, Long Yang seemed to have awakened her original desire, just like a little girl who received the candied haws her father bought for her, and she chose to accept it with a smile. Thank you, Chief Noel. Thank you, immortal goddess. It was not until the pure power in her blood began to become uncontrollable that the dragon girl reluctantly let go, feeling the richness of her blood with a look of delight. With such purity, I will have the opportunity to reach the 9th level in the future. The dragon lady couldn't help but murmured with joy. She was originally a peak 7th level magician and was only one step away from breaking through to the 8th level, but she was stuck for many years. She knew that this was due to her own understanding and hard work, but more importantly, her blood concentration was only 60%, which greatly limited her upper limit. Now that she has received the gift of the immortal goddess, she feels that the concentration of her blood may eventually exceed 80%. I can't say that reaching the 9th level in the future is a foregone conclusion, but at least it will be much easier than before. Of course, this goal is still a bit far away for her now. Long Yang did not care about her honest state and did not even have time to put on the thin gauze dress at her feet. She started meditating on the spot. She felt that after tonight, she would definitely be able to break through to the 8th level. Chu Sheng just took one last look at the other person, then ignored him and devoted himself to the improvement of other dragon girls. This time, he no longer needed Noelle's guidance. He slowly came behind the second dragon girl from left to right. With the personal demonstration of the first dragon girl, the subsequent dragon girls have basically been more mentally prepared and have different attitudes towards what is about to come. Most dragon girls who majored in magic were weak in physique, and some of them were thinking about how to make things easier later. After all, people who had experienced it often said that this would be quite uncomfortable. However, the dragon girls who majored in the fighter system all had tight muscles, smooth and clear abdominal vest lines, and a very powerful beauty. Many of them want to take the initiative if possible and choose the most comfortable and suitable state. The night was quiet and beautiful. The sweet time passed by bit, and the magic candlelight in the basement burned shorter and shorter and soon came to an end. When Chu Sheng thought that he might never meet these dragon ladies again, or that one day they might become strangers on the street, or even marry someone else, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He is actually a person with relatively traditional ideas. His thoughts are not open in the real world. Things like casual romance are difficult for him to accept. I am already the first benefactor in the lives of these dragon girls, but there is still a possibility that I will not be the last man. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but mourn for a few seconds for the future husbands of these dragon ladies. Of course, Chief Noelle would not let those who took over know what happened today. After I came to the Dragon Kingdom, why do I always feel like I am doing things that are full of the legacy of Wei Wu? Before it was the beautiful dragon mother, Lady of China, and now it is these dozen dragon girls. No, these dragon girls are so beautiful and charming. I can't be a scumbag who throws them away after doing that. Chu Sheng secretly decided in his heart that if he had the chance in the future, he would ask Chief Noelle to marry all the dragon girls here to him, no matter how much it cost or how many treasures it required. After all, your immortal goddess gave me this power, and she must have wanted me to help your Tianlong clan expand, right? With Chu Sheng's current power to enhance his bloodline, if a dragon lady were to become pregnant with his child, the little dragon would probably be a true ancient dragon that is extremely close to 100% pure-blooded when it is born. At that time, even if Chief Noelle were to give all the unmarried dragon girls in the Tianlong clan to herself, she would probably do it without hesitation, right? If he does this, the male dragons in the Tianlong clan will probably want to strangle him to death. But when Chu Sheng thought of these dragon girls lying in the arms of other Tianlong men, he felt itchy on his head, and the slight sense of pleasure he had just felt disappeared in an instant. No matter what, he has already captured the girls from the elf forest. It wouldn't be too much if he captured more girls from the entire Tianlong clan. With this wish and determination, Chu Sheng completely swept away the slight depression in his heart and replaced it with full motivation for his future vision. Among them are the cute little dragon girls who are devoted to studying magic and are ignorant of the world. There are also the enthusiastic and generous dragon girls who are obsessed with training and are extremely belligerent. There are even the crazy dragon girls who appear to be holy and cold, but have pressed the contrast switch. No matter what these dragon girls looked like on weekdays, at this moment they all had happy and satisfied smiles on their faces. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, sleeping soundly on the carpet covered with luxurious monster fur, without any care. Chapter 151 about to depart. Chu Sheng glanced at the magic candle on the wall, then looked out the one-way window, where he could vaguely see a ray of light in the sky. He was shocked to realize that he had been helping the dragon girls improve for so long. Now, there is only one dragon girl left, which means the bloodline enhancement ceremony is over. Chu Sheng exhaled and slowly walked towards the back of the last dragon girl. The other person's deep blue hair like the ocean gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As they got closer, the delicate and beautiful face under the veil and the tight and smooth curves under the thin skirt made the other person's identity obvious. Sister Yoguang? Chu Sheng almost couldn't help but greet the other party directly. He didn't expect that the list selected by Chief Noelle actually included Yoguang. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. With Yoguang's talent and blood concentration, she could almost be said to be the future face of the Tianlong clan. There was no reason not to choose her. Elder Noelle, What's going on with Sister Yoguang? Chu Shang pointed at the dragon girl Yoguang, who looked different from other dragon girls, and turned to look at Noelle beside him with a little confusion. Yoguang is different from other dragon girls. Her whole body seems to be covered with chains. If you don't know, you might think you have met the dragon Silas. There's no other way. Yoguang is a 9th rank fighter. If we don't take absolute protective measures, the little guy will be in trouble if he struggles even a little bit. Chu Xing really wanted to say that Yoguang might be the one with the lowest probability of resisting and struggling among all the 13 dragon girls. At first, this hot dragon girl joked that she would invite herself to visit the wedding room the night before the wedding. Although Yoguang was probably joking at the time, it was not difficult for Chu Shang to see that the other party did not dislike him, and even had some good feelings towards him. Or, let's loosen these things from her first, otherwise. It's okay, it's the last level, cheer up. After Noelle finished speaking, he came to Yoguang and adjusted Yoguang to the most suitable form for Chu Shang to ensure that the bloodline was improved correctly. Chu Shang patted his cheeks and didn't hesitate any longer, trying to give Yoguang a decent pre-wedding test. Since Yoguang's physique was extremely powerful and he could easily shatter mountains, Chu Shang had to deal with him with caution. Thank you for your hard work, little one. Noelle took out a fragrant handkerchief and carefully helped Chu Shang wipe the sweat from his forehead and calm his violently beating pulse. The hot dragon girl Yoguang below suddenly made sounds with her nose, as if she wanted to regain the right to speak freely. The originally pure white socks on the pair of long, healthy and plump legs were now covered with a gorgeous rose, which was so beautiful that it made people's heart tremble. Chu Xing glanced at Noelle, who nodded. With a wave of his hand, all the chains disappeared. Although the other dragon girls were also under Noelle's supervision, they could still hum a few times. But Yoguang was kept like this. She must have been very uncomfortable. After regaining the power to speak freely, Yoguang took a deep breath and spoke impatiently. Chief Noelle, I seem to hear some noises while the others were performing the ceremony. Other sisters will receive personal acceptance after completing their bloodline upgrades. Why haven't I received any? Noelle's face looked strange, and he blinked his big eyes at Chu Shang, asking silently, is there anything left for Yoguang? After all, the hot dragon girl is so sensible. If Chu Shang still favors one over the other, it would seem that he is a little disrespectful. Chu Xing nodded. Even if Yoguang didn't ask for it, he would make up for it for her. This would also make it easier for Yoguang to clean up after herself. However, Chu Shang discovered that Yoguang's nostrils were constantly wrinkling, as if he was performing an epic lung thumping, as if he wanted to engrave Chu Shang's breath in his mind. Chu Xing knew at a glance that Yoguang was using this method to confirm the outline of the person in front of him. Could it be that Sister Yoguang recognized me? Chu Shang recalled the days when they were sailing on the Sea of Void. Yoguang often held him in his arms, and perhaps he had already marked his scent in advance. As expected, after taking a few careful deep sniffs, Yoguang revealed an expression of as expected under her veil, and a smile suddenly bloomed at the corner of her mouth. Well, Sister Yoguang must have guessed my identity. Chu Xing shook his head. In fact, it didn't matter even if Yoguang knew it was him. He believed in Yoguang's character and personality, and he would not publicize this matter and tell everyone he met. After the girls had slept or meditated, Chu Shang and Noelle walked out of the basement and sat down at the desk. The Tianlong clan's support corps is expected to be fully assembled in the next few days. Chu Shang will set off from the Dragon Island tomorrow, and then take the corps members in various cities with him on the way back to the Forest of Elves. Chu Xing didn't feel physically tired, but mental and spiritual fatigue was inevitable. He took a deep breath and said, Sister Yoguang probably already knows that I'm the one who's enhancing the dragon girl's bloodline. Noelle had also noticed Yoguang's little trick, but she was very confident in Yoguang's character. Don't worry, as long as Yoguang isn't stupid, she won't tell anyone about this. I'll also mention it to her when I have time. Chu Xing nodded and asked curiously, the blood concentration of those dragon girls down there increased dramatically overnight. It should be easy for others to notice, right? How should we deal with this? Noelle had already made sufficient preparations for this. She smiled and said, I'll have the girls announce their seclusion and avoid showing up in front of other tribe members for a while. If they really have to go out, I'll have them wear magical devices that conceal their aura. Or, if you place them all in the volunteer corps given to you, naturally not many people will notice. Chu Xing naturally had no objection to this. He had been planning to find an opportunity to let Noelle give all these dragon girls to him. Now that he had been offered an assist directly, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Thinking that he would be leaving tomorrow and the day when he would see Chief Noelle again would probably be a long time, he took this opportunity to ask some serious questions. Chief Noelle, What do you think is the real purpose of the human kingdom colluding with the orcs? Or what do they want to gain in the elf forest? Chu Sheng has always had a question about this. The backstab by the human kingdom was too sudden, but it seemed that they had been prepared for it, and clearly wanted to end the battle quickly. They probably didn't want to occupy the elves' land, but wanted to quickly plunder something. What else could it be besides the Tree of Life? What else is there in the elf forest? Noel said it all, which was exactly what Chu Sheng was thinking. However, the Tree of Life had been rooted in the Forest of Elves for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that the human kingdom was planning to cut it down and take it away? Wouldn't the life force just dissipate in that case? However, this attack by the human kingdom is doomed to be futile. They will never imagine that the life force is no longer in the tree, but has been taken away by you. Noel gently poked Chu Sheng's heart with her finger. She had already felt the supreme fluctuation from the goddess of life in Chu Sheng's blood. That goddess is indeed a being of great courage. If it were any other god, they would probably rather have their power taken away than be willing to entrust it to a mortal. What are they going to do with the Tree of Life after they take it? Can it be transplanted? Noel showed his thousands of years of accumulation and experience, and he has extraordinary knowledge and understanding of the various secrets of this continent and the world. The human kingdom may not have such means, but the gods behind them have similar methods. She waved her arm gently, and a cup of steaming hot fragrant tea appeared in front of each of them. After taking 2 sips, she spoke slowly. In my opinion, the reason why the human kingdom is so anxious is simply because the gods they believe in have sensed that the lifespan of this continent is decreasing. It is very likely that within a few decades, this world will be submerged, and all races will be forced to take the risk of climbing. However, Chu Sheng blinked, confused. The lifespan of the continent. The world being submerged? All races having to climb. What the hell is going on? Noel glanced at him leisurely, and seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending not to understand, he patiently acted like a history teacher. Generally speaking, only the absolute top leaders of each race have the opportunity to know the true appearance of this continent or this world. Ordinary subhumans basically have no thoughts or intentions to explore this aspect. For example, the slaves who make up more than half of the total population in the Dragon Kingdom are exhausted from working hard every day. So how could they have the mood to be curious about these things? This is also true for many people in the real world. They often only know from books or various materials that the Earth is round and that 70% of it is made of ocean, but in reality, they probably have never even left their own province in half of their lives. Noel gently pushed her teacup in front of Chu Sheng, and the next moment a young green sapling slowly grew out of the tea. Our world is like this sapling growing in tea, only magnified countless times, and in a more complex and chaotic space-time. In the young clan leader's continuous description, this world is like a towering tree that grows infinitely upward. Every branch and every leaf on it carries a continent, a place that nurtures life. However, the life energy contained in each leaf is not infinite. After a certain number of years, it will be consumed by the creatures on the leaves, which is the so-called lifespan of the continent. Once the life energy is exhausted, all the attribute magic, fighting spirit, and other extraordinary energies on this continent will disappear, becoming the same as the real world, and entering a period of decline. Of course, if only magic and fighting spirit disappeared and people returned to traditional life, it would not be a bad thing. Perhaps the development between races would be even faster. Unfortunately, beneath the towering tree that supports the world, there exists a boundless forbidden ocean that can devour any living being. The level of this ocean is constantly rising, forcing the giant trees to continue growing. Therefore, on the one hand, it is to prevent the energy of the leaf world from being exhausted, the strong from becoming ordinary people and losing their previous status. On the other hand, it is also to prevent all living beings from being submerged in the forbidden ocean. Whenever the lifespan of a continent nears its end, many powerful races will begin to seek a way to a higher world. This is equivalent to discovering a new continent. If you can get ashore first, you can occupy more territory, and in the words of the gods, you can also absorb more energy from the new world. Chu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought, and then he asked curiously, could it be that the division of power and the divine structure on the current continent was also established after the major races came to this world from the lower worlds before? Naturally, whenever the myriad races begin to ascend, a brutal war between the gods will inevitably break out. Ancient gods will fall, and mortals will ascend to the throne. Furthermore, even gods cannot guarantee that they can lead all of their dependent races to the new leaf world. In fact, Noel had never experienced climbing the world plane. Most of his knowledge came from the revelations and memories left in his blood by the ancient dragon ancestors. If you want to lead the entire race to climb to the upper world, you will not only have to face competition from other races, but there may also be some powerful native races in the upper world itself. More importantly, it seems that the World Tree has set up some kind of law-like mechanism to prevent creatures from escaping from the original leaves due to the bug behavior. Each leaf world is accompanied by a tree worm, which will directly eat up any life that attempts to escape from the leaves. In other words, if you want to climb to the upper world, you must kill the tree worm like a boss, and that kind of extremely powerful creature is not something that one or two ordinary gods can deal with. Chu Sheng nodded thoughtfully. After learning the secrets of this world, he did not feel insignificant as he had imagined. On the contrary, he felt excited. He finally heard the news he wanted to hear most. The opportunity to become a god. Chu Sheng did not forget the goal he set in the Forest of Elves, which was to ascend to the throne of God in this world, obtain a nearly immortal life, and then accompany the elf girl by his side until the end. After leaving the Forest of Elves and seeing more subhuman races, this thought became heavier in Chu Sheng's heart. Dragon girls, snake girls, and other subhuman races have much longer lifespans than ordinary humans. Even if he cultivates to the peak of the 9th level, he may not be able to compare with the girls of other races. After listening to Noelle's explanation, Chu Sheng finally understood what Tiffany meant when she said, "The path to becoming a god has been cut off." The energy of the leaf world is constantly being consumed, and the world cannot bear the birth of more gods. Therefore, the possibility of a 9th order strongman taking that crucial step is less than 1 in a billion. But as long as you go to the new upper world, this restriction will be completely invalid. When the time comes and the gods fight each other and heroes emerge, it will be a good opportunity for you to conquer all the gods and ascend to the throne. Chapter 152 Visitors. Chu Sheng never expected that the form of this alien world was completely different from the real world. The Earth in the real world was like a grain of sand floating in the vast universe, while the Earth in the alien world was actually a leaf. So how do these two different worlds intersect? He suddenly recalled that when he was in the Forest of Elves, Elder Weylin had told him that according to the records of the Dragon Kingdom, a woman from the Eastern continent was summoned through a space magic summoning array. Chu Sheng has always been very interested in this matter, because it may be a rare footprint left by his fellow villager in this world. And maybe I can use the same method to summon girls from the real world here and let them experience the customs and culture of the other world. Or you can summon the elf girl from the elf forest and the dragon girl from the celestial dragon clan to the real world to taste a variety of delicacies and enjoy the convenience of intelligent life. Elder Noelle, has the Tianlong clan ever used a summoning array to summon someone from the same place as me? The young clan leader tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding seriously. It's true that this happened, but according to records, the woman from the Eastern continent last appeared on this continent tens of thousands of years ago. That woman is very mysterious. No one knows anything more about her except the name Yingyu. Shadow Jade. Although we didn't get any key information, knowing a name is a small clue. When Chu Sheng returns to the real world, he plans to go to the Center for Supernatural Human Research to see if there is any information on this subject there. He pressed his brows, thinking that it was not the right time to think about any profound questions. He finally chatted with Chief Noelle for a while and left the office before it was fully light. As soon as he returned to his bedroom, Chu Sheng felt a strange gaze. He turned his head and found that it was the snake lady He Pai who had woken up. She was staring at him with bright vertical pupils. He Pai seemed to have woken up a long time ago, or rather, she had not slept at all, and there was no sleepy look on her face as if she had been woken up. "Master, do you have something urgent to go out for tonight?" Although Snake Lady was just his little slave, Chu Sheng always felt that he saw a hint of resentment in her eyes. It's like a woman who knows her husband is going out to meet someone else, but pretends not to know or see. Fortunately, there are no common communication tools like mobile phones in the other world. Only some high-level magic devices have similar functions, which He Pai is not strong enough to use. Otherwise, looking at the slightly bulging little bump on her face, I guess she must have been making a lot of voice calls last night when she found out Chu Sheng wasn't with her. I was afraid that when Chu Sheng was doing work in the basement, his cell phone would keep ringing, which would be a bit of a letdown. Well, it's nothing urgent. Sister Yoguang said there's a kind of precious dragon fish that only appears at night in the void sea, and she invited me to go fishing with her. Did Master catch that precious dragon fish? Air Force. He Pai was quite tactful. She quickly put on her clothes and stood respectfully in front of Chu Sheng, with no unusual expression on her face. "Mom, you must be very tired from fishing last night. Go to bed and get some rest." I'll prepare food and water for you to take a bath when you wake up." When the snake lady left, her delicate little nose wrinkled slightly, and she smelled more than one fragrance on Chu Sheng. There are strong perfumes, elegant female body fragrances, many kinds of fragrances mixed together, and even. Although Snake's sense of smell is not particularly top-notch, He Pai could tell right away that it was the smell of the snakes that Ma Si had smelled before. Snake Lady sighed quietly. In fact, she had a small hope in her heart, which was that Chu Sheng could spare some time for her every day. But thinking about how good her master was, He Pai gave up this unrealistic fantasy. "My current goal is to serve Masuda as well as I can, and I will be successful if I don't get abandoned by Masuda." The simple-minded snake girl completed her self-pua in a short time, and her mood became lively and cheerful again. She hummed a soothing song and began to happily prepare various supplies for Chu Sheng after he got up. In the room, Chu Sheng lay in the quilt soaked with the snake lady's subtle fragrance, but he didn't dare to close his eyes. They would set off for Longu Island in less than half a day. Falling asleep now might delay things, so he simply moved his mind and entered the critical room to replenish his energy. "Luckily, I've gone through many physical strengthening exercises, otherwise I would have been completely defeated." Chu Sheng took out bags of high-calorie food and stuffed them into his mouth without thinking, replenishing his extremely lacking magical energy. He inexplicably began to feel sincere admiration for those male teachers in certain art dramas who were both virtuous and talented and were willing to play supporting roles. With a mortal body, facing high-intensity work pressure every day, even if someone else is not as thin as a human, they would probably die suddenly. However, just as Chu Sheng had almost regained consciousness and returned to the other world, the snake lady, He Pai, hurried into the house without even having time to knock on the door. "Master, there's a guest outside looking for you." "Who is it?" Chu Sheng was a little confused. Although he had stayed in the critical room for a long time, the time outside was still. If converted to the real world, it would be 5 o'clock in the morning at most. "Who comes here so early in the morning?" "Master, do you still remember the pawnshop owner, Miss Cassanlia, who gave us a house when we were in Badr City?" "That's the big centaur sister who gave us a house." As if she was afraid that Chu Sheng would not remember the other person's appearance, He Pai even made a somewhat exaggerated shape with her hands. He Pai had a deep impression of Cassanlia. She regarded the villa she received as her and Chu Sheng's home, but it was destroyed by Dovlang's magic bombing. Fortunately, Chu Sheng later opened up a different space, and she now goes there to clean and tidy up every day, even though many rooms are unoccupied. "Of course I know. What does she want from me?" Chu Sheng had not forgotten Cassanlia at all. On the contrary, he had just seen her in the temple a few days ago. The other party was guarding a centaur girl from the Holy Dragon Guard. The two looked somewhat similar, and it was estimated that they were related by blood. "I'm not sure about that. Miss Cassanlia seems to be having some unspeakable secret. She looks a little haggard. How about Moss get up and take a look? If you want to rest, you can continue to lie down. I'll go send her away." Chu Sheng sat up from the bed and raised his arms. "Okay, I'll go see what's going on." After serving Chu Sheng for quite some time, He Pai's made skills and awareness have become better and better. When she saw Chu Sheng's actions, she immediately understood and went over to put on his cuffs and clothes. Then take off all yesterday's old clothes and put on new ones gently and carefully. Since such a heartwarming scene has been repeated for many days, even if Chu Sheng is honest with her now, He Pai is no longer shy as when they first met. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye before. Now this well-behaved and docile little maid is exactly Chu Sheng's ideal two-dimensional maid. She treasured the black and white work clothes Chu Sheng gave her very much. She would wash them carefully every day to ensure that the owner could see them the next day. After smoothing out Chu Sheng's slightly wrinkled collar, Snake Lady bowed slightly and raised her beautiful eyes, as if waiting for something. Chu Sheng knew that He Pai was waiting for praise from his master. Just like a well-behaved and obedient pet dog, after helping its owner to throw away the garbage downstairs, it always acts coquettishly and asks for pet snacks. "You've done a great job recently. Keep up the good work." Chu Sheng took the opportunity to touch the snake lady's head, which was full of light pink hair. She kept rubbing against him comfortably, just like a little animal. He scratched the snake lady's chin gently like petting a cat. He Pai closed her eyes in enjoyment, looking very happy and comfortable. The snake's tongue was trying to wrap around something cautiously, and a rare hint of mischief appeared in He Pai's eyes. "Okay, He Pai, I'm going to go greet the guests." He Pai was a little willful for once, and said coquettishly in her voice, "Wait a moment, Mom." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Sheng heard the sound of himself eating instant noodles. "It's not polite to keep customers waiting for too long, you little slave." Chu Sheng found it a little funny. He finally realized that this little snake slave was just sulking about his disappearance last night. But because of the respect and love for me, those little grievances turned into this kind of coquettish affection. But it must be said that the snake lady is no longer as innocent and naive as before in some aspects. All this is due to Chu Sheng's teachings and her talent for service. Masada, I'm going to get busy now. Snake Lady He Pai held Chu Sheng's hand with infatuation in her eyes, unwilling to let go, as if this hand was a rare treasure. Chu Sheng gave her a reassuring look, rubbed her light pink hair, then walked out of the bedroom and went to the living room. Only when Chu Sheng's back completely disappeared in the corridor did He Pai reluctantly withdraw her gaze, holding the old clothes she had helped Chu Sheng change. She picked up Chu Sheng's shirt and put it close to her nose and sniffed it gently. Once again, I feel that I am the happiest slave in the Dragon Kingdom. When he came to the living room, Chu Sheng saw Casanlia standing there at a glance. Today she was wearing an extremely charming purple long dress, and the strings of pendants on the hem vaguely concealed the intoxicating beauty of her four slender and plump legs. The curve in front of her body is still as proud as ever, but the owner of such a plump figure now looks haggard and tired, with confusion and uneasiness in her eyes. She no longer has the calmness and competence of a mature woman, but has gained a bit of the pitifulness of a weak woman. As soon as she saw Chu Sheng, Casanlia's originally dim eyes instantly regained some of their spirit, and she hurriedly ran over to salute him. Master Chu Sheng, I'm honored that you can come out to see me. She deliberately kept her head lower than Chu Sheng, as if she wanted to show her most direct sincerity and heart to Chu Sheng without reservation. Before, when I was in the Holy Dragon Temple, I was ignorant and foolish and offended you. The important people of the Tianlong clan have already punished me. Please don't blame me. No need to thank me. Is this the reason you came here today? Although Chu Sheng was reluctant to leave Casanlia with the beautiful scenery in front of him, he still tried his best to control himself and help her up, trying to make his expression look serious. He was not interested in gossiping about other people's family affairs, and he was not curious about the relationship between Casanlia and the centaur girl from the Holy Dragon Guard. Lord Chu Sheng, I've come here to ask for your help. Don't worry, it's definitely not something trivial. Casanlia's expression was hesitant and embarrassed, giving people the feeling that she was really at her wit's end and could only trouble you for help. Chu Sheng didn't know how much truth there was in this expression, so he said calmly, You are the slave of the Lord of Badr City. You are considered someone else's property. Shouldn't you seek help from your master if you need help? Why did you come to me? The city lord has been dismissed and exiled. Casanlia's eyes seemed a little helpless for a moment, but one could vaguely see some pleasure and relief in them. From her, Chu Sheng finally learned about the follow-up of Chekhov, the father of the beautiful dragon mother of China, and the people of the Purple Clan who colluded with him. When Rocky, the leader of the Purple Clan, saw that Chief Noel had suddenly changed from being gentle to being strict, and that the punishment on the tribe members had changed from playing house lessons to real torture, he also became obedient. Then he ignored Chekhov and others and announced to the outside world that he was going into seclusion. Without his backing, Chekhov had no choice but to plead guilty even though he was unwilling to do so. Together with more than a dozen members of the Purple Clan led by Nig, they were all imprisoned in the holy cell of the first Dragon Island and would later be transferred to Yinlong City for further processing. Velius, the Lord of Badr, was dismissed and exiled to the border because he provided Chekhov with the so-called secret letter from the human kingdom. All his property was confiscated, including all the slaves he had ever owned, including the centaur girl Casanlia. In other words, Casanlia is now free again. Isn't this a good thing for you? But I see you look so sad. Chu Sheng was a little confused. A slave was freed. Isn't this a good thing worth celebrating? Moreover, before in the city of Badr, he had seen Casanlia abusing slaves wearing half-dragon head masks, which meant that she herself might not respect her master Belius. Even secretly disgusted. This is what I would like to trouble you with. Sir Chu Sheng, can you go with me to a place that is more convenient? Unable to resist the other person's eyes that were full of expectations, and since there was still some time before departure and he was free anyway, Chu Sheng nodded. Okay, you lead the way. Chapter 153 Tentative. The first 2 chapters are still being deleted, revised, and supplemented. I wrote for a long time, but got stuck again. It was so mad that I marked a few words fiercely. This chapter will be completed tomorrow, Ors. Walking behind the centaur girl Cassandra, Chu Sheng admired the swaying, exquisite peach while thinking about the so-called help from the other party. He already had a pretty good guess, and decided to wait and see how Casanria would speak. Cassandra guided Chu Sheng to her current residence, a slightly cramped small house similar to a rental house in the real world. After all, Land on the Shurlong Island is extremely valuable, and most of the comfortable accommodations are definitely reserved for the adults of the Tianlong clan. For a slave of a lower clan like her, it would be good enough to have a single room to live in. Entering the house, there was a wooden cabinet next to the door. Chu Sheng saw the carefully framed portrait on it at first glance. Two centaur girls, one big and one small, snuggled together happily, with smiles on their faces that came from the heart. It could be vaguely seen that the older one was Cassandra, and her appearance had hardly changed from now. The other little centaur girl, who looked only 6 or 7 years old, looked like the member of the Holy Dragon Guard who was killed by him in the Temple of the First Dragon. Plop! Before Chu Sheng could react, Cassandra, who had closed the door, knelt directly in front of Chu Sheng, with her head making direct contact with the ground. The solemnity of the action made him seem even more humble and pitiful than the humble people he met in his daily life. Chu Sheng didn't say anything, but just looked at the other person quietly, waiting for what to say next. Although he considers himself to be quite soft-hearted and cannot bear to see girls crying, it is better to be careful with those who use extreme methods when they disagree with each other. Master Chu Sheng, I would like you to be my mother. What's the reason? Cassandra pursed her red lips and raised her head cautiously. When she saw Chu Sheng's calm and even somewhat indifferent eyes, her heart sank to the bottom in an instant. But when she thought about what she might face in the future, she had to muster up her courage, and her voice was filled with deep sadness. Although Belias is no longer my master, this does not mean that I have gained freedom. On the contrary, it won't be long before the adults of the Tianlong clan will give me to someone else and continue to be a slave. Life like this is too painful. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. When in the city of Badr, although this centaur girl was a slave, she not only had various real estate assets, but also had considerable power. Her life did not seem too hard at all. Not to mention the centaur girl in the Holy Dragon Guard. Why would she let her mother become someone else's slave? What's your relationship with that member of the Holy Dragon Guard? Can't you ask her for help? Hearing this, Cassandria's face was filled with bitterness, and helplessness almost overflowed from her eyes. It would be great if I could ask her for help. She remained kneeling on the ground, and with a wisp of wind magic power, she pulled the portrait on the wooden cabinet into her hand, gently stroking the little centaur girl on it. Her name is Rosalia. She's a hard-working, motivated, and enthusiastic child. She's shown extraordinary fighting talent since she was young. She was selected by the Celestial Dragon clan to join the Holy Dragon Preparatory Regiment. I thought this would be the beginning of a beautiful life for both of us, but who knew it would be the reason for our separation? Chapter 154 Agree. Chapters 151 and 152 have been revised and supplemented, but I suggest you wait a few days before reading them. I will supplement 153 and 154. Now I am under high intensity, and every chapter is stuck. It is really disappointing. Cassandria's eyes were filled with longing, and the smile on her lips was bitter, yet also filled with happiness. From the moment that child officially became a member of the Holy Dragon Guard, I was forcibly deprived of my freedom, forced to bear the slave mark, and lost the right to see her. The more outstanding and powerful Rosalia becomes, the more constraints I will have on her. I do this only to ensure her loyalty and obedience, because we are born into an inferior race. Her voice was filled with indignation at the unfairness of fate, and her miserable expression could evoke the deepest compassion in people's hearts. Chu Sheng still didn't say anything, but watched the other person complain silently. He could feel the cruelty of being born inferior to others. His little snake slave used to be very humble when facing him, fearing that he would be angry accidentally, so he was very cautious in every action. He almost knew what was going on. The centaur girl named Rosalia was recruited by the Celestial Dragon clan because of her outstanding talent. If it were another country or race, they would often give a lot of resources and power to win over such talents. But in the Dragon Kingdom, it is just the opposite. The high and mighty Tianlong clan demoted Rosalia's razor, Cassandra, to a slave, and possibly promised her that he would remove Cassandra's slave seal after she met certain conditions. Anyway, it's a hostage-like method to make Rosalia unconditionally obedient and loyal. After Chu Sheng came into contact with members of the Tianlong clan, such as Yoguang and Noel, he felt that their minds and personalities were not the type that insisted on being superior to others or were disdainful of others. It is likely that the slavery system in the Dragon Kingdom has lasted for too long, and the vested interests have long been deeply rooted. Even if the patriarch wants to make changes, it will be difficult. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng said calmly, "Let me listen to your plans first, and then think about it for a while." Given the sophistication that Cassandria had shown before, Chu Sheng didn't believe that she would let him take over for nothing without any preparation. Although wanting to take the other party as a slave was just a matter of asking Noel, he was not a kind-hearted saint. As long as the girl is beautiful, Leda will stay by his side. So he might as well build a hotel in the alien space and let all the alien girls move in and manage it under a unified management. Of course I won't cause trouble for Master Chu Sheng. Please follow me over here. Cassandra stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on her purple dress, and took Chu Sheng's hand and walked into the inner room. The bedroom was small, but very cozy in layout. Lying on the soft bed was a centaur woman with a delicate face and a beautiful figure. Rosalia seemed to have fallen into a sweet sleep. She was not wearing the heroic knight armor she used to wear, but a slightly cool and sexy tulle nightgown, which made her tight yet elastic skin look particularly charming. I know that Lord Chu Sheng is of noble status, a person that even Chief Noel values very much. He certainly doesn't like a woman like me who has been someone else's slave. But I can guarantee that Rosalia is absolutely pure and innocent. In Chu Sheng's puzzled and shocked eyes, Cassandra helped Rosalia's magnificent body up and looked at Chu Sheng with a bit of pleading and expectation. Please enjoy this gift I prepared for you. Chapter 155 Wish. Let's put this chapter aside for now. I'll probably revise all the chapters the day after tomorrow, and then we can read them together. Chu Sheng was a little confused for a moment. If you are not the centaur's daughter, why did you give Rosalia to another man? Wow, so this is a plan for the daughter to pay off the mother's debt, right? It seems like there's really no problem with that. He noticed that there was a complex and exquisite mark next to Rosalia's collarbone, which seemed somewhat similar to the slave mark on Cassandra's body. Cassandra took the initiative to explain. The mark on this child is called the empathy mark. It matches the one on me. Once activated with magic, all her touch sensations will be synchronized with mine. Chu Sheng was shocked. You city people really know how to have fun. He blinked his eyes and tried his best to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. If he ate the bowl on impulse, he might get into trouble afterwards. How many people in the real world have been scammed out of money or into marriage because they couldn't control themselves? You don't have to do this. For your own future, you gave me your child's virginity without her knowledge. Do you really love her as much as you say? Chu Sheng spoke indifferently, his face expressionless. His sharp eyes seemed to see through the centaur girl's true intentions. Or are you testing me on purpose to see what kind of character I have and whether I'm worth risking everything on? Master Chu Sheng is indeed worthy of your name. You guessed my thoughts at a glance. Seeing that her purpose was seen through, Cassandra stopped pretending and her face regained some of the calmness and intelligence she had in Batter City. I now understand why Lord Chu Sheng has won the favor of Patriarch Noel and Lady Yoguang. A man like you, with such outstanding strength and talent, as well as good looks, status, position, and intelligence, must have already met many noble ladies who actively pursued you. Her eyes were full of expectation and appreciation. It seemed that Chu Sheng had passed the test of the gentle paradise she created with Rosalia. Cassandra actually just wanted to see whether a person in a high position like Chu Sheng would be like other slave owners and accept all beautiful slaves. If Chu Sheng had been breathing heavily, with fiery eyes, and had acted anxiously, then Cassandra would have definitely given up her original plan. Chu Sheng ignored the other party's praise and asked curiously, Ms. Cassandra, why don't you tell me why you chose me as your mother's choice? To be honest, I envy Miss He Pai very much. I see a smile called happiness on her face that shouldn't belong to a slave. Cassandra looked straight at the man in front of her, and He Pai's gentle expression reappeared in her mind. Admiring the strong is the nature of all women in the world, including her, Cassandra. Who doesn't want their master to be powerful, safe, and reliable, and at the same time considerate of their slaves and treat them as real people? Compared to those inferior tribes who try their best to please their masters all day long, but are still humiliated and trampled on at any time, eat leftovers, drink sewage, and are treated like livestock, Cassandra is lucky. I will modify it temporarily and fix it later, thank you. Chapter 156 Hee. As long as Rosalia performs well in the Holy Dragon Guard and works hard to complete the tasks assigned to her by the Celestial Dragons, Cassandra may be able to guarantee a certain degree of freedom. But if such freedom means family separation and confinement, Cassandra would rather not have it. She thought more than once that if Chu Sheng could become her mother, she would definitely be treated gently and would be able to meet Rosalia from time to time. For a day like that, she would give everything she has. To be treated like a human being and to see Rosalia once in a while, is that all you want? Chu Sheng raised his eyebrows. Such conditions were simply child's play if he could get a mature maid who would obey him absolutely and do everything for him. Doesn't it seem like too much of a loss? With Cassandra's appearance and temperament, She seems quite capable of being the head maid. She might have more and more slaves in the future, so having a head maid to help with etiquette might not be a bad thing. Actually, in addition to these two wishes, I have another small wish that I want to get right now. What wish? I want to be treated gently and loved by Master Chu Sheng, just like you treat Miss He Pai. Is that okay? Cassandra walked to Chu Sheng with graceful steps, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, and her slender arms gently wrapped around Chu Sheng's waist. But she didn't dare to take any further excessive action. She just leaned on Chu Sheng's shoulder like a weak and helpless little animal, afraid that it would disgust Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng could feel Cassandra's heart beating faster. This slight uneasiness made her plump and mature body tremble slightly, and there was a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lord Chu Sheng, although I have been someone's slave, I am not as unbearable and dirty as you imagine. Lord Belias has never touched a finger of mine, and neither has Rosalia. As Cassandra spoke, she held Chu Sheng's hand and guided him into the abyss, wanting to prove her innocence. However, Chu Sheng let go in time and supported the other person's shoulders to increase the distance between them. He didn't have a particularly severe mental obsession with misophobia, and he thought that since Cassandra was already a mother, she was more or less within the range that he could barely accept. But the meaning of Cassandria's words just now seemed to be that Rosalia was not her biological child. In other words, Cassandra and her beautiful dragon mother, Lady Acna, are both pure neo-human wives. After learning about this situation, Chu Sheng had to take it seriously. Rosalia murmured softly in her sleep, as if she was about to wake up. It was then that Chu Sheng noticed that there was a magic lock under Rosalia's skirt. Okay, so you are guarding against me, right? Noticing the slight dissatisfaction in Chu Sheng's eyes, Cassandra hurriedly said cautiously, Master Chu Sheng, please don't misunderstand me. I did this because I didn't want this child to lose something precious while unconscious. If you agree to be my mother, I will immediately unlock the magic lock and wake Rosalia up. This child listens to me very well and will never refuse anything. Cassandra spoke in a hurried and nervous tone, fearing that Chu Sheng would be unhappy and leave. She reached into her pocket and quickly pulled out a golden key that was flickering with a faint magical fluctuation, then rushed to the bedside and opened it for Rosalia. Then she sat behind Rosalia, raised her beautiful and tight upper body, and showed it to Chu Sheng wholeheartedly. Chapter 157. Let me explain. Forehead. A moment of hesitation flashed across Chu Sheng's face. Does that mean that as long as he agrees to Cassandra's request, he can get a rice bowl directly? Rosalia's waist is less than the size of a hand and shows many signs of exercise, but it still maintains a visibly soft feeling, which may be due to the racial talent of the centaur. This level of willow waist is in no way inferior to the real snake waist of the snake Lady He Pai. Each has its own merits. Seeing Chu Sheng showing a hint of intention, Cassandra immediately whispered in his ear, striking while the iron was hot. Lord Chu Sheng, we centaurs are actually quite popular among all the slave races because we can serve as mounts for Masta. Many nobles use centaurs as a means of transportation when they go out, as a symbol of status and power. With just a word from you, you can get a buy one get one free beautiful mount. Where else can you find such a deal? Cassandra's voice was persuasive, full of temptation and urging, with a hint of subtle magical fluctuations. This feeling was somewhat familiar. When the elf queen Tiffany visited Chu Sheng at night, she exuded a similar aura. The effect is to release one's nature and face one's true heart. Under the influence of this kind of mental suggestion, even if Chu Sheng had no such thoughts, he would be completely aroused by the charming atmosphere. As Cassandra had expected, a trace of bloodshot instantly appeared in Chu Sheng's eyes. He pushed her down on the soft cushion with a slightly rough and domineering force, staring greedily at the deep human heart. Miss Cassandra, it's too late to regret now. Seeing that Chu Sheng's immortal grip was about to grasp her strong capital that she had carefully dressed up and half exposed, Cassandra's face showed a sincere smile. She was not afraid of Chu Sheng being overbearing, but she was afraid that Chu Sheng would not even be overbearing. Cassandra even opened her arms on her own initiative. Chu Sheng's reaction made her feel at ease. At least the other party was subconsciously interested in her. You don't have to try too hard to flirt with others, but the other person remains indifferent. Don't worry, Master Chu Sheng. I promise you I won't regret it, and Rosalia won't regret it either. Now please don't say any more polite words. Damn it. Cassandra closed her eyes happily. She had taken Chu Sheng's words as a tacit agreement to be her mother, and changed her name very proactively. However, the imagined scene did not appear. Chu Sheng's hand stopped just above that warm heart, only a few tenths of a centimeter away. Then he pulled off the fragrant necklace that Cassandra was wearing around her neck, with a smile on his face. The magic device is quite good, but unfortunately, ma'am, your strength is not yet enough to utilize its full potential. Chu Sheng took the necklace with a faint fragrance in his hand and played with it. He knew its function just by using his mental power to sense it. It can amplify the wearer's mental power range and increase the inductive and confusing nature of mental suggestion and body language. It's a pity that Cassandria's own strength is only at the 5th level, and she cannot fully maximize the effectiveness of this magic device. If she was at the 7th level, Chu Sheng would most likely have already obeyed his heart and devoured the delicious rice bowl with relish. Lord Chu Sheng, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to. Cassandria's eyes changed slightly, and she began to explain in a panic, her tone full of caution, fearing that her words would add fuel to the fire. Chapter 158, I feed you. However, in this strange and slightly tense atmosphere, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out. Cuckoo, cuckoo. It turned out that it was Cassandria's stomach that was growling with hunger, which made Chu Sheng feel a little amused and helpless. Her strength was not that great, and she had forced herself to use high-level magic devices, so her magic power was probably almost drained out. The recovery of magic power is related to high-calorie food, so it is normal to make such a sound. Don't be nervous, Miss Cassandria. You must be very hungry now, right? A rare flash of embarrassment and shyness crossed Cassandria's mature face, and she covered her belly, which was completely free of fat, with both hands. I'm so sorry, Master Si Chu Sheng. I made you laugh. She felt a little embarrassed, as if all her efforts seemed like a joke in the eyes of the other party. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for Lord Chu Sheng to be willing to be beaten by his mother. It's okay, come and eat first. No need. It's really too much trouble for Master Chu Sheng. Before the centaur girl could finish her refusal, she smelled an extremely rich aroma, full of luxurious flavor. A bowl of steaming hot noodles with mixed sauce appeared on the table. The presentation was exquisite and the taste and aroma were delicious. Master Chu Sheng, what kind of food is this? I have never smelled anything like this before. Cassandria's nose wrinkled slightly, and her plump body leaned forward unconsciously. She was almost instantly attracted by the aroma of the mixed noodles. This is a traditional noodle dish from the Eastern continent. Come and try it. Chu Sheng patted the seat next to him, as if changing his original status as a guest. This is not good. I am not worthy of eating Lord Chu Sheng's food. Cassandria glanced at Chu Sheng timidly. She had just wanted to frame the other party by means of mental suggestion, but the next second Chu Sheng repaid her with kindness, which made her conscience feel uneasy. But even though she said she was not worthy, her actions were very honest. She slowly approached the chair, wanting to touch the steaming bowl of noodles with her hands. Although Cassandria remained a slave for many years, due to Rosalia's special nature, she had considerable assets in addition to her lack of freedom. They can enjoy and taste many delicacies from other worlds that ordinary slaves would never dare to dream of. Even though their taste buds have gradually been cultivated to the tastes of the upper class, they are still like rookies in the face of technology and hard work, with no resistance. Oops. Before the centaur girl's plump horse-shaped peach even sat down on the chair, she suddenly felt extremely weak. The magic power was drained by the necklace magic device just now, causing his physical strength to be exhausted, and he fell directly on Chu Sheng. Sorry, Master Chu Sheng. I'll get up right away. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng put his arm around her waist and said in a voice that held her in a master's position. Sit still, you're very weak now, let me feed you. Chu Sheng said this, picked up some noodles covered with sauce with chopsticks, put them to his mouth, and blew gently. This scene of a tough guy with a soft heart instantly made Cassandra feel as if something buried deep in her heart had been dug out, and she felt warm all over and at peace. In her original value system, there would be no emotions between slaves and Masuda. Chapter 159 Desire. The order has been adjusted. You can watch it now. But after seeing how Chu Sheng and the Snake Lady He Pai get along with each other, Cassandria suddenly realized that what she had always longed for was not just freedom. There is something even more precious, to care and be loved. This kind of love is different from the family love between her and Rosalia. It is more unpredictable, and Cassandria can't understand it for a while. But she only knew one thing at the moment. She wanted Chu Sheng to treat her like he treated He Pai. She also wanted to experience that kind of tenderness and happiness that could be seen with the naked eye. The sweet smile on He Pai's face when they first met in Badr City still remains in Cassandria's mind today. Swallow it all. Don't let any of it leak out. Chu Sheng brought the slightly cooled noodles to Cassandria's lips. The centaur girl's eyes were filled with invisible moisture, and she opened her rosy lips with gratitude. Hiss! With a slurping sound, Cassanlia swallowed all the noodles and pursed her lips happily. She wasn't actually as hungry as she thought. It was just that the noodles were so delicious, plus she had a little thought. Master Chusheng, I have never eaten such delicious food. Cassandra could feel a tear sliding down the corner of her eye. This was different from her previous pretense and deliberateness. It truly came from the heart. She had to admit that her weakness of giving up was awakened by Chusheng's extremely simple act of feeding her. A few drops of sauce accidentally fell on Chusheng's fingers. Cassandra looked at Chusheng boldly, and after receiving an affirmative nod, she no longer hesitated. She treated Chusheng's fingers like the noodles she had just treated, trying her best to please him, which meant the slave's obedience and loyalty to Master. Chusheng didn't say anything. He simply put down his chopsticks and imitated Asan. He grabbed the noodles with his clean and hygienic hands and fed the other person. After a while, Chusheng personally fed the entire bowl of mixed noodles to Cassandra, leaving only a little rich soup. The centaur girl looked at the half bowl of rich and fragrant soup that was left, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation and charm. Just now, Chusheng added some of his secret spices to it. She knew that this was the condition Chusheng gave her. As long as she agreed, it would be like agreeing to be her mother. Master Chusheng, please believe me. I can accept anything from you, no matter how good or bad it is, no matter how much it is. After saying that, Cassandra drank up all the soup of the mixed noodles and gave Chusheng an exceptionally bright and satisfied smile. At this moment, Chusheng finally let down his guard a little towards the centaur girl in front of him. After all, if someone is willing to do this and looks so happy as if he has received a gift from himself, then what reason does he have not to accept it? It is a wonderful thing to use Cassandra as a mount and ride her out for a ride whenever you want. It's like the characters in a card drawing game. There may be only a few strong ones who can always go on the field to fight monsters, but when a big thunder character that particularly suits your hobby appears, you can't help but give her all your money. If for no other reason than to be able to take it out from time to time, to feast your eyes and please your body and mind. Chapter 160. Yes, sir. Chusheng smiled and said, How is it? Are you full, Miss Cassandra? The centaur girl's body is soft and has a charming fragrance that is unique to mature women. It seemed that he had taken a careful bath before meeting me, and he could be used as a realistic, oversized pillow. Although Chusheng didn't mind hugging Cassandra all the time, she had already eaten, and her magic power and physical strength must have recovered to some extent, so she was not so weak that she could not take care of herself. His concerned yet slightly teasing words drifted into her ears. Cassandra pursed her rosy lips and said with a charming look, Damn, I'm still hungry. Oh, what else do you want to eat? Another bowl of mixed noodles. The centaur girl still clung to Chusheng's arms, unwilling to leave, and spoke in a coquettish tone that was different from her usual calm temperament. Although the noodles just now were delicious, Master has something even more delicious. Can you let me try it? While speaking, Chusheng vaguely sensed the other party's subtle tricks. Just when Cassandra was about to show off her slave service skills, Chusheng stretched out a finger to block her. Of course, this kind of good stuff should be saved for another chance to taste. Please stand up first. Chusheng gently pushed the centaur girl away with his elbow and tried his best to suppress the slightest spark of evil thoughts that were about to ignite in his heart. Although the centaur rice bowl was very fragrant and tempting, he was not a person who had no sense of propriety and would just bury his head in the food. The Tianlong clan's support army will be gathering in a few hours, and he doesn't have much time to spend on such things. Right now, business is more important, so let's use the big head to control the small head first. When we are on our way, we can take this mature centaur girl to the different space we have just created not long ago, and play whatever game we want there. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yes, Masuda. There was a hint of loss and regret in Cassandra's eyes. She wanted to take this opportunity to deepen the master-servant relationship with Chusheng, but unfortunately, she failed to do so. But fortunately, my original goal was achieved, and this joy washed away the slight loss. She hurriedly stood up, but did not stand straight. Instead, she adjusted her skirt like a servant, knelt on the ground respectfully, and folded her hands on her knees. I have some important business to attend to later, and I will be leaving the Dragon Kingdom soon. You can come with me then. I will help you deal with the Tianlong clan, and you won't have any trouble. Thanks so much, Masuda. Cassandra prostrated herself on the ground in excitement, with a rare tremor in her voice. She was very glad that she had made the right bet and could successfully escape from the cage and control of the Tianlong clan in the future. The master that the Tianlong clan had previously assigned to him was Belius, the lord of Bader City. His strength was only at level 7, which was not as high as Rosalia's. Therefore, he never dared to use force on Cassandra. After all, he was only a half-dragon, not a true pure-blooded dragon. Belias was implicated by Chekhov and exiled, so the master that the Tianlong clan would arrange for her next time might not necessarily be a marginal figure like Belias. If it were a pure-blooded dragon of considerable status, no matter how much Cassandra resisted and struggled, she would ultimately be trained like a domestic animal. Chapter 161 Awakening. Seeing Cassandra serving him with all her heart, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel relieved. After spending the whole night increasing the blood strength of the dragon girls, he also went into the critical house to have a good rest and recover, and was in good condition. The plump figure of the centaur girl kneeling on the ground gave him the feeling of a widow staying in a hot spring. Compared with those charming art teachers, the only thing that Cassandra lacks is an exquisite yukata that can put a generous heart on the waist. Chu Sheng turned his head and coughed lightly. All right, pack your things for the journey later. If anyone from the Tianlong clan comes to see you, just tell them my name. On the other hand, you must ensure that Rosalia is not touched by anyone other than me. After all, you are her parent, so you must do a thorough job of ideological work. He turned his head to look at Rosalia, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed not far away, with no signs of waking up. The empathic slave seal on the collarbone of this beautiful knight was emitting bursts of light at this time. Chu Sheng understood what was going on after taking a look. The empathic slave seal was originally intended for Cassandra to gain access to Rosalia's senses, but the effect is also reversed. After the intimate feeding of Chu Sheng and Cassandra with a hint of eroticism just now, even if Rosalia was asleep, she must have clearly felt it. As expected, unnatural blush appeared on the girl knight's cheeks and neck. Don't worry, Masada. This child will belong to you alone from now on. Nothing will happen to this matter. Cassandra assured, and her eyes, looking at Chu Sheng, began to show submission and admiration. Although this feeling was brief and fleeting, Chu Sheng also knew that emotions and trust took time to build and cultivate. Now this centaur girl has to commit herself for freedom. Her purpose cannot be said to be pure, but she can use practical actions to transform herself little by little. Chu Sheng's goal is to turn Cassandra into someone who cannot survive without him in the near future. I'm leaving now. Hurry and wake up Rosalia. Chu Sheng took one last look at the sleeping knight Ji, patted his butt, and stood up. Of course, the targets he wanted to transform also included this sleeping knight. Cassandra very considerately went forward to tidy up his clothes and pants, knelt by the door, and bid him farewell with reluctant eyes. Be careful on your way, Mom. The cozy but cramped little house fell silent again, leaving only two beautiful centaur girls, each with their own unique charm. After Chu Sheng's footsteps completely disappeared, Cassandra came to sit beside the bed, gently held Rosalia's hand, and said with a smile, "What do you think? I said Lord Chu Sheng is a kind person who can be entrusted with your life, right? If you can always be his guardian and gain his trust and favor, it will definitely be much better than staying in the Dragon Kingdom or the Holy Dragon Guard." Rosalia's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heroic and bright eyes opened, without any trace of sleepiness. It turned out that she had been pretending to be asleep, coordinating a drama with Cassandra, and constantly observing Chu Sheng's character and personality. It seems that your vision is indeed correct. Perhaps serving him is not a bad thing. Knight Ji sat up from the bed, reached out, and touched the empathic slave seal on her collarbone. The seal's light disappeared, and the pattern gradually faded. I fainted while climbing the mountain. Sorry, everyone, or two. Chapter 162, Gathering. Rosalia recalled the perception she had just received and subconsciously touched her neck. She still felt a foreign sensation in her throat. She glanced at the mature and beautiful Cassandra beside her with a strange look. Her mouth looked quite small and delicate. How could it be? Rosalia, do you think Lord Chu Sheng will notice that you are pretending to be asleep? Cassandra smoothed the big wavy hair on her forehead, took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of her lips a few times, and asked quietly. Maybe, but since he chose not to expose it, he has accepted it. Rosalia held Cassandra's hands. This was a rare time for the two centaurs who had depended on each other for a long time to reunite. But after getting Chu Sheng's support, this heartwarming scene should be reproduced from time to time. Mother Cassandra, we deceived Master Chu Sheng like this. Will he use this to embarrass you in the future? Cassandra gently stroked the knight's hair. She was very relieved about this. Lord Chu Sheng is not that kind of person. Besides, what does it matter if he embarrasses me? As long as he doesn't embarrass you, it's fine. If I suffer a little injustice in exchange for you being treated equally, then it would be a good thing. Her eyes were particularly tender. Even though Rosalia was no longer young and had grown into a strong person that she had to look up to, she still treated her as a child. The reason why Cassandra decided to place her hopes on Chu Sheng was not only for her own freedom, but also to help Rosalia avoid a possible unfortunate future. The Holy Dragon Guard has developed to a point where it has long lost its original purity and sacredness. Most of the members of the group have become thugs and bodyguards for the adults of the Tianlong clan, solving all the adults' worries. With Rosalia's looks, figure, and excellent strength and talent, she might be forcibly taken away by a powerful, pure-blooded dragon one day. Cassandra would never allow that to happen. Okay, I'll go pack some things for us. You should think carefully about how to face Master Chu Sheng in the future. After saying that, she gently kissed Rosalia on her smooth white forehead, as if she were a real mother loving her daughter. Cassandra is now full of anticipation for Rosalia's future. She has an irrepressible smile on her face and looks radiant. 2 hours later, the port of Shirlong Island began to become lively and bustling, full of solemnity and awe. A large group of soldiers in magic armor lined up neatly on the shore. There were no less than 3,000 of them. Although the number seems small, the soldiers who are qualified to come to the Shirlong Island are almost all the exclusive guards of the high-level officials of the Tianlong clan. Each of them is above level 5 in strength and is equipped with a full set of magical devices with different functions. They are armed to the teeth. After all, although the Tianlong tribe has a small population, they have a lot of wealth, accounting for more than 99% of the entire country. At the front of the queue were 30 members of the Holy Dragon Guard, each of whom was battle-hardened and possessed outstanding combat experience. And the Centaur Knight Rosalia was among them. In order to take her with him, Chu Sheng even went to talk to Chief Noel about it, and the response he got was naturally, "It's all up to you." Not to mention the matter of Cassandra. In Noel's opinion, if a lower-class person like her can please Chu Sheng with some beauty, it would be nothing even if he gave her 100 or 1,000. Chapter 163 Command. Brother General, I'll trouble you to command me well for the next period of time. On the magic-powered ship where the top brass of the support corps were, the hot dragon girl Yoguang ignored the surrounding gazes and carelessly put her arm around Chu Sheng's shoulders. Sister Yoguang is a powerful 9th-rank fighter. How dare I command you? Chu Sheng laughed awkwardly twice and keenly noticed that the other party put emphasis on the word command, which was obviously a veiled reference to what happened last night. There were constant thorny gazes coming from the surrounding decks, mostly from the younger generation of male dragons of the Tianlong clan. Chief Noel was very sincere in supporting the Forest of Elves this time. In addition to the pillar elders of the 3 major branches, many pure-blooded dragons were also arranged to come. The young male dragons were usually arrogant and condescending, so it was already very frustrating for them to obey Chu Sheng's orders throughout the whole process. As soon as he boarded the boat, he saw the most talented female dragon in the tribe, the one most suitable for a mate, arm in arm with him, their faces almost touching. He wanted to beat Chu Sheng up. Really? I heard many girls in the tribe say that the general brother is very good at commanding. He makes them bend their waists and lower their heads step by step, and then gives them the dragon horn to grab. Ahem. You're the only single dragon lady I know, Sister Yoguang. Where did you hear these rumors? Chu Sheng felt cold sweat starting to appear on his forehead. The hot dragon girl's outspokenness made it obvious that she recognized that he was the one who improved her bloodline. Sniff, sniff. The faint light came closer, and a warm and fragrant breath came to his face, constantly sniffing around Chu Sheng's neck. Just like in Noel's underground secret room, he confirmed the shape and height of the person in front of him by smell. As soon as this intimate gesture came out, the young dragons around looked at Chu Sheng with even more ferocious eyes. They were afraid that if someone took the lead, the others would immediately rush up and beat Chu Sheng up. It's a pity that they have the will but not the courage, and can only stand there helplessly and rage, showing the expression of a victim who looked like the heroine being bullied by the yellow-haired minotaur. Although Chu Sheng is quite thick-skinned, he still doesn't want to attract too much hatred. Otherwise, it would be bad if these petty male dragons trip him up during the battle. He used the piss escape technique and slipped back to his bedroom. He still had to sail in the Sea of Void for about a day anyway. After lying down on the bed for a short nap, Chu Sheng directly entered the strange space he created. He had already let the Snake Girl and the Centaur Girl Cassandra in, and also prepared a special modern black and white maid outfit for the newcomer Cassandra. Perhaps because they knew each other in Batter City, or perhaps because they were from the same lower race, Snake Lady and Cassandra got along quite well in the alien space. As soon as Chu Sheng opened the door of the cabin, he saw 2 people sitting on the sofa, watching the images played on the super large screen. The video on the screen showed a popular science video about maid etiquette that Chu Sheng had prepared for them to learn. After all, according to the current situation, the number of his little slaves may increase in the future. Chu Sheng didn't have time to teach them one by one what they should do and how to serve him. So just let them watch the video and learn by themselves. The snake girl and the centaur girl were staring at the screen intently, not missing any details, with a slight blush on their cheeks. Chu Sheng had an inexplicable feeling. Their expressions didn't look like they were watching a serious video. Chapter 164 Unique Barbecue. Two foreign girls dressed in beautiful maid outfits sat upright on the sofa, their 6 long legs wrapped in white silk stockings swaying in an alluring manner, emitting a white glow under the light in the house. From time to time, conversations between the male master and the beautiful maid could be heard on the super-large screen. Although the snake lady He Pai and the centaur lady Cassandra could not understand the strange language, it did not prevent them from learning with great interest. I see. Spreading cream and jam on the OU should make the OU taste fresher, right? He Pai stared at the picture on the big TV without blinking, subconsciously reaching out to support her plump body, imagining the same scene, but with Chu Sheng as the male protagonist. On the other side, Cassandra shed her previous casualness and composure as a pawnshop owner, sitting in a very dignified and elegant posture, and quickly completed the transformation into the identity of a little slave. The picture on the big TV entered the next stage. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she nodded continuously. It's very valuable as a reference. Neither of them showed much shyness or disgust towards such a scene. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were many cases where slave owners treated slaves in a more brutal and humiliating way than this. Many people would even treat slaves rudely in the streets, just to make others appreciate the slaves' painful faces. In contrast, this breakfast game between the master and the maid seems to them more like a small game to deepen the relationship between master and servant. He Pai and Cassandra looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. As long as it can make Masta happy and get Masta's favor, it's a piece of cake. He Pai, how are you doing with your studies? These should be the traditional customs of Masuda in the Eastern continent. If we can learn them completely, we will definitely be able to let Masuda feel the warmth of home. Of course, Masta is so good to us. I'm learning very seriously. The snake lady patted her chest confidently, causing a stir. She was very grateful to Chu Sheng for taking Cassandra as a slave, which gave her a rare companion. Ahem, Hebe, Cassandra, what are you looking at? Chu Sheng walked over leisurely. He became more and more certain that what they were watching was not a serious lesson on maid etiquette. Masada, welcome back. He Pai was very surprised. She quickly adjusted the skirt of her maid outfit, pulled up Cassandra, who had not yet fully adapted to the new environment, and quickly walked to Chu Sheng. The two stood straight and dignified, with their hands folded in front of their abdomens. They looked at each other with knowing smiles on their lips. Chu Sheng was taken aback by the sudden formality of the two foreign women and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Before he could react, he heard a familiar language from a distant island country from the two women's mouths. "Oh Gai Lines. Gasakinsama." He Pai and Cassandra bent down and bowed 90 degrees skillfully. Their voices were clear and loud, and it looked like they had rehearsed for a while. Chu Sheng. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but his eyes were honestly fixed on the beautiful scenery ahead. Because the maid costumes Chu Sheng prepared for them were not very formal, but more like cosplay, so in such movements, the proud whiteness was suddenly exposed. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of gravity, which could pull the beauty of the girl into a graceful pendulum arc. More importantly, under their maid outfits, they were both wearing the emperor's old clothes. Okay, you guys are going to use this to test Masta, right? He Pi Jiao smiled and raised her head. Masta, this is the welcome home etiquette we just learned. Are you satisfied? Does it feel familiar? Yes, Masta. We also learned things like wake-up etiquette, breakfast etiquette, and tea-pouring etiquette. If you need, we can demonstrate them to you one by one later. Chu Sheng reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He heard the sound coming from the big-screen TV in the living room. I took a look over there and immediately understood. It turned out that when I copied the video in, I confused the serious maid tutorial with the Japanese maid art film. Cassandra walked over with a smile on her face, knelt on the ground, carefully lifted one of Chu Sheng's feet, and took off his leather shoes and socks for him. He Pai also appeared behind Chu Sheng at the right time, gently took off his coat, and hung it on the hanger beside him. You two learned very similarly, very good. Chu Sheng held it in for a long time, and could only praise him for doing a good job. After all, he was the one who got the video in by mistake, so he could only let it go. Mom, you must be tired after a busy day outside. Do you want to eat first? or take a shower first? First. The fragrant bodies of the snake lady and the centaur lady were so close to him that he could even clearly feel their warm breath. Chu Xing couldn't help but come. He Pai's face flushed slightly, and she spoke expectantly. Masta showed us the accessories in great detail. Cassandra, and I can't wait to show them to you one by one. She learned in the so-called maid etiquette training that as long as she did that kind of thing, Masada would be very happy. Maybe it was magic from the eastern continent. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Chu Sheng's stomach made a corresponding sound, and Cassandra smiled knowingly when she heard it. Masta, please follow me. We have prepared delicious food to replenish your magic power and physical strength. The centaur girl took Chu Sheng's hand and pulled him to sit at the dining table, then brought out steaming dishes from the kitchen. Although they are all traditional otherworldly foods such as broth, toast, roast chicken, and dim sum, it can be seen from the exquisite presentation and side dishes that Cassandra must have put a lot of thought into them. It seems that I have not only found a slave, but also a cook. Chu Xing sniffed the food and found it unexpectedly tempting. You know, when he was in Bader City, the food in those taverns was hard for him to swallow. Masta, please open your mouth, To be honest, this kind of service where you just stretch out your hand and eat is the first time Chu Sheng has experienced it after coming to the other world for so long. He followed the local custom and leaned comfortably on the chair, opening his mouth and waiting for the centaur girl to feed him. Cassandra pulled off a chicken leg from the roast chicken sprinkled with many spices and fed it to Chu Sheng. How does it taste, Masta? She stared carefully at Chu Sheng's every expression, her eyes full of anticipation, hoping to hear any word of praise. Even an evaluation like, not bad, would make her very happy. When Cassandra lived with Rosalia in her early years, she cooked almost every day and gradually developed superb cooking skills. It's the kind that makes you sigh, it tastes like mom's after eating it. Chu Xing chewed the chicken thigh briefly and swallowed it, praising it generously. It's delicious. The control of the heat and seasoning is very precise. It's much better than mine. He put a lot of seasonings in the kitchen, and Cassandra was able to tell the amount of each in a short time, which shows her cooking talent. Thank you for the compliment, Masta. Please try some of this barbecue. Although Cassandra looked a little indifferent, she was actually smiling in her heart, and her feeding movements became more gentle and careful. After being arranged to be a slave to the Lord of Bader City, she had been living a life of luxury for a long time, and fortunately her cooking skills had not deteriorated much. While the two of them were feeding each other happily, He Pai was not idle either. She pulled out the chairs around the table, bent down, and was about to crawl under the table. Chu Sheng was halfway through his meal when he raised his hand to stop Snake Lady's movements. Ahem, He Pai, don't rush to show off your learning results. There will be plenty of time later. Oh, okay, Mom. Then you can eat slowly first. He Pai pouted suddenly, and anyone could see the disappointment on her face. Chu Sheng comforted her at the right moment. Don't be sad. When we take a shower later, I'll let you show it slowly, okay? Snake Lady's face suddenly brightened up. Masta, don't regret this. I'm going to review the maid's bathing etiquette right now. Masta, you can look forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Besides, there's something you can help with right now. What's going on, Masuda? Chu Sheng drank a mouthful of broth with Cassandria's help and said with a smile, I want to eat barbecue now. You should be able to help me. There were only a few scraps of food left in front of him. His body was too strong now, and his appetite was almost 10 times that of an ordinary person, yet he could only eat 3/4 full. Barbecue? Do you need me to prepare the grill and skewers? Facing the Snake Lady's puzzled eyes, Chu Sheng smiled and shook his head, pointing to the empty space on the table, and motioned her to climb up. No, all you have to do is lie down on the table. Although Snake Lady was completely confused, she still obediently climbed onto the table and lay down as if she were lying on a bed. She looked at Chu Sheng curiously, waiting for his next instruction. He Pai, you should be able to control fire magic, right? Masta, the magic I can control has fire and light attributes. Chu Xing nodded and took out pieces of raw meat from the space magic device. There was fresh beef and mutton from the real world, monster meat from another world, and even sashimi of special sea beasts from the Sea of Void. Then he took out various barbecue seasonings, sorted them, and put them on plates, and finally processed the meat. He mobilized a wisp of water magic and conjured a water knife out of thin air. In a few seconds, he cut all kinds of raw meat into thin slices, which were very suitable for roasting on the stove. The knife skills are so delicate that the slices of meat are even better than the beef slices in Blue State Ramen. Okay, Hebe, now mobilize your fire magic power and focus on heating your legs. Cash and Leah, go take off her stockings. After hearing Chu Sheng's instructions, The snake lady and the centaur lady suddenly understood what Chu Xing meant by barbecue. No wonder there's no need for a grill. It turns out Heppy's plump legs are a natural oven. This novel and interesting barbecue method was the first time the two had heard of, and they were amazed at Masta's creativity. After He Pai's white silk was taken off, Chu Xing picked up the brush and carefully applied a layer of cooking oil on her fair and beautiful thighs, adding a bit of unique charm to her pink skin. Seeing that Chu Xing's preparations were complete, He Pai immediately mobilized the fire attribute magic power and continuously transported it to his legs, causing the skin temperature to rise rapidly. Sizzle. In just a blink of an eye, the oil on the surface has been heated to the optimal temperature. Chu Xing picked up a thin piece of sea beast meat and placed it on He Pai's oil-coated leg. An immediate aroma was instantly released. This unique barbecue method was something he came up with on a whim, so he just put it into practice. The main reason was that he saw on the big TV in the living room a maid spreading meat sauce on lotus root pie to feed it. The scene was quite impactful, and it stimulated his imagination. In just over 10 seconds, the sea beast meat was cooked to 7/10 doneness. Simply brush it with sauce and sprinkle with barbecue powder, and the rich hot aroma filled the house. At this time, the advantages of magic flames over real-world flames are revealed. Generally speaking, barbecue in the real world often takes a long time, and because the heat is difficult to control and the heating is uneven, it will always be a little burnt. But there are no such problems with the magic flame. He Pai can accurately control the temperature at a certain level to ensure that the sea beast meat will not be burnt, and there will be no smoke during the roasting process. It can be said to be both green and environmentally friendly. Pick up the sizzling slices of meat that have just been grilled and put them into your mouth. Although it does not have the woody aroma of charcoal fire, it has a unique taste given by magic, which is quite special. How does Masta taste? He Pai asked curiously. This was the first time she tried to roast something by heating herself. She was afraid that the sea beast meat would be mixed with the taste of her own thigh snake meat. Very good, Kazanlija. Would you like to try a piece? Chu Xing bit off half of the sea monster meat and handed it to the centaur girl's mouth with chopsticks. Kazanlija was a little flattered. She naturally didn't mind that Chu Xing had already taken a bite of the meat. On the contrary, she felt that this was Chu Xing's intentional acceptance of her, and her heart was warm. Sure enough, my vision was not wrong. She tried her best to maintain an elegant posture and took the half-eaten piece of sea beast meat with her pink lips, her eyes full of gratitude. Masa's meat slices are delicious. Kazanlija made a comfortable sound, and her words were a little unclear, so that the last word of the word meat slices vaguely turned into some strange tone. Okay, I've demonstrated it. From now on, you're in charge of baking, and I'll just eat it. The centaur girl nodded respectfully. For her, who had good cooking skills, grilling was a piece of cake. She could learn it after watching it once. After a while, more than half of the more than 10 pounds of raw meat on the table were consumed, and Chu Xing was also half full. He stopped what he was saying and looked at other parts of He Pai's body with a thoughtful expression. What's wrong, Mom? Are you full? Kazanlija placed the roasted meat slices on a plate, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the hot sweat from Chu Xing's forehead. Chu Xing shook his head. This amount of meat was nothing to him. If he wanted to, he could just eat a whole cow. Sorry, my legs might be a little sweaty. He Pai thought that it was because of the sweat on her legs that the flavor of the meat slices had changed subtly, causing Chu Xing to put down his chopsticks and quickly apologize. It's not your fault. I just want to change the place of the meat slices and give them a different flavor. Chu Xing stroked his chin, lost in thought about the source of magic power. Is it possible that magic power released through different parts of the body will produce different fluctuations or densities? Will this extremely subtle difference affect the base flavor of the barbecue? Thinking of this, Chu Xing did not hesitate and immediately started the experiment. He Pai, turn over. I want to try the pork bone barbecue. Yes, Masuda. Snake Lady originally thought Chu Xing was going to move the oven to her abdomen or collarbone, but she didn't expect it to be. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she did as she was told, even raising the height of the oven. Chu Xing's appetite was aroused by what he saw, and he took out a bowl of rice from the space magic device. The beauty goes well with the delicious pork, and the delicious roasted pork is so delicious that it is too appetizing to eat. This barbecue meal lasted until the evening, and Chu Xing had an endless aftertaste for its unique flavor. He plans to try using Cassandra as the grill next time, and then try cheese-flavored barbecue, which should be no less delicious than pork bone flavor. On the other side, unlike Chu Xing and the other two who were in a harmonious atmosphere, the beautiful dragon mother Lady of China seemed a little upset at the moment. After Chu Xing landed on the Shilong Island and entered the temple, she was kept on the boat and knew almost nothing about what happened afterwards. But after seeing the huge number of support troops and many powerful Tianlong people, Achina roughly understood what had happened. His father's plan and revenge must have failed. Otherwise, Chu Sheng wouldn't be wandering around the boat in good health, looking refreshed. Originally, with the skill of Chief Noel, the tribe members who made mistakes would not be punished too severely. However, after asking a tribe member, he learned the cruelty behind it. It turned out that Chief Noel used this to establish his authority, and many people from the Purple Clan were severely punished. Those who were imprisoned, those who were exiled, and the severity of the punishment was something that had not been seen in thousands of years. Chu Shengyu. Mrs. Achina went out to relax at night. Although she knew that her father's fate was probably his own fault, she felt compelled to blame Chu Sheng emotionally. Her son and husband died directly or indirectly at the hands of the other party, and now even her father is in jail because of this. This update is 5,000 words long, and the next one has already been written. However, there have been fewer updates in the past few days, and a sudden large number of updates may easily be mistaken for AI banning the book. I will post it directly tomorrow at noon without delay. Chapter 165 Sea Seal. The night wind on the Sea of Void was very strong, causing Achina's gauze skirt to sway continuously. She stared silently at the endless horizon, feeling that the road ahead was confusing and dark. I have nothing left. Even if I cut Chu Sheng into pieces, what can I get in return? Just when I was feeling extremely depressed, I heard the crisp sound of heels hitting the deck behind me. Turning back, she saw her enemy Chu Sheng slowly walking towards her, holding a special snack that Achina had never seen before. Mrs. Achina, this is the fried milk I specially prepared. I think you will like it. No matter how many times he looked at it, Chu Sheng was intoxicated by the beautiful figure of the dragon mother, as if she had some terrible and alluring magic power, even though he had sealed her with the magic stone. The tall and proud round figure, plump and tender waist and hips, set off by a long gauze dress, exudes a fatal mature charm to young people. Even though Chu Sheng has increased the blood concentration of more than a dozen dragon girls, those girls do not have the widow's sense of guilt like Achina. No wonder Chao Zhe has a market everywhere. I've told you several times not to send desserts over at night, but you never remembered. Did you do that on purpose? The beautiful dragon mother was already upset, so she naturally didn't have a good face towards Chu Sheng. She crossed her arms over her chest, and her condescending gaze was full of contempt. Achina suspected that Chu Sheng came here on purpose to humiliate her. Chekhov's revenge failed, and his family could hardly recover. The hatred for losing my son may be difficult to eliminate. Chu Sheng certainly wouldn't do such a boring thing. He handed the snack to the other person's mouth and shrugged. I'm simply here to bring some midnight snacks to my wife, and to help you break the magic restraints on your body. Women always say one thing and mean another, and Dragon Lady is no exception. Achina always asked Chu Sheng not to send snacks over at night, but she would eat all of them without leaving any. Release my magical restraints? Is this charity? Or do you want me to work for you? The beautiful dragon mother's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but soon returned to calm. She knew that given their current relationship, Chu Sheng must have some purpose in doing this. Madam is indeed a smart person, but you should eat some snacks first. They won't taste good if they get cold. Chu Sheng simply picked up a piece of fried milk with a golden and crispy surface and brought it directly to the bright corner of the beautiful dragon mother's lips. Because of the huge height difference between the two, Chu Sheng had to stretch his hand as high as possible, which looked a little funny. Achina frowned. She didn't have much appetite at the moment, but because of the exclusive slave seal, she couldn't resist her master's behavior. Her red lips opened naturally, and she gently bit the fried milk. In an instant, the rich milk aroma bloomed in her mouth, and it tasted unexpectedly good. This snack is called fried milk. Before she put it in her mouth, Achina had no idea what it tasted like. How could milk be fried? How is it? This is my first time making this kind of dessert. Does it taste good to my wife's liking? Chu Sheng had just finished eating Snake Lady's pork bone barbecue, and took the time to make this on the pork bone grill. After tasting it, he found it was okay. The beautiful dragon queen did not answer, but used her hand movements to express her love for the fried milk. In a short while, she finished a plate of more than 10 pieces of fried milk, took out a handkerchief and wiped her red lips elegantly, and her eyes immediately returned to their previous scrutiny and contempt. I will soon return to the elf forest. There will be an inevitable war with the human empire and the orcs. I hope Lady Achina can lend me a hand. Chu Sheng looked into the eyes of the beautiful dragon mother with the most sincere eyes possible. According to his estimation, after releasing Achina's magic restraints, she should be able to break through to the 9th level soon. Why not have a 9th order imperial magician as your personal bodyguard? Although the Tianlong clan has sent out several Ninth Order warriors who are sailing on other ships at this time, no one would complain about the lack of top combat power, right? Achina raised her head slightly, her tone full of teasing. Aren't you afraid that after I lift the ban, I will kill the slaves and friends around you? After all, I can't hurt you, but I can hurt others. You will probably regret this decision then. Chu Sheng was very relieved about this. After a brief contact with the beautiful dragon mother, he had some understanding of her character. This dragon girl values her own dignity very much and is also very proud. In her opinion, the Tianlong clan is superior, and she, as a candidate for the clan leader, is even more so. He was so noble that speaking a few words to a slave was a blessing. How could he do such a stupid thing that seemed unwise just to irritate Chu Sheng? I believe that you, madam, possess the pride and dignity of the Tianlong clan and would not embarrass the people and slaves of your own country. There is no need to involve irrelevant people in the feud between us. What do you think? Achina still hugged her chest, with a non-committal expression, and snorted slightly. She had to admit that Chu Sheng was right. She was just using these words as an opportunity to find out Chu Sheng's purpose in releasing her from the ban. Chu Sheng didn't waste any more words and took out the black magic forbidden stone from the space magic device. It contained almost all of Achina's magic power and emitted terrifying fluctuations that were enough to distort the surrounding space. He placed the magic forbidden stone on the plump and warm chest of the beautiful dragon mother. After all, this was the place closest to the source of magic, and he couldn't help but feel a wonderful touch. Achina's lips curled up into a slightly disdainful smile. She thought Chu Sheng did this just to win some of her gratitude and favor, and to subtly make her give up the idea of revenge. As waves of magic power surged out from the forbidden magic stone, the magic power was mixed with various colors, corresponding to different attributes, which showed the strength of Achina's own magical talent. The light faded, and Achina's body was once again washed by the thick magic power. The feeling of the long-lost power returning was indescribably wonderful. She raised her bare hand slightly, and surging dragon flames suddenly emerged, illuminating the boundless darkness of the Sea of Void, and scaring the sea beasts under the sea surface back to the bottom. A fierce look appeared in Achina's beautiful eyes. The return of power was accompanied by her pride and ambition. The dragon flame continued to rise, and was about to engulf Chu Sheng in front of her. However, these terrifying flames that could melt everything shrank back uncontrollably when they were half a meter away from Chu Sheng, as if they sensed danger. You're lucky I couldn't break the bonds of the slave seal. You can live another day. The beautiful dragon mother withdrew the dragon flame from her palm and stopped asking for trouble. She stood proudly on the deck, with a rare hint of pleading in her tone. I can help you fight and I can obey your orders, but you also have to agree to a few conditions. If you can't do that, I would rather you keep me locked up. Madam, please speak. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, everything is negotiable. First, you must not let me face an opponent much stronger than me. That would be tantamount to committing suicide. Second, you must not order me around or give me orders in front of outsiders. Give me the most basic respect. Third, that's all for now. I'll come back to you later. The mature and noble dragon mother glanced at Chu Sheng, her beautiful and proud figure standing against the sea breeze, waiting for his answer. This small request was naturally nothing. Chu Sheng nodded without even thinking. Okay, then, I wish you and my wife a happy cooperation. He stretched out his hand tentatively, and after a brief silence and calmness, Achina finally stretched out her hand as well. The two enemies simply shook hands, and then withdrew. Chu Sheng had a smile on his face, while the beautiful dragon mother remained arrogant. Now that I've finished my work, I won't bother you anymore, madam. Good night. Chu Sheng greeted him, and since his goal had been achieved, there was no need to argue any further. He released Achina because, of course, he wanted someone like Melee Da as his thug and bodyguard, but he also had some more obscure motives. There are many members of the Tianlong clan from the Purple Clan branch in the support corps, and some of them have a good relationship with Achina's family. Chu Sheng lifted the ban on Achina and allowed her to move freely, which undoubtedly sent a signal to these people, a signal of temporarily letting go of grudges, which could more or less prevent those purple members from making small moves behind the scenes. However, before he took a few steps, he heard the voice of the beautiful dragon mother trying to keep him. Wait, the work is not done yet. Chu Sheng turned around in surprise and asked curiously, Madam, is there anything else? Achina hesitated for a moment, a blush appearing on her sexy and beautiful face. After adjusting her attitude, she spoke calmly. It's been several days since I last reinforced the slave seal. Aren't you afraid that I might suddenly break through it? Chu Sheng. He counted on his fingers in his mind. It was indeed several days since he last maintained the exclusive slave seal, but this thing could only last for a week at a time. There was no need to be so anxious, right? Could it be that this widow of the Tianlong clan has become addicted to it? The more Chu Xing thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. After all, although Achina had been married to Dovran for many years and had created a Don Quixote through the magic of dragon blood, she did not become a real woman until he appeared. If we do a little calculation, Achina's age compared with humans is about 30 years old, which is the age of a wolf and a tiger. It is not surprising to think about it this way. Ma'am, shall we go to your cabin now? Unexpectedly, Achina shook her head decisively, pointed to the deck next to her, and said in a light tone, "Don't bother, just do it here. Start quickly and finish quickly. Don't disturb my rest later." Right here? Chu Xing was startled and looked at the widow in front of him with strange eyes. This was the deck of a ship. Although it was almost dawn and everyone had gone back to the house to rest, it was still a bit bold. In an instant, his mind flashed to the art film he had once watched, Exposure to the Wild. "What's that look in your eyes? Do you think I'm a shameless woman? I just don't want you to dirty my bed. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep later." Madame Achina glanced at Chu Xing coldly. The reason why she suddenly brought up this matter was not because she had tasted the sweetness of it, nor was she easily controlled by desire, but because she sensed the rapid increase in blood concentration. His magic power had been sealed by the forbidden magic stone, so naturally, he couldn't use his mental power to sense the various conditions of his body. Now that the seal has been released, Achina is keenly aware that the concentration of her own blood has increased by a terrifying 10%. This almost unbelievable improvement is much more powerful than the real dragon blood pool on the first Dragon Island. After a little investigation, it was discovered that the power to enhance bloodline came from the precious medicine left there when Chu Xing maintained the exclusive slave seal last time. Even the 8th level peak magic strength that had stagnated for many years began to show some signs of loosening. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could take that crucial step. That's why Achina is so impatient. She wants to try to maintain the seal this time, break through to the 9th level, and further break the slave seal. Even if he couldn't break it, he would no longer have to look at the face of that woman Yoguang and be on equal footing in terms of strength. What are you waiting for? Afraid of being seen? Then you underestimate my abilities. The beautiful dragon mother simply mobilized her magic power and instantly set up an invisible barrier around her, which could block all outside perception of the inside. It was more powerful than Chu Xing's space magic circle. Then she turned around and lay on the railing at the side of the boat, and even made a horse stance-like movement with her legs to take into account Chu Xing's height. "Excuse me, madam, but please allow me to touch your noble dragon horn. With the exclusive slave seal, how can I refuse?" The beautiful dragon mother rolled her eyes at Chu Xing in a charming manner, then turned her head away and stopped talking. She just used her beautiful back that gave people endless reverie and the plump and round curve of her waist and hips to send a silent invitation to Chu Xing. Chu Xing walked over silently. Since Long Nyang had already taken the initiative to speak, he naturally would not refuse. Grabbing a dragon horn in one hand, with the gentle breeze of the void sea, all sounds were drowned in the rolling waves. At night, terrifying space hurricanes suddenly blew up in the sea of void. Even though the ships supporting the Legion were equipped with magic circles to maintain stability, they were still shaken violently. Chu Xing and Lady Achina were still leaning on the railing. Thanks to the help of the hurricane, Chu Xing could completely unload the force and maintain the slave seal only by relying on the shaking of the ship caused by the wind and waves. This is a completely new experience. In comparison, the large vehicles I drove before felt like horse-drawn carriages, but this time it felt like an advancement to a sedan. Until the wind and waves died down, the deck returned to its earlier silence, and both the man and the dragon remained silent. Chu Xing was sensing the exclusive slave seal, which was becoming increasingly solid. He estimated that no matter how hard the beautiful dragon mother tried, she would never be able to break through it. Achina was sensing the concentration of her own blood. Although the improvement was not as strong as last time, it still had a very obvious effect. She was really only one step away from the 9th level. As the rising sun slowly emerged from the horizon and the ship was once again illuminated by warm light, many crew members and slaves began to get up and work to maintain the ship's fastest speed. A goat slave girl is using magic to sweep the deck of a ship, which is not only efficient, but also much cleaner than an ordinary broom. Why is there such a large water stain here? Was the hurricane last night that violent? The goat girl looked thoughtful. This magical ship was equipped with a stabilizing magic circle, and the hull was hundreds of meters high. No matter how big the waves were, they wouldn't be able to roll the seawater onto the deck. The young leader beside her saw that she seemed to be slacking off and immediately frowned and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Clean it up quickly. You won't be able to handle it if the adults slip and step on it." On the other side, the beautiful dragon mother of China has returned to her cabin. She is going to start a short retreat and strive to break through to the 9th level when she reaches the Forest of Elves. Having lost her relatives and family, she can now only focus all her energy and attention on improving her strength. Chu Xing also returned to his own small alien space. Although the cabin was quite luxurious, it was not as safe as his own little home. With my head resting on the snake girl's warm heart and my legs resting on the centaur girl's agile long legs, it is so comfortable to catch up on my sleep. He was not worried at all about the support legion outside, because the black-skinned elf girl Erin would handle almost 80 to 90% of the matters for him. Although Erlin's strength is nothing now, her identity as the personal guard of the elven princess still makes her count. If there is something that she cannot handle, she will knock on the magic device in the other space and call Chu Xing out. Although the sailing days were boring, fortunately, they were not too long. 2 days later, the support corps left the Void Sea and arrived at Yinlong City. They gathered the ordinary troops that were waiting there and marched again. In the next 3 days, the Legion marched all the way to the northern border. In many cities along the way, some local nobles' guards joined the main force, and the Legion became stronger and stronger. As they were about to reach the border, the total number of the support corps had reached a terrifying 50,000. Such a formation could easily take down some weak countries. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom adopted a policy of seclusion, so the Human Kingdom did not receive any accurate news about this large-scale march. In the distance, on the other side of the Human Kingdom in the border area, an ancient and dilapidated town was seen. Thick black smoke began to rise from the slightly short and dilapidated city wall, and inside the city, a magic circle covering the entire city was fluctuating and glowing. That was sending a message to the surrounding cities, foreshadowing the enemy's attack. After all, the support legion was a huge mass of troops. Most border lords would have run away with their families upon seeing it. It was possible that the people in the city had already heard the news and had fled. For a small border town like this, it's lucky to have a few hundred defenders. In front of 50,000 people, are you waiting to die if you don't run away? The rumbling sound of carriages and horses echoed on the road leading to the dilapidated town. The Legion stopped in front of the flimsy city gate and did not choose to force its way in. The hot dragon girl Yoguang was the de facto leader of this support group. She stepped out of the luxurious carriage with a heroic demeanor and stood in front of the city gate. Her voice, fueled by her fighting spirit, could be heard for miles around. "I am Yoguang of the Dragon Kingdom's Celestial Dragon Clan. I am leading my men to the Elf Forest to aid in the war against the orcs. Lord, please open the gate and allow us to pass through." Chapter 166 Border Town. Residents of the city, don't be afraid. I can guarantee that the army will never harm anyone. We have an alliance with many countries. If you break your oath, you will be suppressed by all the countries. After Yoguang's voice spread throughout the city, a soldier in armor cautiously pushed open the city gate and walked over, saying carefully, "Please wait here for a moment, my lords. Our commander is on the way." After he finished speaking, he immediately ran back to the city. Although the other side was just passing through and was a friendly force of the Dragon Kingdom, who knew whether it was true or not. "Please don't keep us waiting," Yoguang replied indifferently. It's hard to say whether the leader of this small border town is too careless or too inexperienced to let an army of tens of thousands of people wait here. But the support corps' important task right now is to rush to the Elf Forest. There is no need to clash with the border guards and delay the march. If the Human Kingdom has evil intentions, it will inevitably launch a sneak attack from the rear of the Legion, cut off the army's retreat, and intercept the logistics. But Patriarch Noel and several clan leaders were not stupid, and they had naturally anticipated this. They have already stockpiled troops on various borders. As soon as they discover any small move by the Human Kingdom, they will launch a war on other borders to divert most of the attention of the human army. Soon, a tall woman wearing a skirt and armor walked out of the city gate and came in front of Yoguang, Chu Xing, and others. She has clean and refreshing short purple hair and slightly slanted eyes. She looks smart and capable, but also has the charm of a mature woman. The armor on her chest was specially designed with a high bulge to suit her broad-minded character, but her lower abdomen and calves were abnormally not covered by any armor, revealing her fair and smooth skin. It was obvious that this female commander was not a battle-hardened general, or she had not cultivated the power of the fighting spirit system, because there was no sign of any training on her body. She wore a cross pendant around her neck, engraved with many complex spells, which was simple and solemn. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. This pendant made him doubt the identity of the visitor. This woman did not look like a regular city lord, but rather like a member of the Holy Church of the Human Kingdom. Moreover, the fluctuations emitted by the opponent were very strange. He couldn't even see how strong he was. It was obvious that there was a concealed magic device. Ms. Yoguang, Mr. Chu Sheng, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've already been notified of your arrival. You're welcome. Just call me Luadi. Already received a notification? Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that a big man behind the Human Kingdom had already made preparations to deal with the army of the Dragon Kingdom. This woman from the Holy Church may have come here for this reason. I don't know what the situation is like in the Elf Forest now. Mother Tiffany, you must hold on. Ms. Lodi, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and see us. Could you please open the city gates now and let our army pass? He didn't know this woman, but subconsciously felt that she was not as simple as she seemed. Maybe she was the secretary of a big boss. Yes, the orcs have invaded the elf forest. Time is running out. I hope Ms. Lottie will understand. The dark-skinned elf girl, Ellen, stepped forward at the right time. As they approached the elf forest, her worries and uneasiness began to gradually emerge, and she couldn't wait to go back. Of course, that's fine. However, please ensure that the troops do not harass the civilian population along the way, to avoid causing unrest and panic and unnecessary public criticism. The Empire will not stand idly by then. Although Luo Ti's tone was calm and indifferent when she spoke, the implication behind it made Yoguang and Chu Sheng's eyes look a little more serious. The two exchanged glances, and Chu Sheng didn't resort to any roundabout formalities, but directly retorted. Please rest assured, Ms. Lodi and your leaders, we will definitely control the troops, enforce strict military discipline, and not affect the lives of the people along the way, but... He changed the subject. Surely there won't be a bunch of ragtag troops suddenly appearing under the name of the Dragon Nation Legion, burning, killing, looting, and committing all sorts of atrocities? Or perhaps bandits disguised as civilians will try to trip up the Legion along the way. Chu Sheng stared at Luo Ti's expression, trying to find some flaws on that beautiful and indifferent face. Considering the Human Kingdom's previous sneaky attack on the Elf Forest, the probability of such a trick is quite high, so we have to be on guard. However, Lodi acted flawlessly, maintaining a professional smile. Mr. Chu Sheng, you're joking. If someone of unknown origin really appears and pretends to be the Dragon Nation's military, we will definitely deal with them severely. Alright, I've recorded what Ms. Lottie just said with my magic device. If something like this ever happens again, we won't sit idly by and watch our reputation get ruined. Chu Sheng took out a magic recording device from his arms and played back what Luo Ti had just said. Lottie. Her signature smile suddenly became a little difficult to hold back. She never expected Chu Sheng to do such a stupid thing. Fortunately, this kind of polite talk was harmless. Lodi turned around and shouted to the soldiers on the city wall. Open all the city gates and let them pass. The soldier nodded in response and controlled the magic mechanism above. With a rumbling sound, the slightly dilapidated city gate was completely opened. Chu Sheng really wanted to complain that this kind of city gate probably couldn't even defend against larger monsters, and it would be broken by a direct collision, and the top management was reluctant to replace it with a new one. Yoguang began to command his men, and the support legion formed an orderly array and quickly passed through the city gate and headed into the city, striving to reach the elf forest as quickly as possible. Chu Sheng was about to leave with AI Erlin when he was stopped by Lottie behind him. Ms. Lottie, do you have any further advice? He deliberately used the word instruction to indicate that the other party did not need to say polite words anymore, and could just directly tell the boss behind you what he meant, and everyone could speak frankly. Lodi touched the cross pendant on her collar, made a prayer gesture, and muttered words like supreme will. Please believe, Mr. Chu Sheng, no matter what the situation is in the elf forest, the Holy Church will always stand on the opposite side of the orcs. The opposite of the orcs, but that doesn't rule out the opposite of the elf forest, right? Chu Sheng shrugged his shoulders without commenting. We have a common enemy eyeing us covetously. I certainly believe in Ms. Lottie's position. As long as there is enough sincerity, the elf forest and the human kingdom can reconcile. He finally understood that the human kingdom was not a monolithic entity and was likely to be divided into numerous factions, which was much more complicated than the three major branches within the Tianlong clan. The holy church that this woman belongs to might have different goals from the officials of the Holy Ronin Empire regarding the attack on the Forest of Elves. Luo Ti's signature smile returned to her face. I'll help convey Mr. Chu Sheng's words. I also wanted to ask if the Tree of Life in the Elf Forest is still safe and sound. Of course it's great. Just lying in the life leaf for a few minutes will allow you to grow new limbs. If you lie there longer, you might even be able to come back to life. That's great. With the existence of the Tree of Life, the Forest of Elves will surely endure forever. May the Holy Church and the elves remain friends for generations to come, and together we will reach a beautiful new world. Luo Ti's eyes suddenly brightened a little, and she made a respectful etiquette gesture unique to the Holy Church to Chu Sheng, watching them leave. Her words and actions clearly give people a sense of seriousness and solemnity, but the expression she reveals from time to time is always a bit frivolous and coquettish. The support army marched through the dilapidated border town. The few people along the way stood on both sides of the road curiously, feeling a deep fear of this suddenly appearing army. Many people have a premonition that the Empire is about to enter a turbulent period of endless wars and disasters. Chu Sheng and Ai Erlin caught up with the carriage at the front of the team. The hot dragon girl Yoguang showed her queen-like face from the window and urged, "What are you talking about in the back? Come up quickly." Chu Sheng brought the dark-skinned elf girl into the carriage and asked directly, "Sister Yoguang, can you tell the depth of that woman named Lottie?" The hot dragon girl smiled meaningfully when she heard this. "Shouldn't you be the one to confirm this kind of thing yourself? I'm not like you. I don't have that kind of good stuff." As she spoke, her gaze subconsciously fell on the place that helped her increase the concentration of her blood, revealing a bit of amusement and expectation. Chu Sheng. 7,500 words today, and the number will continue to increase slowly tomorrow, and it should be at least 10,000, or 2. Chapter 167 Monster Tide. Chu Sheng was a little speechless. Ever since Yoguang guessed that he could increase the concentration of his blood, he always used this to tease him from time to time. She doesn't say it explicitly, but she often tells dirty jokes, and she seems to be turning into an old driver. Of course, this is also related to her carefree, bold, and unrestrained personality. She has a boldness that other foreign girls do not have, and she often touches Chu Sheng in front of countless soldiers. Just kidding. That woman is very mysterious and definitely not simple. I think her strength is not inferior to mine. The hot dragon girl put away her playful expression and her eyes became more serious. She vaguely sensed a dark, murderous intent from Lottie that seemed to come from the abyss. She's the type of typical femme fatale who looks amiable on the surface, but is likely to give you a hard time at a critical moment. Chu Sheng was a little curious. Any woman who jumps out is not weaker than Sister Yoguang. The human side is well prepared. Hey, you're being a bit rude. Am I some random person? That woman is definitely a high-ranking member of the Holy Church of the Human Empire. We just don't know her. That's not what I meant. Before he finished speaking, Yoguang came forward and pushed Chu Sheng down onto the soft chair in the carriage. One hand kept kneading his face, and the other hand was not idle, and began to do some sneaky little tricks. Chu Sheng had the expression of a chaste and virtuous man who would rather die than surrender. The more familiar he became with Yoguang, the more relaxed this dragon girl became, and she always tried to take advantage of him intentionally or unintentionally. Although Chu Sheng showed some resistance, he was actually secretly happy in his heart. After all, being able to be close to such a big dragon girl all the time would make him feel good every day. Sister Yoguang is the youngest 9th-rank warrior of the Tianlong clan. Her talent is at the T0 level in the entire continent. What's Luoti's level? How can she compare with you? That's more like it. Chu Sheng allowed the other party to continue to ravage his face and asked curiously, "Sister Yoguang, we're only a day's journey from the elf forest. By then, our enemies might not just be the orcs. Are you confident?" The hot dragon girl had pinched her face enough, and she lay down on the cushion next to her, patting her chest confidently, causing waves of graceful movements. Of course, our Tianlong warriors are just few in number, but when it comes to strength of the same level, the orcs have to stand aside. It's no wonder that Yoguang is so confident. If we really talk about physical talent, although orcs are strong, they are still inferior to pure-blooded dragons. Moreover, the price orcs paid for obtaining their physical talents was that they could not practice magic, but pure-blooded dragons did not have this restriction, and many celestial dragons practiced both magic and martial arts. It's like on one side there is an ordinary heavy-armored warrior, but on the other side there is a magic warrior who can continuously add various buffs to himself. It is clear at a glance who is stronger and who has better values. Thinking of this, Yoguang immediately propped up his head with his arms and looked at Chu Sheng, laughing. "If I help you resolve the orc crisis this time, what will you repay me with? I don't have any other intentions. After all, the elf forest is generally known to be relatively simple." Chu Sheng had a deep understanding of this. Rather than saying that the elf forest was simple, it would be more appropriate to say that it was poor. Although the Dragon Kingdom and the Holy Iranian Empire are not very advanced, they can at least be considered to have some medieval magic level, while the Elf Forest is a pure primitive tribe. As long as Sister Yogwang is willing to do her best to help, no matter what the final outcome is, I am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany the beauty. The two of them lay there chatting leisurely. Perhaps because the battle was approaching, they both cherished this last peace before the storm. The hot dragon girl's arm unconsciously began to rest on Chu Sheng, and Chu Sheng also raised his fingers and pinched the soft flesh under Yogwang's armpit a few times. This is the wonderful treasure land that Chu Sheng discovered in the carriage these 2 days. It has a unique soft touch and is completely different from the skin on other parts of Yogwang's body. Other parts of the body have obvious signs of exercise, so although they are also very good, they are all firm and tight, lacking the softness and warmth of this part. Chu Sheng couldn't help but think, if Sister Yogwang pressed her arms together and closed her beautiful armpits, would it be a bit like? Yogwang was indifferent and let Chu Sheng play with it. In her opinion, this was just a little hobby like a boy liking to pull a girl's hair, which helped to enhance the relationship. It's so itchy. If you keep doing this, I'm going to tickle you too. Yogwang laughed, thinking that after the battle, when he was sweating all over, he would take the opportunity to use this to smother Chu Sheng's face and see if he would be so aggressive in the future. The support corps moved forward all the way, and the humans did not cause any trouble along the way to hinder the journey. It was so smooth that Chu Sheng and Yogwang felt it was a little abnormal. Lord Yogwang, General Chu Sheng, we've spotted many hastily moving carriages a few miles ahead. Most of them are carrying families, seemingly on the run. This might slow down our army's progress. Chu Sheng and Yogwang looked at each other. They had just said that they didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and now they are here? Lead the way, I'll go see what's going on. Chu Sheng volunteered to get off the carriage and prepared to go to the front to see what was going on. Generally, when civilians and their families migrate and flee, it is either a natural disaster or a war. Could it be that the Elf Forest not only resisted the offensive of humans and orcs, but also counterattacked into the human territory? Chu Sheng threw this thought aside a second after it appeared. The probability was even lower than that the marriage partner in the game was actually a country girl or a nerd in real life. It was just a thought. Accompanying Chu Sheng was the Centaur Knight Rosalia, a member of the Holy Dragon Guard. Her appearance was still beautiful and heroic. Her waist-length brown hair was tied into a neat and combat-friendly braid, and she looked heroic, like a Valkyrie walking out of Valhalla. The soft armor on her body was obviously tailored to her body curves, completely protecting her plump upper body while also covering her waist, hips, and legs. Chu Sheng noticed that there was a leather saddle on Rosalia's horse today, which was something that had not been seen before and was only possessed by centaurs who were taken as slaves. General Chu Sheng, please come up. You are the commander-in-chief of our army. If you go out without a suitable mount, it will undermine your dignity. Rosalia came to Chu Sheng and knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully, waiting for Chu Sheng to get on the horse. That's not good. You're a member of the Holy Dragon Guard, representing the face of the Celestial Dragon clan. Why would you be so inferior to others? Chu Sheng blinked his eyes. It turned out that this saddle was prepared for him. He had never ridden a horse before and had always wanted to try it, but had been delayed by various things. He had planned to take Casanria out for a few laps when he had time, but he didn't expect Rosalia to want to get there first. General, you may not know that in our centaur tradition, the stronger one who has defeated us has the right to ride the defeated one. This is not a humiliation, but a symbol of majesty and glory. Rosalia explained, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, as if being Chu Sheng's mount was something to be proud of for her. Back then in the temple on the first Dragon Island, Chu Sheng had easily defeated the unsuspecting Rosalia with just a space spell, and he was indeed qualified to ride her. Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, let me tell you in advance that I can't ride a horse. Don't laugh at me if I make a fool of myself later. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes, leaped up and sat on the Centaur Knight's saddle, sitting firmly. Although Chu Sheng's weight is ridiculously heavy for ordinary people, for Rosalia, an 8th level fighter, it is not much different from carrying a feather on his back and will hardly have any impact. Rosalia stood up steadily, pursed her lips, a blush flashed across her cheeks for a moment, and then she immediately regained her composure. General, please hold on tight. The road ahead is a bit bumpy. She felt a little guilty because what she said just now was made up on the spur of the moment. The centaurs had no tradition of the strong riding the weak. There is only one tradition that has been preserved from thousands of years ago. That is, only the centaur's master or lover can ride on the back of the centaur. However, the centaurs later became an inferior tribe in the Dragon Kingdom, and most of their members were taken as slaves, so this tradition could no longer be maintained. Because the masters will basically let the centaur slaves serve as mounts for other guests. Firstly, because they are fast enough, and secondly, because they are comfortable enough to ride, which is much better than ordinary monsters for transportation. I really want to steady it, but where should I hold on to? Chu Xing spoke with a hint of doubt. Ordinary horses can be tied with reins to prevent them from falling, but there is obviously no such thing on Rosalia's back. Should I hold my waist directly, or should I hold the round armrests? Master Chu Sheng, please feel free to do as you please. Don't worry about me feeling uncomfortable. Your own safety is the top priority. While speaking, Luo Salia intentionally or unintentionally straightened her pride. Coupled with that serious expression, Chu Xing always felt that she was seducing him. Since Knight Ji has spoken, he naturally won't be polite. The centaur knight snorted softly, the blush on her face spreading further, and she tried hard to control herself and suppress the strange sound. She took a few deep breaths, calmed herself down, and tried her best to ignore the strange numbness in her chest. General Chu Sheng, are you sitting tight? Can we leave now? Chu Sheng nodded with a strange expression on his face and said nonchalantly, let's move on. Find out what's going on ahead as soon as possible and don't delay the army's progress. He didn't need to clamp his legs on the horse's back. Knight Ji moved his powerful and slender legs and rushed out like a flash of lightning, carrying Chu Sheng. Rosalia's upper body was taller than Chu Sheng's, blocking most of the strong wind from the front for him. The surrounding scenery appeared with double images, which showed how fast the speed was. Chu Sheng felt that this leg power was much faster than the supercars in the real world. The sprint speed was at least 300 or 400 miles per hour, and this was when Rosalia didn't exert much effort. If Knight Ji used all his strength to activate his leg fighting spirit, breaking the speed of sound would be easy. More importantly, the comfort of sitting on the back is also very good. You can't feel any shaking or bumps at all. If you hold the round armrests, it really is seducing. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng immediately held the armrest tighter and could clearly feel the centaur knight's delicate body shaking slightly. No wonder the centaur girl didn't wear hard armor today, but full body soft armor. It turns out it was for this. Chu Sheng found it a little funny. If Rosalia was wearing the kind of magic armor with maximum defense, the protective device in front of her would definitely be too rigid and she would not be able to stay at all. It's a pity that happy times are always short. This unique horseback riding journey was not far, but it was over in the blink of an eye. General Chu Sheng, we are here. Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Chu Sheng reluctantly withdrew his hand and jumped off the centaur knight's back. He saw a row of carriages on the main road ahead, which almost blocked the road. It's quite similar to the grand scene on the highway during the Spring Festival in the real world. Among them were some tall and gorgeous carriages, which obviously belonged to celebrities and nobles. There were also many servants and attendants surrounding the carriages, making it a grand occasion. Chu Sheng and Luo Salia walked over, stopped a middle-aged man who looked hurried, and asked, Sir, we just came back from outside. What happened? Why are everyone packing up and running away? The man who was stopped was a little impatient at first, but when he saw Rosalia covered in legion armor, he immediately put away his impatience. A massive wave of monsters has appeared in the Marquisate of Peter in the north, affecting several nearby cities. Some lords are forcibly conscripting young men to quell the chaos. Why stay here if you don't run away? Marquisate of Pit? A massive monster wave? Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. This Marquisate of Pete was where he and the great elf lady, Xian Nuya, went to seek support. The city was tall and solid, with strict defenses. How could it be breached by a tide of monsters? He then continued to ask, when did this monster wave appear? What level is the strongest monster? How come it can't even defend the Marquisate? The man looked like an ordinary spectator who didn't know much. He shrugged and said, monster waves happen from time to time, but I've never heard of one as severe as this. No one here has ever been to the front lines. Everyone just ran away when they heard the news. If you want to know, go to the city ahead and ask. He took another look at the centaur knight's attire and asked curiously, are you soldiers heading out to quell the monster surge? Or perhaps an adventuring group? No, they're just two passers-by. Chu Xing didn't ask any more questions. He turned around, jumped on his horse, and hurried back to the direction of the army with Rosalia. He always had a hunch that this so-called monster tide was a drama deliberately staged by the human kingdom in order to block the reinforcements that wanted to go to the Forest of Elves. It doesn't necessarily have to be Chu Sheng and the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom, but any force that wants to compete for the Tree of Life. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a wave of monsters occurred on the northern border near the Forest of Elves? You know, although Chu Sheng seemed to have spent a lot of time in the Dragon Kingdom, in fact, It was less than a month since he left the elf forest. When I left, I didn't hear any news of monster disturbances. Saraway, I was dragged out to have fun during the day on the weekend, and I can't do the 10,000 words I promised or two. Chapter 168 of China takes the lead. General brother, what happened up ahead? The hot dragon girl Yoguang poked her head out of the gorgeous carriage and asked curiously to Chu Sheng, who was riding on Rosalia's back. Nothing, just a little trick of the human kingdom. He briefly shared the situation of the monster tide with Yoguang. Neither of them was indecisive, so they immediately decided to take a detour and continue on their way. The other party created this wave of monsters to block the reinforcements, but naturally it did not go as the enemy wished. Soon the army continued its march, changing its original route north to a counterclockwise detour to the northeast, trying to avoid routes affected by the monster tide along the way. Although this was almost a day later than the scheduled time, it also avoided a battle with large-scale monsters, and the Legion's losses were almost zero. Only occasionally, when passing through mountainous areas, a few foolish monsters would suddenly jump out, and of course they would be ruthlessly eliminated by the Legion. Before they knew it, the Legion arrived at the last stop near the elf forest, the Marquisate of Pete. At this moment, the Marquisate no longer had its former bustling and prosperous atmosphere. Ruined houses and fleeing people could be seen everywhere on the streets, and chaos was everywhere. The towering and majestic city walls were covered with dense traces of destruction, and even the defenders were scarcely visible, making it look like the city could fall at any time. The support corps quickened their pace and walked out of the city gate. There was only one last primitive mountain range left before they reached the border of the elf forest. Boom! Suddenly, there were bursts of violent tremors from the mountains. In the endless wooded area, many towering ancient trees fell down one after another, as if they were hit by something roughly. A small mountain rose from the ground, revealing the huge body buried underneath, and shrouded the area within a radius of hundreds of meters in shadow. The 8th-level peak monster, the Molten Mountain Dragon. It is made entirely of rock, and the mountain on its back is faintly gushing out hot magma. The low roar it emits is deafening, making people feel powerless. A super monster close to the 9th level, and there are more than one. How is this possible? Chu Sheng's face was solemn, and he mobilized the rich spatial attribute magic in his hands. The many powerful Tianlong clan members around him also took a posture ready to fight at any time. Generally, supergiant monsters like the Molten Dragon are often the absolute overlords of a forest or area and will not allow other monsters of the same level to exist. At this moment, in addition to the Molten Mountain Dragon, an 8th-level monster can be seen in the distance, constantly digging and rolling in the ground, and its dorsal fin exposed on the surface is as tall as a mountain. There was also a huge golden bird circling in the sky. Its wingspan was estimated to be over 1,000 meters. The airflow caused by its flapping wings could uproot many ancient trees. The hot dragon girl Yoguang had just taken a short nap in the carriage and was still a little sleepy. When she saw these monsters, she immediately became energetic. She covered her eyes with Do Qi and saw the scene farther away. There were more than a dozen super monsters above level 8, and even the aura of level 9. With so many high-level monsters, the human kingdom is truly insane. In order to stop us, they actually chose to sacrifice the civilians in the border cities. Yoguang felt a little unhappy. Although the Tianlong clan gave people the impression of being indifferent to life and treating slaves as non-human beings in the Dragon Kingdom, they were not so cruel as to be so crazy. Except for extreme existences like Dovlang. Sister Yoguang, what do you say now? Have the Legion stationed there and send out all high-level combatants. Strive for a quick victory. After the high-level monsters are killed, the weaker monsters will often flee without a leader. We can't let them be held back by these giants. Chu Sheng nodded and looked back at the ruined Marquisate of Pit. Although the human kingdom was hostile to him, the people involved were innocent. Killing the leader of these monsters will at least reduce the casualties and losses among the civilians. Then hurry up and act, Sister Yoguang, or else something unexpected will happen. Yoguang nodded and waved his hand. Two elders who looked very prestigious suddenly walked out from the camp of the Tianlong clan's strong men. Their every move exuded deep fluctuations. These two pure-blooded dragons are both over 500 years old and are both 9th-level magicians. One is a middle-aged male dragon from the purple branch, and the other is a mature and beautiful woman from the black branch. Including Yoguang, these three people are the strongest combat force of this support legion, followed by 38th-level powerhouses, including members of the Holy Dragon Guard. The mature female magician of the Black Clan raised her gorgeous and precious staff high up in the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and a huge electric net woven from countless blue lightning bolts spread out and fell towards the monsters that were pouring in like a tide below. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted in the mountains, and a large group of monsters turned into charcoal like mosquitoes hit by an electric mosquito swatter, without even being able to scream. Such a terrifying attack naturally attracted the attention of several high-level monster leaders in the distance. They dragged their huge bodies and continued to approach here. The entire body of the molten mountain dragon was completely exposed in front of everyone. It was several thousand meters long from head to tail, and it could flatten a small city with just one kick. Although this giant monster is only level 8, with its exaggerated physique, it is often not inferior to an ordinary level 9 fighter. But its weakness is also obvious. The attack range brought by its huge body is also ridiculously large, and any AoE skill of a mage will be directly eaten by it. Yoguang, leave this big guy to me. It will be very satisfying to roast it with dragon flames. The mature and beautiful magician from the Black Clan volunteered, picked up his staff, and flew into the air. A dragon flame that covered the sky and the sun descended from the sky, aiming directly at the molten mountain dragon. Leave the strange bird in the sky to me. I haven't exercised in a long time, so I'll use it to warm up. The middle-aged man from the Purple Clan branch stepped on the suspended ice spikes, flew high into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and started fighting with the giant golden bird. The remaining Yoguang and a group of 8th-level strongmen also looked for the high-level monsters that they had restrained, threw themselves into the battle, and tried to resolve the matter quickly. Madam Echina, please help us. There are still several high-level monsters in the distance. Chu Sheng called the beautiful dragon mother over. Ever since he gave her the slave seal on the deck last time, she had been staying in her carriage and no longer cared about anything happening outside. Now is the opportunity for her to display her strength, otherwise it would be a waste to unlock the magic seal for her. Echina's brown hair was curled into waves, and she crossed her arms, which made her plump figure look even more majestic. She didn't seem to have much interest in fighting. It's fine for me to help you fight, but nutritional supplements afterward are crucial. You should understand that, right? The beautiful dragon mother glanced at Chu Sheng lightly, and her meaning was obvious. Prepare the dessert for me. Chu Sheng would certainly not be stingy with this little thing. Although he was Echina's master, he couldn't command such a proud and powerful dragon girl as he pleased at this stage. Ma'am, please rest assured. I will prepare new desserts and I guarantee you will like them. Echina glanced at the distant light, a flame of unwillingness to admit defeat flickering in her eyes. After several days of secluded meditation, she has become infinitely close to the 9th-level Imperial Magician. Now all she needs is a hearty battle, and she will most likely break through. Even if Chu Sheng didn't come to beg her, she would find a reason to go into battle. Bang! Echina took out her white staff, tapped it lightly on the ground, and her pink lips moved slightly. A circle of red magic power spread out from her as the center. This circle of red waves continuously transformed into red dragon flames, engulfing all the minions and monsters it touched along the way, stirring up billowing flames and dyeing half of the mountain range red. Even the high-level monsters that were fighting with the powerful Tianlong clan were staggered by the fluctuating dragon flame, and then they took the opportunity to attack crazily. Echina did not stop her movements, and another burst of blazing dragon flames erupted, directly burning an 8th-level monster 1,000 meters away to half destruction. There was a hint of shock in Chu Sheng's eyes. He had never witnessed Echina's strength directly, but he didn't expect it to be so good. Just looking at the momentum and range of influence, it feels like it is not much inferior to an ordinary 9th-level Imperial Magician. With the addition of Echina, a being comparable to the 9th level, the situation on the battlefield instantly became one-sided. Although it was not much different from being one-sided originally, there was still a difference between fighting for an hour and half an hour. The power of her casual attack is comparable to that of a 9th-level spell. Wherever the dragon flame passes, the monsters are either dead or injured. The molten mountain dragon could not withstand the bombardment of magic and was shattered by the large-scale spell. It shattered and collapsed like a real mountain, setting off a terrifying heat wave. The giant golden bird in the sky also showed signs of fatigue. Its low cry resounded throughout the universe, and it seemed like it was about to crash. About an hour later, the monster tide completely retreated, leaving behind countless corpses. The blood of the beasts on the ground turned from bright red to black and emitted a foul stench. High-level monsters such as the molten mountain dragon, the golden giant bird, and the underground mountain giant beast have all lost their vitality, and the glittering monster crystal cores are also exposed under their broken bodies. This is an excellent core material for making magic devices and staffs, and is priceless. The mountains have returned to peace again. Without the influence of the monster tide, the Marquise of Pit not far away should soon be able to settle down from the turmoil, and civilians will no longer need to flee. Of course, some people behind the human kingdom may become even more crazy and desperate because of this, and may even completely muddy the waters on the northern border. Everyone, rest here, stay alert, and then continue on your way. Yoguang gave a casual order, like a triumphant female general, holding several high-level monster crystal cores in her hands, which were the spoils she had just obtained. Mrs. Echina, thank you for your help. I will never forget what I promised you. I will come to you later. However, the beautiful dragon mother just stood there with her eyes slightly closed, as if she didn't hear Chu Sheng's words, and was fully aware of the changes in the surging energy in her body. 10 minutes later, in the carriage where Echina was, Chu Sheng brought a homemade sundae ice cream and gave her a little reward as promised. The cool and sweet taste made the beautiful dragon mother's eyes light up, and as usual, she showed off silently without saying a word. All right, take a good rest in the carriage to recover your magic power. We may need your help in battle later. I hope you won't refuse then. Chu Sheng gave his final instructions and prepared to leave, but the beautiful dragon mother seemed to have something else to say. It's rather boring for me to rest alone. Why don't you stay and keep me company? The atmosphere in the carriage changed instantly. As soon as Echina finished speaking, a magical power hit Chu Sheng at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, freezing all his movements. This sudden change made Chu Sheng's eyes change. He subconsciously mobilized the magic power in his body, but found that it was blocked by an inexplicable force and could not be activated. Echina, what do you mean? Although his movements and magic were restrained, Chu Sheng was not too panicked. He had other ways to break free, but he thought of taking advantage of the situation first and seeing what this beautiful dragon mother was up to. If the other party really intended to make him pay for his blood debt with blood, Chu Sheng would naturally not sit idly by and wait for death. I will definitely not give this dragon girl any more trust. I will seal her magic power and let her be a vase and be adjusted slowly. You look surprised, don't you? Echina's expression was a bit playful. She did not make any further offense, but just gently pressed Chu Sheng onto the cushioned sofa. It's indeed unexpected. I just gave you the exclusive slave seal a few days ago. Even if you break through to the 9th level, you shouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Chu Sheng remained calm. He had vaguely sensed from the fluctuations released by Echina during the battle just now that the opponent was very close to the 9th level and could break through at any time. But even so, the exclusive slave seal shouldn't be invalid. Haha, I really can't break the exclusive slave seal, but that doesn't stop me from finding another way. A victorious smile appeared on Echina's lips. She stroked Chu Sheng's neck with her delicate fingers, then took his hand and walked to the location of the exclusive slave seal. Beneath the sexy and luxurious tulle skirt, the complex and mysterious slave seal still emits a faint fluorescence, indicating that the internal patterns are functioning normally. Seeing Chu Sheng's expression of disbelief, the beautiful dragon mother smiled, as if giving alms. The exclusive slave seal can indeed prevent me from generating any malicious energy fluctuations towards you. But what if I replace this malice with protection? Replace malice with protection? Chu Sheng blinked his eyes and instantly understood the way. This instant spell that restrained his movements and magic power was not a damage or confinement spell at all, but a defensive magic to protect the people inside. It is more like a barrier that can block magic and supernatural aura, but it has been reduced in size by Echina. Of course, the mystery is much deeper than it appears on the surface. Chu Sheng estimated that the other party must have broken through to the 9th level. Otherwise, the control and application of magic power would not reach such a subtle level of accuracy. Any slight deviation will be detected by the exclusive slave seal and then completely offset. The most you can do is restrict my personal freedom a little bit, but you still can't hurt me at all, right? Chu Sheng couldn't figure out the purpose of this beautiful dragon mother doing this. Could it be that she just wanted to vent her anger by seeing him being humiliated? Chapter 169, It's Not Revenge. The beautiful dragon mother had a bright and charming smile on her face, only because she saw some worry and uneasiness on Chu Sheng's face. In the past, she was oppressed and controlled by Chu Sheng, but now the situation has been reversed and she feels happier than ever before. You possess a mysterious power that increases the concentration of your bloodline. This secret must be known to your clan, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to gain such a large-scale legion support. When fighting with the high-level monsters just now, Echina keenly noticed that some young, pure-blooded dragon girls burst out with extremely high blood aura. The extremely precise ancient dragon's breath directly frightened a large number of miscellaneous soldiers and monsters, and made them flee in panic. This was a level that could not be achieved through the true dragon blood pool. The only explanation is that Chu Sheng also performed some kind of ascension ritual on them. Chu Sheng blinked. Is that all he wanted to say? His ability to increase blood concentration was known to all the girls who had received his life source, and he had no intention of hiding it. Noel had also assigned the dozen or so dragon girls who had been promoted before to the support corps and asked Chu Sheng to help them consolidate their support if he had time. That's right. So what's the problem? It's no problem. Since you've already helped so many women improve, it shouldn't be a problem for you to help me improve too, right? After all, there's a saying in human history that goes, good things should stay in the family. Chu Sheng's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that this sentence was not meant to be used in this way, but in this situation, it seemed to be okay. After the beautiful dragon mother finished speaking, she came in front of Chu Sheng in a very forceful manner and took the position without any reason, etc. Chu Sheng couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect the dragon mother to be so strong and impatient, skipping all the preliminary steps. Achina's warm and fragrant scent was disordered for a moment, and her expression returned to its previous playful and happy state, with a crimson glow covering her cheeks and neck. She admired the slight nervousness on Chu Sheng's face and enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. At this moment, the identities of master and slave seemed to be completely reversed, and Chu Sheng became the lower-class person who was ruthlessly oppressed but could only endure it silently. The beautiful dragon mother's eyes were filled with a playful smile. Why? Wasn't our master very proud and tough before? Why is she so restless now? Her fair fingers gently pressed on Chu Sheng's heart, sensing the rapid and powerful beating, and her tone was full of the provocation of a victor. Mrs. Achina, if you think this will help you regain some of your lost dignity, then I can only say that you are too happy too early. There's no point in saying more. I want to see whether it's early or late for you, little guy, to burst out your blood. Achina smiled seductively, her heart filled with the joy of having avenged her previous humiliation. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. The other person's tall stature of over 3 meters made the situation of the two of them seem a little strange. Achina is like a proud and domineering queen, and he is the throne. Chu Sheng knew that in this situation, threatening words would be of no use and would only make the beautiful dragon mother even more proud, so he simply decided to turn a blind eye. He simply buried his head, letting the warm and fragrant heart cover his expression without saying a word. After all, as the old saying goes, if you can't do that, then you can only do that. However, Chu Sheng discovered that the widowed dragon mother did not really want to take any revenge and had not done anything inappropriate from beginning to end. It was more like he was driven by his inner pride and dignity to get rid of the humiliation he had suffered and to declare his equal status to Chu Sheng. It's not even just equality. She wants to be higher, to be the queen, the superior. Anyway, the exclusive slave seal must be maintained every less than a week. Since there is no way to avoid it, it is better to turn defense into offense and find a more proactive posture. Are our master going to surrender so soon? Where has your former ruthlessness gone? Achina's teasing and pride almost overflowed from her eyes. She sensed a familiar reaction from Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng remained silent. He was thinking about one thing. He would probably be frequently manipulated by the other party using this protective barrier in the future. This widowed dragon mother is obviously beginning to get a little too excited. It will probably not be easy to maintain the frequency of the slave seal in the future. The top warriors of the support corps have now fully recovered from the battle with the monsters and are back to their peak condition. Yoguang looked around and was about to give the order to continue the advance, but when he looked left and right, he found that the most crucial person was missing. Has anyone seen General Chu Sheng? Where is he now? The people below looked at each other and shook their heads. Centaur Knight Rosalia stepped forward and said, Lord Yoguang, I just saw General Chu Sheng enter Madame Achina's carriage, and he hasn't come out since. With that woman Achina? Until now? Yoguang narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she was the one who promoted the master-servant relationship between them, based on her understanding of Achina, that woman didn't seem like the type to let her enemies stay for long. Could it be that he was really addicted to being a slave, as he had said before? Without thinking too much, the hot dragon girl stretched out her tight and strong long legs and took a step forward to Achina's carriage. Bang! When I opened the door, what came into view was Chu Sheng's usual face. His whole body was intact, but his face was inexplicably pale. The beautiful dragon mother, who used to have an arrogant and strong expression, was now sitting leisurely on the cushioned sofa, adjusting the hem of her tulle skirt while savoring a cup of steaming black tea. Yoguang, it's time to change your rude habits. Achina looked calm and composed, with a faint smile on her lips. She was in a rare good mood and didn't even have the mood to argue with the other party. "General brother, are you okay?" The beautiful dragon mother retorted. "What's the problem? He's just following the usual practice to keep the slave seal secure. Isn't that what you'd like to see?" Yoguang glanced at China and felt that she was speaking with extra confidence today, and her aura was even slightly not inferior to her own. However, she thought about it and guessed the trick and replied calmly. "Did you manage to break through to the 9th level thanks to the Master's grace? You've barely caught up with me." The beautiful dragon queen rarely responded, with a confident smile on her face. "You must work hard, otherwise you will be surpassed by those who come after you, which will lower your status as the Tianlong clan's #1 talent. Let's talk about this kind of thing after you've freed yourself from slavery." Yoguang no longer paid attention to the other person, walked up to Chu Sheng, took his hand, and pulled him out without looking back. Chapter 170, Formation Blockade. After resting to their best condition, the support corps marched again, crossing the border between the human kingdom and the elf forest, aiming directly at the central fortress of the elf forest. There are many alliances among countries, and crossing the border of another country in a non-war situation will provoke disputes, but in the current situation there is naturally no such concern. The brown-haired beauty of China, contrary to her usual behavior, no longer stayed in seclusion in her carriage, but came to Chu Sheng as if nothing had happened, as if she had really put herself into the role of a servant. Such behavior naturally aroused the vigilance of the hot dragon girl Yoguang. Inside the gorgeous and fragrant carriage, the two people's eyes faintly sparked intense sparks. Yoguang had a premonition that something must have happened between Chu Sheng and China just now, and it was not just as simple as the daily maintenance of the exclusive slave seal. Unfortunately, she didn't find any suspicious signs. Both the smell and humidity were normal. Chu Sheng was caught between the gazes of two powerful dragon ladies who were wary of each other. Although his hands were resting on soft cushions, he inexplicably felt nervous and uncomfortable. "I was afraid that these two people would dismantle the carriage if they had a disagreement." In fact, the ritual that the two of them had just performed, which violated the hierarchy between master and servant, was almost noticed by Yoguang. Just because Madame China got excited, she started to lose her manners and etiquette, chanting water magic at high speed everywhere, making the wooden floor a bit messy. However, the 9th level Imperial Magician's on-the-spot reaction and perception were indeed incredibly fast. He used high-temperature magic to evaporate the water stains in just one breath. Then use wind magic to blow away all the strange smells, and naturally there will be nothing wrong. Perhaps because the elf forest was not very large, after just 2 cups of tea, one could see the tree of life towering into the sky from afar. The support corps stopped, and many people were shocked by the towering tree. Chu Sheng walked out of the carriage, used his magic power to cover his eyes, and looked into the distance. He saw that the bark of the tree of life was covered with dryness and cracks, as well as faint white frost. The entire trunk seemed to be sealed by a huge ice-attribute magic power. That should be the ice spell Tiffany mentioned. Chu Sheng muttered to himself. As he approached his territory, the graceful and beautiful figures of a group of elf girls began to appear before his eyes. Especially Tiffany's big crimson waves, which are overflowing with maternal radiance and have a broad mind that can accommodate everything. Once he falls into it, he will completely refuse to get up. Fortunately, the journey to the Dragon Kingdom did not exceed 3 months, otherwise the ice spell would have expired, which would have been bad. It's not easy for us to take another step forward. The hot dragon girl Yoguang came to his side with a serious look on her face, because she sensed several powerful power fluctuations in the distance. Chu Sheng followed her gaze and saw the valley that led directly to the elf forest fortress. It was here that he had killed 3,000 orc soldiers with anti-tank mines. It can be said to be a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. At this moment, the valley is densely packed with soldiers from the human kingdom. Their silver armor can reflect the cold light from miles away. Looking around, their number is no less than that of the support legion. Yoguang turned around and suggested, "General, should we send a few people over to test the waters, or should we just go to the front and test the waters?" When she was at the first Dragon Island, she thought that the enemies the elf forest faced should be orcs. After she actually arrived at the place, she found out that the human kingdom had also joined in. "You're just going to test the formation directly? Are all those who cultivate Do Qi as reckless and ignorant as you?" Before Chu Sheng could speak, China began to sneer coldly, with her arms folded over her chest, looking like she was enjoying the show. "Then may I ask what our slave lady has to say? Should we go over and surrender to them and let them retreat on their own?" The beautiful dragon mother snorted lightly, without saying anything back, and used her magic to casually break off a piece of tree trunk and threw it forward. Tear! Bright red rays appeared, like a bloody blade, splitting the tree trunk in an instant, and debris filled the sky. See? You want to talk to them, but they don't want that. They just want our lives. A China's demonstration made Chu Sheng and Yoguang's hearts concentrate. They both saw that the red knife lights came from the magic circle. The energy fluctuations were so strong that they reached the 9th level. Not to mention a piece of tree trunk. Even if you throw a strong 8th level fighter in there, he will be torn to pieces by the red knife light in less than a minute. Moreover, this terrifying magic circle covers almost all routes leading to the Elf Forest Fortress, and the support corps has no way to take a detour even if they want to. Don't worry, General. I'll go find the other 2 commanders to discuss countermeasures. The 9th level magic circle isn't as indestructible as we imagined. Yoguang patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder as if to comfort him and gave him a smile that made him feel safe. This blood knife magic circle could not stop her, nor could it stop the other 2 9th level Emperor magicians of the Tianlong clan, but the other soldiers certainly could not get through. The deployment and removal of such a large-scale formation would require an incredible amount of manpower and resources. It cannot be rushed. The beautiful dragon mother was also well versed in magic circles. She could think of a way to break the circle, but that would require a lot of various high-level monster materials. If it is delivered by the logistics team, it will take at least 3 to 5 days. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was only one step away from his goal, but could only watch. This feeling was indeed not pleasant. I thought the human kingdom would join forces with the orc army to fight a head-on confrontation with me, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of time-delaying tactic. Their true purpose for invading is the Tree of Life. It's not surprising that they're using a magic circle to stop us. The most urgent task is to find a way to confirm the situation inside the Elf Forest Fortress. Chu Sheng did not stay any longer. After letting the support corps stay on the spot, he returned to the carriage and began to think of countermeasures. He didn't know what the situation was like inside the fortress. Did Tiffany's freezing spell only freeze the outside, or imprison the fortress as well? If the interior of the fortress is fine and can move freely, it will be possible to cooperate with the support legion outside to jointly attack from both inside and outside, and perhaps break through the blood knife magic circle. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng immediately started to act. When he left the elf forest, Tiffany gave him 2 things. One is the magic forbidden stone, which has been used on a China. The second is a magic crystal ball that can transmit sound and images, which comes in handy right now. Chapter 171, Message Station. Chu Sheng took out the magic crystal ball from the space magic device, injected a wisp of magic power into it, and waited for the projection image to appear. Hiss! The surface of the magic crystal ball emitted a faint fluorescence, and a blurry image was projected in the air, but it was pitch black and no sound was heard. Obviously, this video call ended in failure. Chu Sheng was studying the reasons for his failure when the beautiful dragon mother of China, who had stepped into the carriage, happened to see this scene. She released a trace of mental power to sense for a moment, then spoke decisively. Give up. The magical medium of communication must have been destroyed by the human kingdom. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. After saying this, Chu Sheng lay down on the soft sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and fell into confusion. The army is blocked by the formation and the means of communication are also restricted. Is it really possible that they can only wait outside? Wait until the human kingdom takes over the elf forest, and then slowly repair it. If that really happened, Chu Sheng would probably go completely crazy. There are 30,000 elves in the fortress. I can't imagine what it will be like after it falls. Wait, if the communication medium is gone, why can't we just build one? Chu Sheng took out a pile of magic scrolls that recorded relevant content, read them carefully and quickly, and soon found a solution. The communication of the magic crystal balls relies on a magic building called a communication station, which can continuously release magic signals of a certain frequency to maintain a smooth picture between the 2 magic crystal balls. But this thing sounds simple, but in fact it requires the magic power of 3 9th level imperial magicians to build it. This is also why only the upper class can afford to use crystal balls for communication. Including the 2 9th level emperor magicians from the purple and black branches, plus a China, there are just enough for 3 people. He turned his head to look beside him, but the mature and beautiful figure had disappeared at some point, leaving only the warm marks of her sitting on the sofa. Chu Sheng immediately got out of his carriage and found that it was already completely dark. The carriage with dim light next to it was still brightly lit, and they were probably still discussing how to deal with the blood knife magic circle. Without saying a word, he pushed open the door of a China's carriage. There was no need to be polite at this time. A China is a person who pays great attention to living environment and taste. Years of luxury have enabled her to develop a unique style. Even if it was just a carriage for a few days, she decorated it elegantly and warmly, with custom-made furniture arranged neatly and carefully, and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense. At this time, the widowed dragon mother was lying on her side on the soft bed, wearing only a cool gauze nightgown, which showed her graceful curves to the fullest. I've told you many times not to send desserts at night, but since you're here, I'll do it reluctantly. When she saw Chu Sheng's empty hands, a China's eyebrows knitted together slightly, and her tone turned cold. Is this the new dessert you're trying? I guess it's called the Emperor's dessert. Chu Sheng didn't have time to care about such a trivial matter at this moment, so he said sincerely, Madam, I need you to help me build a communication platform. It's urgent. After we're done, I can give you any dessert you want. As he spoke, he came to sit down beside the other person's bed, without the slightest air of a master. As long as you agree to help, I can try to ask Sister Yoguang to remove the exclusive slave seal on you. Even if it doesn't work, it can still shorten the time. Right now, Chu Sheng is very worried about the situation inside the elf forest. At this juncture, he is not in the mood to care about the impact of unlocking the exclusive slave seal. First, trick the beautiful dragon mother into helping you do something. Shorten the time, or even unlock the exclusive slave seal. Achina saw some sincerity in Chu Sheng's eyes, but unexpectedly, she did not feel happy or joyful, but instead showed a hint of dissatisfaction. This emotion only appeared for a moment before she shook it off and replaced it with a teasing and playful expression. Our Masuda is actually going to need help one day. She's so anxious. Is she worried about someone in the elf forest? Achina had just seen Chu Sheng fiddling with the magic crystal ball. He was so anxious to build a communication station. He must want to communicate with the inside of the fortress. Madam, if you feel that my sincerity is not enough, then next time I give you your exclusive slave seal, I will not personally give it to you. Instead, I will prepare it in advance, and you can take it yourself. As soon as these words came out, the beautiful dragon mother's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a hint of danger, and she stared at Chu Sheng without blinking. It was the first time she saw such an anxious and worried look on Chu Sheng's face. In the past, this little man always looked calm, easygoing and composed, and he had never been as confused as he is today. In order to build the communication platform, he even said that he would unlock his own exclusive slave seal. Achina suddenly became interested in the person who made Chu Sheng so worried. What kind of goddess-like appearance could make him so flustered? Madam, this is the highest condition I can offer. If you really don't want to help, then I can only go to Sister Yoguang. Seeing that Achina was slow to speak, Chu Sheng thought she was trying to take advantage of him and was planning to resort to hard tactics if soft tactics didn't work. Come to me after you've prepared the materials. You look so distraught and heartbroken. It's really pitiful. The beautiful dragon mother spoke lightly and agreed with great ease, which made Chu Sheng breathe a sigh of relief. He thanked them, turned around and left to discuss with Yoguang and others. The hot dragon girl also expressed her support for Chu Sheng's communication plan, and the two imperial magicians from the purple and black branches naturally had no objection. After all, instead of waiting outside, it is better to look for any opportunity to break the deadlock. Fortunately, the construction of the communication platform does not require any high-end magical materials. The materials from the high-level monsters killed before are more than enough. After randomly finding a higher area in the forest and preparing the materials, Chu Sheng called Achina over. Excuse me, how long will it take to build it? The beautiful dragon mother crossed her arms, confident in her ability. It's just a magical structure. It will be finished in less than an hour. Chu Sheng perked up. Madam, then please start quickly. He was glad that he had not used his status as a master to force or suppress the widowed dragon mother from the beginning, but had always chosen a peaceful attitude. Otherwise, the relationship between the two would become tense and hostile, and right now, I'm afraid she wouldn't help even if I begged her. Fortunately, he did not take advantage of his master status to order people around. There may be opportunities to eliminate hatred in the future. Chapter 172, Goodbye Tiffany. The beautiful dragon mother smoothed her long wavy hair, glanced at Chu Sheng, and said, We can start right away, but are you just going to sit here and watch? Shouldn't you prepare some rewards for the workers? Chu Sheng blinked, realizing that the widow was greedy, and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, ma'am. Would you like it cold or warm? Well, forget it. Just watch from the side. Achina saw the unremovable worry in Chu Sheng's eyes and immediately lost her appetite. She pulled him to sit next to her. Remember that gloomy expression of yours. Don't change it. I think it might improve construction efficiency. Chu Sheng's anxious look made her lose interest in playing around. She thought it would be better to wait until the communication platform was built before taking her time to figure it out. Achina slowly walked to the front of the construction site, planning the entry point later. The construction method of magic buildings is very similar to that of magic circles. Basically, various complex spell patterns are engraved into building materials to play a specific role. The beautiful dragon mother was wearing a luxurious and exquisite coat, which was made of the fur of rare high-level monsters and was purely handmade and worth a lot of money. He was bound to be hot and sweaty when he started working, so he waved his hand and threw the coat towards Chu Sheng's head. This was not the end. She put her hand into the slit skirt and slowly took off the black stockings that wrapped around her round and slender legs. Chu Sheng took it and brought it in front of him and gave it an epic lung-fighting performance. The mature and beautiful fragrance is refreshing. If it is taken to a second-hand platform and labeled as original black silk, it can probably be sold to the second-hand community for no less than 5,000. Without the restraint of any unnecessary things, Achina's fair and slender figure is fully displayed, and she is incredibly beautiful. That is to say, she got married early. Otherwise, her suitors in the Tianlong clan could form a reinforced company in front of Chu Sheng's carriage. The two ninth-rank elders from the purple and black branches began to act. Three powerful magical powers continued to flow through the magic materials, constructing the framework of the communication platform. It seemed like not much time had passed before the communication platform was completed. From the outside, it looked like a small, enclosed dark room, with the walls covered with spell patterns. Blue magic power surged into the sky, illuminating the darkness. Chu Sheng walked into the small dark room curiously, took out the magic crystal ball, and the projected image appeared very smoothly. The two elders had already left, and the beautiful dragon mother Achina was leaning on the cushioned sofa next to her, her plump legs crossed, and she spoke casually. The connection between the crystal balls has been established successfully. We just need to wait for the response from the person on the other end. But with all due respect, she considered her words for a moment, then continued. Even if you manage to contact the interior of the elven forest, what good will it do? If the outer formations aren't broken, you'll still be trapped and ultimately fall. However, Chu Sheng was not so pessimistic. When he left the elf forest, he left behind a lot of modern weapons and equipment. If used properly, there is a chance to break through the blockade of the human kingdom. The elf forest is not as fragile as you think. This race has been able to survive independently until now, not just relying on the assistance of other races. After that, Chu Sheng asked sincerely, I promised you that I would ask Sister Yoguang to unlock your exclusive slave seal. I'm going to ask her now. Etc. Achina stopped Chu Sheng, who wanted to leave, and pressed him directly onto the sofa. A feeling called jealousy quietly spread in her heart. This little guy was so willing to sacrifice so much for the person he cared about. It was just a mere communication platform, but he was willing to exchange it for the severed slave seal. Given the accumulated hatred between them, Chu Sheng's name would likely be threatened the moment the exclusive slave seal was removed. Knowing that there would be such a serious crisis, are you still so decisive? The worry on Chu Sheng's face had disappeared, gradually turning into hope. This negative emotion seemed to be transferred to Achina's face, and her heart felt depressed. Hiss! Just as she was about to speak, the image projected by the crystal ball began to become clear, and a mature and graceful figure slowly emerged. Achina had to suppress her dissatisfaction. In order not to affect Chu Sheng's conversation with the other party, she controlled her magic power to float up and sat at a distance from him. This position just happens to be next to the two-way screen of the crystal ball, which is a blind spot for projection. Then he stared at the female figure in the projection screen, with a bit of scrutiny and comparison. She wanted to see what kind of person Chu Sheng was willing to give up so much. Chu Sheng's face was filled with joy, because the elf queen who appeared was the familiar Crimson Wave, with a crown woven of emerald green branches, fair skin, and a kind heart. Queen Tiffany, it's so great to see you. Tiffany is still so mature and intellectual, full of loving maternal radiance, making people unable to resist burying themselves in her arms. There was a hint of haggardness on her face, but she was still as calm and composed as before. The moment she saw Chu Sheng, there seemed to be a hidden spark of affection in her eyes. Child, where are you now? Tiffany's tone was full of tenderness, like a mother welcoming her son home from school, her plump body swaying in intoxicating waves with excitement. Just as Chu Sheng was about to speak, he felt a strange touch, and his whole body stiffened instantly. He looked at Achina in disbelief. The widowed dragon mother had sat opposite him at some point, and her black high heels had been thrown to the ground. The toes painted with red nail polish were white and tender, and the perfect instep of the foot was arched in an unusually beautiful arc. This pair of beautiful feet that can make the Porridge brothers show off 3 bowls suddenly appeared in. Chu Sheng was instantly sweating profusely, fearing that he would make a strange hum and let Tiffany across from him notice something unusual. The main reason was that the image in the magic crystal ball just happened to project his upper body, and China's small movement happened to be stuck in the blind spot below. He could only stare at the Dragon Queen opposite him with a silent look of confusion. China's red lips curled up in a charming arc. Her expression was smug and playful, and she also responded with silent lip language. Just sit still and don't move. You don't want her to find out about this, do you? That's right. It's this kind of humiliating expression that makes bullying fun. The beautiful dragon mother's smile became more and more intoxicating. She discovered something fishy from the way Tiffany and Chu Sheng addressed each other. This elf woman seemed to be an elder recognized by Chu Sheng. She had the same mature and sexy style as himself, and he couldn't suppress his jealousy even more. China asked herself why Chu Sheng was so filial and affectionate to her, but just perfunctory towards herself, since she was no less beautiful and charming than Tiffany. Chapter 173 Prank. The beautiful dragon mother ignored the stiff expression on the other side and forcefully held little Chu Sheng hostage, constantly manipulating and bullying him. She enjoyed Chu Sheng's expression and kept it at a critical point that brought Chu Sheng to the brink of collapse, as if she was avenging the loss of her son. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, tried his best to ignore the abnormality, and said calmly, "Your Majesty, I have brought the Dragon Kingdom's reinforcements back to the outside of the elf forest, but we were blocked by a magic circle." He recounted his experiences since leaving the Forest of Elves in the briefest possible words, concealing the dangers and murderous intentions along the way, as he did not want the other party to worry at this critical juncture. Tiffany nodded gently, feeling particularly pleased with Chu Sheng's assistance, and she couldn't wait to hug him in her arms. "I remember that the communication platform had been destroyed by the Human Kingdom. How did you contact me, child? I asked the elders of the Tianlong tribe to help build one on site." Tiffany's eyes were shining. She certainly knew what conditions were needed to build a communication platform. This also meant that Chu Sheng brought at least 3 9th-level masters. As expected, he is a child favored by the goddess. He is so capable. "My child, you have done an amazing job. On behalf of all the people of the elf forest, I thank you in advance. When you return, I will express my gratitude all night long." The giant elf girl bowed modestly, and the heart of the Holy Grail-level person trembled, fully demonstrating the queen's tolerance. China glanced at the scene out of the corner of her eye, and when she saw Tiffany's shock, a solemn look instantly appeared in her eyes. No wonder the other party can make Chu Sheng so anxious and willing to give up. There is a reason. "Your Majesty, what is the current situation in the Elf Forest Fortress? Can everyone move freely?" Chu Sheng's words were interrupted because China on the opposite side was not satisfied with Longzhu's coercion and adopted a more radical strategy. She mobilized her magic power, cast a certain spell on herself, and slowly walked to the back of Chu Sheng's sofa. A dark and fragrant aroma filled her nose. The hearts of people, no less powerful than Tiffany's, ruthlessly pressed down on Chu Sheng's shoulders, and his bare hands and silk sleeves took over the task of holding the hostages. "Wait, Madame China, what are you doing?" Chu Sheng used lip language to remind the other party, but China ignored him and even became more aggressive. She mobilized a trace of ice attribute magic in her left hand and a trace of fire attribute magic in her right hand. The two completely different contrasts suppressed Chu Sheng so much that he dared not move. Chu Sheng looked at Tiffany on the projection screen in panic, but there was nothing unusual in her expression, only concern. "What's wrong with you, kid? Are you hurt somewhere? What's going on? Can't Tiffany see China?" Chu Sheng soon discovered that Tiffany seemed completely unaware of China's presence, whether in terms of figure or voice. It seems that the beautiful dragon mother just cast some kind of invisibility or shielding spell on herself, which is really convenient. China kept whispering sweet words into Chu Sheng's ears, stirring his tense heartstrings. As she released her ice and fire magic power repeatedly, the playfulness at the corners of her rosy lips became more and more intense. "It's nothing. Your Majesty, please tell us about the situation over there. We should figure out how to break the blockade of the Human Kingdom." Speaking of this, the haggardness in Tiffany's eyes could not help but ease a little. Chu Sheng had brought many miracles and changes to the elf forest. She believed that the current predicament would not be able to stop him. "My ice spell has temporarily kept all humans and orcs out, but it has burned a lot of life energy. I'm afraid I no longer have the ability to fight head-on. But besides me, Wei Lin and the others are still in good health. Furthermore, Weilin has secretly discovered the flaws in the Bloodblade formation. As long as the 3 core points are destroyed, the formation will collapse on its own. Tiffany's face was visibly paler than before. Chu Sheng's eyes were full of heartache, and he clenched his fists subconsciously. After returning to the elf forest, I must replenish Tiffany's mother's life energy. The next moment, a China unreasonably blocked Chu Sheng's words and forcibly turned his face towards her. The distressed look in his eyes made her extremely jealous. Not only that, the beautiful dragon mother held Chu Sheng in her arms from behind as if in protest, staring at Tiffany's projection with a provocative look. The child you cherish is now acting like a spoiled child in my arms. Child, why is the image on your end fluctuating? Is the magic power supply from the communication station unstable? On the other side, Tiffany saw some fluctuations on Chu Sheng through the projected image, similar to a mosaic, and the image was slightly distorted. You don't have to worry about our safety. If we can find a way to destroy the core, all the elves are willing to act, even at the cost of their lives. Woo-woo. Chu Sheng wanted to reply, but Achina was extremely strong and refused to let up, as if she treated Chu Sheng as her favorite dessert and savored him tirelessly. Even though he hardened his heart and pinched the dragon's cup hard, such a warning seemed to have no effect on the beautiful dragon mother, and she continued to press on. Ahem, Your Majesty, please allow me to think about this for a moment. Once I come up with a plan, I'll contact you using the crystal ball later, okay? It wasn't until Chu Sheng was almost having trouble breathing that Achina stopped her prank with a victorious smile on her face, although Tiffany couldn't see it at all. Of course, no problem. Don't feel any pressure or burden. My ice spell can still hold up for a while. It's not a matter of life or death yet. On the other side of the screen, Tiffany always maintained absolute trust in Chu Sheng. After all, even the goddess of life entrusted her origin to him. Finally, Tiffany instructed, I'll have Weilin contact you privately later to share the location of the formation's core flaw. Be sure to protect the communication platform. Chu Sheng nodded vigorously. Weilin was an expert in magic circles, and he had learned from her. With her help, we should be able to break the blood knife magic circle in the shortest possible time. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will drive all humans and orcs out of the elf forest and protect every elf girl. While Chu Sheng was speaking, the beautiful dragon mother Achina had moved again and came to the front of the sofa. She began to enjoy the dessert that was full of the breath of life, forcing Chu Sheng to interrupt the image in the magic crystal ball. If Chu Sheng continued to make this call, he was afraid that he would accidentally dirty the surface of the magic crystal ball. Chapter 174 Gap. After a long time, the first remote communication with the elf forest ended, and Tiffany's mature and beautiful figure disappeared in the projection. Chu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tiffany looked a little haggard, the overall situation inside the fortress should be optimistic. The armies of the human kingdom and the orcs should only be stockpiled outside the fortress and have not yet been able to break through the defense line of the ice spell. But this does not mean that Chu Sheng can sit back and relax and slowly think about breakthrough strategies. On the contrary, he needs to work harder. From the moment the human kingdom discovered the support troops from the dragon kingdom, it would certainly put pressure on the army, and if pushed too hard, it would probably take some terrible measures without considering the consequences and costs. The key problem with destroying the 3 formations is that the core is all inside. It seems like we're stuck in a dead end. The widowed dragon mother had now finished tasting the dessert that was full of the breath of life. She pursed her rosy lips with an unsatisfied look, and her face was filled with intoxicating spring. Her voice was particularly cheerful and lazy, and she was smiling. Based on my understanding of formations, the Bloodsaber formation, in order to ensure it doesn't accidentally injure friendly forces, certainly doesn't have 360-degree coverage. There are bound to be some gaps. Seeing Achina swallowing softly, Chu Sheng couldn't help but feel his heart surge, but more of it was helplessness and fear. This dragon mother seemed to be jealous of Tiffany and actually did something so thrilling. I'll go discuss this with Sister Yoguang first and try to find the gap you mentioned, madam. Then I'll wait for communication from the elf forest. Just as he was about to push open the door of the messenger station, he turned back and asked tentatively, I will help madam unlock the exclusive slave seal. However, to Chu Sheng's surprise, there was no relief or joy on Achina's face, but instead it became cold and indifferent. That's enough. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? The beautiful dragon mother scolded coldly, rarely exploding with anger in front of Chu Sheng. In the past, she disdained to argue with Chu Sheng and usually responded with ridicule and sarcasm. Mrs. On the one hand, you're saying this on purpose so that I'll be grateful, let go of my grudges, and easily get rid of this hidden danger of mine. China didn't know what she was thinking of. With a dark face, she kept approaching Chu Sheng. On the other hand, if I'm ungrateful and attack you after removing the slave seal, you can then join forces with Yoguang and the other two elders to humiliate me once again and degrade me to a being lower than a slave. Am I right? Chu Sheng was confused and shook his head repeatedly. How is that possible? I absolutely don't have such thoughts. Madam, don't worry. After the slave seal is unlocked, I will take care of whatever you want. Shut up. The mature and beautiful widow took a step forward and pinched Chu Sheng's cheek directly. Their noses were so close that the hot breath could be clearly heard. From now on, you are not allowed to mention the exclusive slave seal again. Whether to unlock it or when to unlock it is entirely up to me. China's eyes were strong and overbearing, as if she had returned to the high and mighty lady of the Tianlong clan, and her words were unquestionable. As long as you are happy, ma'am. Chu Sheng was a little confused by the faint fragrance that hit him. Is this what they mean by it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? So good. The beautiful dragon mother's expression changed so quickly, and the gentle and charming manner that she had used during the projection just now returned again, and she buried Chu Sheng in her arms. When it's time to maintain the slave seal in the future, you little fellow must not forget that I just broke through to the 9th level not long ago. My realm is not stable enough and needs to be consolidated. Chu Sheng was a little breathless. He felt that China's thinking was a little bit complicated. She thought a simple agreement was a little complicated. He really just didn't want to owe her anything. After all, the message board couldn't be built without China. The widowed dragon mother gently stroked Chu Sheng's hair, and her words revealed a rare hint of tenderness. Behave well in maintaining your exclusive slave seal in the future, and I might be able to help you more with matters concerning the elf forest later. Then it's up to Mrs. Lau. Chu Sheng nodded silently, and China let him go contentedly. Then he returned to the sofa and picked up a cup of steaming fragrant tea to slightly dilute the slight odor in his mouth. I'll go with you to find the gap in the formation. I'm worried about you going alone. The hot dragon girl Yoguang learned the important information that Chu Sheng had just communicated with Tiffany. Without saying a word, she put her arm around his shoulders and walked away at high speed. Taking advantage of the cover of night, the two of them walked through the entire southern periphery of the Elf Forest Fortress, but they did not find the gap in the formation that China mentioned. No, that woman is not deliberately making us suffer for nothing, just for fun, right? Yoguang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, subconsciously thinking that this was China's little trick to take revenge on them. After all, that woman had broken through to become a 9th-rank imperial magician, and she might be extremely arrogant now, so it's not surprising that she did something like this. Mrs. China wouldn't be so bored. We must be in the wrong place. Chu Sheng shook his head decisively. If the beautiful dragon mother really wanted to tease him, she would definitely agree to his agreement to unlock the slave seal. He rested against a giant tree that was over 100 meters high, thinking about the possible location of the gap in the formation. It's impossible in the north, because that's where the orc army is stationed, and the army of the human kingdom has no influence there. Since the ground doesn't exist, could it be underground? Or maybe the sky? As soon as this thought came to mind, Chu Sheng felt that he had found the right direction. This 9th-level blood knife magic circle is likely to be very similar to the ancient Great Wall fortifications. Its purpose is to prevent the enemy's logistics and equipment. It does not pose much threat to the real 9th-level strongmen. Sister Yoguang, take me up to the sky to have a look. Chu Sheng's magic realm is at the peak of the 6th level, and even with the enhancement of the Oath of Life, it is barely at the peak of the 7th level. He cannot control the magic power to fly for a long time. The hot dragon girl nodded, clamped him with her soft and beautiful armpits, and jumped hundreds of meters high with a whoosh. It was not until the altitude reached nearly 10,000 meters that Chu Sheng finally sensed a magic leak area, which was not small in size. We finally found the gap, but this height is inaccessible to strong men below level 8. Yoguang narrowed her eyes slightly. If the high-level warriors on her side had some absolute crushing advantage, she could lead them into this gap. Then just kill all the strong people in the human kingdom. But unfortunately, she discovered a powerful aura inside the formation that was no less powerful than the support legion. If she went in rashly, she might be shut down and beaten. Chapter 175 Positioning Method. Okay, Sister Yoguang, we can go back now. There was no worry on Chu Sheng's face, but he seemed extremely confident. Of course, he would never do such a stupid thing as letting high-level combat forces rush in. It's like finding a small card under the door of a hotel. If you know it's a honey trap, would you dare to go? Moreover, any object containing fighting spirit and magic power that enters through the gap will definitely be sensed by humans. So this is the time for modern technology to play a role. Just like when Chu Sheng used anti-tank mines to blow up the orcs and made them cry for their parents, people from other worlds are naturally not very wary of objects without magical energy fluctuations. Therefore, modern military equipment can easily kill people from other worlds on first sight. Of course, you still need to think carefully about how to get certain equipment. I can't bother Brother Bei again. When Chu Sheng found the gap and returned to the communication station, the projection image above the magic crystal ball happened to emit a buzzing wave, and it was obvious that the other party was about to call. Soon, after a blurry flicker, a figure completely different from Tiffany appeared on the screen. "Youngster, it's been a long time since we last met. Do you miss me?" The person in the picture is a petite woman, who looks to be only 13 or 14 years old, with dark red twin ponytails playfully poking out from under her hood. Chu Sheng wanted to complain more than once. "How come you, an aunt who is over 1,000 years old, always pretend to be young like this?" But fortunately, when Weylin collected samples from him before, she had restored her original mature figure, so he didn't bother to ask about it. Everyone has their own quirks, more or less. "Yes, Elder Weylin, yes. I've been wondering what the sample experiment you mentioned revealed." "Ahem, research like this. How can you produce results in a short time? Many experiments require decades of observation. Even if I tell a non-scholar like you won't understand." Weylin pretended to be calm and adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, not wanting Chu Sheng to see her guilty conscience. She collected a lot of white and gold samples from Chu Sheng, saying it was an experiment, but in fact most of them were used for other things. "Okay, then tell me the location of the core flaw in the Bloodblade formation outside the fortress so I can quickly find a way to destroy it." "Actually, I don't know the exact locations of the 3 cores." Chu Sheng's eyes twitched. "I don't understand why you act so calm. If the sky falls, Tiffany will support it, right?" Weylin's face showed her usual mature look. She waved her hand to signal Chu Sheng not to worry and took out a scroll from the space magic device and spread it out. When the scroll was unfolded, it projected a 3-dimensional holographic map condensed by magic. In the center was the towering tree of life, and the surrounding fortresses and forests were also very realistic and detailed. A solemn look appeared in her eyes, and she spoke seriously. Those humans clearly came prepared. They chose the 3 young saplings of the Tree of Life as the core of their formation, blocking the tree's power and preventing the life leaves from repairing their wounds. Many of our tribesmen are now seriously injured and have lost their ability to fight. 3 seedlings of the Tree of Life? Chu Sheng was a little confused, but he understood what was said afterwards. Originally, the goddess of life gave herself most of the essence of the sacred tree, so the healing power of the sacred leaf became weaker, and now it is blocked by humans. I think the resistance of the elves during this period must have been very difficult, and there may even have been casualties. Thinking of this, Chu Sheng clenched his fists unconsciously, and his eyes became sharper than ever. "If you dare to break my wings, the human kingdom will punish you with death." Before Chu Sheng could ask, Weylin took the lead in explaining. "The seedling of the Tree of Life is the hope the tree leaves for itself. When the trunk itself suffers irreversible damage, a brand new body will grow from the seedling. Their locations are erratic and can only be determined through communication with the power of the Tree of Life. However, this opportunity no longer exists. Communicate with the power of the Tree of Life to determine the location of the seedling?" Chu Sheng blinked his eyes. "Isn't the power of the sacred tree almost all in him now?" Seeing Chu Sheng pointing at herself, Weylin nodded with relief. "Be difficult for you to sense the location of the seedlings through the formation. Then the whole process still depends on me. What role do you play in it?" Chu Sheng was a little speechless. He thought Weylin would be his long-range OB teammate, providing all kinds of help. Who knew that it turned out to be a fountain commander who was responsible for killing people indiscriminately, while Weylin was responsible for giggling? "You still don't know how to respect your elders, Junior. Of course I'm here to teach you the spell to sense the location." Weylin's slightly chubby face showed a hint of dissatisfaction, as if she was going to start a fight if Chu Sheng didn't say anything nice. But he seemed to feel pressure from someone outside the picture, and took out another scroll and unfolded it in a bad mood. "Read this spell carefully several times. It can be used to transfer some of the power of the sacred tree to the 9th level Imperial Magician, so that the location of the seedling can be found." Chu Sheng frowned. He actually had to pass on some of the life tree's original power to others. Why was it so troublesome? Weylin seemed to sense his doubts, shrugged, and explained. "What can we do? It's my fault that I haven't practiced hard enough, so my magic level is so low. The goddess's power is too mysterious and complex, and you can't fully understand it now." Chu Sheng nodded, took out his mobile phone from the space magic device, pointed it at the projection screen, and took a picture of all the spells. He has only been in this other world for a few months, and he is already the only one who can cultivate to the current level of the 6th peak. However, there are too many other big guys, so he seems a little weak. I heard from Tiffany that there are at least 3 9th-rank Emperor magicians among the reinforcements you brought this time. Can't you just pick one you like and give her power? For some reason, Chu Sheng always felt that the expression on Wei Lin's face when she said this was particularly playful, a bit like the tenderness when she was squeezing samples from him. He didn't answer, but carefully looked at the scroll spell and the photo album on his phone. After a while, he finally understood what Wei Lin's strange expression meant. It turns out that the transmission of the original power of the sacred tree, in order to ensure that the energy is not lost or wasted, needs to be done through some of the most direct and sincere methods. It's almost the same as the way he increased the blood concentration of those dragon girls. Of course, according to the scroll records, this method is not necessary. Other methods are also possible, but the utilization rate of the origin will be much lower. After all, the origin of the sacred tree is too precious, and any waste of it can be considered a crime. I will continue teaching and training in 2 chapters tomorrow. I hope Sister Shen he can let me go. Chapter 176, A Strange Appearance. Late at night, Chu Sheng left the communication platform and hurried towards the gorgeous tent of the beautiful Dragon Mother. It was indeed a happy thing to learn from Wei Lin how to sense the location of the sapling of the Tree of Life, but the method was a bit difficult. At the moment, he could only find 3 9th-level Emperor magicians. He was not familiar with the 2 elders from the purple and black branches, so he directly excluded them. After thinking about it, I can only go to a China. Chu Sheng inexplicably felt that this was God's will, making the relationship between the 2 more intense and entangled. Most of the tents of the support legion soldiers were brightly lit, but the beautiful dragon queen had already fallen asleep. Time was pressing, so Chu Sheng naturally didn't care about anything else and pushed the door open as quietly as possible. Sensing the intrusion of the visitor, the widowed dragon mother's face was filled with anger, and the surging magical fluctuations blew her brown hair up. But after seeing Sheng's appearance clearly, his dissatisfaction instantly disappeared, replaced by a happy smile. Little guy, disturbing my rest will have serious consequences. The beautiful dragon mother lay on her side on the soft bed, her beautiful eyes dripping with water looking up and down at Chu Sheng, as if a dragon was staring at its prey. Chu Sheng didn't hesitate and blurted out, "Madam Achina, I want to recharge you." In order to sense the location of the sapling of the Tree of Life, one must interpret the original energy of the Goddess of Life, which requires the powerful mental power of a 9th-level Imperial magician. However, the charging process involves many complicated and tedious movements and spells, so Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to explain them all at once. He planned to wait until the beautiful dragon mother was open to receiving it, and then inform her while transmitting the message. "Oh, didn't the exclusive slave seal just last maintained? But since you're so anxious, I can help you." Hearing Chu Sheng's proactive words, Achina's lips curled up into an enchanting smile. This was the first time the little guy was so impatient. It seemed that his charm was still irresistible, and he couldn't suppress the surging emotions in his heart. The beautiful dragon mother had a premonition that after this wonderful and intoxicating night, Chu Sheng would probably gradually become someone who couldn't leave her. Thinking of this, she immediately lifted the quilt and signaled Chu Sheng with her eyes to quickly come to the empty seat next to her. "Don't be depressed, don't be timid. I have a special slave seal. I can't escape." Achina was wearing an extremely cool silk pajamas at the moment, revealing her snow-white and delicate skin without reservation, which was no less beautiful than the bright moonlight outside the window. The towering and proud figure is vague and hazy, and the graceful waist and hips downstream present a beautiful and tight curve, showing the charm of a mature woman. Her face was no longer filled with the usual arrogance and coldness, but was filled with sweetness and enthusiasm, as if she had seen her beloved, warming her heart like fire. "Well, this time is a little different from usual. I will explain it to my wife later." Chu Sheng felt that he was having trouble speaking because Madame Achina's gaze and demeanor were too alluring, causing his heart to pound. This widowed dragon mother was a little weird today. She was much easier to talk to than before, and now she was extremely enthusiastic late at night. However, this is exactly what Chu Sheng wants. Achina seems very willing to cooperate, so the transmission of the original energy of the Goddess of Life should be smooth. Then it is very likely that the location of the sapling of the Tree of Life will be sensed before dawn. No need to explain. It's perfectly normal to want to try new and unique paths and methods. Weren't you quite happy on the deck last time? Achina's smile became more and more intoxicating, and she thought to herself that there would actually be a day when this little guy would be too shy to ask for anything. But if you think about Chu Sheng's age, it would be roughly the age of a baby if converted to a pure-blooded dragon, so it's not surprising. It's okay if the little one wants to try new toys, but feels timid. Just let you, the adult, teach him her well. Chu Sheng nodded, took off his shoes and socks, lay down in the bed, and took the initiative to throw himself into Youxiang's mature and beautiful arms. He did not rush to practice directly, but first silently recited the scroll spell he had just learned several times in his mind to consolidate his memory. Otherwise, if you forget to use the program at a critical moment, you will have to waste time and energy day after day. But such silence and indifference surprised the beautiful dragon mother. She lowered her head to glance at Chu Sheng's slightly narrowed eyes, as if a young child was sleeping soundly in the arms of his parents. She was full of doubts and couldn't help but think of the way Chu Sheng and Tiffany addressed each other. One person calls the other child, and the other calls the other female horse. Could it be that this little fellow missed his elders in the elf forest too much, but had to wait outside, so he came to me for comfort? In the past, Achina would have been furious if she was seen as a replacement for someone else. Her pride and self-esteem would not allow others to look down on her like this, but if the target was Chu Sheng, it's not that Achina can't give him a chance. After all, this offense and disrespect comes from the child's inner nervousness and anxiety. She looked at Chu Sheng's face and felt more and more satisfied. Wasn't that expression of extreme desire for maternal tolerance exactly the characteristic she possessed? Little guy, if you ever feel helpless and sad in the future, you can try to rely on me as your mother. Huh? Chu Sheng raised his head and blinked in confusion, feeling that there was some special emotion in the eyes of the beautiful dragon mother that went beyond the emotions of enemies and master and servant. Why is this similar to what Tiffany said before? Could it be that older women in the other world all have a strange interest in recognizing younger people? Mrs. Achina, could you please turn around a little, like you did last time on the deck? As you wish. The beautiful dragon mother turned over at the right time, her soft brown hair loose, and her white snow-white back without a single flaw. The plump peach stood out particularly, and fell intentionally or unintentionally on the spot that was most suitable for Chu Sheng to cast the spell later, silently luring him into a trap. She suddenly thought of Youguang's previous mocking and playful expression and words, but now there was no longer any resentment in her, but instead she felt proud and grateful. Youguang, oh Youguang, it turns out that I misunderstood you. I thought you were going to use the exclusive slave seal to humiliate me severely, making me completely depraved and unable to recover. I didn't expect that you saw that I was too painful to lose my son, so you specially sent me a better, more considerate, and more capable one. Then I won't be polite, and will make him become someone who can't live without me. Thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. Chu Sheng was a little confused by Achina's easygoing reaction. In the past, this widow dragon mother was either overbearing and strong or dismissive. This look is really too strange. Chapter 177, Dual Duties. Chu Sheng did not hesitate any longer. He approached the beautiful dragon mother from behind, wrapped his arms around her graceful waist, and whispered the transmission spell, and magic energy burst out. The expression on Achina's face was stunned for a moment, and she let out a slightly surprised hum, her curvy body trembling unnaturally. Just because of Chu Sheng's sudden hug, he completely deviated from the normal path. Little guy, is it because there is no candle that you can't see clearly? Chu Sheng shook his head decisively and continued to chant the spell softly. The original power of the goddess of life in his body began to be mobilized little by little. He was not looking in the wrong place, nor was he deliberately teasing, but was trying to ensure the maximum efficiency of the transmission of the goddess's essence. The passage ahead has residual magic from the exclusive slave seal, which may have an impact, so we have to find another way. A special pattern with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters slowly emerged on the beautiful dragon mother's snow-white back. Unlike the exclusive slave seal, this pattern took the shape of the tree of life, but at the same time it also had a faint outline of Chu Sheng. This is... Achina never expected that the new method Chu Sheng was going to try would be so unique, so she was not mentally prepared and only felt pain and happiness. She sensed a powerful magical power from Chu Sheng that was different from the past. It did not increase the concentration of her blood in the slightest, but instead it was a transformation to a higher level. That is the evolution of life level. Chu Sheng chanted continuously, leaving all distracting thoughts behind him, as if he had transformed into a sapling of the sacred tree of life, taking root madly in the depths of Achina's soul. The extremely pure and rich energy of the origin of life made China's consciousness blurred. Her soul swam freely in the river of life, and her eyes even rolled back. Wait a minute, this is going to get weird. The little bit of sanity she had left returned to her, and the beautiful dragon mother thought to herself that something was not right. But this kind of energy coming from a higher-level being was simply not something she could resist. I thought Chu Sheng was very precious because he could increase the blood concentration of people, but now he can also increase the level of life. As the night grew longer, a rare silence returned to the tent. The lifelines behind the beautiful dragon mother completely solidified, flashing a faint fluorescence. Her entire temperament changed visibly, gaining a touch of nobility and sacredness that could not be desecrated. Chu Sheng silently sensed himself and discovered that this transmission ritual actually brought him unexpected benefits. The purpose of the ritual itself was to transfer the essence of the tree of life to the recipient, but as the magical pathway was opened up, some backflow actually occurred. In simple terms, Chu Sheng can now borrow a China's magic power for a short period of time by chanting spells. Briefly possessed the power of a 9th-level imperial magician. Chu Sheng was overjoyed. This was a much greater improvement than the life-building oath. Although it was certainly not as good as a true emperor magician, it should be no problem for him to reach the peak of the 8th level of Gauze. Madam, are you feeling better? Let's get going quickly. It's already past midnight. Achina opened her beautiful eyes. The intoxicating aftertaste between her eyebrows had not yet dissipated, and she gave Chu Sheng a cold look. Chu Sheng had just told her the purpose of the ceremony. She had thought that the little one was unable to suppress her feelings, but she didn't expect that he just wanted her to help locate the sacred tree seedling. Is this how you ask for help, little guy? Chu Sheng scratched his head. Sorry, time is tight. Next time I will try to use water magic first. Forget it, let's go out now. The beautiful dragon mother touched Chu Sheng's forehead in a charming manner and stood up from the bed with her arms. However, as soon as her long legs touched the ground, she couldn't help but gasp. Her current state is one of excitement and a little sleepy at the same time. She is highly excited mentally and wants to urgently feel and understand the wonders of the transformation of her own life level. But my body is inevitably tired, and I want to have a good sleep to relieve the biting pain. When he was about to go out, the beautiful dragon mother suddenly approached from behind Chu Sheng and pushed him against the door with a strong and domineering look in her eyes. I was here just now for a reason. When the dust settles and we return to the elf forest, I will make it up to my wife. Chu Sheng blinked, thinking that Achina was going to blame him for his unconventional behavior just now, so he softened his tone appropriately. The widowed dragon mother lifted his chin, looked directly into his eyes, and said in a light voice, "What happened just now is insignificant. A little tearing pain is not enough to make me angry. Madam, what are you doing?" Chu Sheng always felt that Achina was different today than in the past, especially at this moment. She didn't seem like a tit-for-tat enemy. My son Don Quixote died directly at your hands, and my incompetent husband Davran also died indirectly because of you. Is it coming? Are you going to start showing your fangs for revenge? Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't deny these, but if I were given the chance to do it again, I would still show no mercy. I would blame them for threatening the people I cherish. Just when Chu Sheng thought Achina would put further pressure on him, she suddenly changed the subject and said, "The dead cannot be resurrected, but the living can repay. This is what you should do." I'm sorry, madam. If you want me to sacrifice my life for yours, that's impossible. Achina approached with a fragrant breeze. I didn't ask you to pay with your life. Since you caused me to lose my husband and son, you must assume their original responsibilities and obligations and stay by my side forever. Chu Sheng. He was completely confused. The beautiful mother of dragons' expression was extremely serious, and her tone was as arrogant and domineering as before, leaving him no room for refusal. Take on the responsibilities and obligations of being Mrs. Achina's husband and son? Madam, do you mean that from now on I must not only shoulder the responsibilities of a husband, but also fulfill my obligations as a son? The beautiful dragon mother nodded forcefully. That's right. You will have to perform both duties and repay my losses with your entire life. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her knee and pressed it between Chu Sheng's knees. She gently exerted force and made his feet fly into the air, forcing him to lean against the door. In return, I can transfer all my property and slaves in the Dragon Kingdom to your name. Is that enough for you? A rare hint of kindness and gentleness flashed in Achina's strong and domineering eyes, a tenderness that only Chu Sheng could enjoy. She thought that if Chu Sheng was unwilling to take on two roles, then he should at least take on the role of either husband or son. It was impossible for him to take on neither role. Of course, no matter who you are, you still have to do what you should do in the end. I moved these 2 days and have too little time to update. I'm really sorry. Chapter 178. The name they use when they are alone. It was fun, it was refreshing, and the original energy had been transmitted. Chu Xing never forgot the important matter and pulled the beautiful dragon mother, who was still staggering, out. After Echina obtained a small part of the essence of the goddess of life, a vague sacred aura emanated from her whole body, and the power did not seem to reject her pure-blooded dragon body. Chu Xing always had an inexplicable illusion when looking at the other party, as if he saw the mysterious and huge ancient dragon ancestor, the immortal goddess. If Echina completely obtains all the essences of the sacred tree of life that she possesses, is it possible for her to be promoted to the extinct 10th level? In this era of the withering of gods, the energy of the leaf world is about to be exhausted. Not to mention new gods, even a 10th level god may not be born. Madam Echina, carefully interpret the source energy I am transmitting to you. By familiarizing yourself with this forest, you will surely be able to sense the location of the sacred tree seedling. Chu Xing explained the specific operation in detail to the beautiful dragon mother. The hot dragon girl Yoguang did not sleep in the middle of the night and ran over to watch curiously. Brother General, you could have chosen to pass the divine tree's essence to me. Look at this woman's expression. Aren't you afraid that she might give you a false location? Yoguang pretended to be a little angry, and she mistook the slight wrinkling and twisting of Echina's eyebrows for being ungrateful. He enjoyed the transformation of the origin of the tree of life, but had no intention of helping out properly. But in fact, Echina was just enduring the slight pain in her hind legs, and her beautiful eyes, full of resentment and tenderness, glanced at the innocent Chu Xing. She thought to herself that this little guy looked skinny and not strong even for a human. So how could he be even more powerful and domineering than the pure-blooded dragons when he got serious? Sister Yoguang, interpreting the origin of the sacred tree requires extremely strong mental strength. You probably can't do it. Chu Xing shrugged. If Yoguang was also a 9th-rank imperial magician, then it was not impossible for him to pass it on to him. Although the two had not yet confessed to each other about their relationship in Noel's office, there was only a thin layer of window paper between them. Once this layer of paper is punctured, I think there will be an inevitable, long-lasting, and fierce battle. It's a pity that Yoguang is a muscle idiot who only cultivates fighting spirit. Okay, I'm just saying this casually. You are the owner of the original power, so it's your right to give it to anyone you want. The hot dragon girl crossed her arms leisurely, which made her plump and proud body look particularly spectacular. Her body, which exuded a unique wild fragrance, pretended to be careless and pressed against Chu Xing. She couldn't help but think of what Chief Noel had said. If she didn't work hard, she would probably be surpassed by Echina. She used to be dismissive of it, but now she has to take it seriously. Echina first broke through to the 9th level in a short period of time, and now she has obtained the origin of the sacred tree. Once she successfully rescues the Forest of Elves, her strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. She narrowed her bright eyes slightly and made up her mind. I can't argue with my general brother anymore. Throw away that useless sense of shame and catch him hard. If you hesitate any longer, you will really be defeated. Just thinking about losing to his defeated opponent Echina made Yoguang's scalp tingle. Sister Yoguang, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me with such silver eyes? Nothing. Just seeing that general brother has worked hard all day. After Echina is done, come and rest in my tent. There's a cat in there that can do backflips. Chu Xing blinked, and after a moment's thought he knew what this hot dragon girl was thinking. He must have felt a sense of crisis after seeing the various benefits Echina had gained. Could it be possible that he would have a third female horse besides Tiffany and Lady Echina? Little guy, I have sensed the location of the first sacred tree seedling. As the two were staring at each other, the beautiful dragon mother had already opened her eyes. Countless tiny tree roots were faintly visible under her feet, making her look like the queen of the forest. She pointed to a distant mountaintop shrouded in a blood-knife formation and said, "It's west of that mountain. Let's go find a closer spot." Just as she was about to take a step, Echina gasped again. Yoguang asked in confusion, "Echina, are your legs hurting? Why are you walking so strangely?" "No, it's just that these high heels don't fit my feet. I'm just a little slave, and I don't need your concern." The embarrassment on the widowed dragon mother's face flashed away, and then she returned to her previous arrogance and contempt. She endured the strange feeling of being stretched out and led Chu Xing in front, using wind magic to quickly reach the target location. When they arrived not far from the top of the mountain, the three of them looked into the distance at the same time, looking towards the place where Echina pointed. However, surprisingly, there was nothing there except some short black trees. There were no soldiers from the human kingdom, no magical fortifications, and no strong men of level 8 or 9 guarding it. Hot Dragon Girl Yoguang was the first to express doubts. It seems that Our Lady of China's ability to interpret the source of power still needs improvement. Or is she simply pointing to a random place? Achina did not rush to refute, but just glanced at the other party lightly, with no concealment of mockery and ridicule on her face. Haha, ignorant woman. You don't know that the little guy and I have established a close relationship beyond your imagination, right? As the leader of the support corps, knowing full well that he can't help, he still chose to follow me and the little guy here. Using his ignorance to challenge others' expertise is truly ridiculous. After saying this, the beautiful dragon mother turned her head and looked at Chu Sheng again, her eyes showing a gentleness and kindness different from before. Little guy, are you willing to believe me? Chu Sheng began to feel a little overwhelmed. He didn't want to watch the two dragon ladies fighting each other at this juncture and turn this place into a Shura field. He considered it for a moment, then spoke in a forceful manner. Of course I trust, madam. There's no need to lie to me about this. It's completely thankless. Also, Sister Yoguang doesn't need to be suspicious of madam. After all, the slave seal still exists. The beautiful dragon mother snorted non-committally and explained casually. The sacred tree sapling is in that dark bush. There must be many sturdy and high-strength magical defense structures around it, but they are hidden by special magic. Chu Sheng nodded, silently memorized this location, and then urged Achina to hurry to the next one. Unexpectedly, the beautiful dragon mother stomped her black high heels on the soft soil, a playful expression on her face. Little guy, you're so anxious. Why don't you call me first? This is the name we use when we're alone. Chu Sheng. Chapter 179. Explain your purpose. Chu Sheng's forehead was slightly black. What on earth was this widowed dragon mother doing all of a sudden? When two people are alone, isn't that female horse? Although Chu Sheng was thick-skinned and could have let him scream, the faint light was still beside him, and if he really screamed, he would probably not be able to explain himself. Little guy? Achina's lips curled up into a playful smile, as if she wanted to use this method to retaliate against Yoguang for the trouble he had just made with her. I'll let you, a woman, see with your own eyes how the little one you cherish has been turned step by step into a spoiled child who can't live without me. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and said unhappily, You are so lazy, you must forget your slave's status, madam. The positioning of the 3 sacred tree seedlings has been completed. Chu Sheng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of fear. At this moment, the hot dragon girl Yoguang and the beautiful dragon mother Achina were standing close to him on the left and right. The full and plump touch kept coming at him, squeezing and deforming his arms. Along the way, the two dragon ladies fought openly and secretly, and the bargaining chip was the poor and helpless Chu Sheng, who was caught in the middle. He is like the little boy in the book who is blocked by a big hot girl on the tram and can cause a death at any time. Mrs. Achina, thank you for your help. Go back and rest. I've used up too much mana. I'm actually craving some dessert. Achina pursed her pink lips, and the meaning was self-evident. That is, she wanted her beloved child to prepare a dessert full of love for her. Of course, if the snack is made by a child, it would be even more worth savoring. On the contrary, Yoguang's pulling of Chu Sheng's wrist was more direct and frank. She carelessly clamped Chu Sheng's neck with her beautiful armpit and said with a smile, General brother, come with me into the house. After saying that, she dragged Chu Sheng towards the tent, her eyes full of expectation and excitement. Chu Sheng was in a dilemma. On one side was a mature female horse who wanted to eat his snacks, and on the other side was a wild queen with beautiful armpits who wanted to play with him. The key point was that both of them were within his range of preference, and it was really difficult for him to make a decision. He left the decision to Xiaotu, but he said he wanted to take a short break. So Chu Sheng stopped hesitating and entered the critical room with a thought. Thank you for your hard work this day, my Ikuan. After getting the support legion and returning to the Forest of Elves, all we need to do now is to break the blood knife formation outside, and the Forest of Elves will gradually become safe. The heavy stone in his heart fell halfway, and Chu Sheng returned to the real world, lying comfortably on the soft big bed in his villa. It happened to be late at night in the real world. The snow girl next to me was sleeping soundly, as if she was having a beautiful dream, with a happy smile on her lips. Brother Chu Sheng, please give it to me quickly. Shui Ying kept murmuring softly, hugging Chu Sheng tightly in her arms like a pillow. What's going on in this girl's mind all day long? Chu Sheng smiled and touched the snow girl's head, picked up a strand of her light blue hair, and played with it, feeling her warm body temperature. He stayed in the other world for too long at one time, and he hadn't seen the other person for a long time. But seeing Shui Ying was sleeping soundly, he didn't wake her up. He got out of bed quietly and put on his pajamas. Chu Sheng did not forget the hidden dangers hidden in this villa. He once dug out a long leg of a living female vampire from the kitchen floor and has carefully preserved it to this day. The things haven't been taken away, which means the vampire hiding in the dark hasn't left yet. Chu Sheng now plans to have a good meeting with the other party. If the person is beautiful and has a decent attitude, it is not impossible to let him go a little. But if you are stubborn, have a bad attitude, and are arrogant, then don't blame him for severely adjusting Star Fury. Using the race counter in the critical room, Chu Sheng transformed into a vampire form. His skin instantly turned a little paler, and his fangs grew slightly longer. Vampires' hiding methods are very strange, and they cannot be captured directly with ordinary mental power, but fortunately, the sense of smell among their own kind is very sharp. In the kitchen, a faint trace of scarlet blood could be seen in the sink, and Chu Sheng could smell it just by moving his nose. Show yourself and explain your purpose. This will determine your fate. He chuckled, condensed a trace of blood from his fingertips into a small ball, and flicked it towards the other party. Oops! The female vampire let out a cry of pain and finally stopped hiding. She was forced to emerge from the pool of blood in her entirety. She is a mature woman with a height of over 1.85 meters and a well-proportioned figure. With just a glance, 3 big numbers appeared in Chu Sheng's eyes. 110, 75, 105. She has short purple hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her straight nose. At first glance, she looks like a successful urban beauty with a strong and independent temperament. Her facial features are delicate and gentle, her bright purple pupils are as bright as gems, and her pink lips exude an alluring poison that is deadly to men. Chu Sheng had originally planned to slay demons and monsters, but at this moment he immediately gave up the idea. It has to be changed to membrane removal and defense. The mature and beautiful lady had an expression of disbelief on her face, and her voice was a little nervous. How could you find me? Du Mating was really too curious. The vampire's hiding skills were among the best among all supernatural races. Even those with heavenly abilities could not see through them without the help of specific props. This curiosity drove her to take a step towards Chu Sheng, but the next moment she felt a breath as dazzling and hot as the sun, as if she was placed in a sea of fire. The rich breath of life on Chu Sheng can be painful and frightening to a race like vampires that tends towards death. But the pure blood contained in it deeply attracted Du Mating, and she endured the burning pain. It's so hot. Come closer, MMM. The mature and beautiful lady couldn't help but hum softly, and the dark lace edge slowly emerged from under her white shirt. Seeing that the other party started to moan as soon as they disagreed with each other, Chu Sheng was a little confused. Shouldn't it be uncomfortable to feel hot? But looking at his expression, he looks like he's about to get burned. However, he understood the trick after a second thought, and cast a simple breath-shielding spell on himself. The 2 powers belonging to the goddess of life and the goddess of immortality in his body dissipated instantly. Sure enough, the mature and beautiful lady's eyes regained clarity, and she was finally able to speak properly. Miss, you have been hiding in my house. What is your purpose? Du Mating did not answer, but instead looked up and down at Chu Sheng in front of him, blinked, and said, Before, I couldn't see you clearly from a distance, and I thought you had a sarcastic face. But now that I look closely, you seem quite cute. Chapter 180 The Lord of Two Worlds. Chu Sheng's journey back to the real world this time went very smoothly. He took Shui Ying to his good brother Bei Gu to do a simple superpower test. The director of the Supernatural Human Research Center, Shui Ying's aunt, was very satisfied with Chu Sheng's performance, and was even more satisfied that he had completely cured Shui Ying's physical condition. Since then, Chu Sheng has received almost 100% full support from the other party. There are all kinds of modern advanced equipment, even some secret weapons only provided to the military. With the help of the Critical House's incredible copying ability, Chu Sheng quickly fully armed the support legion, and the coalition forces of the Human Kingdom and the Orcs were completely reduced to a ball of fluff that was beaten unilaterally. The Human Kingdom, the Holy Ranian Empire. Due to the failure of the plan to seize the Tree of Life in the Elf Forest, and the pressure of public opinion spread by Chief Noel, they became the target of condemnation from many demi-human countries for a time. In order to stabilize the situation and appease the people, the Emperor had to ruthlessly kill many people from the 5th Prince's lineage to prove his innocence. Of course, we can also give the Holy Church a warning and stop interfering in disputes between countries. The Dragon Kingdom, the Celestial Dragon Clan. After helping the Elf Forest stabilize the situation, the main force of the Support Legion withdrew and returned to report. Only a small number of elite troops were left to prevent the orcs from counterattacking. In order to entertain these enthusiastic guests, Chu Sheng and Tiffany specially set up a Tianlong tribe embassy as their future residents. The position of ambassador naturally fell to the hot dragon girl Yoguang. General brother, please be well from now on. Yoguang carelessly put his arm around Chu Sheng with a beautiful smile on his face. She had already confessed to Chu Sheng about the bloodline enhancement, and her fiery passion almost suffocated Chu Sheng. With Chu Sheng's help, Yoguang's strength increased rapidly like a rocket, and he soon caught up with the three clan leaders. In response to this, the beautiful Dragon Queen Lady of China remained exceptionally calm. She no longer had much interest in fighting with Yoguang, and now all her thoughts were focused on Chu Sheng. Her original intention was to make Chu Sheng indulge in her loving embrace step by step and become inseparable from her. Who knew that in the end, it was actually myself who fell. Now, a China may not be able to fall asleep if she doesn't hear Chu Sheng muttering mama in her ear every night. The dozen or so dragon girls who had obtained Chu Sheng's bloodline enhancement naturally did not leave. They stayed together in the Dragon Clan embassy in the Elf Forest, doing various jobs. They all knew Chu Sheng's true identity, and every time they looked at him, their eyes were full of strangeness, as if moisture was dripping. Finally, there is the Forest of Elves. Without the threat of humans and orcs, the Elf Forest Fortress entered a stage of rapid development. There are all kinds of infrastructure, entertainment facilities, and fortifications. All the elf girls no longer need to worry about their livelihood and safety, and are immersed in an atmosphere of joy. As Chu Sheng wished, the Elf Forest Fortress finally became a paradise city where all the elf girls could live happily. Tiffany, Xiaonuya, Weilin, and Erlin, their beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at the man in the middle who had brought miracles and great changes to everyone. I wish I could worship Chu Sheng as another god who is no less than the goddess of life. After who knows how many years, Chu Sheng, who had become the supreme being in both worlds, suddenly looked back, unable to suppress the smile on his face. His three little slaves, the Snake Girl, the Centaur Girl Cassandra, and Rosalia, wore black and white maid outfits, with dignified and graceful postures, showing the beauty of service. A group of dragon girls, elf girls, and Shuiying are all graceful and have gained eternal and immortal life. Among the crowd, one could even see several goddesses standing high in the sky, radiating endless light. They all had one thing in common, which was that the eyes they looked at Chu Sheng with were exceptionally gentle and full of tenderness. Even after countless hardships and countless years, the bond between everyone and Chu Sheng will not change, and time and space cannot be altered. Chu Sheng held a spherical magic device in each of his left and right hands, each of which contained a world. Good morning, my two worlds. A new day as the master of the two worlds begins again.